Nian Bei Ning opened her eyes once more, astonished to find herself alive. With hands on her hips, she laughed heartily at the heavens, declaring, "The heavens truly have eyes." However, she soon realized that the furry ears and tail were quite perplexing. To her astonishment, her reborn form was not human, but that of a wolf. Yet, upon discovering that she was the stunningly beautiful, well-endowed, and powerful sorceress of the wolf clan, she felt that this flamboyant and joyous life had commenced perfectly. However, the villain responsible for the original owner's demise was exceedingly handsome. Nian Bei Ning, in a moment of surrender, bowed fervently upon their first encounter, exclaiming, "The throne is yours. Everything is yours. I only wish to keep my life." Qing Sha Huan observed the shameless Empress before him, his lips twitching in bemusement. During their nth confrontation, Nian Bei Ning, in a fit of frustration, declared her intention to run away, but Qing Sha Huan gently interjected, "Very well, you take me, and I shall. Take our son. Wherever we go, we should be a happy family." Nian Bei Ning finally realized this was no wolf but a cunning and scheming fox. Chapter 1. Rebirth. As the Empress Qing Sha Huan now dares to brazenly display his ambitions, the Empress can no longer tolerate his insolence. His men have been constantly suppressing ours. Does he think he has already become the Wolf King? Dressed in a resplendent crimson robe, adorned with a golden hairpin and phoenix crown, Nian Bei Ning sat upright on the ground, legs neatly together, hands resting on her thighs. Her eyes darting between the two speakers, she dared not speak or move. Finally, an elder could no longer restrain himself, and asked, "Empress, we have discussed much. Might you offer your opinion? How should we deal with Qing Sha Huan?" Nian Bei Ning replied cautiously, "Perhaps. I should think it over a bit. You may leave for now." "What?" Once the two were dismissed, Nian Bei Ning rubbed her temples, attempting to organize her thoughts. She recalled being involved in a car accident on her way to the film set, only to hear the doctor uttering words of condolence in a daze, followed by her waking up again. Upon awakening, she found herself in this unfamiliar place, gradually coming to terms with her rebirth. However, when she first regained consciousness, she was startled to see her form, a red-furred beast with 4 legs. Initially terrified, she screamed, but the sound that escaped her lips was a wolf's howl. She envisioned her stunning beauty, and in that fleeting moment, she truly transformed into this human-like figure. With her porcelain skin, exquisite features, and curvaceous figure, she mused, if she returned to the 21st century, wouldn't she need to hire a dozen bodyguards just to step outside? Oh, dear parents, the heavens are indeed kind, allowing me to be reborn as the Empress of the Wolf Clan in this beastly realm. Empress, General Huan requests an audience. Nian Bei Ning, both elated and anxious, hesitated. "I am unwell and do not wish to meet him." "Understood. What is it like to be the leader of the Wolf Clan?" "One feasts on the finest meats, drinks dew collected at dawn, bathes in flower petals, and enjoys massages, and oh wonder dramas depict fierce struggle for the throne. This life is truly comfortable." On a moonlit night, Nian Bei Ning, seizing the opportunity when no one was around, decided to climb onto the roof to admire the scenery. However, halfway up, a deep male voice resonated from below. "What is the Empress doing?" Nian Bei Ning turned to look down, her eyes widening in surprise. The man clad in black with a high ponytail, broad shoulders, narrow waist, silver wrist guards, and striking deep blue eyes was undeniably handsome. "Handsome, sir. Care to enjoy the moon together?" He frowned slightly. The Empress invites her subordinate to admire the moon? Seeing the fleeting sharpness in his gaze, Nian Bei Ling's heart skipped a beat, and a familiar face flashed in her mind. This was Qing Sha Huan, the very man whose poison had led to the original owner's demise. He intended to kill her. Snapping back to reality, she noticed that Qing Sha Huan had already perched on the roof, extending a hand towards her. No, I can climb up myself." How foolish of her to invite him to enjoy the moon. As she internally berated herself, she cautiously sat down, and Qing Sha Huan, observing her unmasked vigilance, smirked. "The Empress possesses formidable sorcery. Why then, climb a ladder? Formidable sorcery? Oh, I merely wish to experience the sensation of climbing a ladder. By the way, are you hungry? I can fetch you something to eat." Nian Bei Ning sought an excuse to slip away, but Qing Sha Huan swiftly blocked her path, and in that instant, she felt an overwhelming aura of menace. I am not hungry. The Empress might as well sit and continue enjoying the moon, for such a beautiful moon is not often seen. Nian Bei Ning's toes curled in anxiety. Did his words imply he intended to kill her again? Though she was still a novice in this world, there was no need for him to be so blunt. The Empress appears rather anxious. Are you unwell? Nian Bei Ning stared into his narrow blue eyes, fearing he might strike at any moment. No, I am quite well. That is good. In 2 days, dozens of clan members will evolve into first-class wolves, and the Empress will have her hands full. It is getting late. I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Qing Sha Huan turned, and in the next instant, transformed into a massive black wolf, robust and imposing, its blue eyes shimmering in the night until its form melded seamlessly with the darkness. Nian Bei Ning sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. She descended the ladder, shaken, realizing she needed to regroup and devise a strategy. As she walked down a corridor, she stepped back a few paces, crouching towards a rockery where a small figure was curled up, nibbling on something, sporting a pair of pointed wolf ears atop her head. The Empress. Upon seeing Nian Bei Ning, the young wolf girl squealed in excitement, jumping to her feet. Empress, I have seen the Empress. The adorable girl, appearing to be in her teens, looked round and chubby. Nian Bei Ning asked, You are not from the Empress's palace. I'm not. I followed a rabbit here. The Empress won't hold it against me, will you? Nian Bei Ning gazed into her innocent eyes, smiling warmly. Of course not. The wolf clan's hierarchy is divided into various ranks. Emperor, general, devotee, elder, protector, steward, upper, middle, and first class, based on the level of sorcery and the evolution of their wolf forms. Nian Bei Ning had assumed that being an empress meant looking down upon all, free from responsibilities. However, she quickly learned that being an empress came with duties. In the wolf territory, packs of wolves roamed freely, with gray wolves being the most common and considered the lowest tier. There were also those in semi-human forms, retaining aspects of their wolf characteristics. These hybrids could fully evolve into human forms through enhanced sorcery. Buried beneath the soil of Wolf Tooth Mountain lie the bones of the ancestors of the wolf domain, the most sacred place in the territory. Nian Bei Ning was to bestow first-class marks upon those wolves who had achieved their evolution here. 8 robust beastmen bore a phoenix palanquin to a high place on Wolf Tooth Mountain, while 20 men and women stood rigidly below, the only ones to receive first-class marks. Today, the Empress's voice rang out powerfully. I bestow upon you the first-class marks. You are all the pride of the Wolf Clan. Will you pledge to share life and death with the Wolf Clan? We shall share life and death with the Wolf Clan. The throng of onlookers was immense and imposing. Among the crowd, Qing Sha Huan's cold gaze was fixed on the figure within the palanquin. Standing with hands clasped behind him, he instructed those behind him, You may proceed. Proceed? What does General Qing Sha Huan intend to do? At the sound of a familiar female voice from behind him, Qing Sha Huan's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 2. A warm face meets a cold shoulder. Qing Sha Huan gazed at Nian Bei Ning, who was adorned in a plain crimson attire with braided hair resembling a scorpion. After a moment of silence, he began, Lady, Nian Bei Ning pulled him to a less populated area. I am on a discreet excursion. Your words would expose my identity. General Huan, you have yet to answer my previous question. What are your intentions? Qing Sha Huan shrugged off her grip, a forced smile on his lips. There are a few unruly pups under my command. I shall instruct my subordinates to discipline them. Nian Bei Ning flashed a smile, revealing her pearly teeth. I see that. Qing Sha Huan observed her profile. A shadow fell across his face. The Empress is present, who occupies the palanquin. I found a little girl. She is clever and adorable. The voice you heard was recorded using an echo stone. It was merely a casual release. Apart from her, only you are aware of this. Should it reach others, it would be your breach of secrecy. General Huan, you will keep this confidential, won't you? Qing Sha Huan, disinterested in further conversation, turned his gaze to the elevated platform. Meanwhile, Nian Bei Ning discreetly performed a spell, embedding the mark of the wolf species into the souls of her followers. A red wolf adept in fire magic, she possessed the world's rarest fire affinity. It is known that animals fear fire above all. Without some prowess, one could not ascend to the position of Empress. Nian Bei Ning patted his shoulder. General Huan, I must take my leave for now. No sooner had she departed than Qing Sha Huan led his men away. This insufferable woman was being deliberate. Ever since she regained consciousness, she had transformed into a cunning individual. Nian Bei Ning felt a twinge of fear. As an obscure actress, she had played countless roles of cannon fodder. According to the plot, such a crowded venue would easily incite chaos, followed by the appearance of a group of assassins. Indeed, Qing Sha Huan was once more scheming for her life. Your Majesty, how did I perform today? Did anyone notice? Bai Shan, the little wolf girl she had rescued, trembled with excitement. Nian Bei Ning reclined on a beautiful couch, indulging in fruit. Qing Sha Huan has noticed. The little wolf girl fell silent, staring intently at Nian Bei Ning. But he does not know what you look like. Are you afraid of him? My mother once said that among the Qing Sha clan, General Qing Sha Huan is the most ruthless and bloodthirsty. When he led the wolf generals in the north to claim territory, the hyena clan was nearly exterminated, and the leopard clan's general was also torn apart by him. A grape in Nian Bei Ning's hand burst. So vicious. To be honest, I fear him too, really? Your Majesty fears the general? Cannot you defeat General Huan? Well, I am uncertain, having never tested it. Primarily, she did not dare to test it. What if she were torn apart? That would be a gruesome end. The little wolf girl scratched her ears, pondering why her understanding of the Empress differed from what her mother had described. Humans inherently fear wild animals, especially such ferocious beings. Although her identity had changed, she carried over the traits of humanity. This would not do. Passively awaiting the hunter's net was not her style. She needed to take action. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the fragrance of flowers. Nian Bei Ning prepared a bowl of braised pork and entered Qing Sha Huan's lair, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at the stern-faced man. General Huan, do try this. It is a dish personally prepared by your Empress. As the saying goes, one should not strike those who wear a smile. In his lair, he should not harm her. Qing Sha Huan began to ponder the intentions of this woman, opting instead to change the subject. Your Majesty has not shown interest in expanding our territory recently. The leopard clan may seize the opportunity, and when that time comes, do not speak. Cold meat will upset your stomach. Qing Sha Huan sampled a piece of meat, and in response to Nian Bei Ning's hopeful gaze, he replied coolly, Does your Majesty truly believe herself to be human? We are wolves. Our preferred sustenance is raw meat, and cold food does not upset our stomachs. Nian Bei Ning fell silent. Having evolved into a human form requires adaptation to human cuisine. General Huan, is this meat to your liking? Qing Sha Huan appeared somewhat impatient. Mediocre. Your Majesty, please take your leave. As Nian Bei Ning exited the lair, she sighed deeply, acutely aware of the meaning of a warm face meeting a cold backside. Oh, strike with all your might. She had barely stepped away from Qing Sha Huan's lair when she heard raucous noises from behind a hillside. Approaching, she discovered dozens of individuals entangled in a brawl. Cease at once. The woman in red stood atop the hill, gazing down at them as the wind tousled her hair and skirt. Nian Bei Ning furrowed her brows. Who granted you the right to brawl among the wolf clan? All knelt before her. We pay our respects to the Empress. Your Majesty, we were delivering a map of the territories the leopard clan and my clan wish to contest to General Huan. However, his subordinates claimed we obstructed their path and attacked us. After all, the interrogator was the Empress. Qing Sha Huan's subordinates, heads bowed, attempted to justify their actions. It was not as they claim. They provoked us first, hence we retaliated. Currently, the higher-ups were divided into two factions, one loyal to Qing Sha Huan and the other to her. At present, it was the former that outnumbered the latter. Nian Bei Ning declared, A gentleman uses words, not fists. A few words cannot harm your wolf fur. Furthermore, with so many of you, could you not simply exchange a few words and resolve this? Your Majesty, the wolf clan's blood runs hot. We must act when provoked. The weapon of the wolf clan, the crimson flame wolf spine whip, instilled fear in many. A single lash could reduce an ordinary person to mere fragments. With one swing, she sent them flying 5 meters away, causing all to endure excruciating pain as they lay prostrate, too frightened to utter another word. Nian Bei Ning sheathed her weapon and smiled. You are correct. The wolf clan's blood calls for action. This whip shall serve as a lesson. Yes, thank you for your mercy, your majesty. We shall not dare to repeat our mistakes. Qing Sha Huan needed to be appeased, and the Empress's authority must be established. Otherwise, how could she maintain the loyalty of those who followed her? This farce was observed by Qing Sha Huan, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he turned and returned to his lair. Nian Bei Ning, clad in her resplendent Empress attire, licked her lips, furrowing her brow as she studied the map of the beast world continent. Animals prioritize their territorial domains, and as Empress, she must place this matter at the forefront. The red markings on the map represented the territories captured by Qing Sha Huan and the wolf generals, 13 in total, vastly expanding the wolf clan's dominion. Such an accomplishment naturally incited envy for the position of wolf emperor, and she instantly comprehended the reasoning. Plop! A commotion outside caught her attention. A figure had fallen into the pool in her courtyard. Nian Bei Ning anxiously called out, "Someone, come quickly! A person has fallen into the water. I cannot swim, hurry!" The submerged individual mused. Is the Empress truly calling for help? Have her formidable powers been rendered useless? Chapter 3. General Huan harbors affection for me. Ultimately, it was Bai Shan who rescued the individual. Nian Bei Ning regarded the handsome man before her, his red lips and white teeth striking. How did you end up in my pool? Your Majesty, forgive me. I was practicing spells with a few peers when I was inadvertently propelled away by a surge of power. Thankfully, I landed in your pool. Otherwise, I might have broken a few bones. Nian Bei Ning smiled, choosing silence. The reality was that animals possessed far less cunning than humans. The tale of being flung and fortuitously landing in her pool was a tale fit for a ghost. This man was undeniably handsome, but he bore a somewhat effeminate air. Qing Sha Huan's ploy of using his looks fell short. Her preference leaned towards rugged men. Had he approached her genuinely, she might have taken the bait. Qing Sha Huan's cave. How are things progressing? It has been successfully accomplished. I heard we will dine together tonight. The outcome hinges on this moment. Qing Sha Huan nodded. Gather our forces. Tonight, I shall issue commands. Understood. Meanwhile, the reality was that Nian Bei Ning was merely consuming meat while the man beside her gazed longingly. What benefits did Qing Sha Huan offer you to risk assassinating me? Her words were startling, leaving the man momentarily speechless as he blinked at her in confusion. Nian Bei Ning smiled and added, the benefits he offers, I shall double for you. W what does the Empress mean? This subordinate does not quite comprehend. Stop pretending. Are you truly my match in skill? Or do you believe my intelligence to be lacking? A chill crept over him, yet in the next instant, his eyes glinted with murderous intent. Since she had laid bare his intentions, he might as well act directly. Ah, no need to be tense. I assure you, I shall not do anything to you. Are we not both driven by ambition? Sit down and enjoy some fresh venison. What was he to do? An ambush had failed, and revealing himself would mean his demise. Was he truly to sit down and share a meal with her? This left him utterly bewildered. In the deep of night, Qing Sha Huan fixed his piercing gaze upon the brightly lit palace, waiting until the man emerged cautiously from within. An ominous premonition washed over him. What happened? Did you fail the assassination? In response to Qing Sha Huan's inquiry, the man sighed. This Empress is exceptionally astute. It seems she recognized me as your assassin the moment we met. She engaged me in conversation for quite a while, even treating me to meat and silence begone. Nian Bei Ning, previously merely a wielder of formidable magic without much intellect, had no real merit in expanding her territory. Why did she occupy the highest position among the wolf clan? Since she lacked the self-awareness to abdicate, he would not hesitate to employ any means necessary to force her from her throne. This time, he would take matters into his own hands. The following morning, as Qing Sha Huan exited his cave, he spotted Nian Bei Ning, clad in casual attire and holding a food box at the entrance, flashing a smile at him. Good morning, General Huan. Qing Sha Huan slightly lowered his head. What brings the Empress to my humble abode so early? I made some meat porridge and brought it for you to taste, she replied with an audacious grin. As he regarded the woman, who was a head shorter than him, his mood soured early in the day. What was she plotting? Although she had previously kept her distance, it seemed she was now seeking to ingratiate herself. I will accept the offering, but I ask the Empress to return. Nian Bei Ning, undeterred, continued with her smile. General Huan, I encountered an amusing incident yesterday. A handsome man fell into the pool in my courtyard, and then Qing Sha Huan endured her frivolous chatter until her discontented expression compelled her to sway away. Nian Bei Ning mused that she had once again disrupted his plans. Surely, he would be furious. Perhaps the old adage of offering a sweet after a slap would lessen his ire. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her thoughts were far too naive. Determined to attend to serious matters, Nian Bei Ning aimed to survey the fertile territory coveted by both the wolf and leopard clans. For his Empress, she ought to achieve something significant. Beneath the vast sky, a stunningly curved red wolf galloped ahead, followed closely by a pack of gray wolves, causing a stir among the birds. The sensation of racing across the grasslands was far superior to that of being human. In a flash of crimson, Nian Bei Ning, transformed into her wolf form, stood atop a hill, surveying the picturesque landscape filled with vibrant flora and flowing waters. In this realm, she observed several leopard clan members, their tails and whiskers still out, having come to scout the territory. Cunningly, upon spotting the woman clad in red atop the hill, the leopard clan members summoned their companions and swiftly departed, transforming into leopards. The animosity between the wolf and leopard clans had persisted for many years. None captured by the other could escape with their lives, especially not with the wolf clan's empress. Leading the charge, Qing Sha Huan stated, "Our clan's population is rapidly increasing. We now have over 10,000 members without shelter. This area could accommodate 30,000, yet the leopard clan watches us closely. We must act swiftly." Nian Bei Ning nodded. "There's no rush. Let's set up camp here. The scenery is delightful. We shall enjoy a few days here before proceeding." Enjoy? He knew this woman lacked ambition. During their few days of encampment, numerous leopard clan members came to investigate. By the 7th day, the number of leopard clan members stationed atop the opposite hill had grown, signaling an imminent clash over territory. That night, as Nian Bei Ning studied a sand table map, Qing Sha Huan entered brusquely, his tone stern. "The leopard clan's territory is much closer than ours. We have only 100 members with us. If a fight breaks out, we will be isolated and defenseless. Have you considered the consequences, Empress?" Nian Bei Ning folded the map, smiling sweetly at him. "General Huan, I am the wolf clan's empress. Naturally, I consider the well-being of our clan and would never place anyone in danger. Would you?" Qing Sha Huan's restraint snapped. "In all the years since you became empress, how many territorial battles have you participated in? How much do you know of the leopard clan's combat capabilities?" As the man advanced upon her, Nian Bei Ning retreated. "I've learned a great deal recently." "What are your intentions in getting so close, Qing Sha Huan?" Qing Sha Huan's fierce, wolf-like visage loomed menacingly, his murderous intent directed at Nian Bei Ning. This woman had persistently challenged his limits. It was the perfect opportunity to eliminate her and pin the blame on the leopard clan. With no evidence, her loyal wolves would have no choice but to submit. As he lunged toward her, Nian Bei Ning swiftly wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. The air stilled momentarily. Qing Sha Huan's murderous intent extinguished like a fire doused with water, vanishing instantly. Nian Bei Ning gazed at him with her sparkling almond eyes. "General Huan, are you drawn to me by getting so close?" Chapter 4. Guided by scent, Qing Sha Huan, filled with rage, spoke with a mocking tone. "I am here to kill the Empress. Surely, she is astute enough to perceive that." Nian Bei Ning clasped her hands in a gesture of respect. "General Huan, please do not take my life. If you spare me, I shall grant you the position of leader." Qing Sha Huan regarded the woman before him, who was bowing and pleading, and for a moment, he questioned whether his vision was deceiving him. This was the same woman who had previously opposed him at every turn, seemingly wishing to pierce him with her gaze. With her formidable magical prowess, why was she now so submissive? The leopard clan's flaw lies in their impatience. We have been watching them for some time. They must inevitably take action. We shall employ a strategy of deception, feigning weakness to ensnare them and compel their withdrawal from this territory. How can werewolves comprehend human strategy? Qing Sha Huan inquired. What is this strategy of deception? Tonight, General Huan shall find out, she replied. Qing Sha Huan remained silent, indicating his willingness to grant her this opportunity. Yet Nian Bei Ning, still apprehensive, continued to flatter him. General Huan, please do not kill me. I promise to uphold my word about the throne. Life is singular, so please do not entertain thoughts of my demise. Should we successfully seize this territory, no one will be able to shake the Empress from her position. After departing the tent, Qing Sha Huan seemed lost in thought, a fleeting smile gracing his face. General, our forces are fully positioned around the perimeter, and we have secured all escape routes. We are prepared to act at your command, one of his subordinates reported. Qing Sha Huan raised his hand to halt them. Withdraw. What? Withdraw? The general, upon exiting the Empress's tent, appeared completely transformed. Could it be that he had been swayed by the Empress? Would this end the conflict? Under the cover of night, a gray wolf, tasked with vigilance, lay asleep on a rock. A group of black leopards, their green eyes glowing eerily, stealthily infiltrated the werewolf encampment, poised for battle. Once all the leopards had infiltrated, their leader let out a low growl, igniting a cacophony of roars as the leopards tore into the tent. It was empty. The sleeping guard wolf was merely a ruse. The leopard leader roared again, signaling a retreat. They had been deceived. Boom! A ring of flames erupted, ensnaring them within. The leopard's fearful whimpers echoed, trapped within a 5-meter-wide inferno. Though orcs possess magical abilities, ordinary flames cannot harm them. Yet this blood-red fire was the crimson flame of the werewolf Empress, and they could not extinguish it with mere spells. The leopard leader transformed into a robust humanoid form and shouted, "Carve a path through the blood." With fierce determination, the leopards charged through the flames, while massive black wolves awaited outside, their cold blue eyes fixed upon them. The escaping leopards, upon seeing the wolves, felt their hearts plummet. All the leopard warriors were captured and imprisoned in cages, their low growls reverberating. Qing Sha Huan, if you are capable, release me for a duel. Do you think you can claim this territory using underhanded human tactics? Before Qing Sha Huan could respond, Nian Bei Ning interjected. Ah, no. This is what we call a victory through wisdom. Do you think you can stand tall after sneaking around and ambushing? The strategies of beasts cannot be equated with human cunning. Nian Bei Ning smiled silently, contemplating how splendid it would be if all the creatures of this beastly realm possessed such low intelligence as the leopard clan. She could then unify the werewolves effortlessly. The werewolves swiftly claimed the land, but on the following day, a vast number of leopards, numbering in the tens of thousands, appeared at the edges of their territory. Nian Bei Ning had never witnessed such a formation before. The cages containing the captured leopards hung ominously from the cliff as a means of intimidation. Yet the leopards showed no sign of retreat. Sacrificing a few of their kin to seize this fertile land would be a worthwhile trade. If she were the leader of the leopard clan, she would unhesitatingly launch an offensive. Their hesitance stemmed from uncertainty about the number of her kin that had arrived, as well as awaiting reinforcements. Standing atop the cliff, Nian Bei Ning analyzed the scene below, where the leopards gathered ominously. Qing Sha Huan remarked, "If they seize this territory, the leopard clan will be closer to our domain, putting my clan in direct peril. Our initial contingent consists of merely 3,000, and the next batch will not arrive for another 3 days. We cannot afford to wait." Indeed, waiting was not an option. Nian Bei Ning pondered before asking, "If the leopard clan fully occupies this land, how long will it take?" "At least half a month," he replied. Nian Bei Ning smiled at him. "Then what strategy does the general propose?" Qing Sha Huan, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance. "What strategy can there be now? We must withdraw our kin and plan for the long term." Returning to the Empress's palace after an unsuccessful campaign, Nian Bei Ning felt a tinge of disappointment. If one attempt fails, she would simply try again. As the Empress, she was determined to ensure her people claimed this land. Dressed in a thin nightgown, she studied the geographical map by candlelight, when suddenly she noticed a shadow pass by the door. "Who goes there?" Nian Bei Ning swiftly pursued the figure, who, agile and swift, darted into the forest. Upon entering, she lost track of him, standing still as she strained her ears to follow. Eventually, she halted by the lakeside. The moonlight shimmered across the water, and she beheld a man with his upper body bare, immersed in the lake. Nian Bei Ning, with her long hair cascading down, stood at the shore, her delicate form partially revealed beneath the thin red garment. She paused for a moment, before quickly covering her face. Peeking through her fingers at the man in the water, General Huan, what are you doing here? Qing Sha Huan's lips curled into a subtle smile. That question should rightfully be posed by you to your subordinate. Did the Empress come here, drawn by my scent in the dead of night? I was pursuing a rogue who plotted against me outside my chamber. But when he fled into the woods, he vanished. Surely, it cannot be you? Qing Sha Huan waded towards her, droplets cascading from his well-built physique. As he approached, Nian Bei Ning stepped back, her eyes widening. Perhaps it is not you, General Huan. Please continue your bathing. I shall not disturb you. As she turned to leave, Qing Sha Huan seized her arm, causing her to stumble backward, ultimately plunging into the water. Gasping for air, she emerged, her graceful form fully revealed. Qing Sha Huan's strong hand encircled her waist, drawing her close as he leaned down, pressing his lips against hers, submerging her once more. In the moonlit lake, their long hair intertwined, and her thin garment floated away, while Qing Sha Huan's insistent hands roamed her body until she struggled for breath. Only then did he pull her to the surface for a gasp of fresh air. Nian Bei Ning, hier mein Swerdling, could barely comprehend the situation when another round of deep, lingering kisses enveloped her. Chapter 5. The two enter the leopard clan's territory. Qing Sha Huan, how audacious you are! Nian Bei Ning erupted as she surfaced, her voice filled with fury. This marked the first time she dared to speak so boldly to Qing Sha Huan. Yet, helplessly, she clung to his neck for support, floating on the water's surface. Qing Sha Huan's eyes sparkled with amusement. It was the Empress who first took liberties with her subordinate. I merely sought to reclaim what was mine. Yet I did not act so recklessly. There are far more reckless deeds. Would the Empress care to accompany her subordinate back to his dwelling for a more comfortable discussion? It is rather difficult to converse in this water. You beast! Nian Bei Ning internally cursed him, realizing her reproach was somewhat redundant. He was indeed a beast. She broke free from his grasp, drenched and disheveled, fleeing in haste. Upon encountering Bai Shan, who awaited the Empress's return, he stared in astonishment, unable to articulate his shock. Empress, what has transpired? Quickly, prepare a bath for me. The next day, as Nian Bei Ning stepped outside, she collided with Qing Sha Huan, who instinctively caught her to steady her. Qing Sha Huan, something has happened. What has happened? The Wolf Clan's Jin Tianbao Tower consists of 7 levels, and the Wolf Clan's supreme treasure, the Wolf Totem, has existed for over 10 million years. It was originally located on the 7th level, guarded by 2 offerings, serving as the very core of the Wolf Clan. It gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, bestowing blessings upon the Wolf Clan, allowing its people to cultivate. Without the Wolf Totem, the members of the Wolf Clan cannot enhance their magical abilities. The sudden disappearance of such a supreme treasure is far more serious than losing territory. The great and second offerings kneel at Nian Bei Ning's feet, lamenting their misfortune. We were in meditation when a person disguised as Your Majesty the Empress entered and took the Wolf Totem. It is our lack of vigilance that has led to today's calamity. Your Majesty, please grant us the death penalty. Below the general are the offerings. And the offerings of the Wolf Clan have always been loyal to the Empress. Nian Bei Ning is well aware of this. But the loss of the Wolf Totem concerns the survival of the entire Wolf Clan, which ignites a rare fire of anger within her. Do you think killing you will bring back the Wolf Totem? Foolish to be deceived by counterfeit. Truly disgraceful. They both knocked their heads to the ground, too afraid to speak or raise their heads. For if anything were to happen to the Wolf Clan due to the loss of the Wolf Totem, they would become the eternal sinners in the history of the Wolf Clan. Qing Sha Huan inquires, did you notice any distinguishing features of that person? The second offering replies, yes, that person had a strand of deep blue hair. I only glanced at them casually. After all, it was the Empress, and I dare not pay too much attention. Qing Sha Huan understands. It is Lan Zhe of the Leopard Clan, the eldest son of the Leopard King. Far more ambitious than his father. Could they destroy the Wolf Totem? The Wolf Totem possesses a backlash power that ordinary people would hesitate to destroy. But we must act swiftly to retrieve it. With that, Qing Sha Huan commands. The offerings and elders are to go to the new territory and monitor every move of the Leopard Clan. Do not act rashly. Report any abnormalities to me and the Empress. Nian Bei Ning asks Qing Sha Huan. Are we going to steal it back from the leopard clan? Qing Sha Huan, seeing her somewhat daft expression, furrows his brow to suppress a smile. The wolf totem originally belongs to our clan. There is no question of stealing it. Nian Bei Ning apologizes, realizing her slip of the tongue. In her own territory, she is the Empress. Apart from Qing Sha Huan's occasional rebelliousness, no one dares to disrespect her. However, in the territory of the leopard clan, the situation is different. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. If both she and Qing Sha Huan were to perish here, the wolf clan would be in grave danger. Most importantly, Nian Bei Ning, this Empress, has yet to fully embrace her role. In the leopard forest, every tree is a towering giant, with the elite of the leopard clan residing in the treetops while the others dwell on the ground. The population of leopard people is vast, with men, women, and children bustling about. Their most distinct feature is the two shallow black stripes on their faces, and their robust physiques surpass those of the wolf clan. Whether in human form or as leopards, the beastly nature in their eyes makes Nian Bei Ning feel a twinge of fear. Is it wise for just the two of us to venture here? Perhaps we should summon the elders and offerings, or bring along some elite wolf generals as well. Entering the den of beasts, fear is instinctual for Nian Bei Ning. A human soul, ever since arriving in the leopard clan's territory, she is kept close to Qing Sha Huan, not daring to stray more than 5 steps away. She hears a soft chuckle from Qing Sha Huan, which sounds more like mockery. He whispers, "Too many people will alert the enemy. Besides, you are the only practitioner of the fire attribute in the wolf clan. You could dispatch them all with a single strike. Have you forgotten your formidable magical prowess?" Nian Bei Ning straightens her posture, realizing he is right. "I am the Empress. I cannot show weakness." Qing Sha Huan takes her hand, guiding her through the leopard forest. "Rest assured, nothing will go awry with me by your side." Lanze's residence is a towering stone cave, guarded from entry. When a graceful woman emerges, Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning stealthily follow behind her. The lowly leopard slaves are indeed lowly, unable to manage even this small task. What use are they to me? Zhang Xian'er is Lanze's favored concubine, yet she is not of high status among the leopard species, forced to reside on the ground. She lashes out in anger, scratching a servant's face who scuttles away in fear. Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning quietly seize a sobbing servant. "Has Zhang Xian'er injured you? Who are you?" "Recently, it has been difficult to hunt. We wish to serve her as slaves in exchange for food." They share the faint black stripes on their faces, and the servant assumes they are fellow clansmen. She is arrogant due to her status as a favored concubine. This is no secret in the leopard clan. The eldest prince dotes on her, so we slaves are of little consequence in her eyes. If you go, you will only suffer. Suffering is preferable to starving. Rest for a few days, and we will take your place to gather some food and return. The plan proceeds smoothly. It is impossible for the general, Qing Sha Huan, to become a slave. Such an honorable yet arduous task naturally falls to Nian Bei Ning. Where has that lowly slave gone? Is it time for them to fetch due for me? Zhang Xian'er is known for a fiery temper, quick to inflict harm. Upon Nian Bei Ning's arrival, she encounters Zhang Xian'er's wrath. Seeing her bent over without a response, Zhang Xian'er's once beautiful countenance twists into a menacing scowl. That wretched slave is dilly-dallying. "I will not spare you." With a swift motion, she transforms her hand into a leopard's claw and strikes at Nian Bei Ning. The latter raises her gaze, reacting swiftly to seize Zhang Xian'er by the throat. "Hey, I won't indulge your temper. In just a few moments." She binds Zhang Xian'er tightly and tosses her into a remote dark room. At this moment, Zhang Xian'er has lost her previous arrogance. Looking at them with trepidation, "Who are you?" "I am the favored concubine of the eldest prince. You will not be spared by him if you offend me." Nian Bei Ning replies with a smile. "Is that so? If you die here, the eldest prince should remain unaware of our involvement." Chapter 6. Nian Bei Ning's first battle fear of death is an instinct inherent in all living beings, and before Nian Bei Ning could truly confront Zhang Xian'er, she divulged everything. The grand stone chamber is adorned in gold and splendor, and the man seated at the high table is surrounded by beautiful women. Outside, Servants bring in a new group of maidens before Lanze. Your Highness, these are all just 18-year-old females. Lanze, with his light blue curly hair, is the only one in the leopard clan with such uniquely colored hair. A wild grin spreads across his youthful face. Well done. Keep these ones to serve me, and send the others away. Lanze is fickle, favoring only Zhang Xian'er without tiring of her. The illusion leaf can alter one's appearance. But every beast clan possesses a 1,000 faces mirror that reveals the true form of those who transform. Only those with formidable magical abilities can suppress the power of the 1,000 faces mirror to avoid exposure. Clearly, Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan possess sufficient magical prowess to effectively restrain the power of the 1,000 faces mirror above Lanze's head. Qing Sha Huan dons a woman's face, courtesy of Nian Bei Ning's ill-conceived plan, maintaining a sullen demeanor throughout. In exasperation, Nian Bei Ning hands him a piece of cloth to cover his face. He is the last person who wishes to spare Lanze a glance. There are plenty of girls around, so he decides to serve drinks while waiting for an opportunity to act. Nian Bei Ning dances awkwardly, her movements lacking grace. Unable to hold back, Qing Sha Huan mutters, "Your dancing is atrocious." Nian Bei Ning smiles with a facade of patience. She is a professional actress rather than a dancer, and achieving such a performance is commendable. Among the many females, Lanze's attention is drawn to the one pouring drinks. "You, come here." Nian Bei Ning desperately signals with her eyes, and only then does Qing Sha Huan realize Lanze is calling for him. He rises, standing tall and meeting Lanze's gaze. "Is there something you need?" Lanze pushes aside the women beside him, standing up. No one in the leopard clan has dared to speak to him in such a manner. How amusing. Faced with this unique female, Lanze's interest is piqued as he descends from his elevated position, approaching Qing Sha Huan. Nian Bei Ning senses the shift in atmosphere and steps in front of Qing Sha Huan. "How does the eldest prince find my slave's performance?" "Very poor. However, this beauty before me need not conceal her face." As Nian Bei Ning chuckled, on the verge of uttering another thought, Lanze abruptly dismissed her words by shoving her aside and reaching for Qing Sha Huan's veil. Observing Lanze's actions, Nian Bei Ning felt a surge of anxiety. Beneath the veil, Qing Sha Huan's face was grotesquely disfigured, and just as Lanze's hand was about to make contact, a black curved blade materialized in Qing Sha Huan's grasp, swiftly pressing against the unsuspecting Lanze's throat. The other women, witnessing this, screamed and attempted to flee, but Nian Bei Ning, with a playful smile, blocked the doorway, assuring them not to be afraid and suggesting they play together for a moment. The blade was one Lanze knew all too well. It had claimed the life of his general from the leopard clan. The realization that he had developed feelings for Qing Sha Huan ignited a fierce anger within him, as he gritted his teeth and remarked on their audacity. Nian Bei Ning, unfazed, suggested they reveal their intentions, proclaiming the worth of her life in exchange for the annihilation of the wolf clan. She added that Qing Sha Huan would not be alone in her fate, as her favored concubine would accompany her. Concerned for Xian'er, Lanze's agitation was palpable, prompting Nian Bei Ning to clarify her words. After a moment's hesitation, Lanze conjured a wooden box, claiming he would only hand over its contents once he confirmed her safety. Xian'er, upon seeing Lanze, wept profusely, a stark contrast to her previously ruthless demeanor. The exchange of hostages for goods was intended. Yet Qing Sha Huan had no intention of relinquishing Lanze easily, as he had revealed his identity and was now in enemy territory. She led Lanze to the border of the leopard clan's territory, where he mockingly observed the absurdity of the wolf clan general disguising herself as a female. Qing Sha Huan pressed the blade closer to his neck, urging him to cease his chatter. Nian Bei Ning, hastily embracing his arm, implored him not to kill Lanze, suggesting they should return and discuss matters further. Lanze, with a cold smile, regarded Qing Sha Huan, seemingly confident that she would not dare to slay him. While she might refrain from taking his life, inflicting pain was another matter entirely. After they departed, Lanze found himself bruised and enraged, signaling his followers to pursue Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning. The Iron Flower Canyon lay between the leopard and wolf clans, presenting an optimal opportunity for their pursuit. Dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, signaling an impending storm as they anticipated the leopard clan's relentless pursuit, which they had not expected to be so swift. The fierce flying leopards. One of the leopard clan's formidable forces blocked the sky above Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan, heading towards them to obstruct their path. The ground-bound duo transformed into human form, with Qing Sha Huan grasping Nian Bei Ning's hand, urging her to run in a specific direction. The atmosphere was charged with murderous intent as the wind howled violently. For Nian Bei Ning, this was her first encounter with such peril. It was not a mere act, but a genuine struggle for survival. Qing Sha Huan, sensing her fear, glanced back and scoffed at her apprehension, mocking her for being frightened on her first real venture outside the palace. He reassured her of her prowess as the Wolf Clan's queen, encouraging her not to fear, especially with him by her side. His words brought her a modicum of comfort. The agility of the Leopard Clan rivals that of the Wolf Clan. A torrent of black energy descended from the sky, creating vast craters that momentarily impeded their escape. Lan Zhe, leading the elder members of the Leopard Clan, was soon upon them, determined to hunt them down with all his clan's might. He proclaimed that whoever killed Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan would become the new general of the Leopard Clan. The ground trembled as excitement surged among the beasts, their roars echoing. The elders and guardians leaped into action, weaponry drawn to attack Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. Just as the duo had evaded the aerial assault, they turned to face a fierce battle. Nian Bei Ning wielded the Qian Langji whip, resembling a fire dragon as it swept towards their assailants, igniting the surrounding flora with its fierce flames. The elders of the Leopard Clan momentarily slowed their advance, forming a protective barrier against her onslaught. The skirmish escalated, with the two gradually encircled. Qing Sha Huan conjured 3 massive black wolves, their size tenfold that of the leopards, tearing through the enemy ranks with ferocity. Even as they fought valiantly, they were outnumbered, and reinforcement from the Leopard Clan continued to swell. In a desperate bid for survival, Qing Sha Huan, a formidable figure, severed the neck of a guardian, his long hair matted with blood. He urged Nian Bei Ning to escape through the gap they had created. It was Nian Bei Ning's first battle, her first act of killing, clad in red, blood spattering across her face. Though her hands trembled, her gaze remained resolute as she countered. If she left, he would be doomed. Qing Sha Huan insisted she was the Wolf Clan queen and must prioritize their survival. Nian Bei Ning remained silent, unwilling to retreat, dispatching the Leopard Clan guardians with remarkable efficiency. Despite the peril, they kept coming, intent on wearing her down, as she was their clan leader. Amidst the chaos, Lan Zhe readied a shimmering lightning arrow, aiming it at the fierce woman in red. As he released it, the arrow surged through the air towards her. In an instant, Nian Bei Ning's pupils glowed a fierce red, and an ethereal red wolf manifested behind her, intercepting the lightning arrow mid-flight, sending it hurtling back towards its origin. The speed of events left Lan Zhe stunned. The arrow narrowly missed his face, the force of its passage stinging his cheek. This was his first encounter with Nian Bei Ning's true power. He had only heard tales of the extraordinary fire-wielding queen of the Wolf Clan. With 4 guardians slain beneath Qing Sha Huan's might, an opening emerged, allowing him to seize the opportunity to pull the bloodthirsty Nian Bei Ning away from the fray. Her eyes glowed crimson, embodying the spirit of a beast as the bloodlust began to eclipse her rationality, only returning to normal as Qing Sha Huan led her away. With concern, Qing Sha Huan inquired about her injuries. She assured him she was unharmed, the blood not her own. Together, they fled through the vast expanse, pursued relentlessly by the black leopards behind them. Qing Sha Huan suddenly chuckled, prompting Nian Bei Ning to furrow her brow in disbelief at his levity amidst such danger. He explained he was laughing at her newfound royal demeanor. Despite their imminent peril, she dismissed his remarks as trivial. As the Leopard Clan members fell behind and the flying leopards retreated, the duo hastened their escape. After what felt like an eternity, they paused at a bend in the rocky terrain, only to find themselves confronted by 10 massive horned leopards, each as large as an adult elephant. Their fierce eyes locked onto them with predatory intent. realizing they had walked into an ambush with no retreat possible. They braced for the threat of Lan Zhe and his advancing kin. The leader of the horned leopards, Hua Yaku, stepped forward, exhaling a white mist, and addressed Qing Sha Huan, "Long time no see." The Hua Bao serves as a force beside the Leopard King, and the former general of the Leopard clan hails from the Hua Bao lineage. This deep-seated enmity is well remembered among the kin of the Hua Bao. Qing Sha Huan chuckled coldly, remarking, "It has been a while. I appreciate the effort. To capture me, you have truly gone to great lengths." The adversary bared his teeth, revealing a menacing demeanor. "Killing you is secondary. The primary concern is that the Wolf Queen is present. We must give her a proper reception." With that, the Hua Bao lunged forward, jaws agape in a lethal attack, while Qing Sha Huan instantly transformed into a black wolf of the same stature. Having grown weary of human martial arts films, Nian Bei Ning had never witnessed such a grand spectacle of ferocious beasts battling. The air was filled with the clangor of claws and the devastation wrought by spells. Rocks were pulverized, and mighty trees were snapped in half by sheer brute force. Any Hua Bao attempting to approach Nian Bei Ning would first have to contend with Qing Sha Huan. Amidst the fray, two Hua Bao flanked Qing Sha Huan, sinking their fangs into him. Hua Yaka, sharpening his claws and crouching in readiness, unleashed a burst of white light from his antlers toward Qing Sha Huan's chest. With a loud thud, Huayaka's spell veered off course, striking his unfortunate companion instead, creating a gaping hole in the body of one Hua Bao. Nian Bei Ning landed with poise, flames still dancing atop her fists, as Huayaka crashed down before her, while the two Hua Bao that had ensnared Qing Sha Huan were flung to the ground. Lan Zhe stood atop a flying Hua Bao, aiming his electrically charged longbow at the humans below. Qing Sha Huan reverted to his human form, his black curved dagger clashing with a lightning arrow, creating a shower of sparks, and the residual force left the injured Hua Bao in further distress, transforming into a robust man with deep black markings on his face. Huayaka charged at Nian Bei Ning wielding a power-infused axe. Nian Bei Ning, agile as a serpent, evaded and countered with her fists, her red figure weaving gracefully among the hulking forms of the Hua Bao. Close combat was her forte. Her prowess in martial arts and spells far surpassed that of these beasts. The fiery wolf-tail whip ensnared Hua Yaka's neck, her slender form brimming with strength. She hurled him towards Lan Zhe high above. Lan Zhe hastily retracted the arrow and sent someone to catch him, as Hua Yaka, scalding hot as if boiled, fell unconscious. The other Hua Bao bore varying degrees of injury, and Qing Sha Huan was also gravely wounded, prompting Nian Bei Ning to support him as they fled once more. In a state of panic, Nian Bei Ning darted into a realm of towering mountains, devoid of trees and underbrush. Only jagged stones and swirling white mist surrounded them, rendering visibility beyond 20 paces nearly impossible. Upon Lan Zhe leading his kin to this place, he gestured for everyone to halt, a cold smile gracing his lips as he guided them in another direction. The grotesque wounds on Qing Sha Huan's arms continued to bleed profusely. Noticing the stillness behind them, Nian Bei Ning helped him sit down to assess his injuries. Her heart pounding with fear, the man grasped her slightly trembling hand, reassuring her with a smile, "Just a few superficial wounds. I will survive." Nian Bei Ning, at a loss for words, gazed anxiously into his eyes. "What is this place?" "I do not know. They ceased their pursuit once we entered. We cannot take solace. Their absence indicates the presence of a creature they fear." With this thought, the two became even more vigilant. "Let us move," Nian Bei Ning urged. Just as they took a few steps, Qing Sha Huan abruptly pushed Nian Bei Ning aside, revealing a deep paw print embedded in the ground where they had just stood. Wolf Clan, Chapter 8. Reinforcements arrive. A voice, rugged and hoarse, emerged as a black and white Hua Bao materialized through the mist. An old leopard whose gaze lacked the ferocity of a killer. Yet, this aged creature instilled a sense of trepidation in Qing Sha Huan. Upon seeing Nian Bei Ning, its pupils brightened. "Ah, the female wolf of the Wolf Clan possesses remarkable beauty. In my youth, I too had a visage akin to yours. Alas, time is unforgiving to leopards. Though I have aged, I cannot abide the presence of a female more beautiful than I. As the old leopard spoke, the ground trembled subtly, and numerous sharp stones erupted, prompting Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan to leap into action. A colossal white leopard phantom materializing above, its gaping maw descending upon them. Qing Sha Huan held Nian Bei Ning tightly as they stood upon a stone spike, and just as the maw was about to engulf them, they slipped through the crevice of the spike, landing on the ground where the old leopard had vanished, the mist concealing hidden dangers. Nian Bei Ning unleashed a barrage of fireballs to disperse the mist, eliciting a mixture of surprise and delight from the old leopard, a fire tribute female wolf. It appears you are the Wolf Clan Queen. The fiery wolf-tail whip surged toward it like a flaming dragon, dissipating the gathering mist and revealing the old leopard's lurking form. It once again grounded itself, but a pile of boulders obstructed its attack. Empowered by flames, the boulders turned to ash, and the old leopard vanished once more. Nian Bei Ning furrowed her brows, scanning her surroundings, but at that moment, she noticed Qing Sha Huan's ears twitch. He swiftly hurled his curved dagger backward. A low growl of anger emanated from behind, and the dagger returned, clutched in the hands of a white-haired elder wielding a staff. In an instant, both Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning felt an oppressive weight descend upon them, as if bearing the burden of 1,000 stones. The old leopard sneered coldly, agilely advancing toward them. Qing Sha Huan positioned himself in front of Nian Bei Ning, and the invisible weight upon her suddenly vanished. "Stay close to me. Do not stray more than 10 paces, he instructed. Nian Bei Ning assumed he merely sought to protect her and readily agreed. All right. The old leopard's magical prowess matched theirs, and despite their combined efforts, they could not inflict any harm upon it. Moreover, the relentless stone attacks hindered their spell casting and judgment. This battle was prolonged and arduous, and with Qing Sha Huan already injured, his complexion grew increasingly dire. If this continued, calamity would ensue. "Ha! Young man, you alone bear my gravitational domain. Your magic is commendable. In just an hour, as your organs are crushed, you will find release." Qing Sha Huan leaned on his blade, cold sweat beading on his forehead, while Nian Bei Ning's heart tightened. No wonder the weight upon her had vanished. It had been absorbed by Qing Sha Huan. "I will slay you, old fool." The old leopard did not underestimate Nian Bei Ning's fire spells. In her fury, her destructive force intensified, and the violent flames swiftly melted the stones with a sizzle. To the old leopard's dismay, its gravitational domain could not vanquish them, and it began to grow anxious, struggling to approach Nian Bei Ning. The old leopard intensified its magic, augmenting the power of its gravitational field, while Qing Sha Huan could no longer withstand it, kneeling upon the ground, his knees sinking deep, veins bulging on his forehead and hands, blood trickling down his garments from his wounds. "Cease. Otherwise, I shall increase the weight and take the life of this male black wolf." Nian Bei Ning, her eyes reddened, melted another massive stone. The old leopard's face registered fear, quickly replaced by a grimace as it glared at Nian Bei Ning. "You shall regret this. I will return to find you one day." With that, it transformed into a leopard and swiftly vanished from their sight. As the weight lifted, Qing Sha Huan coughed up blood and shakily stood. Nian Bei Ning, her eyes glistening, embraced him. "Do not scare me." Qing Sha Huan, wary of staining her hair with blood, tilted his head back and stroked her silky locks. "I am fine. We must leave this place. Finally freed, after 300 years, I can once again breathe the fresh air of the beast world." The ground roiled like waves, as countless black vines erupted from below, and Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan found themselves swept away by the surging vines. As the ground met them, Nian Bei Ning found herself cushioned by a figure beneath her. Qing Sha Huan emitted a muffled groan, tightening his embrace around her, and upon rising, his first inquiry was about her well-being. Nian Bei Ning shook her head, deeply moved. "As long as you are unharmed, let us depart." They left the chaos behind, the boisterous and sinister shouts fading into the distance. What was that creature? A tree demon. The old leopard was tasked with guarding it. "You disrupted the stone seal," she had said, "which is why these tree demons were unleashed. It is just as well. Let the leopard clan deal with the aftermath. The wolf clan's territory lay tantalizingly close. Yet Lan Ze had already stationed his men to block every possible escape route, vowing to ensure they remained trapped. His expression darkened as he fixated on the two figures that came into view. She couldn't eliminate you? Attack! The reinforcements from the leopard clan surged forth, with flying leopards diving from above and their ground counterparts roaring as they charged. Today marked a desperate struggle for survival. The relentless battles, coupled with their injuries, had left the pair utterly exhausted. Now, with another wave of fierce combat looming, the air crackled with the sounds of magic, and the cries of leopards echoed amidst the flames. The black and red figures darted through the fray, while the two fought to catch their breath, leaning against one another. The enemy, baring their fangs and crouching low, prepared to strike again. Lan Ze's icy smile betrayed his anticipation of their demise as he issued his final command: eliminate them. The howls of wolves echoed ominously, growing ever closer. The ground trembled, revealing the staggering number of their foes. The once fearsome leopard warriors now showed signs of trepidation as Lan Ze spotted a dark mass of wolves charging toward them, a wave of dread washing over him. So many, and yet they cannot defeat them? Curse it! With a heart full of resentment, he barked an order: retreat. As the leopard clan fled, Nian Bei Ning finally exhaled in relief. Qing Sha Huan gazed at her weary visage and comforted her. It is over. You are safe now. The brutal scenes of battle and splattered blood flashed through her mind, prompting her to awaken suddenly from her slumber. Bai Shan came forth with a bowl of hot soup. Your Majesty, you are awake. This is the soup General Huan instructed me to bring you. Nian Bei Ning rubbed her temples, sipping the warm broth with a sense of tranquility. How is General Huan? I heard he is gravely injured. His internal organs are damaged. Oh, Your Majesty, where are you going? You haven't put on your shoes. Chapter 9. The beaten woman. Just as Qing Sha Huan donned a simple garment, Nian Bei Ning burst into the room, flustered. Their eyes met, and she expressed her concern. I heard you're hurt badly. Is it serious? I might be on the brink of death. Nian Bei Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Is the healer incapable of treatment? If there is another skilled physician, I will summon them. I refuse to let you perish. Qing Sha Huan, with a pale visage, uttered her name. His stern countenance softened slightly. Drawing closer, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Are you truly so worried about my demise? Could it be that the Empress harbors feelings for her subordinate? He anticipated her to blush or deny it outright, but instead, she earnestly replied, Would you believe that I fell for you at first sight? Qing Sha Huan's lips twitched in skepticism. At first sight? Our first meeting was 300 years ago. Did you take a liking to me back then? He regarded her with incredulity, unaware that her concept of first sight referred to the crossing of souls during their initial encounter. Nian Bei Ning's return revolved around three primary pursuits: resting, eating, and visiting Qing Sha Huan. His injuries far surpassed her own, and according to the healer, had it not been for his formidable magic safeguarding his heart, he would have perished long ago. She would not forget the debt owed to the leopard clan. With the return of the wolf totem, a radiant light enveloped every corner of the wolf territory. Dressed in a splendid red garment, Nian Bei Ning carried a food box to Qing Sha Huan's cave. The elders and high priest had grown accustomed to her actions, witnessing the once opposing factions now sharing meals and laughter together. This is the black fish soup I prepared. It aids in wound healing. Drink it quickly. Qing Sha Huan reclined lazily, his head resting on the bed, his eyelids fluttering. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Nian Bei Ning, soup in hand, settled beside him. Never mind. I shall feed you since you are unable to move. Raising an eyebrow, Qing Sha Huan replied, considering my past transgressions against the Empress. How can I trust that this soup is not poisoned? Nian Bei Ning, taken aback by his words, sputtered, Fine, I shall taste it first. As she took a sip, he swiftly pressed his large hand against the back of her head, capturing her lips and drawing the soup from her mouth. After releasing her, he wiped his lips and smirked. It is indeed delicious. I appreciate your efforts, Your Majesty. Nian Bei Ning's face flushed crimson, feeling as if she were a boiled shrimp. This man was becoming increasingly audacious. Drink it yourself. I can no longer entertain you. Observing her hastily retreat, Qing Sha Huan's smile deepened as he downed the soup in one gulp. Ah, how infuriating! How can one be so adept in battle? Your Majesty, what are you daydreaming about? Nian Bei Ning snapped back to reality, assuming a serious demeanor. Who is it you are holding? This is the prime rabbit meat my mother brought for you. She insisted I ensure you taste it. Nian Bei Ning smiled gently. How fortunate to have a mother. My mother also said that the Empress is the greatest female of the wolf clan, and I should diligently stay by her side to protect her. Protect her? The memories of the leopard's relentless pursuit and Qing Sha Huan's near-death experience flooded her mind, prompting her to gently squeeze Bai Shan's chubby cheeks. Her mother had indeed raised her well. A voice from outside interrupted. Your Majesty, the Grand Priest requests an audience. Allow him to enter. The Grand Priest bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, the leopard clan has fully retreated from the new territory as of yesterday. Should we seize the opportunity to occupy it? Nian Bei Ning replied. Take your kin and proceed. The leopard clan is preoccupied with their own crisis. The tree demons, long suppressed by the leopard clan, had emerged, a fact that was no longer a secret throughout the beast realm, making the new territory ripe for the taking. With a new domain comes a guardian, and the selection of a protector must be conducted among the elite wolves. After half a month of selection, from 100 elite wolves, only one male white wolf emerged victorious. These matters were entrusted to the third priest, while Nian Bei Ning busied herself with concocting medicinal meals to nourish Qing Sha Huan. Draped in a cloak and dressed in casual attire, she strolled through the marketplace with Bai Shan. The wolf clan's market offered an array of rare meats, herbs, and weaponry, alongside shops catering to beauty enthusiasts. This beast realm, existing for over 1 million years, resembled human life in many ways, differing only in habits. Your Majesty, you are exceptionally kind to General Huan. Why not simply appoint him as the Wolf King? Is it that obvious? Is it not? It seems the entire beast realm is aware. She chuckled. If he becomes the Wolf King, he will be my wolf husband. Will he not? Indeed. No rush. I shall await an auspicious day. In the beast realm, the currency exchanged was Earth Spirit Stones, which aided in cultivation. The wolf clan's fifth priest had relied on these stones for decades to achieve their current magical prowess and status. As they navigated the bustling market, a ruckus of shouting and violence caught Nian Bei Ning's attention. How dare you, a lowly gray wolf, vie for the position of protector? Have you looked in a mirror? You think you deserve it? Another voice echoed. You inflicted such suffering upon us. Aren't you bold enough to rise and continue the fight? Nian Bei Ning interjected. Cease this at once. A group of 4 or 5 men and women surrounded a solitary figure, who cowered in the corner, trembling. From beneath disheveled hair, she raised an injured face, a woman. Mind your own business, leave. Bai Shan witnessed her revered Empress being reprimanded, and, with a swift motion, raised her foot to kick the offender's face. Open your dog eyes and see who stands before you. Beneath the cloak, a stunning visage exuded an air of haughty elegance. Those who had encountered Nian Bei Ning hurriedly knelt, exclaiming, It is the Empress. The others dared not utter a word, bowing repeatedly in reverence. Nian Bei Ning spoke coolly. Scram. After they crawled away in haste, Nian Bei Ning approached the bullied woman, extending her hand. You're injured, can you still stand? The woman, her disheveled hair framing her exquisite features, gazed intently at the most esteemed female of the wolf clan. She was breathtakingly beautiful and powerful, the only fire element red wolf of her kind. Her affection for the formidable General Huan was well known. Everything about her life seemed perfect. Why? Despite being of the same noble wolf lineage and enduring rigorous training, did she find herself in such a pitiful state? Even battered and bruised, she prostrated herself before Nian Bei Ning, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your intervention, Empress. I'm fine, I can still walk. Stumbling to her feet, she began to leave. While Bai Shan muttered, This woman is quite strange. Nian Bei Ning lowered her arms, contemplating. The customs of the wolf clan certainly require reform. Inform the general and the elders to come to my palace. Indeed, the wolf clan's fierce nature often led to conflicts, necessitating increased patrols by the wolf generals. She had also established a tribunal akin to a human court where the weak could seek justice, with no leniency granted by the court. In the 10th chapter, the abyssal ancient forest Nian Bei Ning sought out Qing Sha Huan with medicinal cuisine, only to spot a woman in white, smiling as she exited his abode. Her heart raced, and she stormed to confront Qing Sha Huan, who looked bemusedly at the scowling woman. "Who has angered our Empress this early in the morning?" he teased. "You seem quite merry this morning. Is your injury fully healed? No need for medicinal cuisine, then. Is the Empress feeling jealous?" Nian Bei Ning chuckled lightly. "What a joke. Jealous? Of you? Don't make me laugh." She was momentarily at a loss for words. "She's my cousin. She came this morning to inform me about her mother's birthday banquet tomorrow." Suddenly, Nian Bei Ning smiled brightly. Why wasn't I invited? He raised an eyebrow. Family gatherings naturally include family. Moreover, you are the Empress. Who would dare invite you? This logic was sound. Her identity as Empress was indeed too esteemed for casual invitations, which could undermine her authority. The following day, Bai Shanshan had already gathered the location of Qing Sha Huan's cousin's home. Dressed simply, Nian Bei Ning planned to surprise them with her visit. Bai Shanshan helped her dress. "Can I not accompany the Empress? Why would you attend a family gathering? You are not related to General Huan." The young girl had learned to speak back. "This is called love for one's kin. Do you understand?" "What kin? Crows?" These young wolves still needed to learn the wise sayings of the human world. Nian Bei Ning resolved to establish a class upon her return. For mere magical prowess was not sufficient. One must also possess human wisdom and culture. Draped in a cloak and dressed in simple red attire, she exited the royal palace. As she passed the tribunal, a throng of people and wolves surrounded it. Curiosity piqued, she paused to listen, overhearing several female wolves wailing on the ground, lamenting the disappearance of their wolf cubs. Strangely, all the missing cubs had vanished within the same time frame. The tribunal lord urged them to recount their tales, discovering a common thread. Each location of disappearance was marked by a tuft of leopard fur. Nian Bei Ning clenched her fists, realizing the turmoil surrounding the tree spirit was not yet resolved. Audacity persisted in stirring trouble. As she departed the tribunal, on her way back to the palace, she spotted a man hastily leaving, cradling a sleeping wolf cub. Without hesitation, she pursued him. To steal a wolf cub right beneath her nose was indeed a bold act. The young wolf, rendered unconscious, was tightly held in the man's arms as he swiftly exited the wolf territory. The speed of the leopard tribe was astonishing. Even with her own swiftness, she trailed far behind. His trajectory was not toward the leopard territory, but rather into increasingly desolate lands, where the soil was a burnt yellow and devoid of vegetation, backed by a forest cloaked in ominous black mist. Abruptly, he halted and turned to face the approaching Nian Bei Ning. "Do not come closer. Take another step, and I will throw him in there." The child awakened and began to cry. Nian Bei Ning raised her hand. "Very well, I will not move. Release him, and tell me your conditions. I shall comply." The man, with a pointed face and sharp features, laughed menacingly. "No wonder you are the Empress of the Wolf Clan. Not even my leopard kin can match your speed. Indeed, the cubs you seek are all in there. Your clan's disruption of the tree spirit's seal has cost my people dearly, and this retaliation is not excessive." With that, he yanked the child by the collar and tossed him into the woods behind him. The black mist enveloped the child like the maw of a demon, silencing him instantly. Nian Bei Ning gasped, her figure darting forward as she drew the Qian wolfspine whip and struck him down. The man, caught off guard, screamed in agony as flames consumed him. He had never intended to leave alive. Ensnaring the Wolf Clan's Empress in the abyssal ancient forest fulfilled Prince Daqiang's directive. Upon entering, she found the child still sobbing on the ground. She scooped him up and comforted him, relieved he only bore minor scrapes. "Do not be afraid. I will take you to your mother." The child, chewing on his fingers, ceased his weeping, gazing up at Nian Bei Ning's reassuring smile. Yet as she traversed through the black mist before her, the path was not the one she had entered. Before her stood grotesquely distorted trees, with thick vines sprawling across the ground, resembling a black pocket that had ensnared her escape. When she raised her hand to cast a spell to clear a path, nothing happened. Staring in disbelief at her palm, she could not comprehend why there was no ripple of magical energy. She was unable to cast spells. Looking up at the sky-blocking branches, her face was etched with fear. What was this place? How would she escape? Amidst the cries, she followed the sound and discovered 3 small wolf cubs huddled together, trembling. Their diminutive bodies bore adorable wolf ears, appearing to be around 4 or 5 years old. Nian Bei Ning embraced them. "Do not be afraid. I will help you find your mother." Drawn to her presence, the cubs ceased their cries, even giggling and reaching out for her. Although Nian Bei Ning had no children of her own, the sight of their soft faces and smiles melted her heart. How could the leopard tribe be so cruel as to abduct cubs to such a dreadful place? After weaning, these young wolves would consume meat. This peculiar place had plenty of small animals, so their sustenance was assured, but the issue remained. They could not escape. There were enormous man-eating flowers, sentient thorn trees, and oddly shaped vultures. Danger lurked everywhere. That night, moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting patterns on the ground. The little ones, well-fed, nestled together in sweet slumber. While Nian Bei Ning dared not sleep, unable to discern an escape route, she kept watch over the small cubs. Would Qing Sha Huan come to find her upon realizing she was missing? After all, she had overestimated her abilities in her haste to pursue, neglecting to inform anyone. The Empress was not omnipotent. Reflecting on her carelessness, Nian Bei Ning sighed deeply. Goo 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 goo. On the moonlit night, Hua, who cherished the human heart, turned her gaze towards the sound of distant opera that seemed to ebb and flow in the air. She abruptly opened her eyes, relieved to find the cubs still asleep, silently scolding herself for having dozed off. Straining her ears, she discovered the sound had vanished, yet she observed a figure not far away, dancing with flowing sleeves like a specter in the deep night, the sharp, delicate strains of opera ringing out once more. Nian Bei Ning tightened her grip on the Qian whip, her gaze fixed intently on the figure, instinctively aware, through her wolf-like senses, that this entity was not of the living. Chapter 11. Restoration of Magic. What are you? The figure turned, and Nian Bei Ning's heart raced as her pupils dilated in terror. The face before her bore nothing but a gory, gaping maw, devoid of eyes or nose, floating towards her without touching the ground. This ancient forest of death's abyss has long been untouched. Welcome, beautiful female. Stay away from the children. Though Nian Bei Ning had lost her magic here, the sharpness of the Qian whip was not to be underestimated. When she lashed out, the figure became translucent and vanished, leaving only a distant, eerie laughter echoing in the air. Quickly, Nian Bei Ning led the wolf cubs away from this place. However, as they ventured a short distance, a nursery rhyme began to swirl around them, enticing the little wolves who had initially followed her. In the next moment, chaos ensued. It seemed they had spotted something invisible to Nian Bei Ning, joyfully scattering in all directions. She attempted to catch one, as another slipped away from her grasp. "Come back." The little cubs were swift, and by the time Nian Bei Ning pursued, they had vanished from sight. Despite their youth, she knew she could not hope to catch up. Panic surged within her as her gaze darted around the dark, foreboding environment. "Hee, the ancient forest of death's abyss is our home. What do you think you can escape?" The sinister laughter of malevolent spirits echoed around her, and increasingly grotesque specters emerged into view, one of them clutching an unconscious wolf cub, greedily sniffing at it. "Do not touch those children. If you seek something, come for me." A decaying specter, its body covered in rotting flesh, floated closer, eagerly inhaling her scent and grinning wickedly. "The body of the wolf clan queen smells ever so sweet. We desire flesh. Surrender it, and we shall release this cub." A chill ran down Nian Bei Ning's spine, her brows knitting tightly. "Even if the queen does not consent, we will not force her. The flesh of this cub is far more tender." Upon hearing this, a chilling, grotesque laughter sent shivers down her spine. Nian Bei Ning took a deep breath. "I agree to your terms." In that moment, she was no longer the Nian Bei Ning she once was. She had assumed the mantle of responsibility as the Wolf Clan Queen, tasked with protecting her people. The girl who had always feared pain had never imagined she would one day carve flesh from her own body, blood pouring from her hands and legs. The excruciating agony making her tremble, her complexion pale and drenched in cold sweat. The specters, akin to gluttons, relished her sacrifice, laughing as they abandoned the wolf cub. Her wounds throbbed, visible veins pulsating beneath the gory surface, and she trembled at the sight of her own mutilated form, longing to weep. Looking down, she saw the cubs cautiously tending to her wounds, their expressions filled with concern. A bittersweet smile tugged at her lips. Nian Bei Ning, unable to provide for them in her injured state, watched as the four of them hunted a small rabbit, but upon their return, only 3 were present. A foreboding feeling gripped her heart. Where was the little white cub? We drank some water before coming back. We didn't see him. Nian Bei Ning's voice was weak. Where'd he go? Take me to him. By a small stream, she spotted a few strands of white wolf fur on the ground. Looking up at the water surface, a ghastly face grinned back at her. The water coalesced into a humanoid form, clapping its hands, and a column of water lifted the missing wolf cub. It is said that a queen of the wolf clan has arrived, her flesh so sweet it lingers in the memory. I too wish to partake. Nian Bei Ning felt death looming over her. What do you desire? Blood. Offer your blood in exchange, and I shall release this little one. Without hesitation, she replied, very well. As her blood dripped into the water, it spread like a blooming rose, its crimson hue almost blinding. The apparition in the water opened wide its mouth, savoring the blood. And only when satisfied did it relinquish the wolf cub back to Nian Bei Ning. She could barely stand, but when she felt the cub still breathing, relief washed over her. Dragging her battered body forward, she wondered how much longer she could endure. She studied the direction of the water flow and the wind to ascertain her bearings. Yet by the next day, all natural signs had shifted once more. She truly could find no escape. The ancient forest of Death's Abyss was notorious as a forbidden zone in the beast realm, where the deathly spirits had once been wicked beings in life. As they breathed their last, they were drawn here, becoming these haunting specters. With a barrier suppressing magic, all who entered were rendered powerless. Even the mightiest leaders of the beast clans. This was the reason the leopard clan sought to ensnare her. She was a miserly soul, and should she survive to escape, she would ensure the leopard clan paid dearly for their treachery against the wolf clan. Taking a deep breath, she gazed up at the swaying branches. Due to her excessive blood loss, her vision began to blur, and her festering wounds ignited a fever within her. As she drifted into a stupor, she noticed the cubs surrounding her, howling in distress, seemingly calling out to her, though she could scarcely hear them. In the haze, a sharp pain surged through her arm, and she groggily opened her eyes to see her precious cubs suspended in midair by vines, with slender tendrils piercing their arms, rapidly siphoning their blood. Release them, she cried weakly. The ancient tree spirit opened its green eyes, chuckling, these tender little ones are far too precious to let go. Simultaneously, the deathly spirits re-emerged. Do not allow this tree spirit to reap the rewards effortlessly. It is time to feast on these little ones. Oh, how I have longed for this. Had you not stopped me, they would have all been in my belly by now. Nian Bei Ning gradually rose, resembling a slumbering beast stirring from its rest. I command you to release them. With a thunderous roar, Nian Bei Ning summoned all her strength, unleashing the Qian Langji whip, which ignited in violet flames. Roaring towards the tree spirit. They may be touched, but my wolf cubs are off limits. In an instant, Nian Bei Ning felt a surge of power. Like a parched desert suddenly replenished with water, her magic returned, and as she felt the searing heat of the flames, the tendrils recoiled in panic. The tree spirits stared in horror at the approaching fire, while the nearby deathly spirits shrieked and scattered as remnants of souls. They feared flames even more than the tree spirit. Nian Bei Ning leaped forward, catching the falling cubs in her arms, 3 of them pale from blood loss, 2 already unconscious. How could she regain her magic? They wondered. Isn't there a suppression barrier in the Death's Abyss forest? Could have been broken? Chapter 12. Guardian Magic Outside. Qing Sha Huan, accompanied by 10 elders and 10 guardians of the wolf clan, withdrew. The suppression barrier of the Death's Abyss forest could only be temporarily breached. It would automatically restore itself within an hour. Even a momentary breach had nearly cost them their lives, and none dared to venture into the Death's Abyss forest again. Except for Qing Sha Huan. Upon entry, he beheld crimson flames soaring into the sky, racing towards the source of the magic explosion. Nian Bei Ning, consumed by rage. wielded the Qian whip against the deathly spirits and the tree spirit, while the other cubs huddled together, wailing in despair. Nian Bei Ning. Upon hearing the sound, the woman momentarily faltered in her actions. Turning her head, she saw Qing Sha Huan rushing towards her, and in that instant, her steadfast fortress crumbled. The tree spirits and deathly phantoms seized the opportunity to flee. He gazed at the battered woman, gently caressing her pale cheek. "I'm sorry for my tardiness." Nian Bei Ning sighed. "Qing Sha Huan, where have you been? If you hadn't arrived, I would have perished here. That will not happen. This suppression barrier will soon heal. We must leave at once." Nian Bei Ning pointed at the wolf cubs. "I am fine. You carry them." Qing Sha Huan scooped up the wolf cubs, and as Nian Bei Ning followed him, she stumbled and fell after just a few steps. Exhaustion and pain overwhelmed her. She could no longer endure. Nian Bei Ning had never imagined she would face a day of being preyed upon, yet she felt a sense of duty fulfilled. Even in death, she held no regrets, except that her vengeance remained unfulfilled. The tree spirits and deathly phantoms still lived, their demise yet to be enacted. Time passed, and Nian Bei Ning slept for an entire month. When winter arrived with the first snowfall, she finally opened her eyes. "Awake! The Empress has awakened. Quickly summon the healer and General Huan." Bai Shan exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement and tears. Nian Bei Ning rolled her eyes, observing the canopy above her. The pain coursing through her body was unmistakable. It seemed she was still alive. Qing Sha Huan arrived swiftly with the healer. After taking her pulse, the healer offered a few words of caution regarding her health before taking Bai Shan out to procure medicine. Qing Sha Huan's expression was stern as he fixed his gaze upon her, his eyes betraying hints of concern and ire. "Cough, I feel unwell. Let me see if the flesh has grown back," Nian Bei Ning remarked. "You feared death more than anything, yet in that moment, you showed no fear." Qing Sha Huan's tone was reproachful, and Nian Bei Ning winced at the memory of that excruciating pain. "I do fear death, but I fear for those wolf cubs even more. The leopard clan went to great lengths to lure me to that cursed place. Truth be told, I narrowly escaped being buried there. Then let the entire leopard clan accompany you in death. Vengeance must be served, but take your time," Nian Bei Ning replied, her face scrunching in pain. The concern in Qing Sha Huan's eyes was palpable, and without hesitation, he reached to examine her wounds. She quickly grasped his hand. "What are you doing? I have already seen your injuries. There is no need for the Empress to hide them." Her face flushed crimson. "How shameless. Taking advantage of me in my weakened state. If not for your own incomplete recovery, I would have gone further." With a sigh, Qing Sha Huan gently ruffled her hair. "You must not act so recklessly in the future. Do you think you are invincible? The Death Abyss ancient forest is a perilous place. 9 out of 10 who enter do not return." Nian Bei Ning understood the circumstances surrounding her sudden restoration of powers and responded, "I appreciate your efforts." "Are the children unharmed?" "They are fine. They are grateful to the Empress and even constructed a temple in your honor, which is now flourishing with offerings." Nian Bei Ning chuckled. "What is the current situation with the leopard clan?" "The tree spirits are wreaking havoc, causing countless casualties among the leopard clan. It is utter chaos." "Not only them," Qing Sha Huan informed Nian Bei Ning. "Due to your month-long slumber, the 8th, 9th, and 10th elders began to waver in their loyalty to the leadership, fearing you might never awaken. They were all suppressed by me. One significant reason for their unrest was that their true forms had reached the stage of evolution, eagerly awaiting the impending wolf calamity to trigger their transformation. Nian Bei Ning had lingered at the evolution phase for 300 years without progress. Had it not been for her fire attribute magic, the leadership position would have likely changed hands long ago. Successfully evolving would grant them the form of a divine beast, Qilin, thus allowing the entire wolf clan to dominate the beast realm in due time. Nian Bei Ning's anger grew. Do those old fools believe evolution is an easy feat? If they can linger for 1,000 years, then I can endure for 300. Qing Sha Huan, do you believe me? Let's wager. Qing Sha Huan regarded the agitated woman with amusement. Calm down. It is merely a matter of time for evolution. Nian Bei Ning, limping, sat across from him. And what about you? Qing Sha Huan met her gaze. The black wolf requires no evolution. It can directly cultivate to the level of a divine beast, Qilin. Nian Bei Ning understood. The paths of cultivation differed among their species. After a month of confinement, it was time for Nian Bei Ning to stretch her limbs. She intended to inspect the expansion of a new territory and establish a few schools to impart human knowledge. This new region was named Dongsheng, which now housed 20,000 clansmen who had constructed homes, dug canals for water, and established market divisions. The Grand Priest reported to Nian Bei Ning, and she was astonished. The efficiency is quite impressive. The Grand Priest replied, "It is due to the excellent leadership of the Guardian." Nian Bei Ning expressed her confusion. "I recall that the selected individuals were white wolves, not of the surname Qing." The Grand Priest hesitated, casting a glance at Qing Sha Huan. The latter explained, "During your absence, many events transpired in Dongsheng. The first Guardian perished in a brawl, the second successor fell from a cliff, and this third one was personally selected by me. She is a female named Xing Qiao. Nian Bei Ning raised an eyebrow. "Grand Priest, bring this Guardian to me." "As you command, Your Majesty." Inside the cave, the woman donned in a pale yellow robe appeared delicate and fair, a conspicuous red mole adorning her eye. She clasped her hands in greeting. Xing Qiao pays her respects to the Empress. Nian Bei Ning regarded the woman with a sense of familiarity. "Is it you?" Xing Qiao stood and smiled. "It is I." This was the same woman who had been beaten and left battered in the alley. Now she exuded vitality and grace, appearing entirely transformed. Nian Bei Ning inquired, "If my memory serves me right, you were among the candidates for Guardian the first time, correct?" Xing Qiao offered a bitter smile. "Your Majesty has a remarkable memory. It is commendable that you recall someone of my humble lineage. The Wolf clan does not discriminate based on noble or lowly bloodlines. You are now the Guardian of Dongsheng, and your contributions to this expansion are invaluable. This Empress shall reward you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After her departure, Nian Bei Ning furrowed her brow at the Grand Priest. "Investigate this woman thoroughly, along with the circumstances of the deaths of the two Guardians." Chapter 13. The Elder's Provocation. Nian Bei Ning, guided by the sixth sense inherent to women, felt a lingering unease regarding this woman. Yet, even with the Grand Priest's efforts, it was not easy to uncover any flaws in Xing Qiao. As night fell over Dongsheng, the sky blazed with red, and countless wish lanterns ascended slowly. Today marked the day of ancestral worship for the Wolf clan, with snowflakes drifting down, failing to hinder the ascent of the lanterns. Even after transforming into human form, the people of the Wolf clan still felt the chill. At this moment, within Xing Qiao's cave, she was busily writing something. A gray wolf dashed in, transforming into human form, and respectfully stated, "Guardian Sheng, everyone you encountered that day has been dealt with, except for one who managed to escape." Xing Qiao looked up, raised her hand, and with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to the kneeling man's face. "Useless. You were born to be a dog, not a wolf. If you cannot handle such a trivial matter, what purpose do you serve?" Trembling, he bowed repeatedly on the ground, and a dark mist erupted from Xing Qiao's palm, tightening around his neck. Moments later, he lay lifeless on the ground, transformed into a deceased gray wolf. The woman stood, brushed off her clothing, and retrieved a vial of potion from her sleeve, dropping it onto the body of the gray wolf. The flesh was eroded at an observable rate until nothing but bones remained. Xing Qiao's gaze turned indifferent. It appeared that if she wished to avoid complications, she would have to take matters into her own hands. Amidst the heavy snowfall, a deadly chase unfolded at the mountain's edge as 20 ferocious gray wolves pursued a woman cloaked in black. She struggled to keep pace, stumbling and falling to the ground as the pack encircled her, crouching low before pouncing. The woman possessed a hint of sorcery, and as they engaged in a fierce struggle, the situation reached a stalemate. Xing Qiao stood atop the cliff, observing the scene below with an icy expression. With a swift motion, she descended rapidly, dark mist swirling in her palm as her sharp, wolf-like claws approached the woman's face. The latter, with bare hands, blocked her vicious strike, and both were taken aback. With a single gesture, Xing Qiao halted her subordinate, addressing her opponent. It has been some time since we last met, and your skills have certainly improved, esteemed lady. You aim to kill my husband and eradicate me entirely. Rest assured, you shall face retribution for this. Sheng Kia smirked. The position of the new guardian of Dongsheng was destined to be mine. I shall demonstrate that the gray wolf is far more formidable than your white wolf kin. As she spoke, she suddenly launched a surprise attack, and a fiery barrier appeared abruptly before the woman. The moment they collided, Sheng Qiaoer felt a searing pain in her palm, causing her to retreat swiftly, eyes wide with shock. The cloak fell to the ground, revealing that the strikingly beautiful woman was none other than Nian Bei Ning. Simultaneously, the entourage led by Qing Sha Huan emerged from all directions, encircling them. Your Majesty, General Huan, what is happening here? Nian Bei Ning exquisite. Are you not aware? Her gaze fixed on Nian Bei Ning like a venomous snake. Your Majesty is indeed astute, but I wonder why you persistently pursue me, a mere guardian. The Wolf Clan suffers daily casualties. Do you intend to capture the perpetrators every single day? At least others do not harbor ambitions as grand as yours. Keeping you alive poses endless threats for my clan. Your Majesty truly has a high regard for me. Qing Sha Huan interjected. Take them away. According to the laws of the Wolf Clan, deal with them as deemed appropriate. Understood. Although Nian Bei Ning was merely an actress of little renown, she had encountered all manner of villains. Such adversaries, once cultivated, would inevitably pose a significant threat. Inside the palace, Nian Bei Ning mused. I clearly misjudged the situation. The fault lies with me, and I shall accept the consequences. She scoffed. That young girl is quite lovely. I wonder if General Huan has taken a liking to her beauty? Qing Sha Huan smirked slightly. I have long been entranced by the beauty before me. How could she possibly catch my eye? Nian Bei Ning raised her chin with pride. In light of your candidness, I shall overlook this matter. However, I must personally select the new guardian of Dongsheng. Very well. A glint of cunning flashed in Nian Bei Ning's eyes as she sauntered closer to him. His handsome visage was becoming increasingly alluring to her. As the queen, perhaps she could be a bit bolder. The man observed her subtle movements, wrapping an arm around her waist and leaning down to gaze into her slightly flustered eyes, chuckling. Your Majesty's courage seems to be growing by the day. The same goes for you, she replied. Your Majesty outside, Bai Shan began, but before she could finish, she witnessed an inappropriate scene, promptly closing her eyes and turning away. Cough, cough. Nian Bei Ning shook her garments. Come in, what is it? The three elders awaited the queen in the main palace. Dressed in her regal attire and golden crown, Nian Bei Ning sat upright, her displeasure rising as she recalled Qing Sha Huan's earlier words, causing her to regard the three elders below with disdain. What is the matter? These individuals, emboldened by their recent surge in magical prowess, had grown quite arrogant, oblivious to the fact that even the high priest lacked their audacity. Even Qing Sha Huan, who once sought to kill her, had been subdued. With time on her hands, she felt she could patiently deal with these men. The queen must not engage in bloodshed against her guardians. Nian Bei Ning, her tone languid, retorted, Speak plainly, and spare me your pretense. The three elders exchanged uneasy glances. The eighth elder spoke. Our clan finds itself in a standoff with the Leopard clan, and those skilled in sorcery among us are fewer than those of the Leopard clan's various factions. We are in need of personnel. Why not allow her to atone for her sins? Nian Bei Ning chuckled. You make a valid point, but what if I insist on executing her? As the queen held the power of life and death, none dare defy her. Yet she, too, had to consider the greater good. Indeed, if the queen remains complacent and neglects her magical training, while the Leopard clan continues to grow stronger, our Wolf clan shall find itself in peril. Finally, they had arrived at the crux of the matter. Nian Bei Ning rose. You claim I lack ambition in my magical pursuits? I can still crush you all. The eighth elder scoffed. That may have been true in the past, but it is not a certainty now. The ninth elder added, Since your Majesty is so confident, let's have a contest. Very well. Let us meet at Wolf-Tooth Mountain tomorrow. Nian Bei Ning, incensed, stormed into Qing Sha Huan's lair, exclaiming, Those three old fools dare challenge me to a contest? Do they have any idea about the extent of their sorcery? Qing Sha Huan, polishing his dark blade, listened to her furious tirade without lifting his head. It seems you're aware of some details, he replied. Nian Bei Ning furrowed her brow. What do you mean by seems? Knowing is knowing, but I only wish to speak when my mood is good. Otherwise, I prefer silence. Nian Bei Ning pointed at him, speechless with rage, trembling with frustration. Finally, she leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. General Huan, is your mood any better now? Qing Sha Huan looked up, his deep blue eyes fixed on the charming woman before him, who wore a beaming smile. He drew her close, pulling her into his embrace and leaning down to nip at her crimson lips. The woman gasped, leaping back a few steps, while Qing Sha Huan, with a devilish smile, remarked, Now that my mood has improved, come closer. I have something to tell you. Chapter 14. The two entered the dark shop aside from the three elders and Nian Bei Ning. No one else was present at Wolftooth Mountain. After all, such clandestine duels could bring about negative repercussions if word reached the clan. Nian Bei Ning, with her raven hair standing tall, donned a lightweight, form-fitting attire, twisting her neck to stretch her limbs. Finally, she raised her chin and regarded them. You may all come at me together, lest you accuse this queen of bullying you with my singular fire attribute. Together? Did they underestimate her, or overestimate themselves? The three elders exchanged fierce glances, their resolve firm. With that, they charged forward, three massive wolves appearing like phantoms behind them, their howls echoing through the skies as they attacked Nian Bei Ning simultaneously. The ferocious pressure bore down upon her, and Nian Bei Ning's expression darkened. Swiftly, she formed a hand seal, channeling her magical energy into a fiery imprint beneath her palm. Under the might of her sorcery, the ground quaked and the air roared with chaos as the imprint shattered into countless fiery orbs. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that each orb bore a wolf's head, the red eyes and menacing fangs exuding an aura of terror. Fire awakening, go! A multitude of fiery orbs surged forth, and as they struck, the elders' expressions shifted dramatically. The phantom wolves behind them dissipated in an instant, their strength inexplicably diminished. The flames posed an innate oppression against the fierce beasts. They had assumed their countering force would surpass Nian Bei Ning's fire magic, yet the moment their power waned, they realized victory was unattainable. We concede. Nian Bei Ning ceased her assault. The entire encounter had lasted less than 5 minutes. The three men knelt on the ground, bowing their heads. We previously spoke disrespectfully to your majesty. We beseech your punishment. Nian Bei Ning replied. You have acknowledged that we are in need of personnel at present. Let this serve as your atonement. Should you harbor any ulterior motives in the future, do not blame this queen for her ruthlessness. We would not dare. Thank you, your majesty, for your mercy. Regardless of their elevated status, the age-old law of the jungle held true. The weak would always fall prey to the strong. Qing Sha Huan had long awaited Nian Bei Ning's return in her chambers. The woman, brimming with pride, commanded by Shan Shan to bring forth several platters of fine meats. Did you win? Of course. Do you not see who I am? She replied with a smirk. However, the techniques you taught me regarding harmonizing magic were quite effective. Please, teach me more. Qing Sha Huan fixed his gaze intently upon Nian Bei Ning, as if attempting to discern her secrets. Feeling unnerved under his scrutiny, she murmured, Though I am aware of my striking beauty, it is inappropriate for you to stare at me so. I once harbored doubts regarding your authenticity as the Empress. To realize a breakthrough in my own magical abilities yet remain oblivious, needing the guidance of others, was disconcerting. A sudden pang struck Nian Bei Ning's heart. Fundamentally, she was human, not a wolf. Yet, in reality, she truly was this Empress. I had been preoccupied with matters concerning my new territory and had overlooked this. Qing Sha Huan's expression turned grave. I must inform you that Shang Qiao heir has escaped. She fled? Yes, she has ventured southward, to a region rife with chaos. A place not dominated by any power of the Beast World continent, characterized by vast landscapes and undulating mountains. Nian Bei Ning furrowed her brow. This woman will undoubtedly return to seek revenge. This individual cannot be allowed to remain free. You were seeking a new protector for Dongsheng, were you not? The south might serve as a suitable location. Qing Sha Huan crossed her arms and continued. My injuries have nearly healed. I shall accompany you. Nian Bei Ning was taken aback by Qing Sha Huan's decisive nature. They departed for the south without anyone, save by Shan, being privy to their plans. After all, should this news leak, what would happen if the Leopard clan seized the opportunity to strike? In no time, rumors of the Empress's infatuation with General Huan's beauty began to circulate, with others in the palace oblivious to the situation. Unbeknownst to them, the journey from the wolf clan of the beast world to the south took them 5 days, a considerable distance, confirming it as a fitting refuge for fugitives. Nian Bei Ning marveled at the untainted scenery of the beast world continent, free from the pollution and deforestation of human industry. The air was remarkably fresh. Even in winter, the greenery flourished abundantly. Upon entering the south, they encountered a colossal stone tablet inscribed with robust beastly characters. As they ventured deeper, they found themselves amidst a dense array of cave dwellings, stone houses, and wooden structures, with trees and bamboo groves standing sentinel among the sprawling markets. Within a sandalwood inn on the southern border, Nian Bei Ning, clad in a crimson outfit, observed the peculiarities around her. What sort of bizarre place is this? Creatures of all forms wandered about, human heads atop beastly bodies, and vice versa, with humanoid figures possessing canine limbs. Some women sported plush beastly ears atop their heads, while others bore scars and savagery, feasting on both meat and vegetables, drinking pure, naturally brewed spirits. Indeed, it was a melting pot of chaos. Previously, Nian Bei Ning had seldom ventured beyond her palace, maintaining an imperial demeanor that resulted in few ever laying eyes upon her. Even among the wolf clan, many had never witnessed the breathtaking visage of their own empress. In contrast, Qing Sha Huan was somewhat renowned, a formidable warrior who had conquered territories with unparalleled prowess. Her advantage lay in her exceptional magical abilities. It seemed somewhat unfair that she bore the title of empress. Ah, esteemed guest, what are you doing? Release me at once. Nian Bei Ning witnessed a classic scene from a drama, a brutish man harassing a virtuous maiden, though the innkeeper's wife appeared no less formidable. Her skirt, cut to the side, revealed long, fair legs, and her delicate features were accentuated by a hint of translucent pink fabric. Not only her, but the inn servants were all strikingly beautiful women. Qing Sha Huan, with her silver crown and clad in sleek black and silver attire that accentuated her athletic form, drew the attention of several fox maidens who circled around her. Nian Bei Ning, growing increasingly irritated, observed the unfolding spectacle. What harm is there in playing with such a beautiful lady? The brutish man's subordinate jested, while the initially frightened woman now bore an alluring smile. Playing is permissible, but our fees are quite steep. Ha ha ha! I have plenty of earth spirit stones, the man replied. Earth spirit stones? No. What I desire is your entire magical prowess, she declared, her hand already poised over the brutish man's heart. With a surge of force, his pupils dilated, and he perished without even a cry. Chaos erupted in the inn as the door slammed shut. The women swayed, revealing fox tails and pointed ears, their laughter echoing eerily. It was akin to a congregation of monks entering a den of seduction. The leader reveled in the magic she had just absorbed, whispering, "Proceed. Do not let them escape and tarnish our reputation, or there will be no guests left." Chapter 15. 2 Qing Sha Huans with a single command. The eager fox maiden sprang into action, several charging towards Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning. Qing Sha Huan remained unfazed, sipping her tea, nonchalantly wielding a black, curved blade, blood spilling from the severed arms of the fox maidens amidst their screams. In the midst of the shock, the astute among them gravitated toward the powerful figure, seeking refuge. Most of those captured were no match for the enticing fox maidens, yet they had not anticipated the arrival of a fierce deity among them. Nian Bei Ning took cover beside Qing Sha Huan, who dealt with the fox maidens within a 10-foot radius. As the empress, she typically refrained from taking action. The leader of the fox maidens ascended the stairs, her piercing gaze fixated on Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning. In an instant, she lunged forward, perceiving Qing Sha Huan's might. Her focus shifted to Nian Bei Ning. First, she could threaten this woman and seize the man's magical prowess. Her own cultivation would reach its zenith. Nian Bei Ning's ears twitched as she noticed the impending danger, her form retreating swiftly to evade the rushing shadow. A fleeting glance was exchanged, and she grasped the fox maiden's arm, hurling her away with great force. A foul odor filled the sealed inn as the fox maiden leader screamed, unable to extinguish the violet-red flames engulfing her arm. Cursed fate! Today I have met my doom. Retreat! With the fox maiden's departure, the inn's door swung open, and those fortunate enough to survive fled in haste, wishing their parents had given them swifter legs. Upon encountering a den of thieves, it became abundantly clear that the South was not a safe haven. Those foxes practiced dark sorcery, leading to their expulsion from the clan. You must recall that our wolf clan has also had its share of members banished for dabbling in forbidden arts, Nian Bei Ning reflected, pondering the implications of Qing Sha Huan's statement. Indeed, I remember well. 300 gray wolves, dissatisfied with their lowly status, resorted to dark sorcery, straying from the righteous path. Such beings cannot find sanctuary anywhere, she responded with clarity. Qing Sha Huan turned to her, observing the way she tilted her head, her expression innocent yet charming. He reached out, playfully pinching her cheek. Nian Bei Ning, do refrain from overeating, otherwise you shall grow even rounder. Since arriving here, feasting had become her greatest delight, making her forget her primary purpose. Rounder? That term is particularly sensitive for women, she retorted, glancing at her physique before resolutely shoving a skewer of meat towards Qing Sha Huan. He chuckled softly. It is getting late. Let's find a place to rest. In the deep of night, heavy snow began to fall, and the cold wind howled through the gaps in the window. Nian Bei Ning, her eyes closed, suddenly opened them to a flickering flame illuminating the room. What are you doing in my chamber? She asked, finding Qing Sha Huan seated beside her bed, his chiseled features softened by the dim candlelight. The night is long and solitary. It is rather cold to sleep alone, he replied, his words laden with implications. As a representative of the new civilized society, Nian Bei Ning understood the underlying meaning of his words. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. But you are still injured. It would be unwise to risk further harm. Her coy demeanor, paired with her stunning visage partially concealed by her flowing hair, stirred something within him. He leaned closer, encircling her waist. Will I truly injure myself? Let's find out. Nian Bei Ning pressed her hands against his chest. Oh no, this is improper. If we are to engage in such matters, it must be after you have wed me. Qing Sha Huan's eyes widened in astonishment. You wish to marry me? Indeed. The words of the Empress are sacred and cannot be retracted. A third voice emerged within the room, belonging to another Qing Sha Huan, though not the one before her. It was the one who had just entered. To Qing Sha Huan. Upon realizing this, Nian Bei Ning forcefully pushed away the man who still held her close. How could there be two Qing Sha Huan? Which one of you is real? The newcomer scoffed. Nian Bei Ning, where is your wits? Can't you discern the truth? Indeed, this was the hallmark of Qing Sha Huan's manner of speaking, yet the one before her was equally relentless. I am the true one. He is the false. Nian Bei Ning raised her fist and swung it towards the one speaking. Are you trying to play the role of the genuine and the fake here? The opponent nimbly dodged her strike. Infuriated by the near misfortune caused by this scoundrel, she drew her Qi Yin Longji whip and lashed out. The adversary, realizing the day's plans were thwarted, fled through the window, and Nian Bei Ning, in unison with Qing Sha Huan, pursued him. Nian Bei Ning's thoughts raced. I almost suffered a great loss. The embarrassment is intolerable, and this person must face the consequences today. Qing Sha Huan pondered. How dare this individual impersonate me to seize an advantage without having tasted my own fruit? Despicable. Under the cover of night, the fugitive's escape was both cunning and swift, darting across rooftops and occasionally hanging upside down beneath eaves, even weaving through the woods. He believed his speed was sufficient to elude them. However, he soon found that they were closing in. With a whoosh, Nian Bei Ning's Qi Yin Longji whip coiled towards the thief, who, in a flash, transformed into a black and white, striped ground snake, evading the lethal strike above. The flames crackled with intensity, and even from a distance, he sensed the acrid scent of scorched flesh and the sharp sting of heat. Today, he had indeed miscalculated. These two were not to be trifled with. Without further ado, he sought refuge in a secluded cave beneath a cliff, trembling behind a woman who had just absorbed a new technique. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed in anger. "Someone is pursuing me, and they've already come in." No sooner had she spoken than two figures, one red and one black, appeared in their line of sight. The woman, upon seeing them, narrowed her eyes, and Nian Bei Ning was equally taken aback. "Qing Sha Huan? So you've hidden here. It seems I have stumbled upon you without effort." Isashinji QA's fast twitched, glaring at the ground snake with gritted teeth. "What foolish act have you committed?" "It was Mei. She informed me of two formidable figures." The woman appeared foolish, yet was incredibly powerful, advising me to transform into this man's likeness to approach her. I intended to flee once I acquired the technique, but I never anticipated being discovered by this man. They are the Empress and General of the Wolf Clan. How could you provoke them? The ground snake crumpled to the ground. The Empress and the General? Wait. Nian Bei Ning processed their dialogue and seized upon a crucial phrase. What does it mean for that woman to appear foolish? Qing Sha Huan's gaze fell upon the group of bound individuals in the cave, with one lifeless body sprawled on the ground. His sharp eyes fixed on Qing Xiao. "Did you do all this?" Chapter 16. The Tiger Clan youth Qing Xiao's eyes turned cold. "Since you have seen it, what more is there to ask? I am but a forsaken fugitive. Who cares for right or wrong? In that case, you cannot be spared." Nian Bei Ning gathered violet-red flames in her palm, launching an attack toward Qing Xiao's face. The latter's expression darkened, pulling the ground snake behind her to shield herself. "Boss, no. Useless thing. You must bear the consequences of your own misdeeds." The ground snake was engulfed in flames, reduced to ashes amidst its cries. Seizing the opportunity to flee, Qing Xiao found her path blocked by Qing Sha Huan. Hiding behind the bound individuals, she threatened, "If you seek to kill me, go ahead. It is worth it to take so many down to hell with me." Nian Bei Ning sighed. "You truly are wicked." "Indeed, I am wicked, but it is you people who have forced my hand." "Nian Bei Ning, do you think you're the only noble red wolf in the entire wolf clan? I am too. I am not a lowly gray wolf. I'm also a red wolf." Qing Sha Huan frowned. "What do you mean?" 300 years ago, I was originally a white wolf. As I matured, red wolf traits began to manifest. When I turned 18, I was the only red wolf to undergo a mutation in the entire clan. My magical prowess rivals that of you, Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. But during my evolution, I encountered 10 worship-level blue wolves who devoured my magical cultivation when I was at my weakest. You cannot fathom the excruciating pain of such betrayal. Qing Xiao roared hoarsely, her fury and resentment wrapping around her like a shroud, rendering her visage terrifying. I accepted my fate. The supreme red wolf was reduced to a gray wolf overnight, barely clinging to life. I endured, yet for so many years, those who deemed themselves noble have continuously bullied, oppressed, and harmed me. For 3 centuries, I have only attained guardian-level cultivation. Those wretches deserve to die. I will kill them all, those who have humiliated me, even with a mere glance of disdain. Yet, even the most despicable have their pitiable aspects, Nian Bei Ning reflected. But your actions have gone too far. Do not waste your breath on her. This woman has lost all reason. Nian Bei Ning grasped Qing Sha Huan's arm. These people are innocent. We must save them. Qing Xiao smirked coldly, vanishing into the depths of the cave, her derisive voice echoing. Nian Bei Ning, you should learn from your companion what it means to be ruthless. Otherwise, you will eventually suffer the consequences of your mercy. Ha ha ha, Qing Sha Huan remarked. She speaks truth. In the beast world, kindness can indeed lead to peril. Nian Bei Ning sensed the life forces of the bound individuals and sighed in relief. I understand, but I cannot stand idly by. There are children here. Qing Sha Huan released the seals and ropes binding the unconscious individuals, his gaze softening as it fell upon a 7- or 8-year-old child. What is it? Everyone has awakened and looked at the pair before them in panic, recalling how Qing Xiao had drained their magical abilities like a vampire, rendering them unconscious for being too noisy. You are free now. Leave this place. The crowd exchanged glances before they stumbled out of the cave. Qing Sha Huan, usually stoic, softened his tone while speaking to the child. Are you from Song Wushan? The child, overwhelmed with fear, could only nod. Song Wushan was a rather mysterious mountain in the south, rarely accessible to ordinary folk. It was understood that this child had been captured by the ground snake while descending to gather herbs and had been away from the mountain for half a month. He was the most cherished grandson of the mountain's lord, Lu Lao. In Nian Bei Ning's eyes, Song Wushan was akin to a white lotus blooming in muddy waters, with winter bamboos sprouting delicate white flowers. In the cold, cascading waterfalls, one could witness figures practicing in the water, while the spiraling green brick steps in the bamboo forest seemed endless, and the sky was filled with snow-white spirit birds circling above. All the inhabitants were a diverse assembly of beast kind. The elderly Lu Lao embraced his grandson with great emotion, then turned his attention to Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. Thank you, Empress and General of the Wolf Clan, for rescuing my grandson. Qing Sha Huan replied. Lu Lao is too kind. With a benevolent expression, Lu Lao nodded with a smile. Huan quickly arranged 2 superior guest rooms for our esteemed visitors. Yes, master. Song Wushan, rich in spiritual energy, imbued even the flora and fauna with mystical cultivation. Above, a hazy barrier could be seen, marking it as a splendid locale. Standing in a square observing the ongoing sparring, Nian Bei Ning asked Qing Sha Huan, how does this old man know us? And how do you know about Song Wushan? Qing Sha Huan, when I ventured into the southern regions, you were still at home, basking in the service of your servants. Lu Lao, the divination master, may seem reclusive, but he possesses far greater knowledge of the matters concerning the beast world than you do. Indeed, age bestows wisdom. Nian Bei Ning, disinterested in the elderly and only intrigued by the young, observed the square with keen interest. Those 2 individuals appear quite skilled in their magical arts. What do you think? Qing Sha Huan turned away, prompting Nian Bei Ning to pursue him. Hey, I'm talking to you. You're being rather audacious, too. Qing Sha Huan paused, gazing at her, and Nian Bei Ning found herself momentarily speechless, finally stammering. That is exceedingly rude. If I recall correctly, the Empress mentioned something about marrying me upon our return. The wicked gleam in his eyes caused Nian Bei Ning's cheeks to flush. I was misled. Huh. Qing Sha Huan pressed his hand against the back of her head, their faces mere inches apart. Nian Bei Ning, throughout history, no man has ever married. Even if you are the Empress, it is I who must propose. That damn intimidation made Nian Bei Ning utter a reluctant. Oh, releasing her. Qing Sha Huan's eyes sparkled with a profound smile. Very well, we shall attend to this matter upon our return. Nian Bei Ning watched the figure of the man depart, wondering if she had just entrusted her lifetime commitment to him. Stop dawdling. Follow me. I shall introduce you to someone. The 2 arrived at the kitchen of Cangwa Mountain, where Nian Bei Ning instantly laid her eyes upon a silver-haired youth, industriously working at the stove. He stood tall, and his appearance was immaculate, devoid of the ruggedness typical of beast men. Qing Sha Huan remarked, he is of the Tiger Clan, a suitable candidate. The boy had just turned 18, his eyes clear, sitting upright, his hands rubbing his legs, seemingly nervous. You just said I should go to the Wolf Clan? Nian Bei Ning, as if coaxing a younger sibling, propped her chin on her hands and smiled brightly. Yes, our Wolf Clan offers excellent welfare and benefits. You could even find a wife there. Qing Sha Huan interjected, blocking Nian Bei Ning's view. You may bring your mother along. Her ailment can be treated in the Wolf Clan. Really? Then I shall go. Having saved Lu Lao's grandson, he was more than willing to release one person, and before departing, he provided them with some fine provisions. The residents of Cangwa Mountain were all of elder-level magical prowess. Although Nian Bei Ning was initially attracted by his appearance, she subtly probed and discovered that he had not even attained the magical level of a first-class wolf breed. Chapter 17. No weaklings in the Silver Tiger lineage. The Tiger Clan youth was named Li Juechen. His grandfather was driven out of the Tiger Clan after killing kin for food and wandered to the south, where he eventually settled down. Li Juechen's father lost his magical powers during evolution and was even killed by those who coveted his beautiful silver fur. His mother, weakened by grief, had been ill for 3 years. Lu Lao encountered the destitute mother and son in the forest and brought them to Cangwa Mountain. Unfortunately, Li Juechun was born with inferior magical aptitude. While others could master a spell in 10 days, he required a year to do so. Recognizing his own limitations, he began to assist in the kitchen, where his cooking skills were well received by the residents of Qing Mountain. He was a kind-hearted child, carrying his ailing mother alongside Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. Empress, General Huan, my mother's condition has worsened. May we rest for 2 days before we continue? Certainly. They took up residence in a 3-story inn, resembling a courtyard style, adorned with luminous lanterns, bustling with numerous beastmen, akin to a vibrant marketplace. Beautiful women swayed in open rooms, and any one of them could rival Nian Bei Ning in beauty. A charming young girl with 2 bun hairstyles played the flute for guests, while centaur-like figures circulated with wine and incense burners wafted fragrant sandalwood at intervals. Nian Bei Ning's eyes widened as she surveyed her surroundings. This inn was indeed extraordinary, truly splendid. Li Juechun expressed his astonishment. I never imagined I would set foot in this yin inn in my lifetime. Initially excited, Nian Bei Ning's smile faltered. What do you mean by yin inn? Qing Sha Huan explained. The yin inn does not reside in a fixed location. It exists in a nebulous yet tangible manner, appearing anywhere on the beast world. Anyone can enter, yet when it disappears, those inside remain entirely unaware. The next time it appears, it may be in my wolf clan, but if you wish to leave, you shall still find yourself here. Nian Bei Ning understood. What a marvel! The owner of this inn must be quite formidable. Qing Sha Huan gazed pensively into the distance. To date, no one has encountered the owner of this inn. Li Juechun's mother, frail and emaciated, would revert to her true form when her body could no longer endure. In that form, she appeared weak and on the brink of wilting. Li Juechun was frantic during their time at Qing Mountain. Lu Lao had provided medicinal care to prevent his mother's condition from deteriorating. However, their supplies had run out during their journey, and if this continued, she might not make it to the wolf clan. Qing Sha Huan remarked, I know the apothecary at the Yin Yang Inn. I will go fetch him. You wait here. After Qing Sha Huan departed, Li Juechun utilized his meager magical abilities to transform his mother back into human form. Smiling, Empress, my mother enjoys sour soup. I shall fetch her a bowl. Please watch over her for me. Go. We will take good care of your mother. The youth hurried away, and Nian Bei Ning sighed. How fortunate it was to have a child so devoted to their mother. Reflecting on her own parents, who had sent her away in a patriarchal society, her adoptive father had died in a car accident, and her adoptive mother worked tirelessly to support her art school ambitions, ultimately collapsing from overwork. Since then, she had been left without family. Is anyone inside? Nian Bei Ning called as she opened the door, encountering a short-haired, charming woman who smiled and handed her a bronze incense burner. We change the incense daily. Yours must have burned out. Please accept this. Such thoughtful service. Nian Bei Ning replied. No need. There's a patient inside, and such fragrances are unsuitable. The woman nodded and smiled as she departed. Upon closing the door, Nian Bei Ning discovered the woman on the bed had vanished. Li Juechun had just knocked when he collided with the hurriedly exiting woman, causing sour soup to spill onto Nian Bei Ning's hand, leaving a red mark. The youth, flustered, exclaimed, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Qing Sha Huan returned, gripping Nian Bei Ning's wrist, frowning. What is all this fuss about? Let us take a look at her. A scholarly-looking man smiled and retrieved a bottle of ointment from the medicine box. It's merely a burn. General Huan need not be so anxious. Nian Bei Ning, her expression grave, stated, Your mother is missing. She recounted the events to them, and just as they prepared to search, a startled cry erupted from a nearby room. A lifeless body lay within, that of a frail silver tiger, Li Juechun's mother. Mother! Li Juechun's anguish cry pierced the air as more onlookers gathered. Someone spoke up. This silver tiger's neck has been broken. Indeed, there are claw marks on its body, resembling those of a wolf. Li Juechun, with tear-filled eyes, shouted, What are you staring at? Get out! The fierce spirit of the tiger clan surged forth, and the sound waves overwhelmed those with lesser magical capabilities, causing many to flee. Qing Sha Huan noted that the two who had spoken earlier were nowhere to be found. Inside, Li Juechun knelt, resting his head upon his mother's body, silent, as the atmosphere turned somber. Nian Bei Ning spoke solemnly. I never regarded her as a burden. I did not commit this act. Li Juechen mumbled. I inquired, and the yin-yang does not have a regular incense replacement schedule. Nor is there any short-haired woman, as you described. But I know this was not your doing. Nian Bei Ning sighed in relief. Thank you for believing me. The demise of a single individual does not impede others from indulging in their pleasures. Within the confines of a loft, the short-haired woman toyed with her foxtail, conversing with the woman hidden behind the screen. Though the person has perished, it does not prevent their conflict from arising. Dear sister, have you miscalculated once more? The woman behind the screen lifted her teacup and sipped slowly, the sliding sleeve revealing a fiery plum blossom tattoo on her arm, which concealed the unsightly scars of burns. Their trust in one another seemed to exceed my expectations, yet I could not fathom that the youth harbored even the slightest doubt. Sister, I have tested him. That Tiger Clan youth possesses no spells. What purpose do they have for this useless individual? They were the queen and general of the Wolf Clan, with their own plans in motion, and we need not concern ourselves with the details. If we truly cannot sever this relationship, the woman remarked with a cruel tone, then let us eliminate that young man. Nian Bei Ning reduced her mother to ashes, encasing the remains in a bead she wore around her neck. In an instant, this once innocent youth appeared markedly more mature, devoid of attachments. He had become his own singular existence. Upon finding the culprit, I shall accompany you to the Wolf Clan. Yet I have a question. My aptitude is mediocre and my spells lackluster. Why have you chosen me? This question also lingered in Nian Bei Ning's mind. Qing Sha Huan replied, once the seal of the short bones within you is lifted, your potential will rival that of anyone. There are no weaklings in the Silver Tiger lineage, including you. Chapter 18. The Leopard Clan's sovereign evolves into a devourer. Li Juechen stared at Qing Sha Huan in astonishment. Are you serious? I am a general of the Wolf Clan. I disdain the weak. That night, a fresh wave of guests entered the establishment, rousing the resting Li Juechen from his slumber. He opened his eyes to find the short-haired, charming woman smiling at him. You. It is you. Ah, do not be so agitated, young man. Did she tell you I am the one who killed your mother? In truth, I merely work in the Yin-Yang Inn, conducting business to alleviate others' misfortunes for a fee. This is the Earth Spirit Stone she provided me. It was your ailing mother I dealt with. Is that so? The woman rose, clutching a sharp, curved hook. If you do not believe me, why not inquire with your mother? Boom! Just as her hook was about to close in on Li Juechen, a force surged from behind, compelling the woman to react quickly, retreating just in time to gaze upon her assailant. Qing Sha Huan's piercing gaze fixated on her as the Black Wolf Phantom lunged forth to attack. The woman brandished her 9 fox tails to counter the advancing spectral wolf. The battle stirred the entire Yin-Yang Inn, drawing onlookers as the fight spilled outside. The Fox Clan members covertly observed the skirmish, while Nian Bei Ning shielded Li Juechen. The short-haired woman faltered against Qing Sha Huan, sustaining severe injuries. As 20 fox women leapt forth to assail him, Nian Bei Ning, anxious to assist, was reassured by the scholar-like apothecary beside her. Do not worry. These fox women cannot inflict harm upon him. The queen may be unaware, but when Qing Sha Huan roamed the southern territories, he was merely a fledgling. Even 50 executive-level wild crocodiles could not defeat him. Nowadays, you may not even be his match. You know him well, Nian Bei Ning remarked. After battling those wild crocodiles, his injuries were severe, and I was the one who healed him. As we became familiar, he invited me to the Wolf Clan, but I am not one of them and prefer to stay at the Yin-Yang Inn. Indeed, the fox women were no match for Qing Sha Huan, yet at that moment, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, causing most of the patrons in the inn to faint. Oh no, this is the fox's charm technique. Where's my medicine? The apothecary rummaged through his belongings, but before he could retrieve it, he too succumbed to unconsciousness, leaving Nian Bei Ning staring at the fainted man in disbelief at his lack of resilience. Those still standing were all cultivators of elder-level spells. Fox May appeared, her eyes gleaming with intensity as her red fox tail fiercely lashed out at Qing Sha Huan. Nian Bei Ning swiftly darted forward, using her bare hands to form seals and block the massive tail. Qing Sha Huan swiftly emerged, his black blade slicing downward toward her tail. Fox May's expression darkened as she retracted her tail, but in the next moment, all 9 of her fox tails surged forward to attack them, empowered by formidable spellcraft, resulting in misfortune for the beautiful inn. Seizing the opportunity while the two were preoccupied, the short-haired fox woman aimed to deliver a fatal blow to the unconscious Li Juechen. In a flash, her palm struck Nian Bei Ning's shoulder. With a muffled groan, the force of the flames surged toward her face, catching the short-haired fox woman off guard as her visage ignited in a blaze, and she perished amidst her agonizing cries. Nian Bei Ning was injured, while Qing Sha Huan's blue pupils glimmered with a fearsome light as he channeled powerful magic in his black blade, bringing it down upon Fox May. Her 9 tails radiated brilliance to withstand the terrifying blade, yet in the next instant, blood sprayed as her tails were severed, staining the innocent bystanders nearby. The other fox women were taken aback, retreating in shock, for Mei Jie possessed the strongest tails among them, and this man's prowess was overwhelming. Qing Sha Huan, ruthless and concise, aimed to end her life with a single stroke, but a gust of wind redirected his blade's trajectory, instantly splitting an innocent incense burner in two. A dark figure emerged before Fox May, a woman adorned with a golden hollow fox crown that elevated her inky hair. She donned a black gauze dress complemented by silver arm guards, 2 red fox patterns gracing her brow. Her elongated eyes exuded an icy demeanor, and her beauty was unparalleled. Indeed, the Fox clan bore no ugly members. Rather than feeling relieved at the appearance of her kin, Fox May's expression morphed into one of dread as she fixated on the ally who had come to her aid. Qing Sha Huan, she murmured. She is a traitor of our Fox clan as high priest. I must take her back for retribution. Humph, she seeks her own demise. Today I shall grant her wish. Zisong Lian turned her gaze toward Nian Bei Ning, bowing politely. On behalf of the Fox clan, I apologize to the queen. This individual possesses knowledge of our clan's secrets and requires interrogation. I hope the queen will show mercy and hand her over to me. General Lian, you are too courteous. However, I trust you will not show leniency toward a traitor, for there may be those who resolve your troubles in your stead. Certainly, thank you, your majesty. Zisong Lian departed the Yingyang Inn with her band of traitors. In Nian Bei Ning's memory, Zisong Lian was the foremost female general of the Fox clan. Her origins a legendary tale across the beast realm. It was said that after her parents were slain, she floated in a cradle upon the water's surface until discovered and brought back by the Fox clan's queen, who did not adopt her, but instead nurtured her to become the first female general of the Fox clan, boasting extraordinary talent and formidable spellcraft. Little did she expect to encounter the legendary figure in this place. The scholar-like apothecary administered medicine to Nian Bei Ning, reassuring Qing Sha Huan, your queen is fine. She merely suffers from minor internal injuries. With my herbs, she shall recover in 2 days. He expressed his exhaustion, offering comfort to one after another. Qing Sha Huan chose to remain for 2 days until Nian Bei Ning's internal injuries were fully healed before they resumed their journey. Li Juechen, reticent throughout the journey, clutched the bead while gazing into the distance during their rest. Upon returning to the Wolf clan, the overcast sky unleashed a flurry of snowflakes. The clan members, favoring their transformed forms to combat the cold, hurriedly scurried about, while both Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning sensed an ominous premonition. Upon returning to the palace, Bai Shan, adorned in Nian Bei Ning's attire, excitedly embraced her, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, I would have lost my disguise." Qing Sha Huan inquired, "What transpired?" The leopard clan sovereign has successfully evolved into a devourer, stabilizing the chaos caused by the tree demon within their ranks. Yet on the 3rd day, the leopard clan ventured to the Dongsheng border, and now all the venerated elders and guardians have gone there, leaving the remaining upper-tier wolf clan members to protect our kin. The expressions of the 2 individuals suddenly grew grave. The emperor of the leopard clan had transformed into a Tao Tai, bringing forth a dilemma. "Your Majesty," a voice called from outside, and Bai Shan hurriedly exclaimed, "It is Elder 10, the only one left along with Elders 8 and 9 who have not gone to Dongsheng." Chapter 19. You have finally returned. Come in. Elder Tin rushed in, having visited countless times, and this time he finally laid eyes on Nian Bei Ning herself. Unable to suppress his anger, he said, "What are your plans, your majesty? The Leopard Clan's forces have already gathered at the Dongxing border. A battle is imminent. Do you not have any strategy in place?" Nian Bei Ning had just returned and had yet to acclimate to the current circumstances. She replied, "This sovereign is already in discussions with General Huan regarding this matter, and I have my own arrangements." Elder Tin retorted, "At such a critical juncture for our clan, the Empress and the General are merely indulging in pleasures. How enlightening it is." With a flick of his sleeve, Elder Tin departed, prompting Nian Bei Ning to spring to her feet in indignation. How outrageous! Elder Tin dares to show me such disrespect? Qing Sha Huan emerged from within, stating, "The urgent matter at hand is to address the situation in Dongsheng." As the snow fell relentlessly, the two arrived at Dongsheng, only to find that the battle had already commenced. The figure of the Taotai was absent, with only the flower leopards and black leopards, led by Lan Zhe, engaged in fierce combat against the grand offerings. Under Lan Zhe's arrows, aside from those of elder rank or higher who could withstand some strikes, yet still suffered injuries, everyone else fell to a single deadly hit. The Wolf Clan's offerings wielded formidable magic, and the flying leopards perished almost entirely at the hands of those 10 offerings. Lan Zhe drew his bow and aimed at the grand offering amidst the chaos. With Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan absent, he was the fiercest presence there. With a swift release, arrows imbued with electric energy shot forth, moving so swiftly they were nearly invisible. The grand offering had sensed the impending threat, and with 3 elder-ranked and offering-ranked leopards entangling him, he could only watch helplessly as the arrow approached. Clang! In that instant, a black curved blade intercepted the electric arrow. Lan Zhe's smile froze as Qing Sha Huan deftly redirected the arrow, piercing through the heads of 2 leopards. The grand offering could hardly contain his tears of joy, exclaiming, "General Huan, you have finally arrived. Thank you for your efforts." With the eruption of fire magic, a circle of leopards was flung backward, and Nian Bei Ning stood resolutely in the center, her expression fierce. Meeting Lan Zhe's gaze, she leaped into the air, stepping on the heads of leopards, and charged towards him alongside Qing Sha Huan. To capture the thief, first capture the king. Their thoughts aligned perfectly. Lan Zhe sneered, "You have finally come. Allow me to test my skills." Behind him appeared a colossal, illusory beast, its grotesque head opening a maw filled with sharp fangs. Resembling a sheep's body with a human face, its eerie eyes glowing in the night as its massive paws lunged towards Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. This was the first time Nian Bei Ning had encountered such a terrifying creature. It loomed larger in her vision. Qing Sha Huan seized her arm and leapt into the air, evading the creature's attack. "Are you trying to get yourself killed, Nian Bei Ning? What are you dawdling for?" Qing Sha Huan scolded sharply. Nian Bei Ning chuckled nervously. "Forgive me, I've never seen anything like this before and I'm a bit on edge." Qing Sha Huan drew forth her weapon, ablaze with flames, and swept it towards the Taotai illusion. The intense heat forced the approaching leopards to retreat hastily. A fierce strike landed on the Taotai illusion, scorching half of its form. But in the next moment, it visibly began to repair itself, its size doubling as a result. Flame awakening. With a shattering motion of her hand, a fiery red wolf illusion burst forth. As the flame awakening ensnared the Taotai illusion, Lan Zhe coldly enhanced his magic. A figure suddenly appeared just 5 steps away from him, a black curved blade aimed directly at his face. Caught off guard, Lan Zhe's pupils constricted as he drew forth his lightning bow just in time to block the attack. The impact sent him flying, and he tasted the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. Qing Sha Huan pressed the advantage, transforming into a massive black wolf. Her blue, beastly eyes filled with the ferocity of a predator. As she lunged at Lan Zhe, he transformed into a blue leopard of comparable size, the prowess of a mutated leopard rivaling that of the black wolf. Though they began on equal footing, their magical prowess diverged due to their different levels of training. They roared as they clashed, Lan Zhe's sharp claws swiping at her. But Qing Sha Huan sidestepped and struck him back, her blow carrying the force of 3 tons. causing Lan Zhe to spit blood into the air. He was defeated. Without the support of his magical prowess, the Taotai illusion dissipated instantly. The outcome was clear, and as the two reverted to their human forms, Qing Sha Huan's curved blade descended upon Lan Zhe, only to be intercepted by two of his subordinate flower leopards, leaving a shallow cut on his cheek, blood streaming down into his neck. Furious and humiliated, Lan Zhe bellowed, "Let me go. Today, I shall settle the score with Qing Sha Huan. Either he dies, or I do. Enough, Prince. The disparity in power between you and Qing Sha Huan is too great. We have already lost the advantage today. We must retreat." Repeated failures nearly drove Lan Zhe to despair. After the leopard clan retreated, the Dongsheng region lay in ruins. The Grand Offering and others looked at Nian Bei Ning with excitement. "Your Majesty, General, you have finally returned." Nian Bei Ning gazed at the devastation around her. Feeling a pang of guilt, "I have returned too late. I apologize. We left the Wolf clan without informing you." The white maidservant could only deceive the three elders, as we were already aware of the whereabouts of the Empress and the General. Little did we expect, the Leopard King had evolved into the form of a Taotai. Had he not returned, the consequences would have been dire. Within the cave, Qing Sha Huan introduced Li Ju-chun to everyone from now on. He shall be the protector of Dongsheng. The elders and offerings exchanged glances, and one could not help but ask, "General Huan, he belongs to the Tiger clan. How can he become our Wolf clan's protector? Let alone his status as an outsider. We must first witness his magical prowess." Qing Sha Huan clasped his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. "His name is Li Ju-chun, a true bloodline of the Silver Tiger." Silver Tiger? The assembly buzzed with whispers. Who did not know that the royal bloodline of the Tiger clan had always been of the Silver Tiger lineage? There are no weaklings among the Silver Tiger, a noble bloodline of the Tiger clan, akin to Nian Bei Ning's identity as a red wolf. However, the magical prowess displayed by Li Ju-chun left all those who had high hopes utterly disappointed. Qing Sha Huan remarked, "Well, what is there to be disappointed about with a sealed Silver Tiger?" The emotional fluctuations of the crowd today were quite intense. A sealed Silver Tiger was supposed to possess no magical abilities at all. Yet this young man was able to forcefully cultivate a modicum of magic. If his seal were to be lifted, his future potential could surpass that of the current Tiger Clan king. Li Ju-chun watched as the elders of the Wolf clan shifted from disappointment to excitement, feeling somewhat awkward as he rubbed his nose. Meanwhile, Nian Bei Ning tended to the restoration of the damaged buildings in Dongsheng, using her magic to protect the heart veins of the severely injured. After a long day, she lay exhausted in the bath, internally lamenting how challenging it was to be an empress. Just as she finally managed to relax, a hand reached down from above and caressed her face. Chapter 20. Nian Bei Ning's plan startled. Nian Bei Ning sank into the water, exposing only half her head as she stared at the intruder. Fortunately, the petals on the water's surface shielded her from being fully exposed. The man smiled wickedly. "Nian Bei Ning, what are you hiding from? When did you come in?" "Just now." He half squatted at the edge of the bath, his long hair cascading down from his shoulders, illuminated by the warm candlelight, exuding an aura of elegance as his blue eyes regarded Nian Bei Ning with a relaxed demeanor. Nian Bei Ning steeled herself. After all, this man was handsome and possessed formidable magical abilities. Such a worthy partner was hard to come by. "Do you wish to join me?" The man paused, plucking a petal from the bath with a serious expression. "I embarked on a journey into the Wolf Totem with Li Juechen. During this time, you must remain at Dongsheng, for the Leopard clan may yet return. You must hold your ground until my return." Nian Bei Ning inquired, "What is the purpose of your visit to the Wolf Totem?" "In my recollection, the Wolf Totem is a spatial treasure, accessible only to those deemed worthy. I seek to assist Li Juechen in breaking the seals within him." After a moment of silence, Nian Bei Ning asked, "Would there be danger?" "The Wolf Totem is the supreme treasure of my Wolf clan. How could there possibly be danger? When will you emerge?" I replied, "At the earliest, in 1 month, at the latest, in 1 year." Nian Bei Ning nodded. "And what of your intention to marry me?" Qing Sha Huan smirked. "So you still hold that in your heart? What? Are you having second thoughts?" Qing Sha Huan stood, declaring, "Of course not, but the timing is not yet right." Nian Bei Ning, "Take care of yourself in my absence." Nian Bei Ning approached him in the water, tilting her head, her slender neck and collarbone enticing, her skin as smooth as jade. He lifted her chin and pressed a kiss upon her crimson lips. I will wait for your return. After Qing Sha Huan departed, Nian Bei Ning remained at Dongxing day and night. As expected, the tenacious Leopard clan launched night raids on Dongxing 5 times, infiltrating the inner sanctum twice, each time repelled by Nian Bei Ning and the warriors of the Wolf clan. In light of this dire situation, Nian Bei Ning established a school, recognizing the burden placed upon those reliant solely on the powerful. She aimed to cultivate talent, ensuring everyone felt their intrinsic value. The school mainly attracted first-rate and superior wolf breeds, where she taught the arts of traps and the strategies of Sunzi. Though not a professional, her years as an actress had endowed her with a wealth of knowledge, proving invaluable in this backward world of beasts. Pacing within the confines of the room, Nian Bei Ning scrutinized the map laid out on the sand table. The burly elder, accompanied by several superior wolf breeds, entered the cave and excitedly exclaimed, "The stratagem you spoke of, the feint to the east, truly worked. All those leopard brats fell into the traps, their forces decimated." Nian Bei Ning clapped in delight. "Well done. My emperor shall reward you." The elder replied, "Let the reward go to those young ones. They are the true heroes. Not all. We merely lend our strength. It is you, my empress, who deserves the credit." Nian Bei Ning smiled at the young men in front of her, just over 20 years old, and asked, "You're all first-rate wolf breeds, correct? From today onward, you will join the elder's tutelage, and he will guide you in the cultivation of spells." The elders stared in disbelief. "Ah, is there a problem?" Nian Bei Ning, with a gentle smile, handed him a decree. "This is the new clan regulation I drafted today. You shall disseminate it. All elders of the Wolf clan may now accept disciples. The Empress Palace will provide for those lacking in earth spirit stones and food. From now on, I will hold an annual competition for spell cultivation, where the victorious party may enter the Wolf Totem for a month of training." This regulation sent shockwaves throughout the Wolf clan, igniting hope among those who had struggled with their magical practice. While the allure of training within the Wolf Totem stirred the elders' fervor, one individual alone is powerless. She sought to strengthen the entire clan. After the Leopard clan's third failed attack, Nian Bei Ning, not one to succumb to adversity, remained resolute. The Leopard clan's repeated incursions had grown increasingly audacious, while the Wolf clan fortified their defenses, struggling to keep pace. Ignoring the murmurs about the Empress's cowardice and calls for battle, she was not one to simply await fate. Rather, she was biding her time for the perfect opportunity. Though she had devised a plan with absolute confidence in its success, Nian Bei Ning felt a twinge of anxiety. Previously, in moments of uncertainty, she had the support of Qing Sha Huan. Now, without him by her side, she felt a sense of discomfort. The heavy snow fell like feathers, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of white satin, mirroring the tense standoff between the opposing forces at the Dongxing border. Within the forest, the Leopard clan lingered, with Lanes gravely injured by Qing Sha Huan, confined to his bed, orchestrating the incessant attacks. As he listened to his subordinates report the situation, Lanes, consumed by rage, overturned the medicinal concoction handed to him. "Useless fools. They cannot even breach our territory, yet they speak of occupation. Their repeated failures are a source of mockery for the Wolf clan." Beside him, Wyatt gestured for the report to withdraw, then addressed Lanes. "It is said that the Empress of the Wolf clan is personally stationed at Dongxing. It is no surprise we cannot penetrate their defenses, yet they have not retaliated. They too harbor fears, particularly with Qing Sha Huan absent from the Wolf clan." Lanes glared at him. "Where has he gone?" "Unknown. Our informants are hindered, and little information has reached us." Lanes snorted coldly. "It seems we must resort to cunning. We shall exploit this opportunity one last time. This is my personal attendant, Lan Ming. You know what to do." Wyatt bowed his head and departed with Lan Ming. 80 to 90 elders had been ordered to remain in the Wolf clan's imperial capital to protect the people, yet now 3 rushed to Dongxing. Inside the cave, Nian Bei Ning, adorned in resplendent red and gold, sat regally, scrutinizing them from her elevated position. "What urgent matter requires your personal presence?" "Your Majesty, we must apologize. This matter is of great significance. necessitating our direct report. The 10th elder continued, since the new clan regulations were enacted. Some elders have imposed restrictions on the number of disciples, leading to violent conflicts among the candidates. We have witnessed dozens of such incidents, and we can no longer control the situation. Nian Bei Ning responded, "Is that so? I shall investigate upon my return. You three return to the imperial capital and remain vigilant. Do not stray." Amidst the turmoil at Dongsheng, 7 elders of the royal family had arrived, leaving only these 3 to guard the capital. What could this imply? The 3 bowed their heads, exchanging glances that grew increasingly fierce. The elder's gruff voice resonated from outside. "Your Majesty, the plans are in place. All we await is your command. Ah, you 3 are here as well." Upon hearing this, the 3, previously restless, immediately retracted their boldness. The 8th elder smiled apologetically. "Indeed, we intruded upon Dongsheng and have angered the Empress." Nian Bei Ning lifted her chin. "Elder, please continue." "Oh, our forces are already in position. Should the Leopard clan make a move this time, we can eradicate their stronghold in the border forest." Nian Bei Ning smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Yet we must not grow complacent. No one is to act without my command. Is there anything else?" The elder replied, "Your Majesty, regarding the relocation, accommodations have been arranged." Nian Bei Ning nodded. After the elder finished speaking, he patted his round belly and chuckled as he departed. All knew his temperament. He did not conceal his emotions. Given his demeanor, the Wolf Clan's covert strike was surely destined for success. Within the stone dwelling, the 10th elder waited until the coast was clear before conferring with the other 2. Lan Ming has infiltrated Dongsheng and has conveyed news of Nian Bei Ning's current residence. The 9th elder glanced at the message on the scroll, crushing it in his fist. Humph. Nian Bei Ning fears unforeseen complications and has changed her residence, thinking we would not find her. That night, beneath the heavy snowfall, a chilling wind swept through a secluded wooden cabin. In this desolate place, who would suspect that the formidable Empress of the Wolf Clan would reside here? After the elder and Bai Shan respectfully exited, the flickering candlelight cast shadows of the woman within, while the world outside was filled only with the howling wind and the ominous air of impending danger. 3 elders appeared outside the dwelling, exchanging glances. In their hands, they conjured a pulsating blue orb crackling with lightning. This was the treasure they sought to claim from Nian Bei Ning today. The Wolf Clan Empress? Huh. By this time next year, it would be her day of reckoning. The trio leapt into the air, forming a triangular formation, channeling their spells into the thunderous orb. In an instant, a deep rumble echoed through the sky, as the ferocious lightning burst from the 3 orbs converged violently upon the structure below, unleashing a cacophony of crackling energy that reduced the wooden cabin to cinders. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from within, and in the next moment, the entire building was obliterated, leaving only wisps of black smoke rising into the air. Success. Ha! The once mighty Empress of the Wolf Clan has ultimately fallen at the hands of us 3 brothers. Once we reach the Leopard Clan, we shall be treated with honor, unlike this humiliating experience here. The 8th elder was about to speak when his pupils suddenly constricted, shock and horror washing over him as he gazed behind the others. Clad in crimson, Nian Bei Ning stood with her hands clasped behind her back, a smile gracing her lips as she regarded them. Meanwhile, the surrounding wolf generals had encircled them. The 9th and 10th elders, recovering from their shock, stammered, "What is happening?" "Nian Bei Ning? You were inside, weren't you? If it is not you, then who is in there?" The Grand Elder pointed at them, spitting with fury. "You 3 traitorous beasts. The Wolf Clan has treated you well. Amidst the thousands of elders with advanced magical prowess, you were chosen to be part of the Royal Council. Yet you dared to slay the Empress." Nian Bei Ning replied, "Enough, there's no need for the dying to utter more words. Oh, by the way, the one who perished inside was a traitor from the Leopard Clan. If I recall correctly, his name was Lan Ming. Given the present situation, their only hope for survival lay in begging for mercy." The 3 knelt, repeatedly bowing their heads in contrition. "Empress, we were wrong. We acknowledge our mistakes. Please spare our lives. We were misled by Lan Zhe. From this day forth, we vow our undying loyalty to the Wolf Clan. If we speak one falsehood, May the heavens strike us down. If only you would grant us our lives. We are willing to charge into battle at the forefront. Please, Empress, spare us. Nian Bei Ning's gaze remained cold, unmoved by their pleas. She raised her arm, and flames descended upon them, eliciting a chorus of agonized cries. Their suffering was brief. Within moments, they were dispatched to the underworld. The heavy snow fell, mingling with their ashes as they merged into the ground. The opportunity had come and gone. She had already granted them their chance. Meanwhile, as the Leopard clan forces prepared for yet another ambush, they were caught off guard by the ambush laid by the Guardians and other officials, leading to their complete annihilation. The Wolf clan, riding the wave of victory, surged into the heart of the Leopard clan's stronghold in the woods. Hearing the sounds of battle erupting outside, Lan Zhe, gravely ill, sat up in alarm. What is happening? Hua, Yaku hurried in. The Wolf clan is attacking. What did you say? There's no time to explain. Your Highness, we must retreat. In a single night, news of the Leopard clan's devastating defeat spread across the beast realm. Although the Leopard King had evolved into a Taotai form, he still needed to undergo a phase of detachment and integration with his true body. During this time, Lan Zhe was impatiently urging his father to share a fragment of Tao Ye's consciousness with him. He yearned for vengeance and to reclaim their lost territory. Yet, time and again, his efforts ended in failure. Father, that Nian Bei Ning is truly cunning. I had meticulously arranged an ambush, yet she outsmarted us. You must silence. A powerful voice resonated from within a colossal, multicolored stone, releasing an oppressive aura that made Lan Zhe break out in a cold sweat, kneeling in submission. Do you think I am unaware of everything happening here? Father, Lan Zhe stammered, struggling to articulate his failures. Your incessant assaults and catastrophic defeats have left our kin utterly exhausted. The Wolf clan can defeat you with a mere flick. Do you still have the audacity to face me? Leave. A gust of wind expelled Lan Zhe from the presence of his father. In that moment, he understood. No wonder the Wolf clan had maintained a defensive posture, waiting for them to let their guard down before delivering such a decisive blow. This was a psychological battle. With this grand victory, the Dongsheng clan reveled in celebration, feasting and drinking as Nian Bei Ning observed her jubilant people, smiling as she adjusted her fur cloak, her gaze drifting toward the direction of the Leopard clan. The distant night was serene, yet she dared not let her guard down. Lan Zhe had returned to disgrace. Now, the Leopard King, having evolved into a Taotai form, posed the greatest threat. With her son returning in such a pitiful state, it was inevitable that the father would intervene. In the ensuing days, Nian Bei Ning directed her people to craft more traps and mechanisms. Now, the Wolf clan would not easily step outside their borders, fearing they might unwittingly fall into their own snares. Nian Bei Ning indulged in a rare moment of leisure, reclining on a beauty couch, a warm pouch in her arms, as Bai Shan gently massaged her limbs. Your Majesty, the Leopard clan has retreated for so long. Why the need for so many traps? Indeed, it has been over a month. Why has Qing Sha Huan not emerged? Has she encountered difficulties? Nian Bei Ning sighed softly. Little one, you do not understand. This is called preemptive caution. Given your limited magical prowess, you barely measure up to the first-tier Wolf clan. Starting tomorrow, you shall attend classes at the academy. Bai Shan, both excited and anxious, exclaimed, If I leave, who will attend to you? Just then, a heavy thud resounded at the entrance. The two quickly exited to find the Grand Elder, bloodied and collapsed on the ground, gasping, Your Majesty, run. Chapter 22. Unprecedented events. Nian Bei Ning realized the Elder had come to seek vengeance for her son, but she had not anticipated his speed. He had breached their traps and made it into Dongsheng's inner sanctum. A colossal creature with a body of deep green materialized within the borders of Dongsheng, Taotai in its fearsome form, casting a formidable pressure that loomed over them. Its brown, beastly eyes fixated intently on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, this massive entity transformed into a middle-aged man with thick black hair. The distinctive black markings of the Leopard clan faded, replaced by a faint blue-scaled armor. The Leopard King had personally arrived. The Wolf clan elders were no match for a single blow, and even the Guardians dared not confront him directly. Only when the 10 royal guardians and the remaining elders banded together could they merely hold their ground, yet they were steadily forced to retreat. Having evolved into a divine beast, even Nian Bei Ning, as the Empress, was no match for him. Their only option was to protect their kin and retreat. In a single night, chaos erupted. The sounds of battle, wolf howls, and leopard roars intertwined, creating a tumultuous cacophony that engulfed the land. The Leopard King swatted away 2 guardians that obstructed his path. Nian Bei Ning caught them as they fell, preventing a worse fate. Cough, Your Majesty, retreat. The Leopard King has already evolved into a Taotai form. You cannot contend with him. Nian Bei Ning nodded. I understand. I will hold him off. You all take the clan to safety. Your Majesty, this is an order. Here, she was the only one capable of facing the Leopard King. The Leopard King struck again, aiming for the chief guardian, but before the blow could land, the red flame wolf whip ensnared the guardian, pulling him out of harm's way as a blazing palm met the Leopard King's strike. Boom! The clash of their powers sent shockwaves throughout the area, injuring both leopard and wolf clan members caught in the aftershocks. The Leopard King staggered back a step, while Nian Bei Ning was flung away, her arm numb from the impact, a piercing pain radiating through her. Such immense power. The Leopard King's sinister gaze was fixated on Nian Bei Ning as his form shifted again into the monstrous Taotai, his massive palm crashing down, shaking the ground beneath them. His imposing figure lunged toward her, the scales on his body bristling, emitting a terrifying azure light that sliced through the air like a blade through tofu, reducing all in its path to dust. At this moment, the members of the Bao Zhu could only retreat to save their lives, lest they inadvertently bring harm to the innocent. The red wolf appeared from a distance, resembling a vivid flame, strikingly brilliant. The Tong Tia, 10 times her size, engaged in battle with the Bao Wang. This clash between their clans was pivotal for the survival of the entire wolf tribe, and she could not afford to lose. She was not the type to stubbornly confront an opponent she could not defeat. With a graceful agility, she maneuvered around the Bao Wang, darting left and right, never once touching Nian Bei Ning, creating the sensation of fists striking cotton. Growing impatient, the Bao Wang let out a fierce roar, unleashing a sound wave of energy directed at Nian Bei Ning. Simultaneously, a scorching wave of flames erupted, causing the snow in midair to melt instantly. The previously indistinguishable sound wave energy transformed into a torrential rain of fire rapidly descending upon her. Although now visible, it had morphed into flames directed back at her. The crimson flame wolf tail whirled, shattering the fiery rain, followed by a devastating azure light. The enormous Tong Tia, with its giant claws and exposed fangs, seized the opportunity to pounce. Nian Bei Ning's gaze darkened as she evaded a powerful strike, yet in the next moment, she felt a searing pain in her waist and leg. The azure light had struck her. The Bao Wang did not afford her a moment's respite, swiftly landing a blow on her waist. Nian Bei Ning coughed up a mouthful of blood, creating distance between them, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she focused on the ferocious Tong Tia charging at her once more. As she gathered her strength for a desperate counterattack, a massive dark creature unexpectedly surged forward, sending the Tong Tia flying. Dust swirled, and Nian Bei Ning widened her eyes in surprise and delight. The elders, including the chief elder, nearly leaped with excitement. It was the Ma Qilin. Li Jue Chen approached Nian Bei Ning's side, expressing concern. Your Majesty, please return. We shall handle this. Nian Bei Ning swallowed the metallic taste rising in her throat and forced a smile. All right. Bai Shan supported the injured Nian Bei Ning and urgently called out, Quick, summon the healer. The previously assured Bao Zhu, upon witnessing the emergence of the Ma Qilin, began to worry for their king, as it was the Huan general of the wolf tribe, who had now evolved into a divine beast. In the shadows, Lan Zhe nearly ground his teeth in frustration, realizing that this Qing Sha Huan had been hiding away evolving, making it even more challenging to defeat him now. The Ma Qilin struck the Tong Tia's head into a massive pit below, rendering the creature immobile in an instant. With a growl, the Tong Tia transformed back into the Bao Wang, quickly darting out from under the Ma Qilin's massive paw as it shrank in size. Observing his panting father, Lanze anxiously asked, "Father, are you all right? We must retreat." With their territory slipping away, the conflict between the Bao Zhu and the wolf tribe entered a temporary period of peace, given that both clans now possessed divine beasts. Inside the cave, Qing Sha Huan hastily approached Nian Bei Ning's bedside, gently brushing his fingers against her pale cheek, furrowing his brow in concern. "How could you be so severely injured?" Upon seeing Qing Sha Huan, Nian Bei Ning felt a lump in her throat. "It's nothing. At worst, I'll be bedridden for 10 days or half a month. I won't die." Qing Sha Huan cautiously embraced her. "Nian Bei Ning, you are a worthy leader of the wolf tribe." Nian Bei Ning raised her chin. "Of course." Qing Sha Huan patted her back. "Rest well. We shall set off for the imperial capital tomorrow." Nian Bei Ning clung to his waist, her delicate brows furrowing as she weakly implored, "Oh, I need someone by my side to care for me in my injured state. Please don't leave tonight. Stay here with me." She looked up into his eyes, her expression pitiful. "Have you not missed me during your absence?" Qing Sha Huan caressed her cheek, his warm breath brushing against her ear. "I've been driven to madness thinking of you. I promise I won't leave tonight." When Li Jueqin sought out Qing Sha Huan, he was intercepted by Shan Shan. "What are you doing?" "Looking for the Empress and the General." Not comprehending the situation, she continued, "They haven't seen each other in a long time. Of course, they need some time together. Whatever it is can wait until tomorrow." Li Jueqin scratched the back of his head in confusion. Oh. Emerging from the wolf totem, Li Jueqin's seal was lifted, and he had now transitioned from an ordinary human to a moderately skilled practitioner of the tiger lineage. The inherent strength of a tiger surpassed that of a wolf, thus enabling Li Jueqin to contend with mid-tier wolf practitioners. Should he continue his current pace of training, attaining the rank of a veneration-level practitioner would be within reach. The following day, Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan, accompanied by the elder veneration, arrived at the imperial capital, leaving by Shan Shan to continue her studies at the academy, while Li Jueqin took charge of the area. The differing gazes, skepticism, and provocations from outsiders were inevitable, and he alone would have to face them. Nian Bei Ning, due to her injury, could do nothing. Bai Shan Shan had been sent to the East Rising, and the other servants were not to her liking, as she preferred Qing Sha Huan to be by her side at all times. Qing Sha Huan's attentiveness was unmatched. He personally gathered and brewed the medicinal herbs prescribed by the healer. No one had expected the iron-blooded General Qing Sha Huan to possess such a tender and obedient side. The Empress was indeed worthy of her title. "I want to eat that piece of meat," Nian Bei Ning commanded Qing Sha Huan, who obligingly placed every piece of meat into her bowl. Nian Bei Ning smiled and nodded. "Not bad. I want some water. Remember, not too hot and not too cold." The corner of his lips twitched. "Nian Bei Ning, do not push your luck." Just moments ago, she had worn a smug expression, but now she looked pitiful. "I am still injured. Do you not wish to care for me, General Huan?" Qing Sha Huan gritted his teeth and nodded, pouring her a cup of tea and patiently blowing on it to cool it down. As she opened her mouth, Qing Sha Huan chuckled, drank the water himself, and leaned down to press his lips against hers, transferring the water to her. Nian Bei Ning struggled, coughing a couple of times, covering her mouth as her face flushed. "What are you doing? It's broad daylight. How inappropriate." Qing Sha Huan nodded knowingly. "So, does the Empress mean to say such matters should occur at night?" "Understood. No, that's not what I meant. It's just not so upright." Qing Sha Huan supported his forehead, smiling at the blushing woman. "Hurry and eat. Once you've finished, take your medicine. Afterward, you'll need your strength to select the elders." Currently, 3 royal elders were missing, and finally, an opportunity had arisen for the wolf tribe to fill those positions. At the summit of the Wolf Fong Mountain, blanketed in snow, a crowd had gathered. In the Wolf Fong Plaza, the clansmen were showcasing their spells, with 3 victors emerging from 100 to become royal elders. Nian Bei Ning donned a red cloak, her head adorned with a simple phoenix hairpin, her still healing injuries rendering her face somewhat pale, her pure and exquisite beauty giving her an air of fragility. She gazed with weary eyes and, under the cover of her cloak, playfully nudged Qing Sha Huan's calf with her foot. The man narrowed his elongated eyes, his magnetic voice resonating softly. do not cause trouble. Nian Bei Ning retracted her foot and addressed the second elder nearby. If I recall correctly, you are in charge of the royal marriage divination, are you not? The second elder, a man in his 40s, donned a wolf-horned headpiece and respectfully replied with a smile. Your Majesty is correct. Oh, then could you please take a look at the auspicious timing for General Huan and me? Let us know when would be appropriate for our marriage. The surrounding elders, upon hearing Nian Bei Ning's words, either spewed their tea from shock or suddenly found themselves choking. Qing Sha Huan wore a meaningful smile, raising his teacup and draining it in one go. The second elder's previously amiable expression turned serious upon hearing Nian Bei Ning's declaration. Your Majesty marrying the general? This is unprecedented. Chapter 23. The mutated power within Qing Sha Huan. What is unprecedented? Since there is no precedent, let this Empress create one. The second elder found himself in a dilemma. Your Majesty, we are currently in the process of selecting 3 royal elders. Perhaps it would be best to focus on the matter at hand. Nian Bei Ning pouted. When will the second elder observe our birth periods? Qing Sha Huan suggested. How about tonight, second elder? The second elder wiped the light sweat from his forehead and nodded. Yes. After the second elder agreed, Nian Bei Ning smiled brightly at Qing Sha Huan. Why does it seem like he listens to you more? Qing Sha Huan leaned closer to her and whispered, because my true form is that of a Mo Qilin, which in terms of status surpasses even that of the Empress. So it is only natural for him to heed my words. Nian Bei Ning, feeling a bit displeased, looked at him with a pitiful expression. Does that mean my position as Empress is nearing its end? Well, you could think of it that way. The sight of the two whispering intimately on stage left the royal officials feeling somewhat awkward. Had they ceased to exist? How had the two, who had been at odds for 300 years, suddenly become so affectionate? It was indeed peculiar. Ultimately, 3 young individuals emerged victorious among the royal elders. 2 young men in their 20s and a slightly darker-skinned woman. Nian Bei Ning hurriedly sought out the second elder's cave, which resembled the abode of the deity of marriage, adorned with hanging red threads, a massive bagua formation, and a pond housing pairs of mandarin ducks. The second elder, pressed for time, had no opportunity to eat dinner, as the matter of the Empress was urgent. After 2 hours, the second elder rushed out from the divination chamber, panting heavily. What happened? A joyeuse occasion. En exceedingly joyeuse occasion. Nian Bei Ning laughed heartily. Is it true that our birth dates are highly compatible? Not quite. The woman's expression shifted. If not that, what could be such a great joy? In 2 days, the Empress's wolf tribulation will arrive. After 300 years, the Empress's wolf tribulation has finally come, which is monumental news for the entire wolf clan. However, Nian Bei Ning grew troubled, pondering the potential calamity that could befall her if struck by lightning. Qing Sha Huan, sensing her concerns, reassured her. The arrival of the wolf tribulation is a good omen. You need not fear being struck down. At worst, you may fail to achieve evolution, but even then, with 2 more years of training, the wolf tribulation will return. Nian Bei Ning confirmed once more. It truly won't kill me? Qing Sha Huan chuckled. No, it will not. With that assurance, she felt relieved. Having not fully recovered from her injuries sustained in the battle with the Leopard King, Nian Bei Ning felt particularly vulnerable as the wolf tribulation approached. Snowflakes fell, and dark clouds above the royal capital of the wolf clan gathered like a swirling vortex, hanging low as if one could touch the clouds. Time passed slowly, and, occasionally, electric snakes flickered within the mist, accompanied by the sound of distant thunder. The day of the Empress's wolf tribulation had finally arrived. Should she succeed in evolution, the leopard clan? They would be nothing but a mere stepping stone. Crackling, the first bolt of lightning, long brewing within the clouds, descended violently. Nian Bei Ning appeared diminutive beneath the colossal bolt. Her fists clenched in tension as she closed her eyes, bracing her flesh against the initial strike. In an instant, excruciating pain surged through her, as if it would tear her apart, while the coursing electric serpents left her limbs numb. She consumed the pill given by Qing Sha Huan to regain her strength, inhaled deeply, and, still trembling, gazed upward at the brewing second wolf tribulation. Comme fort. Thunder rumbled. The second lightning bolt glimmering with golden light, crashed down with terrifying force. The clan members raised their heads to behold the massive, ferocious lightning, and the ground shook, causing them to shudder in fear. Simultaneously, Nian Bei Ning focused her will, enveloping herself in a layer of crimson light. After the second bolt dissipated, agonizing pain flooded her every nerve. Nian Bei Ning half knelt on the ground, spitting blood, feeling as though she would shatter into pieces. This damned tribulation. She staggered to her feet, wiping the blood from her lips. Crackling. The final bolt of tribulation fell without warning. In that fleeting moment, a six-sided transparent crystal appeared above her. The elders and attendants all changed color. This is not good. Qing Sha Huan, who had been observing Nian Bei Ning, rushed forward, pushing her aside just before the lightning struck him. A dark mist enveloped him, and, as the thunder ceased, the sky returned to normal. Having withstood 3 bolts of tribulation, Nian Bei Ning would have evolved into the form of a divine beast. Her injuries would have healed, and her strength would have increased. However, she had failed to endure the 3rd bolt, and thus faced defeat, with the damage from the first 2 bolts requiring her slow recovery. Yet at that moment, her concern was not for herself. It was for Qing Sha Huan. The voice of General Huan, now heavy and somber, echoed through the dark mist. Do not approach. Nian Bei Ning stood anxiously in place, her gaze fixed upon the floating hexagonal crystal, which was visibly melting and dissipating before her eyes. In the shadows, Lanze clapped his hands beside the woman. Even the legendary Qi Qiao Baodian of Lu Lao cannot compare to your prowess. Dressed in white, Sheng Qiao Heir smirked coldly. It is merely a case of self-inflicted misfortune. As for the crown prince, do not forget our agreement. Naturally, I remember. I am not like those 3 foolish elders. Should you dare deceive me, you shall reap no rewards. Lanze wrapped his arm around her waist, whispering flirtatiously in her ear. Those 3 foolish old men cannot compare to you. In my eyes, you're the most suitable leader for the Wolf Clan. Sheng Qiao Heir scoffed, pushing him away and turning to leave. As the dark mist dissipated, Qing Sha Huan's once blue eyes transformed into a pitch-black void. His face contorted with spiderweb-like black veins, growing to 3 meters tall, with a pair of green ghostly hands sprouting from his back, emanating a fierce and malevolent aura. The crowd recoiled in horror, aghast at the monstrous transformation. Nian Bei Ning gazed at him in shock. Qing Sha Huan. Bang! A ghostly hand abruptly grasped her neck, flinging her away. Fortunately, the newly arrived 10th elder was quick enough to catch her, as Nian Bei Ling's anxious gaze remained fixed on the now fully mutated Qing Sha Huan. A strange low growl escaped his lips, and in the next instant, he darted from view. Qing Sha Huan, the 10th elder exclaimed, the Empress is gravely injured. We should return to recuperate. Nian Bei Ning shouted in haste. Great offering, what is happening? The great offering, in disbelief, replied, This should be a type of spiritual treasure from the human world called the mutant crystal. Ordinary individuals can use it to enhance their abilities. But if one from our beast world uses it during a tribulation, they may undergo a mutation, resulting in a transformation akin to that of General Huan. Nian Bei Ning asked, but he has already evolved into the form of a divine beast. How can this still happen? This question left the crowd at a loss for words. Just then, a heavy voice resonated behind her, because General Huan, in his eagerness to emerge, hastily absorbed the spirit energy within the wolf totem, causing his meridians to rupture. He endured the evolution into the divine beast form without undergoing a proper integration period, hence the wolf traits remain. The great offering nodded. Ah, that makes sense. Nian Bei Ning grasped the great offering's wrist tightly. Will he remain like this forever? No. Only on this day, each month, will he transform into that state and rampage. He'll be normal otherwise. However, if the mutated power cannot be extracted from his body, General Huan will only have a year to live. Nian Bei Ning took a deep breath. Is there any way to remove the mutated power? That is unknown. Nian Bei Ning clutched her heart. Issue the command for all first-tier wolf breeds, and above to disperse and protect the citizens. Report immediately if there are any sightings of General Huan. Understood. Nian Bei Ning was unaware of when she had succumbed to unconsciousness, nor did she know the duration of her slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered the person beside her was the 10th elder, a strikingly beautiful woman with darker skin. The Empress has awakened. It is advisable for you to refrain from venturing outside for the time being. The lightning tribulation has harmed your meridians and internal organs. If you do not take proper care, it may endanger your life. Nian Bei Ning indeed felt weak and inquired, "What is your name?" "Bing Shirlu. I am the 16th in my family lineage." "Do you possess medical skills?" "The palace physicians are all my relatives from the Bing family. I am unworthy, having only learned a few things from my father and mother." "Is there any news from General Huan?" Bing Shirlu nodded. "Yes, the Empress has been unconscious for 3 days. General Huan has wreaked havoc in Huanglang Zhai, killing 3 stewards and 2 elders, with injuries exceeding 100. He has now regained consciousness." Nian Bei Ning exclaimed. "Where is he now? Take me to him." Bing Shirlu restrained her shoulder. General Huan is in a disheveled state and might not wish for the Empress to see him like this. The Grand Priest has already imprisoned him. Your immediate concern is to recuperate and find a method to separate the mutated power." Nian Bei Ning composed herself and, after a moment, said, "The Clingy pavilion of the Xiang clan is aware of matters across the Beastman continent. They surely know the method of separation." Bing Shirlu smiled slightly. "The Empress is astute. The marriage alliance between the Fox clan and the Xiang clan has been announced, and the invitation has been sent for your perusal. Among the various tribes of the Beastman continent, the Xiang clan stands as the most powerful and least ambitious, renowned for their strength, with no one daring to covet them. Alliances between foreign tribes are not surprising. After all, they are all humanoid, and thus unlikely to produce monsters. Many offspring of diplomatic unions exist within the Wolf clan, and even several royal priests are born of diplomatic women. The combination of the 2 clan strengths only serves to enhance their power. On a night filled with wind and frost, Li Juechen found Nian Bei Ning. "I have discovered that it was the Leopard clan's eldest prince and a wolf girl named Sheng Xiaoer who infiltrated and deployed the hexagonal crystal." Chapter 24. Bing Shidiu Lansha and Sheng Xiaoer. "Truly a pair of conspirators," Nian Bei Ning remarked, somewhat astonished. "Have you already reached the level of a protector?" Li Juechen smiled foolishly. "Yes. The Wolf clan members have not rejected me. On the contrary, they have taught me how to absorb and cultivate the wolf totem spirit energy more rapidly." She nodded. "You seem to be more welcome than I had anticipated. All of this is due to the cultivation of the Empress and General Huan. Though I belong to the Tiger clan, the Wolf clan has accepted me, allowing me to achieve my current level of cultivation. I, Li Juechen, vow to serve the Wolf clan for life." "Do not be so serious. I trust you. Return to Dongsheng." "Yes." After he departed, Nian Bei Ning held a hand warmer and gazed at the red plum blossoms outside. During this period, it was Bing Shirlu who had been caring for her. Today, Bing Shirlu mentioned she would return to her family to fetch a rare spiritual herb. So Nian Bei Ning made her way to the place where Qing Sha Huan was confined. In the underground stone chamber, 3 levels below, each level was guarded by priests. Qing Sha Huan sat in the center with his hair disheveled, appearing despondent, like a patient or a beast on the verge of madness. Hearing footsteps, he lifted his head, his complexion somewhat pale. "What do you want? Shouldn't you be resting to heal?" Upon seeing his disheveled state, Nian Bei Ning felt a pang of sorrow and, stroking his hair, her eyes reddened. "Why did you take that blow from me? Otherwise, you would not be in this state. I would rather not see you like this." "Thankfully, it was me. The culprit is Lan Zhe, right?" "Yes, and Sheng Xiaoer. Do not worry. I will go to the Tianji pavilion of the Xiang clan to learn the method to separate the mutated power within you. You must wait for me." "All right, I will wait." Nian Bei Ning cradled his face, planting a kiss on his forehead. The union of the Fox clan and the Xiang clan is a royal marriage, attended by esteemed individuals from across the Beastman continent. It is indeed a fortunate event to form a bond with the powerful Xiang clan. For this journey, Nian Bei Ning brought only Bing Shirlu, as she still required close care due to her injuries. The territories of the Wolf clan and Leopard clan are predominantly forested, while the Xiang clan's lands consist largely of grasslands, with towering palaces that are magnificent and luxurious, surrounded by cascading waterfalls. In early spring, flowers bloom and birds sing. Guests from all directions began to arrive at the Xiong clan's royal capital to partake in the festivities. This is the residence of the Empress. Should there be any needs or discomforts, please inform Elder Bing. If there are any shortcomings in hospitality, I hope the Empress will be forgiving. Nian Bei Ning presented a warm smile. You are too polite. There are no such formalities here. After the host departed, Bing Shirlu went to personally prepare food and medicine for Nian Bei Ning. On her way, she was rudely jostled, causing the herbs in her hands to scatter on the ground. Who dares to be so bold? Do you not know to bow and apologize to a prince when you bump into him? Lan Zhe, with one arm around Zhang Xian'er, scolded Bing Shirlu in an extremely arrogant manner. Bing Shirlu remained unperturbed, and in a swift motion, she appeared before Lan Zhe, seizing the beauty in his arms and pinching her throat with 2 fingers. It hurts, Prince. Save me. Lan Zhe was taken aback. Xian'er, you insolent wolf clan servant. Release my beloved at once. Bing Shirlu scoffed. It was clearly the prince who bumped into me first. Should it not be the prince who apologizes to me first? Furthermore, I am the 10th elder of the wolf clan, not a servant. Lan Zhe glanced at the herbs on the ground, raising his foot to stomp on them with force. Were you? Do you think this prince owes you an apology? Bing Shirlu smiled, exerting pressure, causing Zhang Xian'er to widen her eyes, and after releasing her grip, she collapsed to the ground in a heap. Observing from the shadows, Nian Bei Ning thought, TSK, quite a ruthless character, but I like it. Sionat, moi Sionat? You dog, I will kill you. At a critical moment, 3 individuals appeared before Bing Shirlu. They were stewards from the Xiong clan station. The lead steward, with a stern expression, stated, Killing is prohibited within the station. Lan Zhe's lips trembled with rage. She has harmed my Xian'er. How will you handle this? Bing Shirlu smirked. I merely gave her a type of drug that induces a false death. She will only be unconscious for 2 or 3 days. I have not killed her. If the prince continues to act so rudely, the one who may end up dead next time could be her. The implication of her threat was clear, and Bing Shirlu picked up the scattered herbs and brushed past him. Lan Zhe glared at her back, wishing he could pierce her with his gaze. Upon her return, Nian Bei Ning gave Bing Shirlu a thumbs up. Shirlu, your skills in confronting people are impressive. Lan Zhe actually suffered a loss at your hands. It was still her oversight. Bing Shirlu's prowess was exceptional, and she regretted not paying more attention during the elder selection tournament. Bing Shirlu handed her a bowl of medicinal soup. Such people deserve death. But we cannot kill them directly. We must use a knife to slay them. Nian Bei Ning raised an eyebrow. After finishing the bitter soup, Bing Shirlu produced a piece of red date cake wrapped in oiled paper from her pocket and handed it to her. Upon seeing the red date cake, Nian Bei Ning felt a sense of familiarity. Memories surfaced of a time when she had offered red date cake to a small child during a heavy snowstorm, when a pack of wild wolves had just arrived in the wolf clan's territory, wandering aimlessly. A small wolf cub, just attaining human form, revealed its ears and sharp teeth. Huddled in a corner, shivering from the cold, the wolf clan empress had removed her cloak and draped it over her, presenting a bag of red date cake while instructing her subordinates to arrange accommodation for the pack of wild wolves. Reflecting on this, she noted that the little girl bore some resemblance to the present Bing Shirlu. It seemed the original empress had performed many good deeds, and Nian Bei Ning smiled. The little girl has indeed grown up. Bing Shirlu's expression softened for once. The empress remembers. Rest well. I will guard outside. Call for me if anything arises. Bing Shirlu's herbs proved effective, but with a slow onset. That night, Nian Bei Ning coughed up blood. Despite her efforts to stifle the sound, it still alerted Bing Shirlu, who had been vigilantly watching outside. Upon seeing Nian Bei Ning's condition, her brows furrowed, and she turned to leave the room. Elder Bing, where are you going? Bing Shirlu hastily departed from the inn, declaring she would return shortly. Observing the movements of Nian Bei Ning, Lan Zhe seized the opportunity and discreetly dispatched subordinates to follow Bing Shirlu. As they traversed a shadowy alley, Lan Zhe's subordinates exchanged glances, quickening their pace and simultaneously unleashing their spells to strike at one another. In the ensuing skirmish, both sides found themselves at a stalemate, with the opposing party seemingly holding a slight advantage. Before long, the patrolling steward of the Xiong tribe appeared, swiftly apprehending the members of the leopard tribe. When the torchlight illuminated their faces, the leopard tribesman was taken aback. It was not Bing Shirlu. The disheveled woman angrily pointed at them, demanding to know who they were and why they sought to harm her. Upon Lan Zhe's arrival, he delivered a resounding slap to their faces, inquiring what they were doing in the presence of the prince. The steward of the Xiong tribe replied, "Your Highness, your subordinates have injured our princess. You must provide an explanation." "Princess?" he echoed, delivering another slap to the opposite side of their faces. "You fools have created quite the mess. Apologize at once." His subordinates grumbled silently, realizing how fierce this woman was, and that she was indeed the Xiong tribe's princess. If apologies were effective, there would be far fewer deaths in this world, Lan Zhe retorted. "Your subordinates attempted to murder our princess. How do you propose to resolve this?" With a steely gaze, Lan Zhe swiftly drew his dagger, severing their throats. He then turned to the Xiong princess with a conciliatory smile, asking if this act might appease her wrath. Were it not for my brother's wedding tomorrow, I would not allow them to meet such a swift end. Let's depart." Hu Gu Yanqing escorted the Xiong steward away, while Lan Zhe's expression darkened. How could this be? Hadn't he been tailing the elder from the wolf tribe? Why had it transformed into the Xiong princess? Bing Shirlu emerged from another shadowy alley, a triumphant smile gracing her face, when suddenly a hand landed on her shoulder. As she instinctively turned to retaliate, Nian Bei Ning's voice whispered, "It is I. Your Majesty, what brings you here?" Nian Bei Ning gestured toward her. "I see you have orchestrated quite the performance. You have been observing for some time, haven't you? You seem to know when the Xiong princess will visit this alley to listen to music. What else are you withholding from me?" Bing Shirlu bowed her head. "I dare not. There is nothing." "Very well, return with me." "I will not return. I must find Mr. Chang at Zikui Fong." Bing Shirlu's stubbornness was quite remarkable. She was more akin to a mule than a wolf. She would pursue her desires undeterred, even by Nian Bei Ning. Consequently, Nian Bei Ning accompanied her to Zikui Fong in the dead of night. The chief pharmacist at Zikui Fong was named Chang Jianlian. Upon meeting Nian Bei Ning, he greeted her with a gentle smile. "Your Majesty, we meet again." His handsome visage was indeed familiar. He was the pharmacist known to Qing Sha Huan from the Yin-Yang Inn. "Weren't you at the Yin-Yang Inn?" he inquired, elegantly fanning himself. "I am sometimes at the Yin-Yang Inn and at Zikui Fong. After all, this is where I truly belong," Nian Bei Ning remarked. "So you are the Xiong tribe." Observing her pale complexion and darkened lips, he added, "It appears you have sustained an injury to your lungs." Bing Shirlu interjected, "I beseech you for a potent remedy. I will comply with any request you make." Zikui Fong's custom dictated that they did not accept soil spirit stones, but rather engaged in trade. Chang Jianlian presented a delicate box to Nian Bei Ning, stating, "This is a token of appreciation from my dear friend. Let us forego the transaction. Remember to take 1 pill daily, avoid alcohol, and your health will be restored in 3 days. However, I shall keep this favor in mind for Qing Sha Huan." "By the way, why is he not here?" Nian Bei Ning replied. "He is attending to matters within his clan, which is why he could not come." "Thank you for the pill." The Empress expressed her gratitude. Upon returning to the inn, Nian Bei Ning sighed. "So your haste was to meet Chang Jianlian? He is the finest pharmacist in the beast world." Nian Bei Ning gazed into her resolute eyes. Her heart stirred. Apart from Qing Sha Huan and Bai Shanshan, it seemed she was the third individual to genuinely care for her. Bing Shirlu would be remembered. In Chapter 25, the Beast Capture Team, the only princess of the Fox tribe, adorned in resplendent attire, was to marry the crown prince of the Xiong tribe. The grandeur of the wedding was immense. With a red carpet stretching for 10 miles, flower petals scattered beneath their feet, and ethereal birds soaring through the sky. Nian Bei Ning sat at the foremost seat beneath the Xiong throne, as the Xiong emperor raised his goblet, proclaiming with a resounding voice, "I thank you all for attending my son's wedding. Let us toast to your presence." Bing Shirlu had already replaced Nian Bei Ning's drink with tea. The Xiong tribe traditionally favored a vegetarian diet, yet the tables were laden with exquisite meat dishes. "You have traveled far. Do stay and enjoy our hospitality before departing," the emperor offered. Lan Zhe responded, "Thank you, Emperor Xiong, for your gracious hospitality. I have heard that you will soon face a tribulation. I wish you success in overcoming it." The Xiong emperor laughed heartily, The tribulation has not yet arrived. Dear Prince, you speak too soon. But I appreciate your sentiment. Let's drink. Lan Zhe jested. The esteemed Xiang Emperor possesses great strength. Overcoming the tribulation will be effortless for you. For others, it would not be so simple. Nian Bei Ning forced a smile, recognizing the veiled jab aimed at her. News of the Wolf Empress's failed tribulation had spread throughout the beast world, and many eyes turned toward Nian Bei Ning. With a sigh, she responded, "Indeed, it is quite embarrassing. I was persecuted by a villain during my tribulation. Otherwise, I would have already dismantled their lair. But no matter, there will be opportunities ahead." Seizing the moment, Lan Zhe mocked. The Wolf Empress only faces her tribulation once every 300 years, and yet she has failed. If another 300 years pass, it may be time for her to relinquish her position. Bing Shirlu glared icily at him. "What business is it of yours, you mere cub of the leopard tribe, to speak of the affairs of the wolf tribe?" Enraged, Lan Zhe stood abruptly. "What is your status? How dare you speak here?" The atmosphere grew tense, with Zisang Luyuan's cold gaze fixed on Lan Zhe. "Today is a joyous occasion for the Fox and Xiang tribes. It is not a place for your bickering." The Xiang Emperor chuckled. "Enough of this. Let's have music and dancers." Nian Bei Ning raised her cup toward Lan Zhe, her eyes glinting with mischief. Lan Zhe wore an expression of arrogance, toasting with the beauty in his arms. As the Xiang dancers moved gracefully amid the merriment celebrating the union of the Fox and Xiang tribes, an intense aura of hostility suddenly surged toward Nian Bei Ning. A masked dancer brandishing a sword lunged at her, but she remained composed. Bing Shirlu seized a cup from the table and shattered the assassin's sword. The adversary swiftly cast a spell, causing the severed sword to splinter into countless shards. Bing Shirlu overturned the table, shielding Nian Bei Ning with her body. With swift movements, she captured the assailant by the neck and pinned her to the ground. Nian Bei Ning calmly stood, addressing the visibly unsettled Xiang Emperor. "Your Majesty, I came to extend my congratulations on this joyous occasion. What is the meaning of this?" The Wolf Emperor urged calm, assuring there must be some misunderstanding. Bing Shirlu pulled away the assassin's veil, revealing her vacant, dazed eyes. Reaching behind her ear, Bing Shirlu extracted a needle. The assassin slumped to the ground, transforming into a fox. The Xiang Emperor's piercing gaze fell upon his newly arrived daughter-in-law, while Zisang nervously interjected, "Father, I was unaware of this. Our Fox tribe has no enmity with the Wolf tribe and would never boldly attempt to assassinate the Wolf Empress during this joyous banquet." After a moment of contemplation, Zisang Lunian clarified, "Those responsible have already been dealt with. It could not have been them." Bing Shirlu asserted, "This individual was under the control of a puppet needle. As a member of the Fox tribe, the Xiang Emperor must provide an explanation to our Empress." The Xiang Emperor nodded. "Rest assured, I will provide the Wolf Emperor with an explanation." Nian Bei Ning smiled and nodded, saying, "Enough. Today is a day of great joy. Let us not be troubled by these trifles." Upon returning to the inn, Bing Shirlu requested to investigate the assassination herself. Nian Bei Ning waved her hand. "What is there to investigate? The only ones who bear malice towards me are merely a handful of individuals. Sheng Qiaoer should be mingling with Lan Zhe by now. However, I am perplexed as to how she possesses treasures from the human realm as well as puppeteering needles. Where did she acquire these items?" Bing Shirlu replied, "I will look into it." Determined not to rest until the truth was uncovered, Nian Bei Ning finally relented and allowed her to proceed. With some leisure time, Nian Bei Ning visited Clingy Pavilion. She had waited an entire day before the pavilion master, dressed in simple garments and with hair as white as snow, finally appeared. Might the master reveal the answer? The master, stroking his wispy beard, sat down and pondered for a moment before speaking. The power of mutation is extraordinary. Since it is a supreme treasure of the human realm, one must journey to the human continent to resolve it. Only by locating the owner of the hexagonal crystal can this mutated power be separated. Thus it was revealed. However, I must caution your Majesty. The human realm is far more perilous than the beast realm. They regard us as monsters and even have specialized organizations dedicated to hunting us. Nian Bei Ning acknowledged, "I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Master." The Empress expressed her gratitude. When Nian Bei Ning returned to the inn, Bing Shirlu was already waiting inside. I have discovered the truth. It is that woman named Shang Xiaoer. Upon seeing her pale and weary countenance, Nian Bei Ning realized that, though she attempted to conceal it, her trembling hands betrayed her injuries. Bing Shirlu's arm was wrapped in thick bandages, soaked with blood. "It is merely a surface wound. Nothing serious," she replied. "Who injured you?" Bing Shirlu lowered her gaze. "It was that woman named Shang Xiaoer. She stole the Qiqiao classic from the Kangwu Mountains' dear elder. The hexagonal crystal and the puppeteering needles are both recorded within the classic, and there are even more formidable items mentioned therein." Nian Bei Ning remarked. "It appears I have been too lenient with her. You must return to the Wolf Clan and issue a wanted notice. Whoever captures Shang Xiaoer on the Beast Continent shall be rewarded with a month's worth of training in the Wolf Totem." Indeed, the human and beast continents exist separately, neither interfering with the other. Few humans survive their venture into the beast realm, while conversely, beastmen fare little better in the human world. As a soul of human origin, Nian Bei Ning harbored a degree of longing for the human realm. The medicinal effects of Chang Jianlian were rapid. She did not even return to the Wolf Clan, but set off directly for the human continent, embarking alone, uncertain of what awaited her in the human realm. She could not afford any delays. Each day of procrastination could see Ling Sha Huan succumb to madness once more. In the vibrant spring, her crimson figure darted across the vast expanse, her four legs indeed outpacing those of two. The boundary between the beast and human realms was marked by a continuous mountain range. By a stream, Nian Bei Ning washed her face and took out a map to study her current location when a sudden commotion drew her attention. "Bro, I had a great haul today." These two creatures ran faster than rabbits. If not for my tracking talisman being affixed to them, they would have slipped away. "Haha, Haigu's right. You really have skills. These two are of good quality. I can sell them to young Master Hua for a handsome price. For now on, I'll stick with Haigu." A group of over 10 men pushed a golden cage forward, inside which were two girls with yellowish skin and unshorn deer antlers on their heads, appearing quite young. They clung to each other in fear, their eyes wide with terror. Nian Bei Ning followed them at a distance until she suddenly found herself in a bustling town filled with throngs of people and countless golden cages. Beast catching teams were of a lower tier, while demon catchers belonged to a higher echelon, and these belonged to the former. The cages held beastmen. In this borderland between humans and beastmen, humans captured beastmen while beastmen hunted humans. Within the golden cages were mothers clutching their children, trembling younglings huddled together, entire families captured, and robust beastmen covered in wounds, lying weakly in the cages. Nian Bei Ning suppressed the fury surging within her chest and, donning a white cloak, paused before the pair of mother and child. The wild wolf, severely injured, retreated while cradling her sleeping child, warily watching the red-clad woman before them. "Hey, who are you? Why are you looking at my goods? Hurry and move along." The wind lifted her white cloak, revealing an enchanting visage that captivated a nearby man, who widened his eyes. "Miss, if you wish to see, please do. We have even more goods over there. Would you care to take a look?" Nian Bei Ling's gentle and soft voice echoed. Very well. In a massive golden cage, dozens of beastmen of various kinds were trapped, ranging from the elderly to the young, both mature and immature. Their eyes glistened with tears and despair as Nian Bei Ling inquired, "What are you capturing these beastmen for?" Upon seeing her, it was evident she was an outsider. 10 kilometers from here lies the capital where the Hua and Lei families reside. They absorb the magical powers of beastmen for one, and secondly, the remains of these beastmen can be consumed as food. Wealthy individuals purchase them as slaves. The trade of beastmen is quite lucrative. Nian Bei Ling understood, and the man continued. However, some beastmen are still quite fierce. It often takes several of my brother's lives to capture them. May I ask where you hail from? The East. What? The East? Isn't that the beast realm? The man stepped back, rummaging in his pocket for a blood-stained talisman, murmuring incantations as he prepared to cast it at Nian Bei Ling. However, in the next moment, she effortlessly tore the talisman from his grasp and smiled. "My home is in the southeast, dear brother. What are you doing?" Seeing this, the man chuckled and took back the talisman from her hand, reasoning that no beast man could escape the control of the black blood talisman. He thought to himself, how foolish of me to worry. This stunning beauty cannot possibly be a beast man. Nian Bei Ning claimed she was also heading to the capital and suggested they travel together as night was falling. The leader of the beast-catching team readily agreed. That night, Nian Bei Ning's tent was brightly lit by candlelight, and 4 or 5 men leered at her with wicked smiles. Such a beauty, it's unsafe to be alone in the dark. We are here to keep you company. Chapter 26. The unfortunate scapegoat. Nian Bei Ning languidly reclined on her bed. A knife hangs over the character of lust. I now offer you a chance to leave. Have you not heard of the saying that those who die beneath the peony blossom remain charming as ghosts? Nian Bei Ning smiled with resignation. She had given these men their opportunity. Outside the tent, the silent beast men in the cages heard the sounds of screams emanating from within. Exchanging glances of concern, the guards outside, hearing the commotion, rushed inside, but none returned. As a modern soul, Nian Bei Ning abhorred killing. She merely absorbed their magical powers and incapacitated their neural functions, rendering them useless for the rest of their lives. Exiting the tent, she dusted off her cloak and waved her hand, summoning countless fireballs that incinerated the black blood talismans into ashes. All the captured beastmen hesitated momentarily before pushing open their cages and emerging. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nian Bei Ning approached the wild wolf mother and child, handing her a piece of earth spirit stone. This carries my essence. Take your family to the wolf clan. No one will dare to bully you from now on. The woman gazed at her, overwhelmed with emotion. You are the Empress of the wolf clan? Nian Bei Ning smiled and gently stroked the adorable little wolf cub in her arms. Let's go. The mother, clutching her child, knelt before Nian Bei Ning, her heartbroken plea echoing. Please, Empress, save my husband. He has been captured by Huan. In his hands, he will suffer endlessly. I beg you to rescue him. Nian Bei Ning firmly helped her to her feet. I promise you. She understood the disharmony between humans and beasts, but had never imagined that humans could commit such heinous acts. Dadu City is the foremost stronghold at the border between the human and beast clans, where the aromas of meals and the revelry of wine and dance fill the air. The architecture of both the human and beast clans bears little distinction, the only notable difference being the blatant sale of orcs on the streets, while the beast clan refrains from trading in humans. This disreputable practice stems from the prevailing customs, instigated by the Hua and Lei families. Make way, everyone! A young servant arrogantly bellowed at the townsfolk. Those who moved too slowly faced the risk of being toppled and beaten. As the spacious thoroughfare cleared, a procession of individuals clad in purple attire marched forward. An imposing man bore a red lacquered palanquin, within which reclined a languorous gentleman with slanted eyes and a square face, carelessly discarding fruit peels that nearly struck Nian Bei Ning, who was lost in thought. Her gaze followed the grand entourage to the rear, where a gilded cage contained several snake women, with serpentine bodies below and human forms above. Typically, the streets were filled with mere, transformed small animals, but these snake women belonged to one of the 8 great powers of the beast world. The ostentatious procession entered the Hor residence, and seizing the opportunity, Nian Bei Ning slipped inside. After consuming a transformation leaf, she assumed the guise of a maidservant and was immediately infuriated by the scene before her. A towering artificial hill constructed from beast bones loomed over the courtyard, where various furs hung from the eaves, fluttering in the wind. As the instinct of the beast clan's queen surged within her, she struggled to contain her murderous intent. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she paused at a corridor's corner. In the vast courtyard, the snake women's necks were firmly restrained by iron rings, while Huizhang taunted them with a plush ball, scratching their snowy forms. The snake women, filled with rage, attempted to retaliate, but the iron rings held them fast, and the golden cage's runes prevented their escape. Huizhang's laughter, brimming with malice, was infuriating and detestable. As Nian Bei Ning stepped back, Huizhang's gaze caught her. Hey, you servant, come here. Nian Bei Ning suppressed her anger at the term servant. Huizhang, lounging on a bee-skin chair, scrutinized her intently. You are new here? I have not seen you before. I am Xia Air, having just entered the manor. she replied. The real Xia heir had long been incapacitated by her. Ah, a newcomer? Quite charming. The steward has an eye for talent. Tonight, come to my quarters. I personally instruct new maidens in propriety. Nian Bei Ning smiled. Of course, young master. Instruction in propriety is indeed necessary. That night, Hu Zhang lay on his bed clad only in undergarments, and this so-called instruction took on a rather unsavory form. With no one around, he thought he could act without caution. What are you still doing there? Hurry and come assist me in undressing. If you serve me well tonight, I shall reward you with a wolfskin cloak. The maid's brow twitched, her smile feigned. She stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Hu Zhang, momentarily stunned, was met with another slap to the other side of his face just as he was about to retaliate. You insolent wretch! I will kill you. Realizing his folly, Hu Zhang erupted in anger, conjuring a magical weapon to strike at Nian Bei Ning, who effortlessly sidestepped and retaliated with another slap. Enraged, Hu Zhang condensed his weapon into a hammer, but Nian Bei Ning, quick as a flash, deftly evaded his attacks, landing blows on both sides of his face. After several exchanges, he had not even grazed her clothing, his face swelling grotesquely. As commotion stirred outside, Nian Bei Ning, disinterested in wasting further time, gathered flames in her palm and struck him on the head, the force shattering the ground beneath. When the servants entered, they found Hu Zhang with a bruised face. A tragic sight. Nian Bei Ning liberated all the orcs confined in the basement. As she passed through the courtyard, the snake women gazed at her with wide eyes, and she casually hurled a fireball to melt the golden cage. One snake woman expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Wolf Empress, for your rescue. You're welcome. The demise of Hu Zhang, one of the tyrannical overlords of Dadu City, became the talk of the town, with people applauding in delight. As chaos ensued at the Lei residence, Lord Lei abandoned all orcs and subordinates, fleeing in a moment of clarity. Dadu City lacked formidable cultivators, and she had no way of inquiring about the hexagonal crystal. However, not far from Dadu City lay a sect, where she hoped someone might have knowledge. Yet, the following morning, none could leave Dadu City as a vibrant, multicolored barrier enveloped the skies, with individuals flying on swords above. A group of uniformly dressed outsiders appeared on the streets, each adorned with a conspicuous character for Hua. Nian Bei Ning furrowed her brow, overhearing the crowd. Hu Zhang is dead. I heard that the old patriarch of the Hua family fell ill overnight. Hu Zhang was the old patriarch's most cherished son. In my opinion, it is for the best. It prevents him from tyrannizing the Beast clan in Dadu City. Hush, brother. Keep your voice down. If the Hua family hears you, you may not survive the night. The Hua family was intent on capturing the culprit. If they fail to find them, will they keep the city sealed forever? Nian Bei Ning could not afford to wait. As she strolled down the street, pondering how to escape, a voice suddenly shouted, "The murderer is here. Come quickly." The patrolling members of the Hua family surged toward the source of the call. Nian Bei Ning marveled at the misfortune of a scapegoat. She followed the commotion to an abandoned temple, where dozens of Hua family members surrounded a man. I swear, I'm not the one who killed Hu Zhang. How can you all be so unjust? The man protested. The leader of the group pointed his sword at him. Xiao Junsu, you have always opposed our Hua family, and now you're the prime suspect in the city. Nian Bei Ning watched helplessly as the unfortunate man struggled to explain, only to be met with a brutal onslaught from the group. Despite his prowess, facing dozens of adversaries proved overwhelming, and as he grew weary, he attempted to flee, pursued relentlessly by another group. It appeared they were intent on ending his life, indicating he must have had past grievances with the Hua family. Without hesitation, Nian Bei Ning sprang into action, grasping his arm to evade a sword aimed at him from behind. Amidst the chaos, he managed to utter, "Thank you, fair maiden." Nian Bei Ning's fiery power surged forth, causing the Hua family members to hesitate. Seizing the moment, she led the unfortunate man away to safety. "Master, they have escaped. Send word to search every household. Seal the city and dig 3 feet in the ground to find them. 10 miles away. All right, we are safe now. I can hardly run any longer. What is your name?" "Fair maiden. You are truly beautiful." The man, with braided hair and a sunny disposition, had charming peach blossom eyes, though his attire was somewhat rustic. Nian Bei Ning. Why did you dare to help me against the whole family? Is it because you cannot bear to see me take the blame? You are quite perceptive, Nian Bei Ning replied, somewhat exasperated. How did you know? I can see it clearly. You are not human, but the queen of the wolf clan. Nian Bei Ning's demeanor shifted, a wary expression crossing her face. How do you know that? My magical abilities allow me to discern the truth at a glance. He raised an eyebrow, a smug grin spreading across his face. Nian Bei Ning, noticing his demeanor, inquired seriously, do you know about the hexagonal crystal? Xiao Jun's expression darkened. Why do you ask about that? Just tell me if you know. He sighed. The hexagonal crystal belongs to the Hua family. To be honest, I once attempted to steal it, but it was to no avail. As the year progressed, Nian Bei Ning found herself troubled once more by the presence of the Hua family fortress. Having personally slain the youngest son of the former patriarch and engaged with numerous individuals from the Hua family, she was taken aback to discover that the hexagonal crystal was, in fact, a possession of the Hua family. Nian girl, what are you pondering? Nian Bei Ning fixed her anxious gaze upon him, inquiring, are you aware of how to separate the mutated power from the hexagonal crystal? Xiao Jun's replied, only the old patriarch of the Hua family would know that. Observing Nian Bei Ning's furrowed brows, Xiao Jun's remarked with a smile, if you wish to venture forth, I have a plan as a means of repaying your assistance today. Chapter 27. The patriarch's concubine, the individuals from the Hua family fortress appeared tireless, scouring the capital day and night in search of Nian Bei Ning and Xiao Jun's. Unbeknownst to them, the two had consumed the illusion leaf and were moving about right beneath their noses. They maintained their routine of eating and drinking, even engaging in casual conversation with the Hua family members out of boredom. As the deadline set by the old patriarch loomed closer, the leader began to grow anxious. What shall we do, master brother? If we fail to capture anyone today, we cannot return empty-handed. Lu Xinji replied solemnly, gather the common folk and set fire to the capital. Upon hearing the news of the impending arson, the populace erupted in outraged voices. In a tavern, Nian Bei Ning slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, burn it down? Are these people insane? Xiao Jun's, reclining against the window with one leg propped up, remarked, they're forcing me out, Nian Bei Ning. The common folk are innocent. Perhaps you should just confess and then escape during your transport back. Wouldn't that suffice? Nian Bei Ning raised an eyebrow, retorting, they believe you to be the murderer. Why should I confess? Spare me your tricks. With a knowing smile, Nian Bei Ning evoked an ominous premonition in Xiao Jun's as he beheld her expression. Lu Xinji paced back and forth, satisfied as he observed the two. Truly, you are the son of Prince Xiao. At least you possess some conscience, preventing the common folk from suffering alongside you. Nian Bei Ning's suggestion was for him to admit to being the principal offender, thus allowing them both to proceed to the Hua family fortress together. Xiao Jun's had previously vowed to assist her in reaching the Hua family fortress, and with such words spoken, it was difficult for him to retract them, so he acquiesced. Bound by the Qingquan lock, he tilted his head and smiled at Lu Xinji, so you are aware that you are committing an unconscionable act. Lu Xinji's face turned pale with anger, and he snorted coldly, be as arrogant as you wish. You shall reap what you sow when you arrive at the Hua family fortress. His gaze fell upon Nian Bei Ning, who, with her striking appearance, received preferential treatment, while the actual principal offender remained unshackled, which left Xiao Jun's feeling indignant. My husband fled, and that night a thief sought to kill me. But it was Master Xiao who saved me. Thus, when I saw him being pursued by you, I could not stand idly by. He is truly not the murderer of young Master Hua. Nian Bei Ning was currently playing the role of the wife of the Lei family, who had long since escaped. Lu Xinji snorted. Madame Lei likely has no idea how cunning this person is. He must have orchestrated this charade to take advantage of you. Fear not, Madame Lei, for you shall be kept safe within the Hua family fortress. Nian Bei Ning secretly reveled in her fortune. Thank you, Senior Brother Lu. Xiao Jun's looked at him in exasperation, suspecting that this fellow had likely never encountered a woman before. Thus, they managed to enter the Hua family fortress smoothly. The Hua family fortress was home to countless disciples and featured magnificent tiered architecture. The most esteemed palaces and the locations for housing serious offenders were situated atop the mountains. Once Nian Bei Ning and Xiao Junts were confined within the Qinghuan pillar cage, they were left unattended, with a constant stream of people bustling about. Xiao Junts sat cross-legged on the ground, leisurely addressing Nian Bei Ning. They are preparing for the grand birthday celebration of the esteemed Huayang Elder. Who is Huayang Elder? Nian Bei Ning inquired. He is the grandfather of Huazhan. Due to Huazhan being a love child, the elder does not favor him, and the old patriarch had no choice but to send him away. These individuals are currently too preoccupied to concern themselves with us. Nian Bei Ning furrowed her brow. I cannot afford to delay any longer. Just as she resolved to make her exit, Xiao Junts cautioned, do not act impulsively. There will be opportunities to leave. Do not disturb the grass and alert the snake. Fine, I shall wait another night at most. That night, amidst the bustling crowd, one individual finally approached them. Lu Xianji unlocked the cage, offering an apologetic expression to Nian Bei Ning. I sincerely apologize, Madame Lei. I previously wronged you. As your Lei family is a prominent household within the capital, we extend an invitation for you to attend the birthday banquet of our esteemed Huayang Elder. Nian Bei Ning smiled. The innocent shall clear their names. It is of no consequence. I have connections. If I have been wronged, you ought to hasten and remove these shackles from me. They weigh 100 pounds. Lu Xianji's expression shifted rapidly, and with a cold demeanor, he promptly released her iron chains. Xiao Junts grumbled. What sort of attitude is this? You apprehend the wrong person and fail to offer an apology, yet you call yourself the eldest disciple of the Hua family. Nian Bei Ning interjected. Did you capture the true murderer? Not yet. From the injuries on Huazhan's corpse, it appears he was slain by a powerful sorcerer. Our top 10 demon hunters from the Hua family have already been dispatched, and I believe they will capture the culprit soon. Nian Bei Ning awkwardly rubbed her nose, realizing that she was right there within the Hua family fortress. Where would those demon hunters go to apprehend anyone? Upon their release, Nian Bei Ning soon understood why they had been freed so swiftly. It was due to Prince Zhao's intervention. Although the Xiao family and the Hua family were at odds, they maintained a facade of mutual respect, for they were all surviving within the vast territory of the Daba Empire. Prince Xiao, a towering figure adorned with a golden crown and resplendent attire, exuded an air of authority and nobility, while his son appeared rather out of place by comparison. Upon their meeting, the father playfully smacked the back of Xiao Jun's head, prompting Nian Bei Ning to brace herself for a reprimand for causing trouble. However, the father instead chastised him for being ineffectual, unable to even best the Hua family members. Xiao Junts felt a mix of frustration and helplessness, and Nian Bei Ning worried he might inadvertently reveal the truth, though she was relieved that he was a person of loyalty. Guests continued to arrive for the birthday celebration, and Xiao Junts accompanied his father, leaving Nian Bei Ning alone in a corner to observe the throngs of guests filling the venue. Madame Lei, what are you gazing at? Lu Xianji seized a moment to sit beside Nian Bei Ning, his gaze filled with lingering affection. Nian Bei Ning felt uncomfortable. Senior brother Lu, do not concern yourself with me. You must be quite busy with the Huayang Elder's banquet and need not attend to me. Lu Xianji smiled gently. Many of my senior brothers are occupied. I am free. Besides, the Lei family will have individuals present, and they will come to keep you company soon. What? The Lei family is sending someone? Wouldn't that expose my identity? She realized she needed to find an excuse to slip away, for among the birthday guests, there might be formidable sorcerers. If they banded together to capture her, it would spell trouble. Nian Bei Ning clutched her stomach, feigning distress. Lu Xianji, concerned, asked, What is the matter with Madame Lei? I do not know. My stomach suddenly aches terribly. I shall rest for a while. Let me assist you. I will fetch a physician. Nian Bei Ning gritted her teeth, realizing that this person was like a stubborn adhesive that could not be shaken off. The Lei family is here. The Lei family's elder was of the same generation as the Huayang elder, and their magical prowess was comparable. The Lei family primarily focused on alchemy, and considering the Hua family fortress expended vast sums of gold each year to procure their elixirs, they were a coveted ally. Nian Bei Ning hunched over, prepared to make her escape. However, as she scanned the crowd of Lei family members, she suddenly froze. Behind the elder of the Lei family stood a tall and striking young man, who, upon noticing Nian Bei Ning, smiled and approached her. "Madam, what brings you here? I regret not bringing you along that day. Please do not be upset." Nian Bei Ning replied, "I'm not upset. I owe my safety to Master Zhao's rescue." Lu Xianji's gaze flickered with an unusual emotion. "Did not Madam lay claim to be unwell? Should I summon a physician? There is no need for trouble. I shall take my wife to seek a physician." The two departed from the clamor of the bustling crowd. Nian Bei Ning gazed at the familiar visage before her, astonished and delighted. "What brings you here?" The one who had arrived was none other than Qing Sha Huan. He smiled as he gently caressed the woman's hair. "This tale is quite lengthy. I shall elucidate when the opportunity arises. How fares the mutated power within you? It remains dormant. It will not manifest until the time is right, so there is no need for concern." During this period, Nian Bei Ning had suppressed her overwhelming longing, and now that the object of her affection stood before her, she embraced the man and planted fervent kisses upon his forehead and lips, her hand instinctively brushing against his abdominal muscles. A chuckle escaped from the man's throat as he restrained her wandering hand. "Is the Empress enticed by my physique?" Nian Bei Ning blushed, swiftly diverting the topic. "Why are your eyes no longer blue? Heterochromia is a trait associated with beasts. Naturally, it must be concealed upon entering the realm of humans. Come, let's find the concubine of the clan leader." At that moment, Xiao Junsi stood before them. Nian Bei Ning, "Who is this man?" Nian Bei Ning, entwining her arm with Qing Sha Huan's, replied with a radiant smile, "My husband." "Is he also a beast?" Upon seeing Qing Sha Huan, Xiao Junsi's expression grew solemn. Having devoted himself to the study of the beast world since childhood, he could easily discern Nian Bei Ning's identity. Yet the man before him eluded his understanding, indicating that his abilities surpassed his own. "Who is he?" Nian Bei Ning answered. "Xiao Junsi is a friend of considerable loyalty." Xiao Junsi scrutinized Qing Sha Huan, stroking his chin. "Nian Bei Ning, have you truly wed? Why do you inquire so much? Mind your own business. I have pressing matters to attend to. TCH, I have no interest in your trivial matters." As they made their way to the clan leader's concubine's quarters, Qing Sha Huan spoke in a low voice. "You should avoid contact with that man named Xiao Junsi. Why? He is quite loyal and, has even become the scapegoat for me. He knows my identity, but has not exposed it. Surely, we can still be friends." "No," the woman pouted. "Oh, the clan leader's concubine is the mother of Huazhan. In her youth, she had been already married, but was forcibly taken as a concubine by the clan leader, subsequently facing oppression from Madame Hua. Her only support had been Huazhan, but now that he was deceased, she had lost her standing in Hua's family fortress and thus had no right to participate in such a life. Previously, with a son by her side, when Madame Hua insulted and bullied her, the clan leader had turned a blind eye. Now, in her current predicament, even her death would elicit no inquiries. Who would not harbor hatred? Chapter 28. They must be captured. A musty odor filled the dilapidated room, where a disheveled woman crawled on the ground. After shooing away the rats, she slowly picked up the remnants of steamed buns that had fallen to the floor and placed them into her mouth. Nian Bei Ning looked at her with sympathy, feeling a twinge of guilt. Had Huazhan not died, this woman would not be in such a pitiable state. I never thought anyone would come to see me in such a condition. Are you here to mock me?" Qing Sha Huan crouched before her. "It was your son who committed numerous atrocities and took lives. His death was indeed his own doing." The woman laughed maniacally, tears streaming down her cheeks. Qing Sha Huan rose to his feet. "The one you truly despise is the clan leader, is it not? We can assist you in seeking vengeance." Upon hearing this, the woman fixed her gaze intently on Qing Sha Huan. "Kill him. I want him dead. And I want that wretched woman dead too. Then let us make a deal. Tell me the location of the Hui family's armory, and I shall bring the clan leader's wife for you to deal with as you wish." She clutched Qing Sha Huan's clothing tightly. "Very well. I agree." The armory was unguarded. Originally, only the clan leader, his wife, and the elder of Huayang knew its location. It was she who, during a drunken stupor of the clan leader, had gleaned its whereabouts from him. The entrance was a secluded room, and the concubine warned, "There are traps inside. Whether you make it out alive depends on your skills. Traps are nothing to worry about." Qing Sha Huan took Nian Bei Ning's hand and entered the armory. Nian Bei Ning asked. How do you know all of this? Old Master Lei informed me. Although the Hua family fortress is grand, they have offended numerous influential families. Despite your ailment, you ventured to the human realm. How did you end up with the Lei family? Qing Sha Huan paused, turning to look at her. If you can silently arrive in the human realm alone, why can't I? I merely saved old Master Lei's grandson by chance, and he agreed to come to the Hua family fortress in place of his son. Nian Bei Ning found it hard to believe that it was merely coincidence. She suspected he had long been scheming to target the Lei family. On this jubilant day for the Hua family fortress, no one noticed that two individuals had infiltrated the armory. However, Lu Xianji, who had been keeping an eye on Nian Bei Ning, instinctively sought her presence upon realizing her absence, only to discover that young Master Lei was also missing. Naturally, they were a couple. It was only normal for them to express their affection after a long separation. Eldest senior brother, the clan leader wishes to reconcile with Prince Xiao, and has specifically tasked you with retrieving the treasure basin to present to young Master Xiao. Here are the key and the blueprint. Lu Xianji's heart leapt with joy. You wanted to go to the armory? For years, no disciple of the Hua family fortress has had the privilege to enter the armory. He eagerly accepted the key and blueprint and hurried off. Just as he reached the entrance, he encountered Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan exiting. Not being foolish, he quickly sensed that their identities were amiss and immediately fired a smoke signal. Before he could draw his weapon, Qing Sha Huan had already reached him. A sharp black, curved blade pressed against his throat. Your signaling speed is rather impressive. It seems you must endure some inconvenience. The smoke signal indicated an enemy invasion, and the direction pointed directly to the armory. The clan leader, unable to ignore the commotion among the guests, took to the skies with his companions toward the armory. At the moment the smoke signal was released, a barrier had automatically appeared above the Hua family fortress. Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan were unable to escape in time, as the swift Hua family members had already found them. Qing Sha Huan positioned the bound Lu Xianji in front of him, conveying an unmistakable message that advancing a step further would result in his demise. The old clan leader's gaze was cold and piercing as he scrutinized them. Who are you? Lu Xianji shouted urgently. They are monsters. Ordinary creatures are merely beastmen, while formidable beings are termed monsters, a rather flattering label. Those who rushed to join the fray gazed eagerly at Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. The higher one's magical prowess, the more potent the inner core of a monster. If absorbed by humans, it could enhance their cultivation and even break through their cultivation bottlenecks. Consequently, the onlookers' gazes toward the two intensified with fervor. The clan leader bellowed, "Capture them." Qing Sha Huan sighed. "It seems, Lu, that your life is not of great importance." In the face of the overwhelming magical assault, Qing Sha Huan hurled the person in his grasp to absorb the impact. The fragile human form could not withstand the blow and fell unconscious. They believed that these two beastmen might be formidable, but with so many people attacking, there should be no problem. As the first wave of attackers was sent flying, Prince Xiao and Old Master Lei began to take the matter more seriously. Nian Bei Ning wielded the crimson flame wolf spine whip, ignited with violet-red flames, sending scorching waves of heat that stung the skin. Qing Sha Huan flicked his wrist, the sharp blade sweeping forward, and those approaching felt a sharp pain in their necks, followed by the immediate flow of crimson blood. With potent spells and formidable weapons, these two monsters were indeed in a state of invincibility for the moment. Prince Xiao subtly showed signs of moving to engage, but Xiao Junsu restrained his arm. "Father, do you intend to take action?" Prince Xiao frowned. "Do you know who these two are?" The crimson flame wolf spine whip and the black curved blade belong to the queen and the general of the wolf clan. If we obtain their inner cores, our powers could rival that of the emperor. Xiao Junsu released his grip. "Very well, I shall join you." The two of them acted in unison, while the Xiao Wangye directed his assault towards Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. Xiao Junsu was different. A flash of brilliance emanated from his palm, forming a sword blade of azure light that he wielded with both hands, striking down towards the battlefield. A slight fissure appeared in the protective barrier of the Hua family fortress. Seizing the opportunity, Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan rushed towards the crack, combining their powers to shatter the barrier completely. Nian Bei Ning glanced back at Xiao just before turning to leave with Qing Sha Huan. In the midst of the chaos, no one could discern who had aided them. Seeing that he could not catch up, Xiao Wangye sighed. What a pity indeed. Xiao Junce wrapped his arm around his father's shoulder. There is nothing to lament. If one lacks the ability, one should train diligently instead of coveting the possessions of others. This insolent child dares to speak to you like that. Has he lost his mind? Father, how old are you to still be tugging my ear? Must I lose face in front of so many people? The commotion successfully attracted the attention of the Daba dynasty, where a considerable number of monster hunters and beast-catching teams congregated at the border between the human and beast realms. What if they stumbled upon an opportunity? Unbeknownst to them, the two were leisurely enjoying their time at an inn in a border town. What now? The paths back have all been sealed. How do we return? Qing Sha Huan replied, what is there to worry about? Since we cannot return for the time being, we might as well stay here. These people are merely fleeting in their enthusiasm and lack the patience. Nian Bei Ning sat before him. But I feel those newly arrived monster hunters are quite formidable. What if we're defeated when they all attack together? Qing Sha Huan met her gaze with his elongated eyes. We must simply ensure they do not discover us. Nian Bei Ning, as the queen of the wolf clan, do not be timid. Nian Bei Ning straightened her chest. Quickly bring out the hexagonal crystal crafting diagram for me to see. Can you comprehend it? I cannot. The diagram is so distorted it resembles oracle bone script. It seems we must pay a visit to Hua family fortress. The barrier of Hua family fortress had been compromised, and they could no longer concern themselves with Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. Restoring the barrier was the fortress's utmost priority. After consuming the illusion leaf, the two returned wearing the standard purple attire of Hua family fortress. And, while the disciples took turns to restore the barrier, they lent a hand as well. When the next group arrived to repair it, they discovered that the barrier had seemingly been further damaged, causing them to curse the previous group for merely feasting without doing any work. Lu Xianji, gravely injured, lay in bed, having narrowly escaped with his life. Due to the necessity for all disciples to repair the barrier, he had no one to care for him. He felt somewhat disheartened, having diligently served the sect for so many years, only to find that the sect leader disregarded his well-being. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xinji prepared to venture out to brew medicine with the aid of a cane when he accidentally stumbled down the steps, only to be caught just in time by someone. It was a stranger, a woman, who smiled and said, Lu Xixiang, be cautious, do not worsen your injuries. Lu Xinji steadied himself with his cane, and, as the man and woman attempted to leave, he called out, wait. They halted their steps, and Lu Xinji continued. The weapon repository is lacking the crafting diagram for the hexagonal crystal. You cannot comprehend it, can you? The two were none other than Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning, who had consumed the illusion leaf and believed they had left no trace. How could this person recognize them so easily? Qing Sha Huan threatened without hesitation. If you do not wish to die, it would be best for you to keep quiet. I can assist you. Lu Xianji could understand the text within the diagram. The sect had withheld this knowledge from them, which he had discovered and copied surreptitiously while delivering clothing to the sect leader, to dispel the mutated power of the hexagonal crystal. A powerful spellcaster must offer blood in exchange, and they must not be disturbed during this time. Otherwise, both parties would be in grave danger. How can I trust you are not deceiving us? Qing Sha Huan inquired. Lu Xianji replied, if I wish to kill you, I could simply call for help. There would be no need for such trouble, especially since you are the queen and general of the wolf clan. Do you think you could let me off if I were lying? Nian Bei Ning chuckled awkwardly. Perhaps he is indeed telling the truth. However, Lu Xianji, your sudden shift in attitude is somewhat disconcerting for us, is it not? In a place that disregards the lives of its disciples, can you truly remain? That is a valid point. Well then, why not assist us further? Nian Bei Ning was a woman of her word, since the sect leader's concubine had aided them. They too must honor their promise and bring the spiteful sect leader's wife to her. Chapter 29. The Top 10 Monster Hunters Upholding Integrity. After binding the sect leader's wife to the concubine, the two prepared to depart. Wait, may I accompany you? Lu Xianji, leaning on his cane, met their gazes with unwavering determination, repeating, may I leave with you? Qing Sha Huan frowned slightly. Why should we take you? Orphaned at a young age, I toiled at Hua family fortress, relying solely on my efforts to reach the 6th stage of spiritual veins, thus attaining the status of chief disciple. If you're willing to take me with you, I would gladly follow. Nian Bei Ning, unable to resist pleas, tugged at Qing Sha Huan's sleeve. Just agree to him. He seems rather pitiful. Lu Xianji offered Nian Bei Ning a gentle smile. Thank you, Your Majesty. Qing Sha Huan snorted coldly. Due to his injuries and inability to move freely, he nearly dragged Lu Xianji along. Nian Bei Ning, exasperated, remarked, Be gentle. He has only just regained his life and is still a patient. Are you worried? No. Never mind, as long as you are happy. After departing Hua family fortress by kilometer, Qing Sha Huan suddenly flung Lu Xianji aside. Upon closer inspection, a terrifying scene unfolded. Countless transparent threads appeared at their previous standing position, shimmering with a sharp luster under the sunlight, and in an instant, the threads were retracted. 10 middle-aged men surrounded them. They were the renowned top 10 monster hunters of Hua family fortress. Nian Bei Ning glared at Lu Xianji with displeasure. Was this your doing? Lu Xianji shook his head. It was not me. I did not conspire with them. Lu Xianji, as the chief disciple of Hua family fortress, you dare to collude with monsters? How could you waste the sect leader's years of nurturing? Lu Xianji sneered, regretting that he had awakened to the truth far too late. With a sudden clang, one man flicked a golden thread in an attempt to ambush Nian Bei Ning. The alert woman swiftly dodged to the side, the golden thread grazing her hair and causing a lock of ink-black hair to fall to the ground. So swift, so sharp. In the next moment, Nian Bei Ning's wrist flicked, and the fiery wolf-tail whip surged towards them, scorching flames cascading down like a waterfall, severing tree branches and scattering leaves. Despite the fact that these 10 monster hunters only possessed a 3rd-tier spiritual vein, they had gained momentary fame through their manipulation of the golden dragon threads. They had deftly wielded the golden dragon threads, while the two deftly evaded, the surrounding trees and granite being sliced through as though they were tofu. One could only imagine how sharp the threads were, and the crucial point was that they were transparent and invisible, making it necessary to rely on the attacker's gestures to avoid them. Nian Bei Ning silently rejoiced for the arduous training her body had undergone previously. Otherwise, she did not know how many times she would have perished. In the midst of the chaos, Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning exchanged a glance, and a phantom ink-colored qilin emerged behind the men, roaring with a ferocity that shook the heavens. Although it could not break through the bothersome golden dragon threads, the immense force created a stalemate, causing the faces of the 10 men to grow increasingly grim. The power of this phantom ink qilin was formidable. Had it been its true form, they would undoubtedly have been defeated. Qing Sha Huan faced 10 opponents alone, and Nian Bei Ning seized the opportunity to unleash a fiery eruption from her palm, charging towards the 10 men. One individual emitted a low grunt, tugging at the strands of Jin Long Jiaoxi with a swift motion and leaping into the air to alter direction, launching an attack towards Lu Xianji. Already injured, Lu Xianji widened his eyes, realizing he could not evade the assault, and decided it was better not to waste his energy. The sound of iron teeth echoed as the Qian Langji whip blocked the attack before him. The next moment, she furrowed her brow as the thief's weapon grazed her shoulder, causing Nian Bei Ning to grimace in pain. Lu Xianji felt a pang of urgency. Witnessing this scene, Qing Sha Huan was thoroughly enraged. Suddenly, several dark blue, ghostly hands seized the Jin Long Jiaoxi, pulling it forcefully. The group, taken by surprise, collided with one another. As Qing Sha Huan's other ghostly hand swung towards their heads, a companion swiftly intervened, entangling their waists with the Jiaoxi and pulling them apart. In an instant, a palm struck the ground, creating a massive pit that filled everyone with dread. The man's black eyes and the spiderweb-like veins on his face reappeared, as a fierce and malevolent aura surged towards them, causing all to gasp in shock. What was happening? Retreat. The 10 renowned demon catchers hastily withdrew, but Qing Sha Huan had no intention of letting them off easily, propelling herself towards them with a leap. Following closely behind, Nian Bei Ning also pursued. This relentless chase continued as the cunning Tin led Qing Sha Huan into the bustling market, where they managed to evade her tracking gaze. The marketplace was home to formidable figures, including Prince Xiao and his son, who were dining in an inn. Intrigued by the commotion and screams from the street, Prince Xiao expressed both shock and delight. What kind of monster is that? Xiao Junce did not respond until he caught sight of Nian Bei Ning, realizing the situation was more complex than it appeared. If this prince could obtain that monster's core, who knows? Where do you think you're going, you little brat? Nian Bei Ning's only concern now was to prevent Qing Sha Huan from harming the innocent. The frenzied, beastly nature of Qing Sha Huan was unstoppable. After a brief clash with Nian Bei Ning, she sprang over a height of 10 feet onto a rooftop and fled wildly. Nian Bei Ning, anxious and desperate, chased after her. As she pursued, another figure joined her, Xiao Junce asking, "What happened to him?" The mutated power of the hexagonal crystal within him manifests on this day each month. No wonder you were heading to Huijiabao. Terrifying monsters roamed, causing the townsfolk to scream and scatter in chaos. Nian Bei Ning quickly shifted her gaze, using her whip to ensnare a fallen child and toss them into Xiao Junce's arms. In the next moment, Qing Sha Huan leaped down from the rooftop to the child's previous position, hastening her escape. Xiao Junce returned the child to their mother and continued the chase. Outside the city gates, rows of armored cavalry awaited, emanating a formidable pressure. The instant Qing Sha Huan dashed through the gates, a fierce wind swept in, and a storm of shimmering arrows crackled with electricity hurled toward her. These arrows were far more potent than the electric longbow of Lan Zhe. If they missed their target, they would return for another assault. Nian Bei Ning gasped in alarm and was about to assist Qing Sha Huan when Xiao Junce grasped her arm, exclaiming, "Are you trying to throw your life away? Let go." That is a silver lightning arrow crafted by the National Master. It will not relent until it finds its mark. I command you to release me. The furious woman's eyes turned crimson as she struck Xiao Junce's shoulder. He groaned and staggered back, allowing Nian Bei Ning to dart forward to shield Qing Sha Huan from the barrage of silver arrows. One cannot deny that the treasures of the human realm are indeed superior to those of the beast world. Qing Sha Huan transformed into a black Qilin, her anomalous powers still intact, as the divine beast turned into a wild monster, demolishing the silver arrows with sheer ferocity. Nian Bei Ning conjured a flame spell, directing it toward the ranks of armored cavalry, who raised their black-patterned shields to form a massive protective barrier. The fiery force collided with the shield, rebounding back to Nian Bei Ning, who stumbled but regained her footing, channeling her flames to confront the silver arrows. "Cease at once." A deep voice resonated, causing the black cavalry to dismount and bow respectfully upon recognizing the arrival of Prince Xiao. The battle came to a halt, allowing Qing Sha Huan to take advantage of the moment and bolt away. Nian Bei Ning, breathless and overwhelmed, found herself unable to continue the pursuit. Prince Xiao, exuding royal authority, commanded, "You all may leave. These monsters are of my interest." The leading figure responded assertively. "The National Master has decreed that these two monsters must be captured." Bang! Prince Xiao struck him from a distance, disdainfully scoffing. "What is the National Master? How dare he contend with me? If you do not depart, do not blame me for being rude." Your strike was hardly courteous either. Unable to withstand Prince Xiao's pressure, the cavalry retreated with their injured leader. Nian Bei Ning studied Prince Xiao, realizing he was not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, Prince Xiao casually rolled his sleeves behind his back and turned to leave. Xiao Junce chuckled. "Do not feel estranged. My father is merely a cold exterior with a warm heart. I have just placed a tracking needle on your beloved. We will find him. Do not fret." Nian Bei Ning exhaled in relief. "Thank you." As night fell, Xiao Junce accompanied Nian Bei Ning in search of Qing Sha Huan. Nian Bei Ning inquired, "Who is your National Master?" "Oh, that individual is quite remarkable. He can forge top-notch treasures and elixirs, a formidable character indeed, albeit arrogant and having offended many. Save for the Emperor, who favors him. By the way, when we return, please convey my gratitude to your father." Xiao Junce raised an eyebrow at her. "Who am I to you that I must thank him on your behalf?" Nian Bei Ning lifted her chin defiantly. "We are friends, are we not?" Xiao Junce smiled cheerfully. What an honor it is to befriend the queen of the wolf clan. Stop being so glib. As they strolled through the forest, Xiao Junce observed the compass in his hand, indicating a nearby cave. A day had passed, and upon entering the cave, they found Qing Sha Huan already returned to her human form, half kneeling on the ground, supporting herself with a knife as her long hair obscured her face. Do not come any closer. Xiao Junce instinctively grasped Nian Bei Ning's arm, and under the tense gaze, Qing Sha Huan expelled the tracking needle from her body, which ricocheted off the stone wall. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bei Ning hurriedly knelt before her, brushing aside the hair that had fallen over her forehead. Her expression filled with concern. Does your body feel any discomfort? Are you injured? The man could not resist pinching her fair cheek, reassuring her, do not worry. I am fine. I remember you were injured in the shoulder by those men. It is just a superficial wound. I am perfectly fine. The self-healing ability of animals far surpasses that of humans, and most importantly, Nian Bei Ning did not want him to worry. Ahem. Xiao Junce reminded them of the presence of others. Chapter 30. Terror on the Sea. Qing Sha Huan frowned. How did he end up here? If I were not here, how would Nian Bei Ning find you? You seem to have recovered, but I must inform you that the National Master has begun to take notice of you both. If you do not leave soon, you may encounter significant trouble. Thank you for the warning. Let us rest for the night and depart tomorrow. The National Master's speed exceeded their expectations. In just one night, he dispatched 100 high-level spirit vein experts from the Imperial Court, all equipped with treasures forged by the National Master. However, as the night progressed, more demon catchers appeared, some plastering charms everywhere in an attempt to lure Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning, only to inadvertently attract a few malevolent spirits instead. Others, having caught wind of something, set traps in the forest, only to be ruined by unsuspecting companions who stumbled into them and were injured. Consequently, both sides, humiliated and enraged, clashed violently. Chaos ensued, with Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan occasionally pausing to observe the spectacle. These individuals are merely engaging in trivial pursuits, as the critical exit routes have already been firmly sealed by those who emerge from Huangting. The mainland is no longer a viable option. Xiao Junce suggested they traverse the waterways. Lamentably, the beastmen harbor an aversion to water, thus the dock's defenses are not overly stringent. Leveraging his status as the heir, Xiao Junce infiltrated the Wangfu personnel into the Jinshao High Dock, temporarily seizing control over the comings and goings of all vessels. This sea route leads northwards to the Beast World continent, yet it necessitates passage through a treacherous Shura Sea, an area fraught with peril where ordinary ships would undoubtedly meet their demise. Behold, this is the gift I present to you. The two beheld a rather grotesque wooden vessel, tapered at both ends with a bulging middle, resembling a worm in motion. As the ship gradually disappeared from Xiao Junce's sight, the Prince of Xiao appeared behind him, inquiring about the benefits of aiding two beastmen. A knowing smile graced Xiao Junce's face as he replied, Father, they are the queen and general of the wolf clan. It would be a tragedy for them to fall into the hands of the National Master. He resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Come, Father, let us return. The ship set sail northward, initially accompanied by other vessels. Yet gradually, they dwindled in number until only the unsightly craft remained, adrift upon the vast sea. The deep blue expanse of the ocean stretched infinitely, devoid of landmarks or fellow ships. Nian Bei Ning, somewhat afflicted by a mild case of deep-sea phobia, nestled within the cabin, hesitant to venture outside. Qing Sha Huan leisurely brewed tea on deck, sipping while studying a hexagonal crystal crafting diagram, contemplating who might be best suited to alleviate his mutated powers. Nian Bei Ning poked her head out of the cabin, calling to the man outside, When will we arrive? Unknown. Which shore does this vast ocean connect to in the beast world? Unknown. And what if it leads us to the leopard clan's territory? Qing Sha Huan turned with a hint of exasperation, his azure pupils narrowing slightly. Why do you have so many questions? Are you frightened? This struck a chord with Nian Bei Ning, who pouted in a rather pitiful manner. Please don't stay outside. I'm scared alone. Water is inherently the nemesis of fire, and fear is a natural response. Qing Sha Huan accompanied her back into the cabin, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, drawing her closer to his solid frame. His gaze intense as he admonished, Nian Bei Ning, remember this. You must not act independently in the future. Otherwise, if you provoke my ire, I shall toss you into the sea. Nian Bei Ning, frightened, clung tightly to his waist. I promise there won't be a next time. Just as their gazes intertwined with unspoken affection, a sudden violent jolt disrupted the tender atmosphere. They lost their balance, toppling in the same direction. Just as Qing Sha Huan regained his footing, Nian Bei Ning's head collided with his chin, causing him to emit a muffled groan. Stumbling out onto the deck, they were greeted by the sight of tumultuous waves crashing around them, dwarfed by the towering swells. Qing Sha Huan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, allowing Nian Bei Ning, wide-eyed with terror, to grasp his sleeve, casually remarking, "These waves are rather formidable. Are we going to drown here?" "I don't think so." The roar of the waves crescendoed. The white froth surged onto the vessel, causing severe turbulence. Nian Bei Ning's stomach churned, but fortunately, having eaten little, she managed to maintain her composure before Qing Sha Huan. As the waves grew increasingly violent, even Qing Sha Huan struggled to keep his footing, resorting to magic to stabilize the ship. The vessel surged forward with increasing speed, the cacophony of crashing waves growing louder. Nian Bei Ning caught sight of a colossal black whirlpool, which was drawing them in. Panicking, she pounded on Qing Sha Huan's shoulder. "What do we do?" "We're being pulled into the whirlpool." "We go in." They retreated to the cabin, securing the doors and windows just as a tremendous force of descent enveloped them, signaling their entry into the whirlpool. Qing Sha Huan held Nian Bei Ning tightly as the violent turbulence persisted for what felt like an eternity. After regaining her composure, Nian Bei Ning lifted her head from his embrace, her disheveled hair and clothes a testament to the ordeal, while her stomach continued to churn. In stark contrast, Qing Sha Huan maintained his composure, adjusting his attire with an air of elegance. He explained, "After all, I am in the form of a divine beast. I cannot appear as disheveled as you." Nian Bei Ning, feeling indignant, found herself too drained to argue, needing to stabilize before addressing the matter. Emerging from the whirlpool, the sea before them was not the expected blue, but rather an inky black, resembling ink-stained water, evoking an eerie sense of dread, with the sky above reflecting an ominous hue. Nian Bei Ning vowed never to return to this haunted stretch of sea again. What has transformed this area into such a sinister place? This is the surest sea. Beyond this lies another entrance whirlpool, and then the shore will be within reach. Nian Bei Ning's face fell in despair. The Black Sea was unnaturally tranquil, and she mused that while the tumultuous waves were frightful, this eerie calm felt even more ominous. At night, the vast ocean was devoid of light, rendering it pitch black, with only a faint, ghostly glow emanating from their vessel, reminiscent of a beam of sunlight piercing through an endless abyss. Qing Sha Huan offered her a cup of tea. "Do not be anxious. Barring any unforeseen events, we should reach the Wolf Clan by tomorrow." Nian Bei Ning sipped her water. What if something goes wrong? In the next moment, their eyes locked. An unsettling silence enveloped them as a gentle impact began to rock the boat. Qing Sha Huan remarked, "You have a knack for ominous predictions." Following the soft thud, an abrupt and forceful impact capsized the ship, sending Nian Bei Ning reeling, nearly striking her forehead against the hull. But Qing Sha Huan managed to grasp her arm just in time. The ship, having been knocked into the sea, flipped and righted itself, prompting Nian Bei Ning to commence shout junts on the wretched craft. They emerged onto the deck, and Qing Sha Huan commanded fire. Nian Bei Ning immediately understood. Flames erupted into the sky, illuminating their surroundings. A colossal tail suddenly crashed down from above, and Qing Sha Huan leaped, clutching Nian Bei Ning as the vessel was once again plunged into the depths. A massive creature burst forth from the water surface. Nian Bei Ning's pupils dilated in horror. It was a great white shark. The ship rolled over from another angle, and Qing Sha Huan's black, curved blade leveraged against the shark's iron teeth, propelling them back onto the vessel. This beast, with its streamlined body, possessed a maw large enough to swallow 20 men whole. The great white shark splashed back into the water, creating tumultuous waves. Nian Bei Ning had only ever seen such disaster in films. Experiencing it firsthand truly underscored the meaning of terror. Once again, the surface of the sea fell into silence. Yet they could sense the apex predator lurking beneath their vessel, poised to strike. Qing Sha Huan placed his palm firmly on the deck, tilting the ship to the right, just as the massive shark leapt from the left. Seizing the opportunity, Nian Bei Ning summoned her courage, drawing forth the wolf spine crimson flame whip, and struck fiercely at the creature, leaving a vivid gash across its side. With that successful blow, the beast sank beneath the waves. Behind us, the ship shifted position again, and the injured great white shark, enraged, lunged at the diminutive vessel. Nian Bei Ning's eyes darkened, turning crimson as she channeled her energy into the crimson flame whip. Fire and water are typically incompatible, yet her fiery wave surged forth, stirring the ocean's surface. The crimson flames erupted, cleaving the monstrous creature in two, which then sank into the depths. The black sea churned with the shark's sanguine blood, marking the conclusion of their battle. We must hasten our departure. Just as Nian Bei Ning's heart began to settle, Qing Sha Huan accelerated the ship, aware that great white sharks never hunt alone. They always travel in packs. This is merely a juvenile, perhaps separated from its group. The overwhelming scent of blood is sure to attract its kin. And soon we shall be confronted by a horde of adult Carcharocals megalodon. Apart from its larger size and sharper teeth, it possesses no significant advantage. Nian Bei Ning found herself both amused and exasperated. This is their territory at sea, and such advantages are hardly sufficient. Qing Sha Huan rested his forehead on his hand, seated at the bow of the boat, and chuckled softly. Here they come again. Just as Nian Bei Ning was about to inquire about what was approaching, she caught sight of a dense cluster of shark fins behind them. Her complexion paled. We are doomed. Their speed is too rapid, and soon we shall be feeding the sharks. As the day gradually brightened, the vessel that had been heading north veered towards the northwest, cutting through the waves with the wind at its back, their hair and clothes billowing in the breeze. The ship sped ahead while the sharks pursued closely. Nian Bei Ning hastily chanted spells to bolster the ship's speed, and it surged forward an instant. Upon entering a region no longer shrouded in darkness, the megalodons visibly slowed their pace. Though they did not abandon their pursuit, their movements became more subdued, as if wary of awakening some lurking danger. Chapter 31. Incidents among the clans. Noticing this, Qing Sha Huan produced the shark fin from the recently slain megalodon, inhaling the familiar scent of blood, which prompted the sharks to accelerate once more in pursuit. A glimmer of triumph crossed his face as he swung his black, curved blade into the water, the blade's aura inciting the aquatic behemoths. Several megalodons bared their serrated teeth and lunged at the vessel. Qing Sha Huan leaped gracefully, striking one of the megalodon's heads with his foot, sending the colossal creature crashing into its companions. Nian Bei Ning was astonished. How could he have kicked a megalodon so effortlessly? With a tumultuous splash, countless megalodons leaped from the depths, collectively charging towards Qing Sha Huan. At that moment, numerous thick tentacles emerged from the sea, ensnaring the megalodons. With a mere flex of their strength, the creatures were gruesomely torn asunder. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Nian Bei Ning finally understood why this place was known as the Azure Waters. The megalodons, in a desperate attempt to rescue their compatriots, engaged in a fierce battle with the underwater monstrosities, causing the surface to churn violently with blood. Qing Sha Huan, unperturbed, straightened his attire, as though nothing were amiss, and stated, "Let us depart." The vessel drifted away leisurely, while Nian Bei Ning glanced back to witness the fierce conflict unfolding in the water. A massive crimson octopus surfaced, its size fivefold that of a megalodon, and even the gigantic predators were swallowed whole by it. Its lantern-like eyes filled its entire head, and the suckers on its tentacles extracted the megalodon's innards. Nian Bei Ning's cheeks twitched. What manner of creature was this? As they continued to distance themselves, Qing Sha Huan broke the silence to draw her attention. Are you not satisfied? Do you wish to move closer to observe the battle? No, I'm not ready to meet my end just yet. but I cannot shake the feeling that you are rather familiar with this place." Qing Sha Huan feigned mystery and remained silent. Once they were out of danger, he leisurely began to brew tea. Nian Bei Ning snatched the tea leaves from him, her gaze fixed intently. Qing Sha Huan remarked, "I have traversed the realms of the human and beast tribes alike. I possess many tales that the Empress may not know. Would you like to hear them?" The young woman nodded, and Qing Sha Huan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Very well. Upon our return, I shall regale the Empress with stories through the night." Though Qing Sha Huan spoke nonchalantly of the human and beast realms, Nian Bei Ning, having experienced her fair share of peril, felt fortunate to be alive. This man must have endured considerable hardship. Contemplating this, she gazed at him with newfound compassion, prompting Qing Sha Huan to examine her closely, wondering if she had been rendered speechless by fear. On the third day, adrift at sea, upon emerging from the cabin, Nian Bei Ning noticed a thick black fog enveloping the water surface. Rubbing her eyes, she was astonished to discern the presence of other vessels. Excitedly, she called, "Qing Sha Huan, come quickly." Though he did not emerge, a voice tinged with mockery echoed back. "I still possess a modicum of perception." As they navigated through the dense fog, the number of surrounding boats increased. In one thatch-covered boat, an elderly man was fishing with children, while a couple in a nearby vessel exchanged sweet nothings. From a luxurious, three-decked wooden ship, the sounds of singing and laughter wafted through the air. Nian Bei Ning's boat approached a fruit-selling vessel, where an old farmer beckoned. "Young lady, would you care to purchase some fruit?" Nian Bei Ning tossed a piece of soil spirit stone to him. "I will take that bunch of purple grapes, thank you." "Certainly. Here are the grapes you requested." Just as Nian Bei Ning prepared to enjoy her meal, Qing Sha Huan reached out and seized them, a glint of coldness in his gaze as he cast the grapes into the sea. "What are you doing? Do you dare consume the remnants of the dead?" At his words, the eyes of those on the surrounding boats turned towards Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning, a chilling aura creeping in. With a swift motion, Qing Sha Huan unleashed a spell against the nearest fruit seller, transforming the once juicy fruit into stone. The formerly amiable farmer twisted grotesquely, becoming a terrifying figure with disheveled hair and darkened skin, lunging towards Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning. With a single hand, Qing Sha Huan grasped the farmer's neck and severed his head, disposing of it towards another approaching assailant. These are water ghosts that have haunted this sea for centuries. Should they drag a soul beneath the waves, they can be reborn. Nian Bei Ning inhaled sharply, realizing her oversight. Flames erupted from her palms, striking down a water ghost that had clawed at her, and with powerful blows, she dispatched all those that lunged towards them. Having vanquished the water ghosts, the surface began to bubble violently, as a horde of fierce water ghosts surged towards them. Nian Bei Ning widened her eyes, tugging at Qing Sha Huan's sleeve. "There are so many water ghosts." With a resigned sigh, Qing Sha Huan replied, "I will hold them off. You must use your spells to steer the vessel towards the whirlpool ahead." "Understood." Boom! Before Nian Bei Ning could finish her sentence or cast her spell to control the ship, Qing Sha Huan transformed into a black qilin, trampling the water ghost beneath his feet as he forged a path. Nian Bei Ning hurriedly followed in his wake. The cacophony of sounds grew louder. Initially worried for Qing Sha Huan's safety, Nian Bei Ning gradually began to feel sympathy for the water ghosts. They could not even touch the hem of Qing Sha Huan's garment. Either they were crushed to pieces by a single blow or trampled into the sea by the qilin's iron hooves, or their already damaged bodies were further destroyed. The waters began to churn violently, and soon the water ghosts ceased their pursuit. Qing Sha Huan reverted to his human form, landing back on the ship, and the two were once again drawn into the whirlpool. This time, the turbulence was far more intense, and Nian Bei Ning could no longer withstand the violent rocking. She fainted. In her dazed state, the long-awaited sunbeams bathed Nian Bei Ning in warmth, and she caught the scents of flowers and roasted meat, accompanied by the sounds of birds chirping and insects buzzing. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, sitting up to survey her surroundings. They had entered a lake connected to the sea, a vibrant realm of the beast world. "Awake now? Have some food. Rabbit meat? Qing Sha Huan, when did you bring this? Why did you not take it out along the way?" Would it not be a waste to eat and then regurgitate it? Observing the young woman's charmingly scrunched face, Qing Sha Huan smiled indulgently. It is all for you. After eating their fill, Nian Bei Ning felt elated. We must be nearing the shore. Which tribe's territory have we entered? This is the territory of the Fox tribe, Sangbei Lake. The boats gradually coming into view reminded Nian Bei Ning of the water ghosts. As she leaned in to speak with Qing Sha Huan, he interjected, "These are all members of the Fox tribe, not water ghosts." Oh, upon disembarking, just as Nian Bei Ning contemplated how to take the boat with her, the vessel splintered apart before the eyes of the onlookers, sinking to the lake's depths. Nian Bei Ning exclaimed, "What happened to the boat? It weathered the storm without issue, and now it lies in ruins?" Qing Sha Huan furrowed his brow. "Let us go." Above the Sangbei Dahu lies a temple dedicated to the Fox Immortal, renowned for its vibrancy of incense, making it one of the most prosperous places on the Beast World continent. On one fortunate occasion, Nian Bei Ning insisted on dragging Qing Sha Huan to seek a fortune slip, specifically one concerning marriage. To her delight, she drew an auspicious slip. Ah, this is indeed an extraordinary omen. Holding the slip tightly, Nian Bei Ning leaped into the embrace of the young man. Despite the peculiar gazes surrounding them, Qing Sha Huan carried Nian Bei Ning to a more secluded corner, planting a gentle kiss on her crimson lips. Nian Bei Ning's enchanting visage radiated joy as she wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully nibbling at his thin lips. With this auspicious slip in hand, I shall have the second elder arrange our marriage upon our return. Very well. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the back mountain of the Fox Immortal Temple, where a battle ensued. Dark, fox-like mist clashed violently with a group of individuals, potent magical forces rippling through the air, reducing stones to mere dust. Hidden in the shadows, Nian Bei Ning felt a painful sting on her skin. It was Zisong Lu Nian and Zisong Mo Tan, with their subordinates fallen in battle, leaving only the two of them to face the ominous black mist fox, which cackled menacingly. "If we slay you, General Lu Nian, our magic will only grow stronger." Zisong Mo Tian thrust a vial into Zisong Lu Nian's hands. "Do not concern yourself with me. Take this and escape. Remember to deliver it to him, and I shall die in peace." Zisong Lu Nian's gaze hardened. "What absurdity! How could I abandon you, princess?" Zisong Mo Tian's beautiful face was etched with despair. Just then, a flame shot forth, causing the black mist fox to howl in agony. Before Qing Sha Huan could intervene, Nian Bei Ning dashed forward to play the savior. It was the Wolf Clan Queen. "Damn it, retreat." Seeing Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan appear, Zisong Mo Tian expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance." Qing Sha Huan pondered. "Inhu? Hasn't it been hundreds of years since it vanished? Why is it resurfacing now?" Zisong Lu Nian retorted. "How should we know? But you? What brings you to our Fox Clan's territory?" Zisong Mo Tian chided her. "Lu Nian, such rudeness is unacceptable." Nian Bei Ning explained. "We came from Sangbei Dahu and happened upon your Fox Clan's path." Zisong Lu Nian caught a whiff of something. "Have you ventured to the human clan continent?" Nian Bei Ning replied. "General Lu Nian, you are astute." Zisong Lu Nian's smile held a hint of coldness. To return alive from the human clan continent, it is the Wolf King and General Huan who possess true capability. Qing Sha Huan humbly accepted the compliment. Nian Bei Ning silently mused that Zisong Lu Nian certainly had a foul temper. She regretted meddling. The atmosphere grew tense. Yet Zisong Mo Tan spoke softly. "Do not stand on ceremony, my dear guests. Lu Nian's temperament is well known. I will certainly reprimand her upon my return. We came to Fox Immortal Mountain to collect due for my husband's ailment, not anticipating an encounter with the Inhu. The Inhu indeed vanished for centuries, yet inexplicably reappeared months ago. The Elephant Clan prince is ill. Yes, he suffers from severe abdominal pain." Chang Jianlian insisted that only the dew from the back mountain of the Fox Immortal would suffice. I was reluctant to send anyone else, so I came myself. "I understand now. Please accompany me to the station to rest, for I imagine your journey has been exhausting." Nian Bei Ning replied. "No need. We are anxious to return, so we shall part ways here." The sudden emergence of the Inhu after centuries, coupled with the Elephant Clan prince's mysterious illness, and the usually cautious snake clan now being captured by humans. Are these mere coincidences, or is there a deeper design at play? Chapter 32. The Collection of the Monkey Clan. Upon returning, Nian Bei Ning reclined on the soft couch in the stone pavilion, basking in the warm sunlight. After drifting on the sea for so long, she realized just how comfortable life on land could be. Baishan returned from Dongsheng, recounting her experiences at the academy with animated gestures as she kneaded Nian Bei Ning's arms and legs. This young girl spoke with such liveliness that one could not help but acknowledge her talents. During this time away, she had already achieved the cultivation level of a mid-tier wolf species. And where is General Huan? Upon his return, he immediately went to his cave dwelling to attend to some matters. Suddenly, Nian Bei Ning sprang up from the warm couch, remembering that Qing Sha Huan still harbored the mutated power within him. Those of formidable magical prowess demand blood for blood within the entire wolf clan. He was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. This absolutely cannot happen. When Nian Bei Ning proposed to help him dispel the mutated power, Qing Sha Huan firmly declined. Nian Bei Ning insisted, "Who else could be more suitable than I? Blood transfusions carry risks. Is this a gamble you are willing to take?" Nian Bei Ning countered, "Why should I not? Or do you now, as a divine beast, look down upon me?" Her provocation had some effect. Ultimately, Qing Sha Huan, unable to withstand Nian Bei Ning's relentless persuasion, relented. The act of blood for blood was no trivial matter. They conducted this ritual within the space of the wolf totem, under the watchful eyes of the great offering and the elders. Their wrists bled and mingled, a faint white light enveloping them, ultimately resembling a luminous white cocoon. Day turned to night, and time passed. 3 days slipped by. The great offering and the elders, with their hands tucked within their sleeves, engaged in idle chatter. The Queen and General Huan have been inside for quite a while. Why have they not emerged? Could something have gone awry? I-16, who had been stationed at the 7th level of the Golden Sky Tower, glanced disdainfully at the plump elder. "If you have nothing better to do, why not check on the second elder? He has been out for some time. I shall not go. I must remain here to ensure the Queen and General emerge safely." I-16 retorted, "Then cease your morose remarks." The elder, feeling a bit stung, merely pouted, unable to refute her. The great offering chuckled softly. "You, 10th elder, possess quite the temperament." The elder nodded vigorously, muttering, "Indeed, as the head elder, no one has dared to speak against me over the years. Yet this girl, regardless of your status, speaks her mind freely. We cannot contend with her." The great offering patted his shoulder. "I rather like that spirit." On the 4th day, a tempest arose. The wolf totem trembled violently under the scrutiny of the onlookers. Qing Sha Huan emerged, cradling the pale and unconscious Nian Bei Ning, urgently exclaiming, "Fetch the healer." Nian Bei Ning lay on the soft couch as I-16 examined her condition, frowning. The Queen is not in mortal danger. However, General Huan has transformed into a Qilin body, and she is struggling to adapt to your Qilin blood. She will awaken only once the Qilin blood merges with her slowly. Qing Sha Huan gazed worriedly at her pallid face, and I-16 continued, "This is a fortuitous event. Upon her awakening, her magical prowess will significantly increase, for wolf blood and Qilin blood are not in the same league. The general need not worry." Qing Sha Huan nodded, and I-16 bowed before exiting the room, leaving the two alone together. In a daze, Nian Bei Ning felt a heat coursing through her entire body, as if she were about to ignite. Being inherently a fire attribute, she experienced for the first time the sensation of her meridians and bones being seared, eliciting soft cries of pain. Qing Sha Huan grasped her hand, observing her deep frown and the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. He channeled his power into her, and as Nian Bei Ning endured the intense agony, she felt a faint coolness spreading through her limbs, gradually alleviating the pain. This cycle of torment continued for 3 or 4 iterations until the power gathering at her dantian awakened her. She opened her crimson eyes and sat upright, while Qing Sha Huan held her hand as though grasping a burning ember, releasing it in astonishment to find his palm scorched. Nian Bei Ning exhaled deeply, raising her gaze to Qing Sha Huan, her expression fraught with anxiety. I feel something is amiss. As she spoke, she lifted her hand, and a flicker of blue flame erupted from her index finger, instantly elevating the temperature in the room, causing wooden items to begin smoking. Even Qing Sha Huan was beaded with a thin layer of sweat from the heat. Nian Bei Ning withdrew her hand, her face alight with excitement. It seemed she had gained a fortuitous boon. Her magical prowess had indeed surged. Qing Sha Huan smiled, quite impressive. With the infusion of Qilin blood and her innate fire attribute, Nian Bei Ning had indeed gained a formidable advantage. After 2 days of meditation, she had completely integrated the Qilin blood within her. As a torrential rain began to fall, a cool breeze brushed against the nape of her neck. During her period of discomfort, all matters of the Wolf Clan had been deftly managed by Lang Xiaowan, allowing Nian Bei Ning to take the opportunity to visit the residence of the second elder. At this moment, however, she wore an expression of displeasure as she fiddled with a red thread in the second elder's chamber, her impatience palpable. The second elder has been in seclusion for half a month. Why has he not yet emerged? Bai Shan consoled her from the side. Your Majesty, do not fret. The second elder has his own matters to attend to and should be out shortly. I apologize for the wait. Nian Bei Ning turned her gaze towards the finally emerging second elder, whose disheveled black and white hair and pronounced dark circles gave him a rather haggard appearance, his smile bearing an awkward stiffness. Second elder, have you not rested for half a month in your pursuit of enlightenment? I wonder what business brings your esteemed self to meet with me, dressed in a resplendent red robe. Nian Bei Ning's golden crown jingled softly as she lifted her chin to look at him. Have you forgotten what I, the Empress, instructed you? Regarding my marriage to General Huan, when can I expect a favorable date? The second elder, fully aware of her purpose, produced a scroll from his sleeve and handed it to her. Concealing her delight, Nian Bei Ning accepted it, but her expression promptly soured upon seeing the contents. What is this? The insights I have gathered pertain to the subterranean movements of Dongdaoxing Mountain. The collapse of the mountain has left the territory of the monkey clan nearly buried under rubble. Though their numbers are few, they have developed unique cultivation techniques unlike those of the beast realm. If our wolf clan can incorporate these monkey people, our power will surely be bolstered, he explained. Nian Bei Ning massaged her temples. Could we not delay this matter? Certainly not. If we have considered this, the leopard clan has surely deduced the same. Moreover, several of their members have recently attempted to evolve into divine beasts, albeit unsuccessfully. The Empress must remain vigilant. More members of the leopard clan attempting to evolve into divine beasts? How did this process become so simple? Although all have failed, this situation is indeed concerning. Chapter 33. Contending for the monkey clan, I am already aware of the attempts to evolve into divine beasts. The issue lies with the Qiqiao Baodian, Lang Xiaohuan remarked, unhurriedly. Haste makes waste. It took you 300 years to overcome the wolf tribulation. How could they possibly succeed so easily? At worst, if others attempt to evolve. We could observe. If the Empress finds it too tiresome, we can send someone in our stead. Nian Bei Ning smirked, an eye for an eye indeed. Dongdaoxing Mountain is in close proximity to both the wolf and leopard clans, and a fierce conflict is on the horizon. The mountainous region, rich in clear waters and abundant fruits and herbs, is ideally suited for the monkey clan, albeit its rugged terrain poses a challenge. Regardless, Nian Bei Ning was determined to establish Water Spirit Mountain as a territory for the wolf clan. In the days that followed, the Empress and her generals repeatedly ventured to Water Spirit Mountain, assessing suitable locations for constructing homes, refining caves, and excavating channels for water. The leopard clan's Lan Zhe observed from below, reporting Water Spirit Mountain. Yes, the wolf clan has been exceedingly active there of late. This mountain is the closest to Dongdaoxing Mountain, and they likely intend to use this territory to accommodate the monkey clan. Lan Zhe sprang to his feet. They must not succeed. The monkey clan possesses distinct cultivation methods. They must come under the dominion of my leopard clan. Words alone would not suffice. Lan Zhe swiftly mobilized personnel to scout Water Spirit Mountain. Sheng Qiao emerged from behind a stone screen. What is a handful of monkeys to you? Why not let them have it? Lan Zhe scoffed. You do not understand. That group of monkeys is extraordinary. Should they fall into the hands of the wolf clan, their power will undoubtedly grow. I cannot simply sit idly by. After a moment's reflection, Lan Zhe coldly regarded Sheng Xiao. And you? What is the status of your recent evolutions? Why has no one succeeded? Sheng Xiao replied, I have already stated that evolving into a divine beast is no simple task. Those elders and attendants must undergo purification. Success would be the anomaly. I do not care. Within a year, you must cultivate 3 individuals with divine beast bodies. Sheng Xiao frowned. That is utterly unreasonable. The territory of Dongsheng has already been claimed by the Wolf Clan. Lan Zhe must act decisively to secure Water Spirit Mountain first. He dispatched Hua Yake to surveil the area surrounding Water Spirit Mountain, where they temporarily resided on a prominent hill, affording them a vantage point to monitor Wolf Clan activities. On a stormy night, Hua Yake studied the terrain map within the tent, sighing, though Water Spirit Mountain boasts advantageous geology, it is nestled within Wolf Clan territory, making it wholly unsuitable for us. His brother, Hua Yafeng, remarked, Elder brother, this is the command of the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince has repeatedly failed against the Wolf Clan. Our king is thoroughly disappointed in him. He surely wishes to prove his worth. Shall we inform the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince was severely injured by the Mo Qilin and is currently in seclusion. This trivial matter should not disturb him. As the Wolf Clan busied themselves at Water Spirit Mountain, Hua Yake showed no intent to seize the mountain, but instead made his way to the foot of Dongdao Xing Mountain. Here, the displaced Monkey Clan had erected makeshift tree houses among the disordered woods, darting about in the trees. You're Hua Yake, yes? What brings you here? Questioned a prominent Monkey Clan member, wielding his staff and eyeing him warily. Hua Yake responded politely, I wish to meet your king. At that moment, Nian Bei Ning arrived, crossing paths with Hua Yake. With an air of regal arrogance, she regarded him before addressing the Monkey Clan's prominent member. I am Nian Bei Ning, the Empress of the Wolf Clan, and I too wish to meet your king. The Monkey Clan leader replied, It is not that I wish to refuse you, but my king is currently unavailable for visitors. That is quite all right. I can wait, Hua Yake affirmed. Indeed, I too can wait, Nian Bei Ning concurred. As their eyes met, a spark of tension crackled between them. The Monkey Clan leader led them deeper into the forest, where Nian Bei Ning observed the abundance of tree houses, stating, Our Wolf Clan territory is vast. If your king does not mind, we could offer shelter for your people. Hua Yake interjected, the Empress jest. Your clan's numbers are considerable. Everyone knows you need to expand your territory for your kin to avoid sleeping under the stars. Where would there be room for the Monkey Clan? Nian Bei Ning gazed at him intently. You speak truth, yet soon there shall be a suitable place for them to dwell. Not necessarily. May I ask, are you two engaged in a verbal duel here? Out, all of you. The speaker lounged lazily against a tree, his tousled golden hair framing a forehead marked by a faint golden insignia, a wine gourd in hand, his cheeks flushed and eyes glazed. The Monkey Clan leader awkwardly replied, Our king enjoys a bit of drink. Forgive the two of you. Not all. I am well aware of the king's tastes. I hope this small token of goodwill will not be rejected, Hua Yake offered, holding 2 jars of wine. In an instant, the previously aloof Monkey King's eyes lit up. Peach blossom wine. How delightful. Nian Bei Ning gritted her teeth, regretting her oversight in not bringing something to curry favor. Enough. You both may return now. I understand your intentions. I will consider whom to invite. Upon returning to the palace, Nian Bei Ning slammed her hand on the table in frustration, utterly infuriating. Hua Yake is cunning indeed. He knows how to win favor. Qing Sha Huan remarked that the Monkey King, being wise, would not make choices lightly. Nian Bei Ning wrapped her arms around him and suggested, Why don't you go? You surely have a way to persuade the Monkey King. Qing Sha Huan gazed into her expectant eyes and replied, All right, let us have a contest. If they lose, they will come to my clan. If they win, they can go wherever they please. Nian Bei Ning frowned, but Qing Sha Huan smiled. My true form has never merged with the divine beast body, so I may need to stay in the wolf totem for a while. Nian Bei Ning, behave yourself. Do not force issues with the Monkey Clan, nor provoke the Leopard Clan. Nian Bei Ning countered, My magical abilities have greatly increased. What if I clash with the Leopard Clan? Nian Bei Ning, all right, I understand. She believed there was nothing she could not accomplish. When she visited the Monkey King again, she found Lan Zhe already present, and they were enjoying meat and wine together, engaged in cheerful conversation. The Monkey King chuckled. "Ah, the Wolf Emperor has arrived? What a coincidence! We just finished lunch." Observing their camaraderie, Nian Bei Ning sensed they had reached some agreement. Unhurriedly, she remarked, "I have nothing better to do. Just wanted to chat with the Monkey King." This time, she intended to unveil her ace. Chapter 34. Complete victory. Nian Bei Ning lingered in the Monkey Clan throughout the night, and when fatigue overwhelmed her the next day, she waved her hand. "I shall return another time." Dozens of monkeys, who had been enthralled by her tales, grew anxious at her departure. No, no. Quickly tell us what happened after the 3 strikes against the white-boned spirit. Did the monk die? Indeed, Nian Bei Ning's ace was to regale them with the story of journey to the west. And she had nearly reached the end with the 3 strikes against the white-boned spirit. It was time for her to return. After all, this was a ploy of entrapment. Bai Shan, seeing that Nian Bei Ning had not returned all night, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, you are finally back. I feared those monkeys had done something to you. If you hadn't returned soon, I would have gone to find the great offering." "Calm down, young girl. You must have patience. Quickly fetch me some water. I am parched to death." After resting for 2 hours, Bai Shan hurried back to summon her, "Your Majesty. Several elders of the Monkey Clan have arrived." Nian Bei Ning inquired, "What do they want?" "They said they were anxious and request you to tell them the story, so they can relay it to their kin." Nian Bei Ning replied, "They are indeed impatient." "Very well, let them in." What followed was a daily occurrence, with the elders and guardians of the Monkey Clan seeking stories from Nian Bei Ning, returning eagerly to share them, sometimes disputing the details, their faces flushed in heated arguments, until Nian Bei Ning settled the outcomes. Gradually, they grew disenchanted with the Leper Clan, leaving Lan Zhe and Huayika puzzled. "Your Highness, we have investigated. It appears the Wolf Emperor is entertaining those monkeys with stories." Lan Zhe furrowed his brow. "Telling stories? Ha! Despite being a faction of considerable strength, they seem easily swayed by mere tales." He looked at Huayika. "It seems we must occupy Shui Ling Mountain ahead of time. Thus, even if those monkeys ally with the Wolf Clan, their overcrowded existence will compel them to come to us." Huayika complied with his orders and gathered his subordinates to take action against Shui Ling Mountain. Meanwhile, Nian Bei Ning concluded the story of the Kingdom of Women and prepared to leave when the Monkey King chuckled, "Wolf Emperor, I understand your intent. It aligns with that of the Leopard Clan's young one. I am willing to lead my people to the Wolf Clan, provided you grant us a spacious place to reside. Henceforth, the Monkey Clan and Wolf Clan shall be one." This was the declaration Nian Bei Ning had eagerly awaited. "Very well, it is settled." Upon sharing this good news with the royal ministers, the great elder approached Nian Bei Ning with a troubled expression. "Recently, General Huan is absent, and you have advised us against rash actions. The Leopard Clan has already occupied Shui Ling Mountain. When shall we gather our forces to reclaim it?" Nian Bei Ning replied calmly, "Oh, he say. How many Leopard Clan members are currently at Shui Ling Mountain? Yesterday, there were over 100 leopard guardians and stewards. Today, their numbers have tripled, and they are already constructing houses." Nian Bei Ning nodded, producing a scroll from her sleeve and handing it to him. "This is my plan. You may proceed accordingly." "Understood." The previously tranquil Wolf Clan stirred with activity, gathering wolf generals to set out, while the Leopard Clan scouts swiftly relayed the news to Huayika, who had long been prepared with various battle strategies. This time, Huayika led the Leopard Clan in readiness for the first wave of attack, brimming with vigor. However, the Wolf Clan's grand procession aimed to occupy the Shao Tuo Phone. What was going on? Were they not supposed to reclaim Shui Ling Mountain? Nian Bei Ning's plan had not mentioned reclaiming Shui Ling Mountain. It was merely a diversion. The Wolf Clan's presence at Shui Ling Mountain was to facilitate the Monkey Clan settlement, as Nian Bei Ning regarded the rugged terrain of Shui Ling Mountain with disdain. Her true focus was the adjacent Shao Tuo Phone, a lush area with clear air and flat terrain, far more suitable for the Monkey Clan's habitation. Understanding Lan Zhe's nature, she knew he would instinctively contest whatever the Wolf Clan desired. Thus, she let them have it. Nian Bei Ning is truly cunning. Did she not want Shui Ling Mountain? Why did she suddenly shift her focus to Xiao Tuo Foam? Was her initial target always Xiao Tuo Foam? As Lan Zhe raged and shouted, Huayaku remained silent, knowing that if the leopard clan fell under the rule of this fool in the future, he would unhesitatingly lead the leopard clan to overthrow him. Huayaku, I command you to ensure the capture of Xiao Tuo Foam. We must not allow the wolf clan to succeed. Enough, your highness. How long will you allow the wolf clan to toy with you? Shui Ling Mountain is utterly unsuitable for my leopard clan. Sandwiched between the wolf and monkey clans, we do not wish to live in perpetual fear. Lan Zhe glared at him with a sullen expression. Huayaku, do you wish to rebel? Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to remain calm. The great king should soon emerge from seclusion. Even if we attack Xiao Tuo Foam, we must heed the king's wishes. After speaking, Huayaku left without looking back, pondering how he could possibly endure being governed by such a fool. During the second month of the leopard clan's stay at Shui Ling Mountain, symptoms of nausea and abdominal pain began to manifest among the clan members. The overwhelming presence of toxic herbs muddled the water sources, leading to an eventual exodus from Shui Ling Mountain. Nian Bei Ning welcomed the monkey clan, gifting them hundreds of jars of fine wine and sending dozens of wolf clan brewers to reside at Xiao Tuo Foam. Most importantly, the storytelling continued, with Bai Shan gradually completing this task. As a gesture of gratitude, the Monkey King constructed a training ground at Xiao Tuo Foam, where they could impart the Monkey Clan's cultivation methods to the Wolf Clan, ensuring that the bustle at Xiao Tuo Foam rivaled that of the Wolf Clan's royal city. The ministers of the royal capital praised Nian Bei Ning's actions, marking a successful conclusion to the matter. As Nian Bei Ning counted the days, she noticed the absence of Qing Sha Huan and decided to seek him out. Within the wolf totem lay a supreme spirit treasure space, devoid of earthly bounds. Only white mist and golden light permeating, with rich spiritual energy nourishing the magical cultivation of the entire wolf clan. Upon entering, Nian Bei Ning saw a man seated cross-legged in the center, his eyes closed and brows slightly furrowed, as faint beast roars reverberated in the space. Suddenly, Qing Sha Huan radiated a golden light, and numerous illusory Qilin appeared above him, moving through the air. Eventually, they quickened in speed and merged into one, darting into Qing Sha Huan's body. Nian Bei Ning sat quietly on the ground, watching him, the sharp angles of his features and tightly pressed lips captivating her gaze. And before she knew it, she succumbed to sleep. Chapter 35. The assassination before the wedding. Nian Bei Ning drowsily opened her eyes, realizing she had returned to the palace. She suddenly rose to her feet, joyfully gazing at Qing Sha Huan, who handed her a red silk brocade. This is the time that the second elder has arranged for us. Nian Bei Ning excitedly took it and unfolded it. The second elder has finally come to his senses. He is willing to remember our matters. Qing Sha Huan rested his chin on his hand, smiling as he watched her. Regarding the recent affairs of the Monkey Clan, the praises for you are heard from all sides. Nian Bei Ning. The you of the past did not possess such wit. Nian Bei Ning widened her almond-shaped eyes. That is because I did not seek the spotlight. My intelligence is innate. Otherwise, how could I maintain my position as Empress? Qing Sha Huan leaned closer, lifting her chin with his hand, gazing into her eyes as his magnetic voice softly echoed. The wedding date is today. All clans of the beast realm come to congratulate. The Empress must make preparations promptly. Nian Bei Ning blushed. Do not worry, although I lack experience for the first time. I still have my preparations. Qing Sha Huan chuckled. That is not what I meant. Nian Bei Ning understood. Oh, rest assured. I will leave the defense matters to Li Ju Chun. That lad is capable. The news of the upcoming marriage between the Wolf Clan's Empress and General spread across the entire beast realm. It is quite normal for a prince and princess to unite, but it is the first time for a clan leader to marry a subordinate. However, the Wolf Clan is an exception. After all, General Huan's undefeated reputation is known throughout the beast realm, and he has now evolved into a divine beast. As for the Empress, she has made little noise in 300 years. Those unaware might think that the wolf clan is solely under Qing Sha Huan's command. Fortunately, during this period, the wolf clan's empress has accomplished certain deeds. It appears she is still an empress, but the general is soon to become the wolf king. Meanwhile, at this very moment, the leopard clan's king has emerged from seclusion and intends to personally attend the wolf clan's wedding feast. Before that, he must deal with one person, Shang Xiao Heir. Father, Shang Xiao Heir is a student of mine. Why are you capturing her? She is a traitor of the wolf clan. One who can betray them will surely betray my leopard clan. Most importantly, she has been secretly absorbing the magical powers of my clan members. Such a person cannot be spared. Lanze interjected on her behalf. Father, those individuals are merely lowly leopard species. Their deaths mean little. Her rise in power is merely to serve my interests. Foolish child. The enraged leopard king struck his face with a powerful palm from afar. I am aware of your foolish actions during my recovery. The offerings for evolving into a divine beast have all failed. That woman is worthless. Lanze was stunned, kneeling on the ground with his head bowed, silently gritting his teeth and refraining from speech. Get out of my sight. Do not tarnish my eyes. After Lanze departed, he calmly pondered the issue for the first time, then headed toward the dungeon where Shang Xiao Heir was held, dismissing all guards. A woman dressed in white sat on the ground, her long black hair cascading down, her beautiful face now showing signs of weariness as her sparkling eyes met Lanze's. How dare you do such things in the leopard clan? Shang Xiao Heir smiled sweetly. I did this merely to quickly enhance my strength and serve the crown prince. Lanze unlocked the dungeon and entered. Do you have any wishes? The woman stood and approached him. Will you not rescue me? I cannot save you. No, you can save me, as long as you listen to me and refrain from making decisions unilaterally. One day, both the leopard and wolf clans will acknowledge you as their leader. Such ambitious words brightened Lanze's eyes. Shang Xiao Heir reached out to wrap her arms around his neck. The crown prince is extraordinary, a natural talent, destined to be the ruler of the beast realm. The man gazed at her alluring face, and despite his innate attraction to women, he had long been rejected by her. Now, as the beauty offered herself, Lanze could no longer contain the flames ignited within him. He embraced her soft waist, his hands wandering inappropriately. Xiao Heir, my beauty, this is your own doing. Shang Xiao Heir pressed her face against his chest. As long as the crown prince rescues me, what does it matter if I become yours? Lanze grasped her chin, passionately kissing her luscious lips, their garments falling to the ground as the once icy atmosphere of the dungeon heated to a haze of spring romance. With the arrival of spring's fragrance, the skies were blue and the clouds white. The wolf clan was fervently preparing for the wedding. According to their customs, the bride and groom cannot meet within the 7 days leading up to the ceremony. Nian Bei Ning sat before a bronze mirror, trying on the heavy phoenix crown. Her delicate brows and red lips captivating, her fair skin and sparkling black eyes exquisite beyond compare. She felt both excited and nervous as Shan Shan entered, holding the wedding attire. Empress, this is your wedding dress. Shall you try it on? I will try. If it does not fit, adjustments can be made. Shan Shan personally helped her change, bustling around Nian Bei Ning. The Empress's wedding dress is splendid. It will surely outshine the one worn by the Fox Clan's princess. Nian Bei Ning was not modest. I believe so too. The sleeves were crafted from golden silkworm silk, and the Empress inquired, Are you satisfied with this? Behind her, the woman adjusting Nian Bei Ning's collar suddenly focused, her eyes sharp. A cold, gleaming dagger was gripped in her hand, aimed fiercely at Nian Bei Ning's slender neck. Nian Bei Ning swiftly blocked her wrist with one hand, forcefully flipping it, causing Shan Shan to spin and break free from her grasp. The dagger transformed into a radiant longsword, the sword's aura menacing as it lunged toward Nian Bei Ning. Nian Bei Ning formed a hand seal, conjuring a burst of blue flames that melted the sword upon contact, causing her opponent to recoil in shock and drop it. Has her magic grown stronger? Who are you? Shan Shan could not possibly assassinate her, and Nian Bei Ning's fierce gaze locked onto her. Where's Shan Shan? Nian Bei Ning, consider yourself fortunate. Then you shall not be so fortunate. Shang Xiao Heir. Dealing with this woman required no restraint. Nian Bei Ning focused her thoughts, summoning crackling blue flames that surrounded Sheng Qiao air, causing her to shudder. After a failed assassination, escape was imperative. She crushed a bead in her hand, preparing to flee. But the blue flames swiftly engulfed her. What is happening? The Empress's palace is ablaze. Hurry and extinguish the fire. The rules were once again broken. Qing Sha Huan consoled the enraged woman. Even in your fury, you cannot burn down your own residence. Sheng Qiao heir had audacity. On the eve of the wedding, she dared to infiltrate and attempt to assassinate me? By the way, has Bai Shan been found? Yes. When they discovered Bai Shan in the room where the wedding attire was stored, she was already a cold corpse, with signs of a struggle surrounding her, ultimately succumbing to a fatal wound to her neck. Nian Bei Ning's eyes reddened with rage, her body trembling as a terrifying killing intent radiated from her. Sheng Qiao heir. Sheng Qiao, I, Nian Bei Ning, will not rest until you are dead. Chapter 36. The wolf clan becomes demonized. Sheng Qiao heir gazed at her reflection in the shattered mirror, suddenly shattering it with a forceful slap, covering her face as she screamed hoarsely. The flames had scorched her face, nearly revealing her gums. She was now a visage of a grotesque demon. Sheng Qiao heir's eyes were filled with hatred. Nian Bei Ning, I will make you and everyone else pay a grievous price. Steadying herself, she strode towards a destination. The dead abyss ancient forest. Amidst the sounds of instruments, the joyous wedding day of the wolf clan had finally arrived, with leaders and generals from all beast clans in attendance, dressed in a resplendent golden-red wedding attire. Nian Bei Ning's phoenix crown obscured her stunning face with a curtain of jade pearls as she walked step by step under the watchful eyes of the court. Today, she would finally marry the man she had fallen in love with at first sight. Qing Sha Huan, with his hair tied high and adorned with a golden crown. Clad in a magnificent red brocade, his silver wrist guards gleaming, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, stood tall as his blue gaze remained fixated on Nian Bei Ning. Ice 16 supported Nian Bei Ning as she approached Qing Sha Huan, their hands clasped as their gazes met. Qing Sha Huan could hardly believe that the Empress he had long sought to harm for 3 centuries had unexpectedly captured his heart, and from this day forth, she would be his wife. Nian Bei Ning playfully winked at him, while the voice of Bingshi Lu 6 echoed nearby. Prepare the luggage. Bow to heaven and earth. Bow to your spouse, and bow to the ancestors of the wolf clan. Then the ceremony will be complete. Zi Sang Mo Tian chuckled, saying, The Empress of the wolf clan and the general are indeed a perfect match. If the Empress successfully evolves, the strength of the wolf clan will greatly increase. The prince of the elephant clan, holding her hand, affectionately remarked, Let us not concern ourselves with them. After being married for so long, it is time for you to bear me a child. Zi Sang Mo Tian blushed and playfully scolded him. But suddenly her gaze turned skyward in astonishment. What is that? Everyone noticed an uninvited guest appearing in the sky. A figure clad in a black robe floated above, a sharp and eerie laughter escaping her lips, accompanied by a mirror emanating a sinister purple light that shone down upon the people below. The Elephant King spoke gravely. This is bad. We must flee. The urgency in his voice indicated the immense threat posed by the mirror. Zi Sang Lu Yun shielded Zi Sang Mo Tan, urging, Princess, quickly leave. Even the normally unruly Monkey King adopted a serious demeanor. Go, hurry. The joyous occasion was abruptly thrown into chaos as the woman in the sky declared, Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan, your marriage today is truly commendable. I have come to present you with a grand gift. In an instant, Qing Sha Huan seized Nian Bei Ning's hand and pulled her into the house. The next moment, he transformed into a qilin and leaped toward the woman above. The overwhelming power of the qilin was something that Sheng Qiao heir could not withstand. She muttered incantations, and as the demonic mirror's light shone upon Qing Sha Huan, it transformed into a green glow. Qing Sha Huan evaded the incoming green light from the demonic mirror, unleashing a fierce gust of wind aimed at Sheng Qiao heir, who swiftly darted into the mirror. In the next moment, she reappeared in another location, wielding the demonic mirror once more. The intensity of the green light increased. Qing Sha Huan reverted to his human form, returning inside the house. Despite his speed, he could not match the swiftness of light, and his expression darkened. This woman must die. Sheng Qiao Air? It is Sheng Qiao Air. I will kill her. Qing Sha Huan gripped her shoulder, urging Nian Bei Ning to remain calm. You must stay composed. She wields an ancient evil treasure, the demonic mirror. Venturing outside is tantamount to seeking death. The demonic mirror? What is that? Qing Sha Huan had no time to elaborate. At that moment, the members of the wolf clan were all on the ground, clutching their heads and screaming in agony. Gradually, regardless of gender or age, their bodies transformed into towering werewolf beasts, standing 2 meters tall, covered in gray fur. Their gigantic paws extended sharp claws, and their red eyes glistened with a feral intensity, as if they had stepped into a realm of monsters. The light seeped into the house, and Qing Sha Huan's face turned ashen. There was no time to retrieve the wolf totem. Just then, Zisang Lu Nian appeared before them, extending a hand with an object. This is your wolf totem. Follow us. No one had anticipated that the wolf clan, once the pride of the beast world, would face utter destruction overnight. Even more shocking was the return of the long-lost demonic mirror, which had vanished for millennia, nearly forgotten. The demonic mirror was an ancient evil treasure, in ancient times when their ancestors were mere primal quadrupeds, consuming raw flesh and grass. It had once appeared in the beast world. During that era, the heavens and earth shifted hues, and the fierce beasts turned into grotesque monsters devoid of wisdom, engaging in brutal slaughter until their violent powers were exhausted, leading to their eventual demise. A rat spirit controlled this ancient evil treasure, rumored to have obtained it by infiltrating the tomb of a fallen deity. She was capable of manipulating the bewitched monsters for her own ends, shocking both the human and beast realms alike. Eventually, a human, witnessing the chaos wrought by this demon, stripped her of her powers and imprisoned her, allowing the beast world to gradually develop up to the present day. The stories passed down through generations of ancestors were now witnessed firsthand as they beheld the demonic mirror. Its target was the wolf clan. Anyone possessing wolf clan blood would be transformed into a monstrous wolf with long hair and fangs when illuminated by the mirror's light. The terrifying howls of the werewolves echoed like the harbinger of death, with every bewitched wolf racing madly in one direction, toward the leopard clan. Nian Bei Ning's heart ached. Her palm clenched into a fist beneath her crimson sleeve, her nails digging in her flesh as blood trickled through her fingers. Qing Sha Huan grasped her hand. Concern etched across his face as he called her name. Nian Bei Ning. Tears streamed from her eyes as she gritted her teeth. It is all my fault. If I had not hastily arranged the wedding, my kin would not have gathered, giving that woman the chance to strike. If I had killed her sooner, none of this would have occurred. Do not take all the blame upon yourself. There is still a chance to rectify this. Within the Elephant Clan's Tianji Pavilion, the pavilion master sat cross-legged on a cushion, stroking his beard, his voice languid as he spoke with closed eyes. Indeed, the demonic mirror has re-emerged. Its survival since the time it was not destroyed foretold its return one day, after thousands of years. Zisang Mo Tian interjected with a smile, Pavilion Master. Please get to the point. There is no need for such theatrics. If I recall correctly, the Empress once visited the ancient forest of death, did she not? Nian Bei Ning nodded. She did. The reason it is a forbidden place for both humans and beasts is not only due to the formidable tree spirits and death specters within, but also due to an even more terrifying presence. Chapter 37. Underworld workshop in that place. The rat spirit that had once been defeated by humans was sealed within, named the Gui Shupal. To think that after thousands of years, she still lives. One cannot know if her strength has grown or diminished. The Shangqiao ere you mentioned must have made a deal with her. Nian Bei Ning inquired. How can we rescue our kin? The pavilion master sighed. If we could locate the human who defeated the rat spirit, perhaps he could devise a means to save your wolf clan. However, after thousands of years, who knows if he still lives? I do know that his surname is Yan. Nian Bei Ning had only been the wolf clan's empress for 300 years, while that man had lived for over 10,000 years. Is it truly possible to achieve immortality in this world? Meanwhile, in the territory of the wolf clan, the leopard clan had openly arrived and now ruled over the bewitched members of the wolf clan. Shang Xiao, her face shrouded in thick veils, stood in the opulent central palace of the wolf clan, ascending the steps to the grand golden wolf throne. She climbed step by step, sitting down, her countenance radiating a chilling light. Lanze observed her demeanor, a flicker of unease passing over his face. Congratulations, you have finally become the Wolf Empress. Her expression soured, her eyes narrowing as she glared at him. Congratulations? What is there to celebrate? These beasts lack both wolfish instincts and intelligence. I am merely controlling a pack of ignorant monsters. One day, I shall dominate their bodies and their souls. Such a woman was utterly deranged and terrifying. Lanze feared that one day she might treat the leopard clan in the same manner. Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning hid in the shadows. Witnessing Shang Xiao in her black robe emerge from the palace, she raised her foot and kicked the elder, who had been groveling at her feet, sending him sprawling. The now monstrous elder let out a series of huffing sounds before kneeling on the ground, allowing her to torment him at will. Qing Sha Huan pressed his hand on Nian Bei Ning's shoulder. Do not act impulsively. The demonic mirror is still in her possession. Nian Bei Ning gritted her teeth. I can no longer tolerate this woman. Nian Bei Ning, remain calm. Will killing her kin restore normalcy? Nian Bei Ning's eyes turned red. And Qing Sha Huan comforted her. The priority is to restore your kin first. If you were to fall into peril, the wolf clan would be utterly doomed. Nian Bei Ning sat by the stream, observing the gentle flow of water cascading down in layers. After a moment of calm, she sniffled and remarked, if anything were to happen to me, you would still be here. The man furrowed his brow and asked, what did you say? Nothing. I said nothing, Nian Bei Ning replied. Very well. There is no time to waste. We must act immediately. You go deal with the Di Gui Shu Pe and keep an eye on Shang Xiao while I venture into the human realm to seek assistance. You intend to go alone to the human realm? She nodded. I can manage. What if Shang Xiao goes mad and harms our kin? Someone must watch over her. After confirming her plan, she set forth. The day of the grand wedding turned into a calamity for the wolf clan. Nian Bei Ning felt a pang of guilt as she departed with remarkable speed. Qing Sha Huan leisurely sipped tea at the Zikui pavilion of Chong Jianlian, who expressed concern. Your wolf clan is in such disarray, yet you still have the leisure to enjoy tea here. A mere mouse, which, imprisoned for over 10,000 years, posed little threat to her and Shang Xiao. Chong Jianlian considered his current strength and the hidden forces behind him, realizing it indeed would be trivial. So you allow your newlywed wife to venture into the human realm? With her intelligence, she should face no difficulties there. My current concern lies with matters in the beast world. The appearance of the Yin of the Fox clan raises suspicions that humans have infiltrated the beast world. Chong Jianlian looked at him in astonishment. Although humans occasionally appeared in the beast world, the use of the term infiltration indicated that matters were far from simple. As the misty rain fell, a gentle breeze tousled her hair. Upon arriving in the first city of the human realm, Nian Bei Ning found dilapidated houses overrun with weeds, moss creeping up the high walls, and a gray, gloomy sky filled with ominous winds. This desolate place exuded a suffocating eeriness. She had not strayed from her path. According to the map, she had indeed arrived at the human realm. Though she was the queen of the wolf clan, Nian Bei Ning felt a twinge of fear. She initially wished to leave this place swiftly, but after wandering in circles, she found herself back where she started. Could it be a ghostly encounter? As night approached, Nian Bei Ning decided to find a place to stay. The rundown house was thick with dust, and mice and cockroaches scurried about. It would suffice to shelter her from the wind and rain for one night. In a daze, she seemed to hear voices, gradually awakening to the clamor around her. She opened her eyes, sprang up in surprise, and surveyed her surroundings. The dilapidated house had transformed into a bustling tavern, filled with people singing, reciting poetry, playing music, and dancing with alluring grace. The streets were alive with flickering lights and bustling crowds, vendors selling fragrant food, and children floating lanterns and making wishes in the water. Nian Bei Ning grew increasingly alert. This place was indeed peculiar. By day, It was a realm of silence, yet at night it thrived with life. As the night deepened, those out reveling were expected to pay their dues. Those who could not would have to return. An elderly woman with a stooped back and withered hands held a lantern glowing with eerie green fire, where passers-by tossed in silver notes. When she approached Nian Bei Ning, the two locked eyes. The old woman's gaze, reminiscent of an ancient well, sparkled with intensity as she fixed her stare on her. "Little girl, where do you hail from?" Upon hearing this, many nearby turned their gaze towards her, causing Nian Bei Ning to shiver, as if being scrutinized by a malevolent spirit in the dark. "No silver notes? No matter. You may offer anything else." Nian Bei Ning produced an earth spirit stone, eliciting a look of delight from the elderly woman. "Ah, an earth spirit stone. Little girl, you are not even human. Enjoy yourself in our Jian Fong. It is quite delightful." Jian Fong? They are not alive? Dear girl, what is the state of the world now? Who reigns over the Daba dynasty? Nian Bei Ning chuckled awkwardly. "I am not very well informed. Do you know Dong Jiazhai? That is my hometown. Has my wife remarried?" Upon realizing Nian Bei Ning was indeed alive, they crowded around her with queries, shifting her initial fear to a deep sense of sorrow. The deceased could only rely on others to remember their loved ones and their homeland. Though her fear had subsided, she found it impossible to sleep in such an environment, with some engaging her in conversation while others implored her to visit their families. As it neared dawn, the old woman who collected fees appeared before Nian Bei Ning. "Dear girl, the living cannot enter the Jian Fong and return to the human realm." "Why?" Nian Bei Ning inquired. "The Jian Fong is not the human realm. You cannot escape it in this lifetime." Realizing this, Nian Bei Ning asked, "What shall I do?" The old woman revealed a sinister smile. "Follow me down the Jian path, and I shall show you a way to the human realm. But there is a condition. You must make a deal with me." As Nian Bei Ning hesitated, the frail old woman continued, "When the sun rises, we must all return. The next opportunity will not come for a month. Little girl, I grant you a month to consider." She had no such luxury. By then, Sheng Xiaoer would have tormented the wolf clan to death. "What do you want me to trade?" The Jian path, shrouded in black mist and gusts of ghostly wind, was illuminated by flickering green flames on either side, guiding their way forward. Nian Bei Ning followed the old woman with the ghostly lantern, witnessing those who had appeared vibrant now becoming disheveled, with broken bodies and ghastly faces, some covered in blood with darkened skin, as they staggered forward in a twisted manner. Nian Bei Ning walked at the rear with the old woman. She noticed the woman's clothing transform into a dull gray, her wild hair becoming neat, adorned with a plum blossom hairpin, the character Meng prominently displayed. Nian Bei Ning dared not speak, occasionally glancing at her, fearing that this was Meng P, worrying that she might offer her a bowl of Meng P soup, causing her to forget Qing Sha Huan. She had only just married. Meng P seemed to sense her inner trepidation, smiling in a neutral tone. "Little girl, you are quite bold. Many would be terrified at the thought of traversing the Jian path. I am afraid, but I cannot show it," she cautiously inquired. "Why abandon the realm of the dead? These souls have died in vain, having suffered greatly in life without enjoying any fortune. This is merely their chance to revel after death." In Nian Bei Ning's mind, the underworld was a terrifying existence, filled with bull-headed and horse-faced figures, the black and white impermanence, and the tortures of the 18 levels of hell. However, her experience here seemed different from her expectations. Their forms gradually became transparent, eventually disappearing. Meng Po pointed Nian Bei Ning in a direction. "This is the path to the human realm, dear girl. Once you emerge, do not forget our transaction." "I understand," Nian Bei Ning replied. The Jian path was shrouded in darkness, while the path to the human realm was illuminated. Upon exiting the path, Nian Bei Ning inhaled deeply, taking in her surroundings. She found herself in a desolate wilderness, surrounded by graves and scattered limbs, the stench overwhelming, nearly suffocating her. This chaotic burial ground in the human realm was far more terrifying than the underworld. Regarding the transaction, Meng Po mentioned she was given a bead, which required the absorption of human lifetimes to become full. She had always been a person of her word, yet she loathed the idea of completing such a sinister task. As she contemplated discarding the bead, Meng Po's raspy voice resonated from within it. "Little girl, you must honor our agreement. Otherwise, your lifespan will be entirely absorbed by the bead, and you will have to accompany me." Nian Bei Ning tightened her grip on the bead, her eyelids twitching slightly. This old hag was truly sinister. Why had she never mentioned that her lifespan would be at stake? It was a clear case of acting without prior notice. One could only blame oneself for offending the young lady, and even in death, one should not seek us out, for we are merely hired hands. The two men tossed aside a figure, chattering for a while before swiftly departing from that wretched place. The woman they had discarded in the mass grave was covered in horrific whip scars, some deep enough to reveal bone, and rotting flesh lingered at the wounds. With defiance, she widened her eyes, her body convulsing as she teetered on the brink of death, blood trickling from her lips. Nian Bei Ning clenched her sleeve. This person was beyond saving. She might as well take her while she still possessed a flicker of life. Just as Nian Bei Ning prepared to recite the incantation, the woman's pleading voice arose. "Save me, please, save me." Despite her ghastly condition, her awareness was remarkably acute. Nian Bei Ning crouched before her, unable to bear the sight of her injuries. "Your meridians are completely severed, and your organs are shattered. You truly cannot be saved." The woman, with a strained gaze, enunciated each word. "I beg you to avenge me." Nian Bei Ning replied, "We are strangers. Why should I wade into this murky water on your behalf? I will reveal a secret about the Yin family. I implore you to help me exact vengeance," the woman insisted. The name Yin instantly piqued Nian Bei Ning's interest. The misfortunes of this girl were indeed tragic. As the illegitimate daughter of the Yin family's academy, she had endured relentless resentment from her father's legitimate wife, who, due to her family background, had left them to fend for themselves. This had driven her mother to suicide, and throughout her childhood, she had suffered humiliation at the hands of her half-siblings. Now, at the tender age of 18, she had been tortured to death. How cruel the human heart must be to commit such fratricide. Some individuals are truly unworthy of parenthood. The Yin Family Academy was the foremost institution in the Daba dynasty, having nurtured individuals with 10-tier spiritual veins who achieved immortality, along with countless other practitioners of various levels. Even the offspring of nobility might not qualify for admission. Nian Bei Ning transformed into the likeness of Yin Shuanglin and arrived at the Yin Family Academy. The imposing gates bore a golden plaque, inscribed with the 4 ornate characters of Yin Family Academy, a place of learning from ancient times. The architecture exuded an antiquated charm, with grand buildings, exquisite sculptures, and winding corridors scattered with students clad in white uniforms, some practicing martial arts, while others engaged in fervent debates over the contents of their books. Upon seeing Nian Bei Ning, some students fled as if they had encountered a ghost. Fueled by intense resentment, Yin Shuanglin managed to relay her experiences and the circumstances surrounding the academy to Nian Bei Ning. Only after Nian Bei Ning promised to avenge her did she depart, filled with bitterness. Initially, Nian Bei Ning intended to familiarize herself with the situation before seeking out those with malicious hearts to help Yin Shuanglin. However, she was astonished by how swiftly news spread within the academy. As soon as she returned to Yin Shuanglin's chamber, someone had already come looking for her. A woman clad in luxurious attire, appearing to be in her 40s, approached with a scowl. "Where have you been yesterday?" she demanded. "Where have I been? That poor girl died in the mass grave, and I was the one to collect her remains." Chapter 39. Reunion with Xiao Jun's. According to Yin Shuanglin's account, this arrogant woman was her father's legitimate wife, Xiao Shuyan, who was also a sister to the Empress of the Daba dynasty. With such lineage, her arrogance was understandable. "Shouldn't you know better than I where I have gone? Or perhaps you wish to inquire why I am still alive?" Xiao Shuyan raised her hand, ready to strike Nian Bei Ning across the face. Nian Bei Ning widened her eyes and seized her wrist, pushing her back. The woman stumbled and fell to the ground. Nian Bei Ning glared at her, contemplating how such a cruel person could exist. "Who has indulged your foul temper?" she thought, believing that she stood before the meek and submissive Yin Shuanglin. Clearly startled, Xiao Shuyan rose and, trembling, pointed at her. Yin Shuanglin, you have the audacity to push me? And you sought to strike me? Nian Bei Ning retorted. You and your mother are both vile creatures. Just wait. I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Her words were laced with venom, and since Nian Bei Ning had accepted the woman's plea, she felt compelled to act. Stepping forward, she restrained Qiao Shuyan's wrist and delivered a swift kick to the back of her knee. With a cry of pain, Qiao Shuyan knelt on the ground, her elbow twisted, rendering her powerless. Have you lost your mind, Yin Shuanglin? What do you intend to do? Nian Bei Ning, feeling a mix of exasperation and satisfaction, replied, I'm sorry. But since you have spoken so harshly, I can hardly remain passive. Without heeding the woman's frantic shouts, Nian Bei Ning retrieved the Mengpa bead and recited the incantation. Threads of white light flowed from Qiao Shuyan into the bead, which now bore a layer of white. Nian Bei Ning was uncertain how much of Qiao Shuyan's lifespan had been absorbed, but decided to stop, as this woman had merely tormented Yin Shuanglin. The true perpetrator was her eldest daughter, Yin Zhizhong. Qiao Shuyan lay on the ground, her once black hair now streaked with white, and wrinkles began to form on her hands. What is happening to me? Why does my voice sound different? Yin Shuanglin, what have you done to me? Nian Bei Ning responded. It's nothing. I merely spared your life. My heart is not as cruel as yours. Given her current state, Qiao Shuyan could not be released immediately, as it would invite unnecessary trouble and hinder Nian Bei Ning's access to the Yin Family Academy's secret realm. The secret Yin Shuanglin had revealed concerned a hidden area within the academy, home to the most formidable figures of the Yin family, along with rare spiritual herbs and iron mines. Spiritual herbs of celestial quality could elevate a human-esque cultivation from nothing to a third-tier spiritual vein, which was indeed extraordinary. For beastmen, consuming such herbs could elevate them directly to elder-level cultivation. Nian Bei Ning, excited, imagined the possibilities if she were fortunate enough to obtain such a herb, pondering whether it would allow her to transcend the wolf tribulation once again. While Nian Bei Ning was undeniably intrigued by both prospects, her immediate priority was to locate the powerful figure within the secret realm, who might very well be the one who had previously defeated the rat matriarch. After rendering Qiao Shuyan unconscious and concealing her, Nian Bei Ning adhered to Yin Shuanglin's usual routine and headed to the main hall of the academy at dawn. Upon her arrival, the surrounding students began to gossip, and she felt a piercing gaze fixed upon her. Expecting it to be Yin Zhizhong, she was surprised to find it was Xiao Junce. Leaning casually with his chin resting on his hand, he regarded Nian Bei Ning with a roguish smile. Nian Bei Ning merely glanced at him before averting her gaze. What was he doing here? Had he disowned her true identity? The teaching methods at this academy were rather unconventional. This middle-aged man demanded Nian Bei Ning step outside, claiming it was punishment for her absence the previous day. Absence? Surely he was unaware that Yin Shuanglin had been tortured to death last night. This was an opportunity for her to investigate the truth behind the secret realm. Yin Shuanglin, where's my mother? As Nian Bei Ning traversed a secluded pavilion, she was suddenly cornered. This place was rather isolated, making it an ideal location for foul deeds. Bah, she thought, I do not wish for such bloodshed. Regrettably, Yin Zhizhong possesses a stunningly beautiful visage, yet harbors a heart as venomous as that of a serpent. After all, like mother, like daughter. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she glared at Nian Bei Ning, demanding, I am inquiring of you. Why do you feign muteness? How am I to know the whereabouts of your mother? Why have you not perished? Such inquiries could only be posed by a venomous woman. Nian Bei Ning Zeit. One should not be excessively malevolent, for retribution shall surely follow. Yin Zhizhong, uninterested in further discourse, unleashed a flurry of darts from her hand. However, with her enhanced magical prowess, Nian Bei Ning, having yet to engage in combat, perceived the darts as moving at a leisurely pace. She deftly evaded them while simultaneously catching the darts in her grasp. In the next heartbeat, she raised her hands, returning the projectiles to their origin. Yin Zhizhong's pupils constricted as she spun around, kicking the darts away. Almost immediately, she hurled a bone whip towards Nian Bei Ning, who, with a scornful smile, resolved to demonstrate the distinction between the strong and the weak. The Qian Langji whip ignited with blue flames, intertwining with the incoming bone whip, which soon melted away at a visible rate. Yin Jizhong stared at her in disbelief, astonished at how this woman had grown so formidable. "You are not Yin Shuanglin. Who are you?" Nian Bei Ning, unsurprised at being recognized, closed the distance between them, revealing the Meng pearl in her hand. The pearl drained Yin Jizhong's lifespan, causing her to collapse to the ground, her face contorted in agony. Originally intended to be slain, Nian Bei Ning chose to spare her life. Now, with her once lustrous hair turned white, she knelt on the ground, transformed from a youthful maiden into a frail old woman. Her skeletal fingers trembling as she pointed at Nian Bei Ning, her eye sockets deep and hollow. Who exactly are you?" "I am Yin Shuanglin. You sought to kill me, yet I have granted you a reprieve. Yin Jizhong, you should express your gratitude." Her words were infuriating, causing Yin Jizhong to spit out a mouthful of blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. Nian Bei Ning cast her aside at the mass grave, having already spared her life. Whether she survived henceforth would depend on her own fortune. Upon returning to the Yin family academy, Nian Bei Ning encountered Xiao Junsu, who leaned against a rockery. Observing her with a smile, Nian Bei Ning contemplated feigning ignorance of him, but Xiao Junsu swiftly blocked her path. "Ignoring me, are you, Nian Bei Ning?" Chapter 40. The Arrival of Humanity. Nian Bei Ning sighed. "Xiao Junsu, why must you always be present?" Xiao Junsu raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I have been at the Yin family academy for 3 years. It is you who should be explaining your appearance as Yin Shuanglin here. Have Madame Yin and Yin Jizhong provoked you?" Nian Bei Ning recounted her encounter with Yin Shuanglin to him. Xiu Yun Si shocked, remarking that it was no secret that Yin Shuanglin had been bullied. She had always been timid, finally showing a hint of fierceness as death approached. Nian Bei Ning regarded him with disdain. "Since you are aware of her plight, why do you not assist her? That is a family matter. How could I intervene? I am not marrying that woman. Even if I save her momentarily, I cannot secure her future. Besides, I am not a benevolent soul inclined to meddle in others' affairs." Xiao Junsu redirected the conversation. "You have yet to inform me how you unexpectedly found yourself here." After a moment's hesitation, Nian Bei Ning only revealed that Yin Shuanglin had disclosed the existence of the Academy's secret realm, omitting any details regarding the current happenings in the beast world. However, Xiao Junsu informed her that the Academy's secret realm was not located there, but within the higher institution of the Yin family, known only to a select few. He cautioned Nian Bei Ning against acting rashly, as the higher academy was situated within the Daba Imperial Palace, where numerous experts could discern her true identity. Thus, she must enter openly. A martial arts competition would be held at the academy in 10 days, and the top 10 victors would gain the right to train in the secret realm for a month. Therefore, Nian Bei Ning planned to attend classes at the Yin Family Academy diligently, ensuring she appeared studious so that once she earned her qualification, she would not raise suspicion. Fortunately, the timeline was not excessively long. Otherwise, she could not afford to waste time. Meanwhile, the emergence of the Yin Hu posed a significant threat to the Fox clan, for they had discovered traces of humanity within the Yin Hu's presence. Zisang Lunyan, upon her arrival in the human realm, unfortunate encounters with several demon catchers. Little did she know, these catchers were the same individuals who had once awaited Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. Astonishingly, they still lingered after all this time. Their relentless spirit was truly commendable. Blood dripped from Zisang Lunyan's blade as 7 or 8 demon catchers lay on the ground. Her cold gaze swept over the bodies before she continued onward. In a small and within the Daba Imperial City, a youth approached Zisang Lunyan and said, "My lady, my master is fortunate to encounter an old friend here and invites you to a private room for a gathering." Zisang Lunyan furrowed her brow slightly. "What is your master's name?" As a general, this lady will naturally be informed if she goes. Upon hearing this, Zisang Lunyan's expression grew serious. Only members of the Beast clan were privy to her status as a general. Humans could not possibly know such details. She followed the youth to the private room, where a man seated by the window regarded her with blue eyes. "General Lunyan, we meet again." Zisang Lunyan was taken aback. "Qing Sha Huan? How came you to be here? Why should I not be here? Given the current state of your wolf clan, I did not expect General Huan to remain so broad-minded. Qing Sha Huan supported his chin with his hand, gazing at her with a smile, yet saying nothing. At a dining table downstairs, butchers, farmers, and women with children exchanged glances, silently communicating. After waiting for a prolonged period without seeing Zisang, Lu Nian emerge, they rose and approached the private room she had entered. The waiter pushed to the front, knocked on the door. Honored guest. We are offering fresh beef on the house today. No response came. One individual yanked the waiter aside and kicked the door open, only to find the room empty. Damn it, they fled. They cannot have gone far. Pursue them. Shortly after their departure, the figures of Qing Sha Huan and Zisang Lu Nian reappeared in the private room, joined by two others, Li Juchun and a petite woman. It was my oversight not to notice I was being followed. Thank you, General Huan, for your assistance. No need for gratitude. You retrieved the wolf totem for us. We are merely repaying a favor. Zisang Lu Nian understood that Qing Sha Huan was not one to act out of kindness. Yet she expressed her thanks and prepared to leave. The woman in white beside Qing Sha Huan spoke. You are here because of the Yin Hu, are you not? Among the demon catchers in the human realm, news travels swiftly. It will be exceedingly difficult for you to move about unnoticed. Zisang Lu Nian scrutinized the slender, delicate figure of the woman, who exuded a clever aura. Qing Sha Huan merely lowered his head to drink tea, not acknowledging her. Indeed, the matter of Yin Hu pertained to the future safety of the entire Fox clan, and this was her first venture into the human realm. Historically, it was said that few from the beast world returned alive from the human realm. Upon her arrival, she had already clashed with demon catchers without any knowledge of the environment, making her vulnerable. Where are you headed? The woman continued, to the Daba Imperial Palace. The Yin family's higher academy houses a secret realm, where you may uncover the secrets of Yin Hu. Zisang Lu Nian inquired, Might I accompany you? Qing Sha Huan raised his gaze to her. Very well. In the Daba dynasty, a tempest brewed beneath the surface. With nothing else to occupy her time, Nian Bei Ning indulged in gossip, learning that Yan Zhizhong had encountered a pack of blood-eyed wild dogs at the mass grave, ultimately meeting a gruesome end, which was deduced from a few bones. In the evening, with kindness in her heart, she went to deliver meals to Qiao Xuyan. However, the latter, bound by chains like a feral beast, lunged toward Nian Bei Ning, her hair disheveled and eyes blazing with fury. Yin Shuanglin, you vile creature, release me, and I shall have your father slay you, sending you straight to the depths of hell to join your wretched mother. A sharp slap landed on her face, and Nian Bei Ning, her expression darkened, gazed at her. This strike was delivered on behalf of Yin Shuanglin. Initially, she had no intention of revealing the fate of Yan Zhizhong, but now she divulged not only that but also many grisly details surrounding the demise. Qiao Xuyan, enraged, spat blood and fainted. Serves her right. Qiao Xuyan had 4 children, and now that Yan Zhizhong was dead, she was left with a son and 2 daughters. Typically, it was Yan Zhizhong who led them in tormenting Yin Shuanglin, but during her absence, they dared not approach Yin Shuanglin, as they were still relatively young and not yet hardened in heart. When they encountered Nian Bei Ning, they merely exchanged a few harsh words, which Nian Bei Ning dismissed as the yapping of pups. With Yan Zhizhong's tragic death and the disappearance of the lady of the house, the Yin Family Academy temporarily suspended classes, yet the duel competition proceeded as scheduled. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Xiao Junts frequently took Nian Bei Ning to explore the royal city, where the splendid lantern festival of the Daba Huangqiao graced the skies, while below, the emerald waters of Sihu were teeming with koi. He also invited Nian Bei Ning to his royal residence for feasts and merriment. Finally, on a day brightened by clear skies and melodious birdsong, the Yin Family Academy welcomed the duel competition. Chapter 41. Provocation. The duel competition was determined by drawing lots with one-on-one battles. Victors would compete again the following day until the top 10 could advance to prestigious academies and explore the secret realms. Such a competition was held every 5 years, and Nian Bei Ning listened with rapt attention as they gossiped about those who emerged from the secret realms, having mastered the secrets of cultivation. quickly surpassing the 10th level of spiritual veins. This tantalizing prospect had everyone eagerly rubbing their hands in anticipation. After the draw, Nian Bei Ning looked at her opponent, Shirley, who was unmistakably a man. The academy was bustling with students, many unfamiliar to her, but everyone knew of Yin Shuanglin. At that moment, Nian Bei Ning felt a burning gaze fixated upon her. Turning slightly, she saw a slender-faced man glaring at her as if she owed him a great debt. As expected, upon taking the stage, her opponent was that very gaunt man. Yin Shuanglin was accustomed to wielding a short sword, while it was Nian Bei Ning's first time using a blade. After their initial clash of spells, Nian Bei Ning began to gauge her opponent's strength. This man could easily send her flying with a single strike, yet Yin Shuanglin likely lacked such prowess. Thus, it took Nian Bei Ning several rounds of engagement before she ultimately triumphed. Many were astonished by Yin Shuanglin's victory. After all, during her time at the academy, she had mostly endured Yin Zizhong's oppression, learning little of true power. Shirley, a practitioner of gravitational magic, had already attained the 3rd level of spiritual veins. For Yin Shuanglin to defeat someone of such caliber indicated her current cultivation had surpassed that level. However, the spotlight was not on her, but rather on Xiao Junce and several other senior disciples, who were the most seasoned students of the academy, all boasting 6th-level spiritual vein prowess. As soon as Xiao Junce took the stage, he arrogantly proclaimed he would grant his opponent 3 moves. After allowing them that courtesy, he showed no mercy, swiftly sending the opponent off the stage amidst cheers from the audience, with the female spectator screams ringing out the loudest. Indeed, infatuation knows no bounds. After the match, Xiao Junce approached Nian Bei Ning and asked, "How was that? Impressive, right?" Sensing the hostile glares from those around them, she lowered her voice to caution him. "Don't stand so close. The ladies here are watching." Xiao Junce raised an eyebrow and placed his elbow on her shoulder. "We're friends, so why care what others think?" Nian Bei Ning shrugged off his elbow and stood to leave the viewing platform. She understood the ferocity of female jealousy better than anyone. Having portrayed numerous scheming female antagonists in the 21st century, most of whom were ignited by envy, she wished to avoid trouble. Although she considered Xiao Junce a friend, she was a married woman and needed to maintain a degree of distance from the opposite sex. The next day, Nian Bei Ning drew a female opponent, who possessed a significantly more formidable mastery of spells, primarily focused on wind. She was voluptuous and alluring, drawing the gaze of many away from the unremarkable Yin Shuanglin. Unfortunately for the goddess in their eyes, she was defeated in the 7th round, and as she exited, numerous men flocked to offer their consolation. It was one thing to comfort her, but the snide remarks aimed at Yin Shuanglin left Nian Bei Ning speechless. Did they truly think her deaf to their words? The second round of duels saw only 20 emerge victorious, leading to the final qualifying round, meaning that a win would grant access to all the resources available to victors. Naturally, if any participant fell ill or could not compete, their opponent would be deemed the winner by default. The last match was scheduled to take place 2 days later, allowing everyone a respite. Nian Bei Ning's next opponent was yet another woman. Xiao Junce informed her that this was Bai Yalian, the daughter of a minister from the Daba Huangqiao, who, at only 16, had already achieved 5th-level spiritual vein mastery. Her status and talent garnered her much admiration from the opposite sex. Before her opponent had even approached, a throng of suitors had already cornered Nian Bei Ning in the academy's rear courtyard. She felt quite helpless. She had merely come to check on Xiao Shuyin and had not anticipated being followed. However, it mattered little, as Xiao Shuyin was locked in the basement, and without the key, these individuals would not find her. Yin Shuanglin, you still have time to forfeit the match with the teacher. Otherwise, do not blame your seniors for being unkind. Nian Bei Ning waved her hand dismissively. Let us foster peace and camaraderie. We are all fellow disciples, so let us avoid violence. You're wise to understand, the leader replied. At this hour, the teacher has likely not yet retired. Go now. Nian Bei Ning countered, if I forfeit, who will assist Yalian with so many of you here? The leader scoffed. Naturally, it will be me assisting Yalian. What nonsense are you spouting? The plan to follow Yin Shuanglin was mine. How did it become your triumph? Be quiet. All of you, it was I who summoned you. And thus I deserve the credit for intimidating Yin Shuanglin. Their bickering escalated into a scuffle, and Nian Bei Ning simply smiled and departed, uninterested in the commotion. Upon returning to her room, she noticed a young woman standing at her door. With exquisitely braided hair and a petite figure, the girl stood straight. Upon seeing Nian Bei Ning return, she nervously inquired, "Did they come to trouble you?" "Indeed," Nian Bei Ning replied. "I apologize. I will speak to the teacher to reprimand them." "Did they harm you?" Nian Bei Ning smiled reassuringly. "Not at all. That is a relief. I sincerely apologize. I watched both your matches closely and eagerly anticipate tomorrow's bout. This is a sachet from my father, hoping it aids your rest, as a token of my apology." Nian Bei Ning accepted the gift. "Thank you. You are too kind. It is getting late. You should rest early while I take my leave." Nian Bei Ning nodded, watching her retreating figure. The sachet exuded the scents of longevity flowers and lavender. Truly a delightful gift. The following day, Nian Bei Ning arrived at the duel arena, feeling invigorated. She immediately spotted the individuals from the previous night, their faces bruised and glaring at her with malice. Nian Bei Ning greeted them with a radiant smile. At this moment, their hearts were in turmoil. Unexpectedly, Yin Shuanglin's smile was quite charming, and being the illegitimate daughter of a lord of the manor, her status was not insignificant. The first to take the stage was Xiao Junce, who engaged in a contest of martial arts with his opponent, defeating them within 3 moves. Nian Bei Ning and Bai Yalian were the last to appear, with an additional man and woman occupying the teacher's seats today. The aura of authority remained. Xiao Junce had previously informed her that the couple was Bai Yalian's parents, the esteemed minister and his wife of the Daba dynasty. Chapter 42. The Serpent Clan of the Imperial Palace Bai Yalian opened the formation, stating, "Shuanglin Shiji, I apologize for any offense." It was commendable for someone so young to possess such competitive spirit. She advanced swiftly, launching a punch at Nian Bei Ning, who was taken aback by the girl's audacity to engage her barehanded. Nian Bei Ning sheathed her dagger and exchanged blows with her. Although she was aware that the girl was not her equal, she felt compelled to engage more due to the presence of Bai Yalian's parents observing. Bai Yalian's strikes were fierce. Nian Bei Ning raised her hand to block, feeling the force behind the punch as Bai Yalian gritted her teeth. Her gaze fixed intensely on her fist. With the enhancement of her spell, a radiant white light surged around her fist, while Nian Bei Ning infused a slight flame into her palm. Bai Yalian felt a searing heat emanating from her hand and abruptly released her grip, lowering her gaze to find her skin blistered and bleeding. The couple seated above, witnessing their daughter's injury, immediately grew anxious. Nian Bei Ning pressed her advantage, and during the ensuing exchanges, she grasped Bai Yalian's arm and flung her out of the contest area. After stumbling several steps, Bai Yalian steadied herself, took a deep breath, glanced at Nian Bei Ning, and turned to leave. "I have heard that Yin Shuanglin is the Lord's illegitimate daughter, and her magical abilities are not particularly formidable. How did you lose to her?" The minister's wife inquired while tending to Bai Yalian's injury. Bai Yalian replied, "She has been working hard lately, and it seems she has not neglected her studies. We were unaware of the bullying she endured. Could it be that Yin Zizhong's death was her doing?" Bai Yalian's elegant brows furrowed. "Mother, why do you concern yourself with others' affairs so much? You did not secure a spot in the 10 slots available, so you cannot enter the secret realm." She withdrew her bandaged hand. "It's all right. I am still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Just then, Nian Bei Ning knocked on her door, greeting the noble woman who opened it with a polite bow. "Greetings, minister's wife." Bai Yalian asked, "Yin Shuanglin, do you need something? This is the ointment I prepared for you. Is your injury severe?" Bai Yalian smiled, "Not serious, but I would like to know what spell you used." Nian Bei Ning responded, "Just a minor technique, nothing of significance." Understanding that Nian Bei Ning did not wish to elaborate, Bai Yalian refrained from further questioning, developing a fondness for the girl. After entering the secret realm, she would not be able to visit Xiao Shuyan daily, which posed a dilemma. Xiao Junce suggested, "If it becomes necessary, we can have her stay at our royal residence. As long as you do not want others to know, she will never see the outside world again." Nian Bei Ning replied, "I am not as ruthless as you. Once I have completed my tasks, I will release her." The Lord had already lost Yin Zizhong. and he never anticipated that his neglected, illegitimate daughter would ascend to the top 10. Unable to confront Yin Shuanglin directly due to pride, he sent his younger son to invite her for dinner. Yin Shuanglin, my father sends me to invite you to dine. Will you come? Nian Bei Ning responded. At such a young age, you already speak with such arrogance. Following Yin Zizhong's example, look where her cruelty led her. You must change your temperament. After all, they were only 11 or 12 years old, and Nian Bei Ning's words resonated with him. Dinner was still a necessity. After all, Yin Shuanglin had likely never experienced paternal love. This way, she could be helped, considering that the individuals the Lord currently saw laughing and conversing with were all Yin Shuanglin. The Yin Family Academy was divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels. Those who attended the advanced academy were often looked down upon by the newcomers, essentially bullying them. Fortunately, Xiao Jun's status was exceptional. He did not bully others and commanded respect, allowing Nian Bei Ning to bask in his influence. The Daba Imperial Palace stood majestic, with its endless red walls and yellow tiles, intricately carved black and gold dragons and phoenixes adorning the stone walls, exuding an air of grandeur. Every winding corridor's floor bore engravings, and the towering artificial mountain was shaped like a giant wolf, holding a pearl in its mouth. No matter where one walked, the tallest 7-story pagoda in the palace was always visible. Nian Bei Ning, along with others, headed to the Yin Family Academy within the palace, also known as the Guozijian. Here, students came from lower academies or were selected by academy teachers to receive training. In the future, these individuals would become powerful and serve the Daba dynasty. A loud rumble attracted everyone's attention. In the sky, Nian Bei Ning spotted familiar lightning arrows shooting towards a direction, the cacophony growing nearer. Xiao Jun's craned his neck to observe the chaos ahead. It appears that demonic beings have come to the palace. They are quite audacious, wouldn't you agree, Yin Shuanglin? Nian Bei Ning replied with a sardonic smile. Would it kill you to remain silent? Wait, I recognize that person. She is the Empress recently conferred by the Emperor, yet she is transformed into a spotted giant python. The inhabitants of the beast world had been discovered here, and the chances of escape were slim. Nian Bei Ning watched helplessly as the Serpent Clan member was subdued by several powerful old men wielding formidable spells, ultimately imprisoned in a gilded cage. A soul-locking nail driven into her butterfly bone. The woman lay despondently within the cage, her vertical pupils locking eyes with Nian Bei Ning. Emotionless, Nian Bei Ning averted her gaze and vanished around the corner with the group. This was not the time for meddling. The Wolf Clan was in peril, and she needed to rescue her kin. The Lord entrusted their group to the Advanced Academy's teachers and, before departing, expressed particular concern for Nian Bei Ning, then left. She felt a pang of sympathy for Yin Shuanglin. Jia Zhou, a composed, middle-aged man with an imposing presence, spoke in a resonant voice. You will spend a month in the secret realm. Once you enter, the teleportation array will take you to various locations. While inside, you will not encounter danger. If fortune favors you, you may obtain divine gray herbs or spells-enhanced spirits. I will return to escort you out in a month. Everyone eagerly awaited the adventure. In an outer area, 10 formidable individuals collaborated to cast spells, forming a radiant golden array within a massive concave yin-yang circle. Jia Zhou nodded in satisfaction. You may proceed. 30 individuals, 10 from each of the primary, intermediate, and advanced academies, entered together. Xiao Jun leaned closer to Nian Bei Ning, whispering, I have a way to find you once we enter. Wait for me. Why should I wait for you? Do you need me to cure you? I'm not an apothecary. As they exchanged banter, Nian Bei Ning felt a piercing gaze upon her. Chapter 43. Don't be jealous. Nian Bei Ning turned to find a sea of unfamiliar faces. Xiao Jun reminded her, what are you daydreaming about? Nothing. Upon entering the array, Nian Bei Ning felt a whirlwind sensation, the surrounding white light gradually fading until the objects around her came into focus. In a vast expanse of yellow sand, a woman in red stood out starkly against the desert landscape under the blazing sun. Nian Bei Ning possesses the fire attribute, rendering her impervious to the searing heat waves that would have scorched the skin of any ordinary person present in this place. The warmth is not the issue, rather, is the blinding glare of the sun. As she shields her eyes and gazes upward, she is astonished to find 3 suns illuminating the sky. Could this be a remnant of the legendary archer who shot down the suns? She is not mistaken. Amidst the vast desert, there are indeed structures. The swirling sands obscure her vision, prompting Nian Bei Ning to head towards the buildings. Inside, the patrons are clad in coarse linen garments, merrily indulging in wine and meat. Wasn't this secret realm said to be inaccessible to ordinary folk? What accounts for the lively atmosphere here? Seeking a vacant table, Nian Bei Ning sits down, and immediately, a cheerful individual approaches her. What would the young lady like to eat? What do you have here? She inquires. Fear not, young lady, whatever you desire. We have it all. I would like some beef, mutton, and rice, please. Very well, please wait a moment. As the dishes are served, Nian Bei Ning can't help but ponder. In this barren desert devoid of life, where could such food possibly come from? She hesitates to eat. Glancing around, she saunters over to another table to inquire, Excuse me, do you know of a gentleman with the surname Yin? 2 individuals glance up and smile at her, momentarily taken aback. She is soon met by a fair-skinned man who sets down his teacup and gazes back at her. Why do I feel like I recognize you? Nian Bei Ning, you seem to be living quite freely these days. At the sound of that familiar voice, her face lights up with joy, ignoring the presence of others. She rushes to embrace him, nuzzling into his neck. I thought you were someone else. It turns out to be my dear husband. Zisang Lunyan, seated nearby, lowers his head to sip tea, a subtle emotion flickering in his eyes. Qing Sha Huan, what is the nature of your relationship with that Xiao Junso? Xiu Yunxi, there is nothing between us. As she speaks, Nian Bei Ning's expression turns serious. That person is somewhat formidable. He recognized me the moment I arrived. Is our beast world continent's illusionary leaf not powerful enough? Or perhaps he tampered with something when we last parted, Qing Sha Huan suggests. Nian Bei Ning contemplates Xiao Junsu's demeanor, pondering whether he truly harbors ill intentions. Attempting to shift the topic, she replies, Do not overthink it. He has assisted me greatly along the way. While I understand the adage that no good deed goes unpunished, I remain vigilant around him. Qing Sha Huan's expression darkens. How do you remain vigilant? With intimate conversations? Nian Bei Ning bursts into laughter. What nonsense are you speaking? Oh fine, it's all my fault. Don't be jealous. It is evident he is genuinely upset this time, so Nian Bei Ning refrains from mentioning Xiao Junsu again and redirects the conversation. How are things with the wolf clan? When did you arrive? Did you come here along with us to the secret realm? The irritable man shows no desire to converse with her. Beside him, Li Ju Qian explains, Shang Xiao'er did not kill any members of the wolf clan. He merely enslaved them for labor, and the injuries they sustained are superficial. Nian Bei Ning understands, relieved that he is not a member of the wolf clan and that her demon mirror did not affect him. Then who is this? The woman in white who has been by Qing Sha Huan's side respectfully introduces herself. Your Majesty, I am Xinglang, named Siju. I've been following my master since he saved me as a child. Following him all this time? How could she have been unaware? Does Qing Sha Huan harbor secrets from her? Such matters can be settled later. General Lu Nian has also arrived. Nian Bei Ning's attention finally shifts to Zisang Lunyan, who states, Fortunately, we encountered General Huan on the way, or we would have faced numerous troubles. I see. She replies, I wonder where the ancestor of the Yin family is. Li Ju Qian informs her, this is the inn established by that ancestor. Finding the elusive becomes effortless. However, Nian Bei Ning is rendered speechless by Qing Sha Huan's next action. He hurls a cup from his hand, and the individual struck collapses without uttering a sound, transforming into a pile of yellow sand. What? Are these individuals made of yellow sand? The ancestor Yin truly possesses extraordinary abilities. Nian Bei Ning cannot detect anything amiss about them. As Qing Sha Huan rises, prepared to exert his strength once more, a smiling figure approaches him, clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication. Hero, please show mercy. I have lived my entire life as yellow sand, and it is only with the sandstorm that I have reached this location and been chosen by the old gentleman to regain my humanity. Please do not revert us to our original forms. Nian Bei Ning grips Qing Sha Huan's arm, feeling that this situation may not be entirely just. Zisang Liu Nian interjects. Every year, many individuals lose their magical abilities here and turn into yellow sand. A mere bump can cause them to revert, and their lifespan is limited to 7 days. So it does not count as killing. How do you know all this? Nian Bei Ning asks. I am also visiting the human realm for the first time. All of this was told to me by General Huan. Nian Bei Ning raises an eyebrow, but remains silent. Qing Sha Huan addresses the pleading innkeeper. Where can I find Mr. Yen? Mr. Yen has gone east in search of higher quality yellow sand for crafting humans. He has been gone for a month now. Originally, we had over 100 people, but after losing our magical abilities one by one, only a few of us remain. East, Qing Sha Huan declares, and without hesitation. He sets off, with the other 3, save for Nian Bei Ning and himself, donning their jellyfish silk cloaks. Nian Bei Ning finds the cloaks rather stylish. But Si Ju sidesteps her reaching hand. Your Majesty, if you wish to harm me, kindly choose another method. Dying from sun exposure is rather humiliating. Li Zhuosheng clarifies. Our magical prowess does not compare to yours. We must wear these hats to avoid being scorched by the heat from these 3 suns. Zisang Liu Nian glances at the 3 blazing suns and fastens the strings of his jellyfish silk hat. Nian Bei Ning smiles at Qing Sha Huan. You are remarkable. Even the 3 suns cannot diminish your spirit. Qing Sha Huan hums softly, a hint of affection dancing in his eyes as he regards her. It is mutual. Seeing that his anger has subsided, Nian Bei Ning takes his hand, her radiant face adorned with a sweet smile, eagerly sharing the events that have transpired during their time apart. The other 3 follow behind in silence, observing the couple. Chapter 44. The flower beyond the Buddha. Every so often, a desert inn appears, all established by the ancestor of the Yen family. Furthermore, the further east one travels, the more powerful the yellow sand individuals become, with greater vitality and less amiability. In this secret realm, there is only daylight, no night. Feeling fatigued, Nian Bei Ning stands still, gazing at the endless expanse of yellow sand desert, her head throbbing as she murmurs, when shall we find him? Qing Sha Huan replies, a man who has lived for over 10,000 years is not easily found. Zisang Liu Nian concurs. Indeed, I have observed the yellow sand-esque texture along the journey. It differs from when we first arrived. Perhaps we are nearing our destination. Si Ju adds, Your Majesty must be tired. There is an inn ahead. Let us rest before continuing our journey. Suddenly, a loud explosion resonates from within the inn, followed by 7 or 8 individuals being flung out, landing before Nian Bei Ning and the others, only to transform into yellow sand upon impact. The ruckus continues, and a sharp object pierces through the roof, instantly tearing it apart. A monstrous red creature emerges, its grotesque, twisted human face supported by a segmented red skeletal frame, crawling like a giant centipede. Several powerful yellow sand individuals rush from the inn, engaging the creature in combat. The ghastly face twists into a smile as its lower half sweeps out, ensnaring them, with countless sharp claws piercing through their bodies. No screams are heard. Only heaps of yellow sand fall to the ground from the air. The sinister laughter of the creature echoes as it writhes, preparing to flee. In the next moment, it seemed to sense an impending danger. As it turned its head, the sharp blade had already magnified within its pupils. The centipede-like body lost all vitality and fell to the ground, its head rolling aside, blood staining the yellow desert. Was it not said that one would not encounter danger in the secret realm? What manner of terrifying creature was this? Si Ju pondered and said, This should be the human-faced centipede demon, known as the Honghua Wugong. Once it becomes a demon, it gains intelligence and possesses immense power. Humans below the 10th tier of spiritual veins are essentially no match for it. It had long been subdued, so how could it suddenly appear here? Suddenly, a figure appeared beside the corpse of the Honghua Wugong, examining its death with a nod, saying, Indeed, a swift kill, young man. Your cultivation is commendable. I was just on my way to deal with this Honghua Wugong. To express my gratitude, I invite you all to drink and feast. Qing Sha Huan replied, Well then, thank you very much. The individual was a middle-aged man clad in a simple linen garment, holding a wine gourd his eyes somewhat glazed. His hair, a mix of black and white, was slightly disheveled as he staggered forward. Despite his unkempt appearance, Nian Bei Ning discerned that he was undoubtedly one of those so-called hidden masters, someone of considerable prowess. Upon returning to the inn, the server approached the man with a smile, eagerly taking his wine gourd to refill it. He glanced around at the severely damaged inside, and sheepishly remarked, "This beast has wreaked havoc here. My apologies for the inconvenience. Please wait a moment." He rummaged through his belongings and finally produced a talisman. Tossing it into the air, with a series of gestures, he concentrated his energy on the talisman, and suddenly, the inn radiated with light, restoring everything to its original state. He smiled and said, "All right, everyone, please take a seat." "Truly impressive," Nian Bei Ning exclaimed. "Are you the esteemed Yin Laozian?" The man's expression darkened as he fixated on her. Nian Bei Ning was taken aback, and he frowned, saying, "What esteemed elder? Do I appear that old?" "You may call me Brother Yin." "It truly is him." Nian Bei Ning's heart raced with excitement. However, once the thrill subsided, she felt that this man was rather thick-skinned. He had lived for over 10,000 years, and calling him an old immortal was not an exaggeration. Yet he preferred to be called brother. Yin Zhanlei's gaze fell upon Qing Sha Huan, hesitating momentarily, before finally asking him, "Is your He Lang clan still not extinct?" Puffed. Cough, cough. Nian Bei Ning wiped her mouth. "Sorry, please continue." Yin Zhanlei grinned. "I remember that the witch's divination stated that the Hong Lang clan would become extinct in 500 years. It seems that old woman's words were inaccurate. In the presence of a master, their identities need not be concealed. This secret realm was crafted from my lifelong efforts. And there's another ability you are unaware of. I possess mind-reading skills. Given your accomplishment in slaying the Honghua Wugong, speak. What brings you here?" Qing Sha Huan responded, "Brother Yin, the sealed Di Gui Shu Pa is about to emerge." Yin Zhanlei's brow slightly furrowed. "She is not dead?" Nian Bei Ning excitedly replied, "Not only is she alive, but she has also given the demon mirror to someone else, and our wolf clan is now in crisis. We beseech you, esteemed elder, for your assistance." Yin Zhanlei remained silent, prompting Nian Bei Ning to quickly amend her words. "We humbly request Brother Yin's assistance. This matter is negotiable. However, the Honghua Wugong that I have suppressed for over 10,000 years has quietly broken free of its seal. There is now a centipede mother, and her offspring are scattered throughout the secret realm. I must first resolve matters here." Nian Bei Ning replied, "That is agreeable. How many of these creatures are there? We shall help you deal with them." He spoke earnestly. "Not too many. It's just that the mother can reproduce approximately over 2,000. The others reacted. Zisang Lunyan stated, "The Honghua Wugong is extremely venomous, and 2,000 is indeed excessive. I shall not involve myself in your affairs." After saying this, she stood and left the inn. Si Ju explained to Nian Bei Ning that she was after the Yin Hu, and those associated with the Yin who were also within this secret realm. She was seeking them out. Yin Zhanlei remarked, "The young lady possesses a bit of pride. I am a master of this secret realm. Would it not be swifter to inquire with me?" Zisang Lunyan turned back. Her eyes filled with hope as she gazed at him. "Do you know anything about the Yin Hu?" "Well, the Yin Hu is also related to the Di Gui Shu Pa. If you wish to know the answer, then you can accompany them on this journey." Nian Bei Ning did not wish to engage in further discussions, pounding the table as she declared, "Very well. I have a method to gather those Honghua Wugong together for a decisive strike. Brother Yin, you must keep your promise." Yin Zhanlei replied, "Wait. Dealing with the Di Gui Shu Pa is not so simple. Here is the deal. My wine gourd is missing an ingredient for brewing. If you can fetch me the FO2 Bianhua, then I shall have no further requests." Nian Bei Ning's face darkened. Where might that thing be? In the underworld. Upon hearing this, Nian Bei Ning's brows twitched. Chapter 45. The Insect Mother Cave. Zisang Lunyan inquired. "This secret realm is vast. Do you have a method to gather all the Honghua Wugong together?" Nian Bei Ning asserted. "All offspring must heed their father's command. As long as I find the insect mother, I will have a way to eliminate them all at once." Yin Zhanlei vanished without a trace. When Nian Bei Ning sought to find him to discuss the Di Gui Shu Pa, he was nowhere to be found. By chance, She spotted Li Ju Chun standing atop a sand dune, his gaze fixed on the distance, lost in thought. Are you wearing a fish-skin hat while admiring the desert scenery? The youth's eyes radiated determination. If I can obtain the inner core of the 10,000-year insect mother, my magical prowess will reach the level of veneration. Nian Bei Ning patted his shoulder. Very well, we shall strive for you. He chuckled wryly. In truth, if you obtain the inner core, your magical prowess will also greatly enhance. I am merely contemplating, Nian Bei Ning replied. If I were to grow stronger, wouldn't everything have to be done by me? If you grow stronger, it will make it much easier for you to deal with the leopard clan, and I will also benefit, haha. Li Ju Chun smiled. That sounds about right. I must take my leave. Nian Bei Ning watched him turn, bewildered. What do you mean by about right? If I stay any longer with the Empress, General Huan will surely come looking for me. Nian Bei Ning, in the time to come. Finding the insect mother is an urgent matter. Not every part of the secret realm is desert. However, it is suitable for Nian Bei Ning to cultivate here. While Qing Sha Huan naturally accompanied her husband, they walked eastward, finally exiting the desert, greeted by lush greenery and babbling streams, which greatly uplifted their spirits. However, Nian Bei Ning also sensed that upon leaving the desert, the sensation of absorbing the sun's energy from the inner core abruptly ceased. With over 2,000 Honghua Wugong, the distribution range was rather extensive. If they could encounter even one of the offspring, matters would become much simpler. Si Ju's gaze fell upon a gap between the rocks. Exclaiming in delight, Master Empress, look, that is the Lian Linghua. Si Ju continued. The Lian Linghua is an exceptionally rare, divine-grade herb, perfectly suitable for you, Empress. This girl seems quite knowledgeable, Nian Bei Ning responded. In that case, let us collect it. It was not difficult to retrieve at this height. As she leaped to grasp the plant, another hand reached out, seizing the Lian Linghua first. Upon landing, they turned to face each other. Nian Bei Ning exclaimed, So it was you who came here, causing me to search for you in the desert in vain. The one who had taken Lian Linghua first was Xiao Junsu, who raised the plant with a smile. You wish to obtain this as well? Here, take it. Qing Sha Huan accepted the flower he offered, crushing it into powder with a firm grip. Since you obtained it first, it belongs to you. Do not give it away carelessly. Si Ju sighed. A divine-grade herb has just slipped away. What a pity. That I helped you before. What does this mean? Is that so? Helped us? Qing Sha Huan emanated a terrifying aura of murderous intent. And as he locked eyes with Xiao Junsu, sparks flew between them. Nian Bei Ning interjected, Enough, just look at you. A divine-grade herb was ruined just like that. You owe me compensation. Qing Sha Huan retorted with a dismissive smile. It is merely a flower. Let's press on. Xiao Junsu, join me. His expression was undeniably grim, prompting Nian Bei Ning to whisper reassuringly, We must locate the insect mother and contend with numerous Honghua Wugong. The more allies we have, the stronger we become. Besides, what are you so upset about? There is truly nothing between him and me. Qing Sha Huan replied gravely. I suspect he is responsible for certain occurrences in the beast realm. However, I lack sufficient evidence at present. Nian Bei Ning fell silent, recognizing that Qing Sha Huan was not a man of recklessness. His assertion must have been based on some subtle clues. Indeed, the beast realm had been quite tumultuous of late. Crouching down, Qing Sha Huan fixed his azure gaze upon a pool of water on the ground. Nian Bei Ning inquired. What is the matter? There have been sightings of Honghua Wugong in this vicinity. Suddenly, a cry shattered the air. Help! Help! It was the desperate plea of a disciple from the Yin Family Academy. The Honghua Wugong, resembling a severed male head, excitedly writhed in pursuit of the fleeing figure. The man had been running for quite some time, and, after a failed struggle, he was now wounded and utterly exhausted. As the Honghua Wugong hissed and lunged forward, revealing its jagged fangs, Si Ju grasped the man's arm, pulling him away from the monstrous maw. At that moment, Qing Sha Huan had already ascended upon its head, plunging his obsidian curved blade into its eye. The Honghua Wugong thrashed violently, sending dust swirling into the air, indiscriminately smashing trees and boulders alike. It writhed and fled, with the group in hot pursuit. Si Ju, ever the knowledgeable one, remarked, if the Honghua Wugong suffers severe injury, it will seek out the insect mother for healing. By following it, we can locate the insect mother. Xiao Junsu, confused, asked, what do you seek the insect mother for? The insect mother is a formidable creature, having existed for over 10,000 years. Nian Bei Ning replied, obtaining its inner core would greatly enhance our cultivation. Isn't that why we ventured into this secret realm? Xiao Junsu cautioned, it could cost you your life. We are many. If you are afraid, then do not accompany us. To which Xiao Junsu responded, of course. You shall go. If I obtain the inner core, I will not relinquish it. Qing Sha Huan chuckled coldly. Very well. Let each rely on their own abilities. The Honghua Wugong dashed fervently into a cave. They entered cautiously, finding the cavern riddled with countless openings, the ground strewn with countless white eggs. Indeed, as Yin Laoj had stated, this creature was prolific, with an estimated 100 or 200 eggs present. Where did it go? Qing Sha Huan pondered. With so many holes, we should split up. Siju tightened her grip on her heavy sleeves. Fine, it seems I must accompany you. I dare not wander alone in this ancient creature's lair. Zisang Lu Nian remained silent, tightening his grip on his weapon as he ventured into one of the openings. Xiao Junsu shrugged, then I shall go alone. Qing Sha Huan took Nian Bei Ning's hand and steered her towards a central passage. The average Honghua Wugong is beyond the capabilities of a mere human with a 10-tier spiritual vein, let alone the insect mother. Xiu Yunxi appeared unfazed, as if he regarded these threats with indifference. Nian Bei Ning, can you not see that he poses a problem? Chapter 46. Thus we search alongside. Nian Bei Ning was a loss for words. She trusted Qing Sha Huan's judgment, yet during her time at the Yin Family Academy, she might have wished for things not to unfold as he suggested. The cave's passage was damp and dim, but upon traversing the lengthy corridor, their vision opened into a vast expanse. This place resembled a cavernous sanctuary, with numerous holes dotting the stone walls above. Given the insect mother's prolific nature, the offspring required a dwelling. Fortunately, she did not suffer from a fear of clusters. Suspended in the central position above was a substantial object resembling a silkworm cocoon, its surrounding threads affixed to the cave walls. Nian Bei Ning asked, what is that? Could it possibly transform into a butterfly? Qing Sha Huan replied, there are people inside, and they are alive. He swiftly severed the threads, and together they leaped to bring the heavy object down. Inside, they discovered 7 or 8 individuals, all clad in the garb of Yin Family Academy disciples. What a misfortune this training has been. We were led to believe this place was safe, only to encounter the Honghua Wugong that broke through its seal, a creature with 10,000 years of cultivation. One by one, they began to regain consciousness, sharing that they had crossed paths with the Honghua Wugong on their journey, believing it to be their end, only to find themselves captured and imprisoned here. Nian Bei Ning speculated, could they be stockpiled to feed the newly hatched offspring? The mere suggestion drained the color from the faces of all present. If the strength of these offspring was so fearsome, just how terrifying must the insect mother be? Follow this path, and you'll find your way out. Hurry, Nian Bei Ning urged. A timid woman replied, I dare not go out. This is the lair of the monster. What if I encounter it outside? You two possess formidable skills, and I wish to accompany you. Nian Bei Ning cautioned, we are seeking the insect mother, which is far more perilous. What do you seek the insect mother for? To obtain its inner core. This declaration shocked everyone, as they questioned her sanity. Such an endeavor was merely a thought experiment. How could one dare to act on it? However, after wandering through the cave aimlessly, they had yet to encounter any sign of the insect mother, nor even the injured Honghua Wugong. With no results, they reluctantly exited the lair, where Zisang Lu Nian and Xiao Junsu awaited, having seen nothing as well. Nian Bei Ning glared at the eggs on the ground and incinerated them entirely. Even so, the insect mother remained elusive. Xiu Yunxi remarks, this insect mother sure has a lot of patience, not showing herself even now. Li Juchen added, perhaps she has left. Si Ju mused, upon her return, she will surely be furious. The rescued individuals were unknown to Xiao Junsu and Nian Bei Ning. They were all from junior or senior academies, and not a single acquaintance had been encountered. Thus, to save time, they resolved to search for the Honghua Wugong systematically. Si Ju produced a device resembling a compass, stating, if there are any disturbances nearby, this Tianji pan will rotate. Of course, it may fail against more powerful creatures, but it should suffice for the Honghua Wugong. I was captured from the north. I am from the south. Me too, from the south. I encountered several of these creatures. Thus, it appeared there were more in the south. The disciples of Yin Family Academy, reluctant to practice alone given the creatures lurking in the secret realm, proceeded cautiously southward. After an hour of walking, Si Ju suddenly exclaimed, "The needle is turning." At this announcement, everyone became alert. The hissing of the Honghua Wugong echoed nearby, but there were not just one or two. The grass, towering to the height of a person, swayed ominously as the Honghua Wugong encircled them as if responding to a command. These grotesque creatures, with human heads and worm bodies, loomed large, raising themselves and brandishing countless sharp legs, opening their gaping maws to lunge at them ferociously. Those individuals with merely a few levels of spiritual veins found that their spells could hardly scratch the surface of their opponents. Fortunate ones managed to acquire rare, medicinal herbs and even dared to confront the red-flowered centipedes, while the rest could only cower beneath the multitude of sharp legs. Nian Bei Ning surveyed the area, where nearly a dozen red-flowered centipedes writhed, igniting the primal instinct for slaughter within her. The numbers seemed a trifle insufficient. A blue flame flickered at her fingertips, searing hot, igniting the creatures' bodies, followed by the swift strike of the Qianlangji whip aimed at their heads. In an instant, their heads burst open, sending them to the underworld. The flames consumed them as the monsters screeched and thrashed about in a frenzy. Yet they could not extinguish the fire before expelling a final breath of toxic mist. Zisong Liunyan held a small box in his hand, casting a spell to absorb all the poisonous fog. Observing this, the other red-flowered centipedes twisted their bodies and fled in haste. Nian Bei Ning, on a mission, certainly would not allow them to escape so easily. She and Qing Sha Huan charged at the creatures from either side. None of the red-flowered centipedes managed to escape. You are truly formidable, but the individuals from the Yin Family Academy lack the ability to slay red-flowered centipedes. Who are you? Posed a girl with an innocent appearance. Xiao Junce interjected. Who says we can't? I can handle the red-flowered centipedes myself. To confront those stronger than oneself, one must rely on wit, not just brute force, he declared, gesturing to his head. The girl smiled faintly, but said nothing. Si Ju added, the pointer is turning again, this time indicating west. Let us proceed. Just then, a fierce wind stirred up, blinding them with swirling sand. Qing Sha Huan grasped Nian Bei Ning's hand, guiding her through the storm, while he tenderly brushed the sand from her hair. Are you all right? Nian Bei Ning smiled, revealing her teeth. It's just a bit of wind. I'm fine. The others emerged from the sand, looking disheveled. Xiao Junce shook off the sand in frustration. Why did the wind suddenly pick up? Where did all this sand come from? Nian Bei Ning replied. As long as everyone is all right, let us move on. Si Ju exclaimed, her pointer swiftly turning in another direction, and she cheerfully announced, there are spirits nearby. The spirits belong to the elemental realm, and Si Ju informed them that the spirits in this vicinity were fire spirits. Fire spirits. Upon hearing this, the members of the Yin Family Academy's eyes gleamed with excitement, momentarily forgetting their previous camaraderie in the face of death, viewing each other as competitors instead. With interests at stake, they hurried toward the direction indicated by the pointer. Nian Bei Ning pondered for a moment. Perhaps we should first deal with the red-flowered centipedes. Xiao Junce asked. Nian Bei Ning, you don't want the fire spirits? They might not even be able to acquire them. They arrived at the destination indicated by the pointer. But apart from a vast grassland, there was nothing else. Chapter 47. The Great Battle with the Mother Bug. Si Ju exclaimed, this shouldn't be possible. The direction indicated by the heavenly mechanism plate is undoubtedly correct. Wait for us. Wait for us. Behind them, a few members of the Yin Family Academy caught up, though it seemed a few were missing. Xiao Junce inquired, why are there only 3 of you? Where are the others? The girl who had previously asked the question bore injuries and, with trembling trepidation, replied they are all dead. The fire spirit is incredibly powerful and ruthless. It killed one of our senior brothers upon arrival. We had planned to work together to capture it, but none of us were a match, and we were all burned. Nian Bei Ning glanced at Qing Sha Huan. I told you they might not be able to acquire it, and now they have lost a life. Such a pity. Siju explained. In Elder Yan's secret realm, spirits do not harm people. They merely possess agile skills to evade. It was indeed stated earlier in Jiazhou that they would not encounter life-threatening danger. However, another male disciple nervously added, that spirit can indeed kill. One of our senior brothers had his throat sliced open by its wings in a single blow. If we hadn't escaped quickly, we might have already met our end. Just as everyone sensed something amiss, a rumbling sound echoed around them. The ground trembled violently as countless red-flowered centipedes surged up from beneath the seemingly endless grassland. The sheer volume sent shivers down their spines. Siju's expression grew serious, as she estimated the number to be over 2,000. With a wry smile, she remarked, My lord, my queen, can we possibly defeat this many? Qing Sha Huan responded, How can we know unless we try? Siju nodded. Centipedes belong to the insect category and are indeed afraid of realgar. I should have enough realgar here to deal with 100 or 200 red-flowered centipedes. Zisong Linyan furrowed his brow at the approaching monsters and remarked, Why do I feel like we have become the passive party? Nian Bei Ning agreed. Yes. It feels as though we are being ambushed. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Siju's lips as one of her arms was brutally severed, blood and flesh flying everywhere. Had she not detected something unusual behind her and dodged, her heart might have been ripped from her chest. Li Juechen quickly caught the unconscious Siju. The assailant, expressionless, discarded the bloody arm in her hand. The two companions beside her turned pale with fear, their legs turning to jelly, but the woman paid them no mind, raising her hands to touch their heads, causing them to explode in an instant. She spread her arms, her hair billowing, adorned in a resplendent red garment, her face marked with red spots. She was the mother bug, who had been lurking among them all along. With a sinister grin, she proclaimed, Welcome to my domain, everyone. Ashidin n'aura surgi fort. On the grassland, a chain of black mountains rose from the ground, enveloping them, reminiscent of a trap closing in on prey. Have you not been searching for me? Now that I stand before you, why do you all look so grim? Zisong Liuning gasped, Not good. My poison absorption box is missing. Little fox, are you referring to this? The mother bug held the box that Zisong Liuning had used to absorb the toxic mist, then crushed it to dust before their eyes. A bunch of youngsters, still wet behind the ears, dared to provoke me. You should bring that Yin fellow here if you wish to stand a chance. I have indeed arrived. The voice of Yin Zhanlei resonated from above as he descended before them, taking a swig from his wine gourd and exclaiming, After sealing you for 10,000 years, I never expected not only to have your powers unweakened, but to have your spells grow stronger as well. Upon seeing this man, the mother bug gritted her teeth. Yin Zhanlei, all of this is your doing. Yin Zhanlei replied, I will deal with this old monster. You all handle the little ones. Here are antidote pills. One for each of you. No more. They scattered to confront the smaller creatures, easily managing the task. Nian Bei Ning occasionally glanced toward Xiao Junce, who indeed handled the situation with remarkable ease. She lowered her gaze, striking a red-flowered centipede that lunged at her with her whip, severing it in two. The blue flames crackled, filling the confined space with the scent of scorched flesh. However, Qing Sha Huan and Xiao Jun's attention was focused on the fierce battle between the mother bug and Yin Zhanlei. The clash of their powers sent both Nian Bei Ning and Zisong Liuning flying. Qing Sha Huan swiftly wrapped his arms around Nian Bei Ning's waist as they landed. Are you all right? Nian Bei Ning inhaled sharply. What immense power! Be careful, she warned. With that, Qing Sha Huan transformed into a colossal black qilin, charging toward the mother bug, while Xiao Junce also advanced to encircle her. For a moment, Nian Bei Ning and Zisong Liuning felt overwhelmed, as with the departure of two companions. The remaining red-flowered centipedes surged toward them alongside Li Juechen. Li Juechen carried the unconscious Siju, while Nian Bei Ning timely arrived by his side. With a swift motion, she struck down a long worm that had attempted to ambush him. Flames erupted, igniting a cascade of fire that engulfed the entire red flower centipede. creating a scene reminiscent of a blazing inferno. The heat was overwhelming, causing Yin Zhanlei to take a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. The mother bug, possessing millennia of magical prowess, could not be subdued even by the combined efforts of the three. Her sharp legs could match the iron hooves of Qing Sha Huan in a fierce clash. A fierce roar erupted from Mo Qilin, power surging beneath his iron hooves. The mother bug, with a human face and a worm's body, let out a cold snort, transforming into a human form as toxic mists wafted from her. Yin Zhanlei retreated swiftly, realizing the potency of the old hag's poison. Qing Sha Huan and Xiao Junsu, upon hearing this, also withdrew to maintain a safe distance from the mother bug. The surrounding stone walls were shattered by Li Juechen's forceful blows, and Nian Bei Ning's blue flames melted the debris, illuminating the battlefield and expanding its dimensions. Witnessing her offspring nearly annihilated, the mother bug's eyes hardened as she let out a piercing scream, her body swelling to a size that obscured the sky, with a single eye as large as an elephant. Everyone was taken aback. Her size was astonishing. Nian Bei Ning eliminated the last red flower centipede and took Li Juechen and Si Ju to a safe location to hide. She implored Zisang Lun Yin to take care of them, to which he nodded affirmatively. Yin Zhanlei ascended on his sword, and in the air, the colossal mother bug twisted and turned, while Yin Zhanlei darted around her like a bolt of lightning. Her form was impervious, rendering the weapons of Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning mere tickles against her. The vulnerable point of the red flower centipede lay in its eyes, and as Qing Sha Huan wielded his black curved blade, he aimed for the top of the mother bug's head. Despite her enormous eyes, her massive body provided ample protection, leaving him with no opportunity to strike. As Yin Zhanlei's wine gourd grew in size, preparing to seal the mother bug, a resounding clang reverberated. His expression darkened for the first time. The entrance to the secret realm had been breached. Chapter 48. Helping you retrieve an arm, I shall no longer play with you, the mother bug declared, vanishing towards the secret realm's entrance. Yin Zhanlei shouted in dismay and pursued her on his sword. Qing Sha Huan approached Nian Bei Ning. We must leave as well. After exiting the secret realm, Li Juechen carried Si Ju away from the Daba Imperial Palace, while Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan reverted to their original forms upon entry. Upon the mother bug's emergence, a vast network of golden threads descended upon her. Dismissing it with a disdainful snort, she twisted her massive body, tearing the net into shreds. A figure rushed from the palace, and a colossal phantom hand struck towards the mother bug. She curled her form, effectively neutralizing the formidable force of the blow. The ensuing battle drew the attention of the entire palace's defenses, with numerous powerful individuals hastening to the scene. Xiao Jun, Sukashin, Nian Bei Ning, and the others. Do not wander aimlessly at this time. Any one of these individuals could easily discern your identities, and you would face the same fate as the mother bug. Qing Sha Huan retorted, That's none of your concern. I care not for you. My priority is my friend Nian Bei Ning. Wouldn't you agree? Their exchange led to a silent standoff. Nian Bei Ning chuckled. Indeed, he makes a valid point. Let us find a discreet location to observe. Dear husband, do not act impulsively. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Jun Su's face. Husband? Have you wed? Indeed, it was a recent event. Xiu Yunxi smiled. Congratulations. While the battle with the mother bug raged on, individuals from the royal palace arrived to escort Xiao Junsu away. Nian Bei Ning and her companions, being disciples of the Yin Family Academy, were naturally shielded by the higher academy members. Out of the 30 who entered, only 12 emerged alive, with the rest meeting a grim fate at the hands of the red flower centipede. The instructors from the higher academy had no time to attend to them, as the entrance to the secret realm had been compromised and needed immediate repair. Otherwise, this convergence of spiritual veins and countless spiritual herbs would dissolve, resulting in a significant loss for the Daba Kingdom. Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan trekked through the palace unhindered. Qing Sha Huan furrowed his brow. You intend to rescue that snake woman? After all, we are all inhabitants of the beast world continent. We ought to lend our aid where possible. Qing Sha Huan found her meddling excessive. Yet what could he do? A devoted husband must comply with his wife's wishes. The prisoners in the dungeon posed no challenge to them. The serpent-tailed woman was confined within a golden cage pulsating with power. Her vertical pupils fixated on Nian Bei Ning and the others. Wolf Emperor, General Huan, I offer my snake gall as a trade for your assistance. Please save my child. Nian Bei Ning replied. If we rescue you, you must save your own child. I bear a soul-locking nail within me. My time is limited. I implore you to save my child, who is currently with the revered consort Shun. I fear for her safety among these individuals. Please take her to my snake tribe and entrust her to my mother. Just as Nian Bei Ning was about to refuse, the woman extracted her own snake gall with her bare hands, her eyes filled with desperation. Thank you. The most precious possession of the snake tribe is the snake gall. Gasping for breath, she gazed at Nian Bei Ning, who finally sighed and accepted the snake gall, assuring her, rest assured, I will safely deliver your child to the snake tribe. Qing Sha Huan remarked, she is the youngest princess of the snake tribe. I had only heard rumors of her disappearance, but never imagined she would end up in the human realm and marry the emperor of the Daba dynasty. Truly foolish. Indeed, it was foolish. Marrying an outsider and bearing his children, ultimately leading to such a tragic fate, was disheartening. Within the vast imperial palace, Nian Bei Ning found herself at a loss for direction and decided to abduct a young maid to guide them. In the courtyard of Consort Shun's palace, Nian Bei Ning spotted a girl around 3 years old playing with water. A finely dressed woman rushed out, concern etched on her face as she wiped the dirt from the child's face. Someone, prepare water for the little princess's bath. As she carried her daughter inside, she scolded, who told you to sneak out? There are big bugs in the palace. Be careful, or you might get eaten. The palace maids were swiftly incapacitated, and Consort Shun clutched the little girl tightly, fear evident in her eyes as she regarded the unexpected guests. What do you want? Don't harm the child, Nian Bei Ning inquired. Is this the child of the royal consort? And if she is, or she isn't? If she is, we shall take her to her grandmother. If not, we will leave. At this, the woman's eyes narrowed. You are also monsters? Ba ba ba. Beasts, not monsters. How rude, though reluctant. Consort Shun admitted. She is indeed the daughter of the royal consort. When my sister was captured, the emperor entrusted the little princess to me, allowing her to consider me as her mother. However, she occasionally displays traits of a beast. To avoid future scandals, you should take her away. Nian Bei Ning nodded. Very well. Perhaps one day, she may return to visit you. Consort Shun managed a strained smile as she handed the little girl over to Nian Bei Ning. The incident involving the red flower centipede mother had alarmed the entire Daba dynasty, and despite the collective efforts of many, she ultimately managed to escape, albeit injured. Nian Bei Ning marveled at the resilience of the ancient creature, having survived for millennia. As the wind howled, skilled patrollers filled the imperial city, vigilant against any potential threats posed by the mother bug to the citizens. In a small inn, Si Ju had awakened. Wincing in pain as she looked at Qing Sha Huan, tears brimming in her eyes. Master, my arm is ruined. Qing Sha Huan reassured her. One arm is of little consequence. I shall craft you a new one. Nian Bei Ning was astonished. Will you take on this task? I will not. Chang Jinlian will. Nian Bei Ning continued. When you return, please bring this little girl back to the Shizu. The peacefully sleeping girl, with her delicate features, remained silent. No problem, she replied. Nian Bei Ning expressed her gratitude, acknowledging the difficulty of caring for two individuals. Aren't the Empress and the General returning? We still have unfinished business. We shall not return for the time being. Zisang Liunyuan asked. Next, are you going to search for the Buddhas by Wanhua? Nian Bei Ning nodded, retrieving a map for examination. To be honest, I have traversed this underworld path before and encountered a large group of spirits and Mengpa. We can proceed directly to this location. Suddenly, an important thought struck Nian Bei Ning. The Mengpa Pearl. She had yet to complete the task assigned by Mengpa. Fortunately, during her stay in the imperial city, she could search for any scoundrel or bandit to siphon some lifespan into the pearl. Chapter 49. They were captured after spending some time in the imperial city. The three of them found that Zisang Liunyuan preferred to occupy separate rooms, content to refrain from disturbing the others. Meanwhile, Nian Bei Ning often dragged Qing Sha Huan to observe a particular scoundrel, extracting a decade or two of his lifespan. She did the same with local bullies, as well as with the mother-in-law who oppressed her daughter-in-law and the stepmother who mistreated the illegitimate child, all to accumulate 5 years of lifespan. The human imperial city was teeming with a plethora of individuals. Within just 2 days, Nian Bei Ning had nearly filled the Mengpa Pearl. To celebrate her success, she took Qing Sha Huan to a grand and fragrant tavern. We should enjoy our meal and drink well before setting off. We don't yet know what awaits us on this underworld journey. Qing Sha Huan replied with a faint acknowledgement, raising his gaze to her. Can you drink? Nian Bei Ning had never been fond of alcohol, but the osmanthus wine had a peculiar fragrance. She took a small sip and smiled brightly at Qing Sha Huan. This wine is quite delightful. The young man smiled subtly, choosing to remain silent while occasionally casting sidelong glances at her. After a few rounds of drinks, as night fell, Qing Sha Huan carried the already intoxicated Nian Bei Ning back to their room, where Zisang Lunyan happened to emerge and witness the scene. She looked at them with an unusual expression. What happened to her? She is drunk. After they entered the room, Zisang Lunyan lowered her gaze, clenching her hands beneath her sleeves. I am the Empress of the Wolf Clan, invincible in battle. You little thief, do not even think of coveting my throne. Nian Bei Ning, in her drunken stupor, swayed and began to act foolishly, her beautiful face flushed with color as she gazed dreamily at Qing Sha Huan. He supported his forehead with one hand while idly playing with his teacup, amusement glimmering in his eyes as he watched her antics. Nian Bei Ning, it is getting late. You should rest. She pouted her crimson lips and planted a kiss on his cheek. Oh, sleep. Indeed, it is time to rest. Qing Sha Huan closed his eyes, relishing her affection, before suddenly rising and carrying her towards the bathing tub, undressing her and tossing her into the water. Suddenly submerged, Nian Bei Ning jolted awake, the effects of the alcohol momentarily dissipating. Her damp hair clung to her snowy skin, exuding temptation. What are you doing? Washing up to ease your thirst. As her senses returned, Nian Bei Ning recalled her previous boldness, her face turning an even deeper shade of red. No, I am drunk. I feel quite dizzy. It matters not. I am not drunk. It is time to make up for the long-awaited nuptial night. With that, Qing Sha Huan lifted Nian Bei Ning from the tub and carried her to the bed. The bold woman from moments ago now curled up shyly, gazing up at the pronounced Adam's apple and the strong angles of the man's face, her heart racing wildly. As night deepened, the moonlight quietly seeped through the window, casting an enchanting glow within the room. Zisang Lunyan quietly sipped her tea, a hint of sorrow in her eyes as her silhouette stretched in the moonlight. The next day, she averted her gaze from the marks on Nian Bei Ling's neck and remarked, Today, there are several formidable figures emerging from the palace, rumored to be searching for the little princess. Nian Bei Ling responded, After all these days, the emperor has only just realized the little princess is missing? It was said that following the death of the royal concubine, the emperor had flown into a rage, sentencing everyone in the dungeon to death. This man surely had some issues. He did not cherish what he had while it was present and displayed anguish only after it was gone. Reflecting on this, Nian Bei Ling's gaze softened as it fell upon Qing Sha Huan. When alive, her husband was quite different. After all, last night was their first time. The man's tenderness had transformed into fervent passion. As she reminisced about the scenes, her cheeks flushed, and she busied herself with food to mask her embarrassment. Once they had regrouped, they set off towards Yinsheng. In a city encircled by mountains and forests, they encountered a group of poachers holding various members of the Shizu and Huzhu captive. In the final golden cage, they spotted 3 familiar figures, Li Juechen, Si Ju, and the little princess. Nian Bei Ling exclaimed with concern, They have been captured. Qing Sha Huan urged, Do not rush. Let us assess the situation. Zisang Lunyan added, For many years, humans and beasts have adhered to the principle of non-aggression. Yet recently, they have repeatedly violated this rule. If this continues, a conflict between humans and beasts is inevitable. Qing Sha Huan analyzed the broader implications. Currently, humans possess superior weapons and elixirs compared to our beast realm. If a conflict erupts, we will surely face defeat. Nian Bei Ling understood. After all, the Beast Clan was indeed behind the times. The Beast Clan's forces were fragmented and lacked unity, unlike the humans who were unified. If they could achieve a consolidation akin to Qing's unification of the 6 states, they might stand a chance against humanity. However, such matters were beyond her current capabilities. In the dark and damp dungeon, blood stained the ground. A cruel whip fell mercilessly upon Li Juechen, whose limbs were ensnared in a binding spell. As he struggled against his restraints, the binding circle emitted a brilliant light. The torturer, a man with a sharp face, spat at Li Juechen. Still trying to resist? This binding circle was painstakingly crafted by the National Master specifically to deal with your kind. Reveal your lair, and perhaps you will suffer less. Li Juechen spat blood in defiance. Damn you, human. The man raised his whip, mercilessly lashing Li Juechen until his flesh was torn. Then, as if struck by a thought, dragged Si Ju before him. He unwrapped the bandages around her wounded arm and pressed down hard, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream from the girl. A deep tiger's roar echoed. Let her go. You beast, release her. Beast. The man sneered as he began to strip Si Ju of her garments, exposing her pristine skin until nothing remained. Si Ju collapsed in despair, weeping as Li Juechen's eyes turned crimson with rage. I will kill you. I swear I will. Just as the man prepared to lay his hands on the sobbing girl, a sudden intrusion occurred, and blood gushed forth. The 3 intruders burst into the dungeon, and Nian Bei Ning hurriedly clothed Si Ju before setting the decapitated man's corpse ablaze, turning him to ashes. Chapter 50. You have finally arrived upon witnessing the scene. The others recklessly charged forward, wielding their weapons in a futile attempt to fight. Do not concern yourselves with us. This is a trap. Empress, you must flee. Li Juechen commanda. Qing Sha Huan shattered the binding circle, and they all escaped the dungeon, only to find themselves encircled by a throng outside. The leader, clad in a suit of black iron armor, sat atop his steed, his imposing figure casting a shadow over the others, his piercing gaze fixed upon them. Indeed, they had attracted quite the attention. Li Juechen remarked, this individual possesses formidable magical prowess. We have fallen into his grasp, so remain vigilant. Qing Sha Huan, wielding his curved black blade, darted towards the opposing leader like a fleeting shadow. The 2 formidable sorcerers clashed, unleashing a torrent of raw power, yet Qing Sha Huan initially held the upper hand against the leader. Shi Huagang found himself retreating under the pressure, ultimately distancing himself from Qing Sha Huan after a brief confrontation, his expression grave as he recognized the man's true strength. The leader, clearly taken aback, was astonished to discover such a powerful creature in their midst. Qing Sha Huan narrowed his eyes, summoning the ethereal form of the Qilin, leaving the opposing group in shock. This is the embodiment of an evolved divine beast. Shi Huagang commanded, advance, eliminate them. His subordinates, armed with long spears, charged towards Nian Bei Ning and her companions, several arriving on flying swords, all of them being practitioners of the 10th tier spiritual vein. A chilling aura of death permeated the space. As Shi Huagang struggled to match Qing Sha Huan's might, barely managing to hold him off, Nian Bei Ning grasped the Qian Langji whip and unleashed a torrent of strikes, entangling the spears and flinging them aside, resulting in instant fatalities among several adversaries. Zisong Linyan maneuvered among the elite of the 10th tier spiritual vein, targeting their vital points with precision, creating a tense standoff. The others banded together in a desperate effort to resist. However, the escalating commotion soon attracted more beast hunters and demon catchers, tipping the scales against Nian Bei Ning's group. In the midst of the fierce battle, a sudden mist enveloped everyone, and Nian Bei Ning felt a force pulling her away. They halted in a small town, where she encountered Xiao Junts. She glanced back, noting that Qing Sha Huan and the others had not followed. What brings you here? Where are your companions? Xiao Junts replied, breathless. I cannot manage so many. That is the 10th adopted son of the National Master, Shi Huagang. While not particularly skilled, he wields protective armor granted by the National Master and excels in tactical warfare. Your companions will undoubtedly suffer losses. Did you conjure the mist? Of course, that was my doing. Nian Bei Ning turned to leave, and Xiao Junts hurried alongside her. What are you doing? Are you really going back? Your husband is quite capable and will be fine. I must find them. Xiao Junce could say no more and accompanied her back, but more demon catchers emerged, with several skilled individuals honing in on Nian Bei Ning. Fortunately, Xiao Junce assisted her in evading danger. Nian Bei Ning soon spotted Shi Huagang's group approaching the town, appearing quite disheveled after their skirmish, though with minimal casualties. She recalled that their armor seemed remarkably robust. Her Qian Langji whip could only send them flying, but could not breach their defenses. This armor must have originated from the national master. See, Shi Huagang and his men have returned. Where do you intend to find your husband now? Nian Bei Ning pondered for a moment before asking. You still haven't told me how you came to be here. I follow my father. We are headed to Yinsheng. Nian Bei Ning raised an eyebrow. What business do you have in Yinsheng? It seemed fate intertwined their paths once more. We have secret matters to attend to in Yinsheng, which I cannot disclose. My father is in this town. Shi Huagang was originally with us, but suddenly departed for a meeting. Bored, I trailed him and witnessed your predicament. Understanding dawned on Nian Bei Ning, and she bid farewell to Xiao Junce, setting off alone towards Yinsheng, determined to resolve matters before their arrival to avoid complications. The distance to Yinsheng was not far, and she arrived within the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, but this time her arrival felt different. The road was bustling with people all heading towards Yinsheng, each carrying various bundles. Nian Bei Ning, following the crowd, could not help but inquire of an elderly man. Are you headed to Yinsheng? Indeed, is there something amiss? He replied, Yinsheng is a place where the souls of the deceased dwell at night. Once you enter, you cannot leave. At his advanced age, if he traverses the path to the underworld, he may not reach the realm of the living, but instead descend directly into the depths of hell. Nian Bei Ning expected to frighten them, yet one after another. They assured her they were aware and were merely going to reunite with their loved ones. Ah, so it is a grand reunion? Others informed Nian Bei Ning that they resided in Yinsheng during the day and could meet the deceased at night, albeit at the cost of a portion of their lifespan. But whether one dies early or late is inconsequential. What matters most is being with family. Nian Bei Ning ceased her inquiries as she spotted Xiao Junce and others catching up. The group moved swiftly, but she wondered whether Qing Sha Huan and the others had reached Yinsheng. Yinsheng differed from other cities, lacking high walls or gates, with only a stone tablet covered in weeds inscribed with the name of the city. Those at the forefront began to vanish, having stepped into a transparent barrier. Crossing this veil led them into Yinsheng. Today was unlike any previous occasion. Rather than a desolate landscape, a bustling scene unfolded before her. Nian Bei Ning realized that many must have emerged from the depths. Could it be that the rules governing the underworld had changed, allowing these souls to wander freely even during the day? Nian Bei Ning arrived at the inn she had visited before, where a beautiful young woman welcomed her. The returning guest. How long do you intend to stay this time? Nian Bei Ning replied with a strained smile. I dare not linger here as a living person. Oh, you jest. Come, I shall introduce you to someone. Following her through layers of white veils and intricately designed corridors, Nian Bei Ning entered a vast chamber. The room was spacious and bright, adorned with rare treasures suspended in the air, while red floral arrangements hung from the ceiling and 2 graceful women stood beside a screen. From behind the screen, a melodious voice echoed, You have finally arrived. Chapter 51, The Night of the 100 Ghosts. Nian Bei Ning expected to meet Meng Pe, yet found herself face to face with a youthful woman. What brings me here? She inquired. Isn't it you who sought me out? I came to find Meng Pe. I am the Meng Pe you seek. The woman emerged from behind the screen, appearing gentle and graceful, clad in a pale yellow robe, her hair slightly bound. With delicate features, Nian Bei Ning stood in stunned silence, unable to reconcile this youthful visage with the shriveled, wrinkled old woman she had anticipated. Noticing Nian Bei Ning's astonishment, the woman chuckled. What's wrong? Are you taken aback? This youthful form can only be maintained for a time before I revert to my old, unappealing self. Hence my request for your assistance in gathering lifespans. As she spoke, she extended her hand towards Nian Bei Ning. Regaining her composure, Nian Bei Ning replied, I shall certainly provide what you seek. It is of no use to me. However, I have a condition. Meng Pe raised her chin slightly. You wish to negotiate terms with me? Is there a flower known as the Buddha's beyond flower that grows along the path to the underworld? Meng Po smiled faintly. Such a flower does exist. Nian Bei Ning's excitement surged. Then you must procure it for me, or rather, lead me along the path to the underworld to retrieve this flower. Buddha's other shore flower, it is not something one can simply obtain at will. It is nourished by the tears of 1,000 souls, 500 of joy and 500 of resentment. This plant has existed in the realm of the dead for an eternity, having developed a spirit of its own. Nian Bei Ning remarked, if I can acquire it, that'll be my own merit. I wonder if Meng Po will agree to take me there. Will you only reveal the Meng Po pearl if I take you? Nian Bei Ning replied with a sincere smile. I will certainly offer it. It's merely a matter of time. Meng Po nodded and, with a slight gesture, a handmaid led Nian Bei Ning away. On the way, the handmaid, filled with trepidation, said, You are the first to dare negotiate with Meng Po. Be prepared. She is quite a miserly person, and you may find yourself in trouble. This statement made Nian Bei Ning's heart tighten, but she felt she had no choice. Her actions were for the sake of her countless kin. The cunning Shao heir was vicious. One could fear that if she were displeased, she might wipe out all her kin, not to mention the leopard clan, who likely occupied much of the wolf clan's territory now. The thought only intensified Nian Bei Ning's desire to acquire the Buddha's other shore flower. As the day turned to dusk, the mingling of yin and yang gave Nian Bei Ning an unsettling feeling that matters were not so simple. When night fell, she was not mistaken. The sky flickered with crimson lightning, and fierce winds surged. Both the denizens of the underworld and the living stood on either side of the main road, as if to clear a path for some grand figure. The streets were adorned with intertwining red and green ghostly flames, and a ghostly green light emerged from the crevices of the blue bricks, winding its way to the end of the street, creating a magnificent spectacle. Amidst the crowd, Nian Bei Ning inquired of a nearby green-faced spirit, What is happening here? You from the realm of the living do not know? This is the grand procession of the 100 ghosts, held every 100 years in our underworld, featuring the most prominent spirits. A heavy sound approached, reminiscent of a colossal horn being blown, mingling with the ethereal voices of the spirits. Under the illumination of the lights, white mist began to rise along the street, and soon figures emerged from within it. A woman clad in black, adorned with 2 enormous skulls, approached. Her black eyes held but a hint of white, her stature barely reaching 1 meter and 30 centimeters. Her face was marred with dark veins, and her hands were concealed within her sleeves as she advanced, followed by others of similar height, each holding a white lantern. Following them was a robust figure, bare from the waist up, with glistening muscles and a head with 4 faces. Just a glance at him sent chills down Nian Bei Ning's spine. His similarly imposing subordinates brandished red lanterns that danced in the wind. With each mighty spirit that emerged, the crowd erupted in cheers, moving in a grand procession toward the other end of the street. The aura of malevolence surged skyward, the presence of the great spirits instilling awe among the masses. The path of the 100 ghosts was wide open, for tonight marked a day of communion between the realms. Should the living fail to return before midnight, they would remain trapped forever. Witnessing such a plethora of grotesque spirits, Meng Po's voice suddenly echoed in Nian Bei Ning's ear, startling her. Meng Po, with a slight smile, observed her. Did you heed my words? Understood, Nian Bei Ning replied. Meng Po nodded. Follow the white mist and head north. You will enter the path of the underworld. This lantern will guide you to the Buddha's other shore flower. Take it. Thank you, Nian Bei Ning said. You're welcome. As she watched Nian Bei Ning's vanishing figure, Meng Po's smile held a hint of the uncanny. When Nian Bei Ning stepped into the white mist, her vision expanded, revealing a multitude of fearless souls. People were densely packed. Some embraced each other, lamenting their yearning, while others wept and chastised their past recklessness. This was perhaps what was meant by the unfulfilled love between humans and spirits. At this moment, Qing Sha Huan was also among the crowd on the path of the underworld, with Zisang Lu Nian closely following him. Do you think you can find her with such aimlessness? I know her. She will come. The surrounding scenery was highly evocative of emotion, and as Zisang Lu Nian gazed at the man's tall and upright figure, she admitted to herself that she was taken by him. She had never imagined that she would fall for a foreign general, a man already bound by marriage. And that man was none other than Qing Sha Huan. Zisang Lu Nian felt a twinge of resentment toward her own weakness. "What are you thinking?" Qing Sha Huan halted, frowning at her. She gazed into his blue eyes and handsome face, stammering, "Nothing? Did you not feel the spirit trying to possess you just now?" Zisang Lu Nian was taken aback. "Is that so? Be cautious. This communion between the realms has provided certain nefarious spirits with an opportunity. They seek to possess the living to return to life. Each time the 100 Ghosts parade, countless souls seize this chance to return. However, they are mere spirits without power and can only possess ordinary individuals. Should they encounter formidable characters, they cannot control the corporeal form. Only the fierce spirits dare to attempt such a thing, as it raises their starting point." Nian Bei Ning also encountered several souls swirling around her. She occasionally displayed her fiery prowess, successfully scaring off those with ill intentions. Suddenly, the lantern in her hand began to act strangely, pointing in a specific direction. Chapter 52. Possessed by Meng Po, the path of the underworld was shrouded by dark mountains and a black lake where ghostly hands waved, creating an eerie spectacle. Following the lantern's guidance, Nian Bei Ning arrived at the base of a towering skeleton tower, where countless vibrant flowers bloomed at its peak, starkly contrasting with the ghostly edifice. Initially filled with enthusiasm to act, she noticed a heap of bones at the tower's base. Were these the remains of those who had perished trying to pluck the flowers? Contemplating this, a sudden headache struck her. "Never mind, I shall give it a try." Nian Bei Ning leaped, stepping atop the skeletons as she ascended, and the surrounding spirits watched in wide-eyed terror. "There's someone incredibly audacious. Come and witness." Upon reaching the summit, she plucked the Buddha's other shore flower with joy, retreating in exhilaration. "I did it." Yet, as she reveled in her triumph, the ominous skeleton tower trembled violently, and countless black, ghostly faces erupted from within, their maniacal laughter filling the air. The living souls still present on the path of the underworld were soon afflicted, swiftly possessed by the black mist of ghostly faces. Leaving them, the eerie, sinister laughter echoed throughout the area. "Ha ha ha! After being suppressed for 100 years, I am finally free. Oh dear mother, it is my own mother who has released me. After centuries, I finally have the chance to see the light of day again." The chaotic spirits swirled in disarray, and Nian Bei Ning looked on in horror as the lantern in her grasp shattered, her mind suddenly becoming hazy. At the end of the path of the underworld, two figures clad in black and white appeared, wielding scythes. "Meng Po, after 50,000 years. I never imagined you still longed for a return to the realm of the living." The massive form of Bai Wuchang cast an overwhelming pressure upon Nian Bei Ning. At that moment, she smiled sweetly yet insidiously. What is wrong with returning to the realm of the living? Who wishes to remain in this ghostly place for eternity? In the chaotic scene of the underworld, this moment was witnessed by Qing Sha Huan and Xiao Junsu among others. Zisang Lu Nian hastily grasped Qing Sha Huan's hand, urging him, "Do not approach. Do you not see she is already possessed by Meng Po?" Xiao Junsu furrowed his brow, sharply reprimanding him. "Do not forget the purpose of our visit here. Such an opportunity comes once in a century. Do not act impulsively. She is already under Meng Po's influence. No one can help her but herself." Xiao Jun's clenched his teeth and retreated to the side of Prince Xiao. Any specter approaching this suppression tower would be reduced to mere bones, vanishing into thin air. The lantern was, in fact, a key to the skeleton tower. Someone was coming to rescue them, and the malevolent spirits within would naturally refrain from attacking Nian Bei Ning. The Meng Po pearl on Nian Bei Ning, combined with the malevolent energy infiltrating her body, marked the perfect moment for Meng Po to possess her. From this moment forth, Meng Po would replace Nian Bei Ning and live among mortals. Countless Yin officials emerged from the underworld, tasked with capturing the malevolent spirits, as well as seizing Nian Bei Ning, who was now possessed by Meng Po. Meng Po was one of the 10 great ghost officials of the underworld. Once she departed, there would be no more Meng Po, and no one to brew the Meng Po soup. Without erasing memories, rebirth would be impossible, leading to a gradual disruption of the earthly order. Nian Bei Ning, grinning wickedly, left the path of the underworld, heading towards the realm of the living. Qing Sha Huan pursued her, closely followed by Zisang Lunyan. Xiao Junts, disregarding the mission at hand, also chased after Nian Bei Ning's departing figure, inciting the prince to stomp his feet in frustration. Meng Pe, inhabiting Nian Bei Ning's form, arrived at the Daba dynasty. Utilizing Nian Bei Ning's body, she adorned herself in her favorite attire and makeup. After painting her brows and lips, she gazed into the mirror. Chuckling, this girl possesses a certain charm. Subsequently, she ventured onto the streets, savoring the warmth of the sunlight, listening to the bustling sounds, and inhaling the fragrance of flowers while also experiencing pain. This was the sensation of being human. How delightful it was. Suddenly, as she opened her eyes, she was nearly knocked over by someone, but the individual timely grasped her hand, the touch of skin quickening her long-dormant heart. It was both astonishment and delight. The other party hastily released her hand and bowed apologetically. "I am so sorry. I did not mean to bump into you, miss." He was a refined scholar, and the woman bent slightly to see his fair complexion, raising an eyebrow with a smile. "What is your name?" "I am in Shun. I am Meng Huaishi. You may call me Miss Meng." Meng Huaishi, such a long-forgotten name, had not been spoken for 50,000 years. That night, after completing the imperial examination, in Shun and Meng Huai, she arrived at their agreed meeting place. Under the night sky, moonlight cascaded onto the lake, where the shimmering surface occasionally rippled with the wind. Countless wishing lanterns slowly ascended into the air, and numerous boats floated on the lake. In a small boat, they drifted leisurely. Meng Huai observed the young man's somewhat flustered demeanor and gently gestured to him. "Please sit. There is no need for you to be so restrained." And Shun sat opposite her with a modicum of awkwardness, saying, "Miss Meng, I previously overstepped. I sincerely apologize. I shall pay for this meal as a token of atonement." Meng Huai covered her mouth with a soft laugh, perfectly embodying Nian Bei Ning's stunning beauty. And Shun was momentarily spellbound, hastily lowering his head, his hands awkwardly resting on his lap. "Where do you reside, young master?" "I live in Yinzhou, where my family runs a fabric business. My parents are in good health." "Well, that's about it." Meng Huai smile deepened. "I merely inquired casually. There is no need for you to divulge so much about your family background." He felt a bit embarrassed. "Yes, Miss Meng, please help yourself." Meng Huai poured him a cup of wine, but Shun quickly waved his hand. "Scholars do not drink. Did you not say you would make amends to me? What kind of atonement does not involve drinking?" With that, Shun reluctantly drank. And after one cup, his face turned crimson, and he leaned his head on the table, succumbing to intoxication. Meng Huai sat beside him, her eyes gleaming with triumph as she reached out to caress his face, then began to untie his clothing. As a man, upon encountering a beauty in his embrace, he drunkenly pulled her waist, pressing her down onto the ground. "Miss Meng, I swear I will treat you well. Once I achieve success, I shall ensure you live in luxury." Suddenly, with a resounding slap, the intoxicated young man was struck, leaving him groaning on the side. Nian Bei Ning stood up, dressed herself, and angrily exclaimed, "Are you mad, you old hag? I am a married woman. If you have the ability, come out of my body and face me." Her furious expression softened as she gazed at the man on the ground. "It has been 50,000 years since I tasted a man's essence. Could you not allow me to enjoy a moment of drunken ecstasy?" Chapter 53. I want the true dragon Qi. Nian Bei Ning struggled fiercely, managing to push Meng Po away with her consciousness at a critical moment, thus thwarting her scheme. Enraged, Nian Bei Ning shouted, "Meng Huai, if you wish to possess someone, find another." With two faces and one body, Meng Huai smiled. "Your form and beauty are exceedingly to my liking. You are the most suitable choice. However, I underestimated your willpower as you managed to escape." Gritting her teeth, Nian Bei Ning seized the moment of clarity to leave the boat and reach the shore. Yet, she was ultimately no match for Meng Huai's control, who soon sought out the next man. However, Nian Bei Ning persistently resisted with her consciousness. Thwarting Meng Huai, she's endeavors at every crucial juncture. Thus unfolded a tale of beauty, a captivating maiden. With a glance that could topple a city and another that could bring a nation to its knees, evoking desires that lingered in memory. In tea-houses and taverns, people frequently discussed the matter, yet the beauty was seldom seen again, leaving an enduring aftertaste. In a bustling tavern, patrons spoke fervently of the incident, completely unaware of the sinister aura emanating from the man at the adjacent table, whose grip shattered the cup in his hand. Zisang Lunyan was at a loss for words on how to console him. During this time, they had been following rumors in search of Nian Bei Ning, but they were always a step behind. At that moment, several officials resembling dignitaries settled at the table next to them. Have you heard? The emperor has taken a new consort, and she is extraordinarily beautiful. Indeed, this woman has captivated the emperor to the point where he neglects court duties, causing a stir in the court. Yes, Qing Sha Huan suddenly stood up and swiftly departed. Within a splendid palace, Nian Bei Ning sat before a bronze mirror, placing down the hairpin in her hand. Knowing that a forceful approach would not suffice, she opted for a softer strategy, urging, "How about I find you a more suitable vessel? What do you think?" Meng Huai, she picked up the hairpin. "I am weary of hearing that suggestion. Just wait. Perhaps one day I will encounter a vessel even more suitable than yours, and I will let you go." Nian Bei Ning's anger flared again. "You may wish to pursue other men, but you are far too audacious to set your sights on the monarch of the Daba dynasty. There are many here who could take my life." Meng Huai, she retorted, "That may be true for you, but none here possess the qualifications to challenge me. Otherwise, could you, a she-wolf, enter the inner palace?" Nian Bei Ning shot back. "Could you refrain from wearing that hideous hairpin? It is utterly unappealing." Seizing the moment of her clarity, she snapped the hairpin Meng Pe insisted on wearing in two, venting her frustration. Meng Pe did not hold it against her. But even though she had been accepted as a consort by the Daba emperor, he visited the palace of the Empress Dowager day and night. An already deceased individual, in an empty place, was unfairly blamed by Nian Bei Ning for charming the monarch into neglecting court affairs. Meng Pe aimed to acquire the true dragon chi, which only the monarch possessed throughout the realm. Once obtained, she could pursue her desires. At that moment, a commotion came from a window as someone burst in. Nian Bei Ning, "Are you insane? What are you trying to do?" Xiao Junce, with a worried expression, looked at Nian Bei Ning, who remained indifferent, responding, "Young master, this young lady is already a married woman. You should cease your pursuit." Although the body belonged to Nian Bei Ning, the demeanor and speech were entirely unlike her, as it was Meng Pe inhabiting Nian Bei Ning's form. Xiao Junce's expression darkened. "What will it take for you to leave her body?" Meng Huaishi gradually reined in her smile and said, "Do not waste my time here. Should anyone in the emperor's harem see you, the consequences would be dire." Xiao Junce was well aware of the palace's rules. After Meng Huaishi finished speaking, she rose gracefully and exited with a charming smile. That night, the palace was illuminated brilliantly, its red walls and yellow-tiled roofs grand and imposing, adorned with exquisite carvings. Meng Huaishi, holding a lamp with her delicate hand, stood upright on the stone bridge, awaiting the Daba emperor to emerge from the palace of the imperial noble consort. In the dead of night, he queried, "What are you doing here?" The Daba emperor was a handsome man in his 30s, exuding a composed charm, clad in a bright yellow robe. His tall and straight figure emanated a regal presence with every gesture. He frowned, his tone tinged with gravity. Meng Huaishi replied softly, with a gentle smile, "Death cannot be reversed. Your Majesty's daily vigil over this empty palace only amplifies sorrow. It would be better to let go. Who are you to instruct me on what to let go of?" The emperor's temperament was evidently volatile, and Meng Huaishi felt a surge of the true dragon's essence, stirring her heart with excitement. "Your Majesty, she is a demon. A love between humans and demons defies nature. If you neglect your duties in court for her, it will surely lead to calamity." The emperor seized Meng Huaishi by the throat. "Are you seeking death? I brought you into the palace merely because you bore some resemblance to the imperial noble consort. Do you believe I would hesitate to end your life?" Her face flushed as she struggled for breath, and just as she was on the verge of asphyxiation, the emperor disdainfully released her. turning away with a flick of his sleeve. Upon returning, Nian Bei Ning clutched her throat and roared, "Meng Huaishi, why provoke the emperor and incite his wrath? What do you intend to achieve?" The furious woman suddenly changed her demeanor. "If he does not approach you, I must find another way to absorb his true dragon essence. Rest assured, he cannot harm us. What do you need the true dragon essence for? None of your concern, do not pry." Nian Bei Ning was on the brink of madness. "You occupy my body to carry out these schemes, and I cannot even inquire?" Meng Huaishi retorted, "Your awareness has been rather strong lately. This is not a good omen." Nian Bei Ning resisted her consciousness, but Meng Huaishi's powers were formidable, continually suppressing her awareness. Only when Nian Bei Ning lowered her guard could she find a moment of reprieve. The next day, the Daba Emperor attended the morning court, while Meng Huaishi prepared a nourishing soup and awaited him in the imperial study. A guard informed her that the emperor was meeting with distinguished guests, so she patiently waited outside. Finally, the doors to the study swung open, and when Meng Huaishi beheld the figure emerging, her expression shifted unexpectedly. It was Yin Zhanlei, accompanied by another man whose piercing gaze compelled her to take a step back. Having merely occupied Nian Bei Ning's body, she was unaware that this man was Nian Bei Ning's husband, Qing Sha Huan. Strangely, she sensed that he was not human, yet she could not discern his true nature. As she darkly observed the retreating figures, the emperor's voice rang out behind her. "What brings you here again?" "I have made soup," she replied. "I shall not drink it. Take it away." Meng Huaishi's countenance fell. How ungrateful of him. Back in her palace, while sipping tea, she contemplated a new strategy to deal with this man, and a gentle smile graced her previously sullen face. "I require more true dragon essence. Do you have any suggestions?" Nian Bei Ning responded, "What can I offer? The emperor does not even favor someone as gentle as you. My tempestuous nature will only incite his anger. When he is enraged, his true dragon essence is even more potent. Perhaps I could relinquish your body to you for a time. You could help me absorb his essence. What do you say?" Nian Bei Ning, as always, shouted her refusal. "I will not. There are too many experts here. If the emperor were to suffer any harm, I would never escape alive." Meng Huaishi insisted, "Agree to my terms, so I may swiftly seek another vessel. By the way, I recently encountered a strikingly handsome man with a sinister gaze." "What is his relation to you?" Nian Bei Ning replied. "He is my husband. It must be him. Has he also entered the palace?" "Yes, he is currently with Yin Zhanlei. Let us return to the matter at hand. Will you agree?" With no other options, Nian Bei Ning reluctantly acquiesced. However, she could not help but look down upon this man, who, despite having caused another's demise, now feigned deep affection. How absurd! Yet, given his noble status, provoking him would be tantamount to courting death. Since he still had feelings for that serpent woman, she would devise a plan. Nian Bei Ning approached the emperor's quarters, where he was reviewing memorials and on the verge of fury when she announced she had information about the imperial noble consort. The emperor suppressed his anger and dismissed those around him. "What do you wish to disclose?" "I possess the snake gall of the imperial noble consort." Upon hearing this, the emperor shot to his feet, his gaze intense with murderous intent. "What did you say?" Nian Bei Ning stood tall. "I said the snake gall is in my possession, though I wonder if her body has been buried." He seemed to grasp something, his eyes filled with hope. "It has not been buried. The National Master's Xian Yui's coffin protects her physical form, which remains intact." Nian Bei Ning nodded. "That simplifies matters. However, this may lead to her amnesia, and she might not recall your past together." The Daba Emperor, excited, grasped her shoulders. "That is of no concern. I do not mind. If she can be revived, I will grant you anything you desire." Nian Bei Ning clapped her hands and smiled. "Very well. I do have a modest request. I wish to spend 2 hours with your majesty each day, without anyone else present, for I also hold feelings for you." As she spoke, she feigned a bashful demeanor. Internally, she thought, "Ah, husband, these words are nothing but falsehoods. You must believe me." Meng proclaimed that solitude is necessary to absorb his true dragon essence, and I speak these words with a heavy heart. The Daba Emperor eagerly agreed. Yet he was not one to be swept away by excitement. Once he regained his composure, he inquired, "How did you come to possess the imperial noble consort snake gall?" "We are friends," When she was imprisoned in the dungeon, I visited her. She mentioned her time was short and entrusted the snake gall to me for her daughter. Yet, alas, the princess has vanished. The Daba emperor scrutinized her warily. You are not human, are you? I am indeed human, merely possessing some magic. As for any probing that might follow, those troubles would naturally fall to Meng Huaishi to handle. In Nian Bei Ning's palace, word spread that the national master had brought the Xian Yui's coffin. In truth, such a trivial task did not require the national masteress' involvement. The emperor likely harbored suspicions of Nian Bei Ning, prompting this individual to conduct a test. The national master, with his long, dark hair and garments of golden silk, appeared nonchalant, his expression inscrutable as he watched the woman emerge from the palace. Meng Huaishi met his gaze with measured composure. Thank you, national master. Is there anything else you require? The national master scrutinized her for a long moment before speaking. I am merely curious. How do you intend to bring someone back from the dead? Moreover, this individual is of the serpent clan, and their cultivation differs from ours. Might I observe your process? Meng Huaishi chuckled coldly. Certainly not. Would you permit me to observe you during your cultivation practices? In an instant, the water in the courtyard's pool began to boil, and the rockery crumbled into dust. The national master exchanged a brief glance with her before retreating. Though their exchange may have seemed innocuous to others, the intensity of their clandestine magical contest was palpable. Meng Huaishi was secretly astonished by the impressive magical prowess of the individual before her, who was evenly matched with her. In contrast to her surprise, the Grand Master of the Empire remained in a prolonged state of shock. Who exactly was this woman? How could she withstand the pressure he covertly exerted? Across the vast expanse of the Daba Huang dynasty, there were few, if any, who could rival her, aside from Yin Zhanlei. This individual was indeed extraordinary. Once the room was cleared of others, Nian Bei Ning breathed a sigh of relief, acknowledging the formidable skills and depth of this person. After all, you're not her match. Nian Bei Ning gazed at the female serpent within the icy coffin, who appeared as if she were merely in a deep slumber, her complexion pale. With a sigh, she said, Come fort. A woman emerged from the inner chamber. It was Shan Guifei. Nian Bei Ning cautioned her, you must think this through. Once you assume her form, you can never revert to your original self. Furthermore, you may not find happiness in the days to come. To live alongside the one you love while bearing another's identity is a burden few can endure. Yet, without hesitation, Shan Guifei nodded, it matters not. As long as he is happy, I shall find joy. Nian Bei Ning reiterated, if one day someone accuses you of being the demoness who slays the prince, it would mean your death. She smiled, it is of no concern. I fear not death. Truly a foolish woman. Only Meng possesses the ability to change one's skin. After consuming the serpent's gall, Shan Guifei suddenly collapsed, writhing in agony. After a while, her legs transformed into those of a patterned python. Although initially frightened, she quickly adapted, and under Nian Bei Ning's guidance, she learned to control her serpentine tail with magic, ultimately reverting to her human form. The notion of resurrection through sorcery is merely a facade, a deceptive trick. The following day, when the Emperor of Daba witnessed the doors swing open, he rushed inside with impatience. The one he had longed for, the object of his daily regret, stood alive before him once more. Chapter 55. The strife of the underworld envoys. Since Nian Bei Ning aided in the revival of the Empress, the Emperor's malevolence had diminished significantly, and his temperament had improved considerably. By day, he managed state affairs. By night, he remained close to the Empress, while Nian Bei Ning seized any opportunity to seek him out. From the Emperor, Nian Bei Ning perceived a radiant yellow aura emanating from him. It exuded a sacred majesty that commanded reverence. This was the true essence of a destined ruler. Is it not time to depart? Although the Grand Master had failed to discern her true nature, he often lingered nearby. Meng Huaishi reassured the young girl, fear not. I am here to protect you. It seems the time is nearly upon us. After I absorb a bit more of the true dragon's essence tomorrow, we shall leave this palace. Very well. If you do not leave, you shall become a pig. Meng Huaishi retorted, childishness. I, Meng Po of the underworld, presiding over the cycle of reincarnation, shall not be reborn as a mere pig. Did you not wish to cease being Meng Po? In that case, Perhaps we are no longer colleagues. I cannot be bothered to argue with you. Having agreed to depart the following day after absorbing the dragon's essence, they were unprepared for the emperor's sudden illness. As the sovereign, it was best that few knew of this occurrence. The official narrative claimed the emperor had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation and required seclusion. However, those in the know recognized the gravity of the emperor's condition. His complexion was a deep shade of blue, and he often trembled, instilling fear in the palace physicians. The Grand Master waited outside and inquired of the physician who emerged, "What is the state of the emperor's health?" The physician, trembling, replied, "The emperor is suffering from an old ailment, exhibiting signs previously seen. No one can cure it. Only the prescription provided by the late Yin allowed us to stabilize his condition. This time, however, the emperor's vitality has been severely depleted, worse than before." The Grand Master nodded. "Are you suggesting we must summon that individual?" "Indeed, we must call upon Yan's predecessor." The severe depletion of vitality caused Nian Bei Ning to curse Meng Huaishi inwardly, believing this to be her doing. She had intended to absorb the essence one last time, only for the opportunity to be lost when the emperor fell ill. Yan's predecessor did not arrive. Instead, his disciple, Qing Sha Huan, appeared. This individual possessed a certain arrogance, refusing to treat the emperor in the presence of others, and pointed to Nian Bei Ning, who was present. With the emperor unconscious and unattended, Nian Bei Ning could only joyfully embrace the one she longed for, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" Qing Sha Huan furrowed his brows. "Is the Meng Po within you still present?" Nian Bei Ning grimaced, "Yes, but she promised to leave once I found a suitable vessel for her." "Do you believe that?" Nian Bei Ning's expression shifted, and Meng Huaishi chuckled. "I am a woman of my word. However, that is contingent upon finding a suitable host. Young lord, since you are her partner, enjoying the distinct flavors of two women could be quite an intriguing experience." Qing Sha Huan scoffed. "Old woman, how old are you? Still preoccupied with men?" Meng Huaishi's expression darkened. "What did you say?" "I warn you, exit her body, where the 18 layers of hell await you." Upon uttering this, Meng Huaishi hesitated, conjuring a black mist of skeletal energy, poised to strike. Just then, the Grand Master's voice echoed from outside. "What is the condition of the emperor?" Qing Sha Huan replied, "He is not gravely harmed. He merely absorbed some true dragon essence." "What?" The Grand Master burst through the door, finding the two standing on either side. He questioned again. "The emperor had his essence drained by someone?" "Yes, Grand Master. You must be cautious. There may be unclean entities within the palace." "Ah, I see." The Grand Master's words carried weight, his gaze settling on Meng Huaishi before he turned and departed. Once he left, Nian Bei Ning's expression contorted as she struggled against Meng Huaishi for control of her consciousness. Qing Sha Huan grasped her wrist, pressing his blood against her. She suddenly screamed, pushing him away with force. Meng Huaishi felt a sharp pain radiate from her heart as she regarded Qing Sha Huan with newfound seriousness. Qilin blood. Such a vile entity as a ghost is repelled by Qilin blood. Although Nian Bei Ning had exchanged blood with him, the original body is key to controlling blood type. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she fled the palace. Qing Sha Huan pursued her, but soon lost her trail. This woman moved with incredible speed, and he worried that Meng Po might harm Nian Bei Ning, so he dared not press too hard. However, Nian Bei Ning was not the only one searching for Meng Po. The underworld envoys were also actively seeking her whereabouts. The Grand Master summoned his summoning flag, and soon, the skies over the imperial city dimmed. As chilling winds swept through, various envoys were summoned, with the leaders, Heibai Wuchang, sensing Meng Po's presence and leading the others in pursuit of her fleeing form. This was Qing Sha Huan's objective. A storm was brewing, and tonight was destined to be extraordinary. The night was filled with howling winds and flashes of lightning. Meng Huaishi arrived in a desolate mountain field, casting a spell to conjure a tower from thin air. The tower radiated a brilliant light, and gradually, beings began to stir within. Eventually, these beings emerged, transforming into armored warriors wielding massive blades, exuding an imposing aura. These were once the most wicked individuals confined to the 18th level of hell, numbering in the thousands. Meng Huaishi had secretly brought them forth, nurturing her own power. She diligently absorbed the true dragon essence, aspiring to one day unleash them upon the mortal realm. I have succeeded. I have finally succeeded. Menkpo. A deep voice echoed from above, as two massive figures, one black and one white, loomed in the sky, casting their enormous shadows over the earth. Black-clad envoys brandishing sharp blades began to appear on the ground. Meng Huaishi sneered coldly. You have arrived just in time. Let's see whose envoys are truly superior. Heibai Wuchang commanded. Seize her. The armored envoys at Meng Huaishi's side sprang into action, swiftly weaving through the ranks of their adversaries. With precision and ferocity, they struck, and those who fell victim to their blades were obliterated in an instant. The battle among the spectral enforcers, a sight seldom witnessed by ordinary folk, unfolded before them. Concealed in the shadows, Yin Zhanlei grasped Qing Sha Huan's shoulder firmly, cautioning, in a conflict of the spectral enforcers, we living beings must remain at a distance. If you venture forth, your yang energy may swiftly dissipate. Qing Sha Huan furrowed his brow, replying. The black and white impermanence confronts Meng Pe, who is also Nian Bei Ning. Fear not, they shall not harm the innocent. Zisang Lianyan interjected, shall we merely observe? We must act when the opportunity arises. Remember, only your Qilin blood can subdue Meng Pe, for my beloved Buddha's flower still resides with her. Zisang Lianyan responded, were it not for your desire for that object, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Oh, little girl, whom do you care for so much? Could it be Nian Bei Ning? Chapter 56. Their fellow disciples, Zisang Lianyan, felt a tinge of embarrassment, fortunate that Qing Sha Huan's focus remained on the battle, oblivious to the underlying implications. The spectral enforcers brought by the black and white impermanents were no match for Meng Po's side. Countless spectral enforcers were reduced to nothingness in the fray. Reluctantly, the black and white impermanents had to intervene personally to deal with Meng Huaishi. She smirked, seizing the moment to escape. She has fled. Pursue her, Yin Zhanlei commanded. When he turned back, he found Qing Sha Huan and Zisang Lianyan had already vanished from sight. Ultimately, he had been a moment too slow. I, Meng Pe, shall become the foremost figure in the underworld, unmatched and unyielding. Meng Huaishi's arrogant laughter echoed through the night. Suddenly, her steps faltered, and she knelt in agony, exerting all her strength to free herself from a talisman that had adhered to her back. The talisman fell to the ground, its blood-inked runes detaching and magnifying, launching another assault toward Meng Huaishi. This is Qilin blood, Meng Huaishi stated coldly. If you dare to confront me, I advise against bringing this body to ruin. Qing Sha Huan retorted with venom. Do you dare? There is nothing I, Meng Pe, would shy away from. Care to test that? The blatant threat rendered Qing Sha Huan hesitant to advance. Just as Yin Zhanlei arrived, breathless, he steadied Qing Sha Huan's shoulder, exclaiming, you two ran far too swiftly. Meng Pe is also here. Meng Pe regarded Yin Zhanlei, her pupils narrowing slightly. You have not perished? If you are still alive, how could I dare die? Senior sister? Senior sister? So they are indeed fellow disciples. Yin Zhanlei implored. That girl is innocent. You, with your vast knowledge and age, should refrain from harming her. I have taken a liking to this girl's body. If you do not strike at me, I shall not harm her. Yin Zhanlei countered. You merely covet the position of the underworld's ruler, hoping to find your long-lost beloved, who has been reincarnated countless times. Meng Huaishi glared at him fiercely. What beloved? Your husband, indeed. Our esteemed senior brother from the sacrificial mountain. You have met him before, have you not? Do you intend to meet your husband while residing in another's body? Meng Huaishi frowned. When did we meet? The scholar named it Shun. Recognition dawned upon her, a look of surprise gracing her face. No wonder she felt an inexplicable connection upon their first encounter. He was the reincarnation of her senior brother. Yin Zhanlei continued, and Shun is in my possession. Meng Huaishi understood his implication. He was compelling her to vacate Nian Bei Ning's body. Yin Zhanlei was aware of Shun's significance to her. She would defy the underworld's rules to seek him, for in her eyes, Everyone else paled in comparison to her husband. I have no physical form. This is easily remedied. Yin Zhanlei retrieved a handful of yellow sand from his burlap bag, shaping it into a lifeless woman, her appearance mirroring Meng Huaxi's. A hint of subtlety flickered in her eyes as she remarked, I never imagined that after millennia, my junior brother would still remember my visage. Of course. Nian Bei Ning felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, as if something were escaping from within her, rendering her body lighter. Qing Sha Huan supported her, concern etched on his face. How do you fare? Is there any discomfort? Nian Bei Ning inquired. Has Meng departed? Indeed, she is left with Senior Yin. Nian Bei Ning gasped, her body growing limp in the embrace of a man. I feel utterly drained. My limbs are weak and my head spins. My vision is somewhat blurred. As she spoke, she began to fumble about on Qing Sha Huan's face and body. Qing Sha Huan held her unruly hand, amusement dancing in his eyes. It seems you are not in dire straits after all. Just as Nian Bei Ning was about to pout, she noticed Zi Sang Liunyan still present. She cleared her throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Apologies, General Liunyan, for the spectacle. Meng Po's formidable magic has indeed left me with lingering effects. Zi Sang Liunyan replied, the Empress must take good care of her health. Indeed, regarding Meng Po's aftermath, they had gleaned the essential details, and Shun was indeed the reincarnation of her husband. However, as a mere scholar, he had no recollection of past events and treated Meng Po with politeness. Meanwhile, Shun was being watched over by the two formidable spectral enforcers of the underworld. Yin Zhanlei's creation possessed immense binding power, allowing the two enforcers to easily subdue her. His binding techniques surpassed those of their master. Not even Meng Huaxi, nor the King of Hell, could easily break free from his grasp. Yin Zhanlei jubilantly plunged the Buddha's flower into his wine gourd, bubbling with joy. Let us go. I am a man of my word, and promise to assist you against the spectral rodent matriarch. Oh, and do remember to express your gratitude to someone. It was he who informed me about the Yin God banner. As the balance of Yin and Yang shone brightly, the imperial city buzzed with life. In the grandest tavern of the capital, Qing Sha Huan, maintaining decorum, personally poured wine for Xiao Jun's. For Meng Po's successful emergence from her beloved's body. I extend my gratitude to His Highness. Nian Bei Ning, caught mid-drink, nearly sputtered in surprise at the term beloved, a title that genuinely delighted her. Xiao Jun smiled as he accepted the cup. No need for thanks, Qing Sha Huan remarked. It is rare for His Highness to take such interest in matters of love. Perhaps you should visit my wolf tribe sometime. Xiao Jun replied, certainly. I shall make a point to visit when I can. We shall await your arrival. What was intended to be a meal of gratitude took on an air of tension, and Nian Bei Ning sensed the meal would bear little fruit. After dining, they commenced their journey back to the wolf tribe. Yin Zhanlei's wine gourd had grown immensely, and the four stood atop it, soaring through the sky. As they navigated the clouds, Yin Zhanlei sat cross-legged at the forefront, while Zi Sang Liunyan, standing behind him, respectfully inquired, Senior Yin, was the Yin fox released by the spectral rodent matriarch? Not quite. To be precise, the Yin fox is one of her capable subordinates. It had vanished years ago due to its inability to contend with your Fox King, and thus was taken by the spectral rodent matriarch, essentially biding its time for a resurgence. Zi Sang Liunyan understood. No wonder the Yin fox we encountered earlier exhibited such fierce and potent magic. It had been honing its skills under the spectral rodent matriarch. Indeed, suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed above the clouds as a bolt of lightning struck down upon them, causing Yin Zhanlei to maneuver the gourd to evade the strike. The weather shifts swiftly, we must descend. Upon landing, they found themselves in the territory of the beast realm, surrounded by uniformly towering trees, a road branching into countless paths. With verdant mountains, cascading waterfalls, and fragrant greenery. Qing Sha Huan spoke gravely. This is dire. We have fallen into a formation. Chapter 57. The white paper space. Yin Zhanlei pondered for a moment while grasping the wine gourd, suddenly realizing, we have entered the spectral rodent matriarch's white paper space. As one wave of trouble subsided, another arose. Nian Bei Ning inquired, what is the white paper space? The white paper space is a magical artifact cultivated by the spectral rodent matriarch using her own eyes. As these words escaped, Nian Bei Ning and Zisang Liunian were filled with an unsettling dread. "Follow me, and I assure your safe passage," he asserted solemnly, reiterating his warning. "Make sure to stay close. Do not wander off." Qing Sha Huan grasped Nian Bei Ning's hand tightly. "Do not let go. If you stray, you may not find me again." The young woman smiled brightly. "All right." Yin Zhanlei, having taken a sip of wine, felt a shiver run through him. These two were truly inseparable, displaying their affection in every setting. Zisang Liunian chose to ignore their antics, following Yin Zhanlei as they traversed the surface of the water, stepping into the void from a precarious cliff and surprisingly finding themselves on the opposite shore. In moments of despair, one can find unexpected refuge, until they reached a blank expanse, a void where nothing existed. Yin Zhanlei pricked his finger, using his blood to draw a door in the air. Upon entering, their surroundings transformed dramatically into a frigid, snow-laden landscape. "We must traverse the 4 extreme regions of this white paper space to find our way out," he explained, offering the wine gourd to the women. "Come, take a sip to warm yourselves, lest you succumb to the cold." Nian Bei Ning assured him that it was undoubtedly the most dreadful concoction she had ever tasted. The fiery sensation coursed from her mouth to her stomach, and just as she contemplated expelling it, Yin Zhanlei halted her. "This Buddha-s beyond flower is specifically to counteract this frigid region. If you vomit, you may perish here." Nian Bei Ning inquired, "But I possess a fire attribute physique. Why do I feel cold?" "Ah, this is the extreme cold domain of the Di Gui, Shupa, which even your little fire wolf cannot withstand." Nian Bei Ning looked at Qing Sha Huan with a pained expression, and he gently tousled her hair. There. It will be over soon. Just endure." Zisang Liunian lagged behind, crimson droplets falling onto the white snow beneath her. She paused to touch her nose, finding it warm with her own blood, her body swaying precariously. "Oh dear, young lady, you have been afflicted by the cold poison." Upon hearing this, she collapsed backward. But fortunately, Nian Bei Ning caught her in time. "General Liunian, hold on. We will soon escape." She felt intensely cold, the effects of the Buddha-s beyond flower proving ineffective for her. Qing Sha Huan frowned. "What a burden." Yin Zhanlei retorted, "You're a man. Why not carry her?" Qing Sha Huan's brow twitched. "You are also a man. Why don't you carry her?" "I need to lead you. Besides, at my age, carrying a young lady is rather inappropriate. I'm a married man. It wouldn't be proper." Nian Bei Ning interjected. "All right, neither of you will carry her? I shall do it." Ultimately, it was Qing Sha Huan who bore Zisang Liunian on his back. He could not bear to let Nian Bei Ning suffer. Yin Zhanlei, grinning with satisfaction, remarked, "Actually, your Qilin blood could warm her body. The cold poison will soon be alleviated." They thought little of this, while the woman on Qing Sha Huan's back buried her face, concealing her slightly flushed cheeks. "Thank you, Qing Sha Huan," he replied. "As a martial artist, she is quite light." The corners of Zisang Liunian's mouth lifted slightly as she felt the warmth radiating from him, her heart racing. In the extreme cold domain, most perish from freezing, and even those with some cultivation would succumb to the cold poison, as was the case with Zisang Liunian. The cold poison begins to freeze the internal organs, leading to a painful demise. Following Yin Zhanlei through the extreme cold domain, they arrived at a scorching region. Though there was but a single sun in the sky, it was infinitely hotter than 3 suns in the desert of the secret realm. However, this place posed no challenge for Nian Bei Ning. She could even circulate her internal Dan to absorb the heat here. The ground was barren, with visible heat waves swirling around them. Zisang Liunian, having endured both cold and heat, grew increasingly frail, ultimately fainting on Qing Sha Huan's back. Nian Bei Ning expressed her concern. "Will she die?" Yin Zhanlei reassured her, "Do not worry. She will not perish, merely weakened. TSK. It indicates her cultivation is insufficient, unlike the two of you." "Ha! The young lady is quite observant. The heat here is far more intense than in my secret realm. Take this opportunity to absorb some." Nian Bei Ning nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a rustling sound erupted from the ground, as a massive, green-faced rodent with sharp fangs blocked their path, just as it opened its gaping maw to roar. Yin Zhanlei swiftly interrupted this moment, hurling a wine gourd at its head, which burst forth, splattering blood. Nian Bei Ning was left dumbfounded. Is it over before it even began? Yin Zhanlei urged, "Hurry, we must move quickly. There are surely more." The scene shifted. Countless green-faced rodents pursued them from behind. It was not that they could not fight back. Rather, the sheer number of them made it unwise to waste time. These giant rodents were particularly unafraid of flames, even spewing fire towards them. Qing Sha Huan summoned a gust of wind with his blade, redirecting the flames. Thus, they found themselves navigating through a fiery furnace. Once again, they entered a vast void, and while running, Yin Zhanlei drew a door, leading them through, where the heat dissipated and the giant rodents vanished, leaving them in a profound silence. This place belonged to the realm of plants. In the beast realm, the most common adversary encountered was the tree demon. Beneath the towering trees that obscured the sky, they appeared as diminutive mice, with robust vines rising from the ground and vibrant flowers dripping with dew. Nian Bei Ning understood that the flowers accompanying them were undoubtedly carnivorous plants lying in wait. Yin Zhanlei warned, "Do not touch any of these plants, otherwise it will lead to an unending battle. These are tree demons that the Digui Shu Pa has painstakingly imprisoned. If a fight ensues, it will be arduous." Nian Bei Ning acknowledged, understood. A sharp crack echoed as Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning turned to see Yin Zhanlei stepping on and breaking several stems. He smiled apologetically. "I couldn't help but take a sip." The ground trembled violently as the enormous trees loomed above, their roots intertwining across the surface. The tree demons opened their eerie green eyes, and a multitude of vines surged towards them. Chapter 58, Brewing Her in Wine. This formidable creature was indeed fearsome, with the tree demons' roars deafening. Fortunately, they were agile, dodging and weaving as the enormous beings failed to touch them. Yin Zhanlei shouted to Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning, "Run east. The illusory door is over there." In a flash, the two of them sped ahead, leaving him behind. After considerable effort, the four managed to escape the tree demon's pursuit, arriving at the final extreme domain, which starkly contrasted with the previous three. There was no extreme danger here. They found themselves at the foot of a stone staircase winding through a bamboo grove, leading upwards to a palace that soared into the clouds. Yin Zhanlei, observing the scene with a casual demeanor, paused momentarily before shaking his head with a wry smile. "To trap me, you truly went to great lengths." He took a swig of fine wine and turned to Nian Bei Ning. "Let us ascend and take a look." The stone tablet bore two powerful characters, Jishan. Nian Bei Ning inquired, "What place is this?" "This is where I cultivated and emerged from the mountain. Over there is the martial arts arena, crafted from heavenly jade, capable of absorbing one's magical cultivation, becoming sentient. And over there is the grand bathing hall. Back then, my fellow apprentices often dragged me to sneak a peek at the younger female disciples bathing. Enough of that. And there, that is the prison where we confine demons. The Digui Shu Pa was once imprisoned there, devouring the Yiloi to enhance its own magical prowess. The Digui Shu Pa was indeed formidable. As he walked, he introduced them to the surroundings, and Zisang Lun Yin also gradually awakened on Qing Sha Huan's back. Yin Zhanlei handed her a gourd of wine, saying, "Take a sip, it will do wonders for your health." Zisang Lun Yin's complexion was somewhat pale, but after drinking the wine, she sighed in relief and turned her gaze to Qing Sha. "I am hungry." Nian Bei Ning hurriedly took out some food from her bag. "This is a cake made of deer meat. Take it." "Thank you." Qing Sha Huan gazed at the empty, sacrificial mountain and remarked, "These are but illusory sights. Even after so many years, Brother Yin has always held this place in his heart. Indeed, that is why the Shu Pa brought me to such a place, allowing me to reminisce. However, we cannot linger here too long. Otherwise, we might truly be trapped in this false realm for eternity." Yin Zhanlei's gourd transformed into a glistening sword. His eyes darkened slightly as he swung the sword down, shattering the illusionary landscape. Though he remained composed, Nian Bei Ning could faintly sense his anger. They exited the white paper space of the Digui Shu Pe, and a familiar environment unfolded before them, unmistakably the palace of the Wolf clan. Nian Bei Ning quickly spotted Sheng Xiao Air, dressed in a black robe, standing in front of a golden-haired young woman with captivating peach blossom eyes. Her hair secured with a rod resembling a mouse, exuding an enchanting aura. It seemed she had been waiting for them for quite some time. Yan Sanlei, long time no see. Indeed, Shu Pe, TSK, you have become even more beautiful over the years. Of course, absorbing so much yang energy from female wolves has its effects. Nian Bei Ning's killing intent surged. What did you say? Oh, this female wolf looks even more appealing. Lord Shu Pe, this is the wolf emperor I mentioned to you. Nian Bei Ning. I see. No wonder I find you increasingly delectable. You are indeed the wolf emperor. Hee. How about this? If you let me absorb a bit of your yang energy, I will take care of the woman beside you. Upon hearing this, Sheng Xiao Air stepped back, a chill running down her spine. She knew this Shu Pe was ruthless, but never imagined she would so readily disregard their long-standing dealings. She was certain that if Nian Bei Ning agreed, the old hag would not hesitate to eliminate her. Nian Bei Ning was no fool. How could she allow even a small portion of her energy to be absorbed? It was likely that the opportunity would lead to her being drained completely. What a malicious old hag. Yin Zhanlei's sword radiated a sharp light, and the Shu Pe narrowed her eyes. It is rare to see you wield a sword. Indeed, it is your fault for thinking you could trap me with the sacrificial mountain. What? Have I struck a nerve? Are you reminded of how the entire sacrificial mountain perished because of you? Yin Zhanlei's gaze turned piercingly sharp, and in a flash, he vanished. As the sword blade approached her, both of them disappeared simultaneously. Anticipating the Shu Pe's evasion, Yin Zhanlei struck just as she reappeared, the cold blade slicing through her arm. A piercing squeal erupted, and a formidable spell unleashed chaos, transforming the skies and summoning a 10-headed, four-clawed beast covered in green fur from the obscuring black mist. With a single thrust of his sword, Yin Zhanlei unleashed a torrent of lethal blades directed at the Digui Shu Pe, a terrifying wave of sword energy. Sheng Xiao Air sensed danger approaching from behind and took a step back, while Nian Bei Ning flipped a wrist, unleashing the Qian Langji whip, which crackled with flames as it lashed towards her. Sheng Xiao Air drew out the demon mirror to defend herself, but the whip struck it away, and it was caught by Qing Sha Huan. Sheng Xiao Air stared in shock at Nian Bei Ning, realizing that she had grown significantly stronger during their time apart. The Digui Shu Pe was now in a precarious position, with no one to protect her. Qing Sha Huan aimed a palm at her head, but at the critical moment, her figure was pulled away by Lan Zhe, who countered the incoming strike with his fist. In the next instant, Lan Zhe's arm went numb as he wrapped his arm around Sheng Xiao Air's waist, leading her to escape. Nian Bei Ning gritted her teeth. That damned woman has escaped again. What of it? Does she not have the leopard clan to protect her? Very well. Once the leopard clan is no more, this beast world will have no place for her. The Digui Shu Pe was no match for Yin Zhanlei, especially in his enraged state. He swiftly captured her within the gourd. The Shu Pe's unwilling voice echoed weakly. Yin Zhanlei, the wolf clan is already afflicted by my mouse poison. If you imprison me, they will all perish. Yin Zhanlei shook the gourd, laughing carefreely. It is merely mouse poison. I have long since unraveled your tricks. Yan Sanlei, the Shu Pe's voice was extinguished within the gourd. And Yin Zhanlei chuckled. You have always been a defeated foe. You are unsatisfied with a mere chance at life, and wish to stir trouble. Then I shall not spare you. Finally, calm returned. Nian Bei Ning looked at him with some reluctance. You have captured the Digui Shu Pe in the gourd? A demon of such cultivation is most suitable for brewing wine. Nian Bei Ning's eyes widened in shock. So, you are using her for wine? She felt a wave of nausea as her stomach churned. Not only did he drink this wine, but he also poured it into the river the wolf clan drank from, using poison to counteract poison. Given time, those bewitched wolves would return to normal. In the meantime, Sheng Xiao Air and the leopard clan had already slain thousands of wolves. Upon their return, Lan Zhe hastily commanded the remaining people to retreat, while the first to regain their senses, the chief offerings of the wolf clan. promptly sent a group of leopard clan members to their demise. Chapter 59. Evolution of the fierce beast body. Although the wolf clan had all recovered, the prolonged enslavement left them physically and mentally exhausted. The leopard clan members had departed the royal city. Yet Shang Xiao heir had relinquished 2 substantial territories to the leopard clan. These territories were now guarded by the main forces of the leopard clan, the flower leopard tribe. The former corpulent figure of the Grand Elder had slimmed down considerably during this time, while Bingshi Lu concocted medicine to restore the clan members' health. Primarily, the wolf totem had returned to its rightful place, mending the bodies of the clan. Nian Bei Ning donned her royal regalia, a splendid red robe adorned with intricate designs, topped with a golden headdress, radiating the aura of a queen. Qing Sha Huan, now married to Nian Bei Ning, was no longer a general, but the wolf king of the wolf clan. That night, the sounds of insects filled the air. Hua Yaku personally guarded the city walls to prevent the wolf clan from launching a night attack. This was the territory relinquished to the leopard clan by Shang Xiao heir, and now the leopard clan had over 1,000 residents here, and he could not allow the wolf clan to reclaim it. Brother, all defenses are in place. If the wolf clan dares to come, we will ensure they return with nothing. Hua Yaku nodded. Do not underestimate them. Hua Yafeng shrugged nonchalantly. Brother, you worry too much. The wolf clan is currently only biding their time. That woman has tormented them to the brink of death. How could they possibly muster the strength to reclaim their territory? I say we should request troops from the king and take down the wolf clan in one fell swoop. Hua Yaku's gaze turned towards the distant night. Do not be complacent. Qing Sha Huan has already attained the body of a Qilin. If he personally intervenes, a bloody battle is inevitable. Brother, you think too highly of him. However, I do have a plan for a surprise attack. Just as he spoke, Hua Yafeng suddenly fell silent. Hua Yaku turned around, startled. Stop. Qing Sha Huan held a curved black blade against Hua Yafeng's neck, the corner of his mouth curling coldly. What is your plan? I would like to hear it. Elling Sha Huan, do not be impulsive. Nian Bei Ning had taken down the last gatekeeper and dusted off her hands as she approached them. It seems your speed is indeed superior, Hua Yaku. So, you have been guarding here all along. Hua Yaku's face turned ashen. If you wish to kill, then do so. After all, only a handful of the wolf clan can act now, and I do not believe they can withstand the might of my ferocious leopard clan warriors. That is precisely why we have come to negotiate with you. I give you 3 days to vacate the wolf clan's territory. As the matter reached its climax, Nian Bei Ning's demeanor turned stern. If you are still here 3 days hence, we shall have ignited a conflict between the wolf clan and the leopard clan, and you may find yourself unable to bear the consequences. What of instigating war? A voice retorted. Is the wolf clan our adversary now? Let's test that. With a swift motion, Qing Sha Huan's blade glinted dangerously, causing Hua Yafeng's pupils to dilate as blood gushed from the wound at his throat, pooling on the ground. How could Hua Yaku, bound as he was, be their match? On the second day of his captivity, those leopard generals, in a reckless attempt to rescue him, stormed the wolf clan's imperial city, only to meet a grim fate within its walls. The more prudent among them recognized the wolf clan's intentions and retreated with their kin from their territory, while the elder led a group to reclaim 2 lost lands. The leopard king dispatched envoys, claiming that these territories had been granted to them by Shang Xiao heir, denying any invasion, and asserted that they had no reason to detain the revered Hua Gongfeng. Otherwise, a full-scale conflict would ensue between the leopard and wolf clans. The envoy, arrogant and disdainful, spoke with his nose in the air. Nian Bei Ning could not tolerate such insolence and ordered his immediate execution. Hua Yaku, possessing a fiery spirit, refused to be a prisoner and took his own life in the wolf clan's dungeon. These deaths provoked the leopard clan's fury, prompting the leopard king to command an all-out assault on the wolf clan. The battle between the 2 clans had erupted in full force, while other races in the beast world merely observed, unwilling to intervene. Within the tent, Nian Bei Ning contemplated the territorial maps of the leopard clan and the 2 clans. The high priest returned with news of victory. At the intersection of the east and west, our forces had successfully repelled the leopard clan, claiming 30,000 enemy heads. Nian Bei Ning nodded with a smile. Excellent. The thought of 30,000 slain enemies conjured images of rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, among which flowed the blood of Wolf Clan warriors. This gruesome slaughter was not the outcome Nian Bei Ning desired. What weighs on your mind? Qing Sha Huan's voice broke her reverie. I wish to discuss a matter with you. Is there a possibility for the Leopard Clan to submit to our clan? His laughter echoed. Are you jesting? The Leopard Clan, wild as they are, would rather die than be prisoners, as exemplified by Hua Yiko. Nian Bei Ning sighed. War brings only bloodshed. Do not concern yourself with the gruesome scenes. Refrain from taking lives, lest your hands be sullied. Qing Sha Huan embraced her, his forehead brushing against hers, his deep voice tender. Bei Ning, you have spent years in the palace, unaware of the treachery of mankind. A world governed by the survival of the fittest is destined for bloodshed. The roars of ferocious beasts filled the air as the Wolf Clan's army advanced towards the Leopard Clan's imperial city. Yet, despite their might, they were unable to breach the formidable fortress and ultimately had to camp outside to regain their morale. Inside the Leopard Clan's stone palace, the Leopard King, weary and troubled, rested his forehead in his hands. The Wolf Clan has seized 36 of our provinces. Only 10 remain behind our imperial city. How can we withstand their forces? Speak your thoughts. Silence enveloped the room as the gathered individuals exchanged uncertain glances. Enraged, the Leopard King swept everything off the table. I am asking you a question. Are you all mute? The high priest and the elders hastily knelt. My king, please quell your anger. Father, I have something to say. Lanze interjected. Speak quickly. In the Qi Xiao Bao Dian, there exists a method to allow more individuals to evolve into beastly forms, albeit as ferocious beasts, losing their reason and consciousness to become instruments of slaughter. The Leopard King, intrigued, inquired, "Oh, what sort of candidates are required?" Candidates of the priestly level. The gravity of this revelation struck the assembly, while armed guards appeared at the entrance to prevent any escape. The Leopard King commanded, "This task is entrusted to you." Lanze's face brightened. "As you wish." The Leopard Clan's 10 royal priests became subjects of Lanze's experiments. Desperate times called for desperate measures, and the lives of a few priests were insignificant compared to the survival of the Leopard Clan. That night, torrential rain fell, accompanied by the deafening sounds of thunder and lightning. Within the Wolf Clan's tent, as plans for the next assault were drafted, the cups on the table shattered from the force of the thunder. Nian Bei Ning's brow furrowed in worry, a sense of foreboding settling over her. Report. Creatures have emerged from the Leopard Clan's imperial city. Nian Bei Ning exchanged a glance with Qing Sha Huan, and they ventured outside, whereupon their eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 60. Seeking the puppeteer within the impenetrable walls of the Leopard Clan, towering monstrosities over 20 meters in height appeared. Their eyes glowed red with ferocity, revealing vicious fangs, while some bore grotesque fur and 2 heads, and others sported monstrous appendages protruding from their waists. These varied forms of creatures advanced toward the Wolf Clan's camp. All troops, retreat, Qing Sha Huan commanded. Nian Bei Ning aghast queried, "Were those things?" The high priest mused, "If I am not mistaken, these are individuals who have evolved into ferocious beasts, a feat possible only for candidates of the priestly level. The evolution into divine beast forms is exceedingly arduous, unlike the transformation into ferocious beasts, which requires a puppeteer. Once achieved, the individual can never revert to human or leopard form, condemned to a life as a monstrous entity. Furthermore, they lack reason and consciousness, driven solely by their puppeteer's will to kill. These are the 10 esteemed priests of the Leopard Clan. Indeed, they are prepared to sink or swim together." Nian Bei Ning declared, "The puppeteer is none other than Shangxiao heir. Only in the Qi Xiao Bao Dian could such knowledge be recorded." The Empress's words ring true. As they conversed, the ground began to tremble, signaling the creature's approach. With hundreds of thousands of Wolf Clan soldiers, a complete retreat was not feasible. Qing Sha Huan instructed Nian Bei Ning, "I will hold them off here. You must find a puppeteer." Concern etched on her face. Nian Bei Ning replied, "I worry for you." Qing Sha Huan tousled her hair, reassuring her, "Do not fret for me here. You must prioritize your safety." The earth-shattering roars of the creatures reverberated, and beneath their massive hands, flesh and blood were scattered. The spells unleashed upon these beasts felt like mere tickles. Their terrifying strength could carve deep pits into the ground. In an instant, the once advantageous wolf clan fell into disarray, and the leopard clan seized the opportunity to dispatch their generals for a desperate fight. The outcome now hung in the balance. Nian Bei Ning transformed into an ordinary leopard woman and stealthily infiltrated the leopard clan's stone palace, where both Lan Zhe and the leopard king were nowhere to be found. Inside the palace, individuals hurriedly exchanged news of victories. As they reveled in their triumph, Nian Bei Ning observed their celebrations with a stoic countenance. In her moment of despair, she recognized a familiar figure entering the stone palace. "Where has the crown prince gone?" The subordinate responded, "We do not know." Zhang Xian'er, emboldened by her position, raised her hand and struck the speaker. "What do you mean you don't know? You simply do not wish to divulge the information. I have stood guard outside the stone palace for an entire day and night without seeing the crown prince emerge. Speak, or I shall remove your tongue." The trembling servant knelt. "The crown prince has indeed remained within the stone palace with that girl controlling the 10 priests, but I truly do not know their exact location." Zhang Xian'er kicked the servant aside. "Useless wretch, get out of my way." This woman, arrogant in her favoritism, was rarely challenged due to the crown prince's protection. Even the elders greeted her with smiles. A smirk played on Nian Bei Ning's lips. An opportunity had arisen. "Lady Zhang, you cannot roam freely in the stone palace. I must ask you to leave." "Elder Wang Xiu, shouldn't you be outside battling the wolf clan? Why are you still lingering here?" The other party, with pronounced brows and large eyes, scoffed. "This is none of your concern, mere girl. I seek the crown prince." At this critical juncture, the crown prince is unavailable to anyone. "I have urgent news. I am with child and must inform the crown prince immediately." Wang Xiu, resolute and unyielding, replied, "If I say he cannot see you, then he cannot see you." The grand elder struck Zhang Xian'er with a palm, rendering her unconscious and confining her within a hollow tree. Upon regaining consciousness, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with her surroundings. "Help! Is anyone there? Please let me out." Indeed, there was someone. Nian Bei Ning stood outside, arms crossed and pacing. After Zhang Xian'er had shouted for a while, Nian Bei Ning began to play her part. "Who is calling for help?" Hearing the voice nearby, Zhang Xian'er raised her volume. "I am the favored concubine of the Grand Prince, trapped in this tree hollow. Quickly, rescue me." Nian Bei Ning extricated Zhang Xian'er, feigning surprise as she looked at her. "Ah, it is Miss Zhang. Are you injured?" Zhang Xian'er brushed off the dust and cursed. "That wretched Wang Xiu. When I see the Grand Prince, I will surely have his life." With that, her gaze fell upon the not-so-attractive leopard woman. "You are fortunate to have saved me. It must be quite challenging for someone as unappealing as you to make a living in the stone palace. Follow me from now on." The other woman expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Zhang. I do not believe I cannot find the Grand Prince," she scoffed. With no other options left, Zhang Xian'er produced an exquisite brocade box containing a red orb. Fearful of blood and pain, she gritted her teeth and pricked her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto the orb. In the next moment, the orb stirred, extending several claws before leaping to the ground and scuttling towards the stone palace. This tracking insect had been given to Zhang Xian'er by Lan Zhe, intended for their mutual use when she was unable to locate him. Now it finally proved useful. Zhang Xian'er instructed Nian Bei Ning, "Proceed directly to my cave." "Understood." Nian Bei Ning observed her departure and promptly followed. The leopard clan stone palace was even larger than that of the human clan's royal palace. Nian Bei Ning accompanied Zhang Xian'er to a shimmering lake. The tracking insect dove into the water, and Zhang Xian'er seemed to know what to do. She moved an inconspicuous stone by the lakeside, causing the water to surge and a bridge of water to form, leading to the shore. Zhang Xian'er eagerly walked across the water bridge. After her departure, Nian Bei Ning replicated her actions, discovering that the leopard clan possessed an underwater palace, a truly elusive location. The corridors of the underwater palace twisted and turned. Just as Nian Bei Ning descended, she heard a furious roar. "Who allowed you to come? Get out!" Zhang Xian'er's soft and pitiful voice replied, "I am pregnant. No one would tell me where you were, so I had to come find you myself." Lan Zhe's voice softened. "Pregnant? Why are you here when you should be resting in your cave? Hurry back." "It's all right. I will wait here for you. I am alone. No one else is with me. Following the sound, Nian Bei Ning arrived at the entrance of a water palace, where only Sheng Qiao and Lan Zhe sat opposite each other. The Qi Qiao Bao Dian floating between them, emitting an eerie purple glow. Sheng Qiao, who had been with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them and turned to look at Nian Bei Ning. Lan Zhe also noticed her, his expression darkening. Did you not say you were alone? Who is she? Chapter 61. Exclusion from the Leopard Clan. Zhang Xian grew anxious. What is the matter with you? Did I not tell you to wait for me? Why have you followed me here? Sheng Qiao interjected, Fool. She is the queen of the Wolf Clan, Nian Bei Ning. What? Nian Bei Ning transformed back into her striking red attire, coldly smiling at them. You two have made me search quite hard. Suddenly, a low growl resonated from behind Sheng Qiao and Lan Zhe as a ferocious head emerged from the water. It was the divine beast Tao Tai. The previously tranquil lake erupted into chaos. Nian Bei Ning emerged from the water, and at that moment, Tao Tai lunged at her. Although Nian Bei Ning had significantly improved her magical prowess after her encounter with the human clan, she was still no match for the formidable divine beast form of the Leopard King. The beast's immense strength and agility, coupled with its shimmering green light, posed a formidable challenge as it unleashed a barrage of energy towards Nian Bei Ning. She maneuvered like a serpent through the rays of green light. Seizing an opportunity, Nian Bei Ning wielded the Qian Langji whip, the blazing blue flames striking fiercely against Tao Tai, eliciting a painful roar as it charged toward her with even greater ferocity. Gradually, Nian Bei Ning found herself at a disadvantage. Despite Tao Tai's injuries, its tough skin rendered superficial wounds ineffective. Just then, two more figures emerged from the water. Lan Zhe and Sheng Qiao transformed into their beast forms, lunging at Nian Bei Ning with the intent to ensure her demise. Blue flames shot forth from Nian Bei Ning, her hands forming seals to counter them, while her other hand remained occupied with Tao Tai. As she fought against three opponents, Nian Bei Ning felt her strength waning, yet the other three were equally astonished. Was this woman truly so formidable? To withstand their combined might was merely a matter of her endurance. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, swirling ominously, with red lightning flashing within. A thunderous roar echoed as a thick bolt of lightning descended, sending the three adversaries sprawling. Outside, the Wolf Clan members, engaged in combat with the 10 fierce beasts, looked up in terror. Who was evolving with such overwhelming power? If the Leopard Clan succeeded in their evolution, all the advantages the Wolf Clan had gained over the years would be lost. Qing Sha's heart sank. If the Leopard Clan achieved success at this critical juncture, it would indeed spell trouble. However, he could not leave. He alone could stand against these monsters. The timing of this thunder tribulation was impeccable. After the first bolt struck, Nian Bei Ning exhaled deeply, her eyes glowing with a fierce red light. Sheng Qiao urged, now is the time. Quickly kill her. Just as they attempted to close in on Nian Bei Ning, the second bolt of lightning struck with alarming speed. The electric force coursed through their bodies, causing intense pain, and the duration of this tribulation was significantly shorter than the previous one. Nian Bei Ning's internal energy surged, and instead of feeling discomfort, she felt invigorated, as if on the brink of breaking through a new realm. The moment the second bolt dissipated, the three adversaries charged at her. Nian Bei Ning felt energy coursing through her veins, erupting from her pores as she ignited with deep blue flames. A fierce wave of fire sent them sprawling, with even the Leopard King's Tao Tai barely managing to stabilize itself. As the third bolt of lightning converged from the sky, Sheng Qiao murmured, "It's over." Bathed in the third bolt, Nian Bei Ning experienced a breakthrough, an overwhelming force surging through her limbs, akin to a torrent of magic seeking release. A low growl echoed, and the ferocious flames shattered the surrounding structures, the lake boiling and evaporating at a visible pace. Sheng Qiao was flung back, spitting blood, and she clutched the Qi Qiao Bao Dian, fleeing without a backward glance. Lan Zhe seized her arm, his eyes filled with rage. "Are you fleeing?" Sheng Qiao panicked. "Nian Bei Ning has successfully evolved. We are no match for her, and your Leopard Clan is doomed." Am I to wait for death? I do not wish to die. It is all your doing that the leopard clan has come to this. Lan Zhe's eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. Sheng Xiaoer quickly soothed him. As long as there are green mountains, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Your leopard clan is finished anyway. Why not come with me? Lan Zhe hesitated. Where in the beast world can we find refuge? We will go to the human clan. Nian Bei Ning, who had successfully evolved, appeared even more magnificent. A red flame mark glowing on her forehead, her red eyes fixed intently on the green-skinned Tao Tai, her fiery hair flowing in the wind. The flames on her Qian Langji whip danced like a fiery dragon. Her true form was a fire Qilin, engulfed in flames, which she summoned with just 3 moves. The frenzied Tao Tai, consumed by the inferno, fled the imperial city only to be reduced to ashes before the watchful eyes of the wolf and leopard clans. In that moment, the battle ceased. Had our king perished? Indeed, the leopard king had been incinerated. The 10 revered monsters, now bereft of control, halted their assault, and a fiery spectacle appeared in the sky. Upon witnessing this, the leopard clan descended into despair, while the wolf clan rejoiced, proclaiming, "It is the Empress, the Empress." It had been she who was undergoing tribulation. This was the fire Qilin. Nian Bei Ning descended, transforming into her human form, her bright eyes alighting upon Qing Sha Huan. And with a playful smile, she teased, "What? Are you stunned?" He replied, indeed taken aback, "Congratulations, my dear, on successfully evolving into the divine beast, the fire Qilin." Nian Bei Ning lifted her chin, declaring, "The fire Qilin and the ink Qilin. Now that is a match made in heaven." As for the aftermath, they entrusted it to the great offerings to handle. Thus, the leopard clan would be eradicated from the beast world continent forever. That night, after their release, Nian Bei Ning, glistening with fragrant perspiration, lay upon his sturdy chest, listening to the robust rhythm of his heartbeat. Alas, the cunning Shurer had escaped along with Lan Zhe. Qing Sha Huan tenderly caressed her delicate skin, for with the demise of the leopard clan, they were left without a place in the beast world. But at least they would find peace for a time. Nian Bei Ning murmured, sensing the man's hands growing increasingly audacious, and playfully pounded his chest. "What are you doing?" "I need to bathe. I'll accompany you." Ultimately, they indulged in a playful frolic in the water, a delightful scene, until Nian Bei Ning, exhausted, lay sprawled on the couch, cursing until Qing Sha Huan could no longer continue. The wolf clan acted swiftly, soon establishing a military presence in the leopard clan's territory. As for the leopards, Nian Bei Ning sought not to resolve matters through slaughter. She aspired to conquer them instead. Chapter 62. The leopard clan epidemic trouble had arisen. Over 100 Black Panthers sent to Dongshang clashed with the local tribesmen, resulting in a deadly conflict. Li Juechen intervened to quell the situation. But 6 of our warriors perished, and the tribesmen clamored for the execution of the Black Panthers. Bing Shirlu conveyed the news from Dongshang to Nian Bei Ning, who sat before a bronze mirror applying a light touch of makeup. Rising, she said, "Let us go to Dongshang." Meanwhile, Qing Sha Huan, now the Wolf King, was consulted by royal ministers on matters both great and small, allowing Nian Bei Ning to enjoy a leisurely life. Upon their arrival in Dongshang, they encountered a Black Panther fleeing, engaged in a fierce struggle with several attendants. Just as the Panther seemed destined for defeat, Bing Shirlu interjected, "Stop." Upon witnessing the woman emerge behind Bing Shirlu, the onlookers bowed in reverence. "We have seen the Empress. Rise." Yet, the Black Panther who had escaped remained motionless, his gaze seething with venomous hatred directed at Nian Bei Ning, as though he wished to pierce her with his stare. Nian Bei Ning taunted, planning to flee. "Where do you think you can go? Your leopard king is dead, and the crown prince has abandoned you to your fate. My wolf warriors can dominate the entire beast world continent. No power would dare shelter you, lest they become foes of the wolf clan. Tell me, where else can you go?" The adversary gritted his teeth. "Then death it is. It is better than enduring humiliation at your hands." Nian Bei Ning clapped her hands. "Your character resembles that of my wolf clan. Bring him back and lock him up. We must ensure he does not escape again." "As you command." In Li Juechen's cavern, Siju's severed arm had healed by 60%. When Li Juechen brought her medicine, he fortuitously encountered Nian Bei Ning. What brings the Empress here? Nian Bei Ning inquired with a smile. Is your injury healing well? The youth grinned innocently. A man is a man. A bit of superficial injury is nothing. How are you accommodating the families of the leopard warriors? They are all gathered in one cavern, receiving daily provisions. What arrangements does the Empress have? Not good, Guardian. An urgent messenger rushed in, and upon seeing Nian Bei Ning, he exclaimed, Empress, Guardian, a disease has erupted in the cavern, spreading rapidly. An infectious disease? A plague? Nian Bei Ning hastened to the leopard clan's encampment, but the wolf guard stationed outside barred her entry. The Empress cannot enter. The situation inside is dire. 4 or 5 of our warriors have already contracted the illness. Bing Shirlu, take me to see. The afflicted bore darkened circles under their eyes. Their faces pale, with numerous red rashes appearing on their bodies. Once the rashes burst, they oozed pus, and the wounds began to necrotize extensively. Nian Bei Ning's heart sank at the sight. Bing Shirlu, holding a vial of pills, addressed the elders gathered in the cavern for discussion. These pills are made from rare ingredients. I have only this one bottle, one for each of you. No, give these pills to the guarding warriors. Their immunity will enable them to better manage the corpses. If we let the dead remain unburied, it will lead to even graver consequences. The assembly concurred, and Bing Shirlu added, this disease spreads incredibly fast. Empress, you should take one. She smiled. No need, I will be fine. The leopard warriors, confined within golden cages, glared with reddened eyes as they witnessed the wolf clan carrying the bodies of their deceased kin. What have you done to them? If you have the guts, release us. I will slaughter you, vile wolf clan. One wolf warrior could not contain himself and kicked the cage. What are you howling about? Your leopard kin have contracted a severe infectious disease, causing the deaths of several of our tribesmen, and you still have the audacity to cry out? Were it not for the Empress's mercy, we would have burned you all to ashes long ago. What? The disease has erupted again? The leopard warriors exchanged glances, falling silent. Do you know something? In the council cavern, Li Juechen brought a leopard warrior before Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. What is the matter? The leopard's disease was contagious, and they knew something but were unwilling to speak. Nian Bei Ning understood. Why bring him here if he won't talk? If your leopard men, women, and children perish, it matters little. The leopard man suddenly looked up. Despicable. Nian Bei Ning laughed in anger. You fell ill on your own. This Empress has shown kindness by burying them. How can you call it despicable? The leopard people were befuddled, and upon reflection, they realized she had a point. Sensing his hesitation, Nian Bei Ning pressed on. If you reveal the nature of this disease, our healer might be able to assist you. You would help us treat the illness? Of course. It is entirely for the sake of the wolf clan. If this disease spreads among our esteemed lineage, it could spell disaster. The man, clutching at a desperate hope, ultimately divulged the cause of the affliction. It turned out that the leopard clan experienced an annual outbreak of a significant illness, which Nian Bei Ning understood to mean that a toxic strain would manifest in those aged 60 and above, highly contagious with a high mortality rate, leading most infected to meet their end. Now this strain had reemerged. Under the flickering candlelight of night, Qing Sha Huan lay propped on his forehead on the bed, casting a wistful gaze at Nian Bei Ning, who was immersed in her research. Shouldn't you be cuddling with your husband at this hour, rather than pondering how to cure those leopard people? Nian Bei Ning looked up at him. No, I'm studying how to win hearts. What is there to win over with mere leopards? Nian Bei Ning chuckled. You do not comprehend. I harbor ambitions. The man raised an eyebrow. Ambitions? What kind of ambitions? That I cannot yet disclose, for you two have secrets you keep from me. Qing Sha Huan propped himself up. What secrets could I possibly keep from you? Where did Sidju come from? Moreover, is there a power behind you that you have not revealed? The man's eyes sparkled with mirth as he said, Come closer, and I shall reveal everything to you. Nian Bei Ning stepped forward and placed a soft kiss on his lips, taking the initiative to grasp his hand and rest it on her waist, signaling that he could now speak. It was merely the influence she had cultivated during her previous exploits. Where? She inquired. Among the various tribes, he replied. A realization dawned upon Nian Bei Ning. This aligned perfectly with her own ambitions. As the night deepened, emotions intertwined. Bing Shirlu arrived early the next morning to meet Nian Bei Ning. This strain of poison has been studied by my parents and me. We have a method to eradicate it, but it requires the roots of the Haidi Shuyao as a medicinal catalyst. Chapter 63. The arrival of the human clan. Is this matter difficult to handle? She asked. Not at all, Bing Shirlu responded. But the Haidi Shuyao possesses formidable magical abilities and resides within the territory of the bird clan, which has little contact with the outside world. If we venture there recklessly, it could lead to trouble. Nian Bei Ning waved her hand, indicating for her to withdraw, and eagerly sought out Qing Sha Huan, inquiring about any contacts within the bird clan. He smiled, stating, Si Ju hails from the bird clan. Nian Bei Ning entrusted this task to Si Ju, mentioning that since the wolf clan had reclaimed the leopard clan, numerous other tribes had come to offer their congratulations. While they claimed to celebrate, their true intention was to observe how the recently risen wolf clan had managed to restore the leopard clan. For the ambitions of wolves must be approached with caution. Envoys from the snake clan have arrived. 6 women entered the hall, respectfully greeting. We pay our respects to the wolf emperor and the wolf king. Qing Sha Huan replied. It is indeed a rare occasion for envoys from the snake clan to visit from afar. Please take a seat. Thank you, wolf king, Nian Bei Ning inquired. Is the little princess we sent to you previously doing well? The leader, the 5th elder of the snake clan, appearing to be around 40, smiled and said, Very well. That little rascal has endeared herself to our people. That is wonderful to hear, Nian Bei Ning replied. Our clan leader has sent along a token of gratitude for both the wolf emperor and the wolf king. As she spoke, her subordinate presented 2 exquisite brocade boxes before them. These 2 items are our clan's centennial snake gall, which nourishes yin and tonifies yang, and may assist you in soon welcoming a noble child. Nian Bei Ning felt a slight flush of embarrassment at the words, which delighted Qing Sha Huan. These gifts are splendid. We thank the clan leader for her thoughtful gesture. The snake gall from the snake clan was a precious item, one that could only be graciously given. Any attempt to seize it would surely incite conflict with the snake clan. In the spirit of reciprocity, Nian Bei Ning intended to bestow gifts upon the snake clan. However, upon her arrival at the relay station, her heart sank. The chief priest froze in place, then shouted quickly, Bring help. All the envoys from the snake clan lay sprawled on the ground, their abdomens stained with blood that had already congealed, indicating they had met their demise the previous night. They had died silently. The apothecary found toxins in their meals. Who could possess such audacity? The staff at the relay station trembled, claiming ignorance of the incident. Until one worker in the kitchen remarked, I recall encountering a male guest in the kitchen when I delivered their meal, claiming he was checking if his food was ready. After he left, I thought nothing of it. He might be related to this matter. Qing Sha Huan commanded, Seal the information. Anyone who dares to speak a word will face dire consequences. Understood. These individuals were elders and guardians of the snake clan, and their mysterious deaths within the wolf clan demanded thorough investigation to provide an adequate explanation to the snake clan. The night was particularly dark, obscuring visibility, and the quiet village street was devoid of even the sound of insects. A solitary figure carrying a lantern traversed the dim path when suddenly a commotion arose, leading to a confrontation between the lantern bearer and an assailant. After a brief exchange of blows, the lantern bearer staggered back, revealing Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan nearby. The lantern bearer was none other than the kitchen worker from earlier, whose demeanor had transformed. Nian Bei Ning clapped her hands and remarked, Impressive. It seems even those who toil in the kitchen possess remarkable skills. I am truly pleased. The assailant stood motionless, his gaze fixed intently on her, entirely devoid of the fearful countenance he had shown earlier. Qing Sha Huan inquired, How did the envoys from the snake clan meet their end? Were you contemplating your chances of escaping successfully? The realization of facing the wolf emperor and wolf king left him knowing escape was futile. In desperation, he bit down on the poisoned pouch in his mouth, swiftly succumbing to death. Qing Sha Huan quickly approached, checking his mouth, confirming he was lifeless, and spoke gravely. It was the human clan. Nian Bei Ning responded, The human clan? They infiltrated my wolf clan to procure the gall from the snake clan envoys and instigate conflict between our tribes. Your analysis is rather swift. From where did these humans come? When did they arrive? Qing Sha Huan remained silent, pondering the origins of the humans. This matter must be addressed with that young noble. Xiu Yun Si. Since their return from the human domain, there have been traces of human activity on the Beast World continent, though not within the territory of the Wolf clan. Subsequently, his men had investigated a dock belonging to the Fox clan, where several sunken ships were discovered, recently submerged. These uninvited guests had indeed arrived on the continent. The Yin Hu, although a subordinate of the Four Ghosts and Rat Matron, had merely engaged in a transaction with her, lacking the ability to free her from that forest. It was the humans who had liberated her, thus leading to the emergence of the Yin Hu. The illness of the Elephant Clan prince and the frequent capture of Snake Clan members by humans were all intricately linked to the infiltrating humans. During the upcoming expedition to the human continent, the only connection with the humans was Xiao Junsu. Little did they know he had swiftly extended his reach to the Wolf Clan. Nian Bei Ning understood the cunning nature of humanity better than anyone. A month had passed without any trace of humans, yet the incident involving the Snake Clan envoys could not be concealed. In the palace of the Snake Clan, the ground was laid with white jade, and green stone pillars were intricately carved with twin snakes entwined around a pearl. A massive golden statue of the Snake King loomed above the hall, exuding an atmosphere of solemnity. The elder of the Snake Clan, with her silver hair, held a serpent-shaped staff and regarded Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan with a cold gaze. In the center of the hall, covered by white cloth, lay the slain envoys of the Snake Clan. "Wolf King, what do you and your wife intend by this?" Qing Sha Huan replied. "The secret arts of the Wolf Clan preserve their bodies from decay, allowing the Snake Clan to uncover the truth." The Snake Clan leader raised her voice. "The truth? My envoys were well upon their arrival to your Wolf Clan. How have they now become corpses?" A woman beside the clan leader interjected. "When it comes to my Snake Clan, all that surrounds you are those coveting our gall. You first annihilate the Leopard Clan, and then seek the gall from my kin. Truly, the ambitions of wolves are apparent to all." Nian Bei Ning raised her head slightly. "Without evidence, young lady, do not speak recklessly. Will we be foolish enough to slay your people on our own territory?" Qing Sha Huan added. "The ones who killed them were humans. The perpetrator has already taken his own life. We have personally brought their bodies to express our apologies and to warn the clan leader that there may be humans within your own ranks. Tread carefully, Omans." The revelation caused the high-ranking members of the Snake Clan to exchange glances. The clan leader narrowed her eyes. "You claim there are humans among us? Do you have proof?" "These corpses serve as evidence. However, perhaps the culprit is already lurking among your high-ranking officials," Qing Sha Huan concluded. "With that said, we shall not impose further." As the two departed, the third envoy of the Snake Clan remarked, "Clan leader, are we simply allowing them to leave? We extend our goodwill and congratulations. And they return with corpses. This cannot be tolerated." The clan leader raised her hand to silence them, coldly stating, "I have my own plans." Chapter 64. Jealousy consumes me. The leader of the Snake Clan was a rational individual. She did not create trouble for Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan over this incident, though she felt a twinge of discomfort. "You claim there are humans within my clan. How did you come to know this?" As the two were leaving, the Snake Clan leader intercepted them. "Qing Sha Huan, I have a plan that could draw the Patriarch out." After weighing the pros and cons, the Patriarch ultimately chose to place his trust in them. By the time the two returned from the Shi clan to the Lang clan, 3 days had already passed, and Bingshi Lu had successfully brought back the root of the Heitai Shu Yao from the Niao clan, although this time Si Ju did not return with her. From what Bingshi Lu implied, there was a devotee in the Niao clan who harbored feelings for Si Ju and would not return until she found a helping hand. The inquisitive Nian Bei Ning asked Si Ju if he had any feelings for her, to which Bingshi Lu chuckled, saying she truly could not discern the matter. Recently, the troubling issues had been resolved rather smoothly, as Bingshi Lu collaborated with her family and the apothecary to develop a remedy for the ailments plaguing the Bao clan. Meanwhile, news from the Shi clan indicated that a human infiltrator had been discovered, possessing formidable magical skills, who had killed 10 devotees to take their place, managing to escape despite the combined efforts to subdue him. The situation grew increasingly dire. Even though the afflicted members of the Bao clan had been cured, it did not guarantee their loyalty, and Nian Bei Ning refrained from mentioning submission. Orders were given for the people of the Bao clan to be enslaved, tasked with constructing houses and cultivating wasteland. The Bao clan, resentful, attempted to rebel multiple times, but were ruthlessly suppressed by the Lang clan each time. In the daily grind of servitude, the renovation of their dwellings was completed, irrigation channels were dug to bring water to the arable land, and the domesticated carnivores grew larger. Exhausted, the people of the Bao clan harbored deep animosity towards the Lang clan. The Grand Elder, whose health had returned to a robust state, went to the encampment of the Bao clan to deliver a command. All were to move to the territory where they were enslaved. Initially believing it to be yet another arduous task, they were taken aback by the Grand Elder's proclamation. From now on, houses, fertile fields, and livestock would be their new residence, named Nju Chung, with guard from the Lang clan at the gates and patrols within. Should they dare to disrupt the peace, they would face execution. The Grand Elder continued, "Only our Empress possesses such a merciful heart, disliking bloodshed. Our Wolf King had long ordered us to prepare a mass grave, waiting to dispose of you." After delivering these harsh words, the Grand Elder departed with an air of arrogance. The Bao clan members exchanged glances, astonished at such treatment for prisoners. What scheme did the Lang clan have in store? Under the bright sun and clear skies, the Hu clan came to offer their congratulations. Periodically, people from other clans would come to extend their greetings. Just as the Shi clan encountered troubles, the Hu clan had sent people to ensure their safety. Yet, upon realizing that the visitor was Zi Sang Lu Yun, Nian Bei Ning felt considerably less anxious. This time, Zi Sang Lu Yun appeared somewhat different, clad in a light, elegant yellow attire, her long hair cascading down to her waist, adorned with unique fox fur hairpins, radiating beauty and charm. It was evident that she had dressed up for this occasion. The foreign minister, Zi Sang Lu Yun, had met both the Wolf King and the Wolf Emperor. Raising her gaze, she locked eyes with Qing Sha Huan, a flicker of joy flashing within her own. "General Lu Yin, you have traveled far. You must be weary." In truth, during her journey to the human realm, she had received considerable care from the Wolf Emperor and the Wolf King. Lu Yin had come to express her gratitude, presenting a modest gift to celebrate the Lang clan's reclamation of the Bao clan. Accepting the offering, Lu Yin's lips curved into a slight smile. Though Nian Bei Ning sensed something amiss, she had previously exhibited a chilly demeanor, yet now seemed like a lovesick girl. A minor issue arose in Nju Chung, prompting Qing Sha Huan to address it while Nian Bei Ning lingered in the courtyard pavilion, pondering the intentions of the human clan in the beast realm. And the enigmatic Xiao Jun Su. She became so engrossed in her thoughts that she remained oblivious to Bing Shi Lu's approach. What is the Empress contemplating so intently? It is nothing. Has the Wolf King returned? Not yet. I noticed the Empress has been burning the midnight oil lately, so I specially prepared this for you. It can reduce swelling and dark circles. Nian Bei Ning couldn't help but smile shyly. Late nights had indeed taken a toll on her. The differences between wolves and humans were apparent, as the relentless demands felt insatiable, and her body could barely keep up. Nian Bei Ning suddenly stood up. "Let's go find my husband." At this moment in Nju Chung, Zi Sang Lu Yin stood before Qing Sha Huan, extending her hand to present an item. "In the realm of white paper, I owe my life to the Wolf King for carrying me all this way. This is my token of gratitude." Qing Sha Huan's expression remained impassive. "No need. I did not wish to carry you. Your life and death are of no concern to me. It was merely Nian Bei Ning who did not want you to perish there." Zi Sang Lu Yin forced a smile, then suddenly raised her gaze to ask, "Qing Sha Huan, have you ever liked me?" Qing Sha Huan furrowed his brow. "What are you saying? Did you ever have even a moment of fleeting affection?" "No, General Lu Yin. Have you lost your senses?" Her words were blunt, yet Zi Sang Lu Yin appeared unfazed, casting aside her dignity as a general to embrace Qing Sha Huan. "But I have. I don't even know when I fell for you. Qing Sha Huan, if it weren't for Nian Bei Ning, could there ever be a possibility for us? What are you two doing?" Nian Bei Ning and Bing Shi Lu witnessed Zi Sang Lu Yin embracing Qing Sha Huan, and the man sighed, pushing her away without mercy. "It is not as you see. She is merely indulging in her own fantasies." Nian Bei Ning cast a dark glare at Zi Sang Lunyan, realizing that this woman had indeed developed feelings for a man. I apologize, Zi Sang Lunyan admitted. Qing Sha Huan is right. It is all my one-sided infatuation. With that, she exchanged a meaningful smile with Qing Sha Huan before bowing and leaving. Back in the palace, Nian Bei Ning confronted them in a fury. What on earth is going on? If you dare to betray me, I will ensure you have no descendants. Seeing her seething with anger, Qing Sha Huan found it amusing. She admitted that it was all her one-sided affection. But did you not see the triumphant smile she wore? What is wrong with that woman? Is she a general or not? Did I merely carry her for a moment, and now she believes she can offer herself in return? Nian Bei Ning was beside herself with rage. And you? Did you need to meet in such a secluded place? Was your conversation premeditated? Qing Sha Huan rubbed his temples. Do not act irrationally. Nian Bei Ning was not one to be easily dismissed. She pouted, looking forlorn. I'm simply angry. I am jealous. Chapter 65. Captured together, Qing Sha Huan sighed helplessly, pulling her into his embrace, whispering seductively in her ear, Do you need me to love you deeply before you believe my words? Oof. Confess honestly, did you already know that Zi Sang Lunyan had feelings for you? I do not know. I'm not concerned with her at all. Then how did she suddenly develop feelings for you? Perhaps it is not affection. It could be part of some scheme. Really? Qing Sha Huan chuckled softly. I merely suggested it is a possibility. Do not overthink it. The thought of Zi Sang Lunyan embracing him unsettled Nian Bei Ning, prompting her to straighten up. Fine, I will trust you, but my mood is not good. I need to clear my head. You rest. Very well. I shall await your return. She couldn't help but chuckle and scold. You are incorrigible. Nian Bei Ning headed straight to the relay station, only to find that Zi Sang Lunyan was absent. The Hu clan members informed her that she had gone to Langya Mountain. Upon arriving at Langya Mountain, Nian Bei Ning was astonished to find the mountain, usually devoid of blossoms, in full bloom with white flowers, their fragrance wafting through the air. Zi Sang Lunyan stood upright, her gaze calmly resting on Nian Bei Ning. You have arrived. It seems you have been waiting here for quite some time. Indeed, during my recent journey to the human realm, Qing Sha Huan repeatedly helped me evade danger. If it were not for affection, how could he possibly assist me so persistently? Nian Bei Ning scoffed. Thus, I conclude that Qing Sha Huan once harbored feelings for me. Alas, you are now the queen of the wolf clan and have evolved into a fire Qilin. If you were not present, we could rightfully be together. Nian Bei Ning truly admires the confidence of this individual. Indeed, a woman consumed by unrequited love is the most foolish and devoid of intellect. Nian Bei Ning cautioned. Zi Sang Lunyan, as a general of the Fox clan, you ought to maintain some decorum. If you persist in pursuing another's husband, I shall ensure you learn a lesson. A glimmer of cold, murderous intent flashed across Zi Sang Lunyan's face, and countless shadowy creatures resembling fox heads emerged from the surroundings. It appeared that she had conspired with the Yin Fox to eliminate me. Upon this realization, Nian Bei Ning felt a deep concern for the Fox clan. What could these creatures possibly do to me? In her hand manifested a blazing wolf spine whip. With each step, she struggled to maintain her balance as Zi Sang Lunyan seemed to multiply into countless figures, while the surrounding Yin foxes grew in number amidst the shadows. What have you done to me? She questioned. Are these flowers beautiful? The seeds I scattered have already sprouted. To deal with you, I must employ some strategy. We are no match for you, the fire Qilin. The mocking laughter of the Yin foxes drew nearer, and Nian Bei Ning felt her head spinning, her movements becoming increasingly cumbersome. When she attempted to cast a spell, a sharp pain pierced her head, obstructing her. Resolutely, she unleashed a chaotic barrage of flames, the blue fire igniting the white flowers. Zi Sang Lunyan silently cursed, urging her minions to swiftly dispose of Nian Bei Ning. The Yin foxes employed a bizarre method of attack. Even in her weakened state, they dared not approach her closely, murmuring incantations. Nian Bei Ning sensed her limbs being restrained and painfully tugged in opposite directions, as if her joints were being twisted and broken. Gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, she calmed herself transforming into a fire qilin and lunging at the clustered Yin foxes. The wave of flames sent Zi, Sang, Lu, Nian flying. Yet the Yin foxes continued to entangle her. Nian Bei Ning's condition deteriorated, and she knew she could not endure for long. Zi Sang Lu Nian observed the fire qilin, a profound tremor coursing through her. Truly, the evolved form of a divine beast possesses formidable strength. Suddenly, a constraining object clamped around Zi Sang Lu Nian's neck. She turned in shock, exclaiming, "Princess? What are you doing here?" Zi Sang Emotion stood there, holding a chain, a golden collar fastening tightly around her neck. Zi Sang Emotion's cold smile offered no explanation, her gaze fixated on the fierce battle between Nian Bei Ning and the Yin foxes. "Stand down," she commanded. The Yin foxes obeyed, gathering around Zi Sang Emotion. Nian Bei Ning's mental fortitude shattered, and as she lost consciousness, she heard the sound of something snapping around her neck, as if ensnaring her. In a daze, she felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, jolting her awake. When she opened her eyes, she found herself confined within a massive golden cage, situated in an enormous cavern, more a mountain than a cave. The ground connected seamlessly to the summit, with rays of sunlight filtering through crevices. This vast cavern was filled with golden cages, housing many captives, with Nian Bei Ning suspended at the center. To her left, Zi Sang Lu Nian lay unconscious in her own cage. The guards, all adorned in white masks and black armor, monitored them closely. Zi Sang Lu Nian was awakened by cold water splashed upon her. She surveyed her surroundings in astonishment, ultimately locking eyes with Nian Bei Ning. "Zi Sang Liu Nian, please tell me you understand what is happening." It was her, she realized. She is of the human race. Silence. A guard beside Zi Sang Lu Nian kicked the cage, causing a painful surge of power to radiate through her. Nian Bei Ning communicated mentally. "What is going on?" Zi Sang Lu Nian gasped for breath, remaining silent. At such a critical juncture, what more can you withhold? Choose between waiting for death or teaming up to escape. Zi Sang Liu Nian lifted her gaze. It was Zi Sang Emotion. I merely confided in her my feelings for Qing Sha Huan. She urged me to kill you to usurp your position, even providing me with the Yin foxes. You fool! Are you not a general of the Fox clan? How could you act so thoughtlessly? Why does she command Yin foxes? Why would the usually gentle and kind princess harbor such malicious intent to have you kill me? I inquired, but she would not divulge. After all, she is a princess of my clan, and I chose to trust her. With a heavy sigh, Zi Sang Lu Nian confessed, "I apologize, Nian Bei Ning. I fell in her trap. Jealousy clouded my judgment. I am truly sorry. Your apology is of no consequence now. What are you staring at? Look away." As their thoughts intertwined, the masked guard watching over Nian Bei Ning shouted, delivering a kick to her cage. The resulting force rendered her weak, the collar around her neck firmly suppressing her magic. Nian Bei Ning inhaled deeply, just as numerous figures entered the cavern. Among them, she recognized a familiar face and grasped the cage tightly, her gaze fixed upon him. Chapter 66. The Ninth Son of the National Master. It was indeed Xiao Junsil. Following the Xiao Prince and others, he seemingly sensed a gaze upon him and turned, locking eyes with Nian Bei Ning. In an instant, he averted his gaze. Nian Bei Ning scoffed, realizing she had misjudged him. The Xiao Prince approached a golden cage, nodding in satisfaction as he spotted Nian Bei Ning and Zi Sang Lu Nian, joy brightening his expression. "Isn't this the queen of the wolf clan?" Nian Bei Ning remarked. "It is a pleasure to see you again, Xiao Prince, and you as well." "Young master." Xiao Junsi remained silent, merely observing her. The Xiao Prince laughed heartily. Well done indeed. The inner core of the Wolf Emperor is truly a marvel." "Ha! If the prince finds it admirable, no doubt my adoptive father will too." The speaker, adorned in a gold and white mask and clad in golden armor with steel arms, was Jiu Chengyu, the ninth adopted son of the National Master. A man whose true face had never been seen by anyone other than the National Master, ruthless and decisive, a sharp blade under the National Master's command. The Xiao Prince inquired, "When does the young master plan to return these individuals?" "Tonight," Jiu Chengyu replied. "So urgent?" My adoptive father urgently requires the inner cores of the beastmen. To avoid prolonged complications, departing tonight is optimal. The Shao prince nodded. The young master is prudent in his actions, granting us peace of mind. Let us proceed. The captives in the golden cages all possessed at least guardian-level cultivation, each restrained by collars around their necks. They struggled to escape, but the backlash from their attempts injured them. Nian Bei Ning secretly gathered her strength when suddenly the collar around her neck emitted a bright light. She felt disoriented, and upon regaining awareness, found herself slumped in the cage. What on earth is happening? She felt utterly powerless. Was she truly to be taken away tonight? By order of young Master Jiu, take this person. Xiao Junsu approached Nian Bei Ning's cage, but the guard firmly stated, I apologize, young master. But without a direct command from young Master Jiu, we lack the authority to release her. Xiao Junsu's eyes bore into the guard. In an instant, the same guard who had just declared their inability to release her stood there, dazed, as he produced the key and unlocked the cage. However, the collar around her neck remained unremovable. Come, young Master Jiu wishes to see you privately. Nian Bei Ning glared at him. Xiao Junsu, I misjudged you. Enough with the pleasantries. We must leave at once. Exiting the vast cavern, Xiao Junsu guided her away, while Nian Bei Ning meticulously memorized the surroundings and the route. However, as Xiao Junsu led her further astray, he eventually halted his steps and addressed Nian Bei Ning, saying, Let us proceed. I cannot remove this collar for you. You must return and find a way on your own. Nian Bei Ning furrowed her brows, questioning, Xiao Junsu, what do you mean? Am I to let you go? Is it amusing to capture me only to release me? Xiao Junsu replied helplessly, It was not I who captured you, yet I cannot absolve myself of responsibility. In truth, the National Master discovered your presence on the very first day you arrived in the human realm. He has been dispatching individuals to monitor both you and our royal residence continuously. As soon as you departed from the sea, they sent someone to follow. Nian Bei Ning, contemplating the implications, remarked with increasing dread, Your National Master knows everything? Indeed, the reason he has not acted against you is to play a long game, fishing for a larger prize. He has now reached a pivotal moment in his cultivation and seeks the inner cores of the beastmen, many of them. Nian Bei Ning scrutinized his face, attempting to discern the truth in his words. Xiao Junsu offered a wry smile. Nian Bei Ning, trust my words. Let's go. Retreating, Nian Bei Ning quickly vanished into the forest, prompting Xiao Junsu to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he intended to turn back, a commotion erupted in the direction she had taken. He hurriedly pursued. Finding Nian Bei Ning collapsed on the ground, clutching her neck and spitting blood, while Jiu Qingyue, clad in golden battle armor, loomed over her. He twisted his neck and lifted his gaze, his piercing eyes fixed on Xiao Junsu. Your Highness, what is your intent? With a playful grin, Xiao Junsu responded, Jiu Qingyue. She's my friend. Kindly release her. Friend? Huh. The human race and the beast race can never be friends. Your Highness, are you so clever yet fail to grasp this principle? I need not your instruction on principles. I simply insist she be allowed to leave safely today. Is that so? Jiu Qingyue raised his hand toward Nian Bei Ning, unleashing a deadly sword energy towards her. Xiao Junsu, wielding a sword in one hand, supported Nian Bei Ning with the other. Xiao Junsu, are you rebelling? I have said she must leave safely. Jiu Qingyue, if you kill me, you can take her back. Seeking death, Jiu Qingyue, unarmed, relied on his powerful golden arm as a weapon. He swiftly closed the distance to Xiao Junsu, delivering a forceful punch aimed at his heart. The latter countered with a hand seal, meeting Jiu Qingyue's fist, causing a shockwave to ripple outward. Bound by the spell, Nian Bei Ning was violently thrown against a tree, crashing down and spitting more blood. As she rose, cursing their ancestors internally, she resolved to flee while they were embroiled in conflict. Yet, a sudden force tugged at her neck, pulling her towards the two. The collar of confinement does not allow you to depart so easily. Jiu Qingyue's expression shifted, his body ensnared by a shimmering rope, struggling to break free. Xiao Junsu forcefully pulled Nian Bei Ning into his embrace, placing a hand over her collar, seizing the opportunity to remove it. Veins throbbed on his forehead as beads of sweat fell onto Nian Bei Ning's face. She quietly observed his increasingly pale visage as time ticked away. With a sharp clang, the collar shattered, and Xiao Jun's collapsed to the ground. Releasing a sigh of relief as he disregarded the blood on his hands and urged Nian Bei Ning, hurry and leave. Realizing the cost he had paid to remove the collar, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Go. After Nian Bei Ning departed, Zhou Qingyue let out a roar, breaking free from the restraints. Rubbing his arm, he approached Xiao Jun's. Xiao Jun's, you have truly lost your mind, risking your life to remove the confinement collar. Have you developed feelings for that she-wolf? If I recall correctly, she is a married she-wolf. What are you thinking? Xiao Jun's inhaled deeply, grinning at him. How could I possibly harbor feelings for a she-wolf? As I have stated, we are merely friends. I'm naturally loyal and do not wish to see my friend harmed. That is all. Xiao Jun's, let's hope your words ring true. Chapter 67. A reckoning upon return. Lord Xiao smacked Xiao Jun's on the head. What foolishness have you committed? Zhou Qingyue is the adopted son of the Grand Master. It is one thing to clash with him, but why sustain injuries? Xiao Jun's coughed. Be gentler. If you strike me harder, your son may truly perish at your hands. Deservedly so. You know the current situation in the imperial city. The Grand Master wields immense power, disregarding the Emperor. His faction no longer respects our royal bloodline. And you choose this moment to provoke them, putting both the Emperor and your father in a precarious position. Xiao Jun's concealed his carefree demeanor, stating, I will not let them get away with exploiting my presence in the beast realm. Lord Xiao patted his shoulder. Whatever you choose, your father supports you. However, you must think twice and not expose any weaknesses. I understand. Yet, there are matters you must address. After Nian Bei Ning's departure, Zhou Qingyue immediately pursued her. With her confinement spell still in the process of recovery, she could not escape the forest for the time being, thus seeking refuge in a cave. She stifled her presence and peered through a crevice, witnessing a group of individuals adorned with white masks swiftly closing in. The leading figure, Zhou Qingyue, halted 20 steps away, surveying the surroundings. Under Nian Bei Ning's anxious gaze, he began to approach her direction. She exerted all her effort to suppress her presence, her heart racing as he drew nearer. Suddenly, he stopped and turned with his group toward another direction, commanding pursue. It appeared something had caught his attention. Once she confirmed their departure, Nian Bei Ning finally exhaled in relief, channeling her inner core. A trickle of blood escaped her lips as the immense power of her spell surged back within her. At this point, the mere thought of that confinement collar sent shivers down her spine. Indeed, the National Master's items were never subpar. She rose, wiping the blood from her lips, only to be startled by a figure standing before her. Instinctively, she gathered her killing intent, ready to strike. Upon recognizing the figure, she exclaimed in surprise, Shanggong, what brings you here? Were you the one who diverted those people? Qing Sha Huan brushed the bloodstains from her lips, his expression dark and foreboding. What have those people done to you? Nian Bei Ning recounted the events, concluding, tonight, Zhou Qingyue will transport those individuals back to the human realm via waterway. They will truly be beyond salvation. So, do you wish to save them? Yes. Very well. To confront the human race. Relying solely on the strength of the Wolf Clan would not suffice. Qing Sha Huan also sought to ensure that various clans owed them a favor. Although Nian Bei Ning had fled swiftly, her route remained firmly ingrained in his memory. They approached the cave, where Qing Sha Huan remarked solemnly, there is no trace of human presence here. Indeed, upon reaching the cave, it was entirely empty. Nian Bei Ning expressed her concern. Have they already transported the people away, or merely relocated them? There are signs they have left behind, Qing Sha Huan noted. Multiple traces mark the ground, spaced apart. Ultimately, they arrived in the territory of the Fox clan. Currently, Zisong Ma Tian conspired with the humans, facilitating their activities at the docks. Within the Fox clan's underground palace, Zisong Ma Tian traversed the passageway at the center of a golden cage, addressing Zhou Qingyue behind him. The She-Wolf Queen is already aware of this matter. You shall wait for a time before returning, and I will notify you. Understood. I will leave matters here to Eighth Sister. She should take care as well. There is no need to worry about me. Zisong Lunyan clutched the pillar of the golden cage, bellowing, You are not the princess. Where is the true princess? Zisang Emotion turned her head, her elongated fox-like eyes glancing sideways at her. She is dead. Si sang liunian clinchul here fist tightly. A torrent of hatred coursing through her veins as she had grown up alongside Princess Emotion. Zisang Emotion let out a cold smirk and stepped away. Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan followed the traces they left behind and discovered that all the individuals outside the Fox clan's underground palace wore white masks. The two, concealed in the shadows, suppressed their presence. Nian Bei Ning remarked, "It seems they have not yet been transported. Since we have arrived at the Fox clan's territory, we should locate the Fox King to address this matter." Qing Sha Huan replied, "The situation may not be so straightforward." Nian Bei Ning suggested, "Should we storm in? Creating chaos might lure out others from the Fox clan." Just as they were deliberating, Xiao Junsu was leisurely swaying at the entrance of the dungeon, cradling his head in his hands. Upon seeing him, the people of Jiuchengyu stepped forward, blocking the entrance tightly, weapons in hand, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Xiao Junsu found the situation absurd. "I merely overindulged and came out for a stroll. There is no need for such wariness towards me." His subordinates remained silent, their gazes fixed intently on him. Xiu Yunxi, feeling somewhat helpless, wiped his nose and whistled as he sauntered away. Upon returning to his residence, he poured 3 cups of tea. "Since you are here, reveal yourselves." Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan appeared in the room. Qing Sha Huan inquired, "Did you leave those traces on the ground?" "Of course, otherwise. How could you have found your way here?" Xiao Junsu continued, "You must not seek the Fox King. He is already under the control of Zisang Emotion, and the Fox clan is gradually being sent back to the human race by Jiuchengyu." This meant that the Fox clan was entirely subjugated by the humans. Realizing that humans had infiltrated, it was unexpected that their methods were so decisive, having penetrated so deeply. "Our royal mansion has already become adversaries with the national master. I do not mind assisting you once more, as a means to atone for my mistakes. After rescuing these individuals, I must depart. You must be cautious afterward. For the national master's ambitions are vast, encompassing the entire Beast World continent." Xiao Junsu infused a specially crafted poison into the food, causing all of Jiuchengyu's subordinates to fall unconscious. He kept watch outside while Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan entered to rescue the captives. Among those inside were the royal elders of the Elephant clan, offerings from the Bird clan, and guardians from the Tiger clan. As soon as Nian Bei Ning freed them, the sounds of fighting erupted outside. Xiao Junsu, still recovering from old injuries, was struck by Jiuchengyu, causing blood to flow from his nose and ears. Qing Sha Huan swiftly darted out, timely blocking Jiuchengyu's lethal strike aimed at Xiao Junsu's head. The two forces rebounded, and Jiuchengyu bared his teeth, stating, "Xiao Junsu, it seems you are truly courting death. Zisamutian interjected, Xiao Junshi, Ishal spare yurlife. Return and report to the National Master." National Master? I was unaware that the Great Ba Kingdom is now under the National Master's rule, exclaimed Prince Xiao in a fit of rage, glancing at his son's injuries, and insisted on leaving. "Jiuchengyu, Ba Huashang. We shall settle this debt when we return to the Great Ba Kingdom." Chapter 68. I am indeed Zisang Emotion. Zisang Emotion grasped Jiuchengyu's arm. "We must retreat." Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan, as the divine beast Qilin, would likely have difficulty dealing with them. Nian Bei Ning scoffed, noting their swift and treacherous escape. "Thank you, Wolf Emperor, for your assistance." The speaker was an offering from the Bird clan, while the Tiger clan's guardian respectfully said, "Thank you, Wolf Emperor, for your rescue. May I ask you a bold question? Wolf King, is there a silver tiger youth among your wolf clan?" Qing Sha Huan affirmed, "Indeed, his name is Li Juchun, a silver tiger bloodline that your Tiger clan abandoned long ago." The other party's expression flickered with complex emotions, and after bowing to them, he departed. One by one, the individuals began to leave. After all, the neck rings had yet to be removed, and they needed to hurry back to take them off, lest they be captured by the humans a second time. With red-rimmed eyes, Zisang Lunian glanced at Qing Sha Huan, whose disdainful gaze prompted a bitter smile from her. Thank you, and I apologize. With that, she turned to leave. But Nian Bei Ning reminded her. Your Fox King has been controlled. What are your plans now? Zisang Lunyan turned back. Incredulity etched on her face. How can that be? Otherwise, how could your Fox clan's underground palace have become a prison for you? We are unaware of the internal situation within your Fox clan. You should consider your next steps carefully. After speaking, the two attempted to depart. But Zisang Lunyan observed their retreating figures, hesitating to speak. Why did she have to request their assistance? As she lowered her gaze, a pair of red-clouded golden-stitched boots appeared. Nian Bei Ning returned, grasping Zisang Lunyan's neck ring, and with a surge of strength, shattered it into fragments that scattered on the ground. Your magical prowess will take some time to recover, so do not worry. Nian Bei Ning sighed. I considered it, and now that your Fox clan is in peril, it is quite possible that my Wolf clan may be next. If this continues, the Beast World continent will be in grave danger. I am not helping you. I am considering the well-being of my Wolf clan and the entire Beast World continent. Within the Fox clan, it seemed as though nothing had occurred. The clan members lived harmoniously. The royal subjects would visit the Fox King when necessary and practice their skills at home when not, seemingly oblivious to the human invasion of their territory. In the Fox clan's inn, Zisang Lunyan and Nian Bei Ning, along with Qing Sha Huan, snuck in and encountered the somewhat ailing Elephant Clan prince. Feign Gui, Wolf Emperor, Wolf King, it is a pleasure to meet you. General Lunyan, you do not appear well. Nian Bei Ning inquired with a smile. Prince of the Elephant Clan, you are too courteous. It has been a while, yet your condition has not improved? Strangely enough, it is merely a cold. Yet it has proven so severe, lingering for a long time, without recovery. Even the divine physician Zhang Jianlian is at a loss. Zhang Jianlian is not at a loss. Rather, she has been sustaining his life with medicine, or else this cold would have claimed his life long ago. Are you here to see Zisang Motian? Indeed, she mentioned she would return to visit family, but it has been quite some time without her return. So I came personally to escort her back. Has something happened? Of course, a grave matter has transpired. Your wife has been killed by humans, and the Fox clan has fallen into their hands. Naturally, they did not explicitly inform Feng Gu-yi of these events, as it would be too stimulating for someone in his frail state. The Fox clan's territory was predominantly female. Zisang Lunyan, as a Jiawei who was considered a superior fox breed, while gray foxes and white foxes were deemed inferior. The Fox King, being the most esteemed 10-tailed fox, existed in a manner akin to Nian Bei Ning's red wolf, a unique presence in both cultivation and bloodline. In the resplendent palace, the Fox King reclined upon the golden fox throne, resting his forehead with closed eyes. Below, Feng Gu-yi and his subordinates came to pay their respects to the Fox King, only to find him in a languid reception posture. What business does the prince of the Elephant Clan have? My esteemed father-in-law, Motian, has been in the Fox Clan for quite some time. I have been here for a while as well, yet I have not seen her. Where could she be? This I do not know. Although I am her father, I cannot follow her every step, the Fox King replied. Since you do not know, I must send my fellow clansmen to search for her. Upon hearing this, the Fox King lazily opened his eyes. There is no need for that, my good son-in-law. Please wait at the inn. I shall have someone inform you when there is news, and I assure you, it shall not be long. In that case, I thank you, my esteemed father-in-law. Upon returning to the inn, Feng Gu-yi, feeling somewhat agitated, exacerbated his illness and began coughing violently. Nian Bei Ning comforted him. Feng Gu-yi, do not become agitated. The Fox King has said he will notify you once he finds your wife. I sense that something is amiss here. Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan exchange a glance, understanding that any discussion of their plans would jeopardize their intentions. At that moment, a knock echoed at the inn's door. Feng Gu-yi inquired, "Who is it?" "It is I, my lord," came the reply. Zisang Motian has arrived? So soon? Upon entering the inner chamber, Zisang Motian encountered Zisang Lunyan and the others, a moment of unexpected confrontation. The woman's slender eyes narrowed slightly, a fierce glint flashing within. "Montak Xian, where have you been? Why did you return so late?" Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Fenggu turned his gaze toward Nian Bei Ning and the others. It is good to see you again. If I recall correctly, you're called Ba Huashang, am I right? Feng Gui Fronit. What Ba Huashang? She is of a human race. The true Sang Emotion has already been slain. Qing Sha Huan interjected. Si Sang Mo Tin, Beginning here usual Dienzel Demina, replied. My lord, do not listen to their nonsense. I am indeed your wife, Sang Emotion. You confided in me the secret of the Xiang tribe's lake of rebirth. And I know the birthmark upon your back. These secrets are known only to me. Fenggu nodded, smiling. Indeed, these secrets are known solely to you. Prince of the Xiang tribe, she is not a princess. The true princess has been murdered, Sang Lunyan asserted. Fenggu glared at her in anger. General Lunyan, how can you, a general of the Fox tribe, fail to recognize your own princess? Stop wasting time with him. Attack. Qing Sha Huan commanded. I dare you to try. Nian Bei Ning took the initiative, capturing Fenggu while Qing Sha Huan and Sang Lunyan advanced toward Sang Emotion. The room had long been ensnared by Qing Sha Huan's barrier, muffling any sounds of the ensuing struggle. Utilizing the Fox tribe's magic, Sang Emotion engaged them in combat, but against the formidable Qing Sha Huan, she was no match. Within 3 exchanges, she was struck upon the shoulder, the sharp sound of snapping bones resonating through the air. Chapter 69. Looming Song Fenggu shouted desperately, Stop! You must cease this at once. Otherwise, the Xiang tribe shall be irreparably at odds with your wolf tribe. Nian Bei Ning twisted his arm, holding him firmly. Why are you so foolish? Do you believe everything she says? The humans have invaded the Fox tribe, and even the Fox King is a sham. The Sang Emotion you see before you is truly a human. I do not believe it. I trust only the words of my wife. Nian Bei Ning found herself at a loss for words at his stubbornness. However, she remained unfazed. Soon enough, this Ba Huashang would reveal her true nature. Sang Emotion lay on the ground, blood seeping from her mouth and nose, barely clinging to life. She raised her hand toward Fenggu, my lord. Even in this state, she continues to feign tragedy? Ba Huashang, if you reveal the truth to Fenggu, perhaps we can grant you a chance at survival. Nian Bei Ning offered. She seemed unperturbed, tears streaming down her face as she crawled toward him. Let me go. Nian Bei Ning was genuinely startled by Fenggu's cry, instinctively loosening her grip. The two fell into each other's arms, drenched in blood, a scene of tragic grandeur. Nian Bei Ning felt as though she were the most wicked of individuals in that moment. With her bloodied hand, Sang Emotion caressed Fenggu's face, struggling to speak. I truly do not understand why they wish to kill me. My lord, please believe me. I am indeed your wife, Sang Emotion. If there is a next life, I would still choose to marry you. As she uttered her final words, her hand fell lifelessly from his face. Fenggu's eyes blazed with fury. Nian Bei Ning sensed something amiss and turned to Qing Sha Huan. My lord, she may be aware that her time is short. Even in death, she seeks to incite conflict between the Xiang and Wolf tribes. Nian Bei Ning understood. What a malicious woman. Fenggu glared at Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning. Have you said enough? From this moment forth, the Xiang tribe and the Wolf tribe shall be irreconcilable. Qing Sha Huan snorted. Fool, one human has deceived you to this extent. Stung by her words, Fenggu coughed up blood, his body stiffening as he collapsed atop Sang Emotion's corpse. Nian Bei Ning hurried to check his breath. This is not good. He has no breath left. Qing Sha Huan remarked. He was already ill. Now, with this rage, his death is a relief. Better than the Xiang tribe seeking unnecessary trouble later. Though there was some truth to her words, she still felt it was a pity for Fenggu. The news of the Xiang prince Fenggu's demise at the hands of the Wolf tribe's king and nobility spread unexpectedly throughout the beast realm. Upon their return to the Wolf tribe, the grand priest appeared troubled. The emissaries from the Xiang tribe are already on their way. The elder scoffed. What emissaries? Have you ever seen an emissary arrive with thousands of people? I say they come to declare war. Huh. Do they think we fear them? Bing Shilu's intelligence was the most accurate. She leaned toward Nian Bei Ning and said, 3,000 elite warriors from the Xiang tribe have stationed themselves 500 meters from our territory, and their king general has come as an envoy, currently waiting in the hall. Very well, what must come will come. Let's meet them. The Xiang tribe's people were tall and powerful. Their king general towering over 2 meters, with robust muscles protruding from his armor, his dark skin and sharp, piercing eyes fixed intently upon Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning. The foreign minister Wang Lu introduced himself. I have met the Wolf King and the Wolf Emperor. Qing Sha Huan addressed the king general. I wish to inquire about the matter of the prince's demise. From whom did you hear of this? To wish for secrecy, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Why should the Wolf King delve into this? We of the Xiang tribe offer you a chance to explain. Qing Sha Huan stood and approached Wang Lu. My explanation is simple. Your prince died of his own anger. That is because you killed Princess Mo Tian, thus driving the ailing prince to his demise. If she were truly a princess, should not the first to make accusations be the Fox tribe? Ziseng Mo Tian is a human. Her aim is to use her life to achieve her current goal. If the king general does not believe this, I can reveal the scene of the humans in the Fox tribe using the demon mirror. Though Wang Lu appeared robust, he was not rash. He agreed to her proposition. Manipulating the demon mirror was perilous and required immense mental fortitude. Thus, Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan joined forces to channel their magic into the mirror, their memories swirling through the depiction of the Fox tribe's dungeon. Time ticked away. Days passed with the alternation of day and night. The images within the demon mirror showcased Ziseng Mo Tian and Jiu Chengyu, their collaboration and dialogues unfolding frame by frame. Wang Lu, a perceptive individual, swiftly grasped that this was a trap. Nian Bei Ning remarked, your prince's affection runs deep. Knowing the truth may be more than he can bear. Wang Lu glared fiercely. Indeed, my prince loved Princess Mo Tian too dearly. Very well, since this matter is now clear, I shall return to report to my king. Qing Sha Huan cautioned, King General, do not be hasty. The humans are cunning and treacherous. It would be wise to remain in our wolf tribe for now. No sooner had she spoken than unfortunate news arrived. The soldiers led by Wang Lu had been ambushed outside, and as the grand priest rushed to their aid, the Xiang tribe's elite had already suffered heavy casualties. Observing the fallen warriors, Wang Lu slammed his fist in the ground, cursed Fox tribe. Indeed, the ambush was orchestrated by the Fox tribe. They had initially anticipated a direct assault from the Xiang tribe, but were met with caution as the Xiang tribe chose to investigate before engaging. The Fox tribe could no longer remain still, leading to the ambush. Wang Lu's face turned pale with rage. Nian Bei Ning zitit. These Fox tribe members are truly despicable. Their cunning knows no bounds. Qing Sha Huan corrected her. This matter is orchestrated by the humans. Indeed, the humans are truly vile. Nian Bei Ning agreed. Wang Lu exclaimed, this is outrageous. I cannot believe this. Nian Bei Ning consoled him. King General, please do not act impulsively. Remain calm. The remaining soldiers of the Xiang tribe have entered the realm of the Lang tribe for recuperation. At this moment, Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan must prioritize the protection of Wang Lu. If another general from the Xiang tribe perishes on Lang territory, it is highly likely that the Xiang tribe will rise in arms against them. Such a scenario must be averted at all costs. Within the royal palace of the Hu tribe, the Hu king is indulging in a bath while a subordinate, donned in a white mask, waits attentively beside him. The Hu king gestures dismissively, instructing, you may all leave. Yes. The Hu king inquires, speak, what is the matter? Lord Lu, was the decision to attack the Xiang tribe made solely by you? Lu Ming Song, a lieutenant general under the command of Jiu Chengyu, had seen his fellow lieutenant generals promoted to higher ranks and was fervently eager to prove himself in this mission. Given the considerable risks of venturing into the Beast World continent, none dared to contest his authority. One must enter the tiger's den to seize the tiger cub. Chapter 70. Submitting to the Lang tribe, am I not entitled, as the Hu king, to exercise this degree of authority? You not only failed to annihilate the Xiang tribe, but instead alerted them to our presence. The master is quite displeased with this and demands you return to the human realm to provide an explanation. Lu Ming Song's countenance darkens as he replies, I understand. You may leave. Once alone, Lu Ming's song, in a fit of rage, strikes the water, sending splashes everywhere. Just then, another messenger arrives. Hu King, the general of the Xiang tribe, has arrived. The man, previously consumed by anger, suddenly brightens. What a fortunate turn of events. I need not search far for this opportunity. Convey my orders to make proper arrangements. As you command. Wang Luzhuizhua stands robustly in the Hu King's study, accompanied by subordinate. Lu Ming's song chuckles. What brings General Wang to seek an audience with me at such a late hour? Wang Luzhuizhua's expression darkens. I have come to hold you accountable. The Xiang army was ambushed by your tribe. Shouldn't the Hu King provide me with an explanation? Lu Ming's song, arms crossed behind his back, adopts a menacing tone. Indeed, it was I who commanded the ambush, but alas, your Xiang army proved more capable than anticipated, failing to achieve total annihilation. With a wicked grin, Lu Ming's song continues. Now that General Wang has graced us with his presence, it saves me considerable effort. Attack! Silence envelopes the room. Lu Ming's song's expression shifts, his voice rising. Attack now. Stop shouting. No one is coming. Retort the subordinate behind Lu Ming's song. The very one who had delivered the earlier message. He raises his head, revealing a transformation, clad in black with a curved black dagger at his waist. This man is none other than Qing Sha Huan. Despair washes over Lu Ming's song as he collapses onto a chair. Ultimately, he pays the price for his reckless actions. A man driven by ambition yet cowardice, he quickly divulges everything without the need for severe interrogation. He is merely a pawn, unworthy of knowing too much. All he is aware of is that the offerings and elders of the Hu tribe have been drugged and delivered by Jiao Chengyu to the human realm for the national master to retrieve their inner elixirs. Now, every member of the royal family in the Hu tribe is affiliated with Jiao Chengyu, possessing formidable magical abilities that rival those of the Hu tribe's offerings. Regardless of one's prowess, in an environment where the enemy is aware and one is not, defeat is inevitable. The next morning, the offerings and elders of the Hu tribe convene in the grand hall of the Hu palace, and all present are from the human realm. Lord Lu, why have you summoned us? Lu Ming's song, seated rigidly, responds, Indeed, I have pressing matters to discuss. How many members of our tribe have been transported back? We will provide you with the records to present to Lord Jiao Chengyu at the appropriate time. Lu Ming's song zeroes in on the critical question. Have all been returned? Not yet. What's wrong with you today, Lord Lu? You appear quite anxious. You are all doomed. How can I not be anxious? I can only pray to Amitabha that I may trade these lives for my own survival. Suddenly, the doors slam shut, and blue flames engulf the ground, creating a net-like inferno. The gathered individuals begin casting spells to extinguish the fire. But their efforts prove futile as anguished cries and desperate struggles fill the air. Lu Ming's song, witnessing this dire situation, shields his face in terror. What have you done? Lu Ming's song, you dare to conspire against us? Lord Jiao Chengyu will not let you off lightly. You traitor, I will haunt you even in death. Soon, all falls silent. When the doors reopen, a gust of wind sweeps away the ashes within. The heat singes Lu Ming's song's garments and hair, leaving him in a pitiful state. Upon seeing Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan emerge from behind the screen, Lu Ming's song kneels and repeatedly bows his head. I have led everyone into the trap as you instructed. Now that all the human members of the Hu tribe are dead, will you spare me? Qing Sha Huan inquires. Oh, all the human members are dead? Lu Ming's song, horrified, raises his gaze, only to be met with the sight of blood dripping from the sword of Zi Sang Lunyan, who stands behind him. Recently, numerous events have unfolded within the Hu tribe, culminating in the demise of all the royal offerings and elders at the hands of the humans. Inchitings fierce indignación in Zi Sang Lunyan. With the conclusion of today, the affairs of the Hu tribe are finally settled. Nian Bei Ning resolutely Zi Sang Lunyan. If you wish to prevent the Hu tribe from being erased from the Beast World continent, you must regain your composure and revitalize the Hu tribe. The future rests on your shoulders. Submitting to the Lang tribe. What? At this, the other three gasp in astonishment. Zisang Lunyan gazes resolutely at Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan, declaring with conviction, I am a general of the Hu tribe. With the Hu king absent, I possess the authority to represent the entire Hu tribe. I am willing to lead the Hu tribe in allegiance to the Lang tribe. Qing Sha Huan replies, I fear your Hu tribesmen may not agree. I am confident I can persuade them. Grant me a little time. Wang Luzhuizhua returns to the Xiang tribe with his soldiers. Overnight, the news of the Hu tribe's submission to the Lang tribe spreads, igniting fervent emotions among the Hu tribe's members. Why should they yield to the Lang tribe? Zisang Lu Nian is merely a general. What gives him the right to represent the Hu tribe? As the autumn wind sweeps away the remnants, these issues may be revisited later. After a harrowing escape from death, they can finally rest. That night, after cleansing herself, Nian Bei Ning eagerly nestles into Qing Sha Huan's embrace. Strangely, the man who usually longs to pull her closer merely holds her, caressing her delicate skin, seemingly lost in thought. My dear, what occupies your mind? If Zisang Lu Nian can persuade them, he will. If not, so be it. Qing Sha Huan seizes her somewhat unruly hand. Do you recall the mention of the sacrificial mountain by Yinzhen? I do. What of it? News has emerged that a Master-S tomb has been discovered at the sacrificial mountain. Nian Bei Ning raises an eyebrow, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. I understand your intentions, my dear. You wish to raid the tomb, correct? I have some experience in this regard. We must prepare shovels and candles, for if our candles extinguish while we are inside, we shall withdraw. As Qing Sha Huan listens to Nian Bei Ning's incessant chatter, he furrows his brow, striving to keep pace with her thoughts, but ultimately cannot help but interrupt her. Such preparations may be unnecessary. When it comes to the sacrificial mountain, those in the know adopt somber expressions tinged with reverence. It is said to be a place where humans can cultivate to become immortals. 300 disciples once achieved immortality there, and the ensuing thunder tribulation astounded both the human and beast realms. During the days when the sacrificial mountain stood, peace reigned among humans, with no demons daring to invade. Not even the poison-wielding tribes of the western regions would approach the Daba kingdom. To be able to send one's child to cultivate at the sacrificial mountain is a boon earned through generations of virtuous deeds. However, no one could have foreseen that the sacrificial mountain would vanish in an instant. Chapter 71. The tomb of the great master at the sacrificial mountain, how could it have disappeared? No one knows the reason, nor the whereabouts of the disciples and masters of the Jishan, leaving only the dilapidated palace standing atop the mountain. This incident has astonished both humans and beasts alike. As time has passed, it has been 50,000 years since the fall of Jishan. The tales of those events have faded, and the knowledge has been passed down through generations of ancestors as mere idle gossip. Perhaps the stories have long been altered. The sole value worth passing down is a reminder to future generations. If one discovers the tomb of a disciple or master of Jishan, they must visit, for the treasures of Jishan are countless, and even a few that have made their way to the human realm have caused quite a stir. To this day, the tomb of the great master of Jishan has been uncovered, and both the beast and human clans are preparing to set forth towards it, eager for the impending contest. The matters concerning the Fox clan have been set aside. Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan are not in a hurry. The great master's tomb is not in the realm of humans or beasts, but lies within the desolate borderlands between the two. What is desolation, you ask? It is a barren land devoid of life, fraught with danger. This desolate area has a history with Jishan, for it was here that the powerful beings of Jishan battled a two-headed evil dragon, ultimately slaying the beast and rendering the land almost unrecognizable through the devastation of magical forces, transforming lush landscapes into the current desolation. Once untouched, this land now sees a steady influx of people. Whether human or beast, encounters are brief, as they all seek to conserve their strength for the greater treasure within the great Master-S tomb. With her red boots crunching the brittle twigs beneath her, a woman in a crimson robe gazes into the distance of the desolation, pondering the sheer number of grave robbers and whether the tomb could accommodate so many. Qing Sha Huan remarks that the great master was the founder of Jishan, and entering his tomb will not be an easy feat. As they stand on the vast stretch of yellow earth, a considerable gathering has formed around an ancient stone tablet that, though devoid of inscriptions, emanates an invisible, mysterious force. Suddenly, a deep, resonating hum erupts from the tablet, and a semicircular barrier of light envelopes it, revealing several openings that seem to function as gateways. In an instant, a multitude of people rush towards the entrance, while many hesitate, fearing what lies beyond. Nian Bei Ning's eyes widen in realization. It has opened. We must enter. Yet, Qing Sha Huan holds her back, cautioning her to wait. The tomb of such a powerful figure cannot be so easily breached. Those who enter through the barrier find their bodies twisting unnaturally, as if invisible forces are pulling at them. Only those of considerable fortitude escape the harrowing fate that befalls the others. Some are swallowed by the ground, sharp blades springing forth like traps set by hunters, claiming lives in an instant. The few who manage to survive the initial onslaught are left bloodied and battered. It appears that those drawn to the treasure must first contend with its perils. Observing the wounded emerging, Nian Bei Ning shudders, questioning the events unfolding. It is evident that the tomb of such a figure is laden with deadly traps, and the first to enter are merely triggering the defenses. A sense of dread washes over her. Indeed, this tomb is no easy target for theft. Those with insight, not just Qing Sha Huan, recognize the gravity of the situation. After witnessing the wounded, the onlookers begin to stir, murmuring an unspoken agreement to advance. Entering the barrier, Nian Bei Ning is astounded by the grandeur of the great masteress tomb. The crystalline walls appear priceless. The ground is paved with exquisitely patterned granite. In recessed alcoves house luminous night pearls, illuminating the lengthy corridor. Awestruck, Nian Bei Ning refrains from expressing her admiration, fearing judgment from those around her. Before long, chaos erupts as someone discovers a treasure, igniting fierce competition among the crowd. A powerful force emanates from a nearby alcove, and as Nian Bei Ning glances inside, she sees a steel-skinned figure wielding a long spear. The weapon's terrifying sharpness is evident, explaining the bloodshed occurring over it. She leans towards Qing Sha Huan and whispers that the spear appears formidable. He casts her a knowing smile, ominously declaring that not all will survive this encounter. The next moment, screams echo from within as blood sprays forth beneath the spear's blade, leaving only a few skilled enough to escape. As they delve deeper, the aura of mystery intensifies, the initial opulence giving way to ancient charm, with esoteric runes visible throughout the cavern. The vastness of the tomb seems limitless, and she wonders if it can truly contain so many. Suddenly, Qing Sha Huan pulls her into the crowd, and following his gaze, she spots Jiu Chengyu. Alongside him is a woman, her icy demeanor and shoulder-length hair adorned with a crystal hairpiece, evoking a striking similarity to Zisang and Motian. This is Ba Hua Shang. Nian Bei Ning inhales sharply. This must be the real Ba Hua Shang, while the one who perished was merely an impersonator. Understanding dawns upon her. The situation is indeed peculiar. They decide to follow. In this throng, where the name of the Grand Master is well known, his prowess in crafting weapons is unmatched. And while he may claim the second position, no one dares to assert themselves as the first. The crowd following Jiu Chengyu is not limited to Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. Others exchange furtive glances, signaling their intent to accompany them. Upon reaching a crossroads within the tomb, they encounter a steel effigy clad in a simple silk garment. Ba Hua Shang directs a spell at it, transforming the once drab garment into a dazzling spectacle. The next moment, Jiu Chengyu dashes forward, delivering a powerful blow that sends a would-be assailant flying, ending their life instantaneously. Such ruthlessness! Ba Hua Shang remains fixated on the silk garment, instructing Jiu Chengyu to retrieve it. Qing Sha Huan cautions that these steel sentinels exist to guard the treasures, advising them to observe carefully and act judiciously. Nian Bei Ning smiles knowingly, understanding the strategy of patience. As Jiu Chengyu reaches for the silk garment, the steel figure exhales a breath, seemingly coming to life. A moment later, it strikes at Jiu Chengyu with a punch, prompting gasps from the onlookers as he narrowly evades. The force of the blow creating a gaping hole in the cavern wall. In an instant, the steel figure pivots and strikes again. Jiu Chengyu, not one to shy away, meets the blow head-on, As their fists collide, he swiftly retreats, sliding down and delivering a blow to the figure's side. As the Iron Man bent down to strike again at Jiu Qingwei, she deftly planted her palm on the ground and executed a circular leap, reappearing behind him, reaching out once more towards the silk garment. With a resounding clang, to everyone's astonishment, the Iron Man's rear head grotesquely split apart, revealing a hollow-eyed visage that emitted a ghostly white light. Seizing the moment, Ba Huashang made her move. With a flick of her wrist, she launched a metal hook that ensnared the Iron Man's neck, causing sparks to fly. Utilizing the momentum, Ba Huashang leapt onto the Iron Man's shoulder, who began to flail wildly in response. Having observed the Iron Man's weakness, Ba Huashang noted that his attacks never reached above the shoulders. The opportunity to defeat him lay in his upper body. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she concentrated her magic at her fingertips and struck down upon the Iron Man's head, a blow that seemed to sever his life force, rendering him immobile. Once the tumult settled, Ba Huashang leapt down from the Iron Man's shoulder, and Jiu Qingwei remarked, "Sister Ba is truly formidable." Ba Huashang cast a sidelong glance at him and removed the silk garment. Only upon seeing the object in her hands did her gaze soften slightly. This is the true treasure. At that moment, those lurking in the shadows could no longer contain themselves and began to snatch at the item from Ba Huashang's grasp. Jiu Qingwei shielded her, effortlessly snapping their soft swords and engaging in combat. Those who had made it this far were no ordinary foes. Among them were several formidable adversaries that posed a headache for Jiu Qingwei. Observing the situation, Ba Huashang carefully stored away the silk garment and retreated, leaving the matter in Jiu Qingwei's capable hands. Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning, in perfect synchrony, followed Ba Huashang closely. As they turned a corner in the passageway, they could hear the sounds of Ba Huashang battling in the distance. The two were busy indeed. The adversary was a hooded figure clad in black, relentlessly attacking Ba Huashang with lethal intent, golden magical energy swirling around him. Ba Huashang skillfully wielded her sharp metal hook, engaged in a fierce struggle. Her movements swift and fluid. The battle was evenly matched, and for the first time, Ba Huashang faced a truly formidable opponent. "This is a prime opportunity. Let us strike," Qing Sha Huan urged. However, Nian Bei Ning grasped his arm and crouched down to quietly retrieve an item that had been flung away during the skirmish. The very silk garment that everyone was vying for. Upon noticing this, Qing Sha Huan raised an eyebrow at her. "Let's go." The two hastily departed with their newfound treasure, moving with unprecedented speed. This was indeed a case of fortune favoring the prepared, while Ba Huashang had grown somewhat careless. The item was called Huang Qi, and donning it would grant the ability to soar through the skies, providing not only formidable defense, but also greater agility than those who flew upon swords. Upon hearing Qing Sha Huan's explanation, Nian Bei Ning felt an overwhelming sense of joy. This is truly a splendid treasure. You must drip your blood to recognize it as yours and wear it. Without hesitation, Nian Bei Ning complied, her blood falling upon the Huang Qi, transforming the resplendent garment into a radiant light that drifted momentarily before merging with her being. A sense of lightness enveloped her, bringing unparalleled comfort. Satisfied, Qing Sha Huan declared, "Let us proceed." Entering the tomb from the northern direction, they ventured deeper towards the south, the heart of the crypt. Within lay dangers, including the Iron Guardian and fierce conflicts among treasure seekers. Even if one were to obtain a precious item, the ensuing chaos could lead to their demise. The air was thick with the scent of battle and bloodshed, revealing humanity's selfish greed in this moment. As the day wore on, only half of those who had entered remained capable of advancing deeper into the tomb. Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning pressed forward through the throng, encountering a variety of individuals, frail old Taoists, robust warriors, and alluring young women. All were on high alert, moving cautiously, for anyone could turn out to be an adversary. Suddenly, the crowd quickened their pace. Nian Bei Ning felt a surge of spiritual energy emanating from ahead, a tremendous force that piqued her interest. "My dear, there lies great treasure." Qing Sha Huan replied nonchalantly, "Not necessarily. Those who rushed ahead in excitement were doomed to a swift disappointment. Unbeknownst to them, someone triggered a hidden mechanism, and amidst a cacophony, a torrent of mercury surged forth, a deluge that even the strongest could scarcely withstand. The crowd scrambled to retreat. Yet their speed was no match for the oncoming tide of mercury, and many were swallowed in its grasp. In this chaotic scene, only Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan remained still. Recently endowed with the Huang Qi, Nian Bei Ning felt no fear. A transparent dome enveloped them, shielding them from the deluge of mercury. Not only that, but they moved effortlessly forward, while the corrosive mercury consumed the others, leaving naught but bones. They reached the source of the mercury eruption and were astonished to discover a basin, a spout the size of a human face from which this formidable mercury flowed. What an extraordinary treasure this must be! Nian Bei Ning rubbed her hands together, signaling to Qing Sha Huan. The latter pondered, could this be a treasure basin, gathering the essence of mountains and rivers? Chapter 73. The wall mural comes to life upon hearing this. Nian Bei Ning's excitement soared. A treasure basin. When Qing Sha Huan's hand touched the basin, the torrent of mercury finally ceased, restoring calm. The basin's glow faded, revealing an utterly ordinary container. Little different from a wash basin. This is indeed a fine item. Let's take it. Some, frightened by the mercury, hesitated to advance further, while others, emboldened by its disappearance, ventured deeper. As their field of vision expanded, Nian Bei Ning and her companions beheld vivid murals etched upon the stone walls. The scene depicted in the murals felt familiar to Nian Bei Ning, reminiscent of a sacrificial mountain she had once encountered. The figures, regardless of gender, sported high buns and donned loose blue ceremonial robes. Though mere murals, the gazes of those depicted seemed to follow them, creating an unsettling atmosphere. These were once disciples of the sacrificial mountain, Qing Sha Huan remarked, who possesses such skill to carve their likenesses into the stone. The passage's end loomed dark and foreboding, the murals densely packed and seemingly endless. As more individuals entered, they spotted Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan, uncertainty etched upon their faces. My speed is unmatched. When did you two arrive? Nian Bei Ning replied, we arrived much earlier. Ignoring their presence, the individual dashed deeper into the tomb. One by one, more figures appeared, while Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan remained unhurried, confident that with the treasure basin in hand, they would easily uncover the finest treasures within this crypt. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. Another had stumbled upon a treasure, and the ensuing chaos of battle was fiercer than before, as people seized opportunities in the turmoil. As was their nature, amidst the crowd, Nian Bei Ning sensed an imminent danger approaching from behind. She swiftly turned, her weapon transforming into a fiery whip, entangling with the assailant's weapon that was nearly upon her. Ba Huashang scoffed, retracting her weapon. Her and Zhou Qingyue's piercing gazes fixed intently on Nian Bei Ning and her companion. You've been here all along. Nian Bei Ning smilet imustadmit. Your vague statement baffles me. Enough pretense. Were you not waiting to seize the Huang Qi? Nian Bei Ning gazed innocently at her, asking, what is this Huang Qi? Is it edible? Those yellow wings? Ba Huachang fixed a sharp gaze upon her, while Zhu Changyue twisted his neck. A muffled voice resonating from behind his mask. You won't know until you try. Stepping forward, Zhu Changyue swiftly unsheathed the black curved blade from his waist. Though his golden armored arm was exceptionally sturdy, when struck by Qing Sha Huan's blade, he recoiled instantly, conjuring a massive golden hammer in his grasp. Ba Hu Jiang Fidao Wen. It was the first time she had seen Zhu Changyue wield a weapon. Nian Bei Ning, unfazed, wore a wicked smile as the blazing crimson wolf spine whip lunged fiercely towards Ba Huachang. The air crackled with heat, causing many to retreat in discomfort to avoid being caught in their fray. Zhou Changyue felt increasingly strained in his battle against Qing Sha Huan, as the latter's strength seemed to amplify rather than diminish. He had never before felt compelled to use a weapon against anyone. Qing Sha Huan was the first. Unbeknownst to him, Qing Sha Huan experienced a similar sensation, believing that with the power of his Emo Qilin form, Dealing with a mere Jiu Changyue should have been effortless. Yet, it appeared that the more they clashed, the more formidable Qing Sha Huan became, leaving Jiu Changyue at a disadvantage. This oppressive atmosphere affected not only them, but also Ba Huachang, Nian Bei Ning, and others present, who all sensed the mounting pressure. Look, the figures in the mural have moved. A startled cry echoed, halting all combat. The mural figures turned their eyes, twisted their necks, and extended their arms, looking around, while others descended from walls. Their bodies were translucent, wielding swords, and suddenly, they charged toward the living. Chaos erupted in an instant. Regardless of the ferocity of the attacks, they fell upon these spectral beings like stones sinking into the sea, having no impact whatsoever. Qing Sha Huan protected Nian Bei Ning, but even with his formidable weapon, he could not harm the translucent figures. His blade passed through them as if they were mere air. Conversely, the swords of these apparitions were undeniably lethal. Furthermore, they began to coordinate their swordplay and formations against the living, leaving no survivors among those ensnared. The number of these entities greatly exceeded that of the living who had entered the tomb, effectively sealing their escape routes and threatening to claim their lives. They showed no fear of Nian Bei Ning's flames, advancing directly through the blue fire to strike at her. Sensing that Nian Bei Ning and Ba Huachang posed a significant threat, more and more of them converged upon them. Qing Sha Huan frowned, realizing that this situation was untenable and suggesting they seize the opportunity to escape. Nian Bei Ning understood the gravity of the situation. There was no route left to retreat, as the way behind them had been blocked. These beings could not be killed nor touched. They were truly at an impasse. Those who had entered the tomb began to band together, resisting in small groups. With the aid of the Huang Qi on her back, Nian Bei Ning remained unharmed by the translucent foes. However, Qing Sha Huan's arms and back bore multiple injuries, and both Jiu Changyue and Ba Huachang were similarly wounded, with Ba Huachang even sporting a cut across her face. It was akin to a grand slaughterhouse. If this continued, they would surely perish here. A dozen translucent figures formed a sword formation, preparing to assault Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning, surrounded on all sides by foes wielding swords, leaving them with no escape. At this critical juncture, someone lifted Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan by their arms, soaring directly toward the deepest part of the tomb. Moments later, they landed in a spacious area where a colossal statue stood, depicting a woman holding a feather duster. The scene exuded a sacred solemnity that made one feel unworthy to gaze upon it. "Brother Yin?" Nian Bei Ning exclaimed, grateful for his timely rescue. Yin Zhanlei appeared as disheveled and carefree as ever, taking a hearty swig from his wine gourd and smiling at them. Just a small effort, no need for thanks. Nian Bei Ning hurriedly assessed Qing Sha Huan's injuries, asking, "How are you?" "Just some superficial wounds. It's nothing," he replied. In their concern for each other, they failed to notice the glimmer of longing and nostalgia in Yin Zhanlei's eyes as he looked at the grand statue. "You two are quite bold to dare raid my master's tomb," he remarked. Nian Bei Ning replied with a smile. "If we hadn't come, many others would have." "So, this is your master's tomb?" "Indeed it is." Yin Zhanlei glanced at the statue, lowering his head to take another sip of wine. Qing Sha Huan inquired, "Is this statue the great master Jishan?" Nian Bei Ning gasped. "Your master was a woman?" Yin Zhanlei nodded. "Yes, she founded Jishan all on her own." "Impressive, isn't it?" Nian Bei Ning readily praised. "Very impressive." Yin Zhanlei chuckled. Little red wolf, you could surpass her." "I dare not claim such a thing. I am nowhere near her caliber." "Jishan has produced countless immortals." "Immortals?" Yin Zhanlei seemed to find this notion comical, his expression contorting into a mix of laughter and disbelief before his eyes dulled. "Like embers extinguished. There are no immortals. They are merely fabrications spun by those with idle minds." He sighed. "The matters of Jishan cannot be explained in a moment. The dangers here are far beyond what you can withstand. Let me take you away." "All right," they agreed. At that moment, however, an unusual tremor emanated from the gathered treasure basin that Qing Sha Huan had stowed away. He opened it, and it began to shake violently, radiating a brilliant light as countless treasures converged from the surrounding pathways toward the basin. The scene was breathtaking. Yin Zhanlei exclaimed in awe, goodness, you have the treasure basin. I wonder which unfortunate soul opened the vault. They won't be getting a thing. Once the treasures filled the basin, Qing Sha Huan promptly withdrew his hand, bowing to Yin Zhanlei. Brother Yin, may we leave now? We should take the items and go to avoid any further complications. In the next instant, as they vanished from that space, a group pursued them furiously. Yet, the once empty area now only held the towering statue. The Grand Master's face darkening. Damn it, they escaped. Zhou Chengwei remarked, Father, what about those two from the Wolf Clan? The Grand Master squinted. I sense no trace of them, but there is the scent of that fellow. Just then, the tomb quaked violently. The Grand Master shouted, Not good, retreat. Before they could flee, Yin Zhanlei's expression fell. This is bad. We must hurry. Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan followed him swiftly through a passage, emerging into a realm adorned with lush green branches, blue skies, and white clouds. Behind them lay neither passage nor tomb, only a winding bamboo forest. Nian Bei Ning questioned, This seems like Jishan. Not seems. This is Jishan, Qing Sha Huan confirmed. Brother Yin. A voice called from above the bamboo steps, revealing a man in a blue brocade robe, his hair tied high. He hurried to Yin Zhanlei, astonished and delighted. Brother Yin, it's really you. Where have you been? Master has sent people searching for you everywhere. Yin Zhanlei momentarily appeared dazed. Master? Is Master still alive? The man slapped the back of Yin Zhanlei's head. What nonsense are you spouting? Master is perfectly fine. You think I'd curse him to death? Who are these two? Friends of mine. All right, let us all go up and chat. The speaker was Hua Jingyun, the second disciple of Jishan, who rebuked Yin Zhanlei as they ascended. How did you end up in such a sorry state? You look disheveled and unkempt. You hardly resemble a disciple of Jishan. Master will surely scold you for this. Yin Zhanlei forced a smile, tentatively asking, How is the eldest brother? Hua Jingyun was momentarily taken aback, his expression tinged with a hint of sorrowful trepidation. Yin Shitty, have you forgotten that our eldest senior brother has been dead for tens of thousands of years? Upon uttering these words, not only did Yin Zhanlei stare at him in astonishment, but also Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning were equally shocked. What could this possibly mean? Was it possible that Jisai Mountain had not been destroyed? Had it persisted all this time? Yin Zhanlei anxiously pressed on. What about Meng Huaishi? Where has she gone? Meng Shimi had also departed from Jisai Mountain tens of thousands of years ago. Yin Shitty, you are aware of these matters. Why do you suddenly inquire about them? Yin Zhanlei was at a loss, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The thunder calamity obliterated Jisai Mountain completely. There was nothing left. How could it still exist? As they spoke, they had already arrived at the summit of Jisai Mountain. Nian Bei Ning observed that countless individuals donned unified blue attire. Some engaged in sparring at the training grounds, while others, female disciples, were laughing and chatting with one another. From the direction of the kitchen, smoke wafted upwards, and a fragrant aroma of rice filled the air. Nian Bei Ning quietly spoke to Qing Sha Huan. My dear, everything here appears so real. There was something amiss. What was visible might not necessarily be the truth. He alone was capable of maintaining a calm analysis of the situation. The people here seemed vibrant and full of life. They could feel the forceful energy fluctuations during sparring. The melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms under the warm sun made everything seem incredibly authentic. Hearing Yin Zhanlei's words, Hua Jingyun sighed and explained, Yin Shitty, you may not know, but I too believe that Jisai Mountain had perished beneath the thunder calamity. However, it did not. We, along with Jisai Mountain, have inexplicably arrived at this place, a location far removed from both the human and beast clans situated to the north. At a great distance, among all the disciples, you were the only one missing. Although we were concerned for you, our greatest worry was for our master. For over 10,000 years, she has tirelessly sent individuals to seek your whereabouts, yet to no avail. Yin Zhanlei exclaimed, I have been in the secret realm. I have not emerged for tens of thousands of years. So Jisai Mountain is not lost. It still exists. Ha ha ha. The spiritual birds soared, and the waterfalls cascaded. Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan were assigned a room to stay in. As she ate meat, she turned her gaze towards Qing Sha Huan. who was looking out the window, and asked, "What are you looking at? If you don't eat soon, it will be gone." "It's fine. I want you to eat more." Nian Bei Ning squinted her eyes in happiness, replying, "You are the best, my dear." Yet, she still felt that something was amiss. Is Jaisai Mountain truly still here? Nian Bei Ning mused. It doesn't seem fake. At that moment, Yin Zhanlei entered with a beaming smile, having shaven his stubble and styled his hair into a bun. Dressed in a splendid blue robe, the once scruffy master had finally shed his beggar's appearance. His laughter was genuine, radiating joy, and his eyes sparkled with light. "Since you have acquired so many treasures, feel free to stay and enjoy them here at Jaisai Mountain for a few more days." Qing Sha Huan inquired, "Yin Dai, do you know if these treasures are from the Jaisai Mountain treasury?" Yin Zhanlei chuckled. "I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I have confirmed that these treasures were stolen by a former disciple who had betrayed us. This tomb was also constructed by him. It cannot be false." "Ha ha ha." Qing Sha Huan regarded him in silence. That night, Jaisai Mountain was ablaze with light. Some disciples were studying by lamplight, while others enjoyed romantic moments under the moonlit flowers. Life was calm and orderly, with no signs of trouble. Yin Zhanlei seemed to have forgotten about the two of them, spending his days either with his fellow disciples or with his master, reveling in joy. Qing Sha Huan initially intended to leave, but soon realized that the path from Jaisai Mountain was not a safe one. In the 75th chapter, the tale of Jaisai Mountain's destruction, they discovered that there was no safe exit. The once perilous stone steps they had ascended were now fraught with danger, as if this place could only be entered but not exited. Unfortunately, they could not locate Yin Zhanlei at that moment, and the longing that had accumulated over tens of thousands of years had led him to lose himself in merriment with his fellow disciples. Among the places he frequented was the Grand Master's Hall. Based on Nian Bei Ning's years of experience, she suspected these two might harbor ulterior motives. They had resided here for an entire month, enjoying food and the splendid scenery of Jaisai Mountain. But Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan felt far from comfortable. They eventually spotted Yin Zhanlei at a pavilion by a waterfall, accompanied by a woman whose gentle demeanor resembled that of a lily, clad in a flowing white robe. Her lustrous hair was loosely tied, yet could not conceal her striking beauty. Beside her, Yin Zhanlei was brimming with mirth, continuously peeling longan for her while animatedly recounting his experiences over the past tens of thousands of years. In the shadows, Nian Bei Ning frowned and whispered, "I knew there was something suspicious about these two. It seems that Yin Qianpei has taken a liking to his master." A man behind her remarked, "Is it appropriate for us to be eavesdropping like this?" Nian Bei Ning replied, "I believe it is quite appropriate." The Grand Master, known as Yin He, stood up and gazed in their direction. "Since you are friends of Zhanlei, there is no need to hide." Nian Bei Ning turned to Qing Sha Huan, puzzled. "I had concealed my presence. How did she discover us?" Qing Sha Huan ignored her and approached them. "My dear, wait for me." "Greetings, Grandmaster," Yin Zhanlei exclaimed. "Oh dear, in my excitement, I forgot you both were still here at Jaisai Mountain. When you plan to leave, I can accompany you." "No pity. We will inform Yin Dage when we decide to leave." Yin He smiled. "No need for formality, please sit." Qing Sha Huan asked, "I would like to inquire about something." "Grandmaster, feel free to ask. Why is it that we cannot descend the mountain?" Nian Bei Ning thought he would engage in conversation, yet he went straight to the point. Yin He chuckled, "You may not know this, but ever since Jaisai Mountain was relocated here, outsiders can only ascend but not descend." Yin Zhanlei appeared puzzled. "How did it come to this?" "I do not know either." Qing Sha Huan remarked, "I see. Yin Dai, since you are here with the Grand Master, and we have no urgent matters to attend to, it would be fine for us to remain here for now." After saying this, he led Nian Bei Ning away, not wishing to intrude upon their intimate moment. Initially, they had hoped to awaken some caution in Yin Zhanlei, but his subsequent indifference suggested that he had not heeded Qing Sha Huan's words. Since a gentle approach had failed, a more forceful tactic was necessary. Nian Bei Ning stealthily made her way to Yin Zhanlei's quarters, where she found him leisurely reclining in a chair, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing her, he chuckled wryly. "Is it inappropriate for a woman to come here at night? Where is your husband?" "He is unaware of my visit. I have come for something." Yin Zhanlei straightened up. "What is it that you seek?" "This." Nian Bei Ning grasped his gourd of wine and turned to flee. Yin Zhanlei erupted in fury. Hey, you little rascal, return my gourd. Nian Bei Ning sprinted all the way to the entrance of the stone steps leading down the mountain, where Qing Sha Huan awaited her. This cunning method of luring Yin Zhanlei had only occurred to Nian Bei Ning. Yin Zhanlei halted abruptly. Stop your antics. Aren't you going to keep an eye on your wife? Hurry up and return my gourd. It was a gift from my master. Nian Bei Ning smiled and raised her hand, tossing the gourd down the stone steps. Yin Zhanlei leapt into action to catch it, and Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan followed closely behind. It was then that Yin Zhanlei realized something was amiss with this path. Amidst the chilling wind, countless wandering souls emerged along the route, and upon closer inspection, it became evident that these individuals were indeed disciples of Jaisai Mountain. Yin Zhanlei remained silent for a long while before turning to Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. What do you mean by this? Qing Sha Huan replied. To help you awaken, this is an illusion. Yan zone beloud, impossible. What illusions are you speaking of? This is my Ji Shan, where my fellow disciples and master still exist in vivid reality. Ji Shan has merely shifted its location under the thunderous tribulation. This is all a ruse of yours, isn't it? What are your true intentions? Qing Sha Huan interjected. Senior Yin, you have lived for tens of thousands of years. Can you not see through this charade? These souls are your true brethren. Yin Zhanlei found it hard to believe. He had already accepted this truth, having lived here for over a month, and the bonds of brotherhood and the care of his master felt so long awaited. Even if it were false, even if it were merely a facade, Senior Yin, the greatest agony in life is not facing tragedy, but rather existing within the void of illusions. The most formidable trap of this grave is not the iron figures or mural beings, but the remorse and guilt that ensnare your heart. These souls are your fellow disciples, reminding you not to remain ensnared in confusion. It is time to depart. Qing Sha Huan's words pierced deeply. Senior brother, return. Junior brother, Ji Shan no longer exists. It is time to leave. The ethereal voices resonated in Yin Zhanlei's ears, and he felt his eyes redden, tears brimming as he sank helplessly to the ground. Why must they tear open his wounds anew? Since arriving here, he had lost his taste for alcohol, yet now he reopened the wine gourd, the liquor trickling from his lips. Let me tell you a story. Tears shimmered in his eyes. My master attained the Tao of Heaven and was forbidden from marrying or bearing children, nor could she develop feelings for a man. Otherwise, Ji Shan would face utter destruction. Yet I was unaware that it was my master who saved me from the marauders in my hometown. Like a celestial being, she descended from the heavens and brought me to Ji Shan to teach me cultivation. I was clever indeed, huh? There are none with such talent for cultivation in Ji Shan. In a short time, my magical prowess soared. Yet my arduous training was not to slay demons for the sake of the world, but to be worthy of my master. Indeed, I fell in love with my master. In the vigor of youth, I desired to possess her, and I succeeded. But I did not know that in that moment. I not only destroyed my master, but also brought ruin to Ji Shan and my fellow disciples. My master broke the Tao of Heaven, attracting the thunderous tribulation. She knew everything, yet did not reveal it to me. Instead, she sent me away from Ji Shan as the tribulation approached. When I returned, everything was gone. Everything. Upon finishing, silence enveloped the surroundings. Yin Zhanlei, tears mingling with wine, muttered, Thus, I am the eternal sinner of Ji Shan. How do you perceive me now, Senior Yin? Chapter 76. The private sect of the national master. After Yin Zhanlei spoke, the environment suddenly changed. The souls dissipated, and Ji Shan crumbled like ashes, swept away by the wind. An endless expanse of grassland stretched before them, with mountains and flowing waters. The once majestic Ji Shan now vanished. Yin Zhanlei turned his back to Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan, his shoulders trembling with deep sorrow. Nian Bei Ning wished to offer comfort, but Qing Sha Huan grasped her arm and shook his head. After a long while, Yin Zhanlei emerged from his grief. How foolish I was. I must thank you two juniors. Otherwise, I might have truly been ensnared in that gentle illusion. He stood up, his blue robe faded, returning to his disheveled appearance. My secret realm has been restored. It is time to depart. I know you are at odds with the Grand National Master. He is not to be trifled with. Be cautious and leave. With a wave of his hand, Yin Zhan lay soared into the air, disappearing in an instant. Nian Bei Ning. He has lost all his loved ones because of his actions. It is no wonder he is reluctant to leave the illusion. We should leave as well. This region does not belong to either the human or beast races, lying beyond both territories, still some distance from the beast world continent. As night fell, they followed a waterway to a small town, where people of all kinds mingled. Both beastmen and humans coexisted harmoniously. Though the town was small, it exuded wealth. With a 9-arch bridge built from white jade, adorned with lanterns woven from golden silk that cast a patterned glow at night, creating a beautiful sight. Towering taverns rose above 3 stories, and nearly every household had lion statues at their doorsteps. This town was truly unique. They checked into an inn, where the proprietor was a stunning woman with wild hair, exposed shoulders, and long legs. She greeted Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan with vibrant makeup. Welcome, esteemed guests. We are fully booked today, but we have one last room available. How curious, Nian Bei Ning remarked, that you say you're fully booked despite the few guests. Very well, that will be 4 Earth Spirit Stones. The innkeeper recognized them as people from the beast race continent. She was no ordinary woman. She cheerfully led them to their room, saying soon, members of the Huaxing sect will be staying here. Please remain inside to avoid any conflict. The innkeeper was indeed quite considerate. Nian Bei Ning inquired, what do the members of the Huaxing sect do? They are a sect secretly established by Li Tianhe of the Daba Kingdom, quite formidable. From what I know, he has a penchant for the inner cores of your beastmen. Is Li Tianhe the national master? Asked Qing Sha Huan. Indeed, he is the national master. Thank you for the information. You're welcome. As they spoke, the innkeeper led them to their room, casting a flirtatious glance at Qing Sha Huan as she departed. Not long after, a large group from the Huaxing sect arrived at the tavern, seemingly familiar with the place, playfully teasing the beautiful innkeeper. Each member bore various weapons, all dignified and serious. Li Tianhe was known for his exceptional forging skills, crafting exquisite weapons. This private sect he established focused on weapon creation. This grand assembly was drawn out due to the discovery of a premium mine, aiming to forge powerful magical artifacts from rare materials. Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan exchanged knowing glances. An opportunity had arisen. The next day, unnoticed by the members of the Huaxing sect, Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan transformed to resemble their fellow disciples, blending in among the crowd, 2 ordinary faces among the least favored male and female disciples, providing them with the perfect chance to seize an opportunity. They followed the group to the site of the premium mine. The area was remote and rugged, located in a desolate burial ground where they discovered the premium mine. From a distance, they could see the excavated or shimmering with a faint white glow, emanating a warm sensation, with strands of spiritual energy wafting from the stones. Indeed, only premium materials could forge superior magical artifacts. The mine's expanse was vast, and once the group had collected enough, they would jointly cast a barrier of illusion here, leading the unsuspecting to believe they were in a burial ground. Naturally, people would choose to avoid such an ominous place. Subsequently, the 2 of them followed the disciples to the Huaxing sect. With Nian Bei Ning protected by her phoenix wings, the national master should not be able to discern her identity, while Qing Sha Huan possessed ample skills to conceal his presence. The Huaxing sect was situated on a mountain peak in the eastern region of the Daba Kingdom, where massive furnaces and bizarrely shaped stones were abundant. The disciples, both male and female, all bore small hammers at their waists, each with unique designs, albeit small, containing immense power. This tool must have originated from the Grand National Master. Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan separated, heading to their respective quarters, as the male and female disciples resided in different areas. Alongside Nian Bei Ning were 2 other women, who upon seeing her, cheerfully asked, Junior Sister Tian, you're back? The master remarked that the mineral vein they encountered was considerably more refined than any they had previously encountered. What does it look like? Nian Bei Ning candidly responded. It is white, with a slight shimmer covering its surface. You will see it soon, in the upcoming refining competition next month. She hoped to secure the top prize using this new mineral, which would grant her access to the 3-day refining secret tome. With 20 slots available, she believed she had a chance. While tidying her bedding, Nian Bei Ning listened attentively to their conversation. The refining competition and the secret tome were two significant pieces of news. In the stillness of the night, Nian Bei Ning noticed one of her senior sisters quietly rising to leave. Following her, she discovered that she was not the only night owl. The secluded area behind Huaxing sect seemed to harbor many others. Was this a clandestine rendezvous point for couples? Just then, she too sought to find her partner. As Nian Bei Ning stealthily prepared to depart, she accidentally collided with someone's chest. Looking up, she met Qing Sha Huan's gaze, which held a teasing smile. "Why are you so foolish?" Nian Bei Ning, annoyed, retorted. "You stand silently behind me and then call me foolish?" Qing Sha Huan leaned in and planted a quick kiss on her lips, pulling her away as he asked, "Have you heard about the refining competition?" "I have." "And what is this secret tome you speak of?" "It is the refining secret tome of the Grand Master, a remarkable treasure." Nian Bei Ning rubbed her hands together. "I understand. If we can find a way to place in the top 20, we will have the opportunity to view the tome, correct?" Qing Sha Huan raised an eyebrow. "View? Is that all?" Suddenly, Nian Bei Ning's face lit up with a mischievous grin. Chapter 77. I am the clown. Merely being allowed a glimpse is rather unsatisfactory. They prefer to keep it tucked away in their own pockets for a leisurely examination. On this dark and windy night, Nian Bei Ning wrapped her arms around the sturdy waist of her companion, whose eyes sparkled with mirth. In the pitch-black night, he lifted her chin and captured her luscious lips with his own. Suddenly, a thunderous noise shattered the intimate atmosphere, and both turned their gazes toward a fiery glow in the distance, accompanied by the sounds of chaos and screams emanating from the back mountain. Shadows appeared in the sky, swiftly soaring toward the source of the disturbance. A man, his eyes ablaze with crimson, bore a grotesque appearance, with numerous blade-like protrusions emerging from his body. He had lost his sanity and charged at his fellow disciples. The disciples quickly drew their weapons to defend themselves, but none could match his ferocity. In mere moments, several disciples fell beneath the onslaught of his drawn blades. Observing the situation, several esteemed masters from Huaxing sect joined forces, wielding swords, halberds, and bows, launching a furious assault. Dust and debris filled the air as the battle raged on, leaving the disciples trembling in fear. After a fierce struggle, they finally subdued the man. By early morning, discussions about the previous night's events filled the air. Senior Brother Zhang, who had been in seclusion refining weapons for a month, unexpectedly emerged only to succumb to madness. Indeed, the sight was terrifying. The master had warned that with their current level of magical prowess, blood sacrifices to weapons were forbidden or one would fall into madness. Yet, he had chosen to disregard this caution. Blood sacrifices could yield tremendous power, but one misstep could cost one's life, a tragic loss. Nian Bei Ning absorbed their conversations, shrugged, and made her way to the lecture hall. The hall could accommodate thousands, and to her surprise, Qing Sha Huan happened to sit beside her. At the front of the hall, a man adorned with a golden crown spoke with a serious demeanor. "Are my teachings falling on deaf ears? I am aware that the one who sacrificed blood is not the only one. You are fortunate. You only suffered some damage to your meridians and coughed up a bit of blood. The unfortunate ones are those who witnessed the scene last night. Harm begets harm. The finest weapons possess spiritual energy. If you cannot control them, they will control you, an utter foolishness." While he reprimanded them, he still imparted crucial knowledge. Qing Sha Huan whispered to Nian Bei Ning, "You must be cautious of that individual. His magical prowess may not be formidable, but he wields a treasure of divine quality. He is the second adopted son of Li Tianhe, known as Shuangyi." Nian Bei Ning muttered, "Why is he yet another adopted son of Li Tianhe? Is it possible he cannot have biological children?" Qing Sha Huan chuckled lightly. "He has 10 adopted sons. I do not share his ambition. 2 sons and 2 daughters are sufficient for me." Nian Bei Ning, with a tight-lipped smile, shot him a glare. "Do you take me for a pig, capable of bearing so many?" "With some effort, it should be possible," he replied, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she shot him another glare. Shuangye's magical prowess was not high, It was his exceptional talent and weapon refinement that led Li Tianhe to adopt him. Under his tutelage, Nian Bei Ning, who had previously known nothing of refining, learned much. It turned out that blood sacrifices were a risky maneuver only those with profound magical skills could dare attempt. If successful, one could achieve a union between man and weapon, a formidable state. Thus far, only the Grand Master and Shuang Yi had reached such heights. During the refining process, different attributes of plants could be incorporated, which would endow the weapon with specific attack attributes, with the refining flames being of utmost importance. Typically, ordinary flames were used, but acquiring superior flame seeds would yield even more powerful weapons. In the world, refining sects were scarce for weapon refiners, regardless of whether they were human or beast. They were highly sought after. Even if one could only forge the most basic weapons, major sects and powers would go to great lengths to recruit them. Hence, Qing Sha Huan had limited knowledge about the intricacies of refining. If Nian Bei Ning and her companions mastered the essence of refining, they would no longer fear Li Tianhe's treasures, providing Nian Bei Ning with essential qualifications and leverage in her quest to reclaim her kin. As Nian Bei Ning quietly devised a plan, a fellow sister from her residence stumbled into the room, clutching her swollen face and bursting into tears. Nian Bei Ning hurriedly comforted her. "Sister Yu, what has happened? Who has wronged you?" Yu Yin angrily exclaimed. "The short sword I painstakingly forged was snatched away. That person is merely relying on her status as a princess. Why should she be so arrogant and domineering?" "So it was a case of sect bullying," Nian Bei Ning suggested. "You should inform the master." "But without evidence, how can I report it? It's not just about the weapon. She actually has feelings for senior brother Wang, while he is fond of me." Now, that was a bit of melodrama. With red-rimmed eyes, Yu Yin cried, her face swollen from the slap she had received. Nian Bei Ning decided to help her reclaim her dignity, repaying her grievances in kind and recovering what was rightfully hers. "Senior Sister Tian, Senior Sister Yu, what is the meaning of this?" The speaker was none other than the one who had bullied Yu Yin, Jiangzhu, her sleek black hair tied back neatly, clad in a striking dark green outfit, exuding both elegance and coolness as she regarded them with a nonchalant gaze. She was indeed the perpetrator of the bullying. Yu Yin extended her hand. "Return my belongings." Nian Bei Ning cleared her throat. "I heard you were taking advantage of your status." Jiangzhu paused for a moment before responding with a cold laugh. "You sister, have I bullied you?" Initially, Yu Yin intended to assert that she had indeed been bullied, but hesitated, glancing at Jiangzhu and then at Nian Bei Ning before muttering, "I have been bullied." "Humph." With a derisive snort, Jiangzhu caused Yu Yin to shiver. "You've burned your face on the furnace yourself. I provided you with medicine to prevent disfigurement. Your short sword had flaws, and you added a pose of fruit, which will cause your furnace to explode after some time. Wasn't I doing you a favor by taking your sword? And that scoundrel named Wang, you rendezvous with him daily, while I see him with another woman every day. Yu Yin, you are my sister. Would I harm you?" Nian Bei Ning opened her mouth, taken aback. You are sisters?" Yu Yin pouted. "Same mother, different father." Nian Bei Ning, "She is also your sister." Jiangzhu, "Humph. It seems I have meddled too much." Nian Bei Ning found herself at a loss for words, standing there rather awkwardly. However, Jiangzhu bore no ill will towards her. "For many years here, you're the first one willing to stand up for my sister. Tian Shimmy, would you be interested in joining our blacksmithing team?" Nian Bei Ning's heart leaped with joy. "Ha, that sounds great." Chapter 78. Confrontation unexpectedly. There's a small group of blacksmiths here. According to Jiangzhu, they hail from the kingdom of Emonan, a small nation that pales in comparison to the Bagua, being less than 1/10 its size. Yet, they occupy a coastal advantage, which deters the Bagua from making any rash moves against them. Here, people from other small nations have also formed factions, covertly recruiting fellow disciples, all with the aim of serving their own countries once they depart. After Nian Bei Ning agreed, Jiangzhu gifted her a seed. "This flame seed is a rarity in our country. Consider it a token of our meeting." "Thank you." Nian Bei Ning weighed the flame seed in her hand. To be honest, she found its fiery power rather unimpressive. Everyone here possesses a spatial wristband, which holds the largest containers for blacksmithing, the four-cornered bronze cauldron, along with herbs of various attributes. The items in the hands of this Tian surnamed disciple were indeed pitifully few. Just a bronze cauldron and 2 herbs, not even a flame seed. Only an endless supply of charcoal. Tian shimmy, big news. Yu Yin burst into the room, her face brimming with excitement as she spoke to Nian Bei Ning. We secretly held a weapon auction in Huangya Town. Come, let me show you. The weapon and artifact auction is conducted privately by the disciples of Hua Xingzong, kept from the knowledge of our masters. It is also a test of competition among several small factions within Hua Xingzong. The covert auction venue in Huangya Town is within and run by a beautiful proprietress. She has a spacious underground chamber that can accommodate thousands, with jade stone steps leading down, and the walls adorned with gold leaf. By the time Nian Bei Ning and her group arrived, a considerable number of attendees were already present. Nian Bei Ning spotted Qing Sha Huan seated in the front row, gazing thoughtfully at the high platform. She raised an eyebrow. It seemed he too had been drawn into a small faction. She inquired of Jiang Zhuer about the individuals in Qing Sha Huan's vicinity. Who are those people over there? A look of intense disdain flashed across Jiang Zhuer's face. That is the team of the 7th Prince of Fenghua. Yu Yin, the people of Fenghua are the most detestable. We have a blood feud with them. Originally, we had 2 sister disciples forge a profound grade treasure. But Feng Zhongsheng, unable to recruit them, secretly had them killed and discarded in a mass grave. We went to search. There were no remains left to report to our master. Jiang Zhuer sighed. The master would handle it, but only if there is evidence. After all, this continent operates on the law of the jungle. He cannot intervene in everything. As she spoke, Feng Zhongsheng noticed Jiang Zhuer and cast a provocative glance her way. Most of those entering the venue were outsiders and possessed formidable magical abilities. Here, one could acquire several powerful weapons or treasures. Possessing a good item or weapon would provide a significant advantage in future travels. The levels of weapon forging range from ordinary sharp weapons to earth, heaven, profound, yellow, immortal, divine, Buddha, and the rumored void spirit treasures. Nian Bei Ning assessed her Qi Yan Lang Ji whip and concluded it likely belonged to the divine grade category. The innkeeper, a charming woman, stepped onto the stage and smiled alluringly. I am Huang Ziyuan, the owner of this town. Welcome, everyone, to this auction. As per tradition, the highest bidder wins. I dislike quarrels and fights. Otherwise, you shall enter standing and leave horizontally. Nian Bei Ning raised an eyebrow. She appreciated the boldness in her words. Today, there are 6 weapons and 4 treasures for auction. The first item is the Yu Feng sword, aptly named for its ability to command the wind. The starting bid is 1,000 taels of gold. Astonishingly, the opening bid is already 1,000 taels of gold, quite a hefty sum. 2,000, 2,005. After the Yu Feng sword was bid at an astounding 5,000 taels of gold, the Prince of Feng cast a disdainful look towards Jiang Zhuer, as if to say, it was his creation. The auction prices continued to rise, and as Nian Bei Ning attended this auction for the first time, she was astonished to see many individuals carrying millions of gold. The final highlight of the auction was a copper bell adorned with exquisite patterns. According to Huang Ziyuan's introduction, this bell possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, with a starting bid of 3,000 taels of gold. The bidding process ignited with fervor, culminating in a final price of 15,000 taels, claimed by a burly man with a coarse beard. This was the highest priced item at the auction. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Jiang Zhuer's eyes, while Yu Yin couldn't help but laugh heartily. Nian Bei Ning asked, "Did you forge this?" Yu Yin pointed to her sister. She forged it. This is at least a yellow-grade treasure. Few can forge yellow-grade weapons in Hua Xingzong, and she is one of them. Overall, the gold earned from Jiang Zhuer's side far surpassed that of the Fenghua prince. As they were leaving, their path was blocked by the prince's entourage. Qing Sha Huan winked at her, and Nian Bei Ning covertly returned the gesture. Amidst the tense atmosphere, they were the only 2 with such thoughts. Surnamed Jiang, quite impressive. In such a short time, you managed to forge a yellow-grade treasure. Care to share your secret with us? Nian Bei Ning found him shameless. Yu Yanpa, you shameless scoundrel. Why should my sister teach you? You killed our 2 senior sisters. We have yet to settle that score with you. Feng Zhongsheng, with his sharp features and a slight hunch. Would be indistinguishable from a commoner, if not for his fine clothing and jade pendant. He grinned maliciously. You shimmy, please don't spout nonsense. When did I ever kill your senior sisters? Don't slander me. But you shimmy, you have become increasingly charming. Jiang Zhuer stood protectively in front of Yu Yin, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon him. You Feng, do not push your luck. Feng Zong Sheng snorted. You wish to settle accounts with me? Very well. I'll give you a chance. Tomorrow at the mass grave, let's settle this. With that, he arrogantly led his group away. Sister, shall we go? They have issued a challenge to us. If we do not attend, how can we show our faces in Hua Xingzong again? Upon returning, they remained sleepless, preparing their equipment, while Nian Bei Ning slept soundly. What kind of storm could these mere blacksmiths, lacking in magical prowess, possibly stir? To Nian Bei Ning, it felt like children playing house. The following day, at the mass grave, the cold wind howled, and the sky was shrouded in a gray haze, with vultures circling above, waiting to prey. The number of people confronting each other was not insignificant, with around 100 on either side. The law of the jungle remains unchanging. Jiang Zhuer, let us fight. If you win, I will kneel and apologize and withdraw from Hua Xingzong. But if you lose, not only must you reveal your blacksmithing secrets, but your several charming junior sisters must also take turns entertaining this prince. Chapter 79. Encountering a vengeful spirit. Upon hearing this, Feng Zong Sheng laughed shamelessly, while Qing Sha Huan behind him glared at Feng Zong Sheng with a look as sharp as a knife. Jiang Zhuer clenched her fists, suppressing her anger. Very well. It's a deal. Feng Zong Sheng's smile faded, and he bellowed, Brothers, charge! In an instant, everyone brandished their weapons and treasures. The petite Yu Yin, at that moment, appeared as if emboldened, her arm manifesting a colossal shield, impervious to blades and flames, and with immense gravity. Those struck by the shield screamed as they were sent flying. In the midst of the chaotic battle, there was also a junior sister, wielding 2 exquisitely crafted hairpins, deftly maneuvering through the fray. The pins emitted a radiant glow, capable of altering the trajectory of attacks in an instant, causing those nearby to hesitate in their approach. The adversaries, masked and reckless, scattered toxins from a container, oblivious to the peril they posed to their own allies. It was only when the situation turned dire that one among them hastily scattered antidotes. The array of weapons and magical artifacts left Nian Bei Ning in awe. Her mind was preoccupied with admiration rather than the fight at hand, until an unobservant foe directed an attack towards her. A steel spear, razor-sharp and seemingly sentient, automatically targeted its victims with lethal precision. Excited, Nian Bei Ning swiftly advanced and struck the oblivious assailant on the shoulder, seizing the weapon as he fell. The spear trembled in her grip, sensing she was not its rightful owner. With narrowed eyes, Nian Bei Ning quietly cast a spell to break the binding that prevented the weapon from acknowledging her as its master. She dripped her blood upon it, and without needing to control it, the spear launched a series of agile attacks against an enemy. Qing Sha Huan engaged in a mock duel with Nian Bei Ning, their combat style drawing the attention of others, but they were too preoccupied to notice. My dear, this spear is a treasure. It even attacks on its own. Everything here captivates my interest, Nian Bei Ning exclaimed. Have you brought your treasure basin? Qing Sha Huan replied with a smile. You are indeed a clever one. As their skirmish continued, they retreated to a shadowy corner where Qing Sha Huan produced the treasure basin. In the midst of the fray, the combatants suddenly found their weapons and artifacts slipping from their grasp, vanishing into thin air. Where's my sword? Where are my treasures? What is happening? As the treasures disappeared into Qing Sha Huan's basin, a radiant glow flickered until all items were secured, restoring normalcy. The treasure basin must be safeguarded. Just as the others were processing the situation, Feng Zong Sheng shamelessly drew a dagger from his waist and lunged towards Jiang Zhuer's chest. Yu Yin pushed the dazed Jiang Zhuer aside, but the dagger found its mark in Yu Yin. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Zhuer retaliated with a powerful kick to Feng Zong Sheng's chest. Fortunately, the dagger had not penetrated deeply, leaving Yu Yin with only minor injuries. Flustered, Nian Bei Ning rushed over to embrace Yu Yin. How are you? Senior sister Yu? Yu Yin grimaced in pain, and Jiang Zhu instructed Nian Bei Ning. Please take care of her. Without weapons, Jiang Zhu showcased her remarkable combat skills, swiftly pinning Feng Zhongsheng to the ground and delivering punishing blows to his head. The man howled in agony. You fools, what are you waiting for? Come help kill this woman. The others, merely colleagues of Feng Zhongsheng, were not his subordinates. Their anger at losing their artifacts was exacerbated by his insults, and they longed to retaliate. Jiang Zhu twisted her wrist, releasing her grip as she stood. You have lost. Do you remember what you said? Kneel and confess your wrongdoings, then leave Hua Xingzong. Feng Zhongsheng feigned death on the ground, but soon lunged at her with the dagger, determined to take her down with him. Anticipating his defiance, Jiang Zhu kicked him in the head, rendering him unconscious. Were it not for his status as a prince, which would invite trouble for the Mo Nan kingdom, she would have ended him herself. Senior sister Jiang, why did our weapons suddenly vanish? One asked. Yes, we only lost them after following you here. You bear some responsibility. Another added. Jiang Zhu reassured them. Fear not. As a Huang-tier refiner, I can certainly provide you with worthy replacements. With the skirmish concluded, as everyone began to return, a chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down Nian Bei Ning's spine, accompanied by an unsettling sense of familiarity. At that moment, Jiang Zhu's complexion changed. Veins bulged as she was lifted off the ground, as if something was choking her. Senior sister Jiang, what's wrong? It was not just her. Many others experienced similar afflictions. Stripped of their artifacts, they were rendered powerless. Nian Bei Ning leapt to rescue Jiang Zhu who coughed violently, revealing 5 ominous finger marks on her neck. Sensing an approaching malevolence, Nian Bei Ning turned to see a ghastly spirit reaching for her throat. Summoning flames from her fingertips, she hurled them at the apparition, which let out a piercing scream before disintegrating into ashes. Its cry acted as a signal, and from a mass grave emerged a swarm of vengeful spirits surrounding the group. What are these ghastly entities? They're the spirits from the mass grave. Qing Sha Huan approached Nian Bei Ning, concerned. Did it harm you? Nian Bei Ning smiled. No, I'm unharmed. Jiang Zhu trembled. It's over. These spirits are ferocious. We may not escape. Nian Bei Ning's eyes hardened. Is that so? She materialized a crimson flame whip, sweeping through the oncoming spirits. Those touched by the flames were instantly reduced to ashes, yet the relentless horde pressed forward, undeterred by their previous demise, shrieking in fury. Qing Sha Huan slowly drew his black curved blade, protecting Nian Bei Ning as the spirits screeched and vanished beneath its edge. Their prowess did not go unnoticed. Even the fiercest spirit was no match for their combined might. I will ensure your safety. Once we return, speak not a word of this encounter, lest the spirits target the one who reveals too much. Nian Bei Ning's warning was effective. The group fell silent, their breaths becoming cautious. Chapter 8. Ice Mine recognizing the formidable strength of Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan, the spirits reluctantly retreated, allowing the group to return to Hua Xingzong in a state of disarray. During the afternoon respite, Jiang Zhu sought out Nian Bei Ning. From what I know, the previous Tian may lacked such abilities. Who exactly are you? Nian Bei Ning smiled. Is that of great importance to you? Jiang Zhu replied. I apologize for my forwardness. I came specifically to express my gratitude. You are too kind, senior sister Jiang. Despite her royal status, Jiang Zhu felt diminutive compared to Nian Bei Ning. Senior sister? Nian Bei Ning's voice drew Jiang Zhu from a reverie. What were you pondering? I wanted to ask if you would still like to be a part of our team. Am I not already? Jiang Zhu nodded, smiling. It's getting late. Please rest well, Tian May. As Nian Bei Ning observed her retreating figure, she pondered, recognizing that Jiang Zhu's intent to ally with her was likely to gain her favor for future endeavors in her homeland. Indeed, Nian Bei Ning shared similar thoughts. Leading a group of refiners back to the Wolf Clan would be a tremendous advantage. During the afternoon training session, with no one around, Qing Sha Huan slipped into Nian Bei Ning's room. As she prepared to refine artifacts, she leaped into his embrace. What brings you here in broad daylight? It would be problematic if someone saw you. Do you doubt my discretion? Nian Bei Ning chuckled. Of course not. I came to request some fire seeds. Nian Bei Ning replied, understood. In this Huaxing zone, no one's flames can rival mine. Qing Sha Huan's comprehension is remarkable, and his aptitude for weapon forging is on par with that of Shuangyi. After acquiring the fire seed, he began to seclude himself for intensive training, leaving Nian Bei Ning without his presence for a considerable duration. Once Yu Yan's injuries had nearly healed, Nian Bei Ning, who had personally wasted a significant amount of iron ore in her forging attempts, realized that the art of weapon crafting was far from simple. It required immense time and effort, and even a slight inaccuracy could render all her hard work futile. Hence, those who managed to reach the yellow grade and above were indeed exceptional. After Nian Bei Ning's intense flames melted a batch of fine iron, Yu Yan approached her with momentous news. Senior sister, great tidings have arrived. Several masters have ventured out and discovered a new mining source. Although the quantity is limited, the quality is of the highest caliber. When it comes to gossip, if Yu Yan claims second place, few would dare to contest her position. Nian Bei Ning, disheartened from repeated setbacks, replied, "Oh, is that so? Is an ice mine capable of countering all forms of fire spells? Impressive, isn't it?" Nian Bei Ning perked up. Such a mine exists in the world? Indeed, my information has never been inaccurate. However, I'm uncertain of the mine's quantity. According to our master, only disciples who have forged weapons of yellow grade or higher are qualified to obtain these ores. Alas, I have no hope. Nian Bei Ning could not bear to listen any longer. Rather than merely countering all fire powers, it felt as though it was directly opposing her own abilities. She needed to devise a plan. As it turned out, as Yu Yan had predicted, all those who had forged yellow-grade weapons from Huaxing Zone were taken away by their master, to prevent others from following them. Shuangyi personally led the team to retrieve the ore, leaving Nian Bei Ning unaware of their whereabouts and left to wait. When Jiang Zhu returned 3 days later, she appeared visibly fatigued and immediately took a rest. Yu Yan, once again, engaged in idle chatter with Nian Bei Ning, senior sister. Are you not curious about the fate of the ice mine? My sister mentioned that only those with exceptional magical prowess could retrieve it. Yet our Huaxing Zone has few such individuals. However, you and that senior brother should be able to manage. Nian Bei Ning feigned indifference. Are you suggesting I should steal it? Yu Yan chuckled. Senior sister, do not phrase it so harshly. What do you mean by steal? We are disciples of Huaxing Zone, and we are merely taking what rightfully belongs to us. This woman was indeed serious about it, but it aligned with Nian Bei Ning's intentions. The ice mine was situated beneath a rugged cliff, a desolate area devoid of human presence for 10 miles. Though wild beasts roamed the forest, even the most ferocious would likely steer clear upon encountering Nian Bei Ning. Yu Yan, despite her seemingly lazy demeanor, possessed considerable forging talent and could create weapons of mysterious grade. She extracted the location of the ice mine from Jiang Zhu's words, and seizing a moment of opportunity, both she and Nian Bei Ning arrived at their destination. As anticipated, a mirage concealed the area. Nian Bei Ning discerned the illusion, yet Yu Yan remained oblivious. Something feels amiss. My sister clearly indicated this location. Why is there nothing here? Nian Bei Ning suggested, perhaps we have mislocated it. There may be beasts in this forest, and time is running short. Shall we return? Yu Yan resignedly sighed. Ultimately, what is ours will remain ours. Forcing the issue is futile. Nian Bei Ning privately raised an eyebrow, as she did not share this sentiment. It required individuals with profound magical abilities to extract the ice, or thus Shuangyi sent people to the Bagua to seek assistance from the national master. This back-and-forth process would consume some time. Unbeknownst to anyone, during this interval, all the beasts in the forest surrounding the ice mine vanished entirely. The disciples of Huaxing Zone busily engaged in forging, with less than 10 days remaining until the grand competition. In this short span, Nian Bei Ning believed herself incapable of crafting a weapon, while others toiled diligently. She felt utterly dispirited. Jiang Zhu gifted her a tome on weapon forging. Forging is not as simple as it seems. The more restless one is, the harder it is to succeed. This is my personal forging manual. It may aid you. Nian Bei Ning was elated. Thank you. During her seclusion for forging, She mastered the nuances of flame control, the density of the ore, and the precision of her strikes. Ultimately, her first weapon, a short sword, was completed, although it lacked aesthetic appeal. Due to her unique flames, the short sword emerged as a weapon of heavenly grade. Ecstatic at her creation, Nian Bei Ning reveled in her success. Meanwhile, significant events unfolded within Qing Zone. When the great national master arrived, he discovered the ice mine had inexplicably vanished. This truly dealt a heavy blow to Qing Zone. The ice mine, a rare treasure forged over millennia, simply disappeared. Enraged, the masters launched a thorough investigation, discovering that Feng Zhongsheng had repeatedly ventured to the ice mine. When detained, he insisted he had not stolen anything, claiming he was there merely to retrieve an inner Dan he had found, wondering if there might be other such opportunities. Words were futile. Apart from him, no one else had visited, and he was left to shoulder the blame. From that moment on, Yu Yan's gaze towards Nian Bei Ning shifted. Nian Bei Ning carefully polished her short sword. "Why do you stare at me so? Do you have a crush on me? Senior sister, shall we share a secret? Does the disappearance of the ice mine have anything to do with you? We have been there as well. Did you see where the ice mine was?" "I did not see it, but neither did you. I have been focused on forging. Look, this is my achievement." The sharp short sword successfully diverted Yu Yan's attention. "Senior sister, you are impressive. Previously, you could only forge sharp weapons, but now you have created a heavenly grade weapon. Your progress is astounding." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Nian Bei Ning with a flattering smile. "Junior sister, you must have been secretly honing your magical skills over the years. Teach me, please." Nian Bei Ning chuckled wryly. "Well, that could be arranged. When you are able to forge divine grade weapons, I shall teach you to enhance your magical prowess, and we can complement each other." Yu Yan's face brightened with a broad smile as she patted her chest, assuring her, "No problem." Nian Bei Ning appreciated this girl's character. If she were to join the Wolf Clan in the future, it would indeed be a fortuitous event, under the blazing sun and clear skies. The day of the weapon forging competition arrived. Nian Bei Ning had not crafted an impressive weapon for the contest, but she felt no urgency. After all, within the treasure trove, any item unearthed from a tomb would suffice to grant her access to the secret manuscripts. The grand weapon forging competition had commenced with great fanfare. Within the designated forging hall, each participant was allotted a maximum of 5 days for their work. Exceeding the time would result in disqualification. Before long, the 5 days passed, and all disciples of Qing Zone presented their creations at the competition stage. The ranking of weapons and treasures was determined by Shuangyi. Jiang Zhuer's weapon was an iron fan, having reached the pinnacle of yellow-grade forging, earning her significant regard from Shuangyi. Similarly, Yu Yan, despite her weapons still being of mysterious grade, had an attribute of bewilderment, a newly emerged quality that caught the master's attention. Thus she too was selected for the competition. Upon completing his forging, Qing Sha Huan showcased a striking silver curved blade, also classified as a yellow-grade weapon. Was this weapon crafted by him, or was it retrieved from the treasure trove? For those two with no understanding of forging, it seemed implausible that Qing Sha Huan, regardless of his talent, could forge a yellow-grade weapon upon his first attempt. While Nian Bei Ning pondered various possibilities, Shuangyi had already approached her. In the treasure trove, there were no inferior items. She casually produced a short crossbow adorned with lotus carvings, a weapon of extraordinary quality. This revelation left the onlookers astonished. Ever since Shuangyi took control of this place, no one from the Huaxing sect had been able to forge a weapon of such caliber. The most astonished was Shuangyi. "This is a weapon of celestial quality. What is your name?" "Tianwei." I must admit, I overlooked you before. Who would have thought you could forge a weapon of celestial quality? May I present this crossbow to my master? I will ensure you are duly rewarded." "You wish to take my treasure?" "Absolutely not," Nian Bei Ning firmly declined. "Master, all my rare materials went into forging this. It took immense effort, so I cannot give it away. I will forge more weapons in the future to repay your guidance." Shuangyi chuckled. "Very well." Without a doubt, she became one of the top 20. After selecting the 20, they were instructed to rest before heading to the Huaxing sect's secret library the next day to study the forging secrets. Yian could no longer believe Nian Bei Ning's words. A person who previously seemed clueless about forging could suddenly create a celestial quality weapon, which was a significant blow to her. Observing Nian Bei Ning's avoidance, she cautiously explained, "This is my other treasure. How could I forge a celestial quality weapon? That is simply impossible." Yian finally relaxed. "I was wondering how you became so formidable so suddenly. It turns out you were merely playing tricks." Nian Bei Ning nodded. "This is a secret. You must keep it to yourself." Yian raised her chin. "I understand." A celestial quality weapon alone could stir such attention. Indeed, Nian Bei Ning had been rather ostentatious. However, compared to her, another suddenly rising Huan quality forger, her husband Qing Sha Huan, also garnered considerable attention. According to the gossip Yian brought back, although his weapon was of Huan quality, it differed significantly from human forging methods and possessed attributes that could counter the Beast clan. Xuanye was pleasantly surprised, as these disciples were his own creations, nurtured for the national master. The secret library also had its lore. It was said that the Huaxing sect was named after the first person to establish a forging sect, who happened to be a woman and also Xuanye's former lover. However, for some unknown reason, she vanished, leaving him to manage the sect. The library, once open to all disciples, had mysteriously transformed into a secret library. Anyone caught trespassing would face expulsion or worse. The following day, Xuanye led the 20 to the secret library. After navigating through 3 layers of traps, they finally arrived at their destination. The environment inside was remarkably ancient, with towering ancient rune pillars supporting the structure, and rows of 6-meter-high bookshelves standing both horizontally and vertically. 3 luminous pearls hung from the rafters, casting dim light. "Indeed, there are an overwhelming number of books here," Xuanye remarked. "You are fortunate. The forging secrets you are about to see are the lifelong work of the national master, who is capable of crafting Buddha-grade weapons. Study well. Perhaps the next person to forge a Buddha-grade weapon will be among you." With that, he led them to a small cabinet within the library. "Now, you may study here for 3 days. Of course, if you are interested in the external books, you may peruse them as well, which will also benefit you. I will return in 3 days to collect you." "Thank you, master." Xuanye nodded and turned to leave. 3 days were hardly sufficient to study the forging secrets crafted by the national master himself. Someone, with a mischievous grin, produced ink, paper, and brush from their spatial treasure, muttering that a good memory could not compare to a poor pen. Nian Bei Ning edged closer to Qing Sha Huan. Her sparkling eyes fixated on him as she cautiously called out, "Husband." The man chuckled lightly. "What is the matter? Have you missed me dearly in this short time?" Nian Bei Ning nodded vigorously, observing that everyone else was engrossed in their scrolls. She leaned in closer. "Do you know about the ice mine?" "Yes, it went well." Nian Bei Ning's heart soared at his praise. "Husband, I found no Huan quality items among the treasures scavenged from the tomb. Could it be that you forged them?" Qing Sha Huan replied with a smirk. "Why would it surprise you that your husband can forge?" Nian Bei Ning was taken aback. It truly was his handiwork. Qing Sha Huan raised an eyebrow. "There are good things here." The cabinet was spacious, and those who entered were preoccupied with their studies, leaving no time to waste on idle chatter. At a particular writing table, Qing Sha Huan wiped away a layer of dust and gently tapped the hidden compartment thrice. The table opened like a door, revealing 3 ancient and pristine books inscribed with the name Huaxing. Huaxing was the name of a woman, Xuanye's former lover, and it was said that Xuanye's forging skills were merely a fraction of what she had imparted to him. Even Li Tianhe's forging abilities might not rival hers. He decided against taking the books, but opted to make copies to study later. Others in the cabinet were too busy to notice, except for Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. They exchanged glances and retreated to a secluded corner. After a long time apart, their touch ignited a spark, and amidst a passionate kiss, Nian Bei Ning leaned against him, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her forehead as she tried to restrain his increasingly bold hands. "We should stop. This place is inappropriate." "All right, just one more kiss," he insisted, holding her head as he pressed his lips to her face and then her mouth. Suddenly, a book fell from above, and Qing Sha Huan swiftly caught it. The cover was yellowed and dusty, suggesting it had been neglected for quite some time. Nian Bei Ning steadied her breath and inquired, "What is this book?" It really chose an odd moment to drop. A book on forging. Qing Sha Huan replied with a grin. This is a valuable item. I shall keep it. Tian Shimi, where have you been? Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan encountered Yu Yan, who appeared somewhat awkward as she scratched her head. Did I interrupt you? What do you think? Qing Sha Huan retorted. Yu Yan chuckled nervously. I was looking for Tian Shimi. What is it? She asked cautiously. I know you two are involved. The way you look at each other is different. I found 3 forging secrets here, even more powerful than the national masters. Would you like to see? Looking at the 3 secrets, Nian Bei Ning thought Yu Yan seemed quite delicate yet remarkably bold to present them. They dared only to copy a single version, yet she had the audacity to bring them forth. At that moment, Qing Sha Huan's gaze toward Yu Yan grew serious. You are washing? Upon hearing his words, Nian Bei Ning was taken aback, and Yu Yan paused before playfully blinking at him. The Wolf King is indeed clever. Chapter 82. 1 dead, 1 wounded. Nian Bei Ning stared at Yu Yan in astonishment, then turned to Qing Sha Huan. She is washing? This location of the 3 books is known only to Huaxing and Shuangya. Shuangya would never divulge it to anyone entering here, so only the secret's owner would know. Am I correct, Secmaster Hu? Yu Yan smiled brightly. Your deduction is spot on. But how did you come to know the location of these 3 secrets? I extracted it from Shuangya. Qing Sha Huan replied. Yu Yan laughed. Few can extract words from him. You are among them. Nian Bei Ning found herself in a state of disarray, taken aback by the revelations of Huaxing, who candidly stated, Indeed, I am the leader of the Hua sect, but I am also a princess of the Mo Nin kingdom and a lover of the Grandmaster, de Guisher, known as Shuangya. The sheer volume of information overwhelmed Nian Bei Ning momentarily. Qing Sha Huan smiled gently and inquired, What is your purpose in approaching us? Do you harbor hatred towards Li Tianhu? Do you wish to eliminate him? The woman appeared calm and harmless, yet her words were laced with venom. Huaxing replied, I seek to establish a cooperative relationship with you. I am willing to assist you in dealing with Li Tianhu. Nian Bei Ning retorted, Did you not just mention that the Grandmaster is your father? Are you contemplating patricide? Huaxing declared, He is unworthy of such a title. To express my sincerity, I shall share a piece of my past. Huaxing took her mother's surname. Her mother had been a concubine of Li Tianhu, who would show no love for her and even despised their daughter. In her memories, Li Tianhu would resort to violence towards them whenever he was displeased. Hatred accumulated within her until one day, in an attempt to please his legitimate wife, Li Tianhu buried both Huaxing and her mother alive. Fortunately, her mother protected her, and as they lay on the brink of death, they were rescued by none other than the current ruler of Mo Nin. Later, under the guidance of a master, she learned the art of weapon forging and exhibited extraordinary talent, crafting a weapon of Buddhist grade, but could only forge one, as her meridians were damaged in the process, forever preventing her from creating high-level artifacts again. She returned to the Ba Kingdom, founded her own sect, and adopted the name Huaxing. It was there she met Shuangya, whom she initially found appealing, but upon discovering he was the second adopted son of Li Tianhu, she chose to disappear. 3 years later, she returned as a princess of Mo Nin, with ulterior motives. The Grandmaster was likely unaware of this. Huaxing was the name of his deceased daughter. Shuangya was deeply entangled in this relationship, and Huaxing was the most significant wound in his heart, one he was reluctant to discuss to avoid reopening old scars. Nian Bei Ning felt a surge of sympathy for this woman, who, born into misfortune, had to rely solely on herself. Despite recounting her deep-seated grievances, Huaxing's delicate features bore no trace of malice. Instead, she spoke with an air of tranquility, like begets like, my temperament may mirror his. Though there exists a slight blood connection, I remain resolute in seeking retribution. Qing Sha Huan responded, Very well, it is our fortune to collaborate with sect leader Hua. She smiled and added, Do you still wish to examine the 3 secret tomes? We have made copies. Huaxing nodded, and with a forceful gesture, her subordinates crushed the 3 unparalleled forging manuals to dust. Her wrist trembled slightly as she suppressed the pain and turned to leave. Her magical prowess was indeed limited. The injury to her meridians rendered her incapable of forging advanced weapons, a devastating blow for any craftsman. 3 days passed swiftly, and the group exited the secret realm. However, upon their return, Shuangye's initial enthusiasm waned, replaced by a melancholy demeanor. Nian Bei Ning suspected this had something to do with Hua Xing. While she was still contemplating this, Hua Xing revealed that she had left a note at the spot where the tomes were destroyed, the content of which remained a mystery to Nian Bei Ning. Remarkably, Hua Xing's ventures to establish her sect had gone unnoticed by her family, including her mother and Jiang Zhu. In the ensuing days, Jiang Zhu and her entourage temporarily departed from the Hua sect. Although Hua Xing had disclosed her identity, curiosity lingered. She informed Nian Bei Ning, two of Li Qianhu's adopted children, Zhou Chengyue and Ba Huashang, have arrived. Their weapons were damaged in the Great Master's tomb, and they seek repairs. While forging weapons, Nian Bei Ning was nearly startled into mishap. Zhou Chengyue and Ba Huashang are here? She exclaimed. If we depart, when do you intend to leave with us? Whenever you like, came a reply. All right, pack your belongings. We shall leave tonight. In haste, she added, we have gleaned most of what we came for. It is time to return to the wolf clan. Zhou Chengyue and Ba Huashang had wreaked havoc in the beast world, and Nian Bei Ning intended to make it clear that the territory of the beast tribes was not to be trifled with by mere humans. As the night deepened, a crimson figure traversed the stone-paved road, Nian Bei Ning regaining her enchanting beauty, her long legs striding towards a brightly lit chamber. She knocked on the door. Who is it? Came the voice. The weapon for the young lady is ready, Nian Bei Ning declared. Ba Huashang opened the door, only to be met with a sudden onslaught of flames. She barely evaded the attack, feeling the searing heat scorch her skin. Nian Bei Ling's eyes glinted with coldness as she smiled. Long time no see, Ba Huashang. What a pity to mar such a lovely visage. As she spoke, Nian Bei Ling wielded the Qi Yin wolf spine whipped towards her. Ba Huashang, being a daughter of Li Qianhu, quickly regained her composure and adeptly dodged the assault. However, the ferocity of the attack left her wounded. Meanwhile, on another front, Qing Sha Huan's black blade had severed Zhou Qingyue's golden steel arm. The force of the blow had knocked off his mask, revealing a horrific visage. With one bulging eye and the other sunken, his mouth grotesquely split to the roots of his ears, and patches of blue first sprouting from his face. Had it not been for the human form, Qing Sha Huan might have mistaken him for a specter. No wonder he wore a mask. His appearance is truly terrifying. Qing Sha Huan, I will kill you. Zhou Chengyue, now unmasked, lunged at Qing Sha Huan in a frenzied assault. But a man driven mad by rage stood no chance against Qing Sha Huan's prowess. The final rays of moonlight glimmered upon a pool of vibrant crimson blood. The commotion seemingly unheard by anyone. By the waterfall under the moonlight, Shuangye gazed at the elegant figure before him, his eyes filled with tenderness and longing. Where will you go from here? He asked. Hua Xing replied with a smile. My destination is a secret. I shall not disclose it to you. You should remain by your adoptive father's side. Rest assured, we shall meet again, though I fear the circumstances may not be as you envision. What do you mean by that? Shuangye inquired, lifting his gaze to the night sky as Hua Xing stood to depart. It is time. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Shuangye was lost in thoughts of Hua Xing's beauty and her farewell words until he was jolted back to reality by a figure colliding into his embrace. Ba Huashang was drenched in blood, her clothing and hair scorched, and her skin severely burned. Shocked, Shuangye exclaimed, Ba Mei, what has happened to you? Ba Huashang, gravely injured, could only manage a few words before collapsing into his arms. Nian Bei Ning, witnessing the scene from a distance, refrained from intervening and retreated. With Zhou Qingyue dead and Ba Huashang gravely wounded, Shuangye's reaction was muted. The Grand Master, furious, dispatched men to escort them all back, as autumn winds rustled fallen leaves. Upon returning to the wolf clan, Nian Bei Ning and Shuangye hurried to inspect the ice mine. Inside the cavern, Nian Bei Ning felt an unusual chill, a testament to the mine's frigid aura. You brought me here to retrieve it? She asked. Hua Xing smiled. The Wolf Emperor is astute. You have not disappointed me. This ice mine is a rare treasure, capable of forging superior weapons and artifacts. Qing Sha Huan remarked. It seems we shall be relying heavily on sect leader Hua in the future. Chapter 83. The Serpent Clan's Ambush Huaxing. I have found you allies. I enjoy being a hands-off manager, but I am also willing to teach you beastmen the art of weapon forging. Upon finishing her words, someone reported to Nian Bei Ning and her companions that a group of human beings had arrived. The moment Nian Bei Ning laid eyes on Jiang Zhu'er, she noticed a slight change in her demeanor. After all, Jiang Zhu'er had encountered the Wolf Emperor before. Nian Bei Ning smiled and said, "Sister Jiang, there is no need for formality." Jiang Zhu'er replied, "I am unworthy. You are the sovereign of the Wolf Clan, while I am merely a citizen of a small nation." Nian Bei Ning reassured her, "Do not say that. Life among our beastly kin is by no means inferior to your existence among the humans. You need not worry." Jiang Zhu'er continued, to be candid. "I have a request. My country, Imo Nangua, has faced relentless oppression from powerful nations in recent years. I must implore the Wolf Emperor for assistance in the future." Nian Bei Ning nodded. "The powerful nation you speak of, is it Dabagua?" "Indeed," Jiang Zhu'er affirmed. "That is an agreeable matter." After Nian Bei Ning attended to their affairs, she inquired of Bing Shi Lu, "Where has my husband gone?" The general of the Fox clan, Lu Nian, learned of your return and hastened to our clan overnight. Upon realizing you were occupied, the Wolf King went to meet her first. Without hesitation, Nian Bei Ning quickened her pace to leave. She distinctly remembered that Zisang Lu Nian harbored feelings for her husband. How could those two meet alone? Currently, our Fox clan is divided into two factions, one gradually swayed by my words, while the other comprises many individuals of venerable status who are stubbornly insisting on re-establishing the Fox King and rebuilding the imperial capital. However, the task of reconstructing the imperial capital is far from simple. During the time the humans have been among us, we have suffered significant setbacks, secretly sending half of our elder patrons and guardians to the human realm. With our Fox clan's territory already limited, and with the presence of Yin, the current situation renders the notion of independence for the Fox clan impossible. Within the pavilion, a gentle breeze swept through the layers of silk as the two sat facing each other. After Zisang Lu Nian concluded her words, Qing Sha Huan slowly nodded, "I shall assist you in this matter." Raising his gaze to her striking face, he soon lowered his head and asked, "Did you encounter any dangers during your journey?" "Naturally. The trip to the sacrificial mountain nearly cost us our lives." Hearing this, Zisang Lu Nian suddenly tensed. "Were you injured?" Qing Sha Huan, holding a teacup, looked at her with an indifferent expression. She coughed lightly. "As long as the Wolf Emperor and you are unharmed, I shall be at ease. After all, the future of the Fox clan rests with you." Nian Bei Ning, in a flurry, found them. "Since General Lu Nian trusts us, you need not worry about the Fox clan's affairs. We will ensure that they do not fall into the hands of Yin Hu." Zisang Lu Nian rose to greet her. "In that case, I extend my gratitude to the Wolf Emperor and the Wolf King." Nian Bei Ning presented her with a short crossbow of celestial quality, saying, "This is a celestial-grade weapon. Upon your return, inform your clansmen that weapons of this caliber exist among the Wolf clan as well." Zisang Lu Nian was both surprised and delighted. "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Nian Bei Ning replied. After Zisang Lu Nian departed, Nian Bei Ning cast a sidelong glance at the man. "You came to meet Zisang Lu Nian without a word. Confess, do you have ulterior motives?" The man chuckled wryly. "Indeed, I do have thoughts." He pulled her into his embrace. "I'm only thinking of you. Will you give me little wolf cubs?" Nian Bei Ning wrapped her arms around his neck. "Then you must work hard." "Agreed." With that, he lifted her effortlessly and strode purposefully towards the house. The Fox clan, having suffered from human invasions and severe injuries, found their cultivation declining day by day, necessitating reliance on external forces to enhance their survival capabilities in this world. When Zisang Lu Nian showcased the celestial-grade weapon, many from the opposing faction began to lean towards her, solidifying the overall situation. Meanwhile, the first academy for weapon forging was established in Dongsheng, which encompassed not only the younger generation of the Wolf clan, but also individuals from the Leopard clan. The Leopard clan was astonished to discover that the group taken by the Wolf clan 2 days prior was, in fact, being trained in weapon forging. Most weapons among the beast clans were relics from their ancestors, acquired from the humans. For the beast clans, weapon forging was a luxury, unexpectedly. What the leopard clan deemed unattainable, the wolf clan was poised to achieve. The quantity of ice was limited, and the royal ministers looked on eagerly, yearning for a weapon forged from ice. As for Nian Bei Ning, she did not neglect the enhancement of her forging skills, rolling up her sleeves to work diligently. This time, she sought guidance from Hua Xing to forge a shield. The power of the shield was evident to Nian Bei Ning. It could withstand attacks and serve as a means of offense, conveniently stored within a spatial spirit tool. However, while Nian Bei Ning was somewhat inconsistent in her efforts, Qing Sha Huan managed to forge a yellow-grade shield in a remarkably short time. Although it was slightly inferior to Hua Xing's shield, it was impressive for someone who had only recently begun forging. Even Hua Xing marveled at his talents surpassing her own. The next day, Zhang Jianlian visited the wolf clan as a guest, appearing like a refined scholar, clearly someone easy to manipulate. Brother, you truly are remarkable. Within just a year, you have reclaimed the leopard and fox clans. There are those among the beast clans who speak quite critically of you. Qing Sha Huan sneered critically. I suspect it is jealousy. That seems plausible, Zhang Jianlian replied, taking a sip of tea before turning to Nian Bei Ning. You have been staring at me for quite some time. Could it be that my looks have improved, capturing your attention away from your husband? Qing Sha Huan interjected, while Nian Bei Ning asked, May I inquire about any herbs that can counteract Xiong Huang? Wu Zichao, but why do you ask? Where can I find Wu Zichao? Wu Zichao is relatively rare on the Beast Clan continent, though the human realm possesses it. Upon hearing this, Nian Bei Ning rose to leave in search of Hua Xing and Jiang Zhuer. Zhang Jianlian, taken aback, asked Qing Sha Huan, What does your wife intend to do? Qing Sha Huan replied, Yesterday, several individuals from the Snake Clan visited, claiming a rift had formed within their ranks, leading to a factional split. The younger generation wishes to force the elders from power, seeking assistance. Her desire for Wu Zichao may be tied to this matter. Jiang Zhuer, known for her decisive nature, quickly returned with a substantial amount of Wu Zichao from the royal treasury. Infusing the Wu Zichao into the shield was a vital tactic for Nian Bei Ning to win the hearts of the Snake Clan. Several weapon forging academies crafted batches of shields, and once completed, Nian Bei Ning notified the Snake Clan to collect them. The emissary sent to retrieve them was the chief mate of the Snake Queen, Xiao Suo. This is Xiong Huang, and this is the shield. You may take it. Xiao, a woman in her 30s, expressed her gratitude and inquired, What does the Wolf Emperor wish in return? I must report to our queen. Nian Bei Ning waved her hand dismissively. No need for any reward. Previously, members of your Snake Clan were killed on our territory due to our inadequate defense. Consider this a form of compensation. Respectfully. Thank you, Wolf Emperor. I shall certainly report this matter to my queen. The Wolf Clan's prowess in weapon forging spread throughout the Beast Clan continent, and Nian Bei Ning maintained her principles, assisting only the righteous side. The Fox Clan, captivated by the Wolf Clan's forging capabilities, engaged in a grand return ceremony at Langya Mountain. Dressed in resplendent red and black finery, Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan were a strikingly handsome couple, their beauty captivating. Led by Zisang Lunyan, the Fox Clan performed rituals, igniting candles and bowing reverently as they approached the precipice of Langya Mountain, chanting prayers until the ceremony concluded, marking the end of the Fox Clan's existence. In the shadows, lurking entities stirred, seizing the cover of night. Countless patterned giant pythons and crimson flame serpents lunged towards Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. Their gazes darkened as they each drew their swords, swiftly dispatching the first serpent that attacked, severing it in two, its head thrashing in defiance. Qing Sha Huan cast a cold glance, sending the head flying with a kick. Nian Bei Ning transformed into a fiery qilin, crushing a black python beneath her hoof. After a significant number of adversaries were vanquished, a multitude of pythons on the brink of transformation unleashed a potent venom, launching a relentless assault towards them. Under the flames of the fire qilin, the Qi Yin she surged ahead, confronting the past with a weapon of serrated steel in hand, striking towards her. In the next moment, the black blade of Qing Sha Huan pierced its skull, causing it to fall in utter defeat. Chapter 84. The Serpent Clan's Mine. The wolf generals rushed forward, and Qing Sha Huan commanded, "Capture them all, do not kill." Understood. Such audacity to strike during the return to clan ceremony. It is evident that these ambushing Serpent Clan members aim to coerce the lower-ranked individuals of the old faction. And it is understandable that the Wolf Clan would assist them in their intent to eliminate Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. Hiss, Qing Sha Huan. You Wolf Clan should meddle less in our Serpent Clan affairs. We know you have acquired the skills of weapon forging, but your reach is rather excessive. Enclosed within a massive golden cage were all the Serpent Clan members involved in this ambush. Dressed in black, Qing Sha Huan stood before the cage, hands clasped behind his back, listening to their curses and indignation. He remarked nonchalantly, "Ah, such a waste of breath. If I were you, I would consider ways to appease us. Perhaps in a good mood, we might release you." With that, he turned gracefully and departed. Nian Bei Ning inquired, "How should we deal with these Serpent Clan members?" Qing Sha Huan replied, "They should have anticipated the consequences of their failed assassination." "Kill them?" "Yes, kill them." Nian Bei Ning hesitated. "I wish to send them to the Serpent Clan Queen to resolve. This is their internal strife, and we should not become too deeply involved." Qing Sha Huan regarded her. "We have already sent weapons. Is that not deep enough?" Nian Bei Ning feigned concern, leaning against him. "My dear, you may not understand, but I have my reasons for doing this." Qing Sha Huan embraced her. "The moment you flick your tail, I know you have something in mind. I shall accompany you." Indeed, Nian Bei Ning's ambition was to unify the entire beast realm, as only through this could they resist the power of the human clan. Coupled with the matters of Jiao Chengyu and Ba Huashang, one dead and one injured, the Grand Master must be eager to flay them alive. This individual relished obtaining the inner cores of beastmen to enhance his own cultivation. A brutal confrontation between the human and beast clans was inevitable. Under the bright sun, the Serpent Clan's territory was abundant with serpents, half-human, half-snake beings with numerous coiled serpents. At that moment, all eyes were on the imposing presence of the Wolf Clan, with a golden cage in the center containing the Serpent Clan members from the previous night's ambush. Within the Serpent Clan palace, the royal ministers stood respectfully on either side, while Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan stood in the middle. From her high seat, the Serpent Clan Queen, wielding a scepter, declared sternly, "These individuals dare to assassinate the Wolf King and the Wolf Emperor. Such crimes are unforgivable. Tomorrow, before the entire clan, I shall sentence them to death." One voiced opposition. "Your Majesty, their assassination must have been provoked. Otherwise, how could they seek death? The Queen should thoroughly investigate this matter before making a decision." Qing Sha Huan interjected. "Is the speaker the Grand Priest of the Serpent Clan?" The other regarded him coldly. "Indeed. Allow me to enlighten you on their motives for assassination. The Wolf Clan provided you, Serpent Clan, with a batch of shields, which they evidently lacked, inciting their murderous intent. Everyone was well aware of these matters. Qing Sha Huan saw no reason to conceal them, expressing them openly for clarity. But these are merely the Wolf King's words. Do you have any evidence?" Nian Bei Ning suggested. "The facts are as such. If not, we can stay within the Serpent Clan for a while to uncover evidence ourselves." The Grand Priest scoffed. "That is not out of the question. With this exchange, they could remain openly within the Serpent Clan." It was due to the discovery of a mine by Hua Xing. She had crafted a treasure specifically for locating mineral veins and uncovered a mine within the Serpent Clan shortly after her arrival in the Wolf Clan. The human mines had already been extensively excavated, while the beast realm still held many untouched natural resources. Nian Bei Ning's intention in gifting the shields was somewhat to curry favor. On this journey, Hua Xing was accompanying them, and given the Serpent Clan's territory, stealthily extracting or would be impossible. Thus, they decided to inform the Serpent Clan Queen about the mine. When she, along with Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan, arrived at the mine's location, everyone fell silent. The site of the mine was nestled between mountains, a rare spiritual vein, a place where the ancestral hall of the Serpent Clan had been constructed. This posed a significant dilemma. Hua Xing withdrew the spiritual stone used for detecting the mine. Sighing, Indeed, this mine lies directly beneath the ancestral hall. Nian Bei Ning frowned at the imposing ancestral hall. My dear, what shall we do? This is their ancestral land. They may not permit us to excavate. Qing Sha Huan replied, act according to the situation. After the Serpent Clan queen performed a ritual in the ancestral hall. She smiled kindly. So, where's the mine you discovered? Nian Bei Ning smiled sincerely. It is directly beneath the ancestral hall. The queen expressed surprise, glancing at the hall's floor. In that case, I am at a loss. Qing Sha Huan continued. Does the queen value the ancestors more than preserving the royal bloodline of the Serpent Clan? What did the Wolf King mean by this? The queen had not evolved, but several of your opponents had reached the cultivation required for evolution. This is your crisis. The Serpent Clan has always maintained a singular royal bloodline. Surely, your ancestors would not wish to see the royal lineage extinguished with you. Indeed, the Serpent Clan members place great importance on the royal bloodline. Otherwise, with the cultivation of those priests, they would have long since usurped the position. The queen was acutely aware of this. Now that she had aged, her magical prowess had not advanced over the years. And with the Wolf Clan now possessing the ability to forge weapons, she seemed to glimpse hope. The Wolf King's analysis was not without merit. Qing Sha Huan gazed into the distance. The Serpent Clan has plenty of auspicious locations. We could simply relocate to a better site, don't you think, Your Majesty? Convincing them to move the ancestral hall would indeed require considerable persuasion. After pondering, the queen said, it is possible, but I have conditions. This mine shall be divided 50-50, and your portion must be forged into weapons of heavenly grade before being delivered to us. Agreed. The queen sighed inwardly. Relocating the ancestral hall is a significant matter. It may take some time. That was acceptable. While they were in no hurry, the Serpent Clan queen was still lamenting when Nian Bei Ning had already dragged Qing Sha Huan to inspect auspicious sites throughout the Serpent Clan. I did not expect you to be knowledgeable about feng shui, Qing Sha Huan teased. Nian Bei Ning replied with a mysterious smile. While I may not know, Hua Xing certainly does. Hua Xing, trailing behind, seemed to have heard her name, and the two turned to look at her, perplexed as she pointed to herself. You only think of me in critical moments. You two are so engrossed in each other that you disregard the feelings of a single woman like me. What if one day you were to part ways? Would you not be putting your lives at risk? Chapter 85. The Queen's Hidden Agenda. Nian Bei Ning replied, what a morose thought. How could we possibly part? If anything, when we die, we shall be buried together, right, my dear? Indeed. Hua Xing shook her shoulders and strode ahead. Under the radiant sun, it was a splendid day, with the Serpent Clan's territory predominantly comprising plains, complemented by mountains and stones, forming a picturesque landscape. Just then, Qing Sha Huan suddenly grasped Nian Bei Ning's hand. She turned to him, somewhat puzzled, yet in the next moment, Nian Bei Ning remained composed. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as a landslide cascaded toward them. Hua Xing steadied herself in panic. In the moment Nian Bei Ning grabbed her hand, a torrent of rocks fell, burying them beneath the debris. The earth continued to shake, and the stones kept rolling. After several breaths, tranquility was finally restored. Strangely enough, it was only the stretch of road they traversed that experienced a landslide, while other areas remained undisturbed. Dust billowed into the sky, and as the dust settled, several deities standing atop another peak exchanged glances, their faces alight with satisfaction. This was the price of meddling. Regrettably, both individuals had already evolved into the forms of divine beasts, and moreover, they possessed the skill to forge weapons. So what? If blame were to be assigned, it could only be directed at their interference in the affairs of my Shizu. Let us depart. Soon, Her Majesty the Queen will arrive. Shortly after their departure, the Queen and her entourage arrived at the site of the landslide. A guard behind her spoke. I witnessed them being buried beneath the rocks. The loss of a few subordinates to the Wolf Clan was inconsequential. However, should these two perish within the Shizu, she would have to brace herself for the wrath of the Wolf Clan. Search. We must dig 3 feet into the earth to retrieve them. Your Majesty, the landslide has formed a mound as high as a mountain. Excavating it will not be easy. Alive, we must see them. Dead, we must see their corpses. Ridiculous. Nian Bei Ning was protected by the wings of a phoenix. Such a fierce mercury impact left them unscathed, let alone this landslide. Hua Xing possessed numerous protective treasures as well. And when the three emerged unscathed, their garments billowing and free of dust, they bore no resemblance to those who had just endured a catastrophe. Seeing them standing before her in safety, the Queen of the Shizhu let out a sigh of relief. Nian Bei Ning brushed off her attire and remarked, "Your Majesty, your territory is rather lacking. How is it that we were nearly buried?" The Queen of the Shizhu appeared somewhat embarrassed. There must be someone scheming behind the scenes. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation. Hua Xing laughed heartily. With these two mountains collapsed, a perfectly circular gathering area for spiritual energy has emerged. Splendid. Truly splendid. Thus, this altered feng shui site became the optimal location for relocating the ancestral hall of the Shizhu. Upon learning the truth, the culprits seethed with rage, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. Relocating the ancestral hall and excavating the mineral veins followed seamlessly, though there were antagonistic forces within the Shizhu attempting to interfere. The queen's authority prevailed, suppressing them all. The mineral vein here was of exceptional quality, with a color as smooth as jade, and merely brushing against its sharp edges could cut one's fingers. This was the first time the Shizhu had encountered such ore, and they were utterly astonished. Such sharpness! Hua Xing rubbed her hands together, turning to Nian Bei Ning and the others. When shall we commence mining? The Queen of the Shizhu gazed at the ore with excitement. No need to rush. Let's not be hasty. Upon hearing this, Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan exchanged puzzled glances. The former remarked, "I had no idea such superior ore existed within my Shizhu's territory. Considering the future, I wish for it to remain here a while longer." As she spoke, the queen's eyes seemed glued to the ore. If all this were forged into weapons for the Shizhu, their status on the Beast Clan continent would be unassailable. At that moment, the Queen of the Shizhu harbored selfish desires. Subsequently, Nian Bei Ning and her companions remained with the Shizhu for nearly half a month. The queen did not investigate the landslide, nor did she inform them about mining the ore, which left Hua Xing restless. What was this old woman thinking? This ore had been in their possession for thousands of years. Surely she had seen enough by now. Could she be having second thoughts? Nian Bei Ning replied, "That is a possibility." Qing Sha Huan's eyes reflected a hint of emotion. "We leave tonight." Upon learning of their intent to depart, the Queen of the Shizhu showed no inclination to retain them. In fact, she appeared somewhat relieved and pleased. Back in the palace, Nian Bei Ning, infuriated, smashed a stone table with her palm. "This is the first time I have misjudged someone. They are so fickle, and I have wasted so much effort. It's truly maddening." Qing Sha Huan tried to soothe her. "There is no need for anger. Have something to eat. This is your favorite snowflake, dear meat." Nian Bei Ning replied, "Husband, you say that even if they do not give us the ore, they still cannot forge weapons." The man nodded. "Just now, the Shizhu's Chiosu also came to borrow a few weaponsmiths on the queen's orders." "Not borrowing. I know, so I've already declined her." Nian Bei Ning, in frustration, devoured her meat, mumbling indistinctly. "Had they brought some or to borrow people, I might have considered it. They spoke so amicably before. Yet now they have turned into a miserly old crow." Qing Sha Huan chuckled. "It is their property. How they choose to manage it is their right. Hua Xing will surely find better, so no need to rush." After a considerable time, Nian Bei Ning finally calmed down and resolved to no longer concern herself with them. The number of weapon forging academies within the Wolf Clan was gradually increasing, and the perception of the Wolf Clan among the Leopard Clan was slowly changing. The first marriage between a member of the Wolf Clan and a member of the Leopard Clan was held in Dongsheng, where Nian Bei Ning sent them a pair of top-grade weapons as a congratulatory gift. Under Hua Xing's guidance, a total of 50 weapons were forged from the eyesore. Aside from 2 celestial-grade weapons, the remainder were of yellow grade, which delighted the Wolf Clan's lords. Hua Xing presented the 2 celestial-grade weapons to Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. Standing tall and proud as she explained, "These 2 axes are exquisitely crafted, suitable for women to wield. This ice or counters fire. Although they are merely celestial-grade weapons, the queen must still exercise caution." Understood. In truth, she was not worried. The protective abilities of the Phoenix Wings were unparalleled, and such a minor chill posed no threat to her. Qing Sha Huan held the axe, satisfied as he said, "Indeed, they're quite good. I will take some ice, or to forge a celestial-grade weapon as well, and I hope Sect Master Hua will offer her guidance." Hua Xing scoffed. "Wolf King, how long have you been engaged in weapon forging? To aspire to craft a celestial-grade weapon is quite ambitious." Chapter 86. The succession of the Shizu. Qing Sha Huan replied, "With Sect Master Hua's guidance, success is not out of reach." Just then, Bing Shirley rushed to find Nian Bei Ning and the others. In her memory, Bing Shirley had never appeared so flustered. "The Shizu is in trouble. There, or has gone missing. The Queen's chief maid, Qiu Suo Saw, has arrived with a group of Shizu members and is waiting outside." Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan exchanged glances, puzzled by the situation. Upon seeing them, Qiu Suo Saw's expression darkened. "Did we not agree to split the 50-50? It has only been a couple of days. This is still our Shizu's property, yet you took it without a word. This is surely inappropriate." Nian Bei Ning responded, "When did we take your or what? Has it gone missing?" Qiu Suo retorted, "If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" She shrugged. "How would I know?" Qing Sha Huan interjected, "If Elder Qiu does not believe us, she may investigate among my clan." Very well. She had come prepared, intending to uncover where the Wolf clan had hidden that batch of ore. Nian Bei Ning felt both a sense of retribution and regret. The missing ore was surely the work of the Shizu's antagonists, making it even less likely for her to obtain it. Qiu Suo scoured all the weapon forging academies, but found no trace of their ore. Instead, she was deeply impressed by the skill present in the academies. There were many proficient artisans. Even when she casually borrowed a few, they were unwilling to assist, revealing the resentment the Wolf clan harbored over not obtaining the ore. She sighed inwardly. "O Queen, this is a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers." The day after Qiu Suo's return, the Shizu witnessed several individuals evolving into divine beasts, not just one but three. This news instantaneously swept across the entire Beast Clan continent. Nian Bei Ning speculated whether these individuals had successfully evolved due to the ore. Hua Xing clarified, "Unless one reaches the realm of unification between human and artifact, this is not possible. In such a short time, the Shizu has not even achieved weapon forging, let alone reaching unification." The night sky shimmered with countless stars as time gradually slipped away. When Nian Bei Ning emerged from the refining chamber, she was utterly exhausted, only to find Qing Sha Huan standing outside with a rather troubled expression. "My husband?" The Snake Clan is in turmoil. Qing Sha Huan's network extended across various clans, and news had reached them that the Snake Clan had sealed all information, forbidding anyone from entering their territory under penalty of death. An internal strife had erupted within the Snake Clan, with 3 individuals who had evolved into the forms of divine beasts attempting to seize power. The Queen, aware that her magical prowess fell short against her adversaries, dispatched someone to seek external assistance. Although she was cognizant of her inconsistency, her first thought for aid was the Wolf clan. Unfortunately, her chief maid, Qiu Sasa, perished tragically at the foot of the mountain while facing dozens alone. After a fierce battle with them, the queen lost an arm and was imprisoned in a gilded cage, rendered powerless. Such internal conflicts could arise in any clan, and outsiders typically refrained from intervening. However, the rapid evolution of the antagonists into divine beasts was undoubtedly influenced by human interference, necessitating their involvement in the affairs of the Snake Clan. Once their internal power struggles concluded, vigilance against external threats waned, allowing Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan the opportunity to infiltrate. According to my investigations, the recent batch of ore from the Snake Clan was offered to the human race, enabling them to successfully evolve. Although the contingent of humans was small, each was formidable. One individual led the way, brandishing a torch, while 2 others followed closely behind, heads bowed. Suddenly, a male voice echoed from afar. "Halt!" As the figure approached, clad in a black robe emanating a dark mist, it bore the unmistakable aura of a fox. Xiao Jinzi, a young man appearing frail, was a member of the Snake Clan, but had always served under Qing Sha Huan. He bowed deeply to the newcomer. "May I inquire what orders you have, my lord?" "Who are they?" "They serve the little princess." The little princess is not here. Depart. But she was here when I left. Where has the little princess gone? The stranger grinned menacingly. The new Snake King requires a sacrifice, and your little princess is the most suitable. Now that you know, you may leave. Yes, yes. I will take my leave at once. After they had distanced themselves, Nian Bei Ning quietly asked, "Why is Een Fox present here?" Xiao Jinzi replied, "There are not only Een Foxes, but also tree demons. All are subordinates of the Di Gui Shu Pe." Qing Sha Huan explained to Nian Bei Ning. After Di Gui Shu Pe was captured, the Grand Master took her subordinates, and now they serve under him. Understanding dawned upon her. Beneath the sacrificial altar of the Snake Clan, a throng of people stood densely packed, with members of both the Snake and Human clans gazing intently at the towering altar. The blue stone pillars resembled human fingers, converging into a shape, while the stone floor was etched with peculiar patterns depicting a large snake head. A young girl, bound hand and foot, sat crying in the snake's mouth, wailing for her mother. As the sun tilted, someone shouted, "The sacrificial time has arrived." A person standing beside the little princess approached her with a dagger, slicing her wrist. Blood flowed along the etched patterns of the ground, instantly illuminating the area in a brilliant red, enveloping the little princess. A masked man, clad in an extravagant and bizarre manner, identified as a Snake Clan shaman, waved a whisk and muttered incantations. Yet, in the blink of an eye, before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the shaman swiftly embraced the little princess and leaped away from the altar. An uproar erupted below. Suddenly, a deluge of flames rained down upon the crowd, prompting everyone to cast spells to defend themselves. Those who had evolved into divine beasts quickly extinguished the flames, but the instigator, along with the shaman and the little princess, had vanished without a trace. The great devotee of the Snake Clan, now the newly appointed Snake King, glared with icy eyes. It was the Wolf Clan's doing. There is no need for the Snake King to be furious. A woman clad in white, her face veiled in soft gauze, stepped forward from behind the Snake King, her gaze fixed upon the sacrificial altar. This woman was none other than Shang Qiao, who had been missing for a long time. A fierce wind arose. Dark clouds gathered, and a storm was imminent. After Qing Sha Huan returned the little princess, Bingshi Lu breathed a sigh of relief. She has merely lost too much blood and requires proper recuperation. Her life is not in danger for the time being. That is good to hear. In the cool pavilion, Qing Sha Huan offered Nian Bei Ning a piece of cake. Did you see that? Indeed, I saw Shang Qiao. She has returned. Not only her, but those humans are quite formidable as well. Their primary objective this time was focused on the Snake Clan, aiming to acquire the recently discovered ores, and perhaps to deal with the Snake Clan as they had with the Fox Clan before. Chapter 87. Today, we shall fall here. Truly, their relentless ambition knows no bounds. Qing Sha Huan nodded. No matter, they shall be eliminated. The Wolf Clan was currently undergoing a widespread upgrade of their weaponry, distributing arms obtained from the Grand Master's tomb to the royal family and ministers. These weapons far surpassed those forged from ice, making them formidable even against those who had transformed into divine beasts. However, the actions of the humans within the Snake Clan were overt, and if this trend continued, their reach would undoubtedly extend to other powers. Together with Qing Sha Huan, Nian Bei Ning devised a plan for aside from the Elephant Clan. The Tiger Clan also held significant sway in the Beast Clan. As Nian Bei Ning prepared to visit Dongsheng, she unexpectedly stumbled upon a conflict between the Fox Clan and the Leopard Clan. From a distance, she observed the commotion and inquired, "What is happening?" A member of the Fox Clan accidentally injured a Leopard Clan member and uttered many harsh words, prompting the Leopard Clan member to retaliate with serious injury. Nian Bei Ning rubbed her temples. They are troublesome. Within the cave, Zisang Lu Nian and Li Juchun stood before her. Nian Bei Ning's gaze fell upon Zisang Lu Nian. The Fox Clan is rather domineering, isn't it? Zisang Lu Nian bowed his head. Your Majesty, I have reprimanded him. The Fox Clan will not repeat this mistake. Everyone has their temper, I understand, but ensure you manage your Fox Clan properly after this. Yes, you may leave now. With a change in demeanor, Nian Bei Ning smiled at Li Juchun. You've worked hard recently. The young man's clear eyes sparkled with a smile. It has not been difficult. After experiencing numerous events, he had gained a measure of composure, as managing the wolf, leopard, and fox clans was indeed a daunting task for a young tiger clan boy. Ju-chun, have you ever considered returning to the tiger clan? I have not thought about it. Nian Bei Ning was taken aback by his resolute response. She decided to be direct, stating, I wish to visit the tiger clan. Perhaps I will need your assistance. Very well. Ah, that was rather agreeable. Upon exiting the cave, Nian Bei Ning felt a sense of lightness and noticed Zi Sang Lu Nian still waiting outside. She asked, were you waiting for me here? Yes. Is there something you wish to discuss? Zi Sang Lu Nian bowed. I have prepared some drinks at my residence and wish to speak with your majesty privately. Initially reluctant, Nian Bei Ning, seeing his humble demeanor and bowed head, eventually agreed. After all, she had once been a proud and resolute general of the Fox clan. Zi Sang Lu Nian's residence was quite simple, devoid of warm cups or luxurious silks. Everything was modest. Although she had returned to her clan, as a descendant of the Fox clan, she still felt a sense of being an outsider. Speak your mind. After pouring her a cup of wine, Zi Sang Lu Nian paused, then sighed. To speak frankly, I still harbor feelings for the Wolf King. It is something I cannot control. Nian Bei Ning's expression darkened as Zi Sang Lu Nian spoke passionately. If I do not express this, I fear I will be tormented by this longing for a lifetime. Your Majesty, would you permit the Wolf King to take a concubine? Certainly not. Zi Sang Lu Nian, what nonsense are you speaking? She smiled. I knew you would be unwilling. Nian Bei Ning abruptly stood up. You truly are an ungrateful fox. Since you hold such thoughts, there is no need for you to stay in my wolf clan. She intended to push the door open, but found it firmly shut, making escape impossible for the moment. The room began to distort, and after a whirlwind of change, the surroundings transformed into a desolate wasteland. Nian Bei Ning was taken aback. This sudden teleportation was beyond the capabilities of Zi Sang Lu Nian. It was the work of someone extraordinary. A woman clad in white appeared behind Zi Sang Lu Nian. Your Majesty, it has been a long time. Sheng Kia. Not only her, but 4 or 5 other human figures materialized, one of whom, with silver hair and eyes, gazed at Nian Bei Ning with an oppressive aura that was nearly suffocating. Sheng Qiao turned to Zi Sang Lu Nian. Well done. Rest assured from now on, Qing Sha Huan will be your man. Nian Bei Ning clenched her fist, shameless. To desire someone or something, one must resort to any means. Much like how I covet your throne among the Wolf clan. The inner core of the Fire Qilin is rare and precious. The group unleashed their magical powers and charged toward Nian Bei Ning, who sensed an imminent danger as her phoenix wings formed a protective barrier 5 steps away. Nian Bei Ning summoned her crimson flame wolf whip, and blue flames erupted, clashing against the oncoming assailants. The silver-haired leader caught her crimson flame wolf whip with his bare hands, causing Nian Bei Ning's pupils to constrict. He was the first to dare to do so. With a flick of her wrist, she retracted the whip and leaped forward, engaging in close combat with the opponent. The silver-haired man snorted coldly, his fists overpowering Nian Bei Ning's strength, rendering the formidable flames that instilled fear in others as insignificant before him. During their confrontation, he circled behind Nian Bei Ning, pressing a hand on her shoulder and another on her head. In the next instant, he was propelled several meters away by a fierce force before regaining his balance. Her phoenix wings unfurled, revealing a pair of golden transparent wings, and Nian Bei Ning's red eyes brimmed with lethal intent. As her wings flapped, a fierce whirlwind surged towards them. A bald man drew a large knife and cleaved the whirlwind in 2. Nian Bei Ning did not misjudge. He indeed split the tempest, which ultimately dissipated in the distance, leaving boulders crushed beneath its might. A Taoist-like man with a sinister smile waved a whisk, unleashing countless threads of attack upon Nian Bei Ning. The barrier of the phoenix wings could only withstand his onslaught momentarily before fracturing, and Nian Bei Ning felt her body tremble, a clear warning from the wings of danger. Fire Awakening. The hand seal of Fire Awakening shattered, and under Nian Bei Ning's command, numerous orbs of blue flames surged towards the adversaries, creating a torrent of flames that scorched the very ground. They instinctively took refuge behind the silver-haired man. His silver eyes narrowed slightly, and his hands morphed into dragon claws. while a pair of horns slowly emerged from his forehead. As his subordinates formed their seals, the previously searing heat gradually diminished, extinguishing the flames before they could descend. Nian Bei Ning was utterly astonished. Who was this individual that could so thoroughly suppress her fire magic? It was disastrous. She could not win. Transforming into a fire Qilin. Enhanced by her phoenix wings, she attempted to escape by soaring into the air. The speed of her departure was matched only by the force of the impact. This place was ensnared by a barrier. She landed, reverting to her human form, half kneeling on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Today, she was destined to fall here. Chapter 88. The Slave Market. Sheng Xiao heir observed Nian Bei Ning's state with great satisfaction. This is the national master's adopted son. Lord Qianlong, how fortuitous that his magical prowess, characterized by frost and ice, perfectly counters your fire magic. Ominously. You have marred my beauty, and thus I shall take your life. Nian Bei Ning looked at her, her shoulders shaking as she laughed, blood staining her lips in a hauntingly beautiful manner. Sheng Xiao heir, what are you laughing at when death is upon you? I laugh at you. Despite being of noble blood as a red wolf, you have fallen to such depths. The disparity between us is truly vast. Do you not find it pitiful? Just as Sheng Xiao heir was about to erupt, the silver-haired man intervened. End this quickly. Do not let complications arise. Sheng Xiao heir lowered her head submissively. Yes. Lord Qianlong raised his hand, grasping at Nian Bei Ning from a distance. A chilling aura spread through her limbs, the inner core of her fire attribute quaking violently under the frigid assault, causing her to feel as if her body were being torn apart. The pain rendered her face as pale as death. For the first time, she sensed the breath of death. Qianlong coldly declared, "You killed ninth brother and severely wounded eighth sister. You should have anticipated the consequences. Your cultivation to this point has been no easy feat, yet what a pity." As the final syllable left his lips, the inner core shattered, and the woman in red collapsed to the ground, ultimately transforming into a gray wolf. He not only killed Nian Bei Ning, but also obliterated her red wolf bloodline in fire Qilin form. Sheng Xiao heir, filled with hatred for Nian Bei Ning, returned after everyone had departed to pour a corrosive potion onto her corpse. Only after witnessing the complete disintegration of her remains did Sheng Xiao heir depart, satisfied. In the desolate land, shadows faded away, leaving only dark clouds looming overhead, while shifting sands gradually covered the battlefield of Ur. In the time that followed, tumultuous events unfolded within the Wolf clan. In a furious rage, the Wolf King dispatched all Fox clan members to the Netherworld, offering celestial-grade weapons as a bounty for capturing Zisang Lunyan. With Nian Bei Ning's demise, the humans abandoned the Snake Clan, and Qing Sha Huan led the Wolf Clan in a night raid. Faced with the onslaught of their entire clan's fury, the Snake Clan faltered. After 3 days and nights of conflict, the three figures who had evolved into divine beasts within the Snake Clan suffered light and grave injuries, fleeing in panic, while the Snake Clan was completely trampled beneath the iron hooves of the Wolf Clan. The Wolf Emperor met a gruesome end, leaving the rage of the Wolf Clan to spread across the entire Beast Clan continent. The Wolf King, in a frenzy, not only reclaimed the Snake Clan, but also extended his reach to other tribal powers, leaving those humans who roamed the borders of the beast and human clans in dire straits, perishing without leaving a trace. Armed with top-tier weapons, the Wolf Clan now faced no rival within the Beast Clan. As the seasons changed and day turned to night, the passage of time remained a mystery. On a stormy night filled with thunder and fierce winds, a group of ragged men and women were bound by iron chains, marching together. A burly man clad in armor wielded a vine whip, lashing it upon them. Those who fainted were dragged out and discarded beyond the wilderness, where the vengeful spirits of the night devoured them. Among the crowd was a woman with disheveled hair, equally bound and dragged along. Her face was unremarkable, neither beautiful nor ugly, merely possessing well-defined features, blending into the crowd without attracting attention. Yet within this body resided the soul of Nian Bei Ning. After being attacked by Qianlong's frost, she distinctly felt her vitality waning. So this was the sensation of death. However, she retained a flicker of awareness. Yes, her soul still existed, seemingly held back from disintegration by some unseen force. She did not know how long she drifted, lost in a haze until a surge of excruciating pain jolted her awake, revealing this unfamiliar environment. Life was truly absurd. Could it be that she was reborn once more? Yet this time, her starting point seemed exceedingly low. In the slave camp, thousands gathered in the vast enclosure, and Nian Bei Ning's frail form was overshadowed by overwhelming hunger and fatigue. Amidst the thunderous claps of lightning and torrential downpour, Nian Bei Ning's shoes had succumbed to wear, and she could feel the abrasions on her feet. Yet, she pressed on, compelled to follow the throng, for to lag behind would spell certain doom. For an entire day and night, the group trudged on without sustenance or rest, ultimately arriving at their destination, Guangzhou. The city walls stretched endlessly on either side, towering high into the clouds. Nian Bei Ning marveled at the formidable fortifications of this place, seemingly impregnable and fortified against any assault. Once confined within the throng of slaves, she found herself in the largest slave market of the Songming kingdom, where a slave's life was often deemed less valuable than that of a favored pet in a noble household. Cramped together with other captives in a vast cage, the stench of human misery infiltrated her nostrils, mingling with the foul odors of the others. Each day, many would come to the market. Some were grotesque men seeking brides, willing to part with all their possessions, while others sought lowly servants to clean after their dogs. Here, the populace was stripped of status, relegated to the most menial of tasks. In this reincarnation, devoid of magical prowess, Nian Bei Ning still retained some mastery of physical combat. As night fell, the guards tossed buns at the slaves, akin to feeding dogs. The famished captives scrambled for the meager offerings, and Nian Bei Ning, driven by hunger, joined the fray, seizing a filthy bun and devouring it without hesitation. Those who missed out resorted to prying buns from others' mouths, a scene both shocking and desperate. In that moment, she longed for her past life as the Wolf Emperor, where delectable delicacies were plentiful and exquisite pastries were presented to her by her devoted servants. Tears streamed down her face at the memory. Beside her sat a young girl, delicate and with bright, expressive eyes, though dirt and tattered clothing marred her appearance, mirroring Nian Bei Ning's own plight. Cautiously, she extended a water flask to Nian Bei Ning. Gratefully accepting it, Nian Bei Ning drank deeply, only for others to rush forward, clamoring for a share. In this wretched place, they resembled the most degraded of creatures in their struggle for survival. After a Herculean effort to extricate herself from the throng, Nian Bei Ning found the flask had been damaged in the scuffle, and the scant water spilled onto the ground, prompting the desperate to crawl and lick it up. She cast an apologetic glance at the trembling girl, her voice hoarse as she murmured, "I'm sorry. It's all right. Everyone wishes to survive. No one is at fault. Only this world, this kingdom, and its tyrants," the girl replied softly. Chapter 89. The arena of life and death. Nian Bei Ning remained silent, curling up to rest. When night descended, she was awakened by commotion as several men with ill intent began to harass the young girl. This was not an isolated incident. Similar horrors unfolded in other cages. The guards, seemingly entertained, watched the unfolding chaos with amusement. It was disheartening to witness those who shared the same plight descending into such depravity. Nian Bei Ning kicked the strongest man in the cage, sending him sprawling. The others, witnessing this, raised their fists against her. With newfound strength, she drew a sharp stone from her pocket and fiercely struck at their legs, causing them to collapse in pain, their cries echoing through the confined space. The frightened girl trembled, hastily attempting to put on her tattered clothing, which had been rendered mere rags by the men's hands. Fortunately, Nian Bei Ning wore 2 layers. She shed one and draped it over the girl, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you." The girl, visibly shaken, curled into herself, her gaze towards Nian Bei Ning filled with fear. Just then, a guard approached the cage, calling out, "Hey, you!" Nian Bei Ning turned her head slightly to see a fierce-looking guard glaring at her. "What are you staring at?" "Yes, I'm talking to you. What do you want?" "How can you ask what I want? Look at the state you've left this one in. How can we sell a slave who is so injured?" Fights may occur in the slave market, but harming others is against the rules, and you shall face punishment." As he spoke, two guards opened the cage and began to pummel Nian, biting mercilessly. She curled up on the ground, shielding her head and vital organs, aware that the guards wore black iron armor and wielded weapons. A beating might leave her gasping for breath, but resistance could lead to her immediate demise. They continued until their strength waned, finally tossing her back into the cage like a discarded rag. Though she had survived, the pain coursing through her body nearly suffocated her. Unable to move, she caught sight of the men she had injured attempting to crawl towards her, while the young girl, summoning her courage, picked up the stone Nian Bei Ning had dropped and pointed it at them, declaring, "If any of you dare to lay a hand on her, I will kill you." In the slave market, death was commonplace, and when pushed to the brink, desperate measures were taken. The men hesitated, clearly intimidated, and refrained from advancing. Nian Bei Ning lost consciousness, and when she awoke, she found herself no longer in the cage, but in a dark room alongside the girl and several others. Their eyes were dull and devoid of hope, as if life itself had been drained from them. "You're finally awake. If you hadn't come to, you would have been fed to the beasts," the girl said, helping Nian Bei Ning sit up with great difficulty. "Beasts," Nian Bei Ning murmured, recalling that Guangzhou housed many creatures fed with human captives. "Where are we?" she asked. "This is the arena. Someone saw you bravely fight against a cage full of men and purchased both of us. Each of us is a slave bought individually. Only the last one standing will leave this place with their master," the girl explained. Nian Bei Ning realized she had fallen from one abyss into another. "How can I fight in this condition? Your master will send someone to tend to your wounds daily, and you will not enter the arena until you have healed," the girl reassured her. Nian Bei Ning remained silent as sounds of chaos erupted outside. Peering through the window's crack, she observed the arena, a colossal circular structure resembling a giant iron barrel, with multiple levels housing other captives. They were situated on the first floor, affording them a clear view of the battles unfolding below. In this arena, life and death intertwined. To kill the opponent was to secure one's own freedom from this wretched existence. They witnessed two men grappling fiercely, a weaker man being pummeled mercilessly until, in a desperate struggle, he managed to ensnare his opponent's neck and ultimately triumph against all odds. After the guards removed the corpse, another pair of fighters entered, this time a man and a woman. The man showed no mercy, swiftly overpowering the woman and delivering a fatal blow. Nian Bei Ning took a deep breath, retreating into the shadows of the room as a man entered, tossing bandages and ointment onto the ground. He coldly addressed her, "You can change your dressings now." With that, he departed, and the girl hurriedly picked up the supplies, smiling at Nian Bei Ning. "I'll help you. I was the one who applied the ointment before." "Then I would appreciate your assistance," Nian Bei Ning replied. "You're welcome." Enduring the searing pain, Nian Bei Ning removed her clothing, bowing her head. "My name is Nian Bei Ning. What is yours?" "My name is Adan, and it is indeed a stroke of fortune to share my fate with you in the slave market." "Fortune? Huh. She cannot even ensure her own safety. How can we speak of fortune?" After tending to her wounds, Nian Bei Ning gazed at Adan's frail figure and inquired, "Do you possess any martial skills?" She shook her head. "Then how will you survive in the arena?" Adan's expression darkened. "With my life." "Do you still have the stone?" "Oh, I have it here. I shall return it to you." "No need. Keep it for yourself." "Come closer. I will teach you a few moves." After whispering in her ear, Adan looked at her in terror. To survive, one must be willing to strike. Otherwise, death is the only outcome. Gripping the stone tightly, Adan's eyes shone with newfound resolve. "I can do it." She was but a girl of 18 or 19, trembling as she entered the arena, where a similarly delicate woman emerged, appearing even more terrified than Adan. Unable to bear the sight of such brutality, Nian Bei Ning closed her eyes and sat on the ground, listening to the screams and pleas from outside. As time passed, Adan returned, drenched in blood. She collapsed onto the ground, clutching the sharp stone, mumbling about having killed someone. Nian Bei Ning silently observed her, refraining from offering solace. This was something only Adan could process. In a place where the powerful overshadow the weak, violence is relentless, and weakness is the most fatal flaw. Since Adan descended from the arena, she had been plagued by nightmares night after night. Finally, after half a month, Nian Bei Ning's injuries had healed, and it was her turn to face the arena. Chapter 90. The carnivorous horse Nian Bei Ning's opponent was a woman scarred across her face, her eyes fierce with a burning desire to live. Survival is a shared instinct. But here, one must rely solely on their skills. Little girl, I have lived on the edge of a blade before. I never harmed the innocent. But having fallen into slavery, I must strike you down to survive. What is your name? I shall light incense for you later. Nian Bei Ning. And your name? The opponent hesitated momentarily. Remembering my name is futile. Let us begin. She took her stance, clearly a seasoned fighter. With a powerful strike, she launched an attack towards Nian Bei Ning's face. Remaining composed, Nian Bei Ning observed each of her moves. Just as the opponent was about to close in on her, Nian Bei Ning swiftly sidestepped and seized her arm, delivering a sharp elbow strike. However, her own frail frame limited the force of her blow, merely pushing the opponent back a few steps without inflicting significant harm. Recognizing Nian Bei Ning's training, the opponent escalated her assault with even more ferocity. Nian Bei Ning widened her stance, stabilizing herself for close combat as they exchanged blows, dodging and striking. The opponent executed a fierce, sweeping kick aimed at Nian Bei Ning's neck. The latter quickly bent down to evade the powerful strike while simultaneously targeting the opponent's ribs. Sensing danger, the opponent pivoted away, regaining her balance. Nian Bei Ning, using her hands to propel herself off the ground, leaped into action, the stone concealed in her grasp, striking with lethal intent. The opponent crossed her arms to block Nian Bei Ning's assault, their eyes meeting in a fierce exchange. The primal ferocity of a wolf glimmered in Nian Bei Ning's gaze, embodying a desperate will to survive. In the stalemate of their struggle, Nian Bei Ning hooked her leg around the opponent's waist, agilely flipping herself on her shoulders, and swiftly drove the sharp stone across the opponent's throat. Amidst the gasps of shock, the defeated woman collapsed, clutching her bleeding neck. Nian Bei Ning gazed into her wide eyes, leaning down to await her final breaths. My name is Leonore. Nian Bei Ning felt her eyes moisten as she watched the woman's expression shift to one of relief before her body fell limp, becoming a cold corpse. Rising, Nian Bei Ning returned to her quarters as the officials took the loser's body away. Adan appeared shaken by the fierce aura Nian Bei Ning had displayed in the arena. Watching her with trepidation, too fearful to speak, Nian Bei Ning settled down, cleaning the blood from the stone before tucking it into her sleeve and closing her eyes to rest. In a cramped room housing a dozen women, they were the last remaining victors of their fates. Early the next morning, they were taken away. You are fortunate. The master has chosen you among many slaves. When you meet him, express your gratitude and bow respectfully. Understand? Understood. The leader was the steward of the Xiang residence. The Xiang residence was one of the wealthiest establishments in Guangzhou, boasting an impressive estate filled with hundreds of slaves. As slaves continued to perish, the steward accompanied the young master to procure more servants. They were tasked with tending to the stables, responsible for cleaning up after the horses and feeding them. The steward particularly emphasized that these horses were the young master's favorites and possessed a unique spirit unlike ordinary horses. After arranging their accommodations, he departed. In a small room crowded with women, the atmosphere was stifling, yet the close quarters provided warmth as the weather grew colder. You three are newcomers, right? What will your duties entail? Adan replied, We are to clean the stables. It is relatively easy. Upon hearing this, some women turned pale with fear. Adan noticed and asked, What is wrong with cleaning the stables? Why are you so frightened? Those horses are monstrous. They are possessed. A dozen sisters who previously tended to the stables met their end at the hands of the horses. Some say that their deaths were release, but they were devoured alive by the horses. Adan's face went pale, while Nian Bei Ning listened quietly. If there was to be a fight, it would be wise to conserve their strength. That night, as they lay down to sleep, Adan whispered to Nian Bei Ning, Sister Nian, are you not afraid? If you fear, only death awaits you. Do you wish to die? Of course not. I have my parents and younger brother waiting for me. If our country had not fallen, I would not have been captured as a slave. Indeed, had it not been for the defeat, she would not be here. Nian Bei Ning inhaled deeply, wide awake. Gazing through the window at the sky where white flakes began to fall, it was snowing. The next morning, the world outside lay thickly blanketed in snow, and the steward arrived with warm coats for the people. The Xiang residents, being one of the most prominent families in Guangzhou, was not concerned about the cost of clothing. Nian Bei Ning used a slender stick to tie her hair up high and, alongside Adan and another girl, gathered fodder to head to the stables. These stables were unlike any ordinary ones. They were expansive structures adorned with intricately carved dragon motifs. The animals resided in better conditions than the slaves. Adan screamed upon seeing a pair of glowing green eyes within the stable, soon followed by a multitude of eerie green glimmers. These were the terrifying eyes of the horses. As their vision adjusted, they confirmed that the stables were indeed filled with horses whose eyes emitted a haunting glow, yet they resembled ordinary horses otherwise. The other girl, Yuan Ying, trembled as she spoke. The steward warned us that if we do not feed the horses by noon, we will be taken to feed the beasts. The horses stared hungrily at the three girls. Nian Bei Ning instructed, "You two stay still. I will feed them." Observing the horses' behavior, she approached them cautiously, sensing that they were not merely interested in the fodder, but rather fixated on the three of them, as if they were the true meal. As the distance closed in, the moment Nian Bei Ning tossed the fodder into the feeding trough, the nearest black horse opened its massive jaws, aiming to bite her head. The prepared woman swiftly crouched down, delivering a punch to the horse's jaw, eliciting a painful neigh. Nian Bei Ning quickly withdrew to a safe distance. The incident had startled Adan and Yuan Ying considerably. Adan, visibly anxious, inquired about her well-being. Nian Bei Ning replied, "I nearly got hurt." Chapter 91. Xiang Shangjin Nian Bei Ning had fed the horses. Yet Adan and Yuan Ying lacked her quick reflexes and skills, trembling in place while clutching the fodder, too frightened to approach. Nian Bei Ning's expression darkened slightly. She silently took the fodder from their hands and swiftly tossed it into the trough. These equine beasts were fast, but not as swift as Nian Bei Ning, who managed to dodge their gaping mouths and retaliate with a punch. That night, the slumbering individuals in the slave quarters were roused by a tremendous commotion outside. The steward, accompanied by several burly men, entered. The fierce and imposing atmosphere immediately suggested that trouble was brewing. "You three fed the horses today. What transpired?" Nian Bei Ning lowered her head humbly. "I witnessed the horses fighting. It was a terrifying scene. After we fed them, we hurriedly left." The steward snorted heavily. "Those are the young master's prize horses. Did you not think to inform me when they were fighting? Take them away and give them 20 lashes. What kind of world was this? Horses could attack humans without consequence, yet they were punished for not reporting injuries to the horses. Indeed, the lives of slaves were scarcely valued above those of ants." As the burly men administered the lashes, the three were left nearly breathless. Only Nian Bei Ning, with her strong will, fared slightly better. Even so, she could not afford to delay feeding the horses. Purchased with money, slaves faced death if they failed to work. Nian Bei Ning stood in the shed, clutching the fodder, her face pale and her lips cracked from the cold. With a frosty gaze, she observed the horses, who returned her gaze with equal hostility. She staggered over and, from a distance, hurled the fodder wrapped around stones into the trough. The horses stretched their necks, attempting to bite her, but she remained just out of reach, coldly smiling before turning to leave. Upon her return, Nian Bei Ning found Yuan Ying lying on the bed, but Adan was nowhere to be seen. She asked, where did Adan go? She was taken away by the steward, who spoke of how it was a blessing for her that the young master took an interest in her. "Do you think Adan is in danger?" Adan was strikingly beautiful among the slaves, frequently seen by the steward, a man in his 40s who often wielded his authority over the servants, leading one to believe he was the master of the house. That night, heavy snow fell, and several slaves in the adjacent room froze to death. The steward, fearing reprimand, begrudgingly ordered a small amount of charcoal to be sent over. In his haste to leave, he appeared to have pressing matters to attend to, allowing Nian Bei Ning to follow closely behind without detection. He dismissed everyone, granting her the opportunity to investigate freely. Like a nimble cat, she stealthily traversed the rooftop, lifting a tile to witness a scene of vivid debauchery below. A greasy man, eagerly shaking his fleshy form, was attempting to undress a voluptuous beauty. The woman playfully shoved the steward, saying, "Call me madam in front of others, but my wife here." "You truly know how to please, Steward Shui. Since the mistress is not at home and is lonely, I am merely alleviating her woes," the steward replied, and the two became entangled in an embrace. Nian Bei Ning sneered. It turned out they were a pair of illicit lovers. The steward had the audacity to pursue the master-s woman. The following day, Nian Bei Ning did not feed the horses, but instead requested an audience with the steward. Slave possessed no right to make requests. Yet after she subtly revealed some of last night's information, the steward hurriedly led her to meet him. The steward's face darkened with fury. As if he could strangle her at any moment, grinding his teeth, he asked, "What do you know?" Nian Bei Ning replied, "The red plum blossom on the mistress's shoulder is truly exquisite." The steward realized she had indeed uncovered the truth and dismissed everyone around them. "Do you intend to use this to threaten me? Who would believe a slave's words?" Nian Bei Ning responded. "Then I shall work doubly hard to ensure my words are credible." "You." The steward's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. A mere slave's death meant nothing to him. He drew a dagger from his sleeve and lunged at Nian Bei Ning, who anticipated this move, having already healed from her injuries. In a swift motion, she disarmed him and held the sharp blade to his throat. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he stammered, "Let us talk this over. Don't be rash." Nian Bei Ning said, "As long as you assist me, I will keep your secret. Otherwise, I possess the means to make the entire Guanzhou aware of this matter. Do you believe me?" Yes, I believe you. What do you want me to do?" "I want to find Adan and escape from here." The steward replied, "I can help you locate that girl, but I lack the ability to take you away. Every slave's name is recorded in the slave shackles, and leaving without permission is a death sentence." "Were the slave shackles?" "I cannot say for sure. Your shackles are with the young master, and that girl is also with him. Take me to him." "All right, I will take you." Steward Shui led Nian Bei Ning to the young master's quarters, where elegant and tall maidens were frequently coming and going. He slipped a silver ingot to one of the maids, smiling insincerely, "Dear sister, where did the girl who was sent to the young master's room yesterday go?" "She was a fiery woman. She refused the young master and was tortured to death. By now, her corpse has likely been devoured by the young master's prized horse." The steward smiled coldly. "Thank you for the information." He turned to see Nian Bei Ning, who appeared despondent, and said, "Let us return." Steward Shui rambled on about keeping his secrets safe and mentioned his responsibilities to a family with elders and younger siblings relying on him for support. Nian Bei Ning asked, "How can one acquire the slave shackles?" "That is quite difficult. The items are in the young master's possession, and he is notorious for his ruthlessness in Guanzhou. I truly cannot assist you, even if you threaten me." Nian Bei Ning demanded, "I want all the information about your young master. What do you intend to do? Will you help or not?" With a hint of menace in her tone, the steward nodded vigorously. "I will help." Xiang Shangjia was a notorious debauched heir in Guanzhou, known for keeping a menagerie of monstrous horses that devoured humans. He was wealthy, indulging in gambling and pleasures, and many in power relied on his wealth to secure their positions, flattering him for favors. Although a wastrel, Xiang Shangjia was a formidable practitioner of magic and a skilled swordsman, with many seeking his life only to meet a grim fate at his hands. Chapter 92. It was all my doing when Nian Bei Ning first encountered him. He was draped in a blue robe, languidly reclining on a soft couch while watching a dancer perform. Nian Bei Ning's appearance failed to capture his interest. She had been sent to serve Xiang Shangjia at the steward's behest, deftly pouring tea and wine. "Hey!" Nian Bei Ning instinctively looked up, only to meet his disdainful gaze. "Who are you? Who arranged for you to be here?" Nian Bei Ning knelt and prostrated herself, saying, "Today, Sister Huan caught a chill, and the steward feared she might infect the young master, thus sending me to serve you." Shang Sangjie, feeling impatient, rubbed his temples and remarked, "She can sing and play an instrument. What can you do?" "I can dance as well." "Very well, both of you may leave." With a glance, he signaled Nian Bei Ning to step forward. She gracefully stood in the center and began to dance. Although her movements were not particularly refined, the contrasting softness and strength in her actions captivated the onlookers. As Xiang Jie propped himself up to watch her, he recalled, "I remember you. You're the one I personally acquired from the slave market for the arena. I believe you single-handedly incapacitated an entire cage of men. Do you possess martial skills?" Nian Bei Ning lowered her head, replying, "I learned a few rudimentary techniques under my master. In Guangzhou, skilled women were a rarity, especially among slaves." "What is your name?" he inquired. "Nian Bei Ning." "Very well. You shall take Huan Shi's place and accompany me from now on." Nian Bei Ning feigned gratitude, saying, "Thank you, young master." During her time in Xiang Jie's quarters, Nian Bei Ning had witnessed numerous women enter, only to be carried out later in various states of demise. She would stand respectfully outside, hearing heart-wrenching screams emanating from within, followed by servants escorting the unfortunate souls out. At that moment, she would be summoned to clean the blood from the floor and tend to the chaos left behind. With bloodstained hands, Xiang Jie casually wiped his hands on her back before departing the room. Nian Bei Ning silently continued her work, scrubbing the blood from the ground, the bed, and the cabinet, ensuring every spot was attended to, even where there were no stains. The steward had informed her that Xiang Jie's room contained mechanisms, and the slave shackles might be hidden within. He primarily resided in two areas, the bedroom and the study. After exiting the bedroom, Nian Bei Ning made her way to the kitchen, recalling the stewardess' information that this man indulged in snacks every afternoon. She estimated she had about half a stick of incense's worth of time before he would arrive. Swiftly, she entered the kitchen and discreetly poured a small packet of powder into the flour. It was not poison, merely a substance that would ensure a deep sleep. Once she completed her task, she pretended to have just finished cleaning the room and went to attend to Xiang Jie. Regardless of the time or place, there were always more than 10 attendants surrounding him. At this moment, he was fishing in a large pavilion by the lake, where not only fish swam, but Nian Bei Ning also spotted green crocodiles and piranhas with razor-sharp teeth. The lake's surface was a dark abyss, as if the creatures within could leap out at any moment. Enjoying the ministrations of his servants, Xiang Jie appeared displeased when he caught another fish. "Today, the fish are particularly easy to catch. They must be hungry." As he spoke, he glanced over the group of maidservants and pointed to a slightly plump woman. The guards immediately understood his intention, and regardless of the woman's desperate pleas and kowtowing, she was ultimately thrown into the lake. The others trembled, heads bowed, too afraid to witness the brutal spectacle, while only the woman's anguished cries gradually subsided. Nian Bei Ning clenched her fists tightly beneath her sleeves. It was not until refreshments arrived that Xiang Jie's attention shifted. The aroma of rose cakes wafted through the pavilion, and he nodded in satisfaction, rewarding the kitchen staff with a silver ingot. As he grew increasingly fatigued, he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber in the pavilion. Nian Bei Ning, being astute, leaned toward the guards beside him and remarked, "In this cold weather, young master might catch a chill sleeping out here." The two guards exchanged glances. "The young master dislikes being awakened while sleeping. We should move him to the study, as it is closest." Awakened? Nian Bei Ning had administered just the right amount of the drug to ensure he would sleep until the late hours of the night. A large group then relocated to the study, which had 3 levels filled with countless books and paintings. Xiang Jie lay in the inner chamber, sleeping soundly. Nian Bei Ning and 15 other maidservants stood guard outside, and she needed to devise a plan to send them away. She whispered, "How long does the young master typically sleep before awakening?" One maidservant cautiously shook her head. "It varies. Sometimes he awakens after 1 or 2 hours. Other times he sleeps until the next morning." Nian Bei Ning responded, "Must we remain here the entire time? It'd be best to stay. If the young master awakens and is not properly attended to, it could be fatal." At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. "There's a flood. There's a flood. Someone come extinguish the fire." A guard reported back, "The stables are on fire. If those horses suffer any harm, the young master will undoubtedly vent his fury on us. We must go extinguish the flames." With that, no one was willing to stay behind. Nian Bei Ning said, "You all go. I will watch over the young master." "Good sister," We appreciate your hard work. After everyone departed, Nian Bei Ning began searching the study, finding nothing of interest until she reached the inner room. Xiang Jia was in a deep slumber, and if not for her quest to locate the slave shackles, she might have seized the opportunity to end his life. The inner room was quite ordinary, with only a bed and a table. Nian Bei Ning approached the table and tapped it twice, then checked beneath the bed for any hidden mechanisms. Finding nothing, she was about to leave when she noticed a thick rope lying on the bed. Tentatively, she tugged at it, and a heavy sound resonated as a door appeared in the left stone wall. Elated, she entered through the door. Inside, she discovered an array of weapons and projectile equipment. Finally, she spotted the shackles labeled with the names of the slaves hanging from a beam. She retrieved her shackles without much effort and tucked them into her garments. As she prepared to leave, she glanced at the sharp weapons and smirked. She still had time to attend to other matters. By the time the fire was extinguished, it was night, having claimed the lives of 10 horses and injured many others. The entire Xiang household moved cautiously, speaking and acting with trepidation. The young master had yet to awaken, and they were unaware of the wrath he would unleash upon their return. When the maidservants returned, disheveled and covered in soot, Nian Bei Ning stood at the entrance. Feigning surprise. Sisters, why do you look so disheveled? Don't mention it. The fire was immense. If not for the officials who noticed the thick smoke and rushed to assist, the Xiang residence could have been entirely consumed. How did the flood occur so suddenly? We do not know. The officials are still investigating. Just then, they heard sounds from within, the young master stirring awake. All held their breath, their hearts racing, knowing that their fates rested on this night. Someone, prepare my clothes. Nian Bei Ning promptly entered, skillfully dressing him. Upon seeing the disheveled appearance of the other maidservants, Xiang Jia frowned and inquired, "What has happened?" The group fell to their knees in unison. "Young master, there was a flood in the stables. We just extinguished the fire." Xiang Jia's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? The horses in the stables are all tied. None should have escaped. If not for the swift actions of the rescuers, those ravenous horses could have perished." The steward and all the servants knelt, trembling in fear, too afraid to breathe. Xiang Jia roared, "Who is responsible for this?" An official soothed him. "Young master, please remain calm. The cause of the flood is still under investigation. We will provide you with an explanation." Xiang Jia's eyes blazed with fury. "Find out. If you determine the cause, I will reward you with 1,000 taels of gold." The officials, recognizing the wealth behind his words, gleamed with excitement. It was winter, and even if arson were the cause, the fire would have obliterated any evidence. However, the allure of 1,000 taels of gold was too great. If the truth could not be uncovered, they would find someone willing to take the blame. In the end, a slave bore the brunt of the culpability. Observing the injuries on his body, Nian Bei Ning recognized he had been coerced by the officials into confessing. Fury unabated, Xiang Jia bound all the owners of the slave quarters where Nian Bei Ning had previously resided, for a visitor had graced them with their presence today. He decreed that those slaves be thrown into the lake the following day to feed the fish. The visitor was a handsome young man, his face resembling jade and his tall figure striking, yet he bore an incongruous axe at his waist. This axe, modest in size and of a dark bluish hue, was accompanied by his attendants, who similarly carried axes. As they discussed matters, the maidservants awaited outside. Nian Bei Ning overheard the furious curses and the sound of shattered glass emanating from within. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the man, along with his subordinates, departed with displeasure etched on their faces. As night fell, Nian Bei Ning observed the heavy snowfall that gradually obscured visibility. The stench of wine and roasted meat wafted from the vermilion gates, while the frozen bones of the dead lay scattered along the streets. In this wintry season, she pondered how many slaves would survive. Even if they did, what awaited them in a place like Xiang's residence, where survival meant merely clinging to life? Nian Bei Ning tightened her coat. Tonight, she would bid farewell to this place. She had instructed the steward to prepare a suitable outfit for her. A sleek black fur-lined garment complemented by silver gauntlets, a belt adorned with a black wolf emblem, and her dark hair meticulously secured with a wooden hairpin. Holding a lantern in her hand, She incapacitated the guard of the study and ventured deeper into the mechanisms. In the silent corridor, her steps were so soft that they made no sound. As she approached the final passage leading to the armory, she halted abruptly and turned, the light illuminating a shadow standing behind her. "What do you want?" It was Xiang Shangjia, his gaze fixed on her like that of a venomous serpent. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" Nian Bei Ning slightly raised her chin and coldly returned his stare. "Would you like to know? Then you must capture me first. You seek death." Xiang Shangjia conjured a white glow of magical energy in his hand, and even from a distance, Nian Bei Ning could sense the oppressive force gathering. She swiftly evaded down the corridor, and in the next moment, she struck her hand against the stone wall, triggering the hidden mechanisms within. Sharp blades sprang forth from concealed launchers on either side of the wall. The ringing sound of metal slicing through the air filled the space around Xiang Shangjia. Startled, he quickly directed his magic toward the incoming blades, yet the weapons he had gathered were impervious, and his spell could only provide temporary respite. In that brief moment of defense, he found himself trapped with no escape, and a creaking sound echoed above him. Instinctively, he glanced upwards, and his face drained of color. A barrage of sharp arrows lined the entire ceiling of the corridor, and as they descended, he realized there was no retreat. With a resounding crash, the arrows pierced his body amidst his agonizing screams, blood spattering from his lips as he stared at Nian Bei Ning with terror. Silence enveloped the space. Nian Bei Ning stepped before him. "I deliberately lured you here, and the fire in your beloved stable was also my doing." With that, she crouched beside him and severed his neck with a stone. There were riches aplenty here. Nian Bei Ning shattered the shackles of all the slaves and selected several formidable weapons before making her exit. In the span of a night, all the slaves of the Xiang residence fled, and the once mighty young master met a gruesome end. In a fit of rage, Xiang Leioi returned from the imperial capital to Guangzhou, and the following day, posters of Nian Bei Ning's likeness plastered every street and alley. Cloaked in a black hat, she cast a glance at the portrait resembling her and vanished into the crowd. It was evident that the steward had betrayed her to save his own life. She had acquired easily transportable and lethal concealed weapons from the Xiang residence. With a body devoid of magical prowess and frail strength, should her identity be revealed, she would find herself in dire straits. The Xiang residents colluded with the Lord of Guangzhou to seal the city gates, permitting entry but barring exit. The towering city walls rendered escape impossible for Nian Bei Ning. Mississippi. While dining at a small inn, Nian Bei Ning was suddenly called out. Peering through her black hat, she saw a rugged man approaching with several companions. "Is there something you need? I couldn't help but notice that your stature somewhat resembles that of a fugitive. Why not remove your hat and let me have a look?" As he drew closer, Nian Bei Ning activated a mechanism in her gauntlet, launching several poison needles into the man's body. He clutched his wounds, glaring at her with malice. "What have you done to me, you wretched woman?" Nian Bei Ning's response was a cold scoff, "Just a few poison needles. Why fret? The death you face won't be too unsightly. You vile woman, I will kill you. Go ahead, it will be a swift end for me. But for you, the poison will slowly rot within you, tormenting you for months until your demise. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. Test it with my life. I'm not that foolish." Fear began to creep onto the brute's face. "Forgive me, fair lady. I should not have disturbed you. I cannot die. I have many brothers relying on me. Please, I beg you for the antidote." Nian Bei Ning opened her hand, revealing 2 pills, one black and one white. "This is the yin-yang pill, containing the same poison as the needles. To counteract it, simply swallow this white one. Should you seek further trouble, I shall break the black pill, and you will perish instantly." The hulking man caught the white pill she tossed to him, and without hesitation, swallowed it before hastily departing with his companions. Once they had left, Nian Bei Ning's expression dimmed slightly. She tossed the black pill into her mouth, chewing thoughtfully as she savored the flavor reminiscent of beef. "Miss, our master requests your presence in the guest room." Just as Nian Bei Ning regained her composure, another called out to her. Rising to leave, she replied, "I'm not interested. Do not misunderstand. Our master seeks to assist you." Nian Bei Ning frowned. "What assistance do I require?" She scrutinized the man before her, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. He was the same man who had visited the Xiang residence, followed by his companions. After some hesitation, she decided to follow him to the guest room, holding on to a sliver of hope. At the door, she paused. Inside, the man's clear voice echoed. There are no barriers or traps here. You may enter without worry. This man seemed to understand her thoughts. Nian Bei Ning pushed the door open, finding him seated at the table, 2 steaming cups of tea prepared in advance. Please take a seat. Nian Bei Ning sat across from him, removing her hat to reveal her true face. She was certain this man had seen her before. Among so many young maidens, why did he remember her unremarkable visage? The man smiled warmly, his white attire accentuating his features, his peach blossom eyes captivating. You are different from the others. You possess a sharpness and an indomitable spirit, which is why I remember you. My name is Duan Yinsheng, the young master of the Axe sect in Guangzhou. What brings you to me? Would you care to join our Axe sect? If you come with us, I can help you resolve the matter of your vengeance against Xiang Shanjia. Even if discovered, the Xiang residents would not dare to harm you. Nian Bei Ning inquired, what is the purpose of your sect? He chuckled. It seems you are not well versed in the affairs of this nation. Allow me to enlighten you. The power of Tsangming Kingdom is divided by weaponry, swords, spears, axes, and halberds. In contrast to the previous Great Ba Kingdom and the Beast Tribe, which relied on magical prowess, this kingdom emphasizes weaponry. A formidable weapon can render even the most skilled magic users powerless. In Tsangming Kingdom, each weapon sect resides in the imperial capital, a place not everyone is privileged to enter. Here in Guangzhou, we are the 8th division of the Axe sect, recruiting top-tier talents. Nian Bei Ning was perplexed as to why he would consider a weak woman like herself. Duan Yinsheng sipped his tea and inquired with a smile, have you made your decision? Miss Nian, does your Axe sect exclusively wield axes? Indeed, as the ancients say, Qua Fu chased the sun wielding a weapon, which was none other than an axe. In our Axe sect, the number of women is quite considerable. As Nian Bei Ning hesitated, Duan Yinsheng continued, in 3 years, there will be an international weapons competition. At that time, the Ba country, Monan country, Dongyi country, and the Holy Land will all come to our Tsangming country. Nian Bei Ning abruptly stood up, interrupting him. What did you say? The Ba country? Chapter 94, Axe sect. Nian Bei Ning gazed at Duan Yinsheng with excitement. She was still in this world. The Ba country and the Beast clan were still present, and she had merely arrived in a distant realm. She still had the opportunity to return and reunite with Qing Sha Huan. Observing Nian Bei Ning's expression, Duan Yinsheng inquired, Miss Nian, are you all right? I'm fine. I agree to what you just mentioned. Duan Yinsheng smiled and nodded. I noticed you haven't eaten anything yet. Let us dine well before we depart. Nian Bei Ning readily agreed. The Axe sect functions similarly to a sect, but the distinction lies in that every disciple must complete monthly tasks. This not only enhances their strength, but also increases their combat experience, and based on individual performances, they can acquire weapons of varying quality. As one progresses, the scope of social interactions widens. A total of over 50 individuals enter the Axe sect alongside her, comprising men, women, and the elderly, and not everyone qualifies to remain in the Axe sect. If one fails to complete tasks for 3 consecutive months, they will be expelled. Lacking remarkable appearance or physique, Nian Bei Ning stood at the back of the newcomers, receiving her weapon, a short axe. At first glance, the short axe seemed no different from standard chopping axe. But upon closer inspection, one would notice fine serrations on the blade and intricate fish patterns at both ends of the handle, delicate and sharp. Her modest, single accommodation was well equipped. In reflecting on her previous life as a slave, enduring a life worse than that of pigs or dogs, she felt immensely satisfied with her current situation. In the stillness of the night, Nian Bei Ning lay on her bed, gazing at the snowflakes drifting in through the window, contemplating her circumstances. Even if she were to evolve into a fire Qilin, she would still not be a match for those from the National Masteress side. In her current form, she was even less capable. She missed Qing Sha Huan, but there was no rush to return. She would take her time for one day. She would ensure that Shang Qiao heir and those individuals would pay the price. The following morning, all newcomers gathered at the academy to learn the rules. The elders standing high above appear to be around 70 years old, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality, and his voice resonated powerfully. His name was Bei Huang, the master of the newcomers. I have a rough understanding of your physical constitutions. You are all but practitioners of rudimentary skills, with perhaps one or two capable of spells. In our Axe sect, mastery of spells is not the focus. What we seek is the ability to wield our weapons effectively. It is not merely about holding a weapon, but achieving a harmonious unity of man and tool. As he spoke, he produced his axe, which transformed from a palm-sized tool into one resembling a giant tree, prompting gasps from the crowd. Bei Huang continued, "Do not be deceived by the size of my weapon. Once you truly master your weapon, it will feel as light as a feather. This is a book. All of you should take it and study the axe techniques thoroughly." The first task for newcomers is to cleave a piece from the fire tree located 50 miles away and bring it back. Nian Bei Ning, lacking any advantages, followed her fellow disciples to the location described by Elder Bai. Upon arrival, they stood in awe before the towering fire tree. Striking it produced a resounding thud, akin to hitting a copper wall. Nian Bei Ning swung her axe, but the tree remained unscathed, and her hand felt numb from the impact. She circled the tree and struck again, and after 100 strikes, a faint mark appeared. Just as she sighed in relief, the mark healed before her eyes. What kind of monstrous tree is this? I exerted tremendous effort, and it shows no signs of damage. Indeed, it was perplexing. Could it be that we cannot fell this tree? Is the Axe sect playing tricks on us? Do not speak so. What benefit would it bring them to deceive us? Let us not forget that we are now all members of the Axe sect. Complaints arose among the group. After a day's exertion, every ounce of strength was spent, and their arms felt as if they were rendered useless. Nian Bei Ning struggled to peruse the books, which were filled with illustrations but devoid of text, resembling a set of axe techniques. The next day, some rested to regain their strength while others continued to strike at the fire tree. And Nian Bei Ning was among the latter. With no shortcuts available, she could only rely on herself, day after day, night after night, applying every movement from the illustrated guide to the fire tree. As a month approached, none of the newcomers had succeeded in bringing back a piece of the fire tree. After executing a complete set of axe techniques, she took a deep breath and, following a brief respite, resumed her efforts. Gradually, some individuals gave up, reasoning that there would be 3 opportunities, and if they failed this time, there would always be next month or the month after. Sweet drenched Nian Bei Ning satire, and the cold wind sent shivers through her. As night fell, after delivering her final strike, she withdrew her axe. Sitting on the ground, panting, she gazed up at the towering tree against the night sky. It seemed that this time, success was not in the cards, and she would have to wait for the next opportunity. Just as she turned to leave, she heard a cracking sound. Startled, she turned back to see the fire tree peeling away its impenetrable outer layer like a banana, revealing the tender white wood within. Tentatively, she struck the exposed wood with her axe, and it cut through as easily as tofu. Surprised and elated, she managed to take a small piece of wood, while the bark began to heal itself, replenishing the void left behind. Among the newcomers, only 12 out of 50 successfully acquired pieces of the fire tree. What thrilled Nian Bei Ning the most was that her strength and agility with the axe had significantly improved. Although this task seemed like an assignment, it was, in fact, a different form of cultivation. During her idle moments, aside from practicing the axe techniques, she also honed her hidden weapons and occasionally visited the blacksmith to forge them. Returning to her accommodation at night, she found Duan Yin Sheng waiting outside. "Do you seek me for something, young master?" "No need for such formality. You may simply call me Yin Sheng. It is against propriety. You will always be young master." Duan Yin Sheng did not contest her, but asked, "Did you visit the blacksmith? Can you forge?" "A little," she replied. "I only know the entire process. Back then, with the treasure at hand, I approached the arduous task of forging with a playful attitude. Now that I am earnest about it, I realize how exhausting it truly is." Duan Yin Sheng looked at her with a newfound admiration. "There are few women in Guangzhou who can forge. I truly did not misjudge you. In our Axe sect, we also have a forging workshop. Should you require anything, feel free to go." Nian Bei Ning nodded. "Since you have said so, I shall not be polite." Chapter 95. It is a premium Oregon. The task for the second month involved procuring or of acceptable quality deemed complete by Elder Bai. If one were to acquire top grade, or they would receive a reward from Elder Bai. Clad in black and wearing a black hat, Nian Bei Ning walked through the bustling streets of Guangzhou, a place teeming with wealth, where only servants and noble families resided. Despite some time having passed, her wanted posters still circulated, though it had noticeably diminished in number compared to before. Duan Yinsheng informed Nian Bei Ning that there was a considerable trade in ores towards the southern part of the city. Upon arriving at her destination, Nian Bei Ning casually glanced around. Although ores were indeed present, she could not find any that appealed to her discerning eye, having previously encountered exquisite specimens. As she prepared to leave, she hesitated momentarily before hastening her departure. The individual trailing her quickened their pace in pursuit. Nian Bei Ning entered a 3-story establishment named Chunxianglu. The pursuer, upon entering, was immediately accosted by the young women inside. "Such a handsome young master. I shall ensure my sisters attend to you well." "Oh, do not leave, young master. We have everything you desire." The flirtatious banter and flurry of enticing figures disrupted the man's thoughts. He sighed, pushing through the throng of courtesans before turning to exit. Glancing down at the lantern in his grasp, he strode away with purpose. Xiao Jun's had been in the Tsangming Kingdom for a month. Back in the Daba Kingdom, his father had received word that Li Tianhe had dispatched a specialized dragon to counter Nian Bei Ning's fire magic. In that moment, he realized that Nian Bei Ning might not escape this calamity. Utilizing the ancestral treasure of the Wang family, the soul gathering lamp, he ensured that her soul was preserved at the moment of her death. However, being of the Beast clan and having sustained severe injuries, without the lamp, her spirit might have been shattered by the dragon. He could not anchor her spirit to a specific location, allowing it to drift for 3 long years. Finally, when the soul-gathering lamp provided a signal, he arrived in the Tsangming Kingdom and subsequently reached Guangzhou. Yet, upon his arrival, the lamp ceased to guide him. He noticed wanted posters in the streets, bemused by the fact that this woman never seemed to allow anyone a moment's peace. Had the person he encountered earlier not been Nian Bei Ning, where else could he search? Unbeknownst to Nian Bei Ning, her pursuer was Xiao Jun's. After exiting Chunxianglu, she sensed the distance between her and the pursuer diminishing. Opting for a secluded village, she finally halted. "You wretched woman, you run quite swiftly," remarked a burly man whom she had encountered at the inn, flanked by his associates in the garb of the Su family. Nian Bei Ning responded, "Ah, it is you. What? Did the last pill I provided whet your appetite for more?" The retort came with a curse. "What nonsense! Do you take me for a fool?" Confused, Nian Bei Ning wondered how they had managed to follow her despite her efforts to evade them. "I am certain she is the slave who murdered young Master Xiang. Capture her and ensure she faces 1,000 tortures," commanded the Su family's guard, his mask betraying malice. "Seize her." Nian Bei Ning activated the mechanism on her wrist, launching a barrage of fine needles at them. The assailants, quick on their feet, managed to evade several strikes, their hands clawing towards her. As she retreated, she triggered the hidden weapons on her shoulder, sending a flurry of shurikens their way. One man was struck and fell with a cry, while another faltered in his evasion. Seizing the opportunity, Nian Bei Ning dashed forward, drawing her axe to strike. Upon seeing the unique axe in her hands, they halted. "Wait, are you from the axe sect?" Nian Bei Ning, unafraid and unwilling to escalate the conflict, replied, "Indeed, I have a personal vendetta against this man who has manipulated you into seeking revenge on my behalf." "You fools," deceived without realizing it. Though her words were harsh, their ire was directed more towards the burly man who had led them astray. No, she is indeed the woman you seek," one protested. "Have you seen her face?" "I did not, but she refuses to remove her hat, which surely indicates something amiss." Nian Bei Ning interjected, "My visage has been marred since childhood. Now favored by the young master of the axe sect, I wish not to involve myself in your grievances. Depart." The men, recognizing the weight of her words, did not press further and hastily retreated. With a sigh of relief, Nian Bei Ning acknowledged that while they were not particularly formidable, neither was she. A confrontation would yield no favorable outcome for her. Once they had left, she prepared to return, only to sense someone observing her from the shadows. Turning, she spotted someone hiding behind a tree. Nian Bei Ning approached, and the figure revealed herself to be Yuan Ying. "What brings you here?" Nian Bei Ning asked. Yuan Ying, beaming upon confirming it was indeed her, replied, "After you destroyed our slave shackles, all of my sisters managed to escape. Unable to leave the city, we settled in this remote area where the kind villagers offered us shelter. I was washing clothes nearby when I heard commotion and came to investigate, hoping it was you." Nian Bei Ning nodded. "As long as you can live freely, that is what matters. We are all immensely grateful to you, Bei Ning. Would you care to join us for a while?" "No, I have matters to attend to." Yuan Ying watched as Nian Bei Ning was about to leave, then added, "Wait. Let's see how you are faring." With a smile, Yuan Ying led the way. The village was small and idyllic, nestled by mountains and water. The local girls, upon seeing Nian Bei Ning, set aside their tasks. "Thank you for saving us," they exclaimed. "Indeed, if it were not for your actions that night against the man surnamed Xiang, we would have met our demise the following day. Had it not been for the shackles, we would have fled long ago." Gratitude flowed freely. No longer were they plagued by fear and worry. They could speak and laugh openly, pursuing their desires. They were young and beautiful, dreaming of marrying and building a family. Their futures filled with promise. A subtle smile graced Nian Bei Ning's lips. "It is good that all is well." Yuan Ying chimed in. "All right, you all return to your tasks. Come, Bei Ning, let us sit in my room and share a drink." Nian Bei Ning, feeling weary and parched, agreed. Upon entering the room, she noticed a stone propped at the foot of the bed. Despite its dull appearance, her experience in the flower market allowed her to discern that it resembled the exquisite ores found in the territory of the Snake clan. "This is a fine ore," she remarked. "Where did you find this?" Yuan Ying explained, "I stumbled upon it randomly in the mountains. I am not skilled in crafting, so I used it to level the bed." "What of it?" Nian Bei Ning inquired. "May I have this stone?" "Of course," she replied, then asked, "Can you take me to where you found it?" "No problem." In the vicinity where Yuan Ying had discovered the stone, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. She inquired, "What is it? Is there something wrong with the stone?" "Nothing at all. I appreciate your assistance." "No trouble at all." Elder Bai was surprised to see the exquisite ore Nian Bei Ning had brought back. After a moment of astonishment, he nodded and asked, "Where did you acquire this?" "I found it by chance," she replied. "Such a fine, or could be found by mere chance? What extraordinary luck you possess." Many had brought ores to Elder Bai, and compared to the first month's task, this month's selection was remarkably straightforward. In just 2 weeks, everyone completed their tasks. However, the final results revealed that apart from Nian Bei Ning and 5 others, the rest had failed. Nian Bei Ning's exquisite ore was reforged into an axe, and when Elder Bai presented it to her, his expression was one of benevolent joy. "Bei Ning, do take a look. Does this axe suit you well?" The new axe, while not as sharp as the previous one, retained its essence. Even without magical prowess, she could feel its latent strength, a weapon belonging to the highest tier of yellow-gray quality. She nodded, expressing her satisfaction. "Hangzhu, Bai Lao. By the way, it seems the materials for this axe are rather scarce. The remaining ones." She chuckled. "I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Our Guanzhou does not possess as many exquisite ores as other factions. These treasures are rare, and I haven't changed my axe for quite some time. What do you think about the remaining ones?" Nian Bei Ning understood his implication. "Very well. Let this be my tribute to you. Bai Lao Zipli Gaotatens, Tangzhu. You work harder than others, and I see that. You need not complete the remaining tasks. Follow me to the library and select a technique suitable for you." Nian Bei Ning bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Bai. Is this considered a bribe?" "Indeed, possessing something valuable makes everything more convenient." Bai Lao led her to the library, explaining the techniques outside are of earth, sky, and yellow grades. Given your current abilities, the sky grade techniques are the most suitable. Take your time. There is no rush. Nian Bei Ning, grasping the meaning of his words, inquired, "Are there internal 3-layered technique manuals?" The internal 3 layers belong to the levels of immortal and divine. Not to mention that you do not yet possess such strength. Even the young master has not fully mastered the divine grade techniques. Now, choose for yourself." Nian Bei Ning nodded and examined the techniques on the shelves. The top-tier techniques wield the power to control metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. She browsed through them, finally selecting a book and saying to Bai Lao, I want this one. Sky Great Formations, Nian Bei Ning. Considering I accepted your offering, allow me to give you a word of caution. Those adept in spells can easily tear apart any formation. Throughout history, no one has truly mastered formations. Look at this book. It's covered in a thick layer of dust. Nian Bei Ning Smeedet. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Bai. I still wish to have it. Bai Lao nodded, recorded the transaction, and they departed together. In this world of mutual creation and destruction, when Nian Bei Ning believed her fiery spells were invincible, Qianlong appeared to teach her a harsh lesson. Formations, however, differ. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can ensnare or strangle others. Nian Bei Ning understood that reaching such a level would require an immense investment of time and energy, yet she was willing to explore and seek knowledge. The cultivation of formations necessitates three elements: terrain, the central nexus for initiating the formation, and the practitioner's mastery of spells. Currently, Nian Bei Ning had no internal elixir or spells, leaving her momentarily distressed. Duan Yin Sheng remarked, forcing open the meridians can be excruciating, and a slight misstep may lead to death. Are you sure you want to proceed? I want to try. An ordinary person seeking to cultivate spells must open the meridians, also known as unblocking the run and do meridians, to activate the internal elixir. However, for someone like Nian Bei Ning, the mortality rate of forcibly opening the meridians is alarmingly high. Duan Yin Sheng confirmed several times, yet Nian Bei Ning remained resolute in her decision. I heard from Mr. Bai that you acquired a book on formations. Nian Bei Ning nodded. Yes, that's why I need spells. With your aptitude, I do have a few technique manuals suitable for you. Thank you, young master, but I wish to practice formations. Duan Yin Sheng, unable to dissuade her, sighed. Prepare yourself, and tomorrow I will assist you in opening the meridians. Thank you, young master. The following day, Nian Bei Ning sat on a cushion while Duan Yin Sheng positioned himself behind her, pressing his palm against her back. Nian Bei Ning felt a warm energy coursing through her limbs, followed by a wave of pain. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning pale as paper. Her first attempt at opening the meridians ended in failure. Fortunately, Duan Yin Sheng withdrew in time, preventing severe injury. When Nian Bei Ning awoke, she found herself resting on Duan Yin Sheng's bed. As she attempted to rise, every movement sent sharp pain through her meridians. Do not move, focus on recovery. Duan Yin Sheng brought her a bowl of medicinal soup, and, as he was about to feed her, Nian Bei Ning turned her face away. This is inappropriate. I can manage myself. Can you move? Duan Yin Sheng smiled gently. Do not worry, I mean no harm. Since the attempt was unsuccessful, your meridians are severely damaged and will take time to heal. Drink the medicine. At this moment, she truly could not move and was reluctant to be fed by him. Such intimacy felt too ambiguous. Duan Yin Sheng noticed her hesitation and stood up, allowing a maid to come in and assist her with the medicine. Once Nian Bei Ning could walk again, she returned to her own residence, and Duan Yin Sheng visited her just as she stepped outside. You appear to be recovering well. Nian Bei Ning inquired. When do you think I can attempt to open the meridians again? Duan Yin Sheng looked at her in astonishment. You nearly lost your life during the first attempt, and you are already contemplating a second? If one attempt fails, I will try again. If two fail, I will attempt three. Duan Yin Sheng shook his head. Your physique is simply not suited for this. Do not overexert yourself. Although you cannot cultivate spells, you can still practice formations. He handed Nian Bei Ning a bracelet. This is a spatial treasure. It can hold a limited amount of items. If you wish to set up formations, you will need to gather various materials. Chapter 97. Good things should be shared after enduring repeated setbacks. Nian Bei Ning sighed quietly. Her body was unable to open the meridians, and though she was reluctant, she had to confront reality. The spatial orientation of formations consists of three directions, combining into a single formation, which is crucial for the central nexus. The nexus can be a flower, wood, grass, or stone, provided that these elements possess spiritual energy. Following the book's guidance, during her first attempt to set up a formation in the forest, she used her yellow-grade axe as the central object, with the three directions being southeast and north, thereby naturally forming the profound and mysterious laws of nature. as Nian Bei Ning observed the formation faintly glowing with white light. Though small in size, she felt a sense of accomplishment upon seeing the wild boar trapped within. Help! Help! On her way back from the forest, Nian Bei Ning heard a woman's cry for help. Given her limited abilities, she was no longer the formidable wolf monarch she once was, with the confidence to intervene in such matters. The cries grew increasingly desperate, originating from a cave where two men were assaulting a woman. With swift precision, two flying needles pierced the men's skulls. There was no need for her to show mercy to such scum. Startled, the woman revealed her face, clad in black. Bei Ning. Nian Bei Ning could not resist approaching, and upon recognizing Yuan Ying, she furrowed her brow. Are you all right? Were you hurt? Tears streamed down the girl's face. I was on my way to find you when I encountered these two rascals who brought me here. I'm so glad to see you. Otherwise, how would T have survived? Nian Bei Ning comforted her. It's all right. What did you need from me? You liked that stone last time, right? I found many more and intended to tell you. Nian Bei Ning's eyes lit up. Really? Yes. In the mountains, a glimpse of the ore was revealed on a hillside. Yuan Ying leaned in closer to examine it. The stone appeared identical to the previous one, only pressed down. Indeed, this is exquisite ore. Nian Bei Ning exclaimed, Yuan Ying. Thank you. She smiled and shook her head. Our bond as fellow slaves brought us together. It is fate. Nian Bei Ning replied, in the future, if you need anything, come directly to the Axe sect to find me. I'm there now. Yuan Ying beamed, all right. Upon returning, Bai Huang and Duan Yinsheng were astonished to hear from Nian Bei Ning. Is it true? You found exquisite or veins? Nian Bei Ning clarified. They may not qualify as veins since they are relatively small and the extent is limited. However, it is more than sufficient to forge dozens of weapons. This was truly fantastic news. Having tasted the sweetness of the leftover scraps, Bai Lao eagerly led people to the location of the ore. In the span of a single morning, these exquisite ores were nearly all collected, and Bai Lao wore a grin so broad it seemed it could split his face. Indeed, splendid. I never anticipated your depth of knowledge regarding ores. You have rendered our Axe sect a tremendous service this time. Nian Bei Ning hamba ziplit, Bai Lao, zu falat de man. Just as they were about to depart after gathering the last fragments of stone, they encountered a group of individuals at the foot of the mountain. The atmosphere was tense, unmistakably indicating that news of the precious ores had leaked. All were wielding sharp swords, belonging to the Jin sect. The leader, appearing to be in his 30s, wore a smile devoid of warmth and said, I have heard that your Axe sect has discovered exquisite ores here. Since we all reside in Guangzhou, such treasures should be shared. Bai Lao retorted with a cold snort. Speaking of sharing, when you encountered the Millennium Spirit deer laden with treasures, why was there no sharing then? The opponent sneered. That beast had but a few trinkets, hardly anything of note. Coincidentally, we too possess nothing of significance. Instantly, their expressions darkened. Enough chatter. If you wish to avoid conflict, hand over what you have. Duan Yinsheng interjected, shameless. Onward. With a swift motion, the opponents unsheathed their swords, their blades glinting menacingly. The exquisite ores were extraordinary, and, aside from Nian Bei Ning, the members of their group were all formidable fighters of the Axe sect. Every move they made was calculated, while Nian Bei Ning was shielded behind Duan Yinsheng, aware of the Jin sect's penchant for ambush tactics. Gripping her weapon, she intercepted an assailant aiming for Duan Yinsheng's back with her axe. Duan Yinsheng quickly pivoted, delivering a powerful kick to the intruder's chest, allowing Nian Bei Ning to seize the moment, her axe swiftly severing the opponent's neck. This marked Nian Bei Ning's first experience of taking a life. Her eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty ferocity, as if she had emerged from a grand battlefield. Amidst the chaotic skirmish, she recalled the moment in the desolate lands when a group had attacked her, culminating in a fatal blow from Qianlong. A chilling aura of murderous intent emanated from Nian Bei Ning as she advanced toward the throng, her axe technique instilling fear that deterred anyone from approaching. As their adversaries continued to multiply, Nian Bei Ning seized an opportunity, rallying her comrades into formation. While they could not inflict substantial harm upon a Jin sect, they could certainly slow their assault. By delaying their pace, they aimed for a decisive blow. Bai Huang capitalized on the leader's momentary hesitation. cleaving him in two with a single swing of his massive axe, prompting the Jian sect members to retreat in haste. After both sides had departed, the scene was left in disarray, with remnants of the battle and the scent of blood hanging heavily in the air. Upon returning, Nian Bei Ning found herself wounded. A sword had grazed her arm, though it was merely a superficial injury. Duan Yinsheng presented her with a vial of ointment, noting, "The Jian sect strikes viciously. Your wound requires a month to heal. If you need anything, inform me." Nian Bei Ning nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, young master." Duan Yinsheng smiled. "Your formation skills are commendable. You are a young woman, and there is no need to fight so fiercely." Nian Bei Ning responded, "What other choice do I have? Should I simply await death?" Duan Yinsheng inquired, "Do you have enemies?" "Indeed, and they are formidable. Even if your axe sect were to mobilize, we would not stand a chance." "Young master, do you believe I should fight against such powerful foes?" Sensing the pain in her eyes, Duan Yinsheng refrained from probing further, offering a few words of concern before departing. Within the various sects, open and covert struggles for supremacy were commonplace, with each aiming to establish itself as the leading faction in Guangzhou. Minor conflicts were frequent, and Duan Yinsheng cautioned Nian Bei Ning that her fierce demeanor in battle had made her face memorable to many, advising her to exercise caution when venturing outside. During her recuperation, Nian Bei Ning's greatest worry remained her friends, Yuan Ying and the others. Her identity had been compromised, having offended both the Xiong family and the Jian sect. They would undoubtedly seek retribution. Under the cover of night, she swiftly made her way to the village where Yuan Ying resided. Chapter 98. The entanglements of the Jianghu. The village was eerily silent, and an ominous premonition gripped Nian Bei Ning. As she approached, her pupils dilated in horror. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms, oblivious to the pain. Suppressing her seething rage, she felt a choking sensation in her breath. The scene before her was a massacre. The fleeing residents of the Xiong family lay lifeless, their bodies strewn about without a single survivor. Inside a house, Yuan Ying had sustained 3 fatal wounds to her abdomen, lying in a pool of blood, her eyes forever closed. Nian Bei Ning beheld a piece of fabric gripped tightly in Yuan Ying's hand, a remnant of the Xiong family's brutality. Taking a deep breath, Nian Bei Ning spent the night digging a grave to bury them all together. Standing silently before the vast grave, she wiped away her tears and turned to leave. The sky began to drizzle, washing away the lingering scent of blood from the air and cleansing the ground where the blood had seeped into the earth. The following morning, as Duan Yinsheng stepped outside, he was met with the sight of Nian Bei Ning standing at his doorstep, an air of gloom enveloping her. "You seek me so early. Is there something you require? Help me open my meridians." "What?" During this period, she had delved deeply into the study of formations. The formations created from external materials were achievable by anyone. If she were to content herself with that, vengeance would be but a distant dream. She had resolved to open her meridians, for it was her sole hope. Failure meant death, and she was prepared to fight. Nian Bei Ning's second attempt to open her meridians ended in failure once again, though her physical condition had improved slightly compared to the last time. After resting for half a month, she initiated her third attempt. Although the outcome was still unsuccessful, she sensed a faint awareness in her dantian. When Nian Bei Ning requested a fourth attempt, Duan Yinsheng perceived that she must have been spurred by something profound, as her determination to succeed was unwavering. This time, she bore the excruciating pain coursing through her meridians, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as her complexion paled. Duan Yinsheng was not faring much better. After continuously assisting Nian Bei Ning in her attempts, his own magical energy had not fully restored. In a moment of extreme perseverance, Nian Bei Ning seemed to hear a cracking sound emanating from her dantian. Suddenly, she felt as though a passage had opened, allowing external spiritual energy to converge within her dantian. The familiar sensation of power returning. Duan Yinsheng abruptly withdrew his hand, observing the blister forming on his palm in astonishment as he gazed at Nian Bei Ning. Taking a deep breath, she slowly opened her eyes, and with a mere thought, flames erupted from her fingertips. A bittersweet smile crossed her face as she realized the awakening of her fire attribute power. However, compared to her previous abilities, it was a mere shadow. Nian Bei Ning, what has transpired? I can cultivate fire attribute spells. Duan Yinsheng was astounded yet again, remarking, I have never encountered someone born with the power of the 5 elements. You're the first, but this power is so weak. What is there to be surprised about? Duan Yinsheng replied, very well, rest properly. Alone. The combined might of her axe techniques and fire spells would not stir great tides. Yet when Nian Bei Ning infused the fire spells into her axe, her weapon became formidable in an instant. That night, she was jolted awake by a cacophony of sounds. As she stepped outside, a barrage of flaming arrows came hurtling toward her from the outside. The commotion roused everyone. Those quick to react armed themselves, while others were struck by arrows or ignited by the flames. The axe sect fell into chaos. Bai Huang, Duan Yinsheng, and a cadre of skilled fighters soared into the air, hurling their axes to conjure a massive barrier. The resonating clang of their weapons filled the air as Jian sect members began to leap into the fray, many of whom were also exceptionally skilled. In the courtyard where Nian Bei Ning resides, the presence of skilled martial artists is scarce, with only about 20 members from the Jinmen sect daring to venture here, exhibiting a confidence that belies their numbers. The ongoing vendettas and bloodshed within the martial world are omnipresent. The Axemen sect has undoubtedly amassed numerous enemies. This time, the Jinmen sect has allied with the Jianmen to strike against the Axemen, motivated by the recent assassination of their young master and the allure of the minerals. The novice disciples of the Axemen huddled together, while Nian Bei Ning, weapon in hand, transformed her defensiveness into aggression. She wielded her axe with swift precision, toppling the first fool who dared to charge at her. In an instant, she darted forward. The yellow-grade axe proved far more formidable than the swords of her adversaries. She cleaved through one man's sword and delivered a punishing elbow strike to the temple of another who sought to assist. As she maneuvered through the chaos, her strikes were swift and decisive, and soon, the ground was littered with the fallen bodies of the Jianmen sect. Witnessing Nian Bei Ning's ferocity, more and more of the Jianmen disciples converged upon her, yet she met their approach with a chilling glare that radiated murderous intent. Infusing her weapon with a fire spell, the axe blazed with a brilliant flame, rivaling the ferocity of any arrow. Taken aback by the unexpected resistance from this novice, the Jianmen were compelled to retreat. However, Nian Bei Ning was resolute in her intent to prevent their escape. With a fierce determination, she blocked their path, backed by her fellow Axemen disciples wielding their axes. The remaining Jianmen stared at one another in disbelief, never expecting to meet their demise here. The sound of arrows flying could not drown out the cries of battle, and it became apparent that the combined forces of the Jianmen and Jianmen were insufficient to subdue the Axemen. As dawn broke, both sects were forced to withdraw. The Axemen not only had Bai Huang and Duan Yinsheng as formidable figures, but over 30 members had reached the pinnacle of unity between man and weapon, a number surpassing the total of their opponents. Reluctantly, they conceded defeat. In the aftermath, the Axemen courtyard lay in disarray. When Duan Yinsheng stumbled back, he found Nian Bei Ning calmly wiping the blood from her axe at a stone table, surrounded by the fallen Jinmen. How'd it go? Were there any casualties? He inquired. No, they underestimated us. They thought they could kill us with just 20 men. Such foolishness is indeed the prowess of Mr. Bai's axe manual that has proven superior to their swords, she replied. Duan Yinsheng approached her. Are you unscathed? I am fine, Nian Bei Ning assured him. This incident is an isolated occurrence. You need not worry. The Axemen will ensure that such a night raid never happens again. The initial shock of encountering such violence could deter many, but Nian Bei Ning remarked, in the martial world, enmity is prevalent. It is the same wherever one goes. Once you enter the Axemen, you are bound to it for life. Chapter 99. You have caused great trouble in light of this conflict. Many novice disciples began contemplating departure, having narrowly escaped with their lives, uncertain if such events would recur. Upon hearing Nian Bei Ning's words, the novices exchanged glances, and in the absence of an alternative escape route, they chose to remain for the time being. during the Jinmen's assault the previous night, amidst the chaos and darkness. They had not noticed that Nian Bei Ning had conjured a triad formation, ensnaring the Jinmen with ease and dispatching them effortlessly. This was her first time employing a spell to set up a formation, and the Jinmen served as her practice, yielding splendid results. As night deepened, the cold air was particularly biting, causing the slaves throughout Guangzhou to shiver in their thin garments, treated like mere beasts. Surviving the winter was a matter of fate. Those who did not would simply be discarded in a mass grave. In the Xiang residence, a lithe figure slipped into the quarters of a concubine. Upon seeing the uninvited shadow, the woman instinctively recoiled to scream, but her mouth was swiftly covered. You may test whether your scream is faster than my silencing. The intruder intoned coldly. Trembling, the concubine stammered, "A 1T scream, a 1T. Please spare me, heroine." Releasing her, Nian Bei Ning demanded, "Where is Xiang Hotian?" "In the main lady's quarters," the concubine replied. "I need you to help me kill him." The woman paled in fear. "Kill the master? How could I dare? He is my support." Nian Bei Ning sneered. "Is that so? You didn't think that when you were entangled with Steward Shui." The concubine's face drained of color. "You are speaking nonsense. Do not slander me. Steward Shui is far cleverer than you. I have witnessed your sordid affairs firsthand. Given Xiang Hotian's temperament, he would need no evidence, merely a few whispered words and some torture to expose your misdeeds." The thought sent a shiver down the concubine's spine. "Have you made up your mind? Will he die, or will you?" She hesitated, revealing her true nature. "He dies, of course. I have endured his neglect for years. It is he who deserves death." Though Xiang Hotian wielded no magical prowess, those who secretly protected him were elite masters from various sections. An assassination would be futile. If he were to perish, let it be in the embrace of a lover. The concubine schemed tirelessly to lure Xiang Hotian into her quarters. On this frigid night, within the soft and fragrant confines of her abode, she leaned against him, feeding him fruit and tea, while maid danced and played music. The wine had been laced with poison, and soon Xiang Hotian was filled with desire, carrying the concubine into the inner chambers. As they engaged in their intimate exchanges, the concubine produced a sharp hairpin, poised to strike at his neck. The man's eyes widened as he seized her wrist, abruptly standing and kicking her onto the soft couch. "Wretch, you wish to kill me?" Just then, a dagger pierced through Xiang Hotian's heart, blood gushing forth. He fell in disbelief, catching sight of the cold visage of Nian Bei Ning behind him. You are Nian Bei Ning." "Indeed. Xiang Hotian, how does it feel to be slain?" "The slaves you murdered once bore the same despair you do now. Slaves deserve to die," he retorted, but Nian Bei Ning remained indifferent as she drove another blade into his chest. The concubine cowered in a corner, trembling, and once Nian Bei Ning departed, she was left in a state of silence, unable to speak or write. Nian Bei Ning spared her life, ensuring she would not betray her like the steward had. The death of Xiang Hotian sent shockwaves through the ruler of Guangzhou. The following day, when Duan Yinsheng found Nian Bei Ning emerging from the forging chamber, he approached her urgently. "Does the death of Xiang Hotian concern you?" "I killed him," she confessed. "You have caused great trouble." The Xiang residence controls the wealth and resources of the Tsangming 14 prefectures. With his death, those resources will dissipate, leading to significant financial losses for Guangzhou. The Tsangming kingdom is demanding accountability, and the ruler of Guangzhou has vowed to find the culprit. "How did you deduce it was me?" Nian Bei Ning inquired. "All the slave women you rescued perished at the hands of the Xiang residents, and you were conveniently absent when Xiang Hotian died. I surmised you sought vengeance." Duan Yinsheng explained. "You are quite the analyst. It seems that if I remain here, I will bring trouble upon you all." Duan Yinsheng did not dispute her. The Guangzhou has dispatched hounds. These individuals should not be underestimated. It is indeed perilous for you to stay. As he spoke, he produced a jade pendant and handed it to Nian Bei Ning. "Go to the Tsangming imperial capital. I have a friend in the Act sect there who owes me a favor. Take this pendant to her, and she will ensure your safety." Nian Bei Ning accepted the pendant, replying, "Thank you." Shortly after her departure, Duan Yinsheng sensed the presence of uninvited guests in his study. "Since you're here, come out." Bang! The door was rudely kicked open, and 3 men clad in caps and veils entered the study. One of them rasped, "Where is Nian Bei Ning?" "She has left." "Where did she go?" "I do not know. As a fugitive, she would not disclose her whereabouts to others." Duan Yinsheng, do you realize that harboring a criminal is a serious offense? The man sneered, "You are mistaken. I cannot possibly know her whereabouts. She vanished after committing her crime. How can you accuse me of harboring a criminal? Do not attempt to argue. Save your words for the governor." Duan Yinsheng was captured, and the determined governor was resolute in his pursuit of Nian Bei Ning, leaving no link to her unexamined. Out of respect for Bai Huang's age, he was spared. But Duan Yinsheng knew the governor would not easily release him, prompting him to hasten towards the Tsangming imperial capital in search of savior. When Nian Bei Ning departed, Duan Yinsheng had also provided her with a map of Tsangming country. Instead of taking the most direct route, Nian Bei Ning chose to meander through several regional cities. These cities shared a common trait. Their imposing gates and walls appeared insurmountable, almost enclosing the entire region. The divide between the powerful and the enslaved was stark, not only in Guangzhou, but in other areas as well. Along her journey, she witnessed the oppression of the weak by tyrannical nobles, silently etching every injustice into her memory. Traversing mountain paths and waterways, she advanced tirelessly through day and night. In the 100th chapter, he arrived. Just one day remained before reaching the Tsangming capital, Tsangming City. That night, Nian Bei Ning took lodging at an unremarkable inn. Upon settling in, she sensed a piercing gaze upon her. Lowering her hat discreetly, she quietly rose to leave, wishing to avoid trouble at such a critical juncture. Exiting the inn, she quickened her pace, only to find a group blocking her path, led by a burly man. Nian Bei Ning frowned. "You really are persistent, aren't you?" "Ah, what a coincidence to meet you here, Nian Bei Ning. You have quite the audacity, killing the young and now daring to confront the old. Today, I shall capture you and claim my reward. Wealth and glory will no longer be a concern." "Men, seize her." The opposing group numbered 7 or 8. Nian Bei Ning activated the concealed weapons in her sleeve, and as the flying needles shot forth, the assailants raised shields to block them. With agility, Nian Bei Ning darted towards the burly man, intent on capturing the leader first. As she closed in on him, she delivered a powerful kick to his face. Evading her attack, the man felt a chill of sweat break out as her shoes revealed sharp blades, targeting his vital points. The burly man narrowly dodged. Realizing her speed had increased significantly, the others rushed at her, but she conjured a small confinement array, slowing their movements. Seizing the opportunity, she drew her axe and swiftly ended their lives. Ultimately, as she severed the burly man's weapon and held the axe to his throat, he felt the unmistakable breath of death. "Please don't kill me. I will bow and admit my wrongs. Just spare my life." Nian Bei Ning replied, "I have given you 2 chances. It is you who repeatedly challenged my limits." Seeing no mercy in her eyes, the burly man scowled defiantly. "Humph. You think you can escape? When I saw you at the inn, I signaled for help. Soon, the hounds will find you." Nian Bei Ning, unwilling to hear more of his taunts, tightened her grip, and he collapsed, blood pouring from his throat. She departed without a glance back, leaving behind their lifeless bodies. Her principle was simple. She would not harm those who did not provoke her, but those who did would not be spared. Half an hour later, 10 men silently approached the burly man's corpse, inspecting the cause and time of death before vanishing like phantoms, pursuing the direction Nian Bei Ning had taken. Though she believed her speed was commendable, it paled in comparison to that of the hounds. On the outskirts of Tsangming Imperial City, Nian Bei Ning halted as countless flying chains pierced the ground before her. Alarmed, she turned to flee but was confronted by 2 men blocking her path. Soon, she found herself surrounded, their silver-black armor gleaming, faces obscured by veils, and bamboo hats atop their heads, holding the very chains that had ensnared her. Nian Bei Ning clenched her fists tightly. Without orders, they all lunged at her. Ignoring the odds, she resolved to fight back. Setting up an array, she wielded her axe. Although her weapon was of yellow grade, the hounds regarded it with caution. Despite their numbers, they fought cautiously to avoid the sharp edges of her weapon. Nian Bei Ning's array proved ineffective, and they shattered it effortlessly. As the battle wore on, fatigue began to take its toll on her, injuries accumulating. Yet they showed no intent to kill her. The governor's orders were to capture her alive. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and a monstrous creature erupted from beneath, snatching a hound and dragging him into the depths. What kind of beast is that? At the same time, the earth was overrun with centipedes, each the size of a human arm, withering everything in their path. The hounds, seeing the approaching swarm, abandoned their pursuit of Nian Bei Ning and fled. Startled by the chaos, she hastened her escape. Upon reaching the city walls, she found many still gathered outside. The gates had closed prematurely, even before the creatures arrived. "Open the gates. Please let us in. Save us." Cries rang out. Nian Bei Ning, mingling with the crowd, listened to their desperate pleas as the ground tremored ominously. The creatures drawing nearer. Someone lamented, "It's over. We cannot get in. The royal city is for nobles. They will not let us in." In a state of disbelief at a nation so indifferent to human life, Nian Bei Ning questioned its right to exist. Why was there no rebellion against it? A horde of crimson and azure centipedes swarmed towards the gates, their terrifying presence eliciting screams of panic. These were mere minions. Nian Bei Ning had witnessed the larger creatures devour hounds whole. The ground quaked increasingly, grotesque centipedes emerging in overwhelming numbers, their sheer volume causing cold sweat to bead on her back. Boom! As these monsters closed in, a colossal figure appeared in the sky, unleashing a mighty burst of magical energy upon the giant centipedes. One strike, then another, until the beasts crumbled into dust beneath the overwhelming force of the spell, halting their advance towards the people at the gates. As the dust settled, Nian Bei Ning beheld the massive entity soaring towards the city gates. "Monta Qilin." Yes, it is he. In the eyes of Nian Bei Ning, excitement was barely contained. Qing Sha Huan had arrived at the Tsangming kingdom, and her husband was here. Once it was confirmed that the monstrous creature outside had departed, the guards at the city gate leisurely opened it. A throng of people surged inside, and by the time Nian Bei Ning entered, Mo Qilin had already vanished from sight. She inquired of a street vendor, "Pray tell, have you seen which direction Mo Qilin has gone?" "To the palace, for he was personally summoned by our emperor to subdue the beast." To the palace. He had gone to the palace. The royal city of Tsangming was bustling with life, with tea-houses and expansive taverns bustling with patrons, pawnshops, and workshops abuzz with activity. The streets were neatly paved with bluestone, and amidst the vibrant throng, did they not recall that a monstrous creature had just been lurking outside? Chapter 101. Being commanded, Nian Bei Ning stepped into a tavern where a crowd had gathered around a storyteller, captivated by his tale. This latest beast hails from the Donghua Valley, possessing formidable toxicity and an unparalleled knack for murder. Were it not for our city walls forged from mystical iron, we would not be able to jest in such a manner. The storyteller continued. Previously, General Mo battled against the mutated beetles, a sight to behold, in yesterday. You all missed the imposing presence of Mo Qilin as he descended from the skies. Truly, it was a sight that commanded respect and admiration. One among the crowd asked, "Where does Mo Qilin come from?" "From the distant Eastern Beast clan, summoned by our king himself, a divine beast indeed." Nian Bei Ning set down her teacup, listening intently as the storyteller eloquently recounted the events, a subtle smile gracing her lips. As long as Qing Sha Huan remained here, there was a chance for her to see him. She would take her time, no need to rush. While strolling through the bustling streets, her keen eyes caught sight of the hounds from Gu Anzhou trailing her. They refrained from acting rashly in public, wary of drawing the attention of the palace guards. A mere female convict managing to flee from Gu Anzhou to the royal city. If word were to spread, a change of leadership in the region would be inevitable. Nian Bei Ning remained unperturbed, leisurely wandering through the vibrant royal city, skillfully evading their watchful eyes whenever she had the opportunity. During her time in the royal city, Nian Bei Ning sought opportunities to approach the palace, yet she often encountered officials escorting slaves to the palace for forced labor. From the storyteller, she learned that the emperor of Tsangming had a penchant for architecture, treating his subjects with great kindness, to the extent that there were no beggars in Tsangming. However, his treatment of individuals from other nations was starkly different. All those from defeated countries were relegated to the status of slaves, destined for the most menial tasks and the poorest sustenance, living only to express gratitude for their survival. Recently, a large number of slaves had been transported to the palace for the construction of a temple. As the cold night wind howled, Nian Bei Ning mingled among the slaves residing in tents outside the city, all men destined for labor in the palace. Many bore the marks of hardship and were frail. Thus her presence went largely unnoticed. Seated in a corner, Nian Bei Ning closed her eyes to rest when someone nearby whispered, "Miss, your physique cannot endure long in the palace." Nian Bei Ning replied, "I'm not going to work." The individual, visibly anxious, asked, "Do you intend to assassinate the Emperor of Tsangming? That would be unwise. There are skilled protectors in place. Many have attempted before you and failed. What audacity you possess." With a wry smile, Nian Bei Ning responded, "It is not assassination. I lack the capability for such." The man sighed, about to offer further caution when officials entered the tent, brandishing torches and bellowing, "You lot, step forward for inspection." Prior to entering the palace, everyone was to be searched to prevent weapons from being smuggled in. Two officials began their search among the slaves, a method that made Nian Bei Ning furrow her brow slightly. Just as her turn approached, someone called out to her, "Wait, come here." Nian Bei Ning lifted her gaze to see a woman clad in silver armor, her demeanor striking and commanding. With an unwavering gaze, she addressed Nian Bei Ning, "I mean you. Come here." Once inside the tent, the woman seized a seemingly inconspicuous jade pendant hanging from Nian Bei Ning's belt. "Where did you steal this from?" "Duan Yinxing gave it to me." She scrutinized the pendant and pondered for a moment before asking, "Is he instructing me to protect you? What a coincidence, considering I owe him a favor." This individual was the protector Duan Yinxing had instructed Nian Bei Ning to find, a fortuitous encounter indeed. "Follow me to the Axe Gate sect." Nian Bei Ning stated directly, "I wish to see someone in the palace." The palace is not a place one can simply enter. Only those of equal standing may go, typically as slaves for labor. Once inside, it does not matter what one's status is. The woman said no more, for in her eyes, Nian Bei Ning appeared unremarkable, both in looks and martial prowess. She did not inquire further about her intentions for the palace, but instead led her to the Axe Gate sect in the royal city. This Axe Gate sect was far more opulent than that of Guangzhou, greeted by 3 arched bridges and 5 or 6 stories of buildings. The stone walls were intricately carved with lively depictions of dragons and phoenixes, while the gardens on either side burst with color. Here, all who passed bore axes at their waists, the least being of yellow grade. Nian Bei Ning's arrival drew no attention whatsoever. "I am Anua, the 3rd elder of this royal Axe Gate sect. Although your talents are rather ordinary, I shall reluctantly accept you into our ranks to repay Duan Yinxing's favor. The primary rule here is to avoid causing trouble. I can assist with minor issues, but for significant matters, you must bear the consequences yourself to prevent implicating our sect. Do you understand?" Nian Bei Ning replied, "Understood." And Anua nodded and led Nian Bei Ning through the grand entrance of a 5-story building. At all times, she must heed the commands of those above her. If necessary, she must also follow the guidance of her seniors, as all were of the same sect and should assist one another in times of need. Nian Bei Ning acknowledged her words, and in new awe then asked, "What is your name?" "Nian Bei Ning." "Nian Bei Ning, from this day forth, you shall reside here." And new awe escorted her to a room, and it was undeniable that the accommodations in the royal city were exceptional. Even a disciple's room boasted jade stone flooring, new silken bedding, and a bookshelf filled with pristine tomes. And Nuaw gestured toward the desk. "Our Axe Gate sect does not indulge in unnecessary complexities. These books are suitable for your cultivation of axe techniques." "Thank you, 3rd elder. Enough of that. It has not been easy to escape here. Rest and freshen up. Tomorrow, rise early for morning practice with your fellow disciples." "Understood." After freshening up, Nian Bei Ning settled into a peaceful sleep, only to be awakened the next morning by a series of knocks at the door. Standing outside was a fellow disciple with hair spiked high, who informed Nian Bei Ning, "Elder and instructed me to wake you for morning practice. I will prepare at once." Before dawn, all disciples were already in the training grounds wielding their axes. Despite the seemingly mundane movements, Nian Bei Ning discerned a faint aura of profound yellow energy swirling above the training area. Each move was guided by an instructor, and only as the sun fully rose did all disciples disperse for breakfast. In that short span, Nian Bei Ning felt a wave of soreness enveloping her limbs. When a Nuo approached her. Chapter 102. The beast's ambush, how do you fare? Can you adapt? Nian Bei Ning replied. Your techniques are indeed impressive. This is the Wanxiang axe formation. The higher your mastery of the technique, the greater the formation's power. Should a formidable practitioner deploy this axe technique, it could rival the combined strength of all of us. As she spoke, Anua closed her mouth, deciding it was futile to explain the intricacies to someone who would not comprehend. Just focus on your cultivation. Nian Bei Ning remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The array was indeed formidable. She quietly consumed her breakfast, then began practicing a new axe technique. At that moment, a new junior sister called out to her, Shui, could you please pass me that water over there? Nian Bei Ning, engrossed in her training, was suddenly interrupted by the voice of a fellow disciple, who was perspiring profusely and seated with several companions. A few water flasks rested on a stone bench 10 paces away from her. Obediently, Nian Bei Ning retrieved the flasks and brought them over. The girl smiled and said, thank you, junior sister. No need to be so polite, senior sister. Ever since the arrival of Nian Bei Ning, her workload had increased significantly, often fetching items for others during the day or washing clothes at night. Only during fleeting moments could she dedicate time to practicing her axe technique. After a month, Nian Bei Ning finally sought out Anua. The latter was lounging in a pavilion and inquired, what is the matter? Have you reached your limit? Speak your mind. Nian Bei Ning replied, I wish to enter the palace and meet Mo Qilin. Anua frowned. What business do you have with Mo Qilin? A person of that stature is not easily accessible. Even for me, Nian Bei Ning could not confess that she was Mo Qilin's wife, so she asserted, I know Mo Qilin. You know him? Anua raised an eyebrow, looking at her with skepticism, assuming that the exhaustion had led her to speak nonsensically. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Something's wrong. Elder San, another wave of insect monsters has ambushed a village outside the city, and Lord Qi has been captured. Orders have come down to ensure his rescue. Anua swiftly commanded, gather the troops, we must set off. Turning to Nian Bei Ning, she added, you come too. According to Anua, these insect monsters have been appearing for 3 months. Initially, the citizens were in a state of panic, but with the ironclad city walls and elite soldiers dispatched by the royal family to protect the people, the presence of these creatures had become a common topic over meals. Lord Qi was a critical minister in the court, and the palace had mandated his safe return. Donghua Valley was the stronghold of the insect tribe and various weapon sects, including the axe sect, sword sect, halberd sect, and crossbow sect, had dispatched members to the valley. The sect that successfully completed this mission would be generously rewarded by the court. The axe sect's opulence and extravagance stemmed from fulfilling royal tasks. Upon entering Donghua Valley, the sky seemed cloaked in a dreary hue, with black mist swirling around, devoid of greenery or vibrant flowers, creating a chilling, eerie atmosphere. As Nian Bei Ning walked within the group, her senior sister Huayu, one of the most demanding of her peers, leaned closer. Nian Bei Ning's expression momentarily darkened. What more could this person want from her at this critical juncture? Junior sister, if a fight breaks out, stay behind me. My axe technique is unparalleled, and those insect monsters won't harm you. Don't listen to her. She lost to me in the last competition. You will be safer with me. I say, shout Detsi. Why must you compete with me over protecting someone? I've told you countless times not to call me Xiao Detsi. It sounds like a eunuch's name. Xiao Detsi. I shall call you this for the rest of my life. The eldest brother, Yang Wushuang, smiled at Nian Bei Ning. Ignore them. They're always like this. Stick with me. I have ample experience dealing with these monsters. Nian Bei Ning observed them, her emotions becoming complex. All right. Thank you, eldest brother. Everyone, remained still. All were concealed on the cliff, witnessing a colossal creature emerge from a cave below, its grotesque body twisting as it departed. Anua seized the opportunity. Go. The hidden sect members sprang into action. It was a giant tree with a skinned cow hanging from it, blood dripping onto the ground, attracting numerous giant insects. A faint hissing sound arose as the insects parted for it, illustrating the stark difference in power. The giant insect coiled around the cow, opening its gaping maw to devour it. Yet, before long, these insects collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Members of the sword sect swiftly emerged, adeptly severing the giant insect's head before hastily departing. When Nian Bei Ning arrived, she could only see the headless centipede and countless lifeless insects strewn about. Anua exclaimed, "Damn it! The sword sect got to it first. Let us retreat." Nian Bei Ning asked Huayu, "Where do we retreat to?" "Back." Huayu nodded. "Yes, this cow was a trap we set, laced with colorless and odorless poison. The giant insect will surely perish after consuming it, allowing us to lure the remaining insects in the cave into a trap and eliminate them, while another group searches for people inside." Nian Bei Ning inquired, "But what of Lord Qi?" The insect monsters either consumed their captives on the spot or took them back to the cave to feed their offspring, as living flesh was far fresher. Thus, it was deduced that Lord Qi was still alive. Nian Bei Ning understood now. This was the sword sect's doing, and they could not interfere. It was a rule of the royal city that any sect found fighting amongst themselves would be expelled. Nian Bei Ning thought this was much like a service industry where one could not steal clients or else one would be dismissed. Huayu remarked, "Well, it's just one less risk to take. That's rather fortunate." She chuckled softly until Anua shot her a sharp glance, prompting Huayu to sheepishly close her mouth. As the group departed, a gray mist suddenly enveloped Donghua Valley, rendering visibility near impossible. This urgent voice rang out, "Stay vigilant, everyone. Hold hands and move forward." Everyone complied, each grasping the hand of the next. But Nian Bei Ning felt as though she were holding onto a sharp claw instead, the barbs grazing her palm. Chapter 103. Captured simultaneously, startled cries erupted, insects nearby. Everyone, be careful. Junior sister. Help, help. In an instant, screams and cries for help filled the air, mingling with distant wails, creating a cacophony of chaos. The gray mist refused to dissipate, thickening instead. This was not mere fog, but a toxic substance. The insects' methods were not limited to their steel-like fangs, but included this venom. Had it not been for everyone taking a top-tier antidote beforehand, they would surely have succumbed to the poison by now. Clang! Nian Bei Ning heard the sound of axes colliding with insect claws beside her. Huayu's anxious voice called out, "Nian, junior sister, are you there?" "I'm here," Nian Bei Ning replied. Yang Wushuang spoke in a low tone, "Stay close to us. I can't see you. Listen for the sounds." Nian Bei Ning understood that they had engaged the insect monsters, and logically, these creatures should have been entangled with the sword sect members. How had they ended up here? Nian Bei Ning's ears perked up as she detected movement behind her. Instinctively, she sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a massive, sharp red claw that grazed her cheek. Her pupils contracted as she raised her axe, striking at the long limb. The giant insect emitted a low growl in response, akin to a mantis arm, sweeping towards her with blinding speed. Nian Bei Ning quickly bent down, feeling as though a blade had swept across her head. Had she hesitated for even 2 seconds, she might have met a grim fate. Engaging in combat where the enemy lurked in shadows while she remained exposed was a scenario she was ill-prepared for. With a single thought, a cluster of flames soared into the air and dispersed in all directions, illuminating the surroundings. Countless bizarre and grotesque insect monsters swarmed around, their mutated forms unrecognizable. With sharp claws and menacing fangs, they hissed and lunged at everyone present. And Nuwa commanded, "Form ranks." The group hastily gathered together, initiating their daily practice of axe techniques. The mysterious yellow aura reemerged, but unlike its usual gentle nature, it surged forth like an invisible axe, sweeping through the insect monsters. None survived in its wake. Suddenly, the ground heaved, and another wave of insect monsters emerged, this time larger and seemingly stronger. Once again, the fierce yellow aura swept forth, but a line of armored insect creatures, akin to beetles, took position to defend. The once unstoppable yellow aura faltered against their resilient shells. which possessed the ability to rebound the force, scattering the ranks of defenders. Many cried out in pain as they were injured, and in a critical moment, Xiao Detzi pulled Nian Bei Ning to safety, preventing her from harm. The situation was dire as the number of insect monsters continued to swell, threatening to trap everyone there. Seizing the moment, Nian Bei Ning swiftly retrieved 3 exquisite ores from her spatial bracelet, channeling her fiery power as a focal point. In an instant, the trapped insect monsters slowed down, prompting the Axe sect members to unleash their ultimate techniques upon them. The tide of battle shifted, albeit temporarily, as Nian cast spells and executed axe techniques to decimate the insect foes. Suddenly, a colossal insect, comparable in size to an adult elephant, emerged, its crimson eyes glowing like lanterns and its limbs brandishing scythe-like pincers. And Nian gritted her teeth, recognizing the commanding presence of the insect mother. Young Wu Shuang, take 10 disciples and provide cover while the others escape. Understood. This was a desperate gamble. As the surrounding branches withered, Nian Bei Ning ignited the trees with her flames, urging Xiao Detzi, create wind to spread the fire, quickly. Xiao Detzi comprehended and swiftly conjured a gust, allowing the flames to blaze forth. Though Nian Bei Ning's flames were not as potent as before, they sufficed to carve a path for their escape. And Nian shouted, "Go!" As everyone hastily retreated, Nian Bei Ning felt something ensnare her feet. It was the tendrils of an insect monster. Just as she raised her axe to strike, another tendril ensnared her arm, followed swiftly by others that wrapped around her body and legs. "Nian shimmy!" Huayu exclaimed. Yet it was too late. The overwhelming force dragged her away. The raging flames obscured the group's vision, and Nian gritted her teeth, urging them to flee. It was not a matter of neglecting to save her, but rather that the situation rendered rescue impossible without risking greater loss. As Nian Bei Ning was dragged away, intense pain surged through her, summoning her fiery magic. She grasped the monster's tendril, causing it to recoil in agony and release her. As she surveyed her surroundings, her pupils constricted. She was inside the lair of the insect monsters, surrounded by others, all ensnared in spider silk-like cocoons, including some of her fellow disciples. It appeared that she too was destined to become food for these abhorrent creatures. A massive mutated spider crawled in, spewing silk to bind Nian Bei Ning tightly. This predicament mirrored that of the others. "We need to devise a way out," someone exclaimed. "Our limbs are immobile. What can we do? This silk is incredibly tough. We've been trapped here for 3 days and nights. If there were a way out, we would have escaped by now. It's over. We're truly going to be devoured by these disgusting creatures." Nian Bei Ning turned to the middle-aged man who had just spoken. "Might I inquire if you are Lord Qi, the minister?" Disheveled and somewhat disheartened, he replied, "I am. I'm relieved to see you alive. We came to rescue you." Lord Qi responded with a hint of embarrassment. "I've caused you trouble. I am truly ashamed." The implication was clear. They were struggling to save themselves, yet they had come to aid him. Indeed, the resilience of the silk made escape feel utterly impossible, and even the slightest movement seemed extravagant. The cave was filled with an abundance of insect eggs, large enough to be described as such, though calling them larvae seemed inappropriate. Moreover, massive insects guarded these eggs and food supplies. In the dead of night, a chilling wind blew outside, and the cave was crowded with gigantic insects, 2 of which adeptly moved stones to block the entrance. The incessant hissing filled the air, and Nian Bei Ning feared that if they grew hungry, they might indiscriminately devour them. As everyone trembled in fear, a thunderous noise erupted outside. The stones blocking the entrance were pushed aside, and all the insects hurriedly scurried out. Chapter 104. What luck is this? The insect monsters were remarkably united. Upon sensing an external threat, they fled en masse. With all the monsters gone, it was the perfect opportunity for escape. Nian Bei Ning focused her thoughts, and a flame flickered from her palm, instantly loosening the bonds of silk. She quietly descended to the ground. As the others were about to cry out for help, Nian Bei Ning quickly gestured for silence. Since their capture, they had been under constant watch by the monsters. Even if she could escape, she dared not act recklessly. Now the opportunity had arrived. Releasing everyone, Nian Bei Ning instructed her fellow disciples, "You must protect Lord Qi. Follow my lead on how to exit." Understood. At that moment, this seemingly unremarkable woman became the beacon of hope for them all. As Nian Bei Ning approached the cave entrance to assess the situation outside, she suddenly realized with alarm that she had stepped on an insect egg. She shifted her foot, and a dark shell cracked open, revealing a dazzling golden light within. Resolute, she thought that since the shell had been broken, she would not hold back. When she attempted to crush it barehanded, the sensation was entirely unexpected, warm and lifeless. Upon examination, she discovered it was not an insect larva, but a crimson pearl. Nian Shimmy, what is the situation outside? Nian Bei Ning tucked the pearl into her bosom. Oh, it seems some formidable expert has attracted their attention. We need to leave. Just before departing, Nian Bei Ning ignited a fire within the cave. Their escape was remarkably smooth as Nian Bei Ning and her companions dashed toward Saming City. Passing a cliff, she curiously glanced down to see who had come to their rescue. To her astonishment, her eyes widened as she recognized a figure clad in gray battling among the insect monsters. It was Xiao Jun's. How had he appeared here? His fierce sword aura clashed against the insects, causing Nian Bei Ning to anxiously sweat for him. How daring of him to venture alone into the heart of the monster's lair. Lord Qi urged, "Miss Nian, hurry and leave." Nian Bei Ning replied, "Follow this path, and you will safely reach Sangming Imperial City. I have matters to attend to." Having narrowly escaped, they wished to waste no time, and everyone hurriedly escorted Lord Qi away. Just as Nian Bei Ning was about to descend to assist, she heard Xiao Jun's voice call out, "Stay up there." Confused and uncertain, she watched as he shot out a chain with an iron spike, securing it to the cliff above. He deftly maneuvered through the swarm of insects, making his escape. Finally, he stood before Nian Bei Ning, a smile gracing his features as he said, "Let us go." She soared through the skies on her sword with Nian Bei Ning until they safely descended at the Sangming Imperial City. Before Nian Bei Ning could utter a word, Xiao Jun enveloped her in a tight embrace. Just as she attempted to struggle free, his grip tightened further. "Do not move, considering how long I have searched for you. May I hold you for a moment?" Nian Bei Ning pushed him away, questioning, "How did you recognize me in my current appearance?" Xiao Jun produced the soul-gathering lamp. "It is because of this. You were slain by Qianlong, and I have safeguarded your soul with the soul-gathering lamp. It has guided me to this place over the years." Nian Bei Ning, you ought to express your gratitude. Realization struck her, despite her grave injuries. She had felt a force tugging at her soul, and it was indeed this artifact. Nian Bei Ning smiled. "Then I truly must thank you." "And how do you intend to thank me? Perhaps by offering yourself?" Nian Bei Ning chuckled, albeit slightly embarrassed. "I'm already married, so I cannot offer myself to you. That was your previous body that wed Qing Sha Huan. The current you is entirely different from the former Nian Bei Ning. You are not a wolf. You are human. Yet, the one I still cherish is Qing Sha Huan." This statement caught Xiao Jun off guard. The form may change, but as long as the soul remains, and the heart does not waver, everything can revert to the past. Xiao Jun inquired, "Where are you headed now?" "I have stirred some trouble in Guangzhou, and I am being pursued by hounds. The Axe sect can provide me refuge. Would you accompany me?" "Certainly." Upon hearing of Nian Bei Ning's return, in Nuo and Hua Yu rushed to the entrance of the Axe sect. Xiao Jun teased, "I did not expect you to be so popular here." And Nuo, with a complex expression, said, "It is good that you have returned. Go wash up and have something to eat, then rest well." Nian Bei Ning smiled faintly. "Okay." That night, she recalled the mysterious bead, took it from her pocket, and examined it. Suddenly, the bead trembled in her grasp, then melted and ultimately seeped into her palm. Instinctively, she pressed her palm, finding nothing there, yet she felt a surge of fiery energy converging towards her dantian. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and the temperature in the room, as well as throughout the Axe sect, drastically increased. "How strange. It is not yet spring, yet why is it so hot at night? Indeed, I am wearing 3 layers of clothing. I even have a padded jacket underneath. It is suffocating." And Nuo, startled by the sudden heat, swiftly arose and rushed towards Nian Bei Ning's room. "Nian Bei Ning, are you in there?" Having just finished washing, Nian Bei Ning opened the door to find a Nuo in a flurry. What is it? Has the bug monster returned? And Nuo entered and frowned. Such intense heat. Did you cause this? With a flick of her thought, a burst of golden flame erupted from her palm. In an instant, Nuo felt the scorching wave assault her skin, causing her to instinctively retreat a few steps, crossing her arms before her to shield against the heat. Seeing this, Nian Bei Ning quickly withdrew her hand. I am sorry, did I hurt you? And Nuo stared at Nian Bei Ning with an odd expression. Have you practiced some kind of technique? Not at all. I merely obtained a peculiar red bead that entered my body. Coupled with my innate fire affinity, it manifested this golden flame. Golden flame phoenix bead? Have you truly acquired the phoenix bead? What is the phoenix bead? And Nuo, suppressing her astonishment, explained, the phoenix is the sovereign of flames. Upon its death, it transforms into a bead and falls to the mortal realm. However, it is merely a legend. The last phoenix perished tens of thousands of years ago. I recall that during that time, the search for the phoenix bead caused quite a stir. My family's historical records mention this event. Where did you find the phoenix bead? Nian Bei Ning replied, I stumbled upon it in the bug cave. And Nuo nearly choked on her breath, exclaiming, what outrageous luck. Chapter 105. The bug monster invades the imperial city in Nuo continued. Regarding Lord Qi, he has resolved the matters you faced in Guangzhou. As a gesture of gratitude towards you, Nian Bei Ning nodded. Lord Qi truly has a kind heart. And Nuo added, regardless, I owe you an apology. Nian Bei Ning shook her head. Under such circumstances, you could not have saved me, so there is no need for apologies. Though Nuo still felt a twinge of guilt. Shortly after her departure, an unexpected visitor climbed through the window. Nian Bei Ning asked, this is the third floor. How did you manage to enter through the window? This building is exclusively for female disciples. It is inappropriate for you to linger here. You should leave. Xiao Junce, grinning mischievously, replied. I saw the candlelight still flickering in your room and thought you must be unable to sleep. Was that terrifying heat just now you're doing? Nian Bei Ning affirmed. I obtained the phoenix bead. Ever since the bead merged with her, she felt her flame power more ferocious than when she was the Wolf King. What is the phoenix bead? I have never heard of it. Nian Bei Ning replied, there are many things you have yet to hear of. Do not bother me, just leave. I wish to rest. Xiao Junce rested his chin on his hand, gazing at her with a smile. Nian Bei Ling sighed. I have someone I cherish. I will not develop feelings for another. Xiao Junce, do you understand my meaning? I do not wish to understand. I have searched for you for so long, and I simply want to gaze upon you a while longer. I'm not going anywhere. You can see me whenever you wish. Xiao Junce remarked, Nian Bei Ling. How has your character changed so much in this new life? She remained silent, simply observing Xiao Junce. He then stood and brushed off the non-existent dust from his clothes. Very well. I shall not disturb your rest. Remember to dream of me. This man, Nian Bei Ling, truly did not know how to respond to him. The following morning, as usual, Nian Bei Ling practiced axe techniques with her senior brothers and sisters, though this time some moves had been altered, making the routine more exhausting. The Xianwang Qi appeared more formidable than before, suggesting improvements made after previous setbacks. Just after finishing breakfast, Huayu excitedly approached Nian Bei Ling. Junior sister Nian, come. I will take you to the imperial city to buy some cosmetics. Buy cosmetics? Indeed. The shop I always use has excellent products. Plus, we can explore Saming Imperial City together. Before Nian Bei Ling could respond, Huayu eagerly dragged her outside. As they walked through the bustling streets, Huayu expressed a regret. Junior sister Nian, I am sorry. Back in Donghua Valley, I did not go to save you. The situation was dire with a raging fire and numerous bug monsters. I lost sight of you in an instant, but thankfully you returned safely. Nian Bei Ling offered a gentle smile. It is all right. You need not feel guilty. In such a circumstance, anyone would prioritize their own safety. I would not wish for you to risk innocent lives to save me. That would weigh heavily on my conscience. Huayu assured her, rest assured, junior sister Nian, if danger arises again, I will be the first to charge in front of you. In the blink of an eye, Huayu's expression shifted from solemnity to joy as they arrived at the cosmetics shop, her eyes sparkling as she rushed inside. Saming Imperial City's cosmetic stores offered a plethora of items. As Nian Bei Ling perused the wares, she admired the round, ancient architecture of the shops. She vaguely sensed someone watching her from the shadows. When she turned to look, she found only the bustling crowd at the entrance. Among the throngs of passers-by, some appeared restless, while others seemed unwell, struggling to find relief, and some even rubbed against the walls in distress. Nian Bei Ning's expression darkened as a sense of impending danger loomed closer. "Miss, have you been looking for a long time? Would you like to buy some cosmetics?" The shopkeeper approached her with a beaming smile, stooping slightly as he fixed his gaze upon her. Nian Bei Ning felt a sense of unease from his penetrating stare. Suddenly, her pupils transformed into a crimson hue, and she perceived the shopkeeper's head morphing into a grotesque visage resembling a blood-sucking insect. Yet, when the red glow in her eyes subsided, the shopkeeper continued to regard her with that same unsettling smile. "I won't buy it," Nian Bei Ning declared, hastily grasping Huayu's arm as they made their way outside. Hey, what are you doing? I haven't even chosen anything yet. Why are we rushing? We need to inform the third elder that a creature has invaded the imperial city," Nian Bei Ning replied. Huayu was taken aback. What? That shopkeeper was not normal. He's been possessed by a creature. No wonder his gaze was different when I entered. If what you say is true, this situation is grave. Huayu inquired. How did you know? I saw it. Nian Bei Ning had no time to elaborate as they headed toward the Axe sect, only to find 3 burly men blocking their path. The crimson light returned to her eyes, and indeed, the 3 figures before her were heavily armored steel insects, the very type that could rebound energy. They remained silent, extending their hefty hands toward the 2. A fierce determination flashed across Huayu's brow as she drew her axe, channeling all her strength into a strike against the assailants. The surrounding onlookers were startled, screaming as they fled. Yet, it was Nian Bei Ning and Huayu who were truly astonished. The axe struck as if it had collided with an unyielding stone, failing to inflict any damage, while Huayu's arm tingled with a numbing sensation. The creatures continued their advance. Nian Bei Ning reached out first, seizing one of their wrists, and then gathered her energy, golden flames rapidly enveloping the arm. The creature let out a pained roar, its form twisting into a fearsome 3-meter-tall, mutated steel insect. Its transformation acted like a signal flare, prompting those in the hidden corners of the imperial city, and even those haggling nearby, to twist their bodies into grotesque creatures. In an instant, the air was filled with cries and pleas. Among the previously calm crowd, listening to the storyteller recount tales of the creatures, 2 figures emerged, transforming into terrifying octagonal black monstrosities, their massive claws snatching up a nearby bystander and dragging them toward their gaping maws. No one knew how these creatures had infiltrated, as the once impenetrable city walls failed to provide any defense. The entire imperial city was engulfed in chaos and panic. Many creatures began to pursue Nian Bei Ning and Huayu, perhaps recognizing them from the earlier chaos, or possibly due to Nian Bei Ning's prior destruction of a creature's egg, solidifying their determination to attack. Soon, various martial arts sects mobilized to eliminate the creatures from the imperial city, while soldiers and experts from the palace joined the fray, all striving with all their might to vanquish the beasts. Yet, the number of creatures continued to multiply relentlessly. Chapter 106. A long-awaited reunion. When Xiao Jun Su finally located Nian Bei Ning, countless creatures were in hot pursuit behind her. After separating from Huayu, she realized these beasts were all after her. It dawned on her that the wrath was likely due to her destruction of the creature's egg. Xiu Yun Si, with his remarkable swordsmanship, unleashed a fierce strike, eliminating the creature that chased after Nian Bei Ning. He seized her hand, pulling her away just as a massive centipede creature lunged at the spot where she had been standing. Once Nian Bei Ning regained her footing, she used her magic to manipulate her axe, cleaving the centipede's head into pieces. We must go, Xiao Junsu urged, as Nian Bei Ning prepared to depart. She sensed something and suddenly looked up. A dark-colored qilin descended from the sky, transforming from a divine beast into human form, exhibiting a tall and imposing figure. With stern features and a body adorned in black and gold embroidered attire, crowned by a wolf-shaped golden diadem, a powerful aura descended, causing several creatures to hiss in submission, readying themselves for battle. Nian Bei Ning felt a surge of joy and began to call out to Qing Sha Huan. But her voice was drowned out by the cacophony of chaos. Ignoring the peril posed by the creatures, she wove through the fray, dispatching the monsters as she approached him. Xiao Junsu grasped her arm, cautioning, "Don't go near him. It's dangerous." Nian Bei Ning frowned. "No matter the danger, I must go." She shook off Xiao Junsu's grip and quickened her pace toward Qing Sha Huan. As she drew nearer, the creatures that obstructed her path were consumed by golden flames. However, for every creature she defeated, countless others surged toward her. Amidst the turmoil, Nian Bei Ning glimpsed the flowing figure of Qing Sha Huan, all the creatures that charged at him perishing in their attempts. After years apart, it was evident that his magical prowess had significantly advanced. He seemed to sense her gaze, and in that fleeting moment when their eyes met, her heart raced uncontrollably. Yet the next instant, Qing Sha Huan's indifferent gaze shifted away as he wielded his black, curved blade with increased ferocity against the creatures. Realizing they were outmatched, the creatures retreated at the call of their mother, leaving the imperial city in disarray and despair. As the creatures withdrew, Nian Bei Ning's vision cleared, but Qing Sha Huan had vanished. Why the haste to leave? A trace of longing flickered in her eyes. Xiao Junsu stood behind her. "Look, even your husband couldn't recognize you. Why persist?" Nian Bei Ning directed her gaze toward the end of the street. "If it weren't for the gathering soul lantern, would you have recognized me?" Xiao Junsu opened his mouth, but remained silent. He too had searched for many years under the light of the gathering soul lantern, and without it, he knew he would never find her. Nian Bei Ning turned toward the axe sect. She still needed to enter the palace. The recent creature attack had wreaked considerable havoc in the imperial city, leaving the populace in a state of fear and unrest, no longer able to engage in idle banter as they once did. The creatures had breached their defenses. "You intend to enter the palace?" Nian Bei Ning reiterated her request to a new awe, pondering. "The palace is a heavily fortified place, not easily accessible. However, since you saved Lord Qi's life, perhaps he can assist you." Upon learning of Nian Bei Ning's desire to enter the palace, Lord Qi readily agreed without hesitation, and predictably, Xiao Junsu, ever eager for excitement, insisted on accompanying her. He wished to wager whether he could recognize her now that she stood before him. The palace had always enforced strict regulations regarding entry and exit, and after the creature incursion, those rules had become even more stringent. "The Empress Dowager Zhang is my cousin. Just say you are her relatives, and the palace staff will grant us some leniency," he assured. "Understood. I appreciate your assistance, Lord Qi." As Lord Qi offered guidance to Nian Bei Ning and Xiao Junsu, he drove the carriage toward the palace. Qing Sha Huan was a distinguished guest invited by the Emperor of Tsangming, residing in lavish quarters adorned with coral pillars, walls crafted from glazed jade, and intricately carved images of dragons and phoenixes, with floors alternating in gold and silver hues. Nian Bei Ning felt that while it was expected for a royal palace to exude opulence, this place seemed excessively extravagant. Glancing at the humble servants, the disparity was stark. In repelling the creatures, Qing Sha Huan had played a crucial role. To reward him, the Tsangming Emperor sent exquisite goblets and fine wines to his quarters. Moreover, he dispatched 100 beautiful maidens to attend to him. As Nian Bei Ning and Xiao Junsu entered, they beheld dancers swaying gracefully, the sound of melodious strings filling the air, while 3 or 4 enchanting women nestled beside him, scantily clad, pouring wine and feeding him. In her eyes, there was an undeniable admiration for the handsome and formidable man. The man's azure pupils narrowed as he gazed at the newcomer, his brow furrowing in displeasure. "Xiao Junce? What brings you here?" Xiao Junce replied with a cold smirk. "Surprised? The beast sovereign seems to be thoroughly enjoying himself, indulging in fine wine and the company of so many lovely ladies." Qing Sha Huan's blue eyes narrowed as he appraised Nian Bei Ning, then turned his gaze back to Xiao Junce. "Who is she?" Xiao Junce retorted, "I told you he wouldn't recognize you, but you wouldn't believe me." Nian Bei Ning was indifferent as she stepped forward to Qing Sha Huan. "With such beauty in your embrace, you seem to be living quite comfortably, my dear husband." Qing Sha Huan instantly straightened, dismissing everyone with a wave of his hand, his gaze fixated on Nian Bei Ning, filled with overwhelming joy. "You are Bei Ning?" He was aware of Xiao Jun's affection for Nian Bei Ning and had been curious about Xiao Jun's presence here. Indeed, she was truly his Nian Bei Ning. Not wishing to play the third wheel, Xiao Jun discreetly exited, closing the door behind him. Qing Sha Huan gently caressed Nian Bei Ning's face, his expression a mix of tenderness, guilt, and gradual regret. It was incomprehensible how someone who should have been lost to time could stand before him. Nian Bei Ning grasped his hand, smiling. It was Xiao Jun who safeguarded my soul with his soul-gathering lamp, allowing me to drift for 3 years until I arrived here, reborn in this body. Initially, I thought I would never see you again, but heaven has been kind, and we have finally reunited. The man enveloped her in his arms, squeezing her as if he wished to meld her into his very being. It was my carelessness that caused me to lose you. I have avenged you by slaying the Qianlong. Bei Ning, I am so sorry. Tears welled in Nian Bei Ning's eyes as she succumbed to her emotions. From being a slave to a fugitive, and finally reuniting with Qing Sha Huan, this arduous journey had come to an end. She had returned to his side. Chapter 107. The Imperial Expedition. When Nian Bei Ning first encountered the Tsangming Emperor, he was a reasonably handsome sovereign, clad in a dark dragon robe. Laughing heartily as he conversed with Qing Sha Huan. "Be sovereign, yesterday we welcomed over 100 new female slaves, each as youthful and beautiful as the maidens of Tsangming. I have already sent 30 to your palace. The battle against the insects was arduous for you." Early that morning, the Tsangming Emperor sought out Qing Sha Huan, expecting a matter of great significance. Nian Bei Ning, posing as Qing Sha Huan's maid, listened quietly to their exchange. The man responded with a smile. "No need, Your Majesty. I appreciate your kindness." "Why not? The lovely maidens sent to your palace were all enchanting. I have not heard you decline. Do not be modest, simply accept them. A robust man like you can easily handle a few dozen ladies." Qing Sha Huan felt compelled to clarify. "Truly, it is unnecessary. Moreover, those women merely perform songs and dances. I did not touch a single one." Though seemingly addressed to the emperor, it was meant for Nian Bei Ning, as such matters should not be carelessly mentioned with his beloved present. The Tsangming Emperor stroked his chin. "Be sovereign, you do not fancy them? That is fine. They are but slaves. If you do not desire them, simply have them executed." His words were as casual as if discussing livestock. Qing Sha Huan replied, "No need for slaughter, merely send them away." The Tsangming Emperor scoffed, his earlier enthusiasm dissipating. "The lives of slaves are worth less than pigs or dogs. Men are only fit for labor, while women serve but to warm beds. Otherwise, they're useless." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Nian Bei Ning, and he remarked, "Be sovereign with so many unparalleled beauties. Why have you chosen to keep a woman of average appearance at your side? She is the one I cherish." The Tsangming Emperor's mouth fell open in astonishment. After all, he was the bee sovereign and could not openly criticize his taste. Qing Sha Huan continued, "I have assisted your majesty in resolving 2 insect crises. When will you allow me access to your Tianxin Dragon Pavilion?" "Ah, no rush. The insect's lair still exists, and they will return. Only when you have thoroughly eradicated them will I fulfill my promise." Qing Sha Huan lowered his head to sip tea. "Very well." The Tsangming Emperor clapped his hands, summoning over a dozen women to the grand lakeside pavilion. "These dancers are the most captivating, haha." The Tsangming Emperor reclined on a soft couch, laughing heartily as he admired the dancers, a picture of indulgence. Following the recent ambush by the insects, he acted as if nothing had transpired. Ruling a nation seemed far too easy for him. Upon the arrival of the dancers, Nian Bei Ning's pupils flickered with alarm once more. Among these women, she recognized 2 who were possessed by insects, their elongated red tendrils resembling those of the creature that had abducted her. They were becoming increasingly cunning, realizing that capturing the Tsangming Emperor was key to their conquest. Amid her heightened vigilance, the insect-possessed women did not act against her. Instead, they exchanged glances with Nian Bei Ning before departing. Once they were gone, Nian Bei Ning informed Qing Sha Huan, 2 of them are possessed by insects. You can see them? I can. I possess the phoenix pearl within me, which allows me to perceive the true forms of these creatures. Ah, you're quite bold. At night, the palace guards patrolled. When Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan arrived at the dancers' quarters, the two women possessed by insects had already been taken away. It was said that the emperor had taken a liking to them and summoned them to his bedchamber. The emperor's discerning eye had unfortunately led him to select the two peculiar individuals to serve him. Hurrying to the emperor's quarters, Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning were met with the gruesome sight of the two women being carried out by the guards. The Songming emperor, bringing up the rear, disdainfully wiped his hands with a silk cloth. Upon seeing Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning, he inquired in surprise, "Be sovereign, what brings you here?" Those two were insects. The Songming emperor smirked coldly. "I recognize them by day. As it turns out, they were easily dealt with by night." Qing Sha Huan replied, "As long as they were not harmed." Harmed? By these insignificant pests? They would need a few hundred years of cultivation before they could pose a threat. The Songming emperor tossed the cloth to the ground. "Be sovereign, you are considerate. There is no longer any issue. Return and rest." Upon their return to the palace, Nian Bei Ning asked, "Is the Songming emperor powerful?" "He is a hidden master," Nian Bei Ning continued. "What is this Tianqian dragon pavilion you mentioned? I do not believe you would travel all this way out of goodwill to help them eliminate insects." Qing Sha Huan's eyes sparkled with warmth as he gazed at her. His longing and affection lay bare. Since learning of Nian Bei Ning's plight, he had not felt this light-hearted nor smiled as he did now. Blinded by hatred, he had not only ensured the perpetrator paid dearly, but also sought retribution against Li Tianhu. The Songming emperor was not of the human race. He was a mutated dragon, cast out from his lineage due to the impurity of his bloodline. He ruled as the Songming emperor in a remote corner of the world. The Tianqian dragon pavilion was where he had imprisoned his own dragon elders. The more he wished to escape, the more he would cultivate to enhance his abilities, unaware that the pavilion was intrinsically linked to his fate and all his magical prowess would ultimately flow to the Songming emperor. Is there truly such a connection between their fates and the transfer of magical powers? Qing Sha Huan continued, "I entered to obtain a certain artifact, the Tontian realm, which can locate souls for reincarnation and offer other benefits." Nian Bei Ning was taken aback. "Are you suggesting that you wish to use this artifact to find me in the next life?" "Indeed," Nian Bei Ning chuckled, her eyes involuntarily reddening as she said, "How foolish you are. Even if you find my next incarnation, I would not recognize you. Then I shall ensure you come to know me gradually." Nian Bei Ning rose on her toes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her lips against his thin ones. Truly, in this lifetime, she had irrevocably fallen for this man. The following day, the Songming emperor appeared to be struck by some misfortune. Upon entering the court, he mobilized the fiercest army of the imperial city, along with members from various martial arts sects, to head towards Donghua Valley, determined to exterminate the insect monsters there. The Songming emperor personally led the charge, carried forward on an enormous yellow throne, as grand as a house, by more than 200 slaves. The procession advanced with great pomp. On the imperial throne, maidens performed dances and played music. He invited Qing Sha Huan to sit opposite him, while his subordinates leisurely engaged in a game of Go. "Ha! Beast Lord, that was a splendid move with the white piece, but alas, your grand army shall soon be lost." Chapter 108. Negotiating collaboration with the insect Mother. Nian Bei Ning, unfamiliar with the intricacies of Go, felt that their conversation was filled with the essence of real battles. Qing Sha Huan placed another white piece. "The outcome is decided, Your Majesty, I concede." The Songming emperor clapped his hands in amusement, reclining languidly on the soft couch. "Indeed, Beast Lord, your strategic prowess surpasses all." As he spoke, the Songming emperor's profound gaze fell upon Nian Bei Ning. "This woman possesses a certain allure. I have never seen Beast Lord in such high spirits. Since her arrival, he seems transformed." He propped himself up. "If I am not mistaken, she is the slave who killed the Xiong family in Guangzhou, correct?" Nian Bei Ning replied. "The Xiong family murdered innocents. They deserve death 1,000 times over." "Ah, therein lies your error. The lives of slaves are inherently lowly. The Xiong family contributed significantly to the treasury of our Songming nation. With their demise, our coffers may dwindle by more than half." Qing Sha Huan raised his eyes, his expression cold as he regarded the Songming emperor, seemingly unfazed. Suddenly, He smiled and said, "No harm done, Your Majesty. I merely speak casually. My anger has long since dissipated." A eunuch beside the Songming Emperor, keenly seizing the moment, added, "His Majesty has already decreed the execution of all slaves from Guangzhou to accompany the Xiang family in death. It is a blessing for those wretched slaves." Nian Bei Ning found the noise around her unbearable. The desperate faces, the frail bodies of so many men, women, and children, all extinguished in an instant by a single command. What tremendous power! The Songming Emperor's gaze towards Nian Bei Ning bore a trace of chill. She met his eyes with neither humility nor arrogance. This man was unworthy of ruling a nation. Upon reaching a point 10 miles outside Donghua Valley, the entire party began to set up camp. What assistance could such an emperor provide? In my opinion, we would be better off aiding the insect tribe to eliminate this foolish monarch. Upon hearing that all of Guangzhou had perished due to her actions, Nian Bei Ning could not contain her fury. Qing Sha Huan soothed her. "Whatever you wish to do, I will follow your lead." With an idea forming in her mind, Nian Bei Ning began to take action. All the insect monsters in Donghua Valley responded to the call of the insect mother. Finding her would be the key. The skies near Donghua Valley were shrouded in a gloomy haze, and at night, the chilling winds howled as the vast army took turns patrolling. Even with war looming, the Songming Emperor remained unhurried, enjoying his luxurious life as emperor while leaving the rest to his generals. As Nian Bei Ning approached the axe sect, she stepped back to face a drowsy figure. "Siu Yunxi." The man startled awake, shaking off sleep as he recognized Nian Bei Ning, flashing a bright smile. "Aren't you with Qing Sha Huan? Have you come all this way to check on me?" "Check on you? Nonsense. I happened to pass by and saw you. How did you end up among the soldiers?" "To slay the insect monsters." Nian Bei Ning regarded him with exasperation. He was not guarding the right person. Given the proximity to Qing Sha Huan's tent, "Return to the Ba Kingdom. Once I am back, I shall certainly pay my respects. I require no such visit." In a tense atmosphere, Xiao Junsu continued to smile. "I only wish for your safety. Of course, if that man ever wrongs you, you are welcome to seek me out." Nian Bei Ning paused, then smiled very well. But that day will never come. After locating a new awe of the axe sect and confirming the possible appearance of the insect mother, she prepared to leave. Accompanying a monarch is akin to walking with a tiger. Be cautious. The emperor is not easily dealt with. Nian Bei Ning chuckled. "What need have I to handle the emperor? I know you wish to free the slaves. Take care of yourself." "Understood. Thank you, Eldarin." As night fell, Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning continued to study the map of Donghua Valley. A new awe had informed her that the insect mother would only appear when the insect tribe was on the brink of total defeat. Otherwise, it would remain hidden. Over the years, no one had ever encountered the insect mother. Qing Sha Huan remarked, "The insect monsters have existed in Donghua Valley for many years, attacking Songming Nation for months. There is something amiss here." While they exchanged thoughts, Qing Sha Huan suddenly cast a glance at Nian Bei Ning. She looked down, sensing something lurking beneath their feet. Without needing to think, she realized an ambush by the insect monsters was imminent. In an instant, countless red tendrils surged towards them, binding them without resistance, dragging them underground. With so many troops deployed by Songming Nation, it was surprising that these insect monsters possessed a semblance of wisdom to execute a surprise attack. The two found themselves in an insect monster cave, bound by resilient spider silk and suspended from a ceiling. They were not alone. Many others who had been ambushed were present. Except for the wary Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan, all others had succumbed to toxins. Qing Sha Huan exerted a slight effort and freed himself from his bindings. He brushed off his attire and swiftly cut the spider silk binding Nian Bei Ning, who fell gracefully into his arms. As they regained their stance, the surrounding insect monsters hissed ominously, writhing in preparation to attack. The moment a phantom Qilin statue appeared behind Qing Sha Huan, the insect monsters froze, trembling. Curse be it! That was the infamous killer of Mo Qilin. Which fool invited disaster upon themselves? Seeing the insect monsters intimidated, Nian Bei Ning called out, "We demand an audience with the insect mother." Silence ensued, the insect monsters fixating their gaze upon them, poised to strike at the slightest command. Nian Bei Ning persisted. "If you choose to attack, Your insect horde is no match for us. I wish to meet your insect mother to discuss matters of collaboration. What business do you have with me? The insect monsters parted to create a path. From the depths below, a fully crimson insect creature emerged, ultimately transforming into a woman. Her body was adorned with protruding red veins, her eyes dark with a majority of white, her fingers ending in sharp claws, her hair cascading to the ground in red. Writhing insects crawling over her. It was both shocking and repulsive. Nian Bei Ning stated, I come to discuss how to eliminate the foolish monarch. Eliminate the foolish monarch? She echoed Nian Bei Ning's words before bursting into maniacal laughter. With the mutated powers of my insect kin, it would take at least 100 years to pose a real threat to him. How do you propose to eliminate him? Her expression twisted with hatred as she heard Nian Bei Ning's words, wishing she could strangle the Songming Emperor on the spot. Noticing her reaction, Nian Bei Ning inquired, do you harbor a grudge against him? A grudge that cannot coexist. He is the one who slaughtered my people, condemning me to eternal damnation. He forced sorcery upon me, binding my soul within an insect, condemning me to a lifetime in darkness and dampness. Chapter 109. The past of Luo Junjun listening to her words. It became clear that the insect mother harbored a deep-seated grudge against the Songming Emperor. Her original name was Luo Junjun, the cherished little princess of the Liao Kingdom, adored by her parents and brothers, a true gem surrounded by countless affections. Although the Liao Kingdom was not a large nation, it was rich in resources, with mineral veins encircling the land and rare spiritual herbs growing abundantly. This territory, being less than 1/10 the size of the Songming Kingdom, boasted resources that far exceeded those of Songming, with a small population comprised entirely of elite warriors. Thus, nations far and wide coveted this prized land. Even the distant Daba Kingdom had attempted to negotiate collaboration, but were met with rejection, having spent a month without even setting foot in the palace. At that time, the little princess Luo Junjun had disguised herself as a boy and encountered a man who, after losing his money, was being brutally beaten for his inability to pay for his meal. Jiaoning Yuan, Luo Junjun paid for his meal, took him to a clinic to tend to his injuries, and even gifted him some silver upon their departure. Her acts of kindness were not extended to everyone. It was primarily due to the man's striking appearance. This was their first encounter. Their second meeting occurred when this man, having defeated all his opponents, became the martial champion of the Liao Kingdom. In the brief span of a year, the man who had once been beaten was now celebrated as a martial hero. At that time, Luo Junjun was still an 18-year-old girl, innocent yet clever. During a hunting expedition, she was pursued by a colossal black bear, towering at 4 meters tall. All her subordinates fell victim to the bear's might, and as she faced the grim prospect of becoming the bear's meal, 2 arrows struck swiftly at the bear's eyes. Jiao Ningyan carried Luo Junjun to safety. Shaken, she wept and reproached him. Why did you not arrive sooner? I thought I would perish here today. The man, while applying medicine to her scraped knee, comforted her. As long as I am here, the princess shall be unharmed. General Jiao, you seem somewhat familiar, she remarked. The man chuckled lightly. Back then, the princess disguised as a boy helped me settle a meal's cost. The princess, being of noble status, is prone to forgetfulness. Yet I remember it vividly. Luo Junjun suddenly recalled. So it is you? In just over a year, you have honed your skills remarkably. You have truly persevered. Jiao Ningyuan smiled without a word, and after tending to her wounds, he carried her step by step out of the forest. From that moment on, Jiao Ningyuan's valor in saving the princess earned him the emperor's favor, leading to his appointment as her personal guard. As time passed, mutual feelings blossomed between them. Having been cherished since childhood, Luo Junjun, unreserved, candidly expressed her affection for Jiao Ningyuan to the emperor, who consented to their union, setting a date for their wedding. However, just as Luo Junjun prepared joyfully to become a bride, an external threat emerged. Invaders from the Songming Kingdom. The soldiers of the Liao Kingdom, seasoned from numerous battles and supported by their abundant resources, regarded the mere thousands of Songming foes as inconsequential. Yet this time, the situation was dire. Traitors within the imperial capital aided the Songming invaders, resulting in a catastrophic defeat for the Liao kingdom, with the Songming forces piercing its heart like a steel blade. In a single night, the kingdom fell into disarray, and the mastermind behind this treachery was none other than the man who was to become the prince consort of the Liao kingdom, Jiao Yuan. Like a wolf, he had lurked in the shadows of the Liao kingdom for years, finally revealing his predatory fangs. All members of the royal family were slaughtered, leaving no trace of her beloved brothers and parents. Luo Junjun, unable to produce a sound from her anguish, was consumed by hatred. Dressed in a lavish red gown, she knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with hope as she asked him, "Did you ever love me?" The man, looking down upon her, replied coldly, "With such a mind, who would love you? You're merely a pawn I utilized, a fool." Luo Junjun laughed maniacally, her voice hoarse as she cursed him as a beast, worse than swine or dogs. The man raised his hand, and with a swift motion, ended her life. As she died, blood flowed from her eyes, fixating on Jiao Ningyuan's indifferent face, determined to haunt him as a vengeful spirit. "High Priest, bind this woman's soul to another entity. I wish to avoid any unnecessary troubles arising from her," he commanded. Understood. Luo Junjun's fate was both tragic and pitiable. Having trusted the wrong person, she brought forth the ruin of her kingdom. Her hatred remained unquenched, and even in death, she would seek retribution. In a dark, damp cave, a fearsome, terrifying woman radiated an overwhelming aura of malice. "I have cultivated for 500 years, transforming from a mere insect into the matriarch of the insect race, all for the sake of vengeance. I shall kill him. If I cannot do so in this life, I shall in the next, even if I must become a demon or a vengeful spirit." Luo Junjun roared, and the surrounding insect creatures seemed to sense her fury, joining her in a chorus of hisses. "Calm down, your opportunity for revenge is at hand," said Qing Sha Huan. The matriarch composed herself. "What grievances do you hold against this tyrant? To kill him and free the slaves is one thing, but we cannot lay hands on him ourselves. It is fitting for you to act." They still needed to reach the Tianqianlong pavilion. The matriarch readily agreed. Very well. Nian Bei Ning provided the map for the encampment, and the two departed from Donghua Valley, returning in the direction of the imperial camp. Upon seeing their return, Jiao Ningyuan expressed concern. "Where has the beast sovereign gone? I have not seen you for a night." "Captured by insect monsters," came the reply. Jiao Ningyuan found this amusing. "With your abilities, how could you possibly be captured by insect creatures? Merely a moment of inattention, I presume. Those fools." He seemed to ponder something, then spoke to Qing Sha Huan. "You were startled. I have prepared exquisite delicacies. Be sovereign, please." Dark clouds gathered, and a fierce wind rose. "Your Majesty, a suspicious village has been discovered at the foot of the mountain." The man, reclining comfortably, raised an eyebrow. "What is suspicious about it?" "We suspect they are escaped slaves." Upon hearing this, Jiao Ningyuan sat upright. "Have they been captured?" "Yes, they're all bound outside." "Very well. I shall take a look." He was less concerned about the insect creatures and more focused on the matter of the slaves. The villagers, frail and trembling, knelt in submission, with a mere command. They would all meet their demise. A flicker of disgust crossed Jiao Ningyuan's eyes. "From which place did you escape as slaves?" No one spoke. "If you do not speak, then all shall perish." "Wait, we come from the Shengjiang kingdom. We are not slaves." The speaker was a woman, her voice ringing like silver bells. Jiao Ningyuan, intending to leave, turned to look at her. Stunned, he opened his mouth, his gaze fixated upon her. Chapter 110, Breaking the Life Thread. This girl wore a colorful patched garment of Shengjiang, adorned with exquisite silver jewelry on her neck and wrists, her eyes filled with defiance as she looked at Jiao Ningyuan. However, the reason for Jiao Ningyuan's astonishment was that this woman bore an uncanny resemblance to Luo Junjun from 500 years ago. As if entranced, Jiao Ningyuan stepped closer to the woman, softly inquiring, "What is your name?" "Handansi." Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan exchanged glances, for the secret of this revelation lay solely with them. Indeed, this so-called Handanzi was none other than a matriarch. Initially, they had anticipated her transformation into an unparalleled beauty to seduce the Songming emperor, yet she had instead chosen to revert to her former appearance. Luo Junjun possessed an angelic visage, her petite figure and innocent, clear eyes timidly meeting Jiao Ningyuan's gaze. He seemed spellbound, his eyes meticulously assessing her, his past memories flooding back. Our Songming kingdom has never accepted foreigners, unless they are slaves. However, I can make an exception for you. If you serve me well, I shall release everyone from your village. Han Danzi pointed to herself and asked, "Why must I serve you? There's so many other women here." Seeing her small face filled with anger momentarily left Jiao Ningyuan in a daze, before he responded with a hint of affection. "It is precisely you." While everyone else was confined, she alone was taken away, and all plans proceeded smoothly. That night, Jiao Ningyuan summoned everyone to his imperial tent to discuss the strategy for attacking Donghua Valley. In this significant gathering of formidable generals, Nian Bei Ning noticed Han Danzi following closely behind Jiao Ningyuan. As everyone deliberated over maps and strategies, Nian Bei Ning exchanged a glance with Han Danzi, who stood behind Qing Sha Huan. This route presented the best approach to Donghua Valley, based on recent reconnaissance. The defenses of the insect creatures here appeared to be the weakest. General Yang's analysis made sense, yet our numbers are considerable, suggesting this may not be our optimal choice for an assault. Instead, we should divide our forces. One group can directly engage the main enemy to draw all the insect creatures to them, while we send another contingent through the entrance suggested by General Yang to execute a pincer attack. Jiao Ningyuan listened quietly to their discussions, his thoughts elsewhere. "Enough. I have gathered sufficient information. You may leave. Your Majesty, when shall we commence the attack on Donghua Valley tomorrow?" "Await my command." After everyone departed, Nian Bei Ning turned to Qing Sha Huan and remarked, "Why do I feel something is amiss with the emperor today?" Qing Sha Huan replied, "I only wish to enter Tian Xianlonggu. Let the insect mother resolve the rest." Nian Bei Ning hoped she would succeed in her assassination attempt. The following morning, when Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning intended to meet Jiao Ningyuan, his guards intercepted them at the door. "Today, His Majesty is unwell and shall not see anyone. Be sovereign, please return." "What is wrong with His Majesty?" "Huh, does this servant need to clarify?" "His Majesty overexerted himself last night and has yet to awaken. Please return, and I shall inform you when His Majesty regains consciousness." How could a perfectly healthy man suddenly fall ill? When they stealthily entered, they found Jiao Ningyuan seated on his bed, his complexion pale, clad in a thin undergarment, while Han Danzi glared at him with a sullen expression. She became alert upon the entrance of others, but discreetly withdrew her hands upon recognizing them. Qing Sha Huan inquired, "What has happened to your Majesty? Why do you look so dreadful?" "Oh, why do I look dreadful? Does the Bee Sovereign not know?" Nian Bei Ning glanced at Han Danzi, who smirked and pinched Jiao Ningyuan's chin, saying, "It is a rare opportunity to kill you. I would not let it slip away." Nian Bei Ning recognized her intent to strike, but her speed surpassed his expectations. Blood trickled from the corner of Jiao Ningyuan's mouth as he looked up at her with a bitter smile, saying, "In truth, I recognized you the moment I laid eyes on you, Luo Junjun. The High Priestess's magic is lacking. 500 years have passed, and you have evolved from a mere insect to this extent." Luo Junjun tightened her grip on his face, her teeth clenched. "I vowed to seek vengeance. Even if I must become a ghost to kill you, Jiao Ningyuan, you shall accompany my family and my nation to the afterlife." The man made no resistance, even closing his eyes in anticipation of her strike. Observing his expression of gallant acceptance of death, Luo Junjun gritted her teeth and asked, "Were you not formidable? Why do you not retaliate?" Jiao Ningyuan, eyes shut, allowed a slight smile at the corners of his lips. "Go ahead, consider an atonement for your grievances. Be sovereign. Have you not longed to enter Tian Xianlonggu? Here is the key." As if bequeathing his last wishes, he tossed a crystal key to Qing Sha Huan. Qing Sha Huan accepted it without reservation, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Songming Emperor." Luo Junjun's expression twisted with ferocity as she exerted her strength, yet could not bring herself to kill Jiao Ningyuan. Nian Bei Ning addressed Qing Sha Huan, "Let us depart." They exited the tent. Heading towards the imperial city and Tian Xianlongge, Nian Bei Ning sighed. This Luo Junjun, despite the grievous wrong she suffered at his hands, cannot bring herself to kill him. After years of vengeful obsession, just as it seems within reach, she ultimately softens her heart. Qing Sha Huan remarked, whether he lives or dies depends on the insect mother's whims. Inside Tian Xianlongge, it resembled a paradise, with the sky adorned in vibrant hues of colored glass, and many fish soaring through the air. Upon their entrance, they witnessed a scene of a large fish devouring a smaller one, culminating in the last large fish spiraling upward before transforming into a pearl that descended. An elderly man with gray hair stood atop a stone, extending his withered hand to catch the pearl. Dressed in a loose white robe, with tousled white hair and beard, he fixed his sharp gaze upon them. Remarkable, after centuries, Jiaoning Yuan has permitted entry. Qing Sha Huan courteously replied, we have come to escort the esteemed elder out. Escort me out? My lifeline is intertwined with this Tian Xianlongge in Jiaoning. Should I leave, my life will be forfeit. Qing Sha Huan chanted a spell, and a powerful force radiated from their center, reverberating throughout Tian Xianlongge as the once colorful sky darkened into ominous clouds. The elder examined his body in astonishment. Released? My bound lifeline is freed? He then gazed at Qing Sha Huan in shock. Who are you? I am Monta Qilin, Qing Sha Huan. You possess the form of a Qilin, do you not? Indeed. The elder nodded. Thus, you have the ability to sever my lifeline. You seek something from me? Qing Sha Huan explained, you are the Dragon Clan, esteemed elder, and I wish to request your assistance in taking us to the Dragon Clan. Chapter 111. Journey to the Dragon Clan. Although Qing Sha Huan had rendered him significant assistance, the matter concerning the Dragon Clan was critical, and the elder regarded him with skepticism. What is your purpose in the Dragon Clan? This, unless you can convince me, I will not take you to the Dragon Clan. Qing Sha Huan stated, my wife's appearance was not always as it is. I have heard of the Huan Yin Pearl in the Dragon Clan, and I wish to seek it. Nian Bei Ning observed the resolute profile of the man, realizing that his haste to reach Tian Xianlongge was to obtain the Huan Yin Pearl from the Dragon Clan. The elder ultimately acquiesced to Qing Sha Huan's request, stating he needed to rest for a while before they could depart. Fortunately, they waited outside Tian Xianlongge. Nian Bei Ning felt touched. My husband, whether my appearance is restored or not is of little consequence. The Huan Yin Pearl from the Dragon Clan is likely difficult to acquire. Perhaps we should forego this endeavor. Qing Sha Huan lowered his voice. It is certainly not solely for the Huan Yin Pearl that we are going. If I can obtain the blood of the Dragon Clan, I will be able to contend with Li Tianhe. Though Li Tianhe possesses great abilities, he is merely a national master and cannot possibly overshadow imperial authority. Can he? Qing Sha Huan scoffed. You have spoken the truth. Li Tianhe wields military power and has effortlessly forced the emperor from his throne. Currently, in the Daba Kingdom court, everything is dictated by him. Nian Bei Ning feigned a smile, realizing her earlier emotional response was misplaced. The elder, of course, did not overhear their conversation. Had he done so, he would likely have refused to lead them to the Dragon Clan. Nian Bei Ning inquired, so much has transpired in the Daba Kingdom in just a few short years? Qing Sha Huan coldly replied, Li Tianhe is intent on dominating the Beast Clan and will surely increase his forces to infiltrate it. We must hasten our return. The elder emerged after resting for 3 days and nights, just as they were about to leave. And news from Tsangming Kingdom arrived. During the assault on the insect creatures in Donghua Valley, the emperor had been ambushed and perished from his injuries. A formidable group of generals immediately launched an attack on Donghua Valley. The battle at Donghua Valley resulted in heavy losses on both sides, with the insect creatures and Tsangming soldiers suffering equal casualties, altering the fate of Tsangming. However, Nian Bei Ning and the others were aware that the truth was far from this. Ultimately, Luo Junjun was unable to bring herself to slay him. In her quest for a more fitting punishment for Jiaoning Yuan, she transformed him from a human into an insect, condemning him to reside in a dark, damp cave for eternity, never to bask in the light of day. It remains uncertain whether Luo Junjun harbored ulterior motives or simply found this punishment more satisfying than death. Additionally, Nian Bei Ning could scarcely fathom that the newly enthroned emperor of Songming would be Duan Yansheng. He was originally a prince born of the late emperor and a maid. Yet due to his mother's humble origins, he was denied any recognition within the royal family. At the tender age of 12, he was dispatched to Guangzhou, stripped of any title or land, as though he were destined to vanish entirely from memory. That year, the palace was shaken by a dramatic coup d'etat, wherein Zhao Ning'an ascended from a minor military officer to the position of chancellor, ultimately slaying the emperor and all his heirs to claim the throne for himself. Initially, the court was rife with dissatisfaction and the populace discontented. However, through the reclamation of the Liao kingdom, Zhao Ningyuan guided Songming towards unprecedented prosperity, providing ample resources for cultivation. From that moment on, he earned the unwavering trust and loyalty of the people. Having narrowly escaped disaster, Duan Yansheng resided in the distant Guangzhou, where his exceptional talents led him to join the Axe sect and ultimately rise to the position of a leader. Now, with Zhao Ningyuan's passing by Huang, the former chancellor of the late emperor, returned to the limelight alongside Duan Yansheng, a scion of pure blood, and ascended the throne with remarkable ease. He never forgot the woman who sought to abolish slavery. Thus, upon his coronation, his first decree was to cease hostilities and liberate the slaves. The citizens of Songming celebrated their newfound freedom, their joyous cheers echoing through the streets. At last, peace reigned in Songming. In a tavern, Nian Bei Ning observed this scene, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Qing Sha Huan approached her, inquiring whether she had any prior connections to the newly crowned emperor. His tone hinted at a touch of jealousy. Nian Bei Ning replied, "Were it not for his assistance in guiding me from Guangzhou to Songming, I might have perished in some forsaken corner." Qing Sha Huan remarked, "So I must thank him for saving my wife?" Nian Bei Ning suggested they express their gratitude at a later date, confident that he would prove to be a good ruler. Before departing, Nian Bei Ning had a private meeting with Xiao Junsu, who regarded her with displeasure. She sincerely poured him wine and offered him food. "My husband and I are leaving this place. You should return to the Daba kingdom. After all, with the former national teacher, now an emperor, life at the Xiao Wangfu may not be easy for you. You ought to help your father." Xiao Junsu dismissed her concerns, stating, "I eat well and sleep soundly. Nothing has changed aside from the emperor." Nian Bei Ning raised an eyebrow. "Is that so?" Xiao Junsu earnestly asked, "Where are you headed?" Nian Bei Ning replied, "That is a secret. I cannot divulge it." He pressed further, "Have you no conscience? I saved your life. I merely wish to know if your journey poses any danger. Yet you refuse to tell me?" Nian Bei Ning smiled. "Xiao Junsu, I will repay your life-saving grace, but not now. Should the day come when we are at odds with the Daba kingdom, whose side will you take?" "Neither," he answered. "That is well," she responded. Xiao Junsu gazed intently at Nian Bei Ning's unremarkable visage, wishing to imprint her image in his memory. Why had he not encountered her sooner? Why did she retain her memories after her soul's rebirth? Had he possessed any advantage, he would never allow her to return to Qing Sha Huan's side. The elder known as Long Ao Zhan belonged to the Long clan, which had its own divisions. He was affiliated with the Ying Long lineage. He informed Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning that while the Ying Long were not considered a noble bloodline among dragons, they were among the most formidable in combat. Otherwise, as a dragon, Zhao Ningyuan would not have captured him to bind their fates. The dragon realm lay far to the east, devoid of the numerous powerful factions that characterized the beast realm. Only dragons existed there, and any who sought to establish themselves would be ruthlessly crushed. Long Ao Zhan recounted how the Jin Yin Shangshi clan once attempted to stake a claim within dragon territory, only to be obliterated without a trace. A single Jin Yin Shangshi could easily devastate a small nation, underscoring the dragon's formidable strength, though they were known for their fiery tempers. He cautioned, "Once we enter dragon territory, refrain from speaking carelessly or wandering about. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety." Chapter 112. The turmoil of the Dragon Clan, the domain of the Eastern Dragon Realm, is not accessible to just anyone. First, one must traverse a passageway into the Dragon Realm, where many humans and beasts inadvertently wander, with only entry permitted and no exit. Inside the dragon array, it feels akin to walking beneath the sea, with azure waters flanking them, teeming with bizarre creatures and the occasional skeletal remains of those who perished within. Suddenly, the entire dragon passage trembled violently, and a torrent of ferocious water arrows surged toward them. Qing Sha Huan stepped protectively in front of Nian Bei Ning, poised to defend. When Long Ao Zhan chuckled, "There is no need for alarm. Anyone who enters will trigger the array's lethal defenses. As a member of the Dragon Clan, you are safe from harm." Indeed, as the fierce water arrows bore down upon them, Long Ao Zhan waved his hand, and the onslaught transformed into gentle droplets, cascading coolly upon them. As they advanced, Long Ao Zhan reflected, 5 centuries have passed, yet this dragon passage remains unchanged. I wonder how the Dragon Clan has fared. Upon exiting the passage, the world brightened before them. Nian Bei Ning had imagined dragons dwelling in the sea. Instead, she beheld a breathtaking landscape resembling a celestial paradise, with majestic birds soaring overhead and ethereal sprites flitting about the lush forests and tranquil lakes. The abundant spiritual energy invigorated her spirit. No wonder this place nurtured the dragons. It was indeed a treasure trove of natural beauty. Long Ao Zhan, visibly moved, exclaimed at last, "I am home." "Huh. I had thought I would be trapped in the Tianxian Dragon Pavilion for eternity. 500 years have passed." Qing Sha Huan remarked, "Elder, fortune favors the deserving. Even without my intervention, you would have returned." Long Ao Zhan waved dismissively. "No need for pleasantries. Let us proceed." "We still have a distance to cover to reach the domain of the Ying." Long Nian Bei Ning inquired. "Do the dragons not venture outside?" "The outside world pales in comparison to the dragon realm." It seemed a redundant question, as the overwhelming spiritual energy here would surely deter anyone from longing to leave. Oddly, she noted the absence of any dragon presence nearby. She recalled this place as the prime locale for the Qianlong to cultivate, rich in abundant spiritual energy, suggesting it had been long since anyone had visited. Long Ao Zhan's gaze fell upon a basin-like lake, and after a moment's contemplation, he pressed onward. With each step, his demeanor grew increasingly grave. Qing Sha Huan asked, "Elder, what troubles you?" Long Ao Zhan replied, "We have reached the Ying Long territory, yet I sense no presence of them. How strange. Has something significant transpired in the Dragon Clan during my absence?" "Someone approaches," Qing Sha Huan announced, directing their attention to the left. "They are over there. Let us hide." Shortly thereafter, a grand procession came into view. Each person bore a pair of dragon horns atop their heads, including Long Ao Zhan, whose own horns had manifested upon leaving the dragon passage. These individuals wielded tridents and donned dark green armor, their long dragon tails swaying behind them. The patrol was fierce and meticulous. Only after they departed did Long Ao Zhan's anger and confusion arise. What on earth had transpired? How could the Jiaolong clan trespass upon the territory of my Long clan? Qing Sha Huan remarked, "Does the Jiaolong not belong to the Long clan?" Long Ao Zhan scoffed. To even address them as Jiaolong is a concession. The Jiaolong were originally born from the union of the Jiaosha and the least esteemed members of the Long clan, hence their designation. The Jiaolong have always resided in the Jiaoshan region, never daring to encroach upon our domain. Now, with the Yinglong territory devoid of our kin, it is instead swarming with Jiaolong. There must be some hidden agenda at play. Nian Bei Ning lamented that the world of martial arts is rife with conflict, and even the formidable Long clan is not exempt. Within the Han Baiyu palace of the Yinglong clan, a man with green hair and small dragon horns atop his forehead reclined on the dragon throne, his eyes suddenly snapping open, revealing a haunting green gaze. "Someone has arrived," he commanded. "Your Majesty, several uninvited guests have come. Send someone to receive them properly." "As you wish." Long Ao Zhan managed to evade numerous Jiaolong patrols and ultimately arrived at his former residence, an imposing multi-tiered dragon palace. In the sky, not only birds soared, but countless sharks, octopuses, turtles, and other unknown aquatic creatures swam through the air as if one were submerged in an underwater realm. Nian Bei Ning was astonished by the scene before her. Indeed, the territory of the Long clan was unparalleled. Suddenly, Qing Sha Huan frowned and urged, "We must leave this place." Long Ao Zhan also sensed the danger. Powerful individuals are closing in on us. Their escape proved slower than their pursuers. Dozens of individuals with long dragon horns descended from the sky, surrounding them completely. Long Ao Zhan exclaimed in shock, "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, and you all, what is the meaning of this?" In response to his inquiry, the newcomers offered no reply, their vacant gazes fixated upon them. Suddenly, as if receiving a command, they all advanced to attack. Qing Sha Huan lowered his voice to Nian Bei Ning. "Stay close to me." "Understood." Long Yaozong, having lost all his cultivation to the treacherous Min Jian, now possessed only meager magical abilities. As the esteemed elder of the Yinglong clan, he could scarcely withstand even 3 strikes from a single assailant, let alone face so many. Their hopes of escape rested entirely on Qing Sha Huan. With a slight narrowing of his azure pupils, Qing Sha Huan conjured a spell to counter their power, summoning a black curved blade. As they faced the onslaught of magical attacks, the surrounding stones and trees were shattered into dust by the force of their clash, the ground trembling beneath the might of their confrontation. For a time, neither side could gain the upper hand. Ultimately, Qing Sha Huan was no match for the multitude of Long clan elders, akin to one person facing several Tianhe. Observing this, Nian Bei Ning focused her mind, golden flames erupting from her palm to engage in battle with them. The Long clan, inherently adept with water, found themselves instinctively attacking Nian Bei Ning, even under duress. Long Ao Zhan gasped, "That is Phoenix fire." Upon witnessing this, Qing Sha Huan frowned, summoning over a dozen illusory Qilin avatars to fiercely charge at their adversaries. In this fleeting moment of distraction, he shouted, "Run!" When the green-haired Jiaolong man arrived at the battlefield, he found them entangled with the illusory Qilin. His eyes narrowed. "Mo Qilin?" Chapter 113. A proposal for trade. Once the trio reached a safe location, Long Ao Zhan, filled with agitation, questioned, "What on earth has happened? Why would they attack me?" Qing Sha Huan replied, "It is evident that the Jiaolong clan has taken control of your Yinglong clan, and your kin have been subjugated. But this cannot be. The Jiaolong clan poses no threat to us. Jiaoshan is small, and their magical prowess is vastly inferior to ours. How could they dare to challenge the Yinglong clan? If we are in peril, other clans should come to our aid. This makes no sense." Nian Bei Ning interjected. "Could it be that other Long clans are facing troubles as well? This seems quite possible. In the territory of the Long clan, even at night, the swirling clouds above radiated vibrant hues, and the spiritual energy at night was even more abundant than during the day." Nian Bei Ning felt as though she were an unworldly individual, her inner core ravenously absorbing the spiritual energy surrounding her. In just one night, she sensed a significant increase in her magical abilities. Long Ao Zhan observed, "Those of lower magical prowess cultivate faster here, while those of greater strength find this spiritual energy less beneficial, such as your companion." Nian Bei Ning smiled at him. "He is not my friend. He is my husband." "Ah, yes, my apologies for the slip of the tongue." After their departure, they settled in a desolate village at the foot of a mountain, devoid of any inhabitants. According to Long Ao Zhan, this should have been a place inhabited by the Yinglong people, but the condition of the dwelling suggested it had been long abandoned. With overgrown weeds and a rather inhospitable environment, so much so that even the Jiaolong army was reluctant to patrol here. Upon returning from outside, Qing Sha Huan brought back a Jiaolong soldier tightly bound. The Jiaolong's strength was feeble, akin to a dog brazenly occupying a lion's den. Qing Sha Huan stated, "This individual deserted his post. We can interrogate him." Once the gag was removed, the trembling Jiaolong soldier looked at the 3 of them. "As long as you don't kill me, I will tell you everything." Long Ao Zhan demanded. "Then tell us, why is your Jiaolong clan here?" According to his account, the Jiaolong clan had been present for 100 years. 100 years ago, a fissure appeared in the sky pillar of the dragon domain, prompting all clans' powerful beings to gather there to repair it. In the midst of this, The Jiaolong clan seized the opportunity to ambush all the leaders of the Long clans. Forced to concentrate on mending the fissure, they could not extricate themselves, and were turned into stone statues by the Jiaolong king. The fissure in the sky pillar was sealed with the bodies of the various Long clan powerhouses. Most critically, the Jiaolong king had somehow obtained the long-lost Golden Dragon King's battle axe, and after tampering with the sky pillar, the Jiaolong clan swiftly subjugated all Long clan forces overnight. This tyranny has persisted for a century. Should any of the Long kin dare to rebel, he would execute the Dragon Kings of the sky pillar. Consequently, no one dared to oppose the Jiaolong king, and even those who harbored discontent were subdued by the puppet pills. After the Jiaolong soldier was knocked unconscious, Long Ao Zhan seethed. This is outrageous. How could he possess the Golden Dragon King's battle axe? Qing Sha Huan inquired. Is the Golden Dragon battle axe a treasured artifact of your Long clan? Long Ao Zhan sighed. It is the supreme weapon of my Long clan, lost for over 10,000 years. The Golden Dragon battle axe was crafted by the Golden Dragon Divine Lord, and the Golden Dragon lineage is the most revered yet difficult to propagate among the Long clan. Over 10,000 years ago, the last Golden Dragon King perished, leading to the complete disappearance of the Golden Dragon lineage, leaving only the legendary Golden Dragon battle axe, which once made the Long clan tremble. However, with the fall of the last Golden Dragon, this supreme weapon vanished as well. Many sought the Golden Dragon Palace for this weapon, but to no avail. Eventually, they all gave up. Yet now, this Golden Dragon battle axe has fallen into the hands of the Jiaolong king. This man is ambitious and treacherous. The Long clan has suffered greatly at his hands. Qing Sha Huan remarked, "It seems we have arrived at an opportune time." Nian Bei Ning contemplated. Could it be that the Jiaolong king possesses the Huan Yin pearl as well? Qing Sha Huan chuckled. There's a possibility. Long Ao Zhan appeared somewhat displeased, questioning, "Are you intending to seek refuge with the Jiaolong Wang?" Qing Sha Huan reassured him, "Senior, do not be alarmed. Our purpose is solely to acquire the Huan Yin Ju. Naturally, we will be amenable to whoever possesses it. However, we are but insignificant minions, unable to assist or pose a threat to you." Despite the logic in his words, Long Ao Zhan remained dissatisfied, grumbling for them to leave promptly, warning that the Dragon Clan was far more perilous than the outside world, and should any trouble arise, they should not seek him out. Qing Sha Huan exchanged a glance with Nian Bei Ning and departed immediately. Within the Ying Long Wang Palace, a man with dark green hair lounged in a high seat, his gaze coldly fixed upon the two before him. Those who have cultivated into the body of a Qilin are indeed rare. You were the one who used a Qilin avatar that day, were you not? Qing Sha Huan affirmed. That is correct. We have come to propose a trade with you. He scoffed. What transaction could I possibly require with you? The elder of the Ying Long clan had returned. The man adjusted his posture slightly, responding, "And what of it? Can he contend with us alone? He may possess the audacity, but lacks the capability." Qing Sha Huan countered. He may indeed lack such capability, yet he holds the antidote to the puppet pill. The man tensed up. What did you say? Are you jesting? How could there possibly be an antidote to the puppet pill? Nian Bei Ning interjected. He has lingered in the Tianxian Longa for quite some time. One of your clan, named Jiao Ning Yuan, once placed a puppet pill on him, yet he has already resolved it. Once he administers the antidote to his second and third brothers, trouble will surely ensue. The man furrowed his brows. Jiao Ning Yuan is still alive? He added, alive or dead, it matters little. Besides those two, there's also the elder of the Ying Long clan, Long Ao Zhan, who has dispatched people to thoroughly search for them. After all, he is one of the Ying Long, and on his own territory, he operates with considerable ease. This old fellow, who had vanished for 5 centuries and returned, indeed posed a risk. Now hearing they claimed he could also concoct the antidote for the puppet pill, this person must be eliminated. Should any trouble arise in the future, he could not bear the wrath from above. Do you know where he is? Qing Sha Huan replied. Indeed, I have mentioned we are here to negotiate terms. If you agree to provide us the Huan Yinju, we shall disclose the whereabouts of the elder of the Ying Long clan. Huan Yinju? I do not possess the Huan Yinju. It is with the Jiaolong Wang. If you desire it, I could take you to meet him, but I must first see Long Ao Zhan. Chapter 114. Making friends. Qing Sha Huan smiled at him, remaining silent, conveying the unspoken truth. How could such a favorable arrangement exist without any cost? Since you lack sincerity, we shall take our leave. Farewell. After Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning departed, the man murmured, "Follow them. Should anything arise, act immediately without the need to report to me." Understood. They had anticipated such a move. In a desolate, remote, mountainous area, the two sides clashed. Prepared, Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning caught their opponents off guard. Their strength indeed aligned with Long Ao Zhan's description, far from formidable. Many of Jiao Wufan's people fell one after another. Not to mention the hidden danger posed by Long Ao Zhan. Even confronting these two would prove to be bothersome. As they dispatched yet another wave of personnel, a blazing golden flame enveloped everyone, initiating another round of assassination. Qing Sha Huan acted without mercy, and together with Nian Bei Ning, they annihilated 40 to 50 Jiao Long soldiers, leaving only Jiao Wufan standing amidst the carnage, observing the scattered corpses. He had shed his previous haughty demeanor, now smiling at them. You both possess remarkable skills. Despite losing all his men, he still maintained a smile. Qing Sha Huan's identity as Mo Qilin was known to Jiao Wufan, yet now his focus shifted to Nian Bei Ning. This young lady is clearly human. How do you possess the phoenix fire? Nian Bei Ning replied with a smile. There is no need for you to know. Ha! It seems I had misunderstood you both earlier. You seek the Huan Yanzhu, do you not? I will take you to meet the Jiao Long Wang. Qing Sha Huan raised an eyebrow. Do you not need to take us to see Long Ao Zhan first? That can be set aside for now. I merely wish to befriend you both. His rapid change of attitude was remarkable. Just moments ago, he had intended to kill them. Yet now he declared a desire for friendship. Qing Sha Huan responded, "Very well. I am a magnanimous person and shall not hold your previous pursuit against you." As they rode on a giant seahorse towards the Jiao Long Wang Palace, Jiao Wufan remarked, "I am the seventh son of the Jiao Long Wang. My elder brothers command a plethora of talents and are highly favored by my father. As the youngest son, overseeing the mightiest Ying Long clan, my brothers harbor considerable discontent. If you two are willing to serve under me within the Dragon Clan, as long as you do not exceed my bottom line, you may do as you please." Was this an invitation to join? Qing Sha Huan pretended to ponder and spoke to Nian Bei Ning. "This proposal is not entirely out of the question. What do you think, my lady?" Nian Bei Ning responded, "The Dragon Clan is rich in spiritual energy. Being able to cultivate here is indeed a rare fortune. So we shall agree." Jiao Wufan laughed heartily. "Excellent, truly wonderful." Since seizing control of various Dragon Clan factions, his elder brothers had been continuously recruiting to expand their power. How many true talents could the Jiao Long clan boast? The few exceptional ones had already been snatched away. With Qing Sha Huan as a Mo Qilin and Nian Bei Ning wielding the Phoenix Fire, their strength, while not top tier, was still a rarity. With the family gathering approaching, he could hold his head high. The Jiao Long Wang Palace was submerged beneath the sea, adorned with black rocks and red corals, where massive armored shark soldiers stood sentinel outside the palace. Following Jiao Wufan through the grand entrance, they entered a resplendent and dazzling palace, filled with abundant pearls and luminous shells. The maidens were mermaids, not mere lowly shrimp soldiers or crab warriors, but robust rock crabs and imposing shrimp warriors, exuding an air of menace cultivated from years of bloodshed. Jiao Wufan led them into a vast hall, where upon seeing him, everyone respectfully addressed him as Your Highness. The seventh prince. Aside from a few loyal followers of Jiao Wufan, the rest were subordinates of his elder brothers. "I shall go to greet my father. You may wait here." Understood. Once Jiao Wufan departed, the others engaged in conversation. These individuals were formidable aides to the Jiao Long Wang, and their extraordinary power was palpable. "You two are not of the Dragon Clan." Suddenly, one spoke to Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. His disdainful gaze fixed upon them. "In this vast world, only the power of our Dragon Clan commands reverence. You two are fortunate to have arrived here. It must be the result of your previous lives' good fortune." Nian Bei Ning chuckled. "Being not of the Dragon Clan, we consider ourselves fortunate as well. After all, There are hardly any good-looking individuals among you. Her remark rang true. Those present were either brutish or rugged, hardly comparable to Qing Sha Huan. Filthy woman. What did you say? Nian Bei Ning's smile was harmless. This is my husband. May I ask who here dares to compare looks with him? Qing Sha Huan chuckled helplessly. Please, let us not create a stir. I am not creating a stir. After all, someone here is looking down on us, she said casually. No one would be foolish enough to truly compare themselves. Someone discreetly glanced in a mirror, assessing their own appearance. In terms of looks, compared to Qing Sha Huan, they were but a minor figure, indeed lacking in charm. Some individuals, feeling shy, withdrew to a distance, while others, consumed by envy and resentment, conspired with their peers to launch a verbal assault against them. Were it not for their affiliation with the esteemed Qi, they would have relished the opportunity to engage in a physical contest. The Dragon King invites you all to take your seats. With this proclamation, whispers erupted among the crowd. It was customary for the princes to dine without summoning us. What could possibly be the reason this year? Who knows? Do not speculate on the Dragon King's intentions. Just go. At the head of the Dragon Palace sat the Jiaolong Wang, appearing to be around 40 years of age, with a square face adorned with a black mole at the corner of his eye, flanked by beautiful women from his harem. You all have served the Jiaolong clan diligently. Your efforts are commendable. Please take your seats. Thank you, Jiaolong Wang. The Jiaolong Wang surveyed the gathering with a smile, nodding as he remarked, There are many new faces this year. Haha, splendid. Under my son's leadership, the Jiaolong clan shall not neglect you. Turning to Jiao Wufan, he continued, You requested the Huanyin pearl from me. This is a gift from your third mother. Jiao Wufan accepted the pearl with a forced smile, expressing gratitude. Thank you, third mother. The beautiful woman replied with warmth. Why the formalities between Xiao, Qi, and me? Take it. The Jiaolong Wang laughed heartily. It is rare for us to gather like this. Come, let me see what talents these elite warriors possess. Nian Bei Ning exchanged a knowing glance with Qing Shan, understanding that they would need to showcase their skills during this meal. Father wishes to see if we have been idle? If that is the case, let us demonstrate our abilities first. The second prince's entourage rose first, showcasing powerful spells that summoned a protective barrier around the Dragon Palace. The Jiaolong Wang clapped his hand in approval. Well done. The second prince nodded in satisfaction. And soon his brothers began to reveal their own talents. The strength of their magic was formidable. If they united their powers, the entire Dragon Palace would surely tremble. The eldest prince, seated beside Jiao Wufan, remarked, Seventh brother, your companions appear to be fresh faces. You change your entourage every year, yet they consistently fall short. You may not be fit to govern the Yinglong clan any longer. Jiao Wufan tightened his grip on his cup, retorting coldly, Brother, you speak too soon. I heard that a few individuals from your Zhelang clan recently breached the puppet Dan, leading to the demise of thousands of my Jiaolong warriors. Is that true? The eldest prince's expression darkened. Your ears are quite keen. Perhaps you should mind your own affairs. Naturally, no need for you to worry, brother. Although the Jiaolong Wang had 7 sons, they were half-brothers, embroiled in rivalry, each vying for control over the other's territories, with little regard for brotherly affection. Jiao Wufan's companions included not only Qing Shan and Nian Bei Ning, but also 4 or 5 other capable aides. Their skills, while not the most exceptional, were significantly improved compared to those Jiao Wufan brought in previous years. The Jiaolong Wang nodded in approval as Jiao Wufan's gaze fell upon Qing Shan. In light of the Huanyin pearl, stood to reveal his Kirin form. Instantly, the crowd erupted in murmurs, and the Jiaolong Wang looked on in mild surprise. You are Kirin, or rather, you've cultivated a Kirin form? Qing Shan bowed. Indeed, I humbly present myself. Haha, how modest. What is your name? Qing Shan. Very well. My son has an eye for talent. Nian Bei Ning conjured a ball of golden flame, capturing the attention of everyone present. Water and fire do not coexist. Thus, within the Dragon Clan, there was no flame but that of the phoenix. This seemingly ordinary human woman possessed phoenix fire. The Jiaolong Wang rose in astonishment. Phoenix fire? Who are you? Jiao Wufan interjected with a smile. Father, do not be alarmed. She is merely an ordinary human woman. The eldest prince retorted, "Seventh brother. You are being too humble. Can one who wields phoenix fire truly be ordinary?" Jiao Wufan explained, "My brother lacks experience. She has obtained a phoenix pearl, which grants her the ability to wield the power of phoenix fire." The eldest prince's expression darkened, unable to retort further. The Jiao Longwang nodded. It is said that the phoenix pearl selects its master. Even if someone obtains it, a protective barrier remains, resembling an iron ball. Only when fate aligns does the phoenix pearl merge with the chosen individual. Nian Bei Ning, unaware of this detail, learned that the phoenix pearl required a worthy host. The Jiao Longwang's mood lifted. It seems my youngest has invested considerable effort into managing the Yinglong clan. I have not misjudged him. Cool me. Let's enjoy this family feast together. After the family gathering concluded, Jiao Wufan kept his promise and presented the Huanyan pearl to Qing Sha Huan. This is the Huanyan pearl. In acquiring it, I owe a debt of gratitude to my third mother, whom I do not particularly care for. Therefore, you may repay this favor on my behalf. That is easily arranged. The Huanyan pearl could grant eternal youth to women, restoring beauty to those disfigured or damaged. Nian Bei Ning sought to restore her former appearance. Upon consuming the Huanyan pearl, she beheld her visage in the water's reflection within moments. Her skin was as smooth as snow, with delicate brows and apricot eyes, mirroring her former beauty as the wolf emperor. Nian Bei Ning smiled softly, murmuring, "This Huanyan pearl is indeed marvelous. It can restore one's true appearance." A man reached out, gently tracing her features. "What? Are you not accustomed to your restored self?" "This is my true form. What is there to be unaccustomed to?" However, as Jiao Wufan mentioned, we still owe his third mother a favor. Qing Sha Huan lowered his voice. "Perfect. We can linger in the Dragon Palace a while longer. With the Huanyan pearl here, they may also possess dragon blood." Following the family feast, the sons of the Jiao Longwang did not rush to depart, eager to reunite with their respective mothers, aware that this separation might last a long while. Although the third princess ranked third, she was the most fruitful, having borne the Jiao Longwang's first son. This puppet Dan, crafted by your mother, should replace all previous ones. Should such an incident arise again, the Zhulong clan will have to let your brothers take charge. The eldest prince, Jiao Jian, frowned. "How could that be? I have not contested their territories. They would not dare to covet my Zhulong domain." "Do not speak too soon." The third princess produced a brocade box, revealing a radiant pearl emitting white light within. "This puppet Dan is different. It can control your brothers if necessary." Jiao Jian's eyes widened in shock. "Mother, what is this?" "Shoo, lower your voice. In the future, you and those little bastards will undoubtedly clash over dragon territory. Rest assured, I have arranged for my people to be placed in their domains when the time comes. I will effortlessly assist you in becoming the Jiao Longwang." Jiao Jian's eyes gleamed with determination. "Mother, your foresight is impeccable." As they engaged in earnest conversation, unaware that their scheming was overheard by Nian Bei Ning, who was disguised as a mermaid maid. Should this information reach Jiao Wufan, it would undoubtedly incite a civil strife within the Jiaolong clan. However, first, she needed to obtain that newly developed puppet Dan. As Nian Bei Ning left, intending to inform Qing Sha Huan of the matter, she spotted the Jiao Longwang strolling through the coral grove, his arm wrapped around the slender waist of the fourth princess. Nian Bei Ning's lips curled into a smile as she proceeded to the third princess's chamber, timing her arrival just as the third princess bid farewell to Jiao Jian. San Wang Fei, Jiao Longwang, and Si Wang Fei are currently at the coral forest. Do you wish to join them? Rivalry among women is particularly fierce, especially when it concerns the Jiao Longwang, who currently reigns supreme among the dragon clan. Chapter 116. Sowing discord. Upon hearing this, San Wang Fei's expression darkened. That wretched woman must have employed some beguiling tricks recently, causing the Jiao Longwang to visit her daily. Should she bear another child, another territory of the dragon clan would be seized, and I cannot allow such a thing to transpire. Nian Bei Ning lowered her head in agreement, stating, "What you say is indeed true." After adorning herself with great flair, she hurriedly made her way to the coral forest. Watching her departure, Nian Bei Ning raised an eyebrow and silently infiltrated her chambers, effortlessly acquiring the newly concocted puppet pill. The Huanian grass has a fleeting presence in water. Not long after exiting her quarters, Nian Bei Ning reverted to her original appearance. All subordinates resided in the water palace. As Nian Bei Ning walked along the corridor constructed from rock pillars, a robust man approached. It was Jiao Long Wang. Had he swiftly settled matters with the two women? Nian Bei Ning bowed slightly to the side. Greeting, I have encountered the Jiao Long Wang. He stood before her, and as she raised her gaze, she felt an intangible pressure emanating from him as he grasped her chin with his coarse hand. The momentary dissatisfaction in her eyes vanished as she met his gaze. You are the subordinate of the seventh prince, the human woman capable of wielding phoenix fire? Indeed. Huh. The Huanyan pearl he sought was for you. Your stunning beauty is truly a sight to behold. A sense of foreboding washed over Nian Bei Ning, prompting her to step back and lower her head, replying, I am but a married woman, unworthy of such praise from the Dragon King. Ha ha ha. A married woman is even more enticing. The old man's words were accompanied by a hand that had already encircled Nian Bei Ning's waist. Startled, she instinctively pushed him away, saying, I kindly ask the Dragon King to maintain propriety. To be my woman would be your honor. Your husband is that Mo Qilin, is he not? Merely a divine beast formed through cultivation. His lineage cannot compare to the nobility of our Jiaolong clan. As my woman, I shall grant you wealth and power. No need. I have pressing matters to attend to and must take my leave. Do not hurry, Jiaolong Wang. As the Jiaolong Wang continued to pursue Nian Bei Ning, a voice filled with menace interrupted. The tall figure of Qing Sha Huan stepped before Nian Bei Ning, shielding her and addressing the Jiaolong Wang. Jiaolong Wang, if word spreads that you have taken a subject's wife, it could tarnish your esteemed reputation. The seventh prince has urgent matters with his subordinate. We shall take our leave. As he grasped Nian Bei Ning's hand and departed, a surge of killing intent emanated from his azure eyes. This old fool was courting death. The Jiaolong Wang, unfazed, smiled as he watched their retreating figures. The more elusive she became, the more he desired her. He was determined to possess this woman. One reason was her beauty, but another was her power of phoenix fire. She may not realize that the phoenix flame could ignite within the dragon domain. If she were not an enemy, she could only be an ally. With the phoenix fire, his dominion over the entire dragon clan would gain a formidable advantage. Upon returning to her residence, Nian Bei Ning seethed with anger. Were it not for the greater good, I would have set the Jiao Long palace ablaze. This Jiao Long Wang should reflect upon his own standing. He could be my father, yet wishes for me to be his woman. Such a delusion. Qing Sha Huan soothed her. Fear not. He will pay the price. Though angered, Nian Bei Ning remained focused on the task at hand. This puppet pill was a new creation of San Wang Fei, intended to control the Jiao Long Wang's other sons when necessary. Qing Sha Huan understood. The Jiao Long clan lacks the essence of true dragons. Nian Bei Ning scoffed. Jiaolongs are not the purest of dragons. It is only natural they lack true dragon blood. They delight in sowing discord. Within the hall, Jiao Wu Fan held the rounded puppet pill. His expression darkened to the extreme. Did she truly say this? Nian Bei Ning replied, I have provided you with the evidence. Would I lie? I must repay the seventh prince for the kindness he has shown in providing me with the Huanyan pearl. If so, do not blame me for taking the initiative. The following day, Jiao Wu Fan departed the Jiao Long palace with urgency, bringing his people along. Upon returning to the territory of Yinglong, Jiao Wu Fan handed the puppet pill given by Nian Bei Ning to an alchemist, instructing him to produce as many as possible. Among those who accompanied Jiao Wu Fan was a general whose true form was a black Jiao Long, ostensibly there to assist in managing the Yinglong clan. However, the real purpose was clear to Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning. He was there to kill Qing Sha Huan. The Jiao Long Wang was poised to act, but he grossly underestimated the situation, believing that any random individual could eliminate Qing Sha Huan. When it came to tactics, he was still inexperienced. After being incapacitated, the black Jiao Long was bound and taken to the dungeon where Jiao Wu Fan kept death row inmates. He wished to declare that the Jiao Long Wang had sent him to kill Qing Sha Huan, yet his voice was silenced. and he could only watch helplessly as Jiao Wu Fan approached him with a lethal demeanor. Jiao Wu Fan discovered several newly developed puppet pills on him, his gaze darkening ominously. Is San Yang so eager for her son to take control of the Ying Long territory? Is this urgency meant to control me? The black Jiao Long was bewildered, struggling in vain as Jiao Wu Fan swiftly ended his life. His death was indeed tragic. However, Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning felt a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, within the Jiao Long palace, the Jiao Long Wang rested his head in his hands, listening to his underlings report. The black Jiao Long has been killed by the seventh prince. A heavy sigh escaped the Jiao Long Wang's nostrils. It appears I have underestimated them. Rain began to fall beneath the skies of the dragon clan, a chilling sensation pervading the air. Jiao Wu Fan said, after assisting you in obtaining the Huanyan Pearl, you will tell me the whereabouts of Long Ao Zhan. Now, it is time to reveal that information. Qing Sha Huan replied. When we parted, he mentioned he would go to the Pillar of Heaven to seek opportunities to rescue those dragon kings. Impossible. The Pillar of Heaven is heavily guarded. How could Long Ao Zhan gain access? Qing Sha Huan smiled. That is beyond our knowledge. Now that we are in the service of the seventh prince, we must speak the truth. After a moment of hesitation, Jiao Wu Fan agreed. Very well. If you can capture Long Ao Zhan, you shall be hailed as great contributors, and I will commend you to my father. Thus, they expressed their gratitude to the seventh prince. The Jiao Long Wang lacked true dragon blood. Naturally, Qing Sha Huan would shift his focus to other dragon kings, as long as they rescued those petrified dragon kings. Seeking recompense in the form of dragon blood was not unreasonable. Upon entering the area surrounding the Pillar of Heaven, the once colorful sky transformed into a grim, dark hue. Above the cloud cover, it sounded as if an army was thrumming, with thunderous roars echoing incessantly. Amidst flashes of lightning and thunder, massive bolts occasionally struck from the heavens. Compared to the environment outside, it was as if they had entered a world entirely apart. Chapter 117. Seizing a wife, a colossal pillar, resembling a mountain, thrust skyward. Surrounded by numerous dragon kings, each a representative of various dragon clans. Their dragon whiskers flowed, their robust forms now resembling stone sculptures. Yet the vibrant atmosphere below still radiated an imposing aura. Seventh Prince. This was discovered in a nearby cave, where signs of habitation remain. It seems they have not strayed far. One subordinate held a piece of fabric. Jiao Wu Fan commanded, pursue them. Dig 3 feet into the earth, if necessary, to bring them to me. Yes. Jiao Wu Fan lifted his gaze, resting it on the formidable Pillar of Heaven. Nian Bei Ning, appearing unrefined, asked, Seventh Prince, without this Pillar of Heaven, would the sky truly collapse? Jiao Wu Fan expressed his concerns, stating that while the structure may remain intact, the seals containing the malevolent dragon spirits within could be breached, leading to true chaos among the dragon clan. He emphasized that this was not a place to linger. After voicing his thoughts, he departed with everyone. Long Outyin had previously informed them that in order to rescue the Dragon Kings, they must employ formidable magical powers to shatter the stone effigies binding them. Although Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan lacked such abilities, the Jiaolong Wang possessed the necessary strength. Your Highness, the Jiaolong Wang has arrived. A month after the family banquet, the Jiaolong Wang made his first visit to the territory of the Ying Long clan since assuming control over the entire dragon race. Jiao Wu Fan felt a mix of surprise and honor. Come, let us go greet father. Among all his brothers, his father chose to visit him, stirring thoughts of potential good news. Accompanying the Jiaolong Wang were 100 black Jiaolong warriors. Father, why did you not inform me of your arrival? I could have prepared fine wines and delicacies. The Jiaolong Wang narrowed his elongated eyes and chuckled. Oh, no need for such trouble. By the way, why do I not see your 2 subordinates? Jiao Wu Fan, puzzled, replied, Which 2, father? Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning. We found traces of the Grand Elder of the Ying Long clan at the Tianlong Pillar. They're currently pursuing his whereabouts. The Jiaolong Wang expressed his displeasure. That rascal Long Ao Zhan has been missing for 500 years, and now he returns? Yes, but do not worry, father. He cannot stir up any trouble. Oomph. If one man could cause such upheaval, then you need not concern yourself with the Yinglong clan. You could remain by your mother's side for eternity. Yes. Jiao Wufan bowed respectfully, realizing he had been overly anxious. His father's visit bore other matters. In the evening, Nian Bei Ning admired the exquisite sea cucumber flowers and, having picked a handful, turned to leave only to encounter the Jiao Long Wang behind her, clad in a resplendent robe of gold and green, his voice warm with mirth. Picking flowers, are we? Her demeanor had softened since their last encounter, and with a smile, she nodded. These sea cucumber flowers are fragrant. I cannot resist plucking a few. Ah, is it forbidden? Seeing her radiant smile, the Jiao Long Wang waved his hand. No, feel free to pick them. While these flowers are indeed lovely, they pale in comparison to the millennium coral flowers of my palace. If you wish, I can have fresh ones delivered to you. Then I thank you in advance, Jiao Long Wang. Ha, no need for thanks. Your enjoyment is reward enough. The gaze of the Jiao Long Wang was filled with unmasked affection. He boldly stepped forward to take Nian Bei Ning's hand, but she retreated a step, her smile bright as she said, Jiao Long Wang, please do not do this. It would not be proper if seen. You have so many wives and children. Should anyone claim that a mere human woman is enticing you, it would spell my doom. Ha. You worry too much. Whatever I choose to do, none dare speak against it. Feigning shyness, Nian Bei Ning lowered her eyes, but I am already married. That man, though lacking your power and influence, is still a Qilin in form and possesses some skills. The Jiao Long Wang replied with a smile. If you wish, eliminating him would be a trivial matter. Nian Bei Ning raised her eyes and winked. Very well. Once he is gone, I shall belong to you. I have come to realize that rather than endure hardships and toil in training, it is far better to enjoy life with you. Indeed, why should a woman strive so hard? Following me ensures a good life. Nian Bei Ning added, I have one more condition. I want to be the primary wife, so that the others will not dare to conspire against me. Very well, whatever you desire, I shall grant. With a smile, Nian Bei Ning approached him, extending the sea cucumber flowers. Then I shall await your favorable news, Jiao Long Wang. As the Jiao Long Wang accepted the flowers, he inadvertently brushed his fingers against her delicate hand, causing a momentary tightening in his chest. Then await my good news. The Jiao Long Wang, despite sensing something amiss, felt no fear. What could a mere human woman do to him? The phoenix fire, though powerful, was insufficient to contend with him. The noble status of the Jiao Long clan could not be shaken by a human woman. He was indeed infatuated, but also mindful of the bigger picture. Once he grew weary of the phoenix fire, he could easily discard her. Nian Bei Ning, however, was unaware of his true intentions and was merely playing along, orchestrating a grand scheme. The one truly troubled was Jiao Wufan. Father has taken a liking to your wife, and plans to marry her? Qing Sha Huan, the informant, scoffed. Your Highness, it seems I can no longer stay with the Yinglong clan, lest your father abscond with your wife. Jiao Wufan understood his father's nature well. The more unattainable something was, the more he desired it, especially if it was a woman. So, his father had come to the Yinglong territory with such a large entourage for this woman? Absurd. However, he cannot assist. The black Jiao Long soldiers had secured all entrances to the Yinglong territory, likely to prevent their escape. Qing Sha Huan sneered. So, your Highness intends to abandon us? Alas, he is my father. What authority does a son have over his father? In that case, do not concern yourself with my affairs. After Qing Sha Huan departed, Jiao Wufan, feeling uneasy, ordered someone to keep watch over him, turning a blind eye unless something alarming occurred. Qing Sha Huan went to the Tianlong pillar, where he was not alone. Black Jiao Long warriors had also arrived. The leader of the black Jiao Long warriors glared at the weapon in Qing Sha Huan's hand, filled with both anger and astonishment. What do you intend to do? Get down from the Tianlong pillar at once. Chapter 118. The manipulated Jiao Long Wang, the man in a black robe, with long hair flowing in the wind, resembled a fearsome deity, wielding a black curved blade while countless Qilin phantoms danced in the air. The fierce winds howled, and a violent magical energy surged throughout the realm. Jiao Long Wang, you have crossed the line by coveting another's wife. Today, I will exert all my strength to shatter the Dragon King statue. The Tianlong pillar stood on the territory of the Yinglong clan. Upon hearing the news, Jiao Wufan rushed over, gritting his teeth. What are you doing? With such insignificant power, you cannot shake the Tianlong pillar even slightly. Get down at once. The illusory form of Mo Qilin struck the statue. While it indeed did not tremble in the slightest, the clouds at the pillar's apex began to stir, as if responding to something. Quick, kill him. Jiao Wufan grew anxious. He was his subordinate who had previously bolstered his reputation in the Jiaolong Palace. If he truly damaged the Tianlong pillar, it would spell disaster for him. The black Jiaolong warriors transformed into colossal dragons, unleashing ferocious water orbs towards Qing Sha Huan, while the illusory Qilin moved around him, shattering the water orbs one by one. The fierce claws and gaping jaws of the black Jiaolong warriors surged towards Qing Sha Huan. He transformed into the form of the Qilin, ascending into the air and engaging in combat with the black Jiaolong warriors, their focus solely on battle, completely oblivious to the gradual impact of their power on the Dragon King statue. Nian Bei Ning arrived, accompanied by the Jiaolong Wang in his golden green robe. Upon seeing the newcomers, Jiao Wufan hurriedly knelt. Father, please punish me. I was unaware that this man dared to attempt to shatter the Dragon King's statue single-handedly. The Jiaolong Wang replied coolly, overestimating oneself, seeking death. With a swift motion, his green figure soared into the air, transforming into a massive green dragon over 100 meters long. Underneath the ominous black clouds, a fierce wind surged as the mighty tail of the Jiaolong King swept towards Qing Sha Huan with formidable force. Surrounded from both sides, the Mo Qilin could only brace itself with its bare hands to withstand the onslaught. Just as the Jiaolong King believed it could deliver a crippling blow to Qing Sha Huan, the latter transformed into human form, nimbly dodging between the intertwining black Jiaolong and the Jiaolong King. The smaller one became, the greater the space to evade. The Jiaolong King's lantern-sized, profound dragon eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a low, resonant growl that resonated with a fierce, penetrating dragon sound. Although Nian Bei Ning promptly covered her ears, she felt a sharp pain in her eardrums. Her gaze was fixed on the fierce battle involving Qing Sha Huan, her eyes filled with subtle concern. Jiao Wufan exclaimed, "This won't do. I must assist my father." Nian Bei Ning pressed down on his shoulder. "Does the Jiaolong King still require your help?" Jiao Wufan replied, "This individual is cunning. I fear my father may falter." Nian Bei Ning smiled. "Perhaps you should first worry about your own safety." With that, she struck Jiao Wufan on the neck, causing him to instantly lose consciousness. As they fought fiercely, a deep dragon roar echoed, and a massive black dragon suddenly appeared, entangling itself with the Jiaolong King's enormous green body. It was Long Ao Zhan. Nian Bei Ning conjured a bow and arrow, the golden flames of the phoenix igniting the arrow blade. As she drew the bow and aimed at the Jiaolong King, she released the string with her fingers. The flaming arrow shot forth, piercing the Jiaolong King's back, and in an instant, the flames began to spread across his body. Infuriated by the pain, the Jiaolong King let out a howl, and a torrential downpour fell from the sky. Yet the rain could not extinguish the flames. With great effort, the Jiaolong King managed to shake off the fire. His wild eyes locked onto Nian Bei Ning, just as the Qilin and Xianlong launched simultaneous attacks from either side. The Jiaolong King was completely enraged. He transformed into human form, fury radiating from his eyes, and wielded a magnificent golden battle axe. The dazzling golden light illuminated the darkened skies. Nian Bei Ning was astonished. Is this the Golden Dragon King's battle axe that strikes fear into the hearts of the dragon race? Although Long Ao Zhan's magical prowess had diminished compared to before, as a representative of the strongest dragon clan, his combat strength was not to be underestimated. Even with his current magical power, he could still pose a significant threat to the Jiaolong King. The resplendent golden battle axe gripped tightly in the Jiaolong King's hand swung violently towards Qing Sha Huan and Long Ao Zhan. The two figures flickered and vanished. Yet the fierce golden power struck the Dragon King statue. Below, Nian Bei Ning unleashed her flaming arrows, while above. The fierce struggle between Long Ao Zhan and the Jiaolong king intensified. The Jiaolong king's axe came crashing down towards Nian Bei Ning. The golden light descended like lightning from the heavens. In a moment she dodged, the residual force sent her flying several meters away, causing her to taste the metallic sweetness of blood in her throat, astonished and fearful. Amidst their fierce combat, the Jiaolong king, blinded by rage, failed to notice that all his attacks had landed on the Dragon King statue behind him. Gradually, the sounds of dragon roars began to resonate from the statue. The Jiaolong king was taken aback, realizing too late that he had been manipulated. The statue of the Dragon King atop the sky pillar began to crack like an eggshell, and the dragon forms surged forth. In just a few breaths, the petrified Dragon Kings regained their freedom. With long whiskers, sharp claws, and towering dragon horns, their massive, robust bodies coiled into the sky, exuding an imposing aura. Upon witnessing this, the Jiaolong king sensed the gravity of the situation and hastily withdrew. Even with the Golden Dragon King's battle axe, he could not withstand the might of these Dragon Kings. If they united, he would find himself in a perilous predicament. All the Dragon Kings transformed into beams of light and descended to the ground, taking on human forms. After a century, they had finally returned. That little brat, the Jiaolong, runs quite fast. There will be time to settle the score later. No need to rush. Long Ao Zhan respectfully addressed the Ying Long Dragon King. I, Long Ao Zhan, pay my respects to the Ying Long Dragon King. The Ying Long Dragon King, robust and imposing, emanated an aura of authority even without expressing anger. He laughed heartily. Rise. After 500 years, Ao Zhan, you have finally returned. To be rescued this time is all thanks to your efforts. Long Yao Zeng, He plied. No. The true hero is this brother here. All eyes turned to Qing Sha Huan, who was supporting the injured Nian Bei Ning, and he smiled faintly. Without the cooperation of the Grand Elder, I alone would not have the capability to rescue all of you Dragon Kings. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. This young lady is injured. The Zhulong clan's Dragon King placed a hand on Nian Bei Ning's head, and she felt warmth wash over her, instantly alleviating her pain. She gasped in astonishment. I am healed. Chapter 119. Retrieving the Dragon Pearls since the first encounter between Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning. They had devised a plan in collaboration with Long Ao Zhan. Now that all the Dragon Kings have been rescued, the issue of the dragon race being ruled by the Jiaolong remained unresolved. On one hand, they had strengthened their defenses and puppeteered all dragonkin. On the other hand, the Dragon Pearls of all the Dragon Kings were not in their possession. This situation was akin to Nian Bei Ning and her companions lacking intercourse. Toppling the Jiaolong king, who wielded the Golden Dragon King's battle axe, posed considerable difficulty. The Dragon Kings urgently headed towards the Long Shui Mountain, as they needed the Dragon Pearls to repair the Sky Pillar. Suddenly ambushed by the Jiaolong king, all the Dragon Pearls were absorbed during this perilous encounter. Within the Long Shui Mountain, there existed a secret array set by a dragon race immortal, where Dragon Pearls left behind by fallen Dragon Kings or those in danger would be drawn into the Dragon Tomb. They aimed to retrieve the Dragon Pearls. For the day they succeeded, it would signify the downfall of the Jiaolong clan. Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan accompanied them on this journey. Nian Bei Ning inquired, does the Jiaolong king comprehend the severity of the situation? Surely he will not come to destroy it. Long Ao Zhan replied, he will certainly come. Even with the Golden Dragon battle axe in hand, he cannot dismantle the secret array. The Ying Long Dragon King added, indeed. The most troublesome aspect remains that Golden Dragon King's battle axe. The Pan Long Dragon King responded, do not worry, brother. United, we shall not fear the old scoundrel Jiaolong. It is not that they feared confronting him. Rather, they were concerned about the potential harm he might inflict upon their kin. 20 Dragon Kings set forth towards the Long Shui Mountain, with Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning bringing up the rear. As the name suggests, Long Shui Mountain is a snow-capped peak towering into the clouds, shrouded in mist. The perpetual snowfall has rendered the snow exceedingly hard. A single step could cause it to crack loudly. These Dragon Kings, clad in light garments, showed no fear of the cold, while Nian Bei Ning, bearing the power of phoenix flames, remained unperturbed. Nian Bei Ning expressed her concern for Qing Sha Huan. "Were you injured during the battle with that old wretch?" Qing Sha Huan chuckled lightly. "The axe's power is formidable, but with Long Ao Zhan present, I am unharmed." Long Ao Zhan, overhearing their conversation, smiled at Nian Bei Ning. "Little girl, your husband is quite impressive. Were it not for that old scoundrel wielding the axe, your man could handle it all alone." Laughter erupted among the surrounding dragon kings, causing Nian Bei Ning to blush slightly, feeling a bit shy as she lowered her head. Not far ahead lay the secret array. In the distance, Nian Bei Ning spotted a snow tower rising from the snowy ground, resembling a dragon tomb left by their ancestors. Surrounding it was a lake that, astonishingly, had not frozen over despite the extreme cold, and occasionally, fish could be seen leaping from its surface. How peculiar! From a distance, they observed the secret array emanating soft, white light. This place possesses an enchanting allure, and even Nian Bei Ning can feel the stirring of her internal essence, as if being drawn. The dragon King Long is particularly perceptive. He raises a hand and instructs, "Wait, everyone, do not move." All halt in their tracks. Qing Sha Huan subtly grips Nian Bei Ning's hand, whispering, "It seems trouble is brewing." A piercing sound accompanies a brilliant array of colorful light that envelopes them, resonating with the deep, rumbling growls of dragons within. Although Nian Bei Ning's understanding of formations is not as profound as that of the array's creator, she discerns the underlying mechanisms. To the east evade, the dragon kings react swiftly, unleashing an intangible yet powerful sonic assault towards the east, resulting in a thunderous explosion and a vast chasm opening in the ground, with the sound waves swirling within. Upon witnessing this, the group tightens their vigilance, and Nian Bei Ning is taken aback. The array's designer had deftly prepositioned the terrain, utilizing the dragon's roar as the core to construct this sonic formation. The speed of the auditory attack is astonishing. Indeed, a master of formations. Observing the shifting colors of the array, Nian Bei Ning urgently warns, "Be cautious." To the west and southwest. After another round of evasions, substantial holes emerge in those directions due to the sonic onslaught. The frequency of the attacks escalates, and some dragon kings, fatigued from dodging, decide to confront the sonic forces directly, transforming their hands into massive dragon claws to counteract the sonic power. Nian Bei Ning, initially poised to alert them, hesitates, realizing her warning might be superfluous. The formidable dragon claws retaliate with force, repelling the sound waves. Within moments, the combined strength of the dragon kings shatters the formation. Outside the array, numerous warriors clad in golden armor, the red Jiao Longren and giant tooth shark soldiers, stand ready. As the formation dissipates, they charge forward. Without the dragon pearls, even the mightiest dragon kings will tire against such numbers, albeit at a steep cost. With a glance, the dragon king emits a terrifying glare, dispatching foes with a mere look. Nian Bei Ning is taken aback. This is true power. One can kill with just a gaze. She prepares for action, yet the dragon kings, united in their strength, are formidable, with Qing Sha Huan guarding her closely, ensuring she remains unharmed amidst the throng of men. After all, she is the only lady among them, and it is not her place to engage. The Jiaolong King stands atop a snow-covered hill, accompanied by an elder whose hair and beard are white. The latter contemplates the array's temporary constraints, noting the unexpected speed of their emergence. The Jiaolong King's expression turns grave. "How is the secret array?" "It cannot be breached, Dragon King. This array was left by the celestial beings of our kind, and with my current capabilities, I am powerless against it. Moreover, it encompasses the formidable spells of each dragon pearl. I cannot even set up a formation within 10 miles of it." The Jiaolong King says nothing further, summoning a golden battle axe, determined to strike. This is the opportune moment. A dazzling radiance descends from the heavens. The axe's ferocity aims squarely at the dragon kings. Qing Sha Huan encircles Nian Bei Ning with one arm, his dark hair billowing as he rushes forward, creating a massive fissure in the ground beneath them. They halt, exchanging glances that reveal their mutual apprehension. The Golden Dragon King's axe is beyond their capacity to withstand. The Dragon Kings dispatch lesser foes effortlessly, but faced with the sudden emergence of the Golden Dragon King's axe, they find themselves in a precarious situation. In a climactic moment, all the Dragon Kings transform into colossal dragons, soaring through the air to confront the Jiao Long King's formidable weapon. Long Ao Zhan breaks from the fray, approaching Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning, declaring, "We must retrieve the dragon pearls from the secret array." They redirect their course toward that destination. The array master, noticing their departure, sets up barriers along their path. While many Dragon Kings may struggle against the array, dealing with 3 mere minions is a trivial task. However, just as the array master revels in his success, his expression freezes in shock. The 3, previously ensnared, have inexplicably emerged from the formation. Nian Bei Ning looks up to see the array master, confusion etched on his face. Earlier, during the formation, she had grasped its intricacies and deftly navigated her way out. The array master's greatest skill lies in the subtle manipulation of the central mechanism. If one steps correctly, they can evade, triggering the deadly array and exit unscathed. Approaching the secret array, supported by the power of the dragon pearls, it seems no one in the world could unravel it. Long Ao Zhan, having cut his hand, touches the array with blood, causing ripples to spread like water. Revealing an entrance, the 3 enter. Inside, they're greeted by the sight of various dragon pearls floating in the air. Long Ao Zhan cautions, "Do not disturb the pearls. The dull ones belong to fallen dragon kings, while the radiant ones are those of the dragons outside. Alert me if you see them." As Nian Bei Ning diligently searches, Qing Sha Huan pauses. "What is it, my dear? Have you found something?" Following his gaze, she notices blood faintly visible within one of the dragon pearls. "This is the blood of the dragon clan," Qing Sha Huan whispers. "So, how do we acquire it?" Long Ao Zhan, having approached unnoticed, overhears their conversation. Nian Bei Ning smirks. "This dragon blood is of no use left untouched. Given our assistance to you, we seek no other reward but this dragon blood." Qing Sha Huan chuckles softly. She speaks with such earnestness, her demeanor unflinching. Long Ao Zhan remarks, "This matter is beyond my authority. You must obtain the consent of the Dragon Kings outside to acquire the dragon blood. However, I shall speak favorably on your behalf." Qing Sha Huan politely replies, "Then I thank you in advance, esteemed elder." "No need for thanks. Our priority is to locate their dragon pearls. The Dragon Clan is renowned for longevity, and a single Dragon King can survive for centuries. For those of exceptional skill, living for millennia is not uncommon. The number of dragon pearls here is limited, but finding those few that shine is relatively easy." Upon exiting the secret array, the battle rages on. The Jiao Long King wields the Golden Dragon King's axe, single-handedly resisting 20 Dragon Kings with overwhelming might. In a frenzied state, the Jiao Long King grins wickedly. "Come on, let me see how long you can withstand my onslaught." Amidst the fierce struggle, the Golden Dragon King's axe materializes as a colossal golden phantom dragon. Though not the true form, the aura of the Golden Dragon bears down on all the Dragon Kings. They land and revert to human form, their expressions grave as they gaze upward at the resplendent Golden Dragon King. The world darkens, snow and wind surge violently, and a palpable aura of slaughter fills the air. The Golden Dragon's roar resonates deeply, echoing like a true dragon. The long-vanished Golden Dragon King's return is nothing short of breathtaking. The dragon pearls are upon them. Long Ao Zhan retrieves the dragon pearls of the Dragon Kings, and upon witnessing this, the Jiao Long King lets out a furious roar, swinging the golden axe towards him. In that critical moment, as Long Ao Zhan hurls the dragon pearl, a menacing gleam hurtles toward him. Just in time, Qing Sha Huan seizes his arm, swiftly pulling him away from danger. The thunderous impact carved a deep chasm in the snow-covered ground, causing Long Ao Zhan to feel a wave of trepidation. "Thank you," he said. "Qing Sha Huan, there is no need for such formality, senior. I am still awaiting your commendation. That is only natural." Each Dragon King had acquired their dragon pearl, and moments later, the snow beneath them began to tremble subtly. Qing Sha Huan led Nian Bei Ning to a more distant location, as there was no need for them to engage in the clash of the powerful. Seizing the opportunity while their adversaries were still recovering, the Jiao Wang commanded, "Attack. Eliminate them." The minions of the Jiao Long clan recklessly charged at their foes, only to be repelled by the united roar of the Dragon Kings. Blood flowed from their 7 orifices, and their internal organs were damaged. The Dragon Kings, now empowered by their dragon pearls, regarded these underlings as mere cannon fodder. The Jiao Wang, brimming with impatience, unleashed his battle axe, and a resonant dragon roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, reverberating in waves. At that moment, the Jiao Wang realized it was too late. He withdrew hastily, needing to return to implement his second plan after the failure of the first. The Dragon Kings had regained their full strength, and defeating the Jiao Wang was merely a matter of time. Qing Sha Huan congratulated the Dragon Kings on acquiring their dragon pearls and restoring their powers. The Zhulong Wang laughed heartily. "You are benefactors of my dragon clan. We despise being indebted to others. Speak freely of your desires." Without hesitation, Qing Sha Huan stated, "To be candid, I desire the blood of the Dragon Clan." The Dragon Kings exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant. Long Ao Zhan interjected, "Indeed, we witnessed the dragon's essence in the secret realm. It serves no purpose to keep it there. These young brothers have assisted us greatly. Why not grant his request?" The Yinglong Wang spoke first. Ao Zhan makes a valid point. Had it not been for him, we might still be dangling from the pillar of heaven. It is possible, yet you must understand that obtaining the Dragon Clan's blood binds your fate to ours. Should the Dragon Clan face annihilation, your fate will be intertwined with ours, they cautioned. Qing Sha Huan nodded. "I am aware." After acquiring the Dragon Clan's blood, Nian Bei Ning remained silent. Qing Sha Huan took her hand and asked with a smile, "What troubles you?" "You have been quiet since our return from Long Shueshan." Nian Bei Ning replied, "By obtaining the Dragon Clan's blood, your life force is now linked with theirs. Why did you not inform me?" He shrugged nonchalantly. "It is of little consequence. With the might of the Dragon Clan, do you truly believe they will fall?" Nian Bei Ning responded, "If memory serves me correctly, the Pillar of Heaven seals the malevolent spirits of the Dragon Clan, which poses the greatest threat to them." Chapter 121. A desperate struggle. The man caressed her palm. "With so many Dragon Kings present, this matter is not ours to fret over. Our immediate concern is to reclaim the dominion of the Dragon Clan from the Jiao Wang." Nian Bei Ning gazed into his azure eyes and chiseled visage, words unspoken lingering in the air. She embraced him, resting her face against his chest, feeling the warmth of his body and the steady beat of his heart. After enduring countless partings and reunions, she had grown timid. In this moment, she wished they were but ordinary people, free from worries, living their days amidst mountains and forests. Now, she was no longer a wolf, but a tangible human being, able to ignore worldly matters, yet he could not. During her years of absence, he had ascended to rule the Beast Clan as their sovereign, and she remained oblivious to the dangers he faced. She simply wished to cherish this hard-won reunion. As the storm clouds gathered ominously, the Jiao Wang's first action upon returning was to administer puppet pills to all the Dragon Clan members across the territories. Fortunately, they were unaware of the revival of the Dragon Kings. Had they known, they would have fought desperately, and the Jiao clan would not have stood chance. Following the battle at the Pillar of Heaven, the Jiao Wang lost faith in Jiao Wufan, declaring that once this turmoil subsided, he would appoint the eldest to take over the Yinglong clan. Remembering his father's words, Jiao Wufan could not suppress his anger and struck the rockery with a punch, realizing how thoroughly he had been manipulated by those two. "What troubles you? Your Highness the Seventh Prince?" Hearing this voice, Jiao Wufan abruptly turned, weapon in hand, his gaze fierce as he locked onto the two before him. "Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning, do you still have the audacity to seek me out?" Qing Sha Huan smiled amiably. "Can your subordinates truly stop us?" Jiao Wufan replied, "Very well. I shall present your heads to my father as an offering." From the outset, Jiao Wufan was no match for Qing Sha Huan, especially now that the latter had acquired the Dragon Clan's blood, which coursed through his veins more purely than Jiao Wufan's own. Within 3 moves, he was captured by Qing Sha Huan. It seems the 7th prince's skills are lacking, Qing Sha Huan remarked. Jiao Wu Fan gritted his teeth. If you intend to kill me, then do it. Spare me the idle chatter. Nian Bei Ning interjected. We came to inform you of something. Your father no longer places trust in you, and your mother has become a target for the Jiaolong Wang and his wives since your mishap. Someone struck her too harshly, and she has been rendered incapacitated. Jiao Wu Fan was taken aback. You speak nonsense, attempting to manipulate me, are you? Not a chance. We speak only the truth. Whether you believe it is your choice. Even if you do not, consider the future of the 7th prince and how you will interact with your brothers. Have you given it any thought? Their words lingered ominously. What future awaited him? Merely a life of mediocrity. He lacked the qualifications to vie for the position of Jiaolong Wang. Once his brothers ascended, they might even eliminate him to avert future threats. Contemplating this, Jiao Wu Fan's eyes were filled with resentment. My current plight is a result of your machinations. Qing Sha Huan released his grip. To live is to live as one desires. Otherwise, it is no different from being dead. Jiao Wu Fan remained silent, contemplating their words, despite being fully prepared. Upon receiving news of the Dragon King's impending assault, the Jiaolong Wang panicked, dispatching all his elite forces to the front line, the Panlong clan. Moreover, he commanded the Panlong clan to attack the Dragon Kings, inciting a conflict among his own. For a fleeting moment of triumph, news soon arrived. The puppet pills of the Zhulong clan had once again lost their efficacy, and they had learned of the revival of the Dragon Kings. Rising to fight back, during the chaos, Jiao Wu Fan was crushed by a blow from a Dragon King. Enraged, the Jiaolong Wang took his golden battle axe and advanced toward the territory of the Zhulong clan. Within a mere 5 days, the Yinglong clan, the Jiuzhualong clan, the Heilong clan, and other Dragon Clan members had all returned to normalcy. It seemed the puppet pills had reached the end of their effectiveness. The antidote for the puppet pills was in Jiao Wu Fan's possession, and he had dispatched others to deliver the antidotes to various clans. The Yinglong Wang promised Jiao Wu Fan that if he could provide the antidote, he would be included in the Dragon Clan's genealogy, recognized as the first Jiaolong Wang. This temptation of fame and fortune proved irresistible, and he consented. The Jiaolong Wang was overwhelmed, unable to manage the awakening of so many Dragon Clan powers. He had only one body and one battle axe. His sons were no match for the Dragon Kings, and one had already perished. He wished for no further casualties. When Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning led their forces to attack the Jiaolong Wang's palace, it was devoid of any presence, as everyone had already fled with their belongings. In the ensuing battle between the Dragon Kings and the Jiaolong Wang, he ultimately met his defeat and fled in a panic, ultimately arriving at the Pillar of Heaven. Amidst the crackling thunder and swirling black clouds, he watched the pursuing Dragon Kings, grinning widely. My Jiaolong clan has been oppressed for over 1,000 years, and though I briefly raised my head, I never expected it to end so swiftly. The Yinglong Wang frowned. Who has oppressed you? Did we, the Jiaolong clan, not allow you to coexist within the Dragon Clan, or did we slay your kin? It is you who harbors malevolent thoughts. The Jiaolong king retorted. You have always looked down upon our clan. Although you do not voice it, you deem our bloodline impure, unworthy of living among the dragons. How contemptible! You, with your grandiose delusions, are not even satisfied with being granted a mere Jiao mountain to inhabit, yet you ambitiously aspire to dominate the entire Dragon Clan, without a thought of your own limitations. The Jiaolong king laughed heartily. My weight may be insufficient, but that of my kin should suffice. As he spoke, he raised the battle axe in his hand. The Dragon Kings stood frozen, hesitant to move. Do not act rashly. We can discuss your thoughts, they urged. There is nothing to discuss. You have slain my kin, murdered my son, and usurped my territory. Henceforth, I vow that the Dragon Clan shall know no peace. I demand that you accompany me and my son to the afterlife. With those words, the Jiaolong king hurled his axe towards the far end of the Pillar of Heaven. No! Quickly stop him! As it soared through the air, the axe transformed into an ethereal golden dragon. No one could match its speed. It twisted its body and swiftly darted into the far end of the Pillar of Heaven. A tremendous roar erupted from the other end, intermingled with the sinister laughter of malevolent spirits. Once again, a fissure appeared in the pillar of heaven. This is dire. We must repair the crack. Chapter 122. The blood of the phoenix. The Ying Long King first dealt with the Jiao Long King and then, alongside the others, ascended to mend the damaged pillar of heaven. At the palace of the Jiao Long, Qing Sha Huan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Nian Bei Ning, sensing his distress, inquired with concern, "What is it? Are you unwell? The pillar of heaven is in peril. Let's go and investigate." Thunder rumbled ominously. Hee. Ah! Dark clouds churned violently as lightning struck down. At the far end of the pillar of heaven, a terrifying, grotesque entity seemed poised to break free from its celestial confines. The Dragon Kings struggled to maintain their spells to repair the fissure. The situation stagnated, with the malevolent entity unable to escape, while the Dragon Kings found themselves unable to retreat. Once their strength was exhausted, chaos would reign across the realm. When Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning arrived, a fierce wind whipped their garments and hair as the Dragon Kings continuously infused their magical energy into the fissure. This time, unlike before, the golden dragon axe had been cast into the malevolent realm above the clouds. It was truly malicious for the Jiao Long King, even in death, to sow discord among the Dragon Clan. Qing Sha Huan's life force was now intertwined with that of the Dragon Clan. Should these malevolent spirits escape, Nian Bei Ning dared not imagine the consequences. As Qing Sha Huan cast spells to repair the fissure, Nian Bei Ning sought out Long Ao Zhan. Quickly, summon all members of the Ying Long clan to the Pillar of Heaven to mend the fissure. After issuing his commands, Long Ao Zhan spread the word to the other dragon clans, urging everyone to contribute to the repair efforts. She believed that if the combined strength of the entire dragon clan was dedicated to this fissure, it could surely be mended. After enduring a day and night of toil, more and more members of the dragon clan began to appear, and the power of their spells grew increasingly potent. The malevolent entity within the seal seemed to sense the threat and began to resist. In a stalemate, the spirits could not overcome the collective magic of the dragon clan. And on the fifth day, the fissure in the Pillar of Heaven was finally repaired. All the Dragon Kings breathed a sigh of relief after such a prolonged struggle. Their faces bore the marks of weariness. Qing Sha Huan also appeared somewhat pale. Facing the concerned and exasperated gaze of Nian Bei Ning, the man ruffled her hair, saying, "Do not be upset. I promise to tell you everything from now on." In a secluded spot, Nian Bei Ning grasped his collar. "I told you the malevolent spirits of the Dragon Clan were anything but ordinary, yet you refused to believe me." With the fissure now mended, the Jiao Long King could no longer cause waves. "I can assist the Dragon Clan when needed, and should I require aid." The Dragon Clan would not turn a blind eye. Thus, we have gained an additional trump card against Li Tianhe. However, there is no however. Qing Sha Huan gently caressed her cheek and leaned down, whispering in her ear, "We have been married for some time now. It appears it is time for us to have a child, lest you spend your days fretting over this and that." Nian Bei Ning's cheeks flushed. "No. Why not? Giving birth is a painful ordeal you cannot fathom. Besides, the world is still unstable. Li Tianhe has his eyes set on the Beast Clan. We can discuss the matter of children later." Qing Sha Huan chuckled softly. "That is not for you to decide. Nothing is more significant than our having children." Nian Bei Ning felt both amused and exasperated. Just as they resolved the turmoil within the Dragon Clan, he began to act frivolously. The Ying Long King proved to be a man of his word. He fulfilled his promise to Jiao Wu Fan, and thus, a new Jiao Long King was born within the Dragon Clan. This king bore greater weight than his father. Firstly, it prevented the emergence of another ambitious Jiao Long King. And secondly, there were still remnants of the Jiao Long clan's influence, matters which would be entrusted to Jiao Wu Fan. The Ying Long King summoned Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan, subsequently handing them a map. This is the map of the Phoenix Clan. Although the Phoenix Clan has perished, their blood still exists, which may prove beneficial to you. The blood of the Phoenix, Nian Bei Ning exclaimed, her expression a mixture of surprise and joy. "Thank you, Dragon King. You are welcome." As a couple united in heart, You are now both considered part of my dragon clan. Your enhanced power is beneficial for us. However, the realm of the Phoenix clan, the Shifeng cave, is fraught with peril, and this phoenix blood is not easily obtained. The outcome depends on your own actions. Thank you for the warning, Dragon King. The possibility of obtaining it will only be revealed through trial. After resting for 3 days within the Dragon Clan, the Yinglong King dispatched a flying dragon to transport them to the territory of the Shifeng cave. The abode of the dragon and phoenix was not far away. The phoenix nest lay beneath a grand cliff, shrouded in thick, gray mist, surrounded by withered branches and scattered stones, with dark clouds looming overhead, as if a monster might spring forth from below at any moment. A chilling dread filled the air. According to the map, the territory of the Phoenix clan is surrounded by the Dragon clan, which suggests a protective intent, remarked Qing Sha Huan. Let us descend and investigate, Nian Bei Ning suggested. Upon reaching the edge, they were suddenly met with a colossal barrier that forcefully repelled Qing Sha Huan. Nian Bei Ning, quick to react, grasped his hand. What is happening? It seems this place does not permit entry easily, Qing Sha Huan replied. Perhaps it is due to my possession of the Phoenix Pearl. This barrier does not affect me. Let us return and inquire how I may enter, Qing Sha Huan suggested. That would delay us considerably. You stay here while I go in alone. No, I cannot allow that. Nian Bei Ning smiled reassuringly. There is no one left of the Phoenix clan. I am merely retrieving the Phoenix blood. What is there to worry about? Just as Qing Sha Huan was about to protest, she stood on her tiptoes and kissed him softly on the lips. Do not worry. I will return swiftly. With that, Nian Bei Ning leapt into the depths of the Shifeng cave, passing through a thick layer of gray mist. She landed and felt something crunch beneath her feet. A flicker of flame ignited from her fingertips, illuminating the dim surroundings, startling her. The ground was littered with skeletal remains. Long decayed, as she stepped upon them, they crumbled to dust. Most of the skeletons appeared to belong to avian creatures. The map provided by the Yinglong King indicated that the phoenix blood lay towards the eastern center of the Shifeng cave. Coincidentally, she now stood in the easternmost position. Along the way, she encountered withered bones, broken weapons, tattered battle robes, and remnants of structures barely discernible, all bearing witness to the existence of the Phoenix clan. Time had eroded their splendor, leaving behind only desolation for posterity to ponder. In an instant, a prominent stone platform emerged within Nian Bei Ning's line of sight, upon which rested a peculiar orb. This orb, marred by rust, bore a striking resemblance to the Fenghuang Zhu that Nian Bei Ning had previously acquired. Chapter 123. The past of the Fenghuang clan. A surge of joy coursed through Nian Bei Ning's heart. Yet an overwhelming sensation of heat compelled her to withdraw her hand. In that fleeting moment, fissures began to radiate from the orb. A dazzling light erupted from its surface, illuminating the once dreary surroundings, which transformed at a visible pace. A gentle breeze swept through, and the skeletal remains on the ground twisted into flesh and blood figures, while structures spontaneously assembled, adorned in battle attire with weapons gripped tightly in hand. It was as if time had reversed, restoring everything to the era of the Fenghuang clan's flourishing. The azure sky and white clouds contrasted starkly with the bustling scene at the base of Shifeng cave, a world apart from what Nian Bei Ning had encountered upon her arrival. Momentarily bewildered, Nian Bei Ning stood still, grappling with the rapid changes before her eyes, until 2 armored figures approached her, prompting her to snap back to reality. Your Majesty, it is time to return to the palace. Nian Bei Ning stared at them in confusion. Your Majesty? Were they addressing her? Upon glancing down, she noticed that her attire had transformed into a resplendent, multicolored feathered robe, her hair adorned with a golden crown resembling that of a phoenix, and her visage shifted to that of a strikingly beautiful yet cold woman. What is happening? Strangely, Nian Bei Ning found herself aware of the location of the Fenghuang Palace and possessed memories of the Fenghuang Empress, akin to her previous life. However, she firmly recognized that she was not the Empress of the Fenghuang clan, and this reality might not be tangible. Moreover, the orb on the stone platform had somehow found its way in her sleeve, its form still resembling that of a heavy iron sphere. Nian Bei Ning sensed that this orb was the most authentic element of this place. The Fenghuang Palace, constructed like a grand tower, featured golden leaf floors, with stone statues of phoenixes emanating golden flames from their mouths, akin to the power of the golden flames she wielded. The opulence and extravagance of the palace exceeded Nian Bei Ning's previous experiences. Everywhere she went, people bowed their heads respectfully, addressing her as Your Majesty. Although she had received similar treatment as the queen of the wolf clan, the ancient divine beasts of the Fenghuang clan were incomparable to the mere wolf clan. Your Majesty, Wu Feng will launch an attack in 2 days. When shall we commence preparations for battle? In her memories, Wu Feng was the sworn enemy of the Fenghuang clan, having clashed with them countless times. Now, Wu Feng's strength had grown formidable, and the number of capable defenders among the Fenghuang clan was alarmingly few. Moreover, this battle was remembered as the catalyst for the complete annihilation of the Fenghuang clan, with one of the Empress's 4 handmaidens being in league with Wu Feng. Through collusion, Wu Feng's treachery unleashed an unprecedented catastrophe as an airborne virus spread among the Fenghuang clan, causing their wings to shatter. Wings were the essence of the phoenix. Without them, they would lose all combat capability. These memories flooded Nian Bei Ning's mind, but fortunately, fate had granted the Fenghuang clan a chance, as these events had yet to unfold. There's no need for haste. Once I have devised a battle strategy, I will notify you immediately. By the way, where has Dong Yin gone? Dong Yin was dispatched to investigate the movements of the Wu Feng clan and has yet to return. Nian Bei Ning responded with a nonchalant and ordered, recall her. I have a task for her. Understood. Within the Fenghuang clan, the line between reality and illusion was blurred, and everything might be intricately linked to the unlocking of this orb. Yet, the duration of Ling Sha's wait remained uncertain. Dressed in a white feathered robe, who could have anticipated that this sweet-looking woman was the one who would lead the entire Fenghuang clan to its demise? Your Majesty, I am at your service. What is your command? Nian Bei Ning lifted her chin, not bad-looking. How long have you been with me? Nian Dong smiled sweetly. Nearly 10 years. 10 years is quite a considerable span. Nian Bei Ning nodded. How have I treated you? Nian Dong appeared slightly perplexed, her smile waning. Your Majesty has treated me as if I were your own sister. Nian Bei Ning chuckled, raising her hand to close the door, summoning a white silk, a dagger, and a cup of poison before her. These were the 3 instruments of royal execution. Nian Dong trembled. Your Majesty, what is your intent? Choose one. Nian Dong hesitated, ultimately selecting the dagger. Nian Bei Ning remarked with a smile. After being by my side for 10 years, you have acted as a spy for Wu Feng, allowing them to launch repeated attacks on the Fenghuang clan. Strangely, they seem to grow bolder with each defeat. Your contributions cannot be overlooked, can they? Nian Dong realized her true identity had been exposed. She knelt on the ground, weeping bitterly. I was coerced. They took my family hostage and forced me to comply, or they would kill them. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was left with no choice. Nian Bei Ning sighed. Your excuse is pitiful. Is Wu Feng's power greater than mine? Tell me, and I will find a way to rescue your family. But I fear your true identity is that of Wu Feng's daughter. Despair enveloped Nian Dong, for she had executed her tasks flawlessly. She had only been assigned to investigate Wu Feng's movements. So how could Nian Bei Ning have uncovered this information? How did Nian Bei Ning know? It was simply the result of her innate memories. Under Nian Bei Ning's cold gaze, Nian Dong repeatedly bowed her head, pleading, I am sorry, it was my fault. I am willing to reveal Wu Feng's current plans to your Majesty, in hopes that you will spare my life. Nian Bei Ning raised an eyebrow. You have chosen the dagger. Do not waste my time and act swiftly. Your Majesty, realizing there was no turning back, Nian Dong slowly drew the dagger, her eyes glinting with malice, and lunged toward Nian Bei Ning with ruthless intent. Nian Bei Ning had anticipated such a desperate struggle, remaining vigilant. Outside, the guards heard a commotion within the hall, followed by a woman's anguished cry. Assuming Nian Bei Ning had been attacked, they rushed in only to find one of the Empress's 4 formidable handmaidens, Nian Dong, collapsed in a pool of blood, a dagger embedded deep in her heart. Wiping the blood from her hands, Nian Bei Ning declared, Nian Dong was a spy for Wu Feng. Hang her corpse on the highest mountain for Wu Feng to see. Understood. A mother could hardly bear the sight of her daughter's tragic demise, let alone to have her body displayed in such a manner. That night, the Wu Feng clan launched a fierce assault against the Feng Wang clan. Everything unfolded as Nian Bei Ning had anticipated. She had secured the 3 sole routes in and out of Shifanjia Cave. She had arranged for the most valiant warriors of the Feng Wang clan to lie in wait for the Wu Feng clan. Driven by rage and losing their reason, the Wu Feng clan quickly fell to defeat, while the Feng Wang clan pursued them relentlessly. Chapter 124. Flowers in the Mirror. Moon in the water above the skies, golden flames erupted, threatening to scorch the heavens, causing temperatures below to rise sharply. Should an ordinary person find themselves here, they would surely be incinerated by the oppressive heat. The Wu Feng clan was utterly annihilated, their leader and elite soldiers captured and brought before Nian Bei Ning, bound securely and kneeling. The Wu Feng king, clad in black feathers, bore fresh bloodstains on her face, her eyes filled with hatred yet exhibiting an eerie calmness. From her elevated position, the regal woman approached, coldly mocking. Wu Feng, you are not content, are you? Do you think you have triumphed? Nian Bei Ning retorted. I have shattered your meticulously laid plans of a decade, and the Wu Feng clan has suffered a catastrophic defeat. Is this not victory for me? Huh. You celebrate too soon. Nian Bei Ning sensed an ominous premonition. Come forth, escort them below, and ensure they are closely monitored. Understood. During the handling of the Wu Feng lair, soldiers began to faint one after another. Upon their return, the physician concluded that they exhibited symptoms of wing atrophy. Upon hearing this, although Nian Bei Ning displayed no outward emotion, her heart was struck with alarm. Wing atrophy. Had she truly been unable to avert that dreadful virus? Broken wings, death. When Nian Bei Ning prepared to meet Wu Feng, she was informed that they had taken their own lives. It was no wonder that the Wu Feng king had uttered such words. Everything was anticipated by her. In a single night, the Phoenix clan was engulfed in a state of panic. After suffering broken wings, their wounds would fester, ooze, and ultimately lead to a tragic demise. Once this poison invaded the human body, it became untreatable, resulting in a harrowing death. Nian Bei Ning could scarcely imagine the despair of the Phoenix Queen and her kin upon realizing that they too had succumbed to this virus. The ancient divine beast, the Phoenix clan, met its demise in such a lamentable manner. Veiled, Nian Bei Ning traversed among her kin. This virus spread with alarming rapidity, not only present within the domain of Wu Feng, but also within the captured Wu Feng king. They were intent on perishing alongside the Phoenix clan. They had succeeded once before, but this time, Nian Bei Ning would not allow such an occurrence. The essence of the Phoenix could save lives, and only the queen possessed it. As the current queen of the Phoenix clan, Nian Bei Ning harbored this essence within her. She could indeed save lives. Upon hearing Nian Bei Ning's intentions, her 3 handmaidens vehemently opposed her. You are a revered figure. How can you bleed to save others? With so many infected kin, even if your blood were to run dry, it would not suffice. For your safety, your majesty, it would be prudent to refrain from venturing out for now. Nian Bei Ning chuckled softly. These 3 handmaidens were indeed fiercely loyal to the Phoenix Queen. If I cannot even save my own kin, what use is there in being the queen? You shall establish a secure zone, bringing all those uninfected within its confines. This must be executed with utmost caution. Not a single oversight can be tolerated. Those infected shall be segregated into a designated area, and beyond myself and the physician, no one is to approach the infection zone. Understood. Utilizing blood to save lives is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, not to mention the sheer number of people. It is possible that Nian Bei Ning may bleed out before she can save them all. The physician's replenishing herbs were at her disposal, but the rate of blood replenishment was far slower than that of blood loss. After enduring for half a month, half of the infected had recovered. Though their wings would never regrow, they would not succumb to festering wounds and die in agony. One's essence could save so many. If there were others with the Phoenix essence, would this not resolve the matter? Possessing the Phoenix essence would bestow upon one the same magical prowess as the queen, potentially inciting a struggle for the throne. Only the essence formed after the fall of the Phoenix King could be ingested by others to attain the essence's power. Nian Bei Ning, however, could not afford to ponder such matters. She took the orb containing the Phoenix essence to the secure zone. She chose to prioritize the acquisition of the Phoenix essence over the potential extinction of the Phoenix clan. All the kin gazed reverently upon their queen, who had brought them a glimmer of hope amid this devastating virus. Nian Bei Ning presented the orb. Within lies the Phoenix essence. Who among you is willing to consume it and join me in saving the remaining kin? To save the remaining kin? There are at least 1 or 200 left. Rather than saving them, one might succumb to blood loss first. Presently, the secure zone fell into silence, yet hands began to rise. It was a young girl, healed from her affliction. Gradually, more hands were raised, mostly those of the healed. The queen's 3 handmaidens exchanged glances and raised their hands as well. Nian Bei Ning beamed with satisfaction. Excellent. You have indeed lived up to my expectations. Ultimately, the Phoenix essence was consumed by the eldest handmaiden, Lu Chun, who remarked, "My life was granted by the queen 20 years ago. Even if I were to perish this time, it would be worth it." Nian Bei Ning reassured her, "Do not worry. With me by your side, you shall not come a harm." Together, they worked tirelessly, ultimately saving all those who had been infected. The calamity of the Phoenix clan's extinction had finally come to an end. After resting for a month, life gradually improved for the Phoenix clan. Yet, Lu Chun, now possessing the Phoenix essence, ultimately could not resist the temptations of power and secretly began to recruit followers. On the day of the Phoenix 10,000 Flower Festival, vibrant and beautiful phoenixes danced in the sky. Golden flames resembling blooming trees illuminated the dark heavens. Nian Bei Ning gazed at the sky with a smile and spoke to Lu Chun. "Is tonight's festival not splendid?" Lu Chun maintained her usual demeanor, humbly replying, "The 10,000 Flower Festival is the happiest day for our kin each year." Nian Bei Ning nodded. "Will you treat the kin well?" Lu Chun was taken aback by her words, kneeling beside her. Lu Chun does not understand why the queen asks such a question. Nian Bei Ning, "How could your little schemes escape my notice? But fret not. I shall not take any action against you." Nian Bei Ning helped her up. "You still have not answered me. Will you treat the kin well?" I will naturally share both joys and hardships with my kin." "Very well. Then I shall pass the position of Phoenix Queen to you." Lu Chun stared at her in utter shock, and Nian Bei Ning smiled. "I've always seen your kindness towards the people. The life of the Phoenix King is finite. Unlike other races that can live for millennia through sheer magical prowess, I have ruled the Phoenix clan for 3,000 years, and my time has come. Thus, I shall pass the position of Phoenix Queen to you. These are the memories of the Phoenix Queen. Each ruler may only live for a maximum of 3,000 years. Nian Bei Ning must consider the welfare of the Phoenix clan and select a suitable successor. Yet, the memories of this particular Phoenix Queen revealed a different narrative. At this point, Nian Bei Ning's recollections of the Phoenix Queen began to blur. Curiously, despite having entrusted the orb containing the Phoenix essence to Lu Chun that very night, she inexplicably found the orb once more in her possession. Chapter 125, The Sacred Land's Crematorium. The surroundings twisted and transformed, time whisking by swiftly before her eyes. Everything reverted to the scene of her arrival at the Shifeng cave. The skeletal remains remained, as did the tattered battle robes and weapons. All that had transpired felt like a fleeting dream, akin to flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water. The only difference was that the essence orb in her hand had shed its layer of rust, revealing its inner luminous brilliance. The radiance illuminated the air, conjuring an ethereal phoenix of golden hue. "Thank you for allowing me to witness a different conclusion for the Phoenix clan. Had I been as selfless as you at the outset, perhaps the Phoenix clan would not have met its demise at my hands. You are worthy of my Phoenix essence. Nian Bei Ning, carry the hope of the Phoenix clan and live well." The golden ethereal phoenix transformed into twinkling specks of light, vanishing into the darkness. Its radiance dispelled the gloom of the Shifeng cave, clearing the layers of gray mist as warm and brilliant sunlight streamed down from the heavens. All skeletal remains and remnants of the Phoenix clan turned to dust in a gentle breeze, scattering into the wind. At that moment, as the barrier dissolved, Qing Sha appeared before Nian Bei Ning. He frowned, visibly anxious. "You have been inside for a day. Are you unhurt?" Nian Bei Ning inquired. "Has only a day passed? Is a day not sufficient? I was nearly beside myself with worry for you." Nian Bei Ning shook her head. "I am fine. I have obtained the Phoenix essence." Let's depart. Nothing had changed. The Phoenix clan had perished due to the virus. She had merely assisted the Phoenix Queen in realizing a dream, one that was both gratifying and guilt-laden. Having obtained the Phoenix's essence, Nian Bei Ning's magical prowess surged, and a small shield-like ring appeared on her finger. With a swift motion, the shield expanded and was grasped in her hand, adorned with a resplendent golden phoenix, its brilliance unmatched, impervious to both fire and blade. Impressive. Qing Sha Huan raised his brows. Nian Bei Ning grinned mischievously. "Let me show you something more." With that, she took a step forward and struck the ground with her palm, summoning a golden, ethereal phoenix that soared into the sky with a triumphant cry. Qing Sha Huan gasped in astonishment. "Have you become one with the phoenix?" "Sort of. I can only summon one for now, but as my magical abilities grow, I might be able to call forth more, perhaps even the entire Phoenix clan." Qing Sha Huan wrapped his arm around her slender waist. "That's wonderful. It's time for us to return." The journey back was quite distant, requiring at least half a month of arduous travel. If not for the Dragon Clan's essence, Qing Sha Huan would never have ventured so far. He felt fortunate to reunite with Nian Bei Ning here. Their route back would take them through Tsangmingwa. The liberation of slaves was a challenging process, not easily resolved by a mere imperial edict. The nobility had grown accustomed to wielding power over slaves, relying on them for arduous labor in many industries. The sudden imposition of slave liberation would sever their livelihoods. Many chose to ignore this decree, continuing their ways unabated. Duan Yinsheng not only dispatched trusted aides to investigate the situation across various states and cities, but also personally disguised himself to patrol. Each case was addressed individually, and those who resisted faced imprisonment or, at worst, public execution. In the grandest and most opulent tavern of Tsangming's imperial city, the bustling atmosphere had returned, with even more people than before. Some slaves were willing to enlist in the army to defend their homeland. It must be said that Duan Yinsheng was a remarkably capable ruler. As Qing Sha Huan poured wine, he addressed Nian Bei Ning, who had been gazing out the window. "What is it? Are you thinking of your emperor friend again?" Nian Bei Ning smiled, sitting beside him. "Tsangming truly embodies humanity. Is it not due to excellent governance?" "And what of me?" Qing Sha Huan inquired. Nian Bei Ning paused, looking at him with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "My husband is undoubtedly more capable. The entire Beast clan holds you in high regard. However, my current identity is a bit awkward, being human. Would it be inappropriate for me to return to the Beast clan?" "Inappropriate? You are my wife. If you do not accompany me, where else would you wish to go?" Nian Bei Ning smiled broadly. "I was merely jesting." "You do not appear to be joking," he replied, tightening his embrace and leaning closer, his alluring voice whispering in her ear. "You merely need to be taken in hand." Nian Bei Ning placed her hands against his chest. "In broad daylight, with so many people in this inn, is it really appropriate?" "I find it rather delightful," he said, lifting her effortlessly and carrying her towards the bed. That night, Tsangming was celebrated its triannual lantern festival, with bright streets and thousands of glowing lanterns illuminating the sky. Nian Bei Ning held the little wolf lantern gifted by Qing Sha Huan. Their striking silhouettes paused on an arched bridge, admiring the celestial beauty. The lively streets pale in comparison to the warmth of their clasped hands. As Nian Bei Ning glanced at his resolute and stern profile, her heart softened. Just as she prepared to lean on his shoulder, an inappropriate voice rang out from behind them. "Are you Bei Ning?" In the tea house, clad in plain attire, Duan Yinsheng approached, smiling. "Bei Ning, had I not recognized your familiar silhouette, I would not have believed it was you. Your appearance has changed remarkably. Let us not speak of me. You are now the emperor of Tsangming. Have you come to the Lantern Festival alone?" Duan Yinsheng replied, "Indeed, without a companion. If you are willing, we could." "I am not willing," interrupted Qing Sha Huan, who had been overlooked since entering the tea house. Upon finally receiving their attention, he leisurely sipped his tea. I apologize, but she's my wife and must accompany me to the festival. Duan Yin Sheng expressed surprise and disappointment. You are already married? Just as Nian Bei Ning was about to speak, Qing Sha Huan added, we wed long ago and now plan to have children. Nian Bei Ning nodded at the questioning gaze from Duan Yin Sheng, affirming, yes, he speaks the truth. Duan Yin Sheng sighed, very well. It seems we can only be friends. What are your plans moving forward? We are returning home to the Beast Clan. The Beast Clan? That is quite far. However, I have heard that the Emperor of Dabagua seems particularly fond of the inner cores of beastmen. Indeed, thus we must hasten our return, Nian Bei Ning affirmed. Duan Yin Sheng warned, on your journey, you will pass through Shengjianggua, but be cautious, it is not entirely peaceful there. The following day, as they departed from Tsangminggua, after 3 days of travel, they finally grasped the meaning of Duan Yin Sheng's warning upon reaching the border of Shengjianggua. It was an unavoidable route home, and upon arriving at the border, they were met with a vast cremation ground. The dim sky was filled with ashes from burning corpses. Surrounded by a group of elderly individuals clad in black cloth, scattering paper money into the air and placing white flags before the nearby graves. A foreboding atmosphere permeated the land. Unfortunata Nian Bei Ning mutat. Inadvertently glancing around, she discovered that what was being burned were not human remains, but sheep. Husband, these people are quite strange. Why are they so ostentatiously burning sheep? What is with the paper money and white flags? They are not human. Her whispers seemed to catch the attention of the onlookers, who all turned to gaze at them with peculiar expressions. Nian Bei Ning felt a chill run down her spine as she clutched Qing Sha Huan's arm, turning to leave. Please, wait a moment. An elderly man, frail and leaning on a cane, approached them. You should avoid the village ahead. Why? Qing Sha Huan inquired. I am the village chief. I would not harm you. Ignoring the advice of the elderly may lead to misfortune. With that, he returned to the group of elders, continuing the cremation of sheep. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Nian Bei Ning approached and asked, why can't these sheep be eaten? Why burn them all? Upon hearing her question, all eyes once again fixated on her. The village chief spoke. These are not sheep. They are people. People? But they are clearly sheep. Our village has been cursed. Every year on this day, some villagers turn into sheep. These are our own people. A shiver ran down Nian Bei Ning's spine. Who would cast such a vicious curse? The saintess of Shengjiang. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. We should leave, Qing Sha Huan advised. They circumvented the cursed village, traveling deeper into Shengjianggua. Numerous villages bore similar curses, with villagers transforming into sheep, chickens, or dogs, domestic animals that could easily be mistaken for food by the unknowing. Nian Bei Ning felt her stomach churn at the thought, horrified. Do not involve yourself in Shengjianggua's affairs. The complexities here far exceed the previous incident with the insects in Tsangminggua, Qing Sha Huan cautioned. Husband, these villages are left with only the elderly. Do you not find them pitiable? And then what? Do you wish to find the saintess of Shengjiang to lift the curse for these villages? Qing Sha Huan gently ruffled her hair. We do not understand the deeper ties here. It is best not to intervene. As they continued on their journey, they arrived at the first town in Shengjianggua. Curiously, while there was little to eat or wear, there was an abundance of poultry and insects for sale. Nian Bei Ning suspected these creatures might be transformed humans. Strangely, there appeared to be quite a few buyers. Hey, young lady, would you care to purchase a beautiful, enchanting insect? Just one bite, and you shall eternally retain your youthful glow, forever appearing 18. A frail man stood before Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan, shouting animatedly, his smile revealing a gap where a tooth once resided, rendering him quite comical. In his hands, he held a cage filled with wriggling, plump insects, which made Nian Bei Ning feel nauseous. Are you suggesting I consume this? She asked, her face contorting in disgust. The man chuckled like a monkey. These beautiful worms are quite plump, aren't they? If you eat them, you won't feel hungry for a long time. No, I have no need for that, she replied, chuckling lightly. Not long after they departed, another person blocked their path, this time promoting something akin to a beetle. It wasn't until they donned the local garb of Shengjiang that the harassment ceased. Young sir, would you like to purchase some rouge for your pretty sister? No one approached Nian Bei Ning with insect recommendations anymore. This was the first time someone had approached Qing Sha Huan. He coldly declined. No, thank you. A charming girl with two bun hairstyles tilted her head and smiled at Nian Bei Ning. Sister, it seems your friend does not like you very much. Not even willing to buy you a box of rouge. It's mainly that I'm not interested, Nian Bei Ning replied. Well then, the girl laughed, tucking the rouge into her arms as she skipped away. Later that night, as Nian Bei Ning was asleep, she suddenly opened her eyes, horrified to find that her pupils were gone, replaced entirely by a milky white. Nian Bei Ning, what is wrong? Qing Sha Huan reached out to grasp her, only to receive a powerful slap to his shoulder, catching him off guard. Nian Bei Ning swiftly exited the room, turning right, and vanished into the street. By the time Qing Sha Huan pursued her, she had already disappeared without a trace. Hey, young sir, are you looking for your friend? The girl who had sold rouge during the day appeared silently behind him, holding a skewer of candied hawthorn and pointing towards the darkness ahead. That beautiful sister went in that direction. Qing Sha Huan furrowed his brow, gripping her wrist tightly. Who are you, really? With a playful smile, she replied, I'll tell you a secret. I am the saintess of Shengjiang, but you mustn't tell anyone. Qing Sha Huan was taken aback. You are the saintess of Shengjiang? You are the wicked woman? The saintess pouted, feigning displeasure. I am not wicked. I am a good person. Otherwise, why would I tell you where that beautiful sister went? You cursed those villages. It must have been you who tampered with her when you approached us during the day. If anything happens to her, I will make you wish for death. You are rather fierce, young sir, the saintess said, easily slipping free from his grasp like a serpent, eating her candied hawthorn. She appeared utterly innocent. There were many who approached you during the day. Why do you blame me? Qing Sha Huan, realizing the saintess was not someone to be trifled with, chose not to waste time with her, and decided to pursue Nian Bei Ning's last known location. The saintess followed closely behind. Don't follow me. If I don't follow you, how will you find that beautiful sister? How about this? I'll help you save her if you give me a kiss, since I find you quite handsome. Qing Sha Huan halted, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. The saintess giggled. All right, I'll let it go this time, considering you're in a bad mood. That sister is at the first village you encountered upon arriving in Shengjiang. If you delay, she might end up as livestock. Qing Sha Huan turned and raced towards that village, with the saintess trailing behind, saying, Remember, do not act impulsively, otherwise she will not survive. Qing Sha Huan glanced at her, quickening his pace. When he finally arrived at the first village, he found an elder burning sheep in a pyre. Stop, he shouted, his heart racing. The elder seemed oblivious, tossing more firewood into the pit. Remembering the saintess's warning, he shifted his intention from attacking the elders and instead unleashed a gust of wind to extinguish the flames. He instinctively looked at the charred sheep before turning his gaze to the saintess who had followed him. She glanced into the pit and remarked, Oh, they've been burned to this extent. You old folks will likely live for quite some time. After saying this, her demeanor shifted dramatically, revealing a fierce glint in her eyes. The elders, unfazed, greeted her respectfully. We pay our respects to the saintess. Where's Nian Bei Ning? What have you done with her? Qing Sha Huan demanded. The village chief grinned mysteriously. What are you talking about? Qing Sha Huan seized his collar. Are you playing dumb? The saintess interjected nervously. Don't resort to violence. Have you forgotten what I told you? How do we know you are not in cahoots with them? The elder chuckled. Of course we are not in league with her. The saintess brings curses everywhere, while we are merely ordinary folk. The seemingly innocent saintess couldn't help but curse. You old wretches, have some dignity. If it weren't for your connection to the corpse spirits, I would have dealt with you by now. The old village chief, stooping slightly, nodded. In that case, saintess, you should return. The aura here is heavy and may harm you. Umph, the saintess retorted, turning to leave while tugging at Qing Sha Huan. He glared at the elders with a hunger for vengeance. The saintess whispered in his ear, She is still alive. We must go. Following her, they exited the pyre area, and as they turned to leave the village, someone reported to the village chief, They have left. The chief's face darkened as he acknowledged with a slight grunt, then resumed burning the bodies. Little witch, what is going on? The saintess puffed her cheeks. I am not a little witch. I have a name, Lan Tingyu. After leaving the village, they stealthily re-entered once the watchers had departed. At that moment, they arrived at a dilapidated temple filled with grotesque stone statues. Instead of deities, the hall housed these eerie figures, presenting a truly terrifying and bizarre sight. When I discovered that these villagers annually burned numerous livestock, I began to focus on these old ones. They practice a form of sorcery that binds their ancestors' lives to their own. If one is killed, the corpse spirits will wreak havoc on the living. You might think I'm exaggerating, but 50 years ago, when my father was a young general, he experienced the horror of the corpse spirits firsthand. When I later asked him about it, he only uttered the word terrifying and warned me never to provoke the corpse spirits again. Lan Tingyu sighed currently. Only a small fraction of people have perished. It's better than allowing the corpse spirits to return and cause widespread chaos. They use sorcery to turn the populace into livestock, burning them to pay homage to the witch gods, thus achieving immortality. She looked at Qing Sha Huan. Don't underestimate them. Despite their age, you might not be able to defeat them. I only care about the whereabouts of my woman. Qing Sha Huan replied resolutely. Lan Tingyu smiled. I told you she is in this village. We will find her eventually. In a dark, damp room, the musty odor awakened Nian Bei Ning. Opening her eyes, she found herself in a grim environment, bound tightly to an iron pillar, surrounded by 20 others similarly restrained in a cruciform manner. Some had awakened, their faces filled with terror as they surveyed their surroundings, while others remained unconscious. Nian Bei Ning felt a fog clouding her mind, as if she had suffered a significant blow. How had she been captured? Where was this place? And where was her husband? Amidst the fear, someone began to sob quietly. Stop crying. You'll only attract the enemy, Nian Bei Ning urged. In the face of impending doom, should one not be allowed to shed a tear? Nian Bei Ning found herself at a loss. Where is this place? A voice sighed. This is Yangjia Siyuan, or more accurately, the slaughterhouse where those ancient witches prolonged their lives by incinerating corpses. The mere mention of the incineration site brought to Nian Bei Ning's mind the first village she passed upon arriving in Shangjianghua, where sheep were being burned. Could it be that she was ensnared within this very village? What are they capturing us for? She inquired. To use witchcraft to transform us into sheep, then burn us as offerings to the witch deity, thus earning their rewards of extended life and enhanced spells. A villager remarked, You seem to be an outsider. Alas, it is the unwary newcomers who often meet their demise in Shangjianghua, not only in this village, but throughout the streets of the imperial capital. The minions of these witches lurked, preying predominantly on outsiders. Nian Bei Ning absorbed their fragmented explanations and realized she had likely fallen victim to the peddlers who had ensnared her earlier. That night, as she slumbered, a foggy confusion enveloped her mind, and upon awakening, she found herself in this wretched place. Why weep? Conserve your strength. Eat heartily so as not to become a famished ghost on the road to the underworld. A robust voice resonated from outside. Nian Bei Ning turned to see the village chief approaching, flanked by 3 elderly women bearing food, who proceeded to feed the captives, striking those who refused to eat before forcefully shoving food into their mouths. When it was Nian Bei Ning's turn, the expressionless matron gazed at her. Nian Bei Ning forced a smile. Dear grandmother, given our dire circumstances, could you kindly offer me something more palatable? This vegetable bun lacks any flavor, making it nearly inedible. Would you prefer I slaughter a sheep to satisfy your cravings? The icy chill crept down Nian Bei Ning's spine. No, that one tea be necessary. I will eat it, she replied. The wretched old woman was exceedingly rough, shoving food into her mouth before she had finished chewing, nearly choking her in the process. The village chief nodded in satisfaction and departed with a chuckle. The blatant disregard for life among these elders was alarming. She couldn't help but suspect that the previously cursed villagers transformed into sheep were their doing. I miss my mother. I want to go home, lamented child. Foolish child. Once you arrive here, who can return? Nian Bei Ning replied. They are merely a group of old folks. We must devise a plan to escape. They are not just elderly. Their magical prowess is formidable. Even experts from the imperial capital may not triumph against them, as they are backed by a witch deity. Nian Bei Ning inquired, Who is this rich deity? No one has ever laid eyes upon them, came the response. With a stroke of luck, Nian Bei Ning expelled the food she had just consumed. Bah! Someone attempted to speak, but found themselves only able to bleat like a sheep. Panic ensued as the confined space erupted with screams and bleats. Was it not followed by their transformation into sheep? With a surge of will, Nian Bei Ning's ring shield expanded, shattering her bindings. Upon landing, she struck the others to expel the food they had ingested, subsequently liberating them. Chapter 128. The summoning of the wealthy magnate after purging the food. Everyone returned to normal. Their faces a mix of astonishment and gratitude as they turned to Nian Bei Ning. Thank you, sister, for saving our lives. Nian Bei Ning urged. Stop the pleasantries. We must leave swiftly. The heavy stone door of the secret chamber met her shield with a mighty impact, crumbling into rubble. The commotion drew the attention of the elders, who, despite their frailty, rushed towards them without fear of straining their old backs. Good heavens! It is the first time anyone has escaped. Why are you still standing there? Seize them! The elders began to act, raising their staffs and chanting incantations. In the next instant, a swarm of crows filled the sky, hurtling towards Nian Bei Ning and her companions like arrows. Those with some martial skill could defend themselves, while the untrained were left bloodied and dragged skyward by the crows. The old village chief mumbled a spell, and soon a massive creature descended from the sky, a vulture with a human face. The world is indeed full of wonders, thought Nian Bei Ning, as she summoned a golden phoenix from within her being. Soaring majestically into the sky, the phoenix, the king of all birds, rendered the vulture insignificant, forcing it to cower in fear. The elders, witnessing the golden phoenix, were left in shock, realizing they were now contending with a formidable opponent. As they muttered their incantations, Nian Bei Ning seized the moment to leap upwards, her shield aimed at the leading elder. At that critical juncture, a petite figure darted past her, rescuing the old village chief in the process. Recognizing the figure, Nian Bei Ning saw it was the young girl who sold cosmetics, accompanied by a man named Qing Sha Huan. Nian Bei Ning furrowed her brow. Husband? Why are you with this woman? What is going on? The elders, sensing the woman's strength, hobbled away with their staffs. As Nian Bei Ning prepared to pursue, Lan Tingyu interjected, Do not harm them. It will lead to great trouble. Nian Bei Ning frowned. They nearly turned us into sheep for sacrifice. Am I to simply let this go? Lan Tingyu smiled sweetly. Sister, just bear with it for now. Are you hurt? Qing Sha Huan asked. The girl shook her head. I merely found it uncomfortable to be force-fed. Who is this woman? She is the saintess of Shangjianghua, named Lan Tingyu. She informed me of your capture in this village. The lives of these elders are intertwined with the dead. If one is killed, it will spell disaster for Shangjianghua, which is why she intervened. Some matters are complicated to explain, and during their scuffle, the captured individuals had managed to escape. Nian Bei Ning, alongside Qing Sha Huan and Lan Tingyu, arrived at the imperial capital. Here, Nian Bei Ning felt that everyone resembled the elders from the village. Lan Tingyu remarked, To this day, we have yet to find a means to break the curse of death. My father is at a loss. They blame me for casting a curse on the village. With a seemingly innocent demeanor, Lan Tingyu cheerfully addressed Nian Bei Ning. I said if my young brother kissed me, I would help him rescue you. He is rather fierce, even wanting to kill me. Nian Bei Ning retorted, Beautiful sister, I have feelings for this man. Would you kindly step aside? Unaware of what she was saying, Nian Bei Ning thought, Has she lost her mind? He is my husband. We are already wed. Lan Tingyu replied, That doesn't matter. I am indifferent to such things. Nian Bei Ning could not help but scold her. You are unwell. I have no desire to engage with you. Qing Sha Huan added, Little witch, you are a saintess. Focus on your own national affairs. Men will come in due time. Lan Tingyu responded with a playful, oh, her eyes sparkling as she smiled at Qing Sha Huan. Nian Bei Ning blocked her view, glaring at her in annoyance. Staying in Shangjianghua, the atmosphere felt exceedingly eerie. People went about eating, drinking, resting, and leisurely stepping outside. Yet there was not a hint of liveliness, nor even casual conversation. It was quite unsettling. Nian Bei Ning urged, Husband, let us not linger here. We must hasten our departure from Shengjianghua. This place feels unnervingly strange. All right, I shall heed your words. They hastily set out to leave the Shengjiang kingdom. But just as they exited the inn, Nian Bei Ning suddenly halted, her eyes transforming into a piercing white, devoid of pupils. Qing Sha Huan, witnessing this, became instantly alarmed, questioning how she had reverted to this state once more. Just as he was about to seal her acupoints, a shield on Nian Bei Ning's wrist erupted, propelling him several meters away. Reluctantly refraining from attacking her, Qing Sha Huan shouted, "Bei Ning, regain your senses." The girl appeared as a marionette under some unseen command, turning swiftly and racing into the night. Qing Sha Huan pursued her, and Lan Tingwei conveniently reappeared at his side. "See? Without me, you've landed in trouble again. What on earth is this place?" She has fallen prey to accursed poison. If it remains unresolved, someone can summon her away at any moment. What sort of accursed insect is this? From my analysis, it is the resurrection goo, capable of separating the souls of the deceased and possessing the body of the afflicted, allowing them to live again in a different form, and can be summoned at will. Lan Tingwei continued, "At first, I suspected that this curse was cast by those old geezers, but it seems I was mistaken. The one who cast it is someone else." Qing Sha Huan, unable to afford the luxury of idle conversation, gritted his teeth and inquired, "How can this curse be undone?" "This curse can only be lifted by the one who cast it. I am powerless to help." "Aren't you the holy maiden of Shengjiang? How can you not know this?" Her words seemed to strike a nerve with Lan Tingwei. Being the holy maiden of Shengjiang is no easy feat ever since that witch god emerged. The witch clan has become our sworn enemy. Qing Sha Huan's expression darkened ominously at the mention of the witch god. He vowed that should he encounter this individual, they would meet a most gruesome fate. They followed closely, eventually halting before a grand estate. Lan Tingwei swiftly restrained Qing Sha Huan, and the two concealed themselves, watching as Nian Bei Ning entered, followed by others exhibiting the same symptoms. The entrance was adorned with two eerie green lanterns, and two frail old men stood at the threshold, inspecting the bodies of those arriving before allowing them entry. "I see now. It is the doing of a wealthy patron," Lan Tingwei remarked. "What wealthy patron? What are his intentions?" "The patron's surname is Yi. His only son has died and, reportedly, was never wed. It appears he seeks to arrange a ghostly marriage for his son." "Ghostly marriage?" As the two elderly men grew somewhat weary, two more individuals arrived, their eyes devoid of pupils, resembling Nian Bei Ning. They appeared youthful, akin to innocent maidens. After a brief examination, they were permitted to enter. Once inside, one of the maidens' countenance darkened. A playful voice from Lan Tingwei whispered in Qing Sha Huan's ear, "Did you not say I was inept? Observe, my talent for concealment is quite commendable." A robust man, after consuming a cursed pill, transformed into a delicate girl, which was one matter. But the two elderly women proceeded to touch him inappropriately. He suppressed his disgust for the time being. Lan Tingwei not only possessed the skill of transformation, but also had a keen sense of smell. Following the scent in the air, she led them through the courtyard and into the back residence. The rear dwelling was a quadrangle, festooned with red and green lanterns hanging from the lofty beams. Within the vast confines of the back residence, they encountered a multitude of women, all under the thrall of the curse, rendered motionless as they awaited their masteress' arrival. Elderly figures observed them from the second floor. Qing Sha Huan and Lan Tingwei blended into the crowd, remaining still while cautiously scanning for Nian Bei Ning. Many stood haphazardly, with numerous individuals facing away from them. Qing Sha Huan, bold and astute, seized a moment to shift his position. Time slipped by, yet Nian Bei Ning remained elusive. However, he did spot a familiar face, Xiao Jun's, also masquerading as a woman. One ironic twist of fate to encounter him here. Yet, his appearance paled in comparison to Qing Sha Huan's. Aside from a paler complexion and some makeup, he retained a robust, masculine physique, leaving one to wonder what he concealed beneath his garments. Xiao Jun's perceptively caught Qing Sha Huan's gaze. Their eyes met, and he instinctively furrowed his brow before a smile broke across his face, as though he had discerned Qing Sha Huan's true identity. Before they could ponder each other's presence further, a man appeared on the second floor. He wore a large felt hat, sported a distinctive mustache, and had a corpulent figure, with a large red scorpion perched on his shoulder. The wealthy patron's beady eyes scanned the crowd below, nodding in satisfaction. An elderly man with white hair approached respectfully, stating, "Master, these women are all of high quality. Whom do you deem suitable for your son's ghostly marriage?" The wealthy patron replied nonchalantly, "I cannot decide this matter. The choice of a bride must be left to your master himself." Choose himself? But is he not deceased? Is this not a ghostly marriage? How can he choose? The wealthy patron caressed the scorpion on his shoulder and turned to leave. "Very well, escort them all inside." The elder respectfully watched the wealthy patron depart, then produced a short flute and played a dissonant tune, prompting all to move towards the back residence. Qing Sha Huan and Xiao Junce mingled within the throng, following along. As the footsteps echoed, Xiao Junce sidled up to Qing Sha Huan and whispered, "Your disguise suits you remarkably well. Likewise, your appearance is quite stunning. Is she in trouble?" Under the curse, lost among the crowd, Xiao Junce fell silent, his gaze scouring the sea of faces. There were at least 200 women present. The wealthy patron was indeed extravagant to select a bride for his deceased son from such a multitude. They proceeded into a cavern, where the eerie procession led to a central coffin surrounded by peculiar carvings on the walls, with white banners, paper money, and effigies cluttering the cave. The coffin itself was crafted from pure gold, a fitting tribute to the wealthy patron's son, whose death afforded him a burial unlike any other. The wealthy patron awaited their arrival, while four elderly figures with flowing white hair danced at the corners of the coffin, their eyes closed and murmuring incantations, pouring yellow liquid and glutinous rice into a cup. The atmosphere was decidedly surreal. Finally, the golden coffin stirred. The four individuals abruptly opened their eyes and swiftly retreated from the corners. A man clad in red emerged, standing tall, his vacant eyes surveying the surroundings as he stepped out of the coffin. His wandering gait could lead one to believe he was merely a lost soul. Ultimately, he reached for the hand of a woman in yellow, who turned her gaze and approached the coffin, lying down within. Yet the spectacle was not over. The man continued to select from the crowd, setting his sights on a woman in white as well. 2, 3, 5. Could this person be selecting a bride for a shadow marriage? Does he think he is the emperor, destined even in death to have a harem of 3,000 beauties? As he took another woman's hand, Qing Sha Huan and Xiao Junce could no longer maintain their composure. This individual was none other than Nian Bei Ning. Like the others, she appeared dazed, her body stiff as she moved towards the coffin. Just as Qing Sha Huan was about to intervene, this deceased man stood before him, extending his hand to pull her closer. "So be it." Qing Sha Huan stepped towards the coffin, which indeed offered ample space, enough to comfortably accommodate a dozen or so individuals. Grasping Nian Bei Ning's hand, he suddenly leaped from within the coffin. At the same moment, Xiao Junce sprung into action, swiftly scooping up a woman clad in blue and racing towards the exit. Clingy scattered a handful of yellow smoke, instantly obscuring everyone's vision, plunging the scene into chaos. As they made their escape, Clingy ensured she embraced the deceased man tightly, taking him along. Once the smoke cleared and her son was nowhere to be seen, the wealthy landowner seethed with rage, his corpulent body quivering. "Quick, pursue them and bring my son back. You incompetent old fools. I instructed you to guard and inspect properly, and this is how you perform your duties? If anything happens to my son, I will see you all buried alongside him." Chapter 130, Yixia. After exiting the cave, the group instinctively ran in one direction, only stopping to catch their breath when they were sure they were no longer being pursued. Despite their advanced age, their speed was surprisingly rapid. The older one becomes, the more one fears death, and the more cunning they become. In an inn of a small town, Nian Bei Ning and the woman in blue, whom Xiao Junce had rescued, found themselves bound. They bared their teeth, struggling against their restraints. In desperation, Qing Sha Huan delivered a swift blow to each, rendering them unconscious. Clingy assessed the deceased man she had brought back. He possessed an exquisite visage, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his features strikingly handsome. His long hair cascaded down, and a red mark adorned his brow, while a crimson robe draped over his tall figure. What a pity, such beauty in death. A life cut short in its prime. Little sorceress, why are you studying this corpse? How we lift the curse? Lan Tingyu replied, did I not tell you? Only that wealthy landowner can break it. I have no means to do so. Look, I have returned with the bargaining chip. Let him use the antidote to exchange for them. Xiao Junsu interjected, what if you bring back a corpse? What then? A deep, resonant laugh echoed. Not from Qing Sha Huan or Xiao Junsu, but from the deceased man himself. Everyone was taken aback, and Lan Tingyu felt a shiver run down her spine as she swiftly hid behind Qing Sha Huan, under the gaze of 3 pairs of eyes. He brushed off the ashes from his clothes and casually seated himself, pouring himself a steaming cup of tea. Do I appear fearsome? Why do you all regard me with such expressions? Xiao Junsu inquired. Are you alive or dead? Consider me a living dead man, he replied, a smile gracing his lips, revealing charming dimples that rendered him almost too beautiful for a man. Give this tea to the ladies. After a good sleep, they will be well. After a moment's hesitation, Qing Sha Huan lifted the cup to Nian Bei Ning's lips, and Xiao Junsu followed suit, administering the tea to the woman in blue. Little saintess, did you not just praise my looks? Why the sudden fear? You're not normal. And you're not normal either. Humph, I'm the illustrious saintess of Shangjianghua. How could I possibly be considered abnormal? What is your name? He rested his forehead in his hand, his smile warm as he replied, I am Yi Xia, the son of the wealthy landowner. With a sigh, he continued, my father frets over me endlessly. At the tender age of 28, still unmarried, he has brought forth so many young women for me. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Nian Bei Ning and the woman in blue, prompting Qing Sha Huan and Xiao Junsu to instinctively shield them from his view. He chuckled, honestly, I find women to be quite overrated. Living a solitary life without anyone to manage me is rather pleasant. Women can be quite a burden. Lan Ting yi wezito. You boast. Yet in the cave, you feign the need for numerous women to accompany you in death. Now you speak these words without a hint of shame. Yi Xia smiled but offered no rebuttal. I recognize the saintess at first glance, as well as the young lady beside you. Qing Sha Huan's eyelids twitched. The proud Qing Sha Huan had never lost face before. Yet he felt utterly embarrassed this time, not for any other reason than Xiao Junsu had caught him in a compromising situation. Thankfully, both men felt the weight of embarrassment, and they chose to overlook the incident, even as they prepared for a verbal spar. What do you wish to do? Nothing really. I merely find you all fascinating and wish to befriend you. Become friends? Qing Sha Huan and Xiao Junsu exchanged glances, realizing this individual was no ordinary character. As they hesitated on how to respond, Lan Tingyu bounded forth from behind Qing Sha Huan. Becoming friends sounds delightful. I sense you possess some talent. Why not accompany me as my aide? I assure you, you will not be treated poorly. Yi Xiao nodded very well. The foolish saintess. Both Qing Sha Huan and Xiao Junsu noted the glint of scheming in his eyes. He undoubtedly had ulterior motives. Qing Sha Huan, I entrust Nian Bei Ning to you. Is this how you allow her to encounter danger repeatedly? Had it been in the past, Qing Sha Huan would have scoffed at such a remark, perhaps even wanting to punch him for his meddling. Now, however, he felt an inward anger for not having protected her adequately. And you? What brings you to this place? Xiu Yun Si, Sopais Bu Qing Sha Huan is unusual amiability. Cleared his throat and explained, it's all because of this woman. She is a headstrong princess, the adopted daughter of Li Tianhe, who dotes on her. Yet, she has inexplicably decided she wishes to marry me. My heart belongs to a Ning, so I categorically rejected her. In her stubbornness, she left home. Were it not for fearing unnecessary conflict between our royal house and Li Tianhe, I would not have bothered to pursue this troublesome girl. Of all places, she comes to Shangjianghua, only to be cursed and subsequently run into you. Qing Sha Huan replied without lifting his head, she is a good girl. You should keep her. Xiao Junsu sneered. You would prefer that, wouldn't you? Then no one would be vying for Nian Bei Ning's attention. Actually, you are quite agreeable. My wife and I are planning to have a child. Perhaps you could become a godfather. Xiao Junsu nearly choked on his words. Although his tone had softened, the implication cut deep. The following morning, Nian Bei Ning and Zi awoke, both feeling as if they had been through a fierce battle, their bodies aching and devoid of strength. Awake? Qing Sha Huan entered the room with food in hand. It seemed Yi Xia had spoken the truth. A single cup of tea had dispelled the curse. Nian Bei Ning grasped the situation. Husband, did I fall under the curse again? Is it acting up? It is not a new curse. The previous poison simply remained unresolved. But do not worry. All is well now. Nian Bei Ning sighed in relief. Let us go. Let us go. While we are unharmed, we must hasten our departure from Shangjianghua. As they stepped outside, they encountered Xiao, Jun, Su, and Zi, both appearing as if they had just had a heated argument, their faces flushed with indignation. Zi pointed furiously at Nian Bei Ning. Is it her? Although she is beautiful, do you not see she has a man? How could I possibly compare? Is it my status or my looks? Skeek, Siu Yun Si. Oh dear, must you be so foolish? It's quite embarrassing so early in the morning. Let's go. Nian Bei Ning stood frozen, glancing at them and then at Qing Sha Huan, wondering if she had missed something significant. He recounted the entire sequence of events from the previous day to Nian Bei Ning, who finally grasped the full extent of the situation. Alas, what a pity it was. What do you keep lamenting about? Qing Sha Huan inquired. I regret not witnessing your transformation into a lovely young woman, she replied. Qing Sha Huan clenched his teeth. I shouldn't have mentioned this to you. Oh, it's nothing. My husband is so handsome and charming that even in a female guise, he would be an unparalleled beauty, Nian Bei Ning retorted. You should be quiet. As they walked along the street, they encountered Lan Tingwei, who was holding a steam bun and offered it to Nian Bei Ning. Sister, would you like to eat? Nian Bei Ning smiled. No, I fear it may be poisoned. Lan Tingwei grinned widely, displaying her adorable demeanor. After all, I saved you. Shouldn't you repay me? Qing Sha Huan responded, all right, what is it you want? If we repay you, we shall be leaving Shangjianghua. Lan Tingwei leaned closer to Qing Sha Huan. You said it, so I want you to marry me. Chapter 131. In memory of a deceased friend, their expressions darkened instantly. Qing Sha Huan sighed. Forget it. I suppose it doesn't matter if we repay you or not. Lan Tingwei looked at him earnestly. Can't you do me a small favor? Let us pretend to be married. Once the matter is resolved, you may leave, and I'll even give you a set of sorcery manuals. Nian Bei Ning frowned. What could possibly require you to feign marriage with a man? Lan Tingwei pouted, expressing her grievances. It's because of my father. After the coming-of-age ceremony, he insisted that I find a man skilled in magic to marry within 3 years, or else he wanted to release my mother. 2 years have already passed, and if I don't marry this year, I fear he may do something dire to her. Nian Bei Ning scrutinized her. Are you suggesting that your father has kidnapped your mother? Their relationship has always been poor, and I do not understand why he is so insistent on forcing me to marry. So, will you help me? Qing Sha Huan interjected. There are many capable men in this world. Must it be me that you choose? Lan Tingwei nodded. Yes, it must be you. Nian Bei Ning added. Qing Sha Huan, no. Marriage should not be treated so frivolously. Lan Tingwei replied. Fine. If you refuse to agree, I shall cast a curse to turn you into a girl. Then you and the beautiful sister can refer to each other as sisters. Oh, by the way, beautiful sister has yet to see your feminine form, right? I believe we can negotiate this marriage pretense. What say you, madam? The young man gazed at Nian Bei Ning with a serious expression, devoid of any emotion. Nian Bei Ning arched an eyebrow. If you say so, then so it shall be. Lan Tingwei leaped in joy. I shall treat you. Everything you wish to eat and drink in Shangjianghua will be on me. With her clever and charming appearance, 2 bun-like pigtails adorned with a silver flower hairpin, and dressed in a pink and white gown, she wore a pair of pink jade bracelets on her wrists. The little saintess wishes to arrange a false marriage? A figure clad in red, Yi Xia, appeared beside Lan Tingwei. Seizing the opportunity, Nian Bei Ning remarked, Indeed, this individual possesses formidable magical abilities. Why not consider him for your sham marriage? Lan Tingwei pouted. Though he is handsome, I had my eyes set on Qing first. Moreover, he is a living corpse. How could he possibly marry me? My father would surely find out. Yi Xiao murmured, It seems my charm is insufficient. After speaking, he hurriedly departed, as if he had urgent matters to attend to. On their way to the saint's residence, They encountered Xiao, Junce, and Zi once more. The woman in blue crossed her arms, glaring at Nian Bei Ning with hostility. Nian Bei Ning blinked innocently. What is it? Do you seek me for something? Xiao Junce stood before her, smiling. Pay her no mind. She is merely acting irrationally. The woman slapped Xiao Junce on the back of the head. Qing Sha Huan raised an eyebrow slightly, while Nian Bei Ning winced at the sight. Zi shouted at her, "You're the one who is being irrational. I am a princess of the Daba kingdom. Dare you speak to me like that? And I'll have my father annihilate your entire family." Xiao Junce fearlessly retorted, "Then let us see if you can convince your godfather to do so." He emphasized godfather, which infuriated Zi, turning her face crimson with a mixture of anger and grievance. Lan Tingyue suggested, "Shall we continue walking?" Nian Bei Ning nodded, while Zi raised her chin defiantly. "I wish to accompany you. I want to see what Xiao Junce finds appealing about you." Thus, the trio became a quintet, with Xiao Junce disregarding Zi's and Qing Sha Huan's feelings as he walked beside Nian Bei Ning, inquiring after her well-being. Zi couldn't hold back, addressing Qing Sha Huan. "Are you simply going to watch another man flirt with your wife?" Qing Sha Huan replied, "He saved my wife's life. We're merely exchanging pleasantries, nothing more." He then looked at her meaningfully. "You are Li Tianhu's adopted daughter?" She shot him a cold glare. "And what if I am?" "Nothing, just curious," he remarked casually. It bewildered him how Li Tianhu indulged her, fostering such an arrogant demeanor. Lan Tingyue stopped at a place where funeral goods were sold, purchasing a large quantity of paper money and incense. Turning to them, she said, "Not far from here lies a potter's field. I wish to go there to pay respects to a friend. Will you accompany me?" Qing Sha Huan responded, "Who would have thought that the little demoness possesses such loyalty? It's quite unusual to have a potter's field within the capital." Lan Tingyue pouted, "In Shengjianghua, not everyone is deemed worthy of being buried. Those who are not are discarded to the potter's field to feed the vultures. These vultures are a type of magical bird in our land, and the more formidable ones can even take on human faces." Nian Bei Ning recalled having seen such a vulture in Yangjia village. Zi scoffed, "I refuse to visit such a cursed place." Xiao Junce, "You shouldn't go either. You must accompany this princess." Xiao Junce replied, "That's the difference between you two. Look at how bold she is compared to you." His provocation proved effective, as Zi clenched her teeth and fell silent, trailing behind Lan Tingyue. However, Lan Tingyue did not head to the center of the potter's field, but rather approached a small grave on the outskirts. Surrounding it were tall weeds, forming a natural barrier around the grave. The grave itself was neat and clean, marked by a stone tablet. A hint of sadness flickered in Lan Tingyue's eyes as she began to arrange the items she had purchased. "This is the grave of a subordinate of mine. He has been by my side since I can remember, protecting me like an elder brother. During a family banquet, an assassin appeared, and he was stabbed 30 times while trying to save me." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. "Even so, my father insisted he was merely a subordinate without the right to be buried on Shengjianghua's land. I secretly recovered his body and buried him here. This is my secret. Now, only you all know, so please do not speak of it." Nian Bei Ning reassured her, "Rest assured, we are not so loose-lipped." Lan Tingyue stood. "All right, today marks the anniversary of your passing. I have brought so many friends to see you. The next time I'll have to wait until next year. Feng, I must take my leave now." The cold wind whistled, carrying the ashes of the burnt paper money. A man in red knelt before the grave, gazing at the name on the tombstone. Feng, a magnificent mansion emerged in their view, the Yi Wangfu. "This is my second uncle's residence. He is far kinder to me than my father. Since Qing Gij is my betrothed, I must bring him to meet my beloved relatives. Deya is a man in his 40s, robust in stature, adorned with an iron wolf belt. A long scar stretches across his left cheek, and upon encountering Lan Tingyue, he exhibits a paternal affection akin to that of a father towards his daughter. Where have you been these days? It's been quite a while since you visited your second uncle. I am to be wed, and this is the man," she declares, gesturing towards Qing Sha Huan. The man steps forward, respectfully addressing Deya. "Qing Sha Huan, at your service, Deya Wang." He sizes him up and nods in satisfaction, a discerning eye indeed. "Your father will surely be pleased. Since they are your friends, Let them stay at my royal residence, where they shall dine and revel in comfort. Thank you, your highness, replies Nian Bei Ning. Due to the need for Lan Tingyue to complete her performance, Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan must reside apart. As night falls and Nian Bei Ning prepares to retire, a knock resounds at her chamber door. Has the young lady retired? Upon opening the door, she is met by an elderly woman, frail and stooped, with white hair. Young lady, this is a delivery from the saintess. In her withered hands, she carries a basin covered with a black cloth, emanating a pungent, foul odor. What is this? I do not know. I was instructed by the saintess to deliver it to you. As Nian Bei Ning reaches to accept the offering, she suddenly recognizes the woman. This is the same crone who had been feeding people in Yangjia village. In chapter 132, the arrival of the Yin Shijiang. As Nian Bei Ning prepares to take the item, she instead seizes the woman's skeletal wrist. A glint of malice flashes in the elder's eyes as she deftly flips her wrist, launching a slender object towards Nian Bei Ning. Quick on her feet, Nian Bei Ning dodges the projectile. The crone, realizing her ploy has failed, attempts to flee, but Nian Bei Ning summons her shield, striking the woman squarely on the head, rendering her motionless. Furrowing her brow, Nian Bei Ning wonders if the woman is indeed dead. As expected, the crone's breathing ceases, and her heart no longer beats. The commotion draws the attention of the guards at Ya's residence, prompting Qing Sha Huan and Xiao Junts to emerge. The courtyard is suddenly illuminated, crowded with people. What transpires here? Inquires Qing Sha Huan. This woman attempted to assassinate me. I merely nudged her, and she perished, replies Nian Bei Ning. When Ya and Lan Tingyue arrive, they immediately assess the situation of the woman and exchange glances, their expressions darkening. She's one bound by the corpse's fate. Did I not warn you that such beings must never be killed? Lan Tingyue speaks to Nian Bei Ning in a fit of anger. She intended to harm me. I truly did not exert my full strength against her. A frail old woman. How could she withstand your push? Retorts Z. You cannot discern if a person is frail or not. Nian Bei Ning counters. Z opens her mouth to respond, but is silenced by Xiao Jun's piercing gaze, and she refrains from further comment. Enough. Arguing is futile now. Guards, take this woman to the backyard and summon the grand shaman for a ritual, commands Ya. As you wish. Concerned, Ya turns to Nian Bei Ning. Do not worry, as long as you are unharmed. Our inevitable clash with the shaman will need resolution sooner or later. Lan Tingyue pouts. This could lead to great trouble. Lan Tingyue, return and inform your father of this incident. Also, please check on your mother and send her my regards. Understood, second uncle. Once everyone departs, Ya privately seeks out Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan. The room is warmed by wine, and Ya personally pours for Qing Sha Huan. Be sovereign. Having traveled a great distance, I beg your pardon for any offenses my daughter may have caused. Your Highness is aware? Qing Sha Huan inquires, chuckling. Indeed, I have long been aware of your reclamation of the entire Beast clan, and I also know of your nuptial bond. Wait, your Highness. When you referred to my daughter, were you speaking of Lan Tingyue? Ya nods. To be frank, aside from her mother and the king of Xinjiang, no one else knows this secret. Now, for the greater good of the Xinjiang kingdom, I humbly request your assistance in saving my daughter. What has happened to Lan Tingyue? Qing Sha Huan questions. The tale of Xinjiang kingdom is fraught with turmoil, for Ya was the rightful king, originally named Lan Tingxianzong, while his brother, now the king of Xinjiang, is Lan Tingxinshan. 20 years ago, on the day of Lan Tingyue's birth, Lan Tingxinshan dispatched someone to cast a curse upon her, one that has lingered for 2 decades. This curse allows her blood to wither flora and revive toxins, severely limiting her ability to practice witchcraft. Yet, this clever girl managed to cultivate considerable witchcraft skills despite the curse. Lan Tingxinshan sought to coerce Lan Tingxianzong into relinquishing the throne of Xinjiang Kingdom, promising to regularly administer the antidote to Lan Tingyue. To preserve his daughter's life, Lan Tingxianzong begrudgingly acquiesced, not through an exchange of lives, but through a soul swap. Indeed, they exchanged souls and thus inhabited each other's bodies. Upon ascending to the throne, Lan Tingxinshan cast the informed queen into the cold palace. Consequently, Lan Tingyue has always believed her parents' relationship to be fraught with discord, while her bond with this royal uncle resembles that of a father and daughter. Even though the king of Xinjiang is aware of their clandestine meetings, he does not intervene, for he believes his daughter's fate should remain in his hands. Should he wish to keep Lan Tingyue ignorant, he would disclose this matter to her. But why must the king of Xinjiang insist that Lan Tingyue marry within 3 years of her coming of age? Nian Bei Ning asks. They sighs. The curse within her has been nourished by her feminine essence for 20 years. Upon consummation, it will transfer to her spouse, allowing Lan Tingshinshin to siphon that person's essence, thereby achieving heightened witchcraft and immortality. It is no wonder Lan Tingyue has repeatedly mentioned that the king of Xinjiang seeks a husband of formidable magical prowess for her. Now the underlying reason is revealed. Ya continues. I share this with you both in hopes that the beast sovereign can devise a plan with my daughter, and also to seek your assistance in resolving the matter of the shaman. Qing Sha Huan rubs his temples. The affairs of Xinjiang kingdom are rather complicated. Should the beast sovereign agree, I would not oppose allowing Lan Tingyue to become a concubine, he adds. That is not my intention. I merely mean that the old wretch from Debagwo covets the inner elixirs of our beast kin. If we delay our return, many of my kin may fall victim to his schemes. Ya pound his chest. Fear not, as long as you assist me in overcoming this immediate challenge. Should conflict arise between the beast clan and Debagwo, Xinjiang kingdom shall lend its full support to you. Qing Sha Huan smiles. Agreed, it is settled. With the matters laid bare and Lan Tingyue absent from the royal residence, Lan Tingxianzong has arranged for Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning to occupy a spacious chamber. Following the demise of the crone bound by the corpse's fate, Inshijiang began to emerge throughout Xinjiang kingdom. These Inshijiang, initially mere skeletal remains, upon contact with the air, became enveloped in a layer of wrinkled black flesh, their hollow eyes glowing with a terrifying red light, armed with sharp skeletal weapons. They slaughter indiscriminately, save for the elderly villagers. Not all the deceased qualify to become Inshijiang. Only corpses that have lain undisturbed for over 20 years can transform. The soldiers of Xinjiang mobilize to protect the populace, engaging in a brutal battle against the Inshijiang. With each one that falls, another emerges from the earth. An unrelenting tide of combat. On high above the sacred realm, the king of Xinjiang wore a grim expression as he struck Lan Tingyue across the face. All these years, I entrusted you with protecting our people to prevent situations like this. How have you fulfilled that duty? Why do you have to be the saintess? This was the first time he had resorted to violence against her, though he had frequently berated her in the past. Fuming, Lan Tingyue glared at him. I have done enough over the years, father. The matter of the Wushan should have been resolved long ago. What have you been doing during this time? You have allowed those old fiends to continue slaughtering the innocent. As the ruler of Xinjiang, your dereliction of duty is inexcusable. As the king lifted his hand to strike her again, a hand caught his arm. It was Yi Xia. He squinted at the king, speaking firmly. That's enough. Do not overstep your bounds. The king, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the man, displayed an unusual mix of surprise and fear in his eyes. Unaware of the king's reaction, Lan Tingyue was still pondering how this man had arrived when Yi Xia turned and swept her up in his arms, swiftly exiting the royal palace. Upon reaching the Deke Marquis' residence, the Marquis looked at her with deep concern, applying a soothing balm to her bruised face. How dare he lay a hand on you? I will not let him go unpunished. Tears glistened in Lan Tingyue's eyes. You are the only one who cares, uncle. If only you were my father. The Marquis paused momentarily. Then Nian Bei Ning chimed in. If you wish, you may call your uncle father. A fierce determination flashed in Lan Tingyue's eyes. I will defeat the Yin Corps general and usurp his position. Uncle, if I were to oppose my father, would you stand by my side? The Marquis nodded affirmatively. I will stand with you. Confronting the Yin Corps general only addresses the symptoms, not the root of the issue. Despite their formidable powers, Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning can only provide temporary solutions. Recently, some Yin corpses have infiltrated the capital of Xinjiang. As night fell, clouds obscured the bright moon, as if reluctant to witness the impending carnage. In the darkness, candle flames flickered out, casting eerie shadows as figures lurked outside the window. The silence of the night was slowly consumed by a chilling presence. The door creaked open, and a skeletal Ing corpse entered, brandishing a bone knife as it approached the figure on the bed. More Ing corpses followed, their target being the two individuals resting upon the bed. They moved with the stealth of a cat, closing in silently. A group of 4 or 5 Ing corpses raised their blades and struck down, only to find an empty bed adorned with a single pillow and blanket. In furious outrage, the Ing corpses let out a guttural roar, which echoed like a command, inciting a chorus of similar cries from outside the Deke Marquis's residence. The waiting Ing corpses launched a frenzied assault on the mansion. However, the Deke Marquis's residence was eerily empty. As the Ing corpses filled the royal estate, a burst of golden flames erupted within their ranks, drowning out their wails. The air was filled with the horrific symphony of their cries, while archers from the Deke Marquis's residence took their positions atop the eaves, arrows tipped with blazing fire. The flaming arrows rained down upon the Ing corpses with relentless precision. Amidst the chaos, some Ing corpses turned their attention to the archers, launching themselves toward them with a chilling shriek. Caught off guard, the soldiers were swiftly overwhelmed by the onslaught of Ing corpses. These creatures possessed tenacity. Unless consumed by flames to ash, they would fight on, indifferent to pain, their fiery forms confronting the living. Nian Bei Ning deflected several attacking Ing corpses with her shield, while the phoenix phantom erupted from her, incinerating all in its path. Qing Sha Huan cleaved the Ing corpse in two, and the more intelligent among them recognized that Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan were formidable foes, redirecting their fury towards the Marquis subordinates. Lan Tingxian's magical prowess surged against the tide of Ing corpses. Even as waves of them were vanquished, more continued to flood in. Zi, though lacking in magical abilities, fought valiantly beside Xiao Junce, sword in hand, against the Ing corpses. Lan Tingyue employed her witchcraft to confuse their senses, inciting them to fight one another. Yet her control was limited to a small portion of the horde. The unrelenting battle left them all weary. A deep cut marred Lan Tingyue's arm, and Yixia, who had been by her side, frowned in concern. He kicked the Ing corpse that was about to attack her away. With 3 fingers he formed a seal, summoning a dark red talisman that appeared in his palm. A fierce determination flickered in his eyes as he pressed the talisman to the ground. In an instant, all the Ing corpses halted their assault, then turned and fled the Deke Marquis's residence in haste. Once the battle subsided, dawn broke, illuminating the chaos. Lan Tingxian's expression was grave as he remarked, "These Ing corpses are far more formidable than those that appeared 2 decades ago. What do we do now, uncle?" Lan Tingui Ingui. "This matter depends on how your father chooses to address it. In the meantime, you should return to the palace and see if your father has devised any plans to deal with the Ing corpses." "Yes, I will return immediately." Contemplating for a moment, Lan Tingyue moved to stand beside Qing Sha Huan. "Shall we go together to see my father?" Qing Sha Huan glanced at Nian Bei Ning, who remained silent, then agreed, "Sure." "Ah, little saintess, I have been of great assistance to you. You should show me a bit of appreciation," Yixia said playfully to Lan Tingyue. She responded with a dismissive tone, "The royal palace is a place not everyone can enter. You wait for me here, and I will thank you upon my return." As Yixia watched the two depart, his gaze momentarily met Nian Bei Ning's. She smiled at him, and he nodded in return. After a long night of turmoil, everyone retreated to their quarters to rest. Xiao Junce approached Nian Bei Ning, resting his chin on his hand. "Why aren't you following them?" Nian Bei Ning shrugged nonchalantly. "They have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall not interfere." Xiao Junce raised an eyebrow, pondering the situation. It was clear the little saintess had an interest in Qing Sha Huan. Was there some ulterior motive at play? Once the area had cleared, Nian Bei Ning leaned closer to Xiao Junce, whispering, "You must be cautious of that man, Yixia. He is not an ordinary individual. I'm aware. Although he claims to be the son of a wealthy merchant, he does not appear to fit that mold." They exchanged knowing glances before parting ways. As Xiao Junce intended to return to rest, he reconsidered and decided to check on Zi, who had been quite frightened the previous night. In the chaos of the night's battle, although others were unaware, Nian Bei Ning had noticed Yi Xia's talisman, which was the reason the Yin corpses retreated. There was something suspicious connecting these creatures to him. By the next day, Qing Sha Huan had yet to return. But good news arrived. The Yin corpses had remained dormant for the time being. As Nian Bei Ning contemplated seeking out the Deke Marquis, she stepped outside only to encounter Yi Xia in a crimson robe. The red mark on his forehead resembled blood, and his exquisitely handsome features bore a subtle smile. "Miss Nian up so early today?" Nian Bei Ning smiled back. "Aren't you as well?" "Indeed. I was beginning to doubt whether little Saintess had forgotten me. Would you care to join me in visiting the royal palace?" "That is precisely my intention." Yi Xia seemed well acquainted with the path to the Shengjiang Palace, leading Nian Bei Ning effortlessly to Lan Tingyue's quarters, only to find them empty, save for two maidservants. Yi Xia inquired, "Where has the Saintess gone?" The maid appeared to be under some form of control. Responding to him with a vacant expression, "The holy maiden visited the emperor last night and has yet to return to her chamber." Without uttering another word, Yi Xia led Nian Bei Ning skillfully through the palace guards, arriving at the sleeping quarters of the holy king, which were equally deserted. Nian Bei Ning furrowed her brow and asked, "Where have they gone?" Yi Xia replied, "I do not know." Nian Bei Ning pressed, "You do not know?" Yi Xia laughed. "Your words imply that I possess considerable knowledge. Is that not the case?" With a chuckle, Yi Xia complimented her. "Indeed, Miss Nian, your perception is sharp." Yi Xia then guided Nian Bei Ning to the holy king's study, where the guard stood as if bewitched, vacantly allowing entry without protest, even opening and closing doors at will. As they passed the third bookshelf, Yi Xia opened a book, placing a drop of blood on a central page. "Close your eyes," he instructed. Chapter 134. The Witch God. As Nian Bei Ning closed her eyes, Yi Xia grasped her arm. After a few breaths, his voice beckoned, "Open them." Nian Bei Ning opened her eyes, astonished by her surroundings. They found themselves in an outdoor area encircled by dark mountains, with streams and woods. Above them hung numerous skeletal remains, some still bearing flesh, as vultures swooped down to feast. Among these vultures, Nian Bei Ning noticed several with human faces, sending a chill down her spine. "Is this hell?" she pondered. Yi Xia responded with a smile. "Hell? No, this is the lair of the witch god." Yi Xia walked ahead, with Nian Bei Ning following closely. "Who are you really?" she inquired. "Does it matter to you?" Yi Xia concedes. "You seem quite concerned about Lan Tingyu. Do you harbor feelings for her?" Nian Bei Ning remarked, surprised by her own curiosity. She chose not to pursue the topic further and instead followed him to the edge of a forest. At the forest's edge lay a vast concave area, densely populated with shadowy figures, including the elders from nearby villages. In the center, Lan Tingyu was bound tightly to a cross, while the holy king stood hunched and submissive behind a man. Upon seeing the man's face, Nian Bei Ning's pupils constricted in shock. It was Qing Sha Huan, his eyes black and radiating an aura of malevolence. His hoarse voice echoed, "Well done, my good holy maiden. I am quite satisfied with this body." Lan Tingyu's mouth was gagged, producing muffled sounds as she struggled frantically. The holy king smiled obsequiously at Qing Sha Huan. "Master, the girl has been brought. When shall we commence the ritual?" "In 1 hour," he replied. "Yes," the holy king nodded, the timing coinciding precisely with Lan Tingyu's birth. Lan Tingyu could not comprehend why her father would offer her as a sacrifice to the witch god. Moreover, she felt immense guilt towards Qing Sha Huan. Had she not brought him here, he would not have been possessed by the witch god. As time passed, those lurking in the shadows stirred restlessly. "What do they intend to do? What has happened to my husband?" Nian Bei Ning questioned. Yi Xia explained, "Your husband has been possessed by the witch god. They plan to sacrifice the young holy maiden to him." He smiled reassuringly at Nian Bei Ning, "But do not worry, they shall not succeed." As the hour approached, the witch god nodded, and the holy king, bowing deeply, moved forward to remove the gag from Lan Tingyu's mouth. She erupted in fury. "How could you be such a father? You conspire with the witch god to kill your own daughter? I will haunt you even as a ghost." The holy king replied, "You err. At this point, I shall not deceive you any longer. Indeed, you do not have a father like me, for I am not your father." "Lan Ting Yi U Yapet? What do you mean?" He chuckled. "I am your second uncle, I exchanged bodies with your father 20 years ago, the very year you were born. Lan Tingyu was left speechless, stunned by the revelation. Now that you know the truth, you may rest in peace. Lan Ting Xian Sheng raised an intricately engraved golden talisman, and as he prepared to extract Lan Tingyu's heart's blood with a dagger, the ground began to tremble violently. Nian Bei Ning witnessed 4 giants erupting from the earth, their skin resembling stone, exuding immense power. Their eyes glowing green as they advanced towards the shadowy figures and the witch god below. Just as Nian Bei Ning prepared to rise to save Lan Tingyu, Yixia restrained her shoulder. Wait, do not rush. It is not yet time to intervene. As he spoke, she saw more giants emerging from the ground, their faces contorting into grotesque forms, transforming to match the giant's stature, but their eyes glowed with an evil red light. Chaos ensued, and Nian Bei Ning spotted Xiao Jun, Su, and Zi Yi arriving amidst the turmoil, as Lan Ting Xianzong saved Lan Tingyu. With concern etched on his face, he reassured her, do not be afraid. Your second uncle is here. Tears streamed down Lan Tingyu's cheeks. What second uncle? You're my true father. Why did you not tell me all these years? Lan Ting Xianzong froze for a moment before enveloping her tightly in his arms. I am sorry. It is I who have wronged you. A terrifying force descended upon them, and Lan Ting Xian Sheng glared at them. This is not the place for your sentimental displays. You must complete your mission. The possessed Qing Sha Huan observed the chaotic battle, radiating a cold, murderous intent. His long-awaited plan could not fail, absolutely not. He moved, transforming into a cloud of black mist as he lunged towards Lan Tingyu. Lan Ting Xianzong, preoccupied with battling Lan Ting Xiansheng, could only urgently call out, be careful. Lan Tingyu was no match for the witch god. In that fleeting moment, a red figure shielded her. Yixia grinned fiercely, meeting the witch god head-on. Before the eyes of many, the witch god stumbled back several steps. Is it you? Indeed, it is I, long time no see, old friend. He lifted the fallen Lan Tingyu. The young holy maiden is injured. Lan Tingyu stared intently at him, her words caught in her throat. Sensing a gust of wind behind him, the witch god turned to evade, as Nian Bei Ning's shield collided with 2 shadowy figures, shattering them instantly. Get out his body, the witch god scoffed, and as the black mist enveloped him, it dissipated to reveal him transformed into a vulture with a human face. Qing Sha Huan, possessing the body of a divine creature, had merely been a vessel for the witch god, who lacked the ability to control his powers. As the witch god, now a vulture with a human face, flapped his wings, a tempest surged forth, disregarding friend and foe alike. The brutal winds obliterated countless shadowy figures, sending Lan Ting Xianzong and others flying. After ensuring Zi Yi's safety, Xiao Junsa rushed to Nian Bei Ning. Be cautious. He cleaved an attacking shadowy figure in half. Nian Bei Ning urged, you should protect the princess. She has never witnessed such chaos. Xiu Yun Si Faunil, displeased as he glanced at the trembling figure. I told her not to come. That stubborn woman insisted on accompanying Dia Wang to bolster her courage. The witch god's tempest was ferocious, uprooting the ground as towering giants fell prey to its might, and those unable to evade were severed. Amidst the fray, a phantom golden phoenix soared into the sky, with Nian Bei Ning standing atop it, her attire and hair billowing in the wind. Chapter 135. The Great Defeat of the Witch God. A piercing cry of a phoenix echoed through the heavens as its fiery wings swept towards the witch god. The adversary's wings fluttered, creating a powerful whirlwind that instantly altered the trajectory of the flames. Nian Bei Ning watched the ferocious flames return, swiftly evading the wrath of the phoenix. The flames struck the ground, igniting a fierce inferno within a deep pit. As a shield manifested before him, the witch god transformed into a sleek figure resembling Qing Sha Huan. The woman hesitated for a moment, and in that fleeting instant, the witch god produced a black longsword, lunging towards Nian Bei Ning's heart. Although Nian Bei Ning managed to evade the attack, his arm was still pierced, and to his dismay, the fluid flowing from the wound was not crimson, but a deep, ominous black. At that moment, the witch god swung his black sword once more, launching another assault on Nian Bei Ning. A red figure darted from Nian Bei Ning's side, catching the sword with bare hands. Nian Bei Ning gazed at him in astonishment as Yi Xia turned to him and said, "I've got this. You go tend to the little saintess." Nian Bei Ning replied, "Don't harm him." "I know," Yi Xia responded. Upon landing, Nian Bei Ning's shield propelled the shadowy corpse of Lan Tingyue away, while flames rapidly advanced towards them, forming a wall of fire that encased Nian Bei Ning and Lan Tingyue within. Lan Tingyue anxiously gazed at the fierce battle above, and Nian Bei Ning glanced at her, assuring, "The poison within you has been neutralized. I'm fine. Go assist him. I don't want him to be hurt." This girl is so concerned about Yi Xia. Why hasn't she spared a thought for herself, especially as she is also wounded? He instructed me to protect you. This which God possesses quite the skill, capable of countering my fire magic, making this battle rather troublesome. Finally, Lan Tingyue directed her attention back to Nian Bei Ning, exclaiming, "You're hurt." It's the vulture poison." In a flurry, she retrieved a small brocade box from her pocket, within which a black insect scurried rapidly. "You must eat this." The woman frowned deeply. "You want me to consume an insect? This is my treasure, capable of neutralizing all poisons. Cultivating such a creature takes 5 years. If you don't want it, I would be reluctant to part with it." Suppressing her disgust, Nian Bei Ning pinched the insect and swallowed a whole. The effect of the insect was swift. Within a few breaths, the tingling sensation at her wound dissipated, and the black blood transformed back to a normal red. Lan Tingyue gazed at the red figure in the sky, murmuring, "He is a Feign. My Feign has returned." Nian Bei Ning recalled that small grave, and Lan Tingyue continued, her eyes glistening. "After all these years, I wonder what he has endured. A mere subordinate now possesses the strength to confront the witch god. A Feign must have suffered greatly." Nian Bei Ning understood all too well the feeling of regaining something lost. The witch god and Yi Xia were locked in a stalemate. Yi Xia's talismans concealed a ferocious killing intent, while the witch goddess' black sword cleaved the talismans in half, sending residual force sweeping towards the ground, erasing those who failed to evade in time. The witch god smirked wickedly. "Qing Feign, are you truly resolved to oppose me to the end? You know my bottom line. Alas, you have crossed it, and I shall take your life." Yi Xia conjured another dark red talisman, multiplying it into countless forms. An overwhelming sense of power descending from above. Nian Bei Ning braced her shield before her, barely managing to withstand the weighty pressure. Meanwhile, she also worried about Yi Xia harming the fragile body of Qing Sha Huan. The witch god's expression grew serious as his black sword morphed into a torrential downpour of blades, quickly piercing through Yi Xia's talismans. In the chaos of powerful beings clashing, Nian Bei Ning led Lan Tingyue from the pit, ascending towards the battlefield above. Lan Tingxian and Lan Tingxian Shen also transitioned from the lower battleground to the upper realm. Xiu Yunxi followed closely beside Nian Bei Ning, as the shadowy corpses continued their fierce struggle amidst the roaring flames. With a monstrous roar, the witch god bellowed, and Nian Bei Ning instructed Xiao Junsu, "Keep her safe." With that, she once again soared atop the phoenix, launching her attack against the witch god. Xiao Junsu felt overwhelmed by the intensity of the situation. The fierce power of flames combined with the formidable shield clashed against the witch god, who found himself gradually on the defensive. Redirecting his assault, he swung his sword at Nian Bei Ning, who fixed her piercing gaze upon his every movement. As the blade drew closer, Nian Bei Ning expanded her shield, doubling its size. Seizing the opportunity, she launched another wave of phoenix fire, rendering the witch god momentarily subdued. Just as Nian Bei Ning thought she had orchestrated everything perfectly, the witch god's form suddenly vanished. She caught a glimpse of Yi Xia confronting him, and she discerned his lips forming the words, "Be careful." A chilling wind swept across her back. The witch god had appeared behind her, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. He raised his sword, poised to strike Nian Bei Ning's face, but his hand froze, seemingly bound by some unseen force. Joy surged within Nian Bei Ning's heart. Seizing the moment, she redirected her shield just as it was about to descend upon her. Qing Sha Huan's pitch-black eyes abruptly turned azure, piercingly focused on Nian Bei Ning. He had regained consciousness. However, in that fleeting moment of distraction, his pupils reverted to black, and he delivered a fierce punch to Nian Bei Ning's heart. Blood sprayed from her mouth, cascading like a withered leaf towards the ground. Xiao Jun so swiftly moved to catch her. The witch god erupted into wild laughter, but as he did, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Damn it, get out!" It was Qing Sha Huan's voice, his consciousness returning. The witch god grinned malevolently, such a strong physique. How could I bear to leave? Realizing he had harmed Nian Bei Ning, Qing Sha Huan emitted a low, resonant roar, forcing the witch god from his body with his magical power. They engaged in a fierce struggle of magical forces, and Yi Xia grinned. "Brother, allow me to lend you my strength." Yi Xia's magic surged into Qing Sha Huan, and amidst the witch god's reluctant howls, a mass of humanoid black mist violently erupted from Qing Sha Huan, just as the witch god attempted to re-enter Qing Sha Huan's body. The latter transformed into a Qilin form, delivering a crushing blow with his iron hoof. Yet the formless black mist swiftly reassembled. Qing Sha Huan scoffed. "You enjoy the wind so much? Let me show you the taste of a tempest." The Qilin tornado erupted fiercely, and upon seeing this, the witch god was engulfed by fear. Just as he prepared to flee, another tornado ascended, this time summoned by Lan Ting Xianzong. Chapter 136. Returned to the Beast Clan in his formless state, the witch god manifested as a swirling black mist, representing his consciousness. Once his consciousness was shattered, he would be utterly obliterated. The witch god unleashed his final spell to contend with the two colossal whirlwinds. In addition to these two, everyone else poured their magical energies into the tornadoes. Today, they were determined to eradicate the witch god from this world. The witch god's strength dwindled, while the power of the twin whirlwinds surged, each force tugging at him relentlessly. Finally, with a cry of defiance, the witch god's consciousness was torn apart by the twin vortexes. Following the witch god's disappearance, the shadowy corpses, bereft of their summoner, crumpled to the ground, reverting to mere piles of bones. The once giant elders returned to their original forms, now truly aged, struggling to move, teetering on the brink of death. Lan Ting Xianshan was defeated by Lan Ting Xianzong, collapsing to the ground as he helplessly watched the Wuxin's downfall, witnessing the loss of combat power among the Inshi Jiang and the elders. His plans had all come to naught, scattered like leaves in the wind. As everything settled into silence, Nian Bei Ning was struck by the Wuxin's palm, injuring her lungs, and lay in bed unable to rise. Qing Sha Huan, filled with guilt and concern, tended to her, eagerly asking upon her awakening, "You're awake?" Nian Bei Ning lifted her hand to caress his worried face, reassuring him. "I am fine, do not worry." At the door, Lan Tingyu lingered hesitantly, prompting Qing Sha Huan to impatiently inquire, "What do you want?" If it weren't for this little enchantress, he would not have been possessed by the Wuxian, and Nian Bei Ning would not have been injured. This thought only deepened his disdain for her. Lan Tingyu pouted, looking quite aggrieved. "I'm sorry. I came to bring medicine for Nian Jia." "No need. You may leave," Nian Bei Ning replied. "Everything is past." She smiled at Lan Tingyu, teasing, "The medicine you brought isn't infested with bugs again, is it?" Lan Tingyu fastidiquelefa. No. This pill is a miraculous remedy for lung injuries, brought to you by my father. Made from the bodies of 10,000 earth insects. Nian Bei Ning retorted, "That still involves insects." After recuperating for half a month, she was finally able to walk and stepped outside to bask in the long mist sunlight. During this time, Qing Sha Huan had meticulously cared for her, and he went off to brew more medicine. Upon stepping outside, she spotted Xiao Junsu and Ziyi sitting at a stone table. Xiao Junsu looked up with a smile. "Oh, you're recovering so quickly that you can get out of bed now." Nian Bei Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "You were just here to make sarcastic remarks, right? Ziyi, you weren't hurt, were you?" The girl in blue shook her head. "Xiao Gugu protected me, so I was unharmed, but he was injured. Just a little scrape," he interjected. "But if you cared a bit about me, I would be quite pleased." Nian Bei Ning smiled. "With your thick skin, a little scrape is nothing." Xiao Jun se feigned à haute expression. Ziyi stood up. "I didn't rest well last night. You two carry on." as Nian Bei Ning watched her depart. She turned to Xiao Junsu. What is going on? Did you bully that girl again? No, I didn't bully her, he protested. Then why has her attitude changed so dramatically? She used to despise me. Xiao Junsu speculated. Perhaps she realized the gap between you two and accepted it. Don't be ridiculous. Zi peeked at the two from behind the stone door, sighing. Nian Bei Ning was unaware that she had been observing this for the past half a month. Each day, he would linger outside her door, sitting and walking around, but today, upon seeing her emerge, only then did he reveal a relieved smile. This man truly cared for this woman. When Qing Sha Huan returned with the medicine, Xiao Junsu had already left, leaving Nian Bei Ning alone in the cold wind. Why are you out here when you're still injured? Hurry back inside and rest. Nian Bei Ning was about to retort when he swept her up in his arms and carried her inside. A month later, Nian Bei Ning's injuries had fully healed, and Lan Tingxian Zong officially regained his identity as the Sheng Jiangwang. The first order of business was to release the lady confined in the cold palace. The two bid farewell to the Sheng Jiangwang, who gifted them a small black vial. This is the goo seed from my Sheng Jiang kingdom, capable of cultivating double-effect spiritual medicine as a token of my gratitude. Qing Sha Huan replied, Thank you, Sheng Jiangwang. Lan Ting Yu chimed in, Nian Jia. You're from the Beast Clan, right? I'll come visit you in the Beast Clan when I have time. Nian Bei Ning welcomed. You're always welcome. On a sunny day, they set off for home, but this journey included 4 people instead of 2. Xiao Junsu and Zi were also returning to the Ba country, conveniently joining them. Remember, little girl, to be cautious next time and not run off recklessly, or I won't chase after you. Z's eyes held a hint of melancholy as she glanced at Nian Bei Ning, lowering her gaze without speaking. After 3 days and nights of travel, the group arrived at the border between the Beast Clan and the Ba country, wild and untamed, the very place where Nian Bei Ning had perished. Qing Sha Huan wrapped his arm around Nian Bei Ning's shoulder. Do not dwell on those unhappy memories. Qianlong is already dead. Zi appeared to realize his identity for the first time, glancing at him with a hint of fear. Just then, Qing Sha Huan caught her gaze. I wonder if Li Tian he would launch a massive assault on the Beast Clan if he captured you? Zi paled. That shouldn't happen. After all, I am his adopted daughter without blood ties. It's merely because I resemble his daughter. Indeed, upon reflection, her features did bear a slight resemblance to Hua Xing. Do not be afraid. I was merely speculating, Qing Sha Huan reassured her. Zi cast a pleading look towards Xiao Junsu, who merely smiled at Nian Bei Ning. It's time to part ways, Nian Bei Ning. You promised to express your gratitude for my life-saving grace. I am waiting. Nian Bei Ning smiled helplessly. I know, I won't forget your kindness. The two bid farewell in this desolate land. It had been 4 years since Nian Bei Ning left the Beast Clan, and upon her return, Bing Shirlu and the elders were both astonished and overjoyed. However, she soon encountered a dilemma. Nian Bei Ning, reborn as a human, could no longer be considered the queen of the Wolf Clan according to the ancestral rules of the Wolf Clan. Nian Bei Ning had no objections. As long as she could stay by Qing Sha Huan's side, she willingly embraced the role of his supportive partner. Now, as an ordinary person, Nian Bei Ning found her interactions with Bing Shirlu less constrained. This goo seed from the Sheng Jiangwang may prove beneficial to you. Upon receiving the vial from Nian Bei Ning, Bing Shirlu exclaimed, Is it the kind that has double effects? Nian Bei Ning smiled. Indeed. Chapter 137. You are unworthy of the Beast Sovereign after returning. Nian Bei Ning learned of Qing Sha Huan's endeavors during her absence. He had used weapon forging as a significant lure to unify the remaining forces of the Beast Clan, with the most troublesome being the Tiger Clan. They were a royal tribe, and had it not been for the invasion of Li Tian, his men into the Tiger Clan, they would not have surrendered to the Wolf Clan, even with Qing Sha Huan's assistance. Nian Bei Ning observed the mingling of numerous foreign tribes within the territory of the Wolf Clan. Their gazes toward her were notably different. After all, she was now a complete human. How strange. How did humans end up in the territory of the Beast Clan? Indeed, I heard the Beast Sovereign despises humans the most. How could he tolerate their presence in the territory of the Wolf Clan? She still looks like a fatal beauty. Bing Shirlu coldly reprimanded. Instead of gossiping here, Why not think about whether your tribe will win the weapon forging competition in 10 days? Seeing Elder 10 speak up for Nian Bei Ning, the others dared not whisper any longer and dispersed. Nian Bei Ning inquired, "There's a weapon forging competition in 10 days? Bing Lu replied, 2 years ago. Master Hua discovered a premium or vein, which is even larger than the one found in the Snake Clan. Naturally, the Beast Sovereign's primary focus in unifying the Beast Clan is to learn weapon forging. In 10 days, Master Hua will hold a competition for the various tribes, and the top 10 will become his direct disciples." Nian Bei Ning understood. Becoming Master Hua's direct disciple is quite an honor. Are you going to participate? I have a friend getting married soon, marrying a beauty from the Li Mao clan. Would you like to come see? Nian Bei Ning, now unburdened by many concerns, nodded in agreement. Sure. After returning to the Beast clan, Qing Sha Huan was exceedingly busy, and Nian Bei Ning found it difficult to see him frequently. As the night's lights dimmed, Nian Bei Ning had been falling asleep alone since her return. Just as she drifted into a hazy slumber, she sensed someone cautiously slipping into her warm bedding. Gentle kisses graced her cheeks and lips, descending tenderly. Nian Bei Ning opened her drowsy eyes and complained with a soft voice, "You still remember to come back to sleep?" The man's low, magnetic voice resonated in her ear. "I have been exceedingly busy during this time, neglecting you, my dear wife. Fear not. I shall make every effort to compensate for it." Amused, Nian Bei Ning chuckled lightly, rolling over to press her palm against his firm, smooth chest. "Well then, my husband certainly ought to make amends." The enchanting night stretched on, devoid of sleep. When Nian Bei Ning awakened the next day, Qing Sha Huan had already vanished. A voice echoed from outside. "Madam, have you risen?" Nian Bei Ning replied, "Yes, come in. Is there something you need?" Bing Lu responded, "The Beast Sovereign has instructed me to attend solely to you from now on, assisting in nourishing your health." Nian Bei Ning retorted, "I am in perfectly good health. What need is there for nourishment?" Bing Lu smiled knowingly. "The Beast Sovereign mentioned that once your health is restored, you will be better prepared to bear a child." Nian Bei Ning laughed softly. He certainly has lofty aspirations. Today marked the day of the weapon forging competition, and amidst the clear skies, the crowd buzzed with excitement, with people from various clans filling the Wolf Fong Mountain. Upon their arrival, Nian Bei Ning and Bing Lu could only see a sea of heads, unable to push their way through. Elevated above, a man of formidable presence sat, adorned in resplendent brocade and a jade crown, his elongated gaze surveying the throngs below, flanked by the Grand High Priest and the Grand Elder. In that vast crowd, Qing Sha Huan subtly turned his gaze, his eyes landing precisely on Nian Bei Ning. A slight smile graced his lips, and soon after, someone approached them. "Li Jua Shen Shukulat." "Elder Sure, madam, there are far too many people here. Follow me." Bing Lu scolded, "Why did you take so long? There are too many people, and neither the madam nor I can squeeze in." "Indeed, it is my oversight. Follow this way." Nian Bei Ning trailed behind Li Juchun until they reached Qing Sha Huan. He extended his hand. "What are you doing down there? Come up." Nian Bei Ning hesitated. "Is it appropriate with so many people?" He replied, "What is inappropriate? Come up." She settled beside Qing Sha Huan, instantly drawing the attention of numerous onlookers. The members of the Wolf Clan and those who had previously met Nian Bei Ning were unfazed. But those from other clans, particularly admirers of Qing Sha Huan, appeared ready to bore through her with their gazes. Nian Bei Ning teasingly remarked, "The Beast Sovereign seems to have grown stronger and more charming over these 3 years." The man's lips curled upward. "My charm has never waned. Otherwise, how could you have fallen for me at first sight? That was merely flattery to win your favor. You believed it? Oh, was it not a heartfelt truth?" Nian Bei Ning retorted, "I cannot be bothered to argue with you." The cold, stern demeanor he had displayed moments ago melted into an expression brimming with affection once Nian Bei Ning arrived, much to the chagrin of many smitten women nearby. Hua Xing spotted Nian Bei Ning and playfully winked at her. Over the years, the Wolf Clan had significantly improved their weapon forging skills and nurtured numerous talents capable of crafting exquisite weapons, a feat largely attributed to Hua Xing. As the competition neared its conclusion, Qing Sha Huan leaned in to whisper coyly in Nian Bei Ning's ear, I shall be heading to the largest underground forging arena shortly. Would you care to join me? I shall not. I am no longer the Wolf Clan's queen, and do not concern myself with such matters. He playfully flicked her nose. Then what will you concern yourself with? You, of course. Qing Sha Huan traced his fingers over his lips. Very well. You are exhausted from last night. Rest well. I shall find time tonight. Nian Bei Ning's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned to leave. Bingshi Lu followed closely. Where is the madam headed? Just wandering about. The beast sovereign has cultivated a sea of flowers on Wolf Fong Mountain. You should take a look. I will return shortly with a certain herb. Go ahead. The vibrant sea of flowers was a feast for the eyes and a delight for the senses, revealing Qing Sha Huan's romantic inclinations, and there were still plenty of people around. I have seen the madam. A voice behind Nian Bei Ning spoke, belonging to two women clad in elegant white, adorned with plush cat ears, members of the Liao Mao clan. Is there something you need? We have only heard tales of the beast sovereign's stunning wife. Seeing your true form is indeed breathtaking. We have heard of your recent troubles, and now you are but an ordinary human? Was this a provocation? Nian Bei Ning smiled thinly. Speak plainly. Do not beat around the bush. Now that you are merely a shell of your former self, you are unworthy of the beast sovereign. Chapter 138. The appearance of the tree demon. Nian Bei Ning narrowed her eyes slightly. What did you say? The Wolf Clan places great importance on offspring. You and the beast sovereign have been wed for some time, yet there has been no sign of a child. It would be wise for the beast sovereign to take a concubine. Nian Bei Ning observed them silently. And whom you think would be suitable for that role? You two? We are both capable of bearing children. If the madam were magnanimous, we could share the burden. Nian Bei Ning chuckled lightly. No, that will not be necessary. Not wishing to prolong the encounter, she turned to leave, only to be pursued by the two women. The beast sovereign unites the beast clans. His wife should possess qualifications befitting him. A lady such as yourself will eventually be replaced. A flicker of anger surged within Nian Bei Ning as onlookers began to take notice of their commotion. The tension between the women escalated. Nian Bei Ning nodded and swiftly approached them, conjuring a sphere of golden flames that surged towards the two Liao Mao women. Seeing her act, a gleam of triumph crossed their eyes. If they could defeat the beast sovereign's wife today, it could lead to recommendations for the beast sovereign to expand his harem, granting them the chance to become his women. With that thought, they unleashed their spells, moving with agility as their sharp claws aimed for Nian Bei Ning's face. She sidestepped gracefully, countering with a shield that crashed into their backs. With a single blow, their cries of anguish echoed as they collapsed to the ground, immobilized, likely suffering injuries to their spines. Nian Bei Ning sneered. Get up. Shall we continue? The ferocity of her attack was startling. The two Liao Mao women, astonished, could not fathom how someone who appeared to be merely an ordinary human could wield such formidable magic. No, it was her golden shield that was indeed powerful. The crowd, initially anticipating her embarrassment, now regarded her with newfound respect. This woman possessed considerable skill. Where did the rumors arise, claiming the beast sovereign's wife was just an ordinary, weak human? The Liao Mao clan, witnessing their kin's failure, hurried forward to mediate. I apologize, madam. It was their folly. I will ensure they are properly reprimanded. Nian Bei Ning graciously waved her hand. I shall let them off this time, but should anyone dare to provoke me again, they will face dire consequences. Her gaze darkened ominously as she spoke the last words. How dare they stir trouble on her own territory? Did they truly believe her to be a soft target? Bingshi Lu rushed to Nian Bei Ning's side. They possess such audacity to lay hands on the madam. I shall ensure they receive a stern lesson. Truly a group of women who have never encountered a man, Nian Bei Ning remarked, brushing off her hands as she exited the sea of flowers. The next day, Nian Bei Ning accompanied her friend to a wedding banquet. It must be said, the women of the Liao Mao clan possessed a certain allure, which explained why they were drawn to Qing Sha Huan. Since the unification of the Beast clan, the boundaries between different races have dissipated. The purity of lineage has become irrelevant. What truly matters is the sincere love shared between two individuals. The couple in question consists of an elder from the Limao tribe and a priest from the Wolf clan, marking the first union of high-ranking individuals from these two races. During the wedding banquet, Nian Bei Ning, who had previously showcased her talents in the Sea of Flowers, received much courtesy from the guests. The lively celebration continued into the night. And despite her usual low tolerance for alcohol, Nian Bei Ning indulged in a few drinks, her cheeks flushed as she succumbed to inebriation, collapsing onto the table. Bing Shirlu, feeling a throbbing headache, knew that returning in such a state would certainly earn her a scolding from the Beast Sovereign. "Madam, can you hear me? We should head back." "Drink, drink," Nian Bei Ning mumbled. "Madam, we must return. Otherwise, the Beast Sovereign will worry." Suddenly, a noise erupted from the bridal chamber. Nian Bei Ning, still dazed, inquired, "What is happening?" Inside the bridal chamber, the newlywed couple lay lifeless on the bed, blood trickling from their lips, their eyes wide open in death. Witnessing this scene, Nian Bei Ning became significantly more alert. "What is going on?" A trembling maid replied, "We do not know. When we knocked earlier, there was no response, and upon entering, we discovered them like this." Bing Shirlu rushed forward to examine the situation, but found no signs of life. Even she could discern nothing amiss. In the following period, not only this couple, but others who had recently wed also experienced similar fates, sudden deaths with unknown causes. This unsettling phenomenon instilled fear among the populace, causing even those engaged to hesitate in proceeding with their marriages. In her palace, Nian Bei Ning was approached by Qing Sha Huan, who had just returned. "What have you found out?" she asked eagerly. The man held a green seed in his hand, furrowing his brow. "It is from a tree demon." "A tree demon?" Nian Bei Ning echoed. "This seed was discovered within the deceased. How could a tree demon appear out of nowhere?" She questioned. "These tree demons originate from the dead abyss forest, and they have long been subdued by Li Tianhe. It seems he has begun to act again, and his speed is swifter than we anticipated. I have a solution for this matter." News of the tree demons lurking within the Beast Clan had spread, for the Beast Clan and the tree demons were age-old adversaries. Previously, interactions with tree demons had not stirred significant unrest among their respective races. As the sun rose, Nian Bei Ning prepared to seek out Hua Xing for urgent matters when she encountered a fierce battle erupting in a small town between the Bird Clan and the Wolf Clan. Bing Shirlu admonished, "What are you doing? Cease this immediately." Her voice was ineffective, and the bloodthirsty fighters continued to clash fiercely. Suddenly, a golden phoenix swooped down, separating the two factions locked in combat. The members of the Bird Clan stared in astonishment at the arrival, and Bing Shirlu was equally taken aback. What had she just witnessed? A fire phoenix? Nian Bei Ning squared her shoulders and approached, demanding, "What is the meaning of this?" The Wolf Clan members regarded her with a measure of respect. "Madam, the Bird Clan believes we have given them insufficient or for weapon forging and intends to seize ours." Nian Bei Ning raised an eyebrow and turned her attention to the Bird Clan. The leader of the Bird Clan scoffed, "If you lack the ability and resources, why unify the Beast Clan? What can you accomplish with such a meager supply of, or everyone has the same amount? Why should your share be greater? You are merely the Beast Sovereign's wife. It is unseemly for a woman to meddle in these affairs." Just as Bing Shirlu prepared to retort, the golden phoenix once again soared from Nian Bei Ning, its royal presence overwhelming the Bird Clan members, causing them to tremble as if on the verge of kneeling. "You are not a phoenix. You are human." They sought to confirm Nian Bei Ling's identity, for if she truly were a phoenix, the Bird Clan would honor her as their queen. Nian Bei Ning smiled. "I am human, yet I also possess the blood of a phoenix." The earlier display of phoenix power was unmistakable. Since the unification of the Beast Clan, the Bird Clan had been particularly unsettled, and now they exchanged nervous glances. None daring to speak, Nian Bei Ning warned, "If such incidents occur again, the consequences will be severe." Strangely, the individuals who had opposed her moments ago fell silent. Nian Bei Ning instructed Bing Shirlu, "Let us go." Upon reaching Dongsheng, Nian Bei Ning spotted Hua Xing instructing people in weapon forging. Upon seeing Nian Bei Ning amidst her busyness, Hua Xing approached with a smile. "I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. It would be a pity for such a handsome husband to be claimed by another." Nian Bei Ling chuckled. "You always find ways to tease me. I appreciate your efforts during this time. It has not been arduous. I have my own objectives. Using your influence to eliminate Li Tianhe is quite fair. Did you come all this way just for this?" This matter was confidential. and they retreated to discuss it privately. Recently, internal conflicts had erupted frequently, leading the higher-ups to issue a command for the leaders, high priests, and elders of each race to convene at Wolf-Tooth Mountain. The purpose was to deliberate on the allocation of territories and resources. This gathering marked the first assembly of high-ranking figures from all races. In the afternoon, under a bright and warm sun, individuals began to arrive at Wolf-Tooth Mountain. Isn't that the esteemed High Priest Chong from the Limao tribe? Arriving quite early today. Not earlier than those from the Xiang tribe. I heard it was the Beast Sovereign's wife who summoned us all here. Merely a woman. If not for her status as the Beast Sovereign's wife, who would heed her words? The speaker was a member of the Tiger Clan, while the Limao and Bird Clan members listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. After all, they had first-hand experience of the Beast Sovereign's wife's capabilities. Ascending the high platform were Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning. Thank you for your patience. Please take your seats, Qing Sha Huan announced. Once he finished speaking, everyone respectfully bowed before slowly taking their seats. The purpose of gathering everyone here is to address the issue of resource plundering, particularly by the Bird Clan. Consequently, next month, the Bird Clans or resources will be temporarily suspended. The Bird Clan members immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. On what grounds? Qing Sha Huan raised an eyebrow. You dare question me? The speaker was a senior elder of the Bird Clan, and those beside him tugged at his sleeve, urging him to stand respectfully. The third elder merely acted impulsively. He is concerned for our people. We ask that the Beast Sovereign and Madam forgive any disrespectful remarks. Qing Sha Huan replied, ultimately, it is a matter of understanding the rules. Given the recent activity of tree demons, nightly patrols are necessary. Perhaps the third elder should join the patrol team. Everyone was aware that the patrol teams had been plagued by strange occurrences, with even elder-level practitioners among them. Teams had mysteriously vanished only to be found later as lifeless husks. These were the deeds of tree demons, whose activities had grown increasingly frequent and brazen. The Bird Clan's third elder fell silent. Nian Bei Ning interjected. As long as all clans perform well, the Flower Sovereign will allocate more resources based on your performance. The primary purpose of gathering everyone is to discuss countermeasures against the tree demons. I have a question, spoke the High Priest of the Tiger Clan, Li Juechen, his brows slightly furrowed. A woman should not speak in such matters. The Beast Sovereign can address these. This was a blatant dismissal of Nian Bei Ning. As Li Juechen prepared to react, Nian Bei Ning stood up. I believe that not only him, but many of you share the same sentiments, doubting my right to speak here. Nian Bei Ning's gaze was sharp and resolute as she declared, I have reigned as the queen of the wolf tribe for 3 centuries. None can claim greater authority in this territory than I. Is it merely because you perceive my current human form as incapable? Great priest of the Tiger tribe, let us engage in a contest. Should you lose, you shall remain utterly silent. If I am vanquished, I shall relinquish my title as Beast Sovereign's consort. Qing Sha Huan felt somewhat superfluous, yet watched her with keen interest. The daughter of the great priest of the Tiger tribe had long admired Qing Sha Huan, which prompted her to challenge Nian Bei Ning, inadvertently setting a trap for herself. Very well, these are your own words, she retorted. Nian Bei Ning stepped to the center of the Wolf Fong Plaza, her posture poised. Let the contest begin. The great priest of the Tiger tribe showed no intention of holding back, instantly transforming into a magnificent white tiger, his form towering over Nian Bei Ning's several times. A thunderous roar echoed through the forest, startling the birds as he lunged toward her. Unfazed, Nian Bei Ning subtly formed seals with her hands, conjuring a sudden array. The great priest found his speed significantly hampered within the formation, and with a fierce growl, he struck to shatter it with his powerful claws. Much like the earlier encounter on Long Shui Mountain, should one lack the means to dismantle the array, sheer brute force could suffice to crush it. This display seemed to bolster his confidence. A silvery orb of magic erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Nian Bei Ning with ferocity. A golden shield materialized in her hands, reflecting the attack back into the crowd. The third elder of the bird tribe leapt in surprise, but Nian Bei Ning, with sharp eyes, noticed the orb narrowly grazed his waist. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Qing Sha Huan straightened. Is the third elder unharmed? The elder brushed off his attire, assuring, all is well, just be cautious and do not harm the innocent. Yet, the combatants paid no heed to his words. The tiger's might bore down on Nian Bei Ning, who was perceived as the underdog, forced to evade while deflecting his power with her shield. As the great priest's initial strike failed, his anger boiled over. In the moment the tiger's roar reverberated, all present covered their ears. A transparent, ethereal golden phoenix emerged from Nian Bei Ning, diving toward the ferocious tiger. The phoenix's imposing presence made the bird tribe tremble. The great priest, witnessing this, swung his paw to swat the descending phoenix away. The phoenix swiftly altered its trajectory, charging toward one of the snake tribe's priests. The opponent's pupils constricted as he hastily raised his hands to block the phoenix. Yet during their brief clash, he was still sent flying by its power, collapsing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of green blood. As the tumultuous scene unfolded, the intensity between Nian Bei Ning and the great priest escalated, prompting some bystanders to suggest retreating from the battleground. However, before those words could fully escape their lips, they were met with a backlash of power, as though the conflict was not between the two combatants, but rather an assault on the spectators. Qing Sha Huan remarked, everyone, prepare for protection. This will allow you to witness the true prowess of the consort, preventing any future disrespectful remarks. Even as discontent stirred among some, the presence of the beast sovereign compelled them to remain seated. Their struggle extended over a considerable duration. Initially, Nian Bei Ning appeared to be at a disadvantage, yet gradually, the once mighty tiger began to show signs of fatigue. As a golden phoenix gathered strength to charge at the tiger once more, a gust of wind swirled around Nian Bei Ning, and she summoned golden flames in her palms to strike at the tiger's head. Onlookers held their breath as the fierce attack unfolded. At the critical moment, the tiger leaped upwards. Nian Bei Ning's fiery assault landed squarely on an elder of the leper tribe. Despite the elder's prior preparations, he was engulfed by the ferocious phoenix flames. In his desperate struggle, he transformed into a colossal black vine tree, with emerald eyes and sharp fangs. Frantically, he swung his vines to extinguish the flames. Yet they only intensified, igniting the very vines attempting to suppress them. This astonishing transformation left the spectators in shock. He was a tree demon. Other concealed tree demons within the crowd ceased their pretense, revealing themselves as tree demons and carnivorous flower demons, their sharp vines lashing out toward the onlookers. It dawned on them that those previously harmed were merely manifestations of the tree demons. Flames, being the natural adversary of vegetation, proved especially devastating against Nian Bei Ning's unparalleled phoenix fire. The grotesque tree demons, writhing like octopuses, launched a frenzied assault on Nian Bei Ning. In that moment, a flurry of razor-sharp blades swept toward the tree demons, severing their branches and vines as they shrieked and twisted toward Qing Sha Huan. The tree demons were unable to withstand the onslaught. As the tree demons retreated, the ground suddenly trembled, and sharp black vines erupted from the earth like jagged stones. Surrounding Wolf Tooth Mountain, countless hidden tree demons emerged. All the tree demons lurking within the beast tribe had gathered, and should they be annihilated, Li Tian he could reclaim the beast tribe with ease. Qing Sha Huan commanded coldly, fall back. Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily fled the battlefield. The tree demons, now massive in size, found themselves trapped as 4 stone walls erupted from the ground, riddled with numerous holes. Golden flames surged forth from these apertures, effectively sealing their fate. Regardless of their struggles and cries within, they were no match for the raging inferno. Nian Bei Ning observed the trembling stone walls, a hint of trepidation in her voice as she inquired of Hua Xing, with so many tree demons, how long can this hold? Hua Xing smiled reassuringly, fear not. If they manage to escape, I shall be the first to perish. Nian Bei Ning responded, given the severity of your vow, I shall place my trust in you. As moments passed, black smoke enveloped the air, and only when silence reigned within the stone walls did Hua Xing retract them. The ground lay in ruins, a heap of smoldering embers. The tree demons had perished in the inferno. Yet, the unaware tribesfolk were left shaken, particularly the great priest of the tiger tribe. It became evident that Nian Bei Ning's contest had been a ruse to draw out the tree demons. Nian Bei Ning remarked, "Indeed, fortunate that your methods were decisive. Otherwise, these tree demons might have endured longer." This was not a compliment, and the great priest of the tiger tribe lowered his head in embarrassment. "Your words are far too flattering, consort." Nian Bei Ning remained silent, while Qing Sha Huan interjected, "Well then, the matter is resolved. Let us disperse." This had been a meticulously orchestrated trap designed to lure the tree demons out. They both sought to eliminate them in one fell swoop. The overcast sky mirrored the somber mood prevailing among the people. In the great Ba kingdom, Li Tian he had undergone a transformation from his former self, having absorbed an overwhelming number of inner cores from the beast tribe, resulting in a distorted visage. A chilling aura of slaughter enveloped him as he sat in a high position, surveying the quaking ministers below. "Who among you devised the plan that allowed the tree demons to ambush the beast tribe?" The ministers buried their heads lower, wishing for a hole in the ground to escape their shame. Li Tian he raised his hand, grasping the air, causing General Yao in the front row to display an expression of horror, clutching his throat as his feet left the ground. "If I recall correctly, this was your idea, General Yao, was it not?" The general was left utterly speechless, his throat constricted. In the hushed hall, a sharp and resonant crack echoed, signaling the cessation of General Yao's breath as his eyes widened in disbelief. "Your Majesty, as a founding general, it is unwise to act so impulsively as to take a life. In this court, only Prince Xiao has the audacity to speak so boldly to Li Tianhu." Li Tianhu's piercing gaze fell upon him. "What? Do you intend to teach me how to execute a person? In the upcoming battle against the Beast Clan, our Daba country requires numerous capable generals, and to have concluded General Yao's life so hastily is indeed regrettable." Li Tianhu replied, "The man is already dead. Should such a situation arise again, Prince Xiao may well be more expedient in his words." Prince Xiao was momentarily speechless as Li Tianhu continued, "The unification of the Beast Clan is imperative. Who among you is willing to lead the charge?" "Your Majesty." The Beast Clan has not only unified, but has also grown significantly stronger, especially with the expertise of Master Hua imparting weapon forging skills to them. To rashly mobilize our forces without understanding their capabilities is decidedly unwise. The speaker was Sheng Qiao, who continued, "The essence of warfare lies in securing food and water supplies. If we can create a crisis for the Beast Clan in these areas, it would provide the perfect opportunity for our grand offensive. Li Tianhu, you, being of the Beast Clan, possess knowledge of their territory. This matter shall be entrusted to you. Should you fail, do not blame me for claiming your inner core." Sheng Xiao felt a chill run through her. Understood. Upon returning to her dwelling, she refrained from looking in mirrors, fearing the sight of the unsightly scars upon her face. "Have you heard? That woman has returned. A man in black with disheveled hair stood behind Sheng Qiao, silent. She gritted her teeth. How could she possess such a remarkable fate, surviving such a situation? Lunsha. How should I plan to eliminate her this time?" Chapter 141, Exploring Strength. The current Lanze was a stark contrast to the Lanze of old. His eyes were a dull gray, with two stitched scars adorning his face, devoid of independent thought, standing still as a statue. Sheng Qiao's hand gently caressed his cheek. "I have never encountered such a tenacious woman. Will you assist me in eliminating her?" The man, in a daze, responded, "Very well. When you plan to venture into the Beast Clan?" Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside the door. Sheng Qiao turned towards it, bowing respectfully. "I pay my respects to the third young master." The newcomer was Li Tianhu's third adopted son, named Sanju. With a sharp bobbed haircut and a blue ribbon tied across his forehead, he was strikingly handsome. His cold gaze fixated on Sheng Qiao. "My adoptive father is furious over the matter of the tree spirit. For the sake of avenging my elder brother and ninth brother, I shall ensure the Beast Clan is utterly subdued." An idea flashed through Sheng Qiao's mind. If the third young master were to slay the Beast Sovereign, unifying the Beast Clan would become significantly more manageable. Perhaps then, The emperor would even bestow upon you the title of crown prince. Sanju scoffed. I'm not motivated by such titles. Sheng Xiao lowered her head, concealing a smirk. In the Xiao Prince's residence, Xiao Wangye slammed his palm heavily upon the table. Have you yet to locate the emperor? The kneeling spy bowed his head. Not yet found. Xiu Yunxi inquired, full. Is it possible that Li Tianhu has already killed the emperor? Absolutely not. The emperor is protected by the true dragon's aura. If he were dead, Artaban nation would be in chaos. It is utterly infuriating. Xiao Junsu asked, Father, will Yin Zhan Lei not intervene in this matter? Since his return from the last expedition, he has remained in seclusion. I have attempted to summon him thrice. Yet I have not even caught a glimpse of that old man. Xiao Junsu remarked, Father, Li Tianhu is a tyrant. Ever since he consumed a beast clan member's inner core, he has become this unrecognizable creature, having slain countless loyal ministers. Though we possess military tokens, should he decide to act against you, the consequences would be no less dire than those who have fallen before. I understand, but for now, we must locate the emperor post-haste. He holds the mountain and river military tokens. Only by revealing them can we topple Li Tianhu. Xiu Yunxi hit full. It is not strictly necessary to have the mountain and river military tokens. We could also ally with the Beast Clan. Xiao Wangye widened his eyes at him, while he returned a grin. That night, Nian Bei Ning, Xiao Wangye, and Xiao Junsu sat together at a table. Nian Bei Ning had initially sought Xiao Junsu to express her gratitude for saving her life with the soul-gathering lamp, while casually inquiring about the position and strength of Li Tianhu's main camp. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in every battle. Now, as a human, Nian Bei Ning could move freely within the Daba country. Nian Bei Ning smiled. That would not do. If the Emperor's people were to discover my presence in Daba, it could pose a threat to me. This is a yellow-grade weapon forged by our people. I hope the prince and the young master do not find it lacking. Xiao Junsu quipped. Nian Bei Ning, have you acquired some skills? Can any weapon you forge now be of yellow grade? Nian Bei Ning smiled without replying, while Xiao Wangye stated directly, if you intend to confront Li Tianhu, we can indeed join forces. Upon hearing this, Nian Bei Ning paused, puzzled by the prince's implication. Indeed, you heard correctly. Li Tianhu is merciless and has imprisoned the current emperor. We are willing to ally with your beast clan to eliminate him. The unexpected proposal brought a pleasant surprise to Nian Bei Ning. Xiao Wangye's understanding of Daba's movements made them the perfect internal allies for the beast clan. In the deep of night, under the silver moon hanging high in the firmament, two figures moved stealthily towards the military camp of Daba. Even from a distance, Nian Bei Ning sensed a palpable aura of intimidation emanating from the encampment. The military forces of Daba were divided into 5 major components, with the most formidable being the Imperial Guards. According to Xiao Junsu, the Imperial Guards had once reclaimed the northern 3 kingdoms single-handedly, instilling fear in all who heard of them. Many among them possessed spiritual veins exceeding the 10th rank, and even the average soldiers were above the 3rd rank. Next were the archers, earth warriors, air warriors, and the sea warriors managed by the Xiao Princess residence. Xiao Shitzi, what brings you to the Imperial Guards? Xiao Junsu replied, I heard from my father that he requested a defensive map from your General Huang. I have come to retrieve it. Did the prince not say he needed it tomorrow? Why seek it tonight? Thus, I personally came to collect it. The other party regarded him with a frosty glare, then spoke. Only you, Xiao Shitzi, may enter to retrieve it. Outsiders must remain outside. Very well. Nian Bei Ning waited outside, while Xiao Junsu followed them inside. Upon entering the Imperial Guards camp, Xiao Junsu observed that all the weapons used by the soldiers were of yellow grade, while many of the higher-ranking officers wielded weapons of the profound grade. The soldiers were not merely practicing with blades and spears. They engaged in fierce one-on-one combat, pushing each other to the brink of death, allowing just enough to survive and recuperate before continuing their battles. The sight left him astounded. No wonder this was a military force that inspired dread. Those who had faced death learned to cherish life even more, thus training harder. He also noticed the presence of military courtesans entering and leaving, as expected, given the nature of men. After obtaining the defensive map, Xiao Junsu exited and walked to a secluded area with Nian Bei Ning. Their appearances suddenly transformed. The one who entered was actually Nian Bei Ning, while the one waiting outside was Xiao Junsu. What did you discern? Nian Bei Ning shook her head. Not yet. Your imperial guards are terrifyingly powerful. Indeed. How else could they single-handedly annihilate the 3 northern kingdoms? That was 10 years ago. They're even more formidable now. Nian Bei Ning nodded. Xiao Junsu continued. The main camp of the archers is located to the north of the city, as they require space for archery practice. We shall visit tomorrow. Nian Bei Ning nodded. Very well. The following day, as Nian Bei Ning and Xiao Junsu walked along the main street of the imperial city, they noticed recruitment notices plastered everywhere. Not only were there no subsidies, but any household with males over the age of 18 was mandated to enlist. Failure to comply would result in the women of the household being taken as military courtesans. Upon the announcement's release, the lamentations of the populace flooded in like a torrential downpour. Xiao Junsu tore the notice down in a fit of rage, shredding it into pieces, exclaiming, "This is utterly absurd. In just one night, a myriad of troubles have arisen. Li Tianhu is unworthy of being a human, let alone an emperor." The surrounding citizens watched him intently, as Nian Bei Ning hastily pulled Xiao Junsu away, cautioning, in broad daylight, "Be wary of Li Tianhu's followers." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Junsu replied, "Let us proceed. We are nearing the archers." Nian Bei Ning, not daring to reveal her true identity, transformed her appearance into that of a man using the illusion leaf. General Qing Huan, upon spotting Xiao Junsu, rushed over with a smile. "What brings you to my archers today, young Master Xiao?" Chapter 142. Delivering heartfelt breakfast, Xiao Junsu produced an arrow feather from behind his back, saying, "I wonder whose exceptional archery skills nearly struck me outside last night." Qin Huai replied, "I ordered the area cleared. The dense woods concealed your presence. And I apologize for any offense caused." Xiao Junsu waved it off. "Am I the kind of person to hold grudges? I merely sought some fresh air, having been closely monitored in the residence by the old lord. But you must not inform him of my visit here. Fear not, young master. By the way, it has been ages since we visited Chuanhualo. There are some new beauties to behold." "Oh, am I the type to frequent such places?" "You mustn't speak so recklessly in broad daylight." As Xiao Junsu fervently defended himself, he cast an intentional glance at Nian Bei Ning, who was disguised as a man. However, her thoughts were not on their banter. Her gaze was fixated on the grand archery camp. The compound was filled with weapons of yellow grade, or higher, and she recognized the familiar crossbows, all crafted by Li Tianhu. It must be said that the weapon-forging prowess of this father-daughter duo was indeed remarkable. Within the camp, not all were master archers. Some were of lesser skill, their primary duty being to retrieve arrows from the outer field. A single missing arrow could result in severe punishment. Nian Bei Ning witnessed 2 bloodied individuals being dragged away, evidently having faced a harsh beating. The soldiers in combat were predominantly youthful, as Xiao Junsu stated. Young people possess sharper eyesight. 5 shots per bowstring was considered a minor feat, and even with closed eyes, one could hit the target by sound alone. Observing the advanced archery techniques on the training grounds, Nian Bei Ning silently marveled. Should a battle ensue, the beast tribes would undoubtedly suffer tremendous losses. "You haven't showcased your skills in quite some time, young Master Xiao. Today, you must demonstrate your archery prowess to our subordinates." Xiao Junsu waved his hand dismissively. "I have not wielded a bow in ages. I shall not embarrass myself today." Suddenly, the young general pointed at Nian Bei Ning. "Your subordinate shall serve as the target." "No more objections. Young Master Xiao must demonstrate his skills today." Startled, Nian Bei Ning had no time to protest, as others pulled her beside the target. Placing a small apple atop her head, "I will shoot 2 arrows. Do not treat her like a target." But you used to enjoy using people as targets. And you have never missed before. I noticed you never brought anyone along before. Could it be that you have a different preference now?" Xiao Junsu glared at him, wishing he could slap the smirk off his face. "I prefer women." Now, in enemy territory, Nian Bei Ning could not afford to act out and was reluctantly led to become a human target. Having never witnessed Xiao Junsu's archery skills, she feared for her safety. What have he missed? Chen Huai handed the bow to Xiao Junce, who frowned and looked at the apple on Nian Bei Ning's head. As he drew the bowstring, he hesitated, feeling an unprecedented nervousness. In an instant, he released the arrow, which sped towards its mark. At that moment, Nian Bei Ning was suddenly struck in the knee by something, causing her to sway, and Xiao Junce's arrow was now on a collision course with her head. Dodge! Clang! In an electrifying moment, another arrow swiftly deflected Xiao Junce's shot, both arrows embedding themselves in the ground, trembling violently. General Chen exclaimed, "What just transpired? Young Master Xiao, after so many years, you nearly caused a tragedy." Xiao Junce's sharp gaze fixed on Chen Huai, who smiled back, their exchange suggesting a tacit acknowledgement that Chen Huai had intervened. The one who had saved them was Qing Sha Huan, disguised as an ordinary person. Xiao Junce hurried to check on Nian Bei Ning, while Chen Huai's attention turned to Qing Sha Huan, his expression darkening. "What is your name? Who permitted you to act?" Qing Sha Huan replied, "Had I not intervened, she would have perished. Think carefully about the military symbols in the hands of the Xiao royal residents. You must accept 30 strikes as punishment." "Very well." Nian Bei Ning exchanged a glance with Qing Sha Huan, their communication minimal. Xiao Junce, filled with fury, led Nian Bei Ning away, while Chen Huai waved them off. "Young Master Xiao, drink some mung bean soup upon your return. Take care." Upon returning to the royal residence, Xiao Junce inquired, "Are you injured?" "No." Chen Huai was not like this before. "Why has he become so malicious?" "He is a junior general, and your residence commands military power. Perhaps he is envious of you." "Never mind him. When shall we visit Di Shi?" Xiao Junce replied, "If we visit every place, Li Tianhu's men will grow suspicious. Let us rest for 2 days before we stealthily go." That lad who saved you did not pay attention to his face. Nian Bei Ning smiled. "What? Are you interested in Qing Sha Huan?" Xiao Junce's expression darkened. "So it was him. Better not to look." That night, Qing Sha Huan arrived at the royal residence from the archery camp. While Nian Bei Ning was bathing, she was startled by his sudden intrusion, only to be pulled from the water moments later. Upon recognizing Qing Sha Huan, she spluttered water onto his face. "Why sneak in like a thief? You startled me." With an exasperated sigh, Qing Sha Huan wiped his face and discarded his clothes to join her in the bath. "I couldn't leave you alone in the human realm. My instincts were correct." Nian Bei Ning, her porcelain-like arms encircling his neck, said, "That was an accident. General Chen is secretly opposing Xiao Junce. Oh, by the way, I have good news. The Xiao royal residence is willing to ally with us against Li Tianhu." The man's brows lifted. Indeed, this was encouraging news. "I am discussing serious matters, and you should behave yourself." "Behave? You make it difficult for me to maintain decorum. Let's discuss serious matters later." Nian Bei Ning chuckled helplessly as his large hand enveloped her delicate waist, causing her to lean into his embrace, her legs buckling beneath her. The water splashed in a haze of mist as birds outside flitted away, reluctant to witness this springtime scene. The next day, when Xiao Junce arrived early to find Nian Bei Ning, he was greeted at the door by the sight of Qing Sha Huan in black attire. "Delivering breakfast? How thoughtful. I was so tired last night that I am still resting. Young Master Xiao, you may leave it with me." Xiao Junce's mouth twitched, internally cursing the man before him. Chapter 143. Absurd conscription. Upon entering the room, Nian Bei Ning was both amused and exasperated. "I was already awake. Young Master Xiao might have important matters to discuss." "Indeed, there are significant matters. I brought you breakfast, fearing you might go hungry." Saying this, he ate a bun and offered another to Nian Bei Ning. She chuckled, but after just a few bites, her stomach churned, and she quickly vomited. Qing Sha Huan became anxious. "What happened? Is it that this Baozi's meat filling does not suit your taste?" Nian Bei Ning nodded slightly, admitting it indeed lacks appeal. "What would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you." "Red bean meat paste porridge." "Very well." As this man, who had never set foot in a kitchen, approached Nian Bei Ning with a bowl of dark porridge, he frowned, remarking, "It smells burnt. Perhaps it is best if you do not eat it." The two walked along the street of the imperial city and entered a kanji shop. Rumor had it that many were leaving the imperial city recently, with only one son in each household who would provide for the family in their old age after military service. Indeed, it was said that soon these individuals would be sent to the Beastmen continent for battle. The Beastmen are terrifying, with their green faces and sharp fangs. And while those with martial skills might hold their ground for a few exchanges, what would become of us ordinary folk, but to serve as mere cannon fodder? Alas, the national master has usurped the throne, plunging the realm into instability and causing the common people to suffer. Hush, lower your voice. Only you would dare speak such treasonous words. Nian Bei Ning and her companions perked their ears to eavesdrop on the gossip. The discontent among the populace was indeed a sign of good fortune. The military camp of the Earthmaster was situated in a remote area, not far from the naval camp overseen by the Prince of Shao. Xiao Junce had lost his previous vivacity, arms crossed and a piece of straw between his lips, trailing behind Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan with an air of displeasure. Occasionally, when the two exchanged playful banter, Qing Sha Huan would glance back at Xiao Junce, saying, "Ah, my apologies, Xiao brother. I forgot you were here." Xiao Junce forced a smile. "It's nothing. I have grown accustomed." Nian Bei Ning observed the two, feeling a loss. "Help! Help! A murder has occurred. Quick, someone come to my aid." As the trio passed a village, a cacophony of frantic cries erupted from within. Upon their arrival, they witnessed soldiers forcibly dragging away several boys and girls, while others were beating those who attempted to intervene. Without a moment's hesitation, the three charged forward, sending the soldiers flying with a single kick. The remaining officers, witnessing this, dropped their captives and brandished their weapons, charging at them. In a matter of moments, Xiao Junce had knocked several down, producing a royal token. "I am the heir of the Shao royal household." At the sight of the token, the once menacing officers froze. Collapsing to their knees, "We did not recognize your esteemed self, young Master Shao. Please spare us." Xiao Junce raised his foot and kicked the leader in the head, demanding, "What are you doing here? The Emperor has issued a conscription order, and those with male heirs who defy it must be dealt with accordingly. These are merely children of 13 or 14 years, and what you intend to do with women. The conscription edict does not call for the enlistment of females." The leader replied, "With so many soldiers, we require military prostitutes." Xiao Junce, unable to contain his rage, struck him with a forceful palm, sending him flying and breaking his neck. The remaining soldiers, now desperate, charged at them with weapons drawn. Xiao Junce's eyes glinted with fury. "I will kill you scoundrels." With swiftness, Qing Sha Huan and Nian Bei Ning dispatched the officers with ease. Xiao Junce, still unsatisfied, kicked the bodies of the soldiers, panting, "If I ever get the chance, I will personally see to it that Li Tianhu pays for this." As Nian Bei Ning attempted to comfort the terrified villagers, a tremor reverberated through the ground. Someone was approaching. A group of armored warriors arrived, and their leader dismounted to address Xiao Junce. "I have met young Master Shao. How did these men meet their end?" Xiao Junce replied, "I killed them." The leader frowned. "Why did you resort to such slaughter?" "They are soldiers of the Earthmaster. They defied the Emperor's decree, forcibly abducting good families and conscripting children. Surely, those reasons justify their demise." The leader glowered at Xiao Junce, who returned the glare with equal intensity. In a standoff, the leader of the Earthmaster's forces raised his hand, ordering, "Take their bodies back for a proper burial." After issuing his command, he led his men away. Aprupe Burial, do these men deserve such honor? Xiao Junce nearly spat blood in anger. Qing Sha Huan soothed him. "These troops are aligned with Li Tianhu. Xiao brother, surely your naval forces are not similarly compromised? Impossible. Should I discover any such treachery, I will show no mercy." As night fell, the Earthmaster's defenses were tight, with patrols continuously rotating, and even during shifts, guards remained vigilant. The three found it quite challenging to infiltrate and investigate the situation. Xiao Junce remarked, "The defenses here are too stringent. We cannot enter. Let us first visit my naval forces and devise a plan to gain entry another day." The naval camp, located near the coast, boasted ships of exceptional quality, crafted by Xiao Junce himself, capable of withstanding the most tumultuous seas. Upon arrival, the officers greeted him with utmost respect. "Greetings, young master." Each sailor possessed a sufficient supply of water-repelling pills, enabling them to remain underwater for 10 days without difficulty. However, the strain on their stamina and endurance was considerable, and not all could qualify as naval soldiers. They had to pass rigorous physical assessments. Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan accompanied Xiao Junts to the conscription area, where they found not children, but rather young men with fresh, youthful faces just over 18 years old. Remarkably, there were no assessments. They were directly registered for military service. Xiao Junts inquired, "What merit do these youths possess to become naval soldiers? What purpose do they serve?" The deputy commander replied, "Young master, these are sent over by the Earth Master, insisting they must be accepted without assessments, as it is an imperial conscription order." Xiao Jun stated, "An opportune moment, release these individuals. My naval forces must dominate the seas without any blemish. What use are these recruits?" He added quietly, "Do not let those from the Earth Master learn of this, or I will demote you." "Understood." Xiao Junts continued, "I have good news. My father will be visiting tomorrow, and we will have the opportunity to explore the Earth Master's domain." Qing Sha Huan asked, "Where is the Xian Master?" Upon mentioning the Xian Master, Xiao Jun's expression turned grave. The Xian Master represents a unique military force, comprising individuals skilled in the esoteric arts. Unlike those who cultivate spiritual techniques, the Xian Master operates covertly and is directly subordinate to the Emperor. However, with the Emperor missing, no one knows how to contact the Xian Master. Xiao Junts added, "Even my father may not know where the Xian Master is." Nian Bei Ning expressed her astonishment. "So formidable. Young master, the prince has arrived." Prince Xiao entered the Earth Master's territory, accompanied by several men. The opposing commander, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, welcomed them warmly. After all, Prince Xiao, with his iron-fisted control over the military of Daba country, commanded respect even from the most absurd current emperor, let alone these nameless foot soldiers. Nian Bei Ning had presumed the Earth Master to be a standard combat force, akin to cannon fodder at the forefront of elite troops. Yet, upon witnessing it firsthand, she realized the naivety of her thoughts. The Earth Master, as its name suggests, was indeed a force operating underground with remarkable concealment, engaging in combat under conditions of clarity for the enemy and obscurity for themselves, rendering the latter virtually hopeless. Now, looking across the vast military camp, there were few actively training above ground. Due to the incident involving the deaths of Earth Master soldiers, many now regarded Xiao Junts with coldness. Yet he strode through the Earth Master's domain with an air of audacity, as if deliberately courting animosity, taking advantage of a wave of patrolling soldiers emerging from underground. The trio followed stealthily, akin to a clever ruse. This was Xiao Jun's first venture beneath the Earth Master's realm, a truly elite domain. The temperature below is significantly higher than that above, and the robust soldiers practice with their bare torsos. Qing Sha Huan and Xiao Junsu, surprisingly in sync, block Nian Bei Ning's line of sight, leaving her in a state of bemusement. Each of these warriors can lift several hundred pounds, and they are generally taller and more muscular than those outside. They are proficient in various weapons such as swords, spears, and axes. If any weapon does not suit them, they specifically train in that weapon. The objective is to cultivate them into versatile warriors in large numbers. Qing Sha Huan observes this and feels a quiet shock. The warriors of the Beast Clan are vastly inferior compared to these individuals. If war were to break out, the defeat of the Beast Clan would be inevitable. Upon returning to the naval camp, Prince Xiao inquires, "What do you think? Has the Beast Sovereign seen the situation below the Earth Master?" Qing Sha Huan responds, "The military strength of the Bagua is indeed formidable." Prince Xiao nods, "Yes, however, I am not very familiar with the power of the Xian Master, and I do not know whether they are currently under the Emperor or Li Tianhe." Prince Xiao adds, "Oh right, that woman Sheng Xiao heir and the Emperor's third adopted son, Sanju, have already gone to the Beast Clan. Their operations are highly confidential, and they refuse to disclose any information, so you must be cautious." Qing Sha Huan replies, "Thank you for the information, Your Highness. We must act swiftly to locate the Emperor. Without him, the realm of Daba cannot find peace. Indeed, in the future, there will be many troubles. I will rely on Your Highness." On the way back, Qing Sha Huan appears deep in thought, and Nian Bei Ning remarks, "Are you a bit shaken by the strength of the human race?" Qing Sha Huan sighs, Even if we train our soldiers in the same manner, it will be too late. Training to this level is not something that can be achieved overnight. A conflict between the human and beast clans is unavoidable. I have never considered the possibility of the beast clan's defeat. He then looks at Nian Bei Ning. For the first time, I feel this sense of dread, not of death, but of all beast clan members becoming mere tools for human cultivation. Nian Bei Ning reassures him, "Do not worry. Although they are powerful, they are far from perfect." Just as Qing Sha Huan is about to respond, Nian Bei Ning suddenly covers her mouth and nose, retching. The man quickly comforts her by stroking her back. "What is it? You've been like this lately. We should let Elder Shi take a good look at you." After a moment, Nian Bei Ning regains her composure. "It's nothing. I just caught a whiff of something unpleasant." By the creek in the forest, several animal corpses, already decayed, emit a foul odor. Moreover, numerous bodies have been discovered along the stream. Upon returning to the beast clan, Bing Shi Lu and the herbalist wear serious expressions. Sitting in a high position, Qing Sha Huan frowns. "Is there poison in the water?" Bing Shi Lu confirms, "Our beast clan relies on 3 rivers for survival, but they have all been poisoned. Only the middle channel and the eastern rising lower channel are temporarily free of poison, but we must guard them vigilantly. The poisoners have come prepared, intending to cut off all our usable water sources." The Great Offering adds, reporting to the Bee Sovereign, "We have station guards at these 2 water sources. Although they are the only drinkable sources, they do not solve the problem." Qing Sha Huan questions, "How can we neutralize the poison?" Bing Shi Lu replies, "This is a mixed poison. To put it simply, the poisoner has thrown in a variety of deadly toxins, and currently, we have no targeted antidote. However, it is said that there's a kind of goo flower in Sheng Jianghua that can cure all poisons. If we could obtain this flower, we could neutralize the toxins." With Sheng Xiao'er and Sanju arriving at the Beast Clan, this must certainly be their doing. They acted swiftly to target the water sources. In the palace, Nian Bei Ning frowns at Bing Shi Lu. "I fear that when we go to Sheng Jianghua, the Bagua will seize the opportunity to attack. Can't you develop an antidote?" Bing Shi Lu sighs. "This water is highly poisonous. Not only is drinking it dangerous, but even skin contact causes severe sores. Many in the Beast Clan have already suffered moderate effects from the poison, and we are truly at a loss." Nian Bei Ning resolves, "Very well, I will handle this matter." As she stands up abruptly, she suddenly feels dizzy, and Bing Shi Lu grabs her wrist. "Madam, be careful." Nian Bei Ning comments, "I don't know why I've been feeling unwell lately. Perhaps you should give me some medicine to strengthen my constitution." Bing Shi Lu releases her hand and respectfully bows. "Congratulations, madam. You're over a month pregnant. It is better not to take medicine." Nian Bei Ning is taken aback. "What did you say? I am pregnant?" "Absolutely true." Nian Bei Ning feels both joy and worry. After so many years of marriage, she is finally expecting a child with Qing Sha Huan, but she is concerned that with the current tensions between the 2 clans, if war breaks out, she will not be able to assist Qing Sha Huan much. After a day of hesitation, just as she decides to wait a little longer before having another child, Qing Sha Huan rushes into the room, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Bei Ning, are we having a child?" Nian Bei Ning notes, "Yes. But Before she can finish her sentence, he lifts her and spins her around joyfully. "Wonderful. I'm finally going to be a father." Nian Bei Ning startet, exclaims. "Stop. The first 3 months are the most unstable." Only then does he set her down. "Right? My mistake. I was reckless." Seeing his joyful demeanor, she concedes, "Fine. Since it has come to this, let us see it through." He places his hand on her still flat belly and smiles. "If it's a son, let him be like me, practicing archery and martial arts, expanding our territory, and becoming the next king of the Beast Clan. If it's a daughter, she must also learn archery and martial arts to gain skills, so she won't be bullied, and she should be as beautiful as you." Nian Bei Ning Laos. "It's only been a month. You're thinking too far ahead. In the future, I will accompany you often." Nian Bei Ning replies, "The urgent matter is still to resolve the current water source issue. I have already sent a letter to Sheng Jianghua, and news will come soon." "Good then. Lie down now. You need to rest after standing for so long." Nian Bei Ning looks at him with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "It's just pregnancy. Is it necessary to act like a startled bird?" With the revelation of the poison water source, many in the Beast Clan began to contemplate leaving. The beast clan's water is compromised, while that of the human clan is unaffected. Li Ju-chun has confined the 6th batch of beast clan members heading to the human clan in a golden cage. Where the captives protest vigorously, the beast clan's water has a problem. To survive, we must go to the human clan. What is wrong with that? Why are we being treated this way? Li Ju-chun retorts, is it that simple? Just because the beast clan's water is poisoned, does that mean the human clan will provide you with water to drink? I know this is a trap set by the human clan, but if we only operate on the border without delving deep into human territory, we should be fine. Nian Bei Ning interjects. Let me tell you where the previous 5 batches of people have gone. They have all been turned back into their original forms, lying on the chopping block. They're fine for already fashioned into garments. Chapter 145. Sanju meets his end if you wish to become like that. You are welcome to try. The beast clan members exchange glances, falling silent. Nian Bei Ning questions, who led you to the human clan? They search among themselves, but find that the leader is not in the cage. It was a female from the wolf clan, but she is nowhere to be seen. Nian Bei Ning warns, do not be fooled again. Use your brains next time you encounter such matters. News from Shengjianghua has been delayed, and the only 2 usable water sources have barely sustained them for half a month. Many are parched, giving the last drops of water in their flasks to their young. Additionally, reports have come in that numerous demon catchers and soldiers have gathered at the border between the human and beast clans, seemingly preparing to launch an attack on the beast clan at any moment. Sheng Xiao, Er, and Sanju, along with their subordinates, hide in a cave, a place where Sheng Xiao Er had previously sought refuge. The beast clan cannot discover this location. Sanju returns from outside, fuming. Sheng Xiao Er, didn't you say it would take no more than half a month to create chaos in the beast clan? It has already been a month. Why is there still no movement? Sheng Xiao Er respectfully stated, they have also excavated a water channel within the clan, situated deep within the beast clan, making it impossible to poison it. However, once that water has been consumed, it will present us with a prime opportunity to strike. She added with a hint of disdain, I hope your words hold true. Should any mishap occur, I shall wield this gray wolf against you. Indeed, came the reply, as Sheng Xiao observed Sanju's departing figure. A surge of resentment welled up in her eyes. Among the human clan, those individuals would often taunt her with the moniker Grey Wolf. Grey Wolf? She was of illustrious red wolf lineage, not some mere gray wolf. That night, cloaked in a black robe, Sheng Xiao stealthily infiltrated the location of the central water source, which was heavily guarded, preventing anyone from approaching. Suddenly, a woman's voice cried out in distress, help, help. The sound echoed through the forest, capturing the attention of the guards. To ensure that Nian Bei Ning could rest peacefully during her pregnancy, Qing Sha Huan assigned Bing Shirlu to keep a watchful eye on her while she went to gather medicinal herbs, and Nian Bei Ning joyfully accompanied her. On their way back, they passed the central water source and heard the sounds of a fierce battle. 2 agile figures were engaged in a heated confrontation with the guards. Bing Shirlu and Nian Bei Ning hurried towards the commotion, recognizing that the frenzied attackers were none other than Sheng Xiao and Lan Zhe. Nian Bei Ning unleashed a surge of golden flames towards Sheng Xiao. The latter sensed the impending danger and, in a swift motion, evaded Nian Bei Ning's fiery strike, which instead struck Lan Zhe, who seemed impervious to pain. With a powerful jolt, Nian Bei Ning felt a wave of numbness wash over her wrist, prompting her to retreat hastily. Bing Shirlu approached, concern etched on her face. Are you all right, my lady? You must not engage in combat while pregnant. Leave this matter to us. Xingke instinctively glanced at Nian Bei Ning's abdomen. Nian Bei Ning placed a hand on her belly and nodded. Lan Zhe, in his current state, exuded an aura of invulnerability. The fierce attacks directed at him merely slowed him down, and he would soon unleash his formidable strength once more. Realizing that their plans for the day were foiled, Sheng Qiae declared, Retriat. The 2 vanished into the darkness, prompting Bing Shirlu to say, no need to pursue them. Did they get close to the water source? We swear to hold them off, preventing them from approaching the water source even a step, came the reply. That is well, Bing Shirlu concluded, turning to Nian Bei Ning. Let us return. I will prepare 2 doses of prenatal medicine for you. Indeed, Sheng Xiaoer is exceptionally audacious to attempt poisoning so openly. Should I discover their hiding place, I shall ensure they do not leave alive. Bing Shirlu continued. During the skirmish, I placed a tracking insect on Lan Zhe, which will assist us in locating them. Nian Bei Ning raised an eyebrow. You are quite meticulous. Upon their return to the cave, Sanju inquired, how did it go? Were you successful? We were so close, but Nian Bei Ning arrived. She wields the power of phoenix flames. I was no match for her. Sanju frowned. That ugly woman best find a way to poison the central water source. I have already contacted the border commander. Once the poison is in place, we can launch our assault on the Beast clan. Sheng Xiao humbly bowed. Yes, I will do my utmost. Ugly woman? Such a derogatory term could only come from that accursed man. Sheng Xiaoer clenched a bug she had obtained from Lan Zhe in her hand, narrowing her eyes as she held it tightly. The following night, Sheng Xiaoer claimed to be going out to seek another opportunity to poison the water, but in truth, led Lan Zhe to the territory of the Leopard clan. The Leopard clan harbored many secret bases known only to the royal family, and Lan Zhe had previously brought her to one. It was now a perfect hiding place. Sanju examined the meticulously arranged map of his plans within the cave, awaiting the moment when the water source would vanish. The Beast clan, with its civilization and weaponry far inferior, would be easily subdued. Orders were dispatched to advance the border troops 10 miles forward, ready to await commands. Understood. As the subordinate departed, a scream pierced the air from outside. Sanju quickly stowed the map and sprang to his feet. The messenger had fallen back, bloodied and lifeless. Stepping outside, Sanju's pupils dilated in shock. Armed figures stood ready with bows drawn, clad in silver armor, wielding yellow-grade weaponry. Meanwhile, his own forces numbered barely 100, completely surrounded. Qing Sha Huan emerged. Qin raised defiantly, gazing at him. You are the third adopted son of Li Tianhe? You are Qing Sha Huan? Indeed, he replied. You are the one who killed my elder brother and ninth brother. Today, I shall ensure you accompany them to the grave. The latter smirked coldly. You should go accompany your brothers instead. With a simultaneous release of arrows, the air was filled with the sound of arrows slicing through, pinning individuals to the ground. Despite Sanju's formidable skills, he was no match for such overwhelming numbers. In a desperate struggle, he fought valiantly, but his weapon was severed by Qing Sha Huan, rendering him crippled as he succumbed to a fatal strike to the neck. Just as Nian Bei Ning emerged from the crowd, Qing Sha Huan, slightly, turned to obstruct her view. It's rather bloody. Don't frighten the child. Nian Bei Ning asked, what of Sheng Xiaoer and Lan Zhe? They are nowhere to be found despite exhaustive searches. Nian Bei Ning surmised, this individual is cunning and malicious. She must have discovered the tracking insect and deliberately placed it on Sanju, allowing herself and Lan Zhe to escape. Qing Sha Huan questioned, they are our own. Why would she wish to harm them? Nian Bei Ning replied, there may be undisclosed reasons behind this. However, I'm certain they have not yet left the Beast clan. The next day, bathed in bright sunlight, Lan Tingyue gazed around in astonishment. Wow, so this is the Beast clan. Afon, look quickly. That person has cat ears. And over there a wolf tail. Lan Tingyue and Yi Xia arrived at the Beast clan, bringing with them the goo flower capable of dispelling toxins. Yi Xia, with a doting expression, said, do not act so surprised. It's amusing to see you so naive. I am a distinguished guest of the Beast clan, here to offer aid. Who would dare mock me? At the palace gates, the priest and elders respectfully welcomed her. Welcome, holy daughter of the Holy Land. Lan Tingyue waved her hand cheerfully. No need for such formality. Bing Shirlu promptly utilized the goo flower to detoxify the Beast clan's water source and preserve some for precautions. Lan Tingyue, with her large dark eyes, gazed at Nian Bei Ning's slightly protruding belly. Sister Nian, what does it feel like to be pregnant? Quite pleasant, she replied. Qing Sha Huan stepped in, positioning himself between the two. That is enough for now. If you are so fond of it, perhaps you should bear one yourself. Lan Tingyue, her cheeks flushed, protested. Oh, Brother Qing, you are so annoying. I'm not even married yet. Who would I bear a child with? Suddenly, her face lit up with excitement. Sister Nian, let the child recognize me as a godmother. I promise to impart all the formidable skills of the Holy Land to him." Qing Sha Huan cleared his throat, discreetly stepping aside. Nian Bei Ning laughed. "That sounds wonderful." Training the troops and stockpiling resources, these tasks progressed vigorously each day. Meanwhile, upon learning of Sanju's death, Li Qianhe was consumed by rage, ordering the military strategists to infiltrate the Beast Clan territory, gather intelligence on all power distributions, and create a map, preparing to launch an assault on the Beast Clan at an opportune moment. Chapter 146: The Death of Lan Zhe. Nian Bei Ning's pregnancy became more pronounced. By 4 months, her belly was noticeably larger. Lan Tingwei insisted on waiting until after Nian Bei Ning's child was born before returning, taking up residence in the Beast Clan with joy. In her leisure, Nian Bei Ning would visit Dongsheng to seek out medicinal herbs, while Qing Sha Huan forbade her from involving herself in clan matters, urging her to focus on her pregnancy. Lan Tingwei, meanwhile, enjoyed following her around, claiming to take care of her future godson with even more attentiveness than Bing Shirlu. Yi Xia remarked, "The Ba country is preparing for serious action. What plans does the Beast Sovereign have?" The military strategist personnel had already infiltrated the Beast Clan territory, their combat prowess formidable, far exceeding what had been initially observed. This certainly posed a significant challenge. The observational prowess of the Bird Clan surpasses that of the Tiger Clan, while the Tiger Clan boasts formidable combat strength. After numerous trials and fierce battles, they finally captured a handful of the opposing clan's members, initially intending to extract information from their captives. The Earth Masters swiftly bit into their poisoned sacs upon capture, succumbing to death in an instant. It required the collective effort of hundreds to subdue merely a few of these Earth Masters, leaving Qing Sha Huan with a grim expression. The Grand Worshipper, Beast Sovereign, reported that despite extensive searches, the whereabouts of the remaining members had yet to be discovered, particularly their hideout in this region. Nian Bei Ning zite, stating that these individuals operated underground, making it implausible for the Beast Clan to excavate every inch of earth. Qing Sha Huan responded nonchalantly, suggesting they should hang the corpses at the border for all to see. He then admonished, "Did I not instruct you to focus on nurturing the child? What brings you here? Do not overexert yourself." Nian Bei Ning shrugged off his hand, asserting, "I am not so frail. The death of Sanju has ignited a fuse. Li Tian he cannot wait any longer, and Sheng Xiao's schemes have borne fruit." Qing Sha Huan suggested that if she felt restless, she might look into Sheng Xiao's whereabouts, and that she need not worry about the battlefield ahead. Nian Bei Ning nodded in agreement. On a sweltering summer day, Nian Bei Ning found herself in a pavilion enjoying watermelon when she felt a stirring in her abdomen, both alarmed and delighted. Bing Shirlu arrived with nourishing porridge. "Madam, please do not exert yourself," she urged. Nian Bei Ning replied, "With battle imminent, I cannot help but worry." Bing Shirlu reassured her, "With the Beast Sovereign and all the leaders present, and given your condition, rest assured, all will be well." Nian Bei Ning continued, "By the way, did your previous poison leave any traces on Lan Zhe?" To which Bing Shirlu answered, "None at all." "Why do you ask? Are you trying to locate Sheng Xiao?" "Indeed, she is like a venomous serpent, capable of striking at any moment. This individual must be dealt with swiftly, as summer's heat scorched the earth. A month passed without a drop of rain. To avert future water shortages, plans were made to excavate channels from the Beast Clan's northern territories to the Wolf Clan, with Li Juchun overseeing the construction. Throughout this period, members of the Beast Clan tirelessly searched for the Earth Masters. Yet after a month, not a single clue had surfaced. The excavation progressed smoothly for now. Nian Bei Ning reclined on a soft couch, her belly prominent, while a woman who had previously served in the Leopard Clan's palace knelt respectfully. There are many secret realms within the Leopard Clan palace unknown to us servants. Yet we possess an innate sense of connection amongst ourselves. Nian Bei Ning raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A sense of connection? Yes, it allows us to sense each other's locations. Why did you not mention this sooner? The leopard woman, trembling, replied, "You never inquired, so we kept silent." This connection was vague and imprecise. Yet the Leopard Clan's worshippers indeed felt the presence of their kin within the palace. However, after thorough investigation, They found no trace of the elusive power of the leopard people. Thus, it was deduced that this must be where Lan Zhe and Sheng Qiao were hiding. No wonder the vast beast clan had been unable to locate them. They were concealed within their own territory. The following day, Nian Bei Ning boldly strode to the leopard clan palace, greeted respectfully by the servants. Lan Tingyu gasped in astonishment upon seeing the grandeur of the palace, marveling at the colossal crystal pillars and exquisite carvings. Nian Bei Ning smiled and surveyed her surroundings, commenting, "Indeed, I have grown weary of the Wolf Clan palace. A change of environment is refreshing." Bing Shi Lu affirmed, "Madam speaks wisely. We plan to stay for an extended period, and provisions have already been brought." Once a desolate palace, it now buzzed with life, much to the ire of Sheng Qiao, who seethed at the presence of her sworn enemy, Nian Bei Ning. "In heaven, there is a path you refuse to tread, yet you dare invade hell. Lan Ce, eliminata Nian Bei Ning tonight." The man, exuding an aura of murderous intent, replied, "Understood." As night fell, stars twinkled and candlelight flickered. After leaving Nian Bei Ning's chamber, Bing Shi Lu departed with an empty food container. Within the room, Nian Bei Ning, feeling her belly, extinguished the candle to rest. In the stillness of the night, time passed slowly. A tall figure stealthily entered, their gray eyes emanating a chilling green glow. Locking onto the figure reclining on the bed, he unleashed a swift strike aimed at her abdomen. With a thunderous sound, the bed shattered, illuminating Lan Zhe's figure as he forcefully breached the door. The door, bolted shut, was suddenly encircled by fire-resistant stone walls, and in the next moment, a dazzling phoenix flame surged toward Lan Zhe. Inside the room, the echoes of Lan Zhe's violent assaults and the crackling of flames reverberated, accompanied by feral growls. Nian Bei Ning and Bing Shi Lu listened quietly from outside as the commotion gradually subsided. Afterward, Nian Bei Ning chuckled coldly. How pitiable, being used in such a manner. Even now, she does not come to your rescue. Rather than endure this torment, it would be more merciful for me to grant you a swift end. With that, Nian Bei Ning turned to leave, while others entered to deal with the remnants of chaos. Unperturbed, Nian Bei Ning continued her routine of eating and sleeping, nurturing her child, and keeping abreast of news from the Wolf Clan. There were minor issues with the northern channels, which could be seen as both a blessing and a curse. They had stumbled upon a vein of ore, while not of exceptional quality. Hua Xing suggested that arrows forged from this ore would surpass all others in power. However, extracting the ore would slow the channel excavation. Sheng Qiao, evading capture, dared not emerge, while Nian Bei Ning planned to seize an opportunity to investigate the ore and channel situation. That night, servants in a leopard clan palace whispered as they walked, "I hear the madam intends to leave tomorrow. Perhaps it is for the best. After nearly a month, we have all felt constrained, and we must tread carefully. Should she experience any complications, we would all be at risk." "Shu, lower your voice. Only you would dare speak so. If others overheard, your life would not suffice to pay the price." Their hushed conversation faded as Sheng Qiao, cloaked in black, stood behind them, snorting softly before vanishing into the night. While residing in the leopard clan palace, Nian Bei Ning rotated between rooms nightly, lingering longer when a room proved particularly comfortable. Just as she prepared for sleep, a knock sounded at the door. "Madam, Elder Tin has sent a dose of pregnancy-preserving medicine. At such a late hour? We can wait until tomorrow." "Very well." After a moment's hesitation, Nian Bei Ning decided she has worked hard during this time. "Please bring in the medicine." In the room were both Nian Bei Ning and Lan Tingyu. Lan Tingyu remarked, come now, this is for my godson. Let me check for any toxins." Nian Bei Ning chuckled. "You doubt Shi Lu's medicine?" "Absolutely. It must pass through my scrutiny first." Ever since agreeing to be the child's godmother, Lan Tingyu had meticulously inspected every meal. Though cautious, Nian Bei Ning felt reassured during this critical period. As Lan Tingyu examined the medicine, the maid who had entered displayed a glint of malice in her eyes, and, transforming her hand into a claw, lunged violently at Nian Bei Ning's belly. Reacting instinctively, Lan Tingyu stepped in front of Nian Bei Ning, taking the brunt of the attack, which tore a hole in her abdomen. Enraged, Nian Bei Ning channeled her energy into a strike against the assailant, revealing her true identity as Sheng Qiaoer. Upon realizing her attack had failed, Sheng Qiaoer turned to flee, only to encounter Qing Sha Huan and Yi Xia waiting outside. In the year of the northern citrus, Yi Xia cried out into the night, "Quick, your wearer is injured." Upon seeing the bloodstains on Sheng Qiaoer's hands, Yi Xia was immediately filled with fury, transforming one hand into a claw-like appendage and striking towards her head. Just as Sheng Qiaoer prepared to escape underground, countless eerie claw-like hands emerged from the ground, gripping her feet tightly. In her state of panic, Yi Xia's strike had already landed on her head. The woman's eyes widened as she fell straight to the ground, her heart having ceased to beat. Without a glance at Sheng Qiaoer, Yi Xia dashed into the inner room, cradling Lan Tingyu in his arms. "How is it? Well, hold on." Bing Shirlu arrived, glancing at Lan Tingyu's wound, and furrowed her brow. "I will attend to her injuries. You all should step outside." Qing Sha Huan, anxious, asked Northern Citrus, "Did she hurt you?" The woman shook her head. "Fortunately, Yuer shielded me. Otherwise, I would be the one lying there." Reflecting on the countless troubles caused by Sheng Qiaoer, it seemed her life had finally reached its end today. Northern Citrus silently breathed a sigh of relief. Bing Shirlu emerged, and Yi Xia, his face flushed with anxiety, asked, "How serious is the injury?" Bing Shirlu replied, "Just a minor surface wound. She fainted from the pain, but will awaken shortly, so there is no need for concern." Yi Xia responded, "I knew it. This girl has always been afraid of pain. I will go in and keep her company." Northern Citrus inquired, "What brings you to the leopard tribe's cave palace so suddenly?" They replied, "It has been too long since we saw my wife and child, so we came to check on them, only to encounter this incident." Northern Citrus nodded. "How is the excavation of the Northern Water Channel progressing?" "The leader of the flower sect is currently gathering personnel to extract ore. It will take a few days to resume digging the water channel." Northern Citrus acknowledged with a sound. The matter concerning Lan Zhe and Sheng Qiaoer had finally reached a resolution. Upon returning to the Wolf Tribe's palace, Elder Jiu stumbled in search of Qing Sha Huan. Observing his disheveled and distressed appearance, it was clear he bore ill tidings. "Disaster has struck, Beast Sovereign. The human race has suddenly appeared, not only destroying our water channel, but also seizing all the ore and abducting the leader of the flower sect." Qing Sha Huan's brow furrowed deeply. What were the soldiers stationed 3 miles away doing? They were ambushed by the humans. All our kin perished, and Li Juechen is missing. What? This is a devastating blow to the Beast Tribe. Previously, there had been over 1,000 individuals working on the Northern Water Channel, and Li Juechen commanded another 1,000. The human forces launched a silent and lethal ambush, leaving no survivors. Such ruthlessness was indeed thunderous in its execution. At that moment, another report came in. "Be sovereign. The humans have sent a letter." Qing Sha Huan snatched it away. Discovering its contents, demanded he bring Northern Citrus to the border 3 days hence, where the bodies of the Earth Masters would be displayed. No other individuals could accompany him. Otherwise, Hua Xing and Li Juechen would meet their demise. The elders unanimously concurred, deeming it a trap and advised against going. "Beast Sovereign, as the leader of the Beast Tribe, your peril would spell disaster for us all. Indeed, sacrificing the leader of the Flower Sect and Li Juechen is of little consequence, but your wife is with child. It is imperative that you do not take such risks." Qing Sha Huan rested his forehead in thought, listening to their various counsel, and finally spoke with a calm demeanor. "Enough. Cease your arguments." His narrow eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity. "There is no need to elaborate on the importance of the leader of the Flower Sect to our tribe. Li Juechen has served the Wolf Tribe diligently. If we do not rescue them, how can I hope to unify the Beast Tribe? What credibility would remain?" Qing Sha Huan continued, "I have my own plans for this matter. We must enhance our patrols to ensure such incidents do not recur." "Understood." As Northern Citrus prepared and inspected her weapons, Qing Sha Huan smiled gently. "What are you doing, my lady?" "I am preparing to accompany you to rescue them." "How can I trust you to join me in such a perilous endeavor?" Northern Citrus replied solemnly, "The Earth Masters excel in underground operations. If we bring others, we will surely be discovered." Qing Sha Huan countered, I do not intend to bring anyone. I can manage alone. That is unacceptable. The Earth Masters are formidable foes, and this ambush is orchestrated by Ba Huashang, a ruthless individual. How can I be at ease knowing you are going? Just as Qing Sha Huan was about to respond, Northern Citrus interrupted. If anything happens to you, I will accompany you and the child. At that moment, her gaze was resolute, and her determination would not be swayed. The 3-day deadline arrived as promised. The border between the human and beast tribes lay in the wilderness, the very place where Northern Citrus had once lost her life. The trees were adorned with the corpses of Earth Masters, nearly devoured by vultures, while on the ground, Ba Huashang led a throng of Earth Masters, confronting Qing Sha Huan and Northern Citrus. The woman bore an indelible scar upon her face, her murderous aura pressing toward them. Long time no see, Northern Citrus. Qing Sha Huan. Qing Sha Huan replied, there is no need for pleasantries. Where are the others? With a mere gesture from Ba Huashang, Hua Xing and Li Juechen were pushed forward. Qing Sha Huan's blue eyes turned cold and merciless. Let's negotiate. I want her. Ba Huashang pointed at Northern Citrus. What did you say? Ba Huazhang retorted, no worries. I will not make things difficult for you today. These two have reached the end of their lives. As Ba Huashang turned to leave, Northern Citrus called out, wait. Ba Huashang turned, her cold gaze fixed upon her. Northern Citrus said, very well, if you release them, I will go with you. Qing Sha Huan shouted in anger, what nonsense are you speaking? Northern Citrus reassured him, do not worry, I will be fine. She turned her gaze to Ba Huashang. After all, with so many of you, we cannot escape. Just let them go first. Ba Huashang displayed confidence in her own numbers and signaled for the two to be released. Li Juechen bellowed, do not come any closer. Hua Xing added, you are with child, do not approach. As they spoke, they were already pushed forward, and Northern Citrus smiled slightly. Rest assured, I'll be fine. She approached Ba Huashang slowly. Ba Huashang sneered, let us depart. As they began to leave, suddenly, countless ghostly hands emerged from the ground, grasping the legs of the Earth Masters and Ba Huashang. Meanwhile, Ba Huashang drew a flying hook to attack Northern Citrus. In an instant, a shield materialized around her wrist, and a resounding clang echoed as Ba Huashang's arm shook, the flying hook rebounding back. A low growl erupted, and a dark Kirin surged forward with fierce momentum towards them. The Earth Masters drew their swords, hacking at the ghostly hands below. Something began to break through the earth. Upon closer inspection, it was a legion of skeletal remains. The corpses were rapidly covered in flesh, wielding bone blades as they advanced towards the Earth Masters. Were these not the Yin Shijiang? Li Juechen and Hua Xing joined forces to cut through the surrounding Earth Masters, protecting Northern Citrus at their center. Retreat. Yi Xia and Bing Shirlu arrived. These Yin Shijiang had been summoned by him. Ba Huashang struggled against the relentless Yin Shijiang. Yi Xia glanced at them, then turned to Northern Citrus. Are you all right? I am fine, thank you. The might of the Dark Kirin was beyond what the Earth Masters could withstand, and combined with the ferocity of the Yin Shijiang, Ba Huashang was forced to order a retreat. Once the humans had departed, Qing Sha Huan hurried to Northern Citrus, swiftly carrying her back. In the palace, Bing Shirlu assured, be sovereign, do not worry. My lady is unharmed. She simply needs to rest well and cannot endure such turmoil again. After everyone had left, Qing Sha Huan sat at the edge of the bed, his expression dark as he looked at Northern Citrus. Why the long face? I am perfectly well. You have become bold, daring to risk my child? Northern Citrus replied, do not be deceived by my current condition. Ba Huashang is not my match. If I had taken her hostage, I could have returned. Hua Xing and Li Juechen are invaluable talents. They must not come to harm at this critical juncture. None are more important than you and the child. You must stay put and not go anywhere. Do you understand? The woman nodded vigorously, affirming her husband's counsel. This time, the one leading the attack was Ba Huashang, and they would surely send more troops to contest. Qing Sha Huan discussed with the leaders that since the war had commenced, there was no need to hesitate. They must take the initiative in their assault. After suffering a setback, Daba would dispatch archers to join the fray. Along the border of the two clans, a grand military encampment had already been established. including numerous demon catchers eager to seize a few beastmen to extract their inner core powers. At that moment, over 10,000 demon catchers shared this ambition. The Bagua was suddenly bolstered like a tiger with wings. Lan Tingyu's injuries had healed after a month of recuperation. Once well, she stayed close to Nian Bei Ning, personally attending to her along with Bingshi Lu. Under the blazing sun, Lan Tingyu fanned Nian Bei Ning while serving her tea and water, which Bingshi Lu could no longer bear to watch. This won't do. The lady should be more active now to benefit her delivery. Lan Tingyu retorted, what activity is needed when she is about to give birth? We should eat well and drink well, and quickly bring forth a chubby little boy. Nian Bei Ning chuckled and inquired of Bingshi Lu, by the way, how is the situation at the front? The human side is poised for action, but remains still. The beast sovereign will lead an operation tonight. You need not worry. My lady, Nian Bei Ning nodded, and Lan Tingyu leaned her head on her belly, listening to the movements within with a foolish grin. Suddenly, Nian Bei Ning felt a twinge of pain in her abdomen, causing Bingshi Lu to panic and pull Lan Tingyu away. What is wrong with the lady? It may be time to give birth, my stomach hurts. This alarmed both women. Nian Bei Ning understood the pain of childbirth, but she did not anticipate enduring excruciating agony for 2 days before finally delivering a round, delightful baby boy. On the day of his birth, auspicious clouds adorned the sky, and colorful larks circled above the palace, their cries echoing for an extended time. The beastmen were astonished by this phenomenon, and the old master of the Xiang clan's Tianji pavilion suddenly opened his eyes to gaze at the heavens. Lan Tingyu became ecstatic. It's a son. I too shall be a mother of a son. Bingshi Lu comforted the exhausted Nian Bei Ning. Take care of yourself. I will convey this news to the beast sovereign. All right. Nian Bei Ning reclined on the soft couch, gazing at her rosy, plump child, her maternal affection overflowing as she gently caressed his chubby cheeks. Lan Tingyi with Zima. I see the child resembles his mother more. Look at his brows and eyes. He will surely be handsome when he grows up. Bingshi Lu countered, really? I feel he resembles the beast sovereign more. Just look at his mouth and eyes. They are identical. Not all. He looks more like Sister Nian. The two women began to argue over the child's appearance until Qing Sha Huan returned and interrupted them. What are you two quarreling about? The lady needs rest. Everyone out. Qing Sha Huan quickly approached Nian Bei Ning, and the usually cold man felt warm swell in his eyes upon seeing the tiny being. It's a son. He looks like you. Nian Bei Ning smiled weakly. You should name him. Qing Sha Huan replied, I have already thought of a name. Qing Chi Chi. For 3 years of exile, this is where he shall dwell, eternally mournful for the Chu guest. Nian Bei Ning laughed, my little Chi. May you grow to be as brave as your father, ensuring peace and happiness for the beastmen. That is certain. Nian Bei Ning exquisite. What is the situation at the border? All is well. Do not worry. Focus on your recovery. Understood. Be sovereign. There are new developments at the border. Qing Sha Huan handed the child back to Nian Bei Ning. I will come to see you again. Very well. My lady, may I enter? Bingshi Lu replied. It is the master of the Xiang clan's Tianji pavilion. Let him in. The old master, with hair as white as snow, presented a jade talisman with both hands. This is a token of my goodwill. I hope you will accept it. Upon seeing the talisman, Bingshi Lu was taken aback, while Nian Bei Ning expressed her gratitude. Thank you, master. This child is destined by the immortals, possessing an immortal physique. You must take good care of him to prevent dire consequences should he be taken by others. Nian Bei Ning's expression grew serious. What do you mean, master? When this child was born, auspicious signs appeared in the sky, and spiritual birds circled above. These are all signs of his immortal lineage. I have said all I need to. Farewell. Once he departed, Nian Bei Ning remained absorbed in his words. What does it mean to be destined by the immortals? Bingshi Lu asked, do you know what the master gave you this talisman for? What is it? This is the ancestral talisman of the heir to the Xiang clan's Tianji pavilion. Nian Bei Ning murmured. Isn't the ancestral talisman supposed to be passed to the next master of the Tianji pavilion? Why would he give it to my child? Bingshi Lu urged. Just accept it. In the days that followed, as Nian Bei Ning rested on the couch, Qing Sha Huan, who had not returned for half a month, suddenly appeared. His thoughts were consumed by the child. Nian Bei Ning asked. Didn't you say you might not return for a month? Has the situation at the border been resolved? The man's gaze fixed intently on the child, and he nodded. Yes, it has been mostly handled. As the child in his arms began to cry, Nian Bei Ning felt a pang of sympathy. He must be hungry. Qing Sha Huan asked, Where's the wet nurse? Nian Bei Ning replied, Bing Shi Lu took her out. She will be back shortly. Please wait a moment. Chapter 149. The child is abducted. He carefully cradled the little one. The child is so hungry. How can we wait any longer? My lady, you should rest. I will take him to find the wet nurse. Nian Bei Ning nodded. Very well. After Qing Sha Huan left, Nian Bei Ning took a nap but did not see him return. She got up and stepped outside, just in time to see Bing Shi Lu rushing back with the wet nurse. Nian Bei Ning looked at them in confusion. Where is the child? Bing Shi Lu replied. Wasn't the child with you all along? Qing Sha Huan returned. He said he took the child to find the wet nurse. Did you not find him? Bing Shi Lu's expression darkened. No, we were ambushed and fainted. When we awoke, we rushed over. The beast sovereign has not returned from a border. What? Nian Bei Ning panicked. My child has been taken. Quick, summon help and seal the palace to catch the culprit. We must retrieve my child. The woman trembled with rage. And Bing Shi Lu hurriedly tried to calm her. My lady, please do not panic. We will find him. Yes, we will find him. You all hurry and search. Go quickly. Nian Bei Ning's eyes turned red from anxiety, and in her fury, she nearly collapsed, but fortunately, Lin Lan Tingyu was there to support her. Sister Nian, do not worry too much. My godson will surely be found safely. Nian Bei Ning could not hear her mind consumed by the old master's words. The consequences of abduction would be unimaginable. What could happen? He was but a tiny being, not even a month old. Who could have taken him? What do they want? Overcome with distress, Nian Bei Ning fainted, and 3 days passed before she awakened to find Qing Sha Huan sitting beside her. Where have you taken the child? He is so small. How can he be without his mother? Return him to me. Nian Bei Ning grasped Qing Sha Huan's collar, and he gently pressed her hand down. Be calm, Bei Ning, it's me. The woman was already in tears. Why did that person disguise himself as you to take my child? Quickly return my child. The man held her close. We will find him. We will definitely find him. Nian Bei Ning's condition deteriorated for 2 days, but on the 3rd day, she gathered herself and went to Tianji Pavilion to seek the Xiang clan's master. The old master sat within the Yinyang 8 trigrams formation, holding a brush suspended in the air, hovering above the white paper before him, poised to write. As soon as Nian Bei Ning arrived, the old master, without opening his eyes, recognized her presence. Madam, do you wish for this old man to assist you in locating the whereabouts of your child? Nian Bei Ning replied. Since you are aware, there is no need for any circumlocution. The old master let out a faint sigh, opened his eyes, and finally set his brush down upon the paper. The words "the Ba Huanggong" appeared. Upon seeing these 4 characters, Nian Bei Ning's pupils contracted slightly. If the child had fallen into the hands of Li Qianhe, could there be any hope of survival? The child was still safe. If rescue were to be attempted, it must commence at once, for any delay could render the effort futile. Without a moment's hesitation, Nian Bei Ning turned and departed, unaware that after her departure, the old master remained in his seated position, forever closing his eyes. The Tianji Pavilion possessed the ability to foresee the future. It was bound by the rule of secrecy. Should this rule be violated, death would ensue. At this critical juncture, a fierce battle had erupted along the border between the human and beast tribes, and it was precisely due to the severe situation at the border that all attention was drawn to it, providing an opportunity for the child to be taken away. Smoke and the stench of blood filled the air, with carrion birds circling above, poised to partake in the feast. Qing Sha Huan, clad in silver-black battle armor, with his raven hair standing tall, bore the aura of slaughter from the battlefield. A thin line of blood marred his face. Nian Bei Ning adjusted his attire, asserting, "Leave the child's rescue to me. You must not allow them to step even an inch into the beast territory." Understood. The man held her head gently, pressing a deep kiss upon her slightly pale lips. You and the child must return safely. Nian Bei Ning's gaze was resolute. Certainly. As Nian Bei Ning circumnavigated the border and approached the Ba Kingdom from an alternate route, She arrived at a small town as dusk fell and checked into a modest inn. Come out. Lan Tingwei and Bing Shirlu appeared behind her. With a sigh, Nian Bei Ning remarked, "Did I not instruct you not to follow? We cannot rest easy without you. How could I rescue my godson without my presence? Since the curse upon me has lifted, my cultivation has surged. I must save my godson." Nian Bei Ning replied, "Since you have come, it is settled. However, if you continue to disobey, do not follow me in the future." They exchanged glances, remaining silent. Xiao Junce was absent from the royal residence, and neither was Prince Xiao present. The once lively and grand estate now lay desolate, with a large seal affixed to the door. Furrowing her brows, Nian Bei Ning inquired of a passerby, "Old man, has something happened at the Xiao royal residence? It is said that the Xiao royal family conspired with the beast tribe to burn our military supplies. Thankfully, the supplies were relocated in advance, averting a disaster. They have been exiled. It is fortunate they were not executed. There had never been any news of such an incident regarding burnt supplies. This was likely a ruse orchestrated by Li Tianhe to consolidate military power for himself." Suddenly, someone collided with Nian Bei Ning, repeatedly bowing in apology. "I'm so sorry." Just as Nian Bei Ning was about to respond, she noticed the individual lifting their straw hat, only to hastily lower it again. "Let us go." Xiao Junce, dressed in gray, leisurely poured tea for Nian Bei Ning. "We have been residing here recently." Xiao Junce and the Xiao royal couple live in a village on the outskirts, nestled by mountains and rivers, far from the imperial city, a splendid hiding place. "I apologize for dragging you into this." Xiao Junce waved his hand dismissively. "What are you saying? How could this be your fault? My father openly opposed Li Tianhe's aggression against the beast tribe in court, though that old rascal said nothing. He had already devised a plan to reclaim military authority, leading to the absurd tale of the Xiao royal family collaborating with the beast tribe to burn supplies." Prince Xiao added, "We are still searching for the emperor's whereabouts. Recently, we have gathered some clues. He is imprisoned within the palace, but we need to ascertain his exact location." Nian Bei Ning nodded. "Once the Shanheling is issued, Li Tianhe will lose interest in attacking the beast tribe. Indeed, this usurper will eventually meet a fitting end." Xiao Junce comforted his father. "Father, please do not be agitated." Nian Bei Ning took a sip of tea. "I must enter the palace." "For what purpose?" "To rescue my child." Nian Bei Ning recounted the entire situation to them, and Xiao Junce resolutely contacted Zi. A noblewoman in blue gazed at them in astonishment. "Why do you still dare to stay here? The emperor's men are everywhere." Zi's affection for Xiao Junce ran deep. Were it not for her repeated pleas to Li Tianhe to marry her to him, the entire Xiao family would likely have been executed. Upon learning that the Xiao family had been exiled, Zi felt both sorrow and joy. "As long as you are alive, that is enough." Xiao Junce declared, "I am willing to marry you." Zi's eyes widened, and even Nian Bei Ning, concealed in the back room, felt an ominous premonition. "Xiao Gij, what did you just say?" Xiao Junce tousled her hair. "I said, I am willing to marry you." "Silly girl." Zi was both surprised and delighted. "Why have you suddenly decided to marry me?" "Ah, having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, I find it difficult to adjust to poverty. Marrying you would solve that." Zi pouted. "So it is for riches and glory. I knew you weren't sincere in your intentions. Are you not agreeing?" "I agree." The young woman was overjoyed, clinging to his arm, her sparkling eyes fixated on Xiao Junce's handsome face. After Zi departed, Nian Bei Ning gazed at him with a complex expression. "There is no need to sacrifice your lifelong happiness for me." Xiao Junce shrugged as a man. "I'm not losing out. Besides, this is the only way to enter the palace and locate the emperor, not solely for you." Nian Bei Ning was moved. "Xiao Junce, I truly do not know how to thank you." "Haha, you will never have the chance to repay me in this lifetime. Perhaps in the next." As he uttered the last three words, Xiao Junce's previously playful demeanor turned unexpectedly serious. In the 105th chapter, the grand conclusion, it must be said that Li Tianhe truly cherished his goddaughters. Even upon learning that Xiao Junce had brought her back from exile, he said little. As long as Zi was happy, amidst the turmoil of war between the human and beast tribes, he was willing to orchestrate a splendid wedding for her. Nian Bei Ning, alongside Bing Shirlu and Lan Tingwei, successfully blended into the wedding procession, gaining entry to the palace. The wedding was a lavish affair, adorned in red. The tyrannical Li Tianhe unexpectedly granted a general amnesty, much to the delight of the death row inmates. However, this could not conceal the voices of the common folk. Filled with grievances, the conscription had torn many families apart, yet the might of the military silenced the cries of the aggrieved. There had been those who contemplated rebellion, but such efforts were futile, ultimately leading to a tragic end buried in a mass grave. The wedding ceremony proceeded without a hitch, as Xiao Junce and Ziyi, clad in resplendent red, ascended the platform. Ziyi's delicate face radiated happiness, while Xiao Junce, in his red robes and golden crown, maintained an unusually solemn demeanor that Nian Bei Ning had never witnessed before. Amidst the throng, Xiao Junce's gaze found Nian Bei Ning's, and she offered him a faint smile, which evoked a subtle smile upon his previously indifferent countenance. Xiao Junce, may you find peace in this life, untouched by worldly strife. And may you and Ziyi lead a harmonious existence together. She is a girl who loves you dearly. Do not let her down. Concealed within the crowd, Nian Bei Ning set forth to seek her child. Nian Bei Ning, Bing Shiliu, and Lan Tingyue hid within the darkness, as the palace was bustling with wedding preparations. The guards naturally relaxed their vigilance. They observed a group of palace maids and stealthily followed them, disguising themselves to blend in with the procession. After winding through the palace, they ultimately arrived at the imperial kitchen. These are the evening meals for the wet nurses. Ensure you hold them securely. The wet nurses' evening meals? Nian Bei Ning exclaimed, followed by a surge of joy. 3 individuals, carrying food boxes, followed her until they reached a secluded palace chamber. Just as Nian Bei Ning's heart raced with anxiety, her eyes fell upon a wet nurse cradling a child, a babe of 7 or 8 months, yet not her own. Disappointment washed over Nian Bei Ning as she returned empty-handed. In the late hours of the night, Nian Bei Ning found temporary refuge in the maidservant's quarters, unaware of the current state of the border battle, nor whether he had sustained injuries or could withstand the elite soldiers of the Ba country. With a sigh, Lan Tingyue suddenly emerged from her cocoon, whispering to Nian Bei Ning that Xiao Junce had summoned her. Confused, Nian Bei Ning questioned how Lan Tingyue had contacted him while asleep. Lan Tingyue merely smiled and urged her to go, dismissing all other concerns. At the princess's residence, what should have been a celebratory occasion was now overshadowed by dark expressions. Xiao Junce, I knew you were not sincere in marrying me. Nian Bei Ning, still trying to grasp the unfolding situation, turned her questioning gaze towards Xiao Junce. He regarded her with a serious demeanor, stating, now, you have 2 choices, assist me or betray me. Nian Bei Ning longed to slap Xiao Junce for his impatience, revealing his true intentions on their wedding day. Xiao Junce, do not go too far. Isi exclaimed, once this matter is resolved, we shall still be husband and wife. This statement struck a chord within Isi, for she loved Xiao Junce, and despite knowing the marriage was a mere transaction, she accepted it willingly. Collapsing onto the crimson wedding bed, in the cold palace, the emperor and your child remain imprisoned, heavily guarded. Exercise caution when you approach. A sudden joy surged within Nian Bei Ning. Isi, thank you. There is no need for thanks. You should express your gratitude to Xiao Junce, for he is the one who aids those I love. Understanding dawned upon Nian Bei Ning as she turned toward Xiao Junce, offering her thanks. No need for such formalities. Hurry and rescue them. Outside the cold palace, Nian Bei Ning sensed a concealed power before she even drew near, her brows furrowing at the difficulty of entry. At that moment, Ziyi appeared behind her, instructing her to follow. Nian Bei Ning felt a surge of relief as she trailed behind Ziyi. Princess, today is your joyous day. Why venture into such a dismal place? The noble consort Yu was once a dear friend of mine, but she was recently punished and banished here. I have come to visit her and bring some treats. The guards obstructed her, showing no intention of allowing them entry. What? Is it forbidden for a princess to visit an old acquaintance? If I inform my father, how many heads will you lose? Everyone in the palace knew of Li Tianhe's affection for Princess Zi. Very well, but I must accompany you inside. The guard relented. Enough of this talk, let's go. Nian Bei Ning, in her guise as a mere maidservant, followed closely behind Zi. Inside the cold palace, numerous women languished in disarray, resembling a prison more than a palace. Z located the so-called consort Yu, once a stunning beauty, now a shadow of her former self, ravaged by the torment of her confinement. You may leave. I wish to speak with consort Yu alone. The guards hesitated, and Nian Bei Ning swiftly positioned herself before them, unleashing a fiery strike that incapacitated them before they could utter a sound. Consort Yu, frightened by the sudden turn of events, was silenced by Z's hand over her mouth. Do not make a sound. I have brought you provisions. Pretend you know nothing. The woman nodded fearfully. Z led Nian Bei Ning into a basement. The guards, upon seeing her, prepared to refuse entry, but Nian Bei Ning acted first. In an instant, she conjured a spatial barrier, controlling the area, and then dashed forward like lightning, engaging in combat with a golden shield and a flaming phoenix. Seizing the opportunity, Z entered the inner room of the basement, where the emperor was bound. Next to him, a wet nurse with a child. In the midst of the fray, Nian Bei Ning caught sight of this scene, her movements growing more ferocious as she swiftly subdued the foes. She rushed inside, her heart racing as she beheld the nurse clutching her child tightly. With a trembling voice, she implored, "Return my child." The nurse, terrified, recalled Li Tian's warning that if anything happened to the child, her life would be forfeit. "No, I cannot give him to you." Nian Bei Ning shouted in fury. "That is my child. By what right do you refuse me?" She lunged forward to seize her child. But the nurse, in her panic, stumbled and flung the baby away. Nian Bei Ning's heart leaped to her throat as she leapt to catch the child, cradling the small, sleeping face against her, breathing evenly. Tears welled in her eyes, a flood of longing surging within her as she held the child close. "Come quickly. I cannot unlock the chains on the emperor," Z urged. "Your Majesty, forgive the intrusion." With a powerful strike from her golden shield, the chains shattered. The emperor rubbed his wrists, expressing gratitude. "You have worked hard. We cannot simply leave. Those outside will surely capture us," Nian Bei Ning cautioned. "Do not worry. Xiao Junts will assist us outside. Remaining here will only bring trouble," Z reassured. As the trio reached the entrance of the cold palace, they heard the sounds of battle erupting outside. Xiao Junts had arrived with his men, cutting through the crowd in his crimson attire, bloodied sword in hand. His face etched with concern as he approached Nian Bei Ning. "Are you all unharmed?" "We are well." Xiao Junts respectfully acknowledged the emperor, instructing, "There is no need for formalities. We must leave the palace immediately." The flaming phoenix soared into the sky, engulfing the cold palace in fierce flames, prompting the imprisoned women to flee in terror. The commotion drew the palace guards, but by the time they arrived, only chaos remained. Nian Bei Ning and Xiao Junts led the emperor away, while Z chose to remain behind, stating she would buy time for Xiao Junts to escape. Under cover of night, they reached the border where the two factions clashed. However, the battlefield was ablaze with conflict, with powerful forces, including the Emperor's naval troops and even Li Tianhe himself, present. With no other choice, the three sought refuge in an inn along the border. The distant sound of dragon roars echoing from the battlefield. The intensity of the conflict raised concerns about the arrival of the Dragon Clan. Rumors swirled of the Emperor's fervor in battle, claiming he had struck heavy blows against the Beast Clan. Yet whispers of the Beast Clan's reinforcements, dragons no less, suggested that Li Tianhe was a formidable opponent. Listening to the discussions around her, Nian Bei Ning's heart sank. If even the dragons could not contend with Li Tianhe, how powerful was he truly? Xiao Junts remarked, "Your Majesty, it seems only you can quell this unrest." Li Tianhe, a man of wicked deeds, was deserving of the decree of the mountains and rivers, a summons for the hidden masters of the realm. Nian Bei Ning was astonished to learn that even Yin Zhanlei had been called forth by this decree. On the battlefield at the border of the two clans, smoke filled the air, and blood flowed like rivers amidst the chaos. The sounds of battle echoed in her ears, roars of beasts rising in a terrifying chorus. The Emperor's forces, the sharpest blade of Daba country, had pressed forward relentlessly for 3 days, striking at the heart of the Beast Clan. The tide of victory appeared to favor them. Within the military camp, The bloodied figure of Qing Sha hurriedly gathered the leaders to devise their next strategy. Report. The lady has returned. Qing Sha Huan relaxed his furrowed brow, exclaiming with delight. Let us conclude our affairs for today. Everyone may depart. At the moment he beheld Nian Bei Ning and the child in her arms, it felt as if the weariness of the past few days dissipated entirely. He pressed a tender kiss upon the child's soft cheek, his voice hoarse as he enveloped both the child and his wife in his embrace. It is wonderful to have you back. Your efforts during this time have not gone unnoticed. I am aware of Li Tian, whose descent into madness. He is a formidable adversary. However, rest assured, dear husband, he will not reign in arrogance for long. In a single night, under the decree of the mountains and rivers, the powerful rose to action, catching Li Tian who unprepared. Though the Beast clan had yet to mobilize their forces, reports of victories began to emerge. The Dragon King and his allies struck together, and on the night of the third day of battle, Li Tian, who was defeated, meeting a tragic end beneath the Emperor's dragon sword. All military might, by the Emperor's command, retreated to Ba Kingdom, ceasing hostilities against the Beast clan. The selfish desires and avarice of humanity can spawn countless calamities. After 3 years of recuperation, the Beast clan regained tranquility, producing numerous skilled artisans in weapon forging. In these 3 years, the rosy-cheeked child played by the stream, while Nian Bei Ning and Qing Sha Huan stood in the pavilion, gazing at the child with expressions of bliss. How swiftly time has passed, 3 years gone by. Qing Sha Huan remarked, I have heard that Zi Yi has given birth to a daughter for Xiao Junso. Indeed, have you not always shied away from inquiring about him? What has changed? I merely think, if his daughter were to become our daughter-in-law, it would not be a bad fate. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Qing Sha Huan, your calculations are quite astute. Just then, Xiao Junsu and Zi Yi approached, cradling a delicate girl, who wriggled to be set down and darted off to play with Xiao Eiqi. Qing Sha Huan chuckled. Did you see? Some matters are indeed fated. As they bickered, Nian Bei Ning shook her head and seated herself with Zi Yi. It must be arduous to raise child. With a radiant smile, Zi Yi replied, Not at all. These past years have been the happiest of my life. To lead a simple life with the one I love is truly wonderful. Nian Bei Ning's gaze shifted to the child and then returned to Qing Sha Huan. Indeed, such a tranquil existence is truly delightful.